Chapter 1. The Descent of the Divine King. On a secluded island within the world of Douluo, amidst the dense forest, a quaint wooden cabin stood tall. At this moment, a 5-year-old boy was frolicking beside the cabin, and remarkably, he was surrounded by spirit beasts, each spirit beast exuding formidable power. The presence of 100,000-year-old spirit beasts was commonplace here, yet these creatures exhibited a remarkable obedience and even reverence towards the young boy. Suddenly, the clouds above the forest darkened ominously. Swish! 2 figures materialized beside the wooden cabin, one male and one female. The man was tall and imposing, standing approximately 190 centimeters in height, with pale blue irises and short purple hair, adorned in an exquisite blue robe. His name was Xingtian, a divine beast whose true form was that of a divine dragon. The woman beside him was strikingly beautiful, her breathtaking visage rendering the surrounding world devoid of color. She stood about 175 centimeters tall, with crimson eyes and flowing red hair, clad in a stunning red gown. Her name was Li Yulin, also a divine beast, her true form being that of a divine phoenix. "Daddy, Mommy," the young boy exclaimed upon seeing the 2 figures. Xiao. Upon hearing Xingtian's call, Li Yulin turned and embraced the boy. "Mommy, is that person chasing us again?" As Xingtian posed the question, a shadow flickered in Li Yulin's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she reassured him. "Xiao, fear not, your father and I will keep you safe." Xingtian, having overheard the mother-son exchange, promptly added, "Father will protect both of you." "Then who will I protect?" Xingtian innocently inquired. At this, both Xingtian and Li Yulin erupted into laughter. With a tender smile, Li Yulin replied, "If you wish to protect others, you must possess formidable strength. Do you believe you have it now?" "I do," Xingtian declared, extending his hands to reveal a dragon and a phoenix materializing before him. "Look, Mommy, I have your phoenix and Daddy's divine dragon. Isn't that impressive?" Indeed, our Xiao is the most formidable," Li Yulin responded with warmth. A bright smile spread across Xingtian's face. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden flash of lightning streaked across the sky, startling him. "Mommy, I'm scared." He buried his face in Li Yulin's embrace. "Xiao, do not fear," she comforted him immediately. Meanwhile, Xingtian cast a fierce gaze towards the heavens, fury igniting within his eyes. "Divine King, what do you intend to do?" "Ha!" A chilling laugh echoed as a figure clad in golden armor emerged, the face obscured beneath the armor's visage. "Xingtian, you know best what I intend to do." "I know nothing," Xingtian replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the Divine King. Ah. The Divine King laughed heartily at Xingtian's words, then retorted icily, "Do you not remember the little dragon you raised, the one who calls himself the Dragon God? He has been stirring restlessly of late. I believe war will soon engulf the Divine Realm. As the founder of the Divine Realm, I must take action, such as eliminating you, the mentor." Xingtian clenched his fists, bellowing, "Do not overstep your bounds. Do not think yourself invincible simply because you have created a divine realm. Enough talk, let us engage directly." "Very well, I shall oblige you." 8 radiant golden rings materialized behind Xingtian, while a layer of blue-purple armor enveloped him. Ascending into the sky, he pointed at the Divine King, unleashing tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts toward him. Unperturbed, the Divine King revealed 9 golden rings behind him, their brilliance outshining Xingtian's. The battle commenced, as the sky lit up with dazzling light and the resounding roars of dragons echoed. Divine technique, Dragon's Roar. Xingtian opened his mouth, unleashing a deafening roar that momentarily disoriented the Divine King. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, a golden trident manifested in his hand. Raising the trident, a blinding golden radiance erupted, releasing an overwhelming force. In that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and the beings of the Douluo world trembled in fear, yearning to flee, yet unsure of where to escape. Divine technique, Judgment of Death. The trident was hurled by Xingtian, unleashing an unimaginable power that shattered the surrounding space. This world could no longer endure such force. As the trident neared the Divine King, he suddenly regained his composure, gazing calmly at the approaching weapon, a serene smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing that smile, an inexplicable dread surged within Xingtian, as if foreboding misfortune. Boom! The trident struck the Divine King, erupting into a towering mushroom cloud around him. Yet with a mere wave of his hand, the explosion vanished, and the trident disappeared from sight. In the next instant, the Divine King appeared before Xingtian, his right hand piercing through Xingtian's chest extracting a vibrant red heart. Zay, Daddy! Li Yulin and Xingtian cried out in anguish. Xiaotian, Mommy will help Daddy. You stay safe, Li Yulin said, placing Xingtian down. 8 golden rings ignited behind her, red armor enveloped her, and a pair of fiery wings unfolded. Divine technique, rebirth in flames. Li Yulin transformed into a phoenix, charging toward the Divine King. However, the Divine King merely extended his left hand in a grasping motion, causing Li Yulin to freeze in midair before plummeting downwards. Mommy! Xingtian rushed frantically towards the direction where Li Yulin was falling, but the Divine King's cold scoff rendered him immobile. Seeing his son in peril, Xingzhe delivered a powerful kick to the Divine King's chest, leveraging the force to escape. Divine technique, Dragon's Death Ray. Xingzhe manifested a dragon form spanning 100 meters, opening his massive jaws to unleash a stream of white light. The beam shattered the space it traversed, revealing the abyssal void beyond. Faced with this assault, the Divine King dared not underestimate it, channeling divine power to defend. Boom! The impact reverberated throughout the Douluo world, fracturing the continent and causing the seas to surge violently, threatening to engulf the island beneath them. Seizing the moment, Xingzhe rushed to Li Yulin's side, lifting her, then swiftly moved to embrace Xingtian. With a swift motion, he tore apart the fabric of space, and the family of 3 plunged into the void, escaping. Just as they vanished, the Divine King emerged from the explosion, a gaping hole in his chest that healed instantaneously. His gaze fell upon the rift in space, then to the crumbling world below. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and Xingzhe's trident reappeared in his grasp. Today, I bestow upon you divine consciousness and create the sea god's domain. Whosoever can claim your power shall become the new sea god. With that proclamation, the Divine King hurled the trident onto the island, halting the rising tides and gradually restoring the world on the brink of collapse, while he pursued the closing rift. Chapter 2. The Boy in the Ice. Countless years later, in the extreme northern lands, a human forbidden zone, this place is home to countless formidable spirit beasts, with the Ice Sky Snow Maiden clan reigning supreme. Amidst the pristine white snow, a petite figure trod carefully through the snow, her long blue hair cascading past her waist, large blue eyes adorned with long, fluttering lashes. Surprisingly, she was dressed rather lightly, her bare feet sinking into the snow, an alarming sight indeed. La 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 la. The little girl hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing along the snowy ground, her lips murmuring, Mommy seemed to mention something delicious today. I must hurry home. Yet, in the next instant, the little girl suddenly stepped into thin air, plunging downward. She slid down a concealed passage, not knowing how long she had been falling, only to discover she had soared into the air before crashing onto the icy surface. The impact of her bottom against the solid ice elicited a wince of pain, and she rubbed her sore backside as she surveyed her surroundings. It was an enormous, dark ice cavern, devoid of any exit except for the very spot from which she had fallen. No way. Why am I so unlucky today? The little girl lamented. I guess I'll have to wait for Mommy to find me before I can get out. With that, she lay back in the icy chamber. A sudden exclamation escaped her lips as she noticed a shadow above her. Turning over, she was stunned to see a bare boy ensconced within the ice. Wow, my eyes are no longer clean. They're not clean at all. The little girl shouted, closing her eyes tightly. However, upon recalling the boy trapped within the icy depths, she reopened her eyes. A sudden wave of pity washed over her. The boy, ensnared in the ice, was rendered immobile, akin to how her mother forbade her from playing outside. She approached the icy barrier, placing her hand upon its surface, and a pitch-black spirit ring ascended from beneath her feet. First spirit skill, Ice Explosion. Countless icicles materialized behind her, neatly piercing the icy layer above. Yet, after a barrage of attacks, the ice remained utterly unscathed. The little girl plopped down on the ground, pouting in indignation. I'm done. What a wretched ice layer. It's so tough. Suddenly, she sensed something and swiftly scrambled to her feet, waving her tiny hands above her head, her voice ringing out, Mama, Mama, I'm here, come save me. Boom. As soon as the little girl finished her cry, the entire ice cavern erupted in an explosion, light flooding into the chamber, accompanied by a cascade of falling ice shards. Mom, are you trying to murder your own daughter? The girl exclaimed in shock, just as a luminous white sphere enveloped her, the ice shards disintegrating into steam upon contact with the sphere. Yao, what are you doing here? A breathtaking woman descended from the heavens. With an exquisitely crafted visage, her long blue hair cascaded down her back, and her icy blue eyes radiated a chilling aura. Her sensuous, rosy lips were undeniably alluring. She donned a flowing white gown, adorned with intricate patterns at the hem, and her feet were graced by dazzling crystal shoes that made a distinct sound as they touched the ground. An overwhelming wave of soul power emanated from her, exuding an imperial majesty, yet in the presence of the little girl, that aura seemed to dissipate entirely. The woman's name was Xue Linglong, an entity formed from the purest essence of heaven and earth, an 800-year-old soul beast, the reigning snow empress, and the sovereign of the extreme north. The little girl was her daughter, Shuyao. Shuyao rushed into Xue Linglong's embrace, mumbling, "Mama, I had the worst luck today. I was just walking and fell into this icy cavern." Xue Linglong chuckled, shaking her head. "Who told you not to watch where you're going?" Shuyao pouted, suddenly recalling something, and waved her hands excitedly. "Mama, I must tell you, there's a boy in this cavern. He's not wearing any clothes and is trapped in the ice. My eyes have been sullied." "A boy?" Xue Linglong furrowed her brows, immediately extending her spiritual energy to envelop the area. Soon, she detected the boy Shuyao mentioned, directly before her, though he was now obscured by ice fragments. With a flick of her finger, the ice shifted aside, revealing the boy's figure within their line of sight. The boy, trapped in the ice, had short purple hair, a distinctly defined physique, and appeared to be around 170 centimeters tall, resembling a lad of 14 or 15 years. The light allowed them to see more clearly, and Shuyao instinctively covered her eyes, yet peeked through the gaps between her fingers. After observing, she mused to herself, "Is this the difference between boys and girls? How peculiar." Xue Linglong's brow knitted together. She sensed a flicker of life within the boy encased in ice, along with a surge of terrifying energy, yet it vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. She raised her hand. An immense wave of soul power surging forth, she aimed to part the ice layer, but what was usually effortless now proved exceedingly arduous. Setting Shuyao down, she lifted herself off the ground, unleashing all her soul power in that moment, causing the soul beasts of the extreme north to react with astonishment. In the dwelling of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a woman clad in a verdant green skirt emerged, the current Ice Empress with a cultivation of 700,000 years. She gazed towards the source of the soul power, her eyes icy and resolute, releasing her own energy as she soared into the air. On a nearby ice mountain, a towering titan, measuring 100 meters, sensed the Snow Empress soul power fluctuations, thumping its chest in anger before sprinting towards her. "Mama!" Shuyao, witnessing her mother's formidable soul power, retreated to a corner, though she noticed her mother's complexion had turned rather grim, stirring her concern. At that moment, Xue Linglong realized that despite unleashing such a vast amount of soul power, she could not shatter the ice layer. Recognizing something was amiss, she attempted to retract her energy, only to find it utterly futile. Her soul power seemed to be drawn towards the ice itself. Minutes passed, and Xue Linglong felt her soul power deplete, causing her to pale and fall to the ground, with Shuyao rushing to support her. "Mom, are you all right?" Shuyao asked anxiously. Xue Linglong shook her head, but urged, Yao, we must leave this place quickly." Confused, yet obedient, Shuyao helped her mother to her feet, preparing to depart. However, they were surrounded by ice walls, rendering escape impossible. Xue Linglong found herself unable to harness her soul power, trapped alongside Shuyao. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the ice layer fissured, releasing an indescribable wave of pressure. At that moment, all soul beasts in the extreme north halted their movements. The Ice Emperor, airborne, felt the oppressive force and plummeted to the ground, while the rushing titans stumbled and knelt, immobilized. Chapter 3. Entrustment. Within the ice cavern, Xue Linglong shielded the terrified Shuyao behind her, as a terrifying force, beyond words, began to coalesce before them. Abruptly, the ice layer split, a crimson light illuminating the cavern, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of might. Underneath this pressure, Shuyao could hardly bear it, fainting instantly, while Xue Linglong struggled to remain upright. "Are you a being formed from the essence of heaven and earth?" A gentle female voice resonated. Though soft, it caused Xue Linglong to shudder involuntarily. She instinctively replied, "Yes." No sooner had she spoken, the temperature within the caverns surged dramatically, and a woman clad in a flowing red gown materialized amidst the ice. Suspended in midair, her delicate feet exposed to the chill, her flowing red hair danced gracefully, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. Her luminous red eyes were mesmerizing, as though anyone who met her gaze would be ensnared by her charm. "Rise," she commanded, Upon her words, the oppressive aura surrounding Shui Linglong dissipated, and she raised her gaze, a wave of trepidation washing over her heart, before bowing her head once more. "Are you frightened of me?" the woman inquired suddenly. Shui Linglong merely nodded, speechless. The woman smiled softly, but in the next instant, her attention shifted to the boy encased in ice, who was presently enveloped in a swirling red energy, floating serenely in the air. She pointed at the boy, and miraculously, a set of clothing appeared on him. Form-fitting black pants adorned his lower half, while a white long-sleeve shirt complemented a red vest on his upper body, embellished with a phoenix motif. As the boy donned the attire, a smile graced the woman's face. She beckoned him to fly into her embrace, holding him tenderly. After a brief moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. Falling onto the boy, "Xiaotian, your parents are deeply sorry for you. We hope you grow up to be happy," she lamented. Upon saying this, the woman conjured a jade pendant, half dragon and half phoenix, and placed it around his neck before gently pushing him towards Shui Linglong. "I can sense that the beings of this world cannot ascend to divinity. Yet, an opportunity lies before you. Assist Xingtian in becoming the strongest in this realm, and you shall have the chance to become a deity. Do you accept?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Linglong replied, "I accept. Thank you. But for your safety, I must leave you with a mark." The woman pointed her finger, sending a crimson light into Shui Linglong's brow. "Now your life is entwined with Xingtian's. If he perishes, so shall you. Therefore, safeguard him." Upon hearing these words, Shui Linglong instinctively lifted her head to gaze ahead, and what she beheld would etch itself into her memory for eternity. The woman ignited in a fierce blaze, transforming into a phoenix. She raised her noble head and let out a resounding cry until her essence faded from this world, while the boy slowly opened his eyes. 3 years later, in the frigid snow, "Brother Xingtian, wait for me." 12-year-old Shuyao trailed behind him, no longer the small girl she once was. Shuyao stood at a height of 165 centimeters, blossoming into a graceful young lady. Though still maturing, she possessed all the essentials. "Yao Yao, you are far too slow," Xingtian remarked, glancing back at Shuyao, who lagged behind. Since his awakening 3 years ago, Xingtian has been devoid of all memories. Unable to recall anything of his past, Zulinglong, in her compassion, has chosen to treat him as her own child without delving into the reasons behind his amnesia. Now, he has grown considerably, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with a well-proportioned physique and strikingly handsome features. His captivating eyes, one crimson and the other violet, draw the gaze of anyone who encounters him, leaving them unable to resist a second glance. "Humph." Shuyao, having finally caught up with Xingtian, let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "I am not like you. Running over 10 kilometers does not leave me unscathed. I can run no more." With that, she flopped onto the ground, rolling about in clear defiance of further movement. Observing her antics, Xingtian, filled with exasperation, bent down and said, "Come on, I will carry you." With a mischievous grin, Shuyao sprang up from the ground and leapt onto Xingtian's back. "Let us go home," she exclaimed joyfully. Xingtian, with a roll of his eyes, lamented the monotony of being treated like a mere steed each day. Soon, he carried Shuyao into a palace of ice, where everything was meticulously crafted from frozen water. Even the bed itself. The vast ice palace exuded a chilly ambience, often devoid of company save for himself, Shuyao, and Zulinglong. "Auntie Shui, we have returned," Xingtian proclaimed loudly. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of frigid wind swept through, heralding the arrival of Zulinglong, adorned in her customary white gown. Observing Shuyao on Xingtian's back, she remarked, "Yao Yao, how old are you now? Must you still be carried by your brother Xingtian?" With a playful pout, Shuyao stuck out her tongue at Zulinglong, clinging to Xingtian like a sloth, refusing to let go. Zulinglong shook her head in resignation, bemused by Shuyao's inexplicable sense of closeness to Xingtian. Although she herself felt a similar bond, it often morphed into an oppressive sensation, reminiscent of bygone days. "Auntie Shui, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Xingtian suddenly interjected. Zulinglong nodded lightly. "I wish to leave this place and explore the outside world," he declared. "Why?" Shuyao interjected, leaping down with a frown etched across her face. Zulinglong raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze upon Xingtian with a stern expression. "Why do you wish to venture out? Are you not aware that humanity is a perilous species? What danger do humans pose? Furthermore, are we not human ourselves?" Xingtian retorted. "We merely assume a human guise. We are not born of humanity. As for the dangers, do you not know that thousands of years ago, the previous Ice Empress was captured by humans the moment she left the frigid north? Had she not fortuitously encountered that individual, she would have surely become a soul ring." Zulinglong replied, her tone laced with ire. Xingtian remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I still wish to venture outside. Shui, please promise me." Shui Linglong, observing the resolute glint in his eyes, understood that she could not dissuade him. With a resigned sigh, she replied, "Very well. But you must promise me that each time you break through to a new realm, you will return. Furthermore, if you find it impossible to survive out there, you must come back, for this place will always be your home." "All right," Xingtian replied, his face lighting up with joy. "Mother, I wish to go as well." Upon hearing Xingtian's intention to leave, Shuyao immediately insisted on accompanying him. No. Xingtian firmly rejected her, explaining that while Xingtian alone could venture forth without issue, his true form, even as a title Douluo, was undetectable. And she too had once believed him to be merely human. She had witnessed his true essence during his breakthrough as a soul master. Chapter 4. The dragon's roar. Shuyao glared at Xingtian with discontent, pouting and playfully complaining, "Mother, if brother Xingtian can go, why can't I?" Without offering an explanation, Xingtian instead took Xingtian to gather his belongings, which caused Shuyao to puff out her cheeks in annoyance, her eyes clearly expressing her displeasure. The next day, standing before the ice palace with a bundle in hand, Xingtian faced the towering Titan snow demon, the alluring ice empress, and the elegantly noble Xingtian. "Xiaotian," Xingtian began, "this is a storage soul guide I once acquired." She presented a blue ring, intricately engraved with dense patterns, containing 100 cubic meters of space. "As long as you infuse it with your soul power, you may utilize it. I now bestow it upon you." Xingtian did not decline. The utility of the storage soul guide was considerable. He accepted it and promptly adorned his left hand's index finger. After infusing his soul power into it, he immediately cast his burdens into the device. Once he completed this, he looked around in confusion and pondered, "Where is Yao Yao? She is likely devising a plan on how to depart with you." The Ice Emperor replied with a smile. Xingtian scratched the back of his head. Given that the Ice Emperor had made such a remark, it was likely that he had been discovered. He cast a glance at Xingtian, seemingly inquiring about her plans. Xingtian, understanding Xingtian's unspoken question, reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not allow her to accompany you. For now, let her run. It will serve as good exercise." A chuckle escaped the Ice Emperor's lips. "Sister Shui, you truly are like a caring mother." Xingtian chose not to respond to the Ice Emperor's comment, instead urging Xingtian, "Hasten your departure. It will be difficult to travel once darkness falls." "Very well, then. And Shui, and Bing, Uncle Titan, farewell. I shall set off." Xingtian waved and turned to leave. With a sigh, the Ice Emperor observed the direction in which Xingtian was heading and, with a touch of exasperation, inquired, "Xingtian, do you intend to continue straight ahead?" "Indeed," Xingtian affirmed with conviction. "And Bing, I understand your meaning. I will forge ahead without faltering." The Ice Emperor rolled her eyes, retorting, "You understand nothing. Ahead lies the north. If you continue on this path, you will reach the sea. Your destination is to the south, and currently you are headed entirely in the opposite direction." Xingtian abruptly halted, a sheepish smile crossing his lips as he turned to continue onward. To the east lay his path. At this moment, it was the Titan Snow Demon King who spoke. "Ahem." Xingtian feigned a cough to mask his embarrassment, pivoting once more to press ahead. This time, the direction was to the west. Xingtian felt exasperated. Having chosen incorrectly 3 times among the 4 cardinal directions, she reflected on the past and realized that Xingtian often took the wrong route. Were it not for Shuyao accompanying him, he would have long been lost in this frigid northern expanse. Xingtian turned once more, finally facing south. However, the 3 companions harbored concerns that he might lose his way. Thus, the Titan Troll King personally escorted Xingtian to the edge of the far north. As they departed, the Ice Emperor sighed, reflecting on their 3 years together, feeling a twinge of reluctance towards the little fellow. "Why not accompany him?" suggested Xingtian casually. The Ice Emperor scoffed, "That is out of the question. The human world is fraught with peril. I have no desire to venture there." Xingtian chuckled lightly, remarking that it was time for her to find Yao Yao, and she soared into the sky, prompting the Ice Emperor to silently offer a prayer for Shuyao. "Hee, mother will never discover that I slipped away," Shuyao exclaimed, bouncing joyfully through the snow. Yet, it was not long before her cheerful demeanor faltered. "Mother, no. I don't want to go back. I want to find brother Xingtian." Alas, no matter how fiercely Shuyao struggled, her efforts were in vain. As Xingtian firmly took hold of her and returned to the ice palace. At the edge of the far north, the Titan Troll King halted, with a figure standing atop him, none other than Xingtian. Should this scene have been witnessed by others, they would surely have been left speechless, astonished that one of the 3 great kings of the far north, the Titan Troll King, would permit a mere human to stand upon him. The Titan Troll King gently set Xingtian down and advised, "Little Tian, if you continue forward, you will reach the heavenly dual continent. Exercise utmost caution there. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." Xingtian listened attentively to the admonitions of the Titan Troll King, nodding earnestly. "Uncle Titan, I understand completely. You may return. I will take care of myself." The Titan Troll King nodded slightly, yet he insisted on watching Xingtian depart, genuinely fearful that he might lose his way. Fortunately, they had reached the edge, and following the path indicated, Xingtian swiftly found himself on the main road. As the snow along the roadside gradually vanished, lush green grass and dense forest came into view, a sight most pleasing to the eye, utterly absent in the far northern lands. The world outside is truly magnificent. Xingtian mused as he walked along the path. Suddenly, a desperate cry captured his attention. "Help! Save me!" Xingtian turned his gaze toward the direction of the desperate cries. A young girl was rushing towards him. Upon seeing Xingtian, she immediately shouted, "Elder brother, please help me. Help!" As Xingtian scrutinized the scene, he noticed a massive 5-meter-long insect pursuing the girl. The creature was entirely crimson, yet its head was an unusual white, resembling a flower in form. At that moment, the girl had reached his side, but she did not pause. Instead, she continued to run forward, while the enormous insect was closing in on him. Just as the creature was about to make contact, a red soul ring materialized beneath his feet. However, as if struck by a thought, the red soul ring transformed into a yellow one. This alteration of the soul ring's color was a sudden recollection of his entry into the realm of soul masters, revealing an innate ability. Later, he inquired about this phenomenon with Xulinglong, who expressed her uncertainty but advised him to utilize this ability to change the colors of his first 5 soul rings to yellow or purple when encountering humans. Furthermore, she cautioned him to never reveal the true color of his soul rings until he achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. Presently, he was employing this ability to conceal the authentic red soul ring. Fortunately, the girl was so focused on her escape that she failed to notice it. Otherwise, Xingtian would have found himself in a predicament. However, this was not the time for such concerns. His eyes glinted with a frosty light as he unleashed his first soul skill, Dragon's Roar. He opened his mouth and emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar directed at the insect, which immediately began to wither upon hearing the sound before ultimately exploding. As the creature burst apart, a yellow soul ring floated forth from the remnants. A century-old soul beast, perhaps? Xingtian stroked his chin, remarking, truly pathetic. The girl, who had been fleeing, was momentarily stunned by the roar. Upon turning her head, she realized it was the young man employing his soul skill. And she breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared the presence of an actual dragon. Subsequently, as she witnessed the ease with which he dispatched the insect, her eyes sparkled with admiration, prompting her to pivot and race back towards him. Chapter 5. Heavendo City, thank you for saving me. The girl's voice resonated from behind. Xingtian turned around to look, and the girl finally discerned his features. Bathed in sunlight, his handsome visage caused her heart to inexplicably quicken. How charming. Xingtian, oblivious to the girl's thoughts, scrutinized her. Standing at a height of 160 centimeters, she donned attire that was far from extravagant. Clad in a monotonous ensemble of black, her long ponytail framed a visage that was indeed quite appealing. However, having gazed upon the exquisite beauty of Xuelinglong from the Ice Empire daily, Xingtian regarded her appearance as rather unremarkable. Not at all. Xingtian replied with a hint of indifference. I'm Han Shuiye, 12 years old. What is your name? Han Shuiye inquired, her face beaming with a smile. Xingtian, 14. Came his response. Xingtian was, in truth, unaware of his own age. It was only when Xuelinglong examined his bone age that this information came to light. Oh. You are 2 years my senior, so I shall address you as Brother Xingtian, Han Shuiye said with a cheerful smile. As girls often seek to forge a closer connection with handsome individuals, Xingtian was perplexed by Han Shuiye's remarks, yet he did not refuse. Han Shuiye took his silence as acquiescence. Xingtian, what level are you currently at? I am a 13th rank soul master. That is quite similar to me. I am a 12th rank soul master with a feline martial spirit, the phantom cat. In an instant, 2 cat ears sprouted atop Han Shuiye's head, and she struck an adorable pose reminiscent of a cat. Do you also wish to showcase your martial spirit? Xingtian mumbled under his breath before releasing his own. My martial spirit is a dragon. A blue-violet dragon materialized behind Xingtian, exuding a fierce aura that startled Han Shuiye, causing her to plop down onto the ground in fright. Upon witnessing Han Shuiye's fall, Xingtian promptly retracted his martial spirit and rushed to assist her. I sincerely apologize for startling you. Are you all right? Xingtian expressed with evident remorse. Han Shuiye, observing his contrite demeanor, found it difficult to harbor any resentment. I am fine. Truly, it is not your fault, she reassured him as he helped her to her feet. Xingtian, I had no idea your martial spirit was a dragon. That is an exceptional beast martial spirit, remarkably powerful. However, there are many types of dragon martial spirits. What is the name of yours? Upon hearing the question, Xingtian furrowed his brow slightly. It was a query he had never contemplated before. However, upon reflection, he realized that there was no name in this world worthy of his martial soul. Indeed, it was unworthy, a visceral realization from deep within. My martial soul shall be called Dragon. Ah, is that so? Han Shuiye appeared somewhat bewildered, yet she was too indifferent to ponder it further. Do you know where the Tiandou continent is? At this question posed by Xingtian, Han Shuiye paused momentarily. The place you currently inhabit is precisely the Tiandou continent. Oh. And where is the city? You must be referring to Tiandou City, which is quite far from here. As Han Shuiye spoke, a cheerful smile graced her face. Fortunately, you encountered me, for I am on my way to Tiandou City to find my father, and we shall travel together. Xingtian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if left to his own devices, he would likely wander aimlessly for an eternity. Throughout their journey, Han Shuiye posed numerous inquiries, such as the origin of Xingtian, to which he merely responded with a land far to the north, leaving her in perplexity. Was T that region a forbidden zone for humanity? How could anyone possibly reside there? What? You live alone, with nowhere to call home? Han Shuiye gazed at Xingtian in astonishment. Indeed, Xingtian affirmed with a nod. What will you do upon arriving at Tiandou City? I am uncertain, he replied, prompting Han Shuiye to feel a surge of frustration, as if she might kick him. What kind of person was he, utterly clueless about everything? Could one truly survive solely on appearances? Then, when we arrive, you may come to my home. I will inquire with my father if he can provide you shelter. Yes. Xingtian responded, and after a moment's contemplation, added, Thank you. Han Shuiye smirked, amused by his somewhat delayed reactions. It seemed she had unwittingly brought home a handsome companion. The more she looked at him, the more appealing he became. As night descended, the two travelers finally beheld a radiant light in the distance. Look, that is the city gate of Tiandou City, Han Shuiye exclaimed, pointing ahead. Before them loomed a towering city wall, adorned with soldiers clad in silver armor, mirroring the scene below, while beyond the wall lay a bustling metropolis. Xingtian gazed ahead and strode forward, with Han Shuiye promptly following suit. Upon reaching the city gates, a soldier clad in armor intercepted them. In a commanding tone, the soldier announced, Young ones, please present your identification for inspection. Han Shuiye swiftly produced a card from her belongings. It was her identification. The soldier scanned it with a device nearby and returned it to her, stating, You may enter. Thank you. Han Shuiye expressed her gratitude, eager to usher Xingtian into the city. Wait. The soldier halted them. He has yet to present his identification and cannot enter. Soldier, he is my brother, and he lost his identification on the way here, Han Shuiye pleaded, her face contorting with an expression of distress as if she were on the verge of tears. You see, we traveled a long distance to find our father, but encountered a soul beast along the way. We fled in haste, only to discover later that his identification was missing. We searched until nightfall without success. And with the danger of soul beasts lurking at night, our meager strength leaves us no choice but to seek refuge in the city. Please, I implore you, allow us to enter. The soldier, taken aback by Han Shuiye's near tears, found himself in a dilemma. Just then, a black soul-guided vehicle approached. Upon spotting the flame emblem on the car, the soldier immediately stood at attention. He noticed Xingtian and Han Shuiye still obstructing the path and called out, Why are you still here? Move along. Oh, Han Shuiye exclaimed, momentarily startled before regaining her composure. She quickly pulled Xingtian into the city. At that moment, a window rolled down, and a person handed an identification card to the soldier for inspection. The soldier merely glanced at it, saluted once more, and respectfully returned the card. After retrieving the card, the soul-guided vehicle proceeded into the city. Inside the bustling streets of the city, Xingtian wandered about, observing his surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Akin to a naive traveler, Han Shuiye felt a profound embarrassment at his demeanor and hurriedly guided him away. Her home was situated in a modest area to the north of Tiandou City, characterized by somewhat dilapidated buildings, with walls that bore signs of wear and discoloration. The street was crowded with people, many of whom donned tattered clothing and exuded an air of rebellion. They were not impoverished, adorned with costly necklaces. They were not the kind of individuals one would consider virtuous. Hey, that little sister looks quite charming. Upon Han Shuiye's entrance into their line of sight, a group of unruly youths called out, Let us hurry. Han Shuiye whispered to Xingtian, anxious to avoid confrontation with them. Okay, Xingtian replied. Yet, reality took an unexpected turn as four of the ruffians blocked their path. Little sister, where are you rushing off to? Chapter 6. The Blacksmith Shop. As Han Shuiye found herself surrounded by the ruffians, her heart raced with trepidation. Though she was a soul master, she was still a girl, and faced with such an intimidating situation, she felt utterly helpless. Just as panic began to set in, Xingtian suddenly pulled her behind him. His gaze was cold and indifferent, regarding the ruffians as if they were mere corpses. This was a lesson imparted by the Ice Emperor when confronting an enemy. Perceive them as already deceased rather than living beings. These ruffians were now his adversaries, and he intended to treat them as such. Kid, do you fancy yourself a hero swooping in to save the damsel? The ruffian leader, sporting flamboyant yellow hair, boasted arrogantly. Let me tell you, my three companions are all soul warriors, and I am a soul master. And what of it? Xingtian retorted coldly. What of it? The ruffian youths exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. You truly amuse me. I doubt you are even a soul warrior, yet you wish to put on airs before us? No sooner had the ruffian leader finished speaking than his laughter was abruptly silenced. A yellow soul ring manifested beneath Xingtian's feet, and his soul power surged forth. The ruffian leader struggled to contain his mirth, still dismissive. You're just a soul master, so am I. Martial soul, manifest. A scythe appeared in his hand, and a white soul ring rose beneath him, while his three accomplices summoned their own martial souls, a kitchen knife, an iron rod, and a spiked club. Ha ha. Han Shuiye, witnessing their martial souls, couldn't help but laugh. Are you all trying to amuse me? Allow me to show you my martial soul. Cat ears materialized on her head, a shadowy black cat emerged behind her, and a white soul ring ascended from beneath her feet. The ruffian leader, upon realizing that Han Shuiye was also a soul master, widened his eyes in astonishment. How could two soul masters possibly come from such a destitute place? Moreover, Han Shuiye's martial soul was a beast martial soul, far superior to their meager scythe or kitchen knife. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and commanded his companions, charge. In an instant, the four of them lunged forward. Xingtian stepped forward, not even employing a soul skill, and delivered a punch directly to the ruffian leader. Bang! The ruffian leader was sent flying, crashing into a nearby trash bin. Trash belongs in the bin, he coldly remarked before delivering a punch with his left. Then a punch with his right, followed by a sweeping kick that sent the three other ruffians tumbling into the trash. Finally, his martial soul manifested. A dragon coiled majestically behind him, its eyes glowing with a fierce red light, as if it sought to consume them whole. The ruffians, upon witnessing Xingtian's dragon martial soul, felt their hearts sink. A dragon martial soul? That was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of beast martial souls. Why had they chosen to provoke such an individual? First soul skill, Dragon's Roar. Xingtian was preparing to unleash his soul skill when Han Shuiye hurriedly intervened. Brother Xingtian, what are you about to do? I intend to eliminate them, Xingtian replied without a moment's hesitation. Han Shuiye was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on? Why resort to murder? What manner of creature have I salvaged, so merciless?" The four young thugs, upon hearing this, were instantly paralyzed with fear. The foul stench of their fear mingled with the odor of refuse, creating an unbearable scent. However, they had little time to dwell on that. As the leader of the thugs cried out, "Brother, please, we beg you, spare our lives. We are willing to serve you like beasts, just do not kill us." Silence. Han Shuiye scolded the thug sharply and pulled Xingtian aside. "Brother Xingtian, you cannot truly intend to kill them, can you? If not, then what is the alternative?" Xingtian's cold demeanor left Han Shuiye momentarily stunned. No, that cannot happen. Han Shuiye snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. "If you kill them, you will face the repercussions of federal law. And what does that entail? Is it severe?" Xingtian furrowed his brow. "Severe does not begin to describe it. It is extremely serious. You will be apprehended for questioning and ultimately imprisoned." Xingtian was filled with confusion, entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. However, upon observing Han Shuiye's anxious expression, he felt a sense of compassion and abandoned any thoughts of violence. "Very well. I shall not slay them," he declared before turning to leave, prompting Han Shuiye to hurriedly follow in his wake. The group of ruffians, previously huddled in the trash bin, collectively exhaled in relief, though the repugnant stench compelled them to fight the urge to retch. "Brother Xingtian, who exactly are you?" Han Shuiye inquired, perplexed. "You claim to hail from the far north, yet that desolate region is devoid of human presence. Moreover, you lack even an identity card. While such details may seem trivial, the most pressing concern remains that you contemplated taking their lives. Are you not aware that murder is a criminal offense?" Xingtian suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards Han Shuiye, who was captivated by the enchanting beauty of his violet and crimson eyes, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "Why are you staring at me so intently?" She stammered shyly. "I apologize, for I am unaware of the customs here. Should I have committed any faux pas, please enlighten me, and I shall abide by your guidance." Xingtian replied, his expression filled with remorse as he bowed deeply. Han Shuiye hastily supported him, saying, "Brother Xingtian, please don't do that. I merely fear that you might be apprehended for committing violence." "I shall refrain from such actions," Xingtian assured her. "Very well," Han Shuiye responded with a cheerful nod, taking his hand and urging, "Let us hasten. My home is just ahead." After a short walk of several minutes, they arrived at Han Shuiye's abode, which was a blacksmith's workshop owned by her father. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sharp scent of metal. From a distance, the rhythmic sound of a hammer striking metal resonated in the air. "Ding, ding, ding. Father, I have come to see you," Han Shuiye called out as she entered the room. Receiving no response, she murmured in frustration, "I knew he would be engrossed in his work." As she stepped further into the blacksmith's domain, Xingtian followed closely behind, soon spotting a muscular man, bare-chested, standing before the forge, hammering away at a piece of iron. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuiye summoned her strength and shouted, "Dad." The sudden exclamation startled the middle-aged man, causing him to halt his hammer and prepare to reprimand, only to find it was his daughter, his irritation dissipating instantly. "Shuiye, you have returned," he exclaimed joyfully. However, upon noticing Xingtian by her side, his expression turned serious. "Who is he?" "This is Xingtian, someone I encountered on my journey," Han Shuiye explained, leaning closer to her father and whispering, "Dad. He is somewhat like a stray I found along the way. I believe he may be a bit confused, knowing very little and lacking identification. Yet he is a sole master of the 13th rank, and his martial spirit is that of a dragon." "Huh? You managed to pick up someone like that?" her father exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Why not ascend to the heavens while you're at it?" Though he held back the retort, he could not suppress his astonishment. Han Shuiye then approached Xingtian once more, introducing him. "This is my father, Han Shuiye." Xingtian gazed respectfully at Han Shuiye and said, "Greetings, Uncle Han." Chapter 7. Shelter. Han Shuiye nodded slightly and then turned his attention to Han Shuiye, inquiring with curiosity, what is the meaning of bringing him back? With her large, sparkling eyes twinkling, Han Shuiye replied with a grin, "Dad, just look at how pitiful he is. I thought it would be nice to let him stay with us. Besides, he saved me twice today. This is merely my way of repaying his kindness." What on earth happened today that he saved you?" Han Shuiye asked anxiously. Thus, Han Shuiye recounted the events of the day, leaving Han Shuiye in a state of alarm. He silently vowed never to let his daughter walk alone again. However, he pulled Han Shuiye aside and whispered, "Daughter, are you out of your mind? Do you not realize our situation? Your grandmother is still ill and requires funds for treatment. Once the holiday ends, you must return to school. Where do you think I will find the money to support this boy?" Han Shuiye pouted and remained silent. Currently, during the holiday, She had come primarily to assist her father and earn some extra money, while her mother was taking care of their grandmother in the village. She cast a glance at Xingtian, who stood there like a wooden statue. She wondered what would become of him if he were sent away. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Han Shuiye sighed and said, "All right, let him stay for a while." Hearing her father's words, Han Shuiye joyfully hugged his neck and affectionately planted a kiss on his cheek. "Hee, I love you the most, Dad." Seeing his daughter so happy brought a smile to Han Shuiye's face, but in the next moment, he felt a wave of melancholy. Their house had only 2 bedrooms. Where would he sleep? After pondering for a long time, he concluded that they would have to squeeze together at night. A rumble echoed from Xingtian's stomach, and he sheepishly rubbed his belly. "I apologize, I am hungry. Then I shall prepare a meal." Han Shuiye said with a bright smile as she was about to leave, but Xingtian stopped her, causing her to look at him in confusion. "I'll help you," he offered. "You can cook?" "Somewhat." "Somewhat? How much is that?" Han Shuiye remained perplexed. But when she led Xingtian into the small kitchen of the blacksmith shop and observed his actions, she began to grasp the meaning of somewhat. The blade in Xingtian's hand sliced through the vegetables with remarkable speed, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, and a stream of crystalline water materialized within it, which he deftly used to wash the vegetables. Beside him, Han Shuiye was taken aback by Xingtian's astonishing maneuver. "Aren't you a beast martial soul? How can you manipulate water?" she exclaimed. "Ah, my martial soul possesses water attributes, which allows me to control it," Xingtian explained before resuming his cooking. His culinary skills were strikingly adept, akin to that of a chef with over a decade of experience, though in reality, he had only been cooking for 3 years, those 3 years spent in the frigid northern lands. Xuelinglong and Shuiye typically ate very little, while the Ice Emperor and the Titan Giant King had unique dietary preferences, raw and bloody. Faced with such dire circumstances, Xingtian resolved to become self-sufficient in order to satiate his hunger. However, the initial challenge of starting a fire proved to be quite daunting, as the northern expanse was blanketed in snow with no firewood in sight. Yet, he persevered, and after numerous trials, he finally managed to ignite a flame. Yet another challenge loomed: how to prepare delectable dishes. He dedicated about a month to perfecting his culinary techniques, and eventually, he succeeded in creating delicious meals. As a result, he became increasingly engrossed in the art of cooking. Even Xuelinglong and Shuyao, who typically required little sustenance, were drawn to his culinary creations, and the Ice Emperor and Titan Giant King, influenced by him, transitioned to cooked food. The sizzling sound of the dishes being served echoed as Xingtian plated the food and carried it outside with Han Shuiye. A sumptuous dinner unfolded before them. After the meal, Han Shuiye leaned back in his chair and let out a satisfied burp. "Xingtian, your cooking is truly delightful," he remarked. "You flatter me, Uncle Han," Xingtian replied. Displaying his humility, Han Shuiye waved his hand dismissively and added, "Do you still lack an identification card? I'll take you to get your documents tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Han," Xingtian said gratefully. Han Shuiye nodded, feeling quite pleased with Xingtian, obedient, skilled in the kitchen, and most importantly, his culinary prowess made him feel that an extra mouth at the table was no burden at all. That night, the 3 of them washed up and retired for the evening. The following morning, Xingtian awoke not by nature's call, but rather by the clanging of Han Shuiye's blacksmithing. He dressed and stepped outside, his eyelids heavy with sleep. "Brother Xingtian, you look like you haven't had enough rest," Han Shuiye playfully remarked as she emerged from her hiding place. "Huh?" Xingtian let out a deep sigh, his expression one of confusion as he nodded. This elicited an involuntary smile from Han Shuiye, who found it amusing that despite being older, he sometimes resembled a child in certain circumstances. "Brother Xingtian, since you don't have your toothbrush, shall I take you to buy one shortly? In the meantime, wash your face and have breakfast. I must go help father now." With that, Han Shuiye carried the basin of water towards Han Shuiye. Xingtian nodded and proceeded. The breakfast was quite simple, consisting of a bowl of porridge, which he did not hesitate to consume in one swift sip. Subsequently, he approached Han Shuiye, observing him as he forged iron, while beside them, Han Shuiye assisted her father by wiping his brow and moving some items. "Allow me to take over." Xingtian took a piece of iron from Han Shuiye, which weighed around 10 pounds. However, to him, it was no different from a single pound. "Xiaoyi, bring me the iron," Han Shuiye shouted. "Hurry and give the iron to my father," Han Shuiye urged Xingtian. Xingtian promptly approached and handed the iron to Han Shuiye. Upon receiving it, Han Shuiye placed it on the forging table, and the enormous hammer struck the iron block with great force. The resounding clang of metal echoed repeatedly as Xingtian stood by, observing intently. He noted that as Han Shuiye hammered the iron, it gradually diminished in size, which filled him with curiosity. After an indeterminate period, the iron block had turned a fiery red, its volume significantly reduced from its original form. At that moment, Han Shuiye brought forth a basin of cold water, and Han Shuiye used tongs to immerse the iron block within. With a hissing sound, steam billowed forth. "Uncle Han, I have a question," Xingtian suddenly interjected. What is your question? Why does the iron block become smaller with each strike?" "Ah, that is because I am hammering out the impurities within the iron. Without these impurities, The weapon forged will be of superior quality. Xingtian, feeling a sudden itch of curiosity, gazed at the iron block not far away. His nature compelled him to seek understanding of the unfamiliar until he grasped it thoroughly. Uncle Han, may I strike a piece of iron? Upon hearing this, Han Shuiye, who was sipping water, immediately sputtered it out. Do you wish to forge iron? Chapter 8. The Might of Xingtian in response to Han Shuiye's inquiry. Xingtian nodded emphatically. Indeed, I wish to forge iron. Han Shuiye assessed Xingtian. Though he was not particularly muscular, his physique was commendable. Han Shuiye acquiesced, stepping aside and selecting a 5-pound piece of iron, then handed Xingtian a 10-pound hammer. Iron must be tempered through relentless effort. Your task now is to hammer out all the impurities from this iron. With that, Han Shuiye settled onto a nearby stool, observing intently. Xingtian nodded, gripping his hammer and swinging it twice, his brow slightly furrowing as he sensed its lightness, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a resounding clang, he swung the hammer with great force, producing a deafening sound. The iron block nearly flattened, and the hammer's handle bent under the strain. By heavens! Han Shuiye exclaimed. Rising abruptly, he hurriedly glanced over, relieved to find the forge intact, letting out a sigh of relief. Xingtian blinked his large eyes twice before turning to Han Shuiye. Uncle Han, this hammer of yours is remarkably sturdy and surprisingly light. Han Shuiye chose not to respond, inwardly scoffing at the absurdity of the statement. What nonsense! This 10-pound iron hammer feels excessively heavy, and yet you find it light? Has this lad consumed a strength elixir? How can he possess such immense power? With a single strike, he has distorted the iron, and now this hammer is damaged. Sigh. Ultimately, Han Shuiye exhaled a resigned breath, recognizing Xingtian's extraordinary strength. He thought it prudent to impart some knowledge of forging to save his own effort. There are no heavier hammers available, so make do with this one. However, be mindful of your control over the force you apply this time. Xingtian nodded as he replaced his hammer with another. This time, he mastered the force and brought it down with precision. The resounding clang of the hammer striking the iron caused Han Shuiye's heart to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the hammer remained intact, though the iron block had indeed warped. With each strike, Han Shuiye's eyes narrowed. Xingtian, while your strength is formidable, have you not noticed that much of that power fails to concentrate upon the iron? Xingtian paused to scratch his head and nodded, saying, it seems that way. Previously, I exerted considerable effort and indeed discovered that much of my strength was dispersed. This time, I applied a gentler approach, yet the force still dissipated. Precisely. Han Shuiye replied with a chuckle. You have yet to master the art of controlling your power. If you could concentrate your strength even slightly, transforming iron into steel with a single strike would not remain a mere dream. And how might I gather my strength into a single point? Xingtian inquired. By forging iron, day in and day out, Han Shuiye advised. With that, he tossed a pile of unshaped iron beside Xingtian and placed a bowl of water not far from the forge, adding, make sure this water does not spill. Now, commence your forging. Brother Xingtian, allow me to assist you with the bellows. No need, I shall manage it myself. Xingtian rejected Han Shuiye's offer, choosing instead to operate the bellows himself, coaxing the flames into a more fervent blaze. He then resumed wielding the hammer, plunging it into the anvil with resolute determination. The rhythmic clang of the hammer echoed in the air, each strike imbued with considerable force, yet such intensity caused the bowl of water beside him to tremble and spill. Observing this, Han Shuiye merely instructed Han Shuiye to refill the bowl, repeating the process of pouring until it was brimming once more. Unbeknownst to him, countless iron blocks had been struck in the interim, and it wasn't until midday that Xingtian, feeling the fatigue in his arms, was finally commanded to cease his labor. Is your arm sore? Han Shuiye inquired. Xingtian nodded and remarked, I feel a bit sore. Upon hearing this response, Han Shuiye curled the corner of his mouth, silently reflecting. After an entire morning of forging, feeling just a hint of soreness is truly indicative of someone's potential in craftsmanship. However, while he possesses strength, the inability to control it poses a challenge. I hope this method helps him gain better control. Now, let us prepare a meal. This afternoon, I shall accompany you to procure your identification card, Han Shuiye said to Xingtian. Xingtian, without a hint of complaint, turned and made his way to the kitchen to begin preparing a meal. Meanwhile, Han Shuiye observed the iron that Xingtian had forged, noting that the impurities had largely been eliminated, though it still lacked a bit of refinement. Han Shuiye continued to work the iron for a while longer, striving for perfection. After lunch, Han Shuiye took Xingtian to the Federation to register for an identification card. What? 1,000 Federation coins. Why is it so expensive? Han Shuiye exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the clerk at the counter. I apologize, sir. Your child lacks a birth certificate and any prior records, which complicates the process and results in a higher fee, the clerk explained. This left Han Shuiye in a state of distress, for without an identification card, Xingtian risked being expelled from Tiandou City. Reluctantly, he paid the hefty sum of 1,000 Federation coins. Since the processing of Xingtian's identification card would take a week, they completed the necessary procedures and returned to the Blacksmith Shop. On the way, Han Shuiye chided Xingtian. You've cost me 1,000 Federation coins. You need to earn it back. All right, Xingtian replied succinctly. For the following week, Xingtian immersed himself in the life of forging at the blacksmith shop. Each day, his skills improved, and fatigue was a foreign concept to him. Whenever he felt weary, he would sit and meditate to restore his spiritual energy, emerging revitalized. Remarkably, during this period, he advanced to a higher level of spiritual power, becoming a level 14 soul master. With a resounding clang, he struck the shapeless piece of iron, instantly transforming it into a well-formed object, with significantly fewer impurities. And not a drop of water spilled nearby. Han Shuiye, seated beside him, felt a deep sense of helplessness. The adage of tempering steel seemed insignificant in light of Xingtian's remarkable progress. A week of rigorous training had enabled him to master his strength, achieving flawless strikes. In the face of such absolute power, future challenges appeared trivial. Uncle Han, the iron is forged, Xingtian announced, setting down his hammer. Han Shuiye's eyes widened as he surveyed the surroundings. It hadn't been long, yet the iron pieces had all been expertly crafted, and the quality was impeccable. Today, you should be able to collect your identification card. Go fetch it. Tomorrow, I will begin teaching you the art of crafting, Han Shuiye instructed. Brother Xingtian. I'll go with you, called out Han Shuiye, who had been idly watching from the side. All right, he replied. Thus, the two departed the blacksmith shop and made their way to the Federation. Upon reaching the Federation Hall, Xingtian took a little over 10 minutes to obtain his identification card. Brother Xingtian, let me see. Han Shuiye exclaimed, snatching the card from him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. You're so handsome even in the photo. Let us head back, Xingtian suggested to Han Shuiye. To his surprise, she shook her head and protested. What is the point of going back? Don't you get bored staying home forging all day? Xingtian shook his head and replied. I never find things that pique my interest dull. Han Shuiye supported her forehead, and without hesitation, she pulled Xingtian away from the Federation. Today, she intended to leisurely explore the vibrant streets of heavenly Dou City with him. As they wandered along the thoroughfare, numerous soul-guiding vehicles whizzed by, flanked by an array of enticing storefronts. Han Shuiye felt an urge to step inside and browse, yet the exorbitant prices deterred her from doing so. Xingtian naturally discerned this issue, yet he refrained from voicing it, instead choosing to follow Han Shuiye. Chapter 9. A Final Strike. Xingtian and Han Shuiye had been wandering for quite some time, and as twilight began to descend, they still had not purchased anything. Not even a morsel to eat. They had simply strolled for an entire afternoon, yet despite this, Han Shuiye's heart brimmed with joy. Do you not wish to buy something? Xingtian inquired suddenly. Han Shuiye rolled her eyes and replied, Xingtian, I have no money, you know. Xingtian fell silent as he returned to the blacksmith shop alongside Han Shuiye. In the ensuing month, he either immersed himself in the art of forging iron or diligently followed Han Shuiye to master the craft of weaponry. Uncle Han, I have completed the creation. Xingtian extended a sword to Han Shuiye. Upon receiving it, Han Shuiye scrutinized the weapon and promptly severed a strand of his hair against the blade, which was effortlessly cleaved in two. Excellent. At last, you have forged a remarkable sword. Upon hearing Han Shuiye's commendation, Xingtian's face broke into a smile. After nearly 1,000 repetitions of practice, he had finally achieved a modest success. However, if others were to overhear his words, they would undoubtedly find them laughable. Which craftsman does not practice in the tens of thousands? Uncle Han, can the weapons I have forged now be taken out for sale? Certainly, Han Shuiye replied, glancing over at the side, where Xiaoyu was intently observing Xingtian. Why are you not training, Xiaoyu? Don't you know that school is about to commence? Hearing about the school, Xingtian perked up his ears. Han Shuiye had spoken of it, and he too yearned to attend. Yet his lack of funds rendered such aspirations unattainable. Recently, he found himself at an impasse, his soul power stagnating, and he contemplated taking a brief respite. Han Shuiye whispered, and naturally, Han Shuiye overheard. He felt powerless. As an ordinary blacksmith, he had no means to assist in the cultivation of a soul master. Xingtian, you seem to possess the qualities of a soul master. Do you have any methods to impart to Xiaoyu? Han Shuiye inquired. In response to Han Shuiye's question, Xingtian shook his head. I have no techniques. I can only cultivate soul power. Han Shuiye sighed, realizing there was no recourse but to rely solely on Xiaoyu. Uncle Han, if I were to forge 100 weapons in a day, how much could I earn if they all sold? Xingtian suddenly asked. 100? Han Shuiye chuckled. I can manage to craft only 10 at most in a day. Do you truly believe you could produce 100? Xingtian remained silent, merely gazing intently at Han Shuiye. Under such scrutiny, Han Shuiye felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine and instinctively remarked, even if you could win 100 battles, we still would not be able to sell such a vast quantity of goods. Xingtian fell into silence, contemplating his ambition to forge 100 weapons each day. He had hoped that by selling them for a substantial profit, he could afford to continue his education. However, that aspiration now appeared to be unattainable. As he lingered in this despondent reverie, a voice pierced the stillness. Boss, can you repair weapons? A tall, slender man entered the blacksmith shop, bearing a scar across his face and cloaked in a dark mantle, beneath which a formidable sword was concealed. Upon spotting the tall and slender man, Xingtian sensed a fluctuation of soul power, indicating that he was a soul master. Han Shuiye rose with a smile, welcoming him warmly. What weapon would you like to have repaired? The tall man retrieved a large blade from beneath his cloak and handed it to Han Shuiye. The blade measured 110 centimeters in length. Upon drawing it from its sheath, Han Xian noticed that half of the blade was already broken. Why not replace the sword if it is damaged? Han Xian inquired, puzzled. The tall man offered no explanation, merely stating, if it can be repaired, then repair it. If not, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Of course, Han Xian replied hastily. However, as he examined the blade's material more closely, his brow furrowed. This blade is made of cold iron, which I do not possess. You will need to grant me some time. For how long? The tall man asked. Han Xian pondered for a moment before responding, 3 days. Very well, I shall return in 3 days to collect the blade. With that, the tall man departed. As soon as he left, Han Xian became exhilarated, exclaiming, ha ha ha, cold iron. Such a material for a sword could fetch 5,000. Upon hearing the mention of 5,000 eyes, Xingtian's expression brightened. He was well aware of what cold iron entailed. Yet he was astonished at the high demand for weapons forged from such material. At that moment, Han Shuiye cast a sidelong glance at her father. Father, you are already contemplating so much without even possessing any cold iron. Han Xian was interrupted by his daughter, feeling quite embarrassed. He cleared his throat, ahem. I am merely preparing to procure some. Subsequently, Han Xian instructed Xingtian to forge a few pieces of armor. As these were orders placed by others the previous day and were due for delivery the day after tomorrow, since he needed to acquire cold iron. He had no choice but to enlist Xingtian's assistance in crafting them. Xingtian, I have already laid out the molds for the armor. Do ensure you forge them diligently. Rest assured, Uncle Han, Xingtian replied. Han Xian nodded and then departed from the blacksmith shop. Father is left, brother Xingtian. Shall I assist you with the bellows? Xingtian initially intended to decline, but after some contemplation, he acquiesced, as it was his inaugural attempt at forging armor. He was determined to concentrate fully and produce the finest work. With Han Shuiye operating the bellows, the temperature in the forge escalated rapidly. Xingtian placed a block of impure iron into the furnace and seized his hammer to commence the forging process. His strikes were swift, nearly 2 per second. And within a few minutes, a piece of refined iron emerged from the forge. He carefully placed the refined iron back into the furnace, waiting for it to melt before pouring it into the mold to begin the crafting. Approximately an hour later, a pair of jet black gauntlets had been forged. Subsequently, Xingtian engraved intricate patterns upon them and meticulously polished them, rinsing them clean with water until a pair of silver gauntlets was completed. This was the culmination of a month's learning. Initially, Han Xian had been skeptical. After all, he had studied for 3 years to achieve his current level of skill. Yet, witnessing Xingtian surpass him with such apparent ease was difficult for him to accept. However, the evidence lay before him, and he had no choice but to acknowledge it. Well, brother Xingtian, these gauntlets are truly beautiful, exclaimed Han Shuiye, rising from beside the bellows to admire Xingtian's creation. Not too shabby, Xingtian modestly replied. Though the joyous smile on his face betrayed his pride, this was his first creation, after all, and how could one not feel elated? He then prepared to forge the accompanying armor, which would be considerably more time-consuming, likely extending into the following day. At a mining shop in Tiandou City, Han Xian inquired of the shopkeeper while holding a palm-sized piece of cold iron. How much for this cold iron? The shopkeeper, a balding old man, smiled upon noticing Han Xian's selection of cold iron. My dear customer, this piece is 3,000. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the price, Han Xian immediately furrowed his brow and retorted, this cold iron is filled with impurities. Selling it for 3,000? You might as well rob me. The shopkeeper's smile faltered. Caught off guard by Han Xian's discerning eye, rubbing his hands together, he proposed, how about 2,000 then? 1,000. Oh dear customer. 1,000 would be a considerable loss for me. What about 1,009? The shopkeeper lamented. Impossible. This cold iron is worth at most 1,000. Han Xian asserted decisively. The shopkeeper scoffed, dream on. You think you can buy my cold iron for 1,000? If you're not buying, then leave. Don't disrupt my business. Han Xian said nothing further, turning to exit. For the piece of cold iron he had just examined, he deemed even 500 excessive. Chapter 10. The setting sun forest at night. Han Xian returned to the blacksmith shop. Dad, you're back. Dinner is ready. Hurry and eat. Han Shuiye exclaimed upon seeing him. To her surprise, Han Xian waved his hand dismissively, sitting down on a stool with a dejected expression, silent. Concerned, Han Shuiye rushed to his side and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Sighing heavily, Han Xian replied, Today, I examined the cold iron in Tiandou City, but there is hardly any quality material available. Even the cheapest is 2,000, and the impurities are too many to count. What should we do? We only have 2 days left, Han Shuiye asked anxiously. Rubbing his forehead, Han Xian said, I heard that the setting sun forest produces cold iron. It seems we must try our luck there. The setting sun forest. It's very dangerous, Dad. Perhaps we should just forego this order. Absolutely not. Your grandmother's condition has worsened. We need the money. The reward for this job is substantial. And I must go. I'll prepare and set off for the setting sun forest tomorrow, Han Xian assured her, gently patting Han Shuiye's head. Rest easy. I will be careful. Han Shuiye lowered her head, knowing that the forest was teeming with soul beasts, and even soul masters dared not venture there lightly. Her father, an ordinary man, would be walking into certain peril. Yet, without taking risks, there could be no rewards. After a moment's thought, she still refused. No. What if something happens to you? What will happen to Mom, Grandma, and me? With that, her eyes reddened, tears shimmering in her gaze as if they might spill over at any moment should Han Xian refuse her again. Uncle Han, I'll go tomorrow, Xingtian, who had been quietly eating in the background, suddenly spoke up. You? Han Xian looked astonished. Indeed, I am a soul master, and I am best suited to search for cold iron. Han Xian remained silent for a long while. Although it might not be ideal, he felt uncertain about venturing alone. After much deliberation, he finally nodded in agreement. However, Han Shuiye was still opposed. Brother Xingtian, that won't do. Xingtian merely smiled gently at Han Shuiye, and an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from him. In that instant, both Han Shuiye and Han Xian experienced an oppressive sensation, akin to a colossal boulder pressing down upon them. He retracted his soul power and remarked with a smile, "Rest assured, my strength is formidable." This time, Han Shuiye did not refuse, as she was still reeling from the pressure, while Han Xian had already become drenched with anxiety. Ordinary individuals are utterly powerless in the presence of a soul master. On the following morning, while Han Shuiye and Han Xian remained ensconced in slumber, Xingtian departed from the blacksmith shop, setting his course for the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is situated 100 miles east of Tiandou City. Classified as one of humanity's forbidden zones, teeming with numerous high-ranking soul beasts. Ordinary people who venture inside are certain to perish, and even soul masters must rely on fortune to survive. Now, Xingtian had arrived at this place. At the forest's edge stood towering city walls, adorned with soul-guided artillery platforms, each manned by 3 soul masters, while beneath the walls, robust soldiers stood guard. Halt! A soldier commanded, blocking Xingtian's path with a cold tone. What is your purpose here? I seek to enter the Sunset Forest to collect cold iron, Xingtian replied. Are you certain? Once you enter, you will not be under the protection of the Federation. Should you meet your demise, we shall bear no responsibility. Absolutely certain. Please present your identification. Xingtian presented his identification card to the soldier, who placed it beside a nearby device for scanning. Furrowing his brow, the soldier inquired, "Are you an ordinary person?" Xingtian, somewhat perplexed, responded, "No, I am a soul master." Then why is there no soul master registration from the spirit tower on your identification card? Ah? Is that necessary? I was unaware, Xingtian replied, shaking his head. Please, could you manifest your martial spirit? Xingtian followed the soldier's instructions, and a yellow soul ring materialized beneath his feet, while a magnificent dragon appeared behind him. The moment the dragon emerged, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. The soldier, equally astonished, recognized that a dragon martial spirit was a pinnacle existence, typically possessed only by members of prestigious families. Why then, was there no one accompanying him? Could it be for the purpose of training? Unaware of the soldier's speculations, Xingtian retracted his martial soul and inquired, "May I enter?" The soldier replied, "Yes. But I would advise you to register your soul master identity at the spirit tower next time." After speaking, the soldier returned Xingtian's identification and stepped aside, calling out to those behind him, "Let him through." A passage opened beneath the city gate, and Xingtian entered the setting sun forest. Within the vast expanse of the setting sun forest, the whereabouts of soul beasts remained unpredictable, compelling all soul masters to remain vigilant. Yet, Xingtian ambled leisurely through the woods. The towering trees, reaching heights of 100 meters, rendered him seemingly insignificant, akin to an ant. Occasionally, a few soul beasts would dart past, yet none made any move to attack him. This forest is immense. Where should I search for the cold iron? Xingtian mused as he casually perched upon a tree root, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a hissing sound caught his attention. A serpent over 10 meters long slithered behind him. Its body was entirely black, adorned with numerous crimson patterns along its back. What a massive snake, Xingtian muttered. In an instant, his expression shifted as the serpent lashed out with its colossal tail. He swiftly evaded, but the tail struck the tree root with such force that it splintered. The serpent's green eyes fixed intently on Xingtian, inexplicably. A primal instinct deep within its soul whispered that devouring this human would grant it immense power. As this thought crossed its mind, thick drool dripped from the corners of its mouth. Upon encountering the serpent's drool, Xingtian furrowed his brow. In the far northern reaches, there had once been a snake that sought to consume him, an event that transpired 100,000 years ago. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xue Linglong back then, he would have become mere excrement within the creature's belly. Subsequently, he learned that he was easily targeted by such serpentine beings. Now, as a snake materialized before him, salivating, he understood its intention to devour him. Ah, a dark-scaled creature. Do you wish to feast upon me? Xingtian's lips curled into a slight smirk. You ought to be aware that the last one who sought to dine on me has become a delicacy of snake soup. Should you harbor similar intentions, I would not mind savoring a skewer of snake meat. The serpent, naturally oblivious to Xingtian's words, was consumed by a singular desire to devour the human before it. With a gaping maw, it lunged toward Xingtian, poised to strike. Xingtian's expression remained unchanged as his martial soul manifested. In the solitude of the surroundings, a crimson soul ring gradually ascended from beneath his feet, while a delicate layer of scales emerged upon his arms. With a powerful leap, he deftly evaded the snake's vicious strike, landing securely atop its head. He bent down and delivered a forceful punch, the tremendous impact eliciting a pained reaction from the serpent. Hiss. The snake flicked its tongue, vigorously shaking its head in an attempt to throw Xingtian off. Xingtian utilized the surrounding trees to cushion his fall, safely landing on the ground. Chapter 11. The Haotian Hammer. The serpent did not relent. A formidable spiritual energy erupted from its body, enveloping it in a fierce blaze of flames. Upon witnessing the scene, Xingtian exclaimed, "Wow, you're roasting yourself, that's impressive." No sooner had he spoken than the serpent opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. Faced with such a predicament, Xingtian, of course, could not cower. He activated his first soul skill, Dragon's Roar. As Xingtian opened his mouth to unleash a resounding dragon roar, the serpent, upon hearing this majestic sound, was instantly engulfed by a wave of terror. This was the innate suppression of the superior being. The dragon, as a pinnacle existence, commanded reverence and fear from the lesser soul beasts that stood before it. The dragon's roar possessed a stunning effect lasting 3 seconds. However, for the serpent, the impact of this stunning effect would linger far longer. At this moment, the serpent found itself ensnared in a state of fear and bewilderment. Xingtian directly stepped onto the serpent's body and leaped upwards. From the storage soul guide in his hand, he retrieved a white short sword, known as the Ice Spike Sword, a gift from the Ice Emperor. This sword was meticulously crafted by the Ice Emperor, possessing unparalleled icy power. Approaching the serpent's vital spot, despite the thickness of its scales, the defense at this point was virtually non-existent. Without hesitation, he plunged the Ice Spike Sword into it, gripping it tightly as he slid downward along the serpent's body. With a splatter, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and by the time the serpent regained consciousness, it succumbed to its excessive loss of blood, a purple soul ring ascending from its lifeless form. It was indeed a 1,000-year soul beast. Xingtian glanced at it before storing it in his soul guide. Serpent skewers were not mere words. They were to be the main dish today. After this minor interlude, Xingtian resumed his search for cold iron. However, the setting sun forest was vast, and he was at a loss as to where to find it, which caused him considerable frustration. Just as he wandered aimlessly, a sudden commotion caught his attention. From a distance, the sounds of soul beasts running echoed, and he witnessed dozens of low-level soul beasts rushing past him, not attacking but fleeing in haste. What is happening? Xingtian pondered, bewildered by the fleeing creatures. The next moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted nearby, sending a wave of dread through him. What was transpiring over there? Filled with curiosity, he sprinted toward the source of the soul energy. 1 kilometer away, a human stood before a 20-meter-long tiger, its fur a vivid crimson, adorned with 2 enormous fangs measuring 2 meters in length. The soul power radiating from it indicated it was a 10,000-year soul beast. With a roar, the tiger bellowed at the human, as if commanding him to leave. The man, clad in simple attire, held a hammer in his right hand, an entirely black hammer, about a meter long, its cylindrical head shimmering with a unique light, adorned with faint patterns. The blood-colored heavy-toothed tiger was indeed formidable, a worthy candidate for my soul ring. But first, let me introduce you to my Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer is the supreme weapon spirit of the world. Thus, the man before me was a member of the Haotian sect. Upon uttering these words, 3 purple and 2 black soul rings emerged beneath him, revealing him to be a soul king. Today, you shall experience my hammer techniques, the chaotic wind hammer method. The Haotian hammer crackled with violet lightning as he leaped and brought it down fiercely upon the blood-colored, heavy-toothed tiger. The tiger roared defiantly, preparing to meet the blow. But this was the Haotian hammer, the embodiment of unparalleled strength. With a single strike, the blood-colored, heavy-toothed tiger collapsed. Yet, was the chaotic wind hammer method concluded? Certainly not. A second strike followed, and before the tiger could react, it was struck again, releasing a howl of pain as a jolt of electricity surged through its body. The blood-colored, heavy-toothed tiger sought to unleash its ultimate attack, Thunderclap. This powerful ability, if executed, could unleash devastating lightning damage within a 100-meter radius. However, the man denied it that opportunity. With the second strike came the third, fourth, and fifth, each blow escalating in intensity and ferocity. Under such relentless assault, the blood-colored, heavy-toothed tiger was rendered helpless, forced to endure the onslaught. At that moment, Xingtian had arrived, hiding behind a tree, witnessing the entire spectacle. It was his first encounter with a battle between a human and a soul beast, yet what captivated him most was the man's hammer technique, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. If such techniques could be applied to forging, the quality of the iron produced would surely be unparalleled, he mused. Who goes there? The man suddenly halted, turning his gaze toward Xingtian. Caught off guard, Xingtian realized he had been discovered. Come out from behind that tree, the man bellowed. And only then did Xingtian understand he had been found, stepping out obediently. Observing Xingtian's youthful appearance and the faint fluctuations of his soul power, the man relaxed somewhat, but as he called for Xingtian to emerge, the blood-colored, heavy-toothed tiger found its moment to breathe. Though it was unable to retaliate, it would never allow itself to become a soul ring for this human. It chose to self-destruct its soul core. This act would yield no soul ring. Everything would vanish, such was the tiger's decision. With a furious roar, the blood-colored heavy-toothed tiger unleashed a tempest of unstable lightning power. As if it were on the brink of detonation. Damn it! The man cursed, quickly distancing himself from the tiger. The self-destruction of a 10,000-year soul beast was immensely powerful. Even standing nearby could lead to dire consequences, and the man had no desire to be caught in such an explosion. Kid, hide! He shouted as he fled. Yet, Xingtian remained oblivious until the moment the tiger was about to explode, a chilling sensation of impending doom washing over him, awakening him to the danger. Boom! The blood-colored heavy-toothed tiger erupted, the explosion's radius extending hundreds of meters, engulfing Xingtian in its wake. He had no time to escape, forced to witness the impending catastrophe. Just as the explosion was about to consume him, the pendant against his chest suddenly emanated a gentle white light, enveloping him in a protective force that rendered him unharmed. As the explosion subsided, Xingtian stood unharmed, his pendant's glow dimming. He stared at the pendant, lost in thought. He had once inquired about its origins from Xuelinglong, who had replied that it was a keepsake from his mother, offering no further explanation. Mother, he murmured, the unfamiliar term escaping his lips as he pondered. Is it you who protected me? Chapter 12. The Mysterious Ability. Xingtian was fixated on the jade pendant when the man unexpectedly appeared beside him. You, little one. Have you truly escaped death? The man expressed his astonishment, having witnessed Xingtian's failure to flee and realizing he could not reach him in time to offer assistance. After the explosion, he was taken aback to see Xingtian unscathed. Noticing Xingtian's gaze fixed upon the jade pendant resting on his own chest, he speculated inwardly, could this possibly be a soul guide device that safeguards one's life? After pondering for a moment, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation, as he indeed had observed a flash of light moments ago, likely emanating from this very object. Uncle, why do you wish for my demise? Upon regaining his senses, Xingtian inquired of the young man, acknowledging that he had indeed heard him earlier but had chosen to ignore him. You dare to call me uncle? The young man, pointing to himself with a look of sheer astonishment, exclaimed, I am but 19 years old. I am merely 14. It is only reasonable for me to address you as uncle. Xingtian, alongside Han Shuiye, had acquired a fair amount of knowledge, particularly in the realm of basic interpersonal communication, though the extent of their understanding remained somewhat vague. In response to this, the young man, now visibly agitated, retorted, Then you ought to call me brother, rather than uncle. Xingtian scrutinized the man before him, clad in long trousers and a sweat-stained shirt, with disheveled hair and an unkempt beard. With a sigh, he remarked, Your appearance hardly aligns with the notion of brother. I shall refer to you as uncle instead. The man smirked slightly, conceding, Fair enough. While I may be unrefined, I still possess considerable charm. However, upon scrutinizing Xingtian's features, an inexplicable envy surged within him. It appeared that this youth was more handsome than himself. Hey, kid, what brings you here? That blood-red heavy-toothed tiger just self-destructed its soul core because of you, the man exclaimed. I apologize, it was not my intention, Xingtian replied, his face brimming with remorse as he bowed in apology, leaving the man somewhat at a loss for how to respond. Ah, forget it, the man waved dismissively. Yet he gazed at Xingtian, puzzled, and inquired, At 14, how is it that you are only a soul master? Xingtian pondered for a moment and replied, I began cultivating my soul power only 3 years ago. The man looked at him in disbelief, questioning, Are you jesting? You started cultivating soul power merely 3 years ago. What were you occupied with before that? I cannot recall, Xingtian responded. You cannot remember? Have you perhaps lost your memory? That seems likely. The man was left speechless, instantly concluding that Xingtian was indeed suffering from amnesia. I am Tangzong, and what is your name? Xingtian. Ah, so you have come to hunt soul beasts? No. Then what is your purpose? I am searching for cold iron. And you? I seek cold iron as well, in addition to acquiring a soul ring. Through their dialogue, they discovered their shared objective, locking eyes and exclaiming in unison, You are also a blacksmith? Xingtian nodded and replied, Indeed. I have only just embarked on my journey as a blacksmith for a month. Tangzong, with a look of exasperation, remarked, You have merely entered your first month. It appears your skills are rather lacking. Xingtian did not refute, acknowledging that after a month of forging, his skills were indeed lacking. However, recalling Tangzong's hammer technique, he inquired, What was that hammer method you just used? I believe it would be incredibly useful in forging. Upon hearing Xingtian express that his hammer technique would be beneficial for forging, Tangzong erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Xingtian utterly perplexed. What are you laughing at? He asked. I find it amusing that you are unaware of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tangzong replied, unperturbed by Xingtian's status as a mere soul master. He patiently explained, The chaotic wind hammer technique is the forging method of our Houtian sect, renowned as the world's foremost hammering technique. It harnesses force to eliminate impurities in metal with precision. After contemplating this for a moment, Xingtian's eyes suddenly gleamed. You mean the Houtian sect? Known for its legendary weapon spirit, right? So, the hammer you just wielded is the Houtian hammer? At least you possess some knowledge, Tangzong acknowledged. Indeed. My hammer is the Houtian hammer. As he spoke, he summoned his weapon spirit, and the Houtian hammer materialized in his grasp. The moment the hammer appeared, a formidable aura surged forth, yet Xingtian seemed impervious to its overwhelming presence. Instead, he approached closely, scrutinizing the Haotian hammer and even reaching out to touch it. Marveling inwardly, is this truly the world's foremost weapon spirit? It appears so powerful. Tang Zong, observing the lack of intimidation from this seemingly insignificant soul master, was taken aback. May I hold your hammer for a moment? Tang Zong hesitated, as this was the first time anyone had made such a request, although he found it somewhat amusing. He acquiesced. All right, but I must warn you, the Haotian hammer weighs 600 pounds. Are you certain you can lift it? Xingtian pondered for a moment, refraining from giving a definitive answer, and instead remarked, let us give it a try. After all, I have never lifted anything weighing 600 pounds. Tang Zong chuckled softly. An idea struck him, and he suddenly wished to witness Xingtian struggle with the mighty Haotian hammer. Without hesitation, he tossed the hammer directly to Xingtian. However, the reality diverged from his expectations. To his astonishment, Xingtian effortlessly caught the Haotian hammer, muttering to himself, so this is the weight of 600 pounds. It feels somewhat heavy. After uttering those words, Xingtian attempted to wield the Haotian hammer. He fixed his gaze on a nearby tree and, without a moment's hesitation, brought the hammer crashing down upon it, instinctively channeling his soul force into the weapon, which crackled with lightning. Meanwhile, Tang Zong, standing nearby, suddenly realized something alarming. The connection between himself and the Haotian hammer had been severed. He was utterly bewildered. How could it be that he could no longer control his own Haotian hammer? Tang Zong exclaimed in shock. Xingtian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With a mighty swing of his hammer, the Haotian hammer unleashed a tremendous force, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, toppling a towering tree that stood 100 meters tall. In the next moment, he was struck with astonishment as he realized that his soul power was rapidly depleting. This left him somewhat perplexed. What a hammer indeed. Xingtian directly handed the Haotian hammer to Tang Zong, at which point Tang Zong realized that his connection with the Haotian hammer had been re-established. As he caught the hammer, he was struck by the realization of its immense value, and he hastily withdrew it. Approaching Xingtian, he asked in astonishment, Xingtian, who exactly are you? I am simply myself. No, how can you wield my Haotian hammer? No one else has ever been able to do so. I am unsure. It just feels natural to use your hammer. That is impossible. What is your martial spirit? Show it to me. Oh. Xingtian responded affirmatively, unleashing his dragon martial soul. Tang Zong observed the martial soul closely. It was a dragon of a rare blue-purple hue, unlike any he had ever encountered before. However, such a martial soul should not be capable of wielding his Haotian hammer. Confusion washed over him. Xingtian, your abilities are rather extraordinary. Would you be inclined to accompany me to a certain location? What place? Xingtian inquired, bewildered. Tang Zong's expression turned respectful. Shrek Academy. Chapter 13. Fierce Battle. Xingtian was taken aback. Shrek Academy, nestled within the heart of Shrek City, stands as the foremost institution on the Douluo continent. It is the dream destination for all soul masters. Now, with Tang Zong proposing to take him there, he felt a mix of disbelief and curiosity about the reason for such a visit. Sensing Xingtian's perplexity, Tang Zong elucidated. The primary purpose of bringing you to the academy is to comprehend why you are able to wield my martial soul. Is that truly significant? Xingtian inquired, puzzled. Tang Zong nodded emphatically. Your ability is unprecedented throughout history. Do you not deem it important? Well, it certainly sounded crucial. Xingtian was still intent on locating Han Tai and earning money for his education. Tang Zong fell into contemplation, although he could forcibly take Xingtian with him. His sense of dignity forbade such an action. He then proposed, I will assist you in finding Han Tai and resolving your educational concerns. Once those matters are settled, how about you accompany me to Shrek Academy? Xingtian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Currently, he could not locate the cold iron, and he had been at a loss regarding the funds for his education. It would be more prudent to acquiesce to Tang Zong. The response from Xingtian prompted Tang Zong to embark on a quest for cold iron. The likelihood of encountering cold iron within the Sunset Forest is relatively low, yet it is not entirely absent. With Tang Zong, a member of the Soul Clan, the chances of locating it have significantly increased. While searching for cold iron, Tang Zong also sought out suitable soul beasts. Despite the numerous spirits provided by the Spirit Transmission Tower, he had yet to find one that met his standards. He contemplated hunting in the Stardow Forest, but the Federation forbids indiscriminate captures there, leaving him with no choice but to venture into the Sunset Forest. Brother Tang. Xingtian called out to Tang Zong, as he had insisted. What is it? I would like to ask, are you a student of Shrek? Yes, I am a student of the Inner Academy of Shrek, Tang Zong replied, pride illuminating his face. Those who gain entry into the Inner Academy are undeniably geniuses of the Douluo continent. Subsequently, Tang Zong shared a wealth of information about Shrek, which captivated Xingtian, igniting a sudden desire to attend Shrek Academy himself. A low growl reverberated, causing Tang Zong's entire being to tense in an instant, sensing imminent danger. Xingtian felt the same. As the growl drew closer, two massive figures emerged before them. It was the blood-red heavy-toothed tigers. Unlike the previous one, these beasts exhibited a more potent fluctuation of soul power. One stood at 30 meters in length, exuding the strongest aura, while the other measured 25 meters, slightly weaker in its energy. They were now watchfully fixated on Tang Zong, while Xingtian was utterly disregarded. The 25-meter blood-red heavy-toothed tiger was 2,000 years old, while the 30-meter counterpart boasted an age of 3,000 years. Tang Zong discerned this from the fluctuations of soul power. Surmising that these two were likely the parents of the previous tiger, now come to confront him. Brother Tang, can you defeat them? Xingtian suddenly inquired. Tang Zong swallowed hard. If there were only one, I might manage, but facing two poses quite a challenge, especially with you as an encumbrance. Xingtian felt a deep sense of shame. Realizing he had become a burden. Let us flee, he suggested. The Ice Emperor's teachings were clear. If one could not win, it was wise to escape. Never to linger in battle. A splendid idea, Tang Zong murmured. You run ahead. I shall give them a fright with a strike. Yet, upon finishing his words, he was met with silence. Turning around, he discovered that Xingtian had vanished without a trace. Tang Zong stood in astonishment, suddenly doubting whether Xingtian's martial spirit was truly that of a dragon, for he ran with a swiftness that surpassed even that of a rabbit. Xingtian has fled, and he cannot remain behind. The Haotian hammer materialized in his right hand as he struck it down towards the ground. With the second soul skill, Thunderous Might, arcs of lightning surged from the hammer, cleaving towards the two blood-fong tigers below. Upon impact, the tigers first stood on end, paralyzed by the effects of Tang Zong's Thunderous Might, rendering them immobile. Seizing the opportunity, he withdrew the Haotian hammer and turned to flee. The two blood-fong tigers glared at Tang Zong as he made his escape, their eyes ablaze with fury, yet they were unable to pursue him. 5 seconds later, the paralysis wore off, and the tigers unleashed deafening roars, dashing forward like the wind. Tang Zong sensed their approach and felt a weight settle in his heart. His speed would be insufficient to evade them, and defeating them would prove exceedingly challenging. How could Xingtian have fled so swiftly? In mere moments, he had vanished from sight. Tang Zong pondered. Just then, a glimmer caught his eye, and an immediate sense of danger coursed through him. The Haotian hammer appeared in his grasp as he pivoted and swung it down. Bang! The 25-meter blood-fong tiger was sent flying by a single blow, while the 30-meter one roared in rage, spewing forth a lightning sphere from its maw. This was the blood-fong tiger's lightning ball, possessing tremendous explosive power. Tang Zong swung the Haotian hammer with force, and the lightning ball detonated, the blast knocking him back several meters, a sensation of numbness creeping into his hands. At that moment, the 25-meter blood-fong tiger also unleashed a volley of lightning spheres towards him, not just one, but dozens. With a swift motion, Tang Zong executed the chaotic hammer technique. He wielded the Haotian hammer with increasing ferocity, each strike amplifying in strength. The lightning spheres detonated against the hammer, causing minimal damage, yet enhancing the hammer's electrical might. However, as the lightning energy intensified, Tang Zong felt the strain mounting, realizing he must release it. His gaze locked onto the smaller blood-fong tiger. Its defeat was imperative to tipping the odds in his favor against the other. This was a singular opportunity, and he had to ensure its success. With his fifth soul skill, One Hammer to Sound, this technique would elevate Tang Zong's overall attributes by 10%, a formidable enhancement. In that moment, his soul power surged forth as he propelled himself towards the 25-meter blood-fong tiger, the Haotian hammer expanding to an impressive 2 meters in length. The 30-meter blood-fong tiger, perceiving Tang Zong's advance, unleashed its lightning sphere, but it was too late. The Haotian hammer struck the smaller blood-fong tiger squarely on the head. The overwhelming electrical force crashing down, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that caused the larger tiger to stagger back. Boom! The resounding thunder of lightning transformed the surroundings into a charred wasteland. Tang Zong stood triumphantly upon the 2-meter Haotian hammer, gazing down at the fallen 25-meter blood-fong tiger. Its head shattered and blood sprang forth. Chapter 14. Shuyao Arrives. Tang Zong remained poised atop the Haotian hammer, his cold eyes fixed on the 30-meter-long blood-fong tiger, which glared back with murderous intent, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. The blood-fong tiger lunged at Tang Zong. He leaped down, gripping the Haotian hammer to swing it at the beast. Yet, in that instant, the tiger's speed surged, evading Tang Zong's strike, and it conjured a colossal lightning sphere to hurl at him. Boom! The explosion sent thick clouds of dust swirling, and as Tang Zong planted his hammer into the ground, the dust dispersed, revealing the blood-fong tiger charging towards him. There was no time to evade. Its claw struck, tearing into his left shoulder, blood gushing forth as pain shot through him. Sensing the scent of blood, the blood-fong tiger became more frenzied, its jaws aimed to bite down on Tang Zong's waist. Just as it was about to succeed, a dragon's roar echoed, causing the beast to halt abruptly. Seizing this moment, Tang Zong, despite the pain, unleashed his fifth soul skill. One Hammer to Sound. The massive Haotian hammer crashed down upon the blood-fong tiger, the force shattering its form as it collapsed. As the blood-fong tiger fell, the Haotian hammer vanished, and Tang Zong slumped to the ground. At that moment, Xingtian appeared. Big brother Tang, are you all right? Xingtian inquired, noticing the injury on Tang Zong's arm. You're hurt. He moved to assist, but the blood-fong tiger stirred, and Tang Zong's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Do not approach. Xingtian abruptly halted his advance. However, the blood-colored heavy-toothed tiger had already risen. It chose not to assault Tang Zong, but instead targeted Xingtian. Tang Zong's soul power had already diminished by more than half. Had he been in his prime condition, he would undoubtedly have been able to intercept the blood-colored heavy-toothed tiger. Yet in his current state, he found himself unable to do so. Xingtian gazed at the approaching blood-red heavy-toothed tiger, yearning to flee, yet found himself utterly incapable of escape. In that moment, his mind was a blank canvas, devoid of any strategy. The blood-red heavy-toothed tiger drew ever closer, its maw agape, ready to pounce. Second soul skill, Ice Prison. A luminous white circle materialized beneath the blood-red heavy-toothed tiger, and as it flared to life, the beast's speed diminished significantly. Tang Zong charged forth, wielding the Haotian hammer, and with a mighty swing, struck down upon the sluggish creature, which had nowhere to evade. In this decisive blow, Tang Zong poured forth all his soul power, leaving nothing in reserve. The impact shattered the bones of the blood-red heavy-toothed tiger, yet he did not relent. Employing the chaotic cloak hammering technique, he relentlessly delivered additional strikes. Only when the creature lay utterly vanquished, its demise beyond doubt. And the black soul ring manifested did he cease his assault. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings in search of the individual who had just unleashed the soul skill. Seeing this, Xingtian smiled and said, "Brother Tang, that is my younger sister. You need not be so anxious." Tang Zong was taken aback. A younger sister? However, he did not wish to dwell on such chaotic thoughts. Instead, he simply lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, his soul energy completely depleted. "Phew, I am utterly spent. Xingtian, you owe me a life." Xingtian remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the distance where a figure emerged, clad in an ice blue dress. With her long blue hair styled into twin ponytails, the delicate and adorable features of her face were marred by a look of distress. Had anyone else witnessed her expression, their hearts would surely ache, as if they were the ones responsible for her unhappiness. Shuyao fixed her gaze on Xingtian, who met her eyes with his own. And after a prolonged moment of silence, she took a step forward, gathering momentum before leaping into his embrace. "Whoa, brother Xingtian, are you all right? I saw that nasty old tiger about to harm you, and it sent me into a panic," Shuyao sobbed, her voice quivering with emotion. Xingtian embraced her, soothingly replying, There, I am perfectly fine, aren't I? But tell me, how did you manage to find me?" With a hint of pride, Shuyao lifted her little head and declared, "It is because no matter how far you are, I can always trace your scent." "Ah, does that not make me akin to a dog?" Xingtian exclaimed. Shuyao's large eyes widened in surprise as she leapt down, grasping Xingtian's left hand, and without hesitation, bit into it. "Ouch, that hurts, let go. Xingtian yelped, nearly jumping in distress. Seeing his reaction, Shuyao released her grip, pouting, "To think you would liken me to a dog. This is your consequence." Xingtian gazed at the deep bite mark beneath his left thumb, his face contorted in disbelief. What tremendous force could have caused such an imprint? At that moment, Shuyao spoke again. "Brother Xingtian, do you have any idea how arduous it was for me to seek you? The journey has been incredibly exhausting. My legs feel as if they might break. And now I hardly recognize them as my own." Xingtian was undoubtedly aware of the situation. He gazed at Shuyao, gently caressing her head as he spoke softly. "Now that you have found me, I shall no longer allow you to suffer so." Shuyao responded with a joyful nod. Suddenly, Tang Zong, lying on the ground, interjected, "Wait, are you two not siblings?" He overheard their conversation and felt as though he was witnessing an abundance of affection. Xingtian elucidated, "We are not biological siblings. Her mother took me in, hence we refer to each other as brother and sister." "No wonder," Tang Zong murmured as he rose from the ground. "I will first restore my soul power, and shortly I intend to absorb that soul ring. Would you guard me during this process?" Of course, Xingtian readily agreed. Seeing this, Tang Zong promptly seated himself to recuperate his soul power. Once restored, he approached the formidable 2,000-year-old blood-red fanged tiger. He was determined to absorb this soul ring. Despite the considerable challenge, as a student of Shrek Academy, he could not afford to fear such trials. Thus, he summoned the soul ring towards him, and the miniature Haotian hammer manifested in his right hand as the soul ring began to be absorbed. Meanwhile, Xingtian and Shuyao engaged in conversation. Upon learning of the hardship Xingtian had endured over the past month, Shuyao felt her heart shatter. Xingtian, in turn, discovered that Shuyao had not arrived of her own accord, but had been sent to Tiandou City by Xulinglong, who had also arranged all her identification documents. It was Xulinglong who informed him of his presence here, prompting Xingtian to deliver a playful knock on her head. Yao, doesn't Aunt Shuiye fear that you might be discovered by the title Douluo?" Xingtian inquired with curiosity. Shuyao shook her head and explained, "Mother gifted me a bracelet that conceals my true identity from any title Douluo." Xingtian let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But what of Snow Aunt? Mother should have already returned to the far north. Xingtian nodded, subsequently directing his gaze towards Tang Zong. The palpable surge of soul energy emanating from him instilled a profound sense of pressure. "Alas, why is my cultivation of soul energy progressing so slowly?" Xingtian sighed. He possessed innate full soul power, yet after 3 years of cultivation, he had only advanced by 1 level per year. This year, however, was an unexpected exception, as he had ascended by 2 levels. "Brother Xingtian, do not be anxious. The cultivation of soul energy is a gradual process," Shuyao reassured him. Xingtian could only nod in agreement, but recently, he had gained considerable understanding and found himself yearning for strength. Chapter 15. the dragon and phoenix martial souls several hours later. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Zong intensified. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and the muscles of his face twitched intermittently, as if he were enduring great agony. However, this ordeal did not last long. Gradually, his soul power stabilized, and the tension in his visage eased. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. 3 purple and 3 black soul rings rose from beneath him. Rising to his feet, the Haotian hammer materialized, surrounded by crackling lightning, a phenomenon bestowed by his 6th soul ring. Brother Tang, congratulations on your breakthrough to Soul Emperor. Xingtian exclaimed, rising to offer his heartfelt congratulations. A smile graced Tang Zong's face. He had finally ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. Now, if I can acquire a battle armor of the one character, my power will increase significantly, and I will be able to contend with Soul Saints. Upon hearing the mention of the battle armor, Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. He possessed little knowledge of this armor. However, noticing that Tang Zong remained in a state of exhilaration, he refrained from inquiring further. Brother Tang, now that you have ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, let us proceed to search for the cold iron. Cold iron? What is that? Shuyao asked, bewildered. Xingtian elucidated, that is a high-quality ore, suitable for forging weapons and armor. Oh, I see. Brother Xingtian. I recall that you have also taken up the mantle of a blacksmith, haven't you? Indeed, Xingtian nodded affirmatively. Brother Xingtian is truly remarkable. Shuyao immediately praised. At this moment, Tang Zong, who had been listening nearby, interjected, your brother has only recently become a blacksmith. He probably can barely manage 100 forges. How impressive could he really be? 100 forges? Xingtian scratched his head, uncertain. I believe I only used 5 strikes to achieve the effect of 100 forges. Did you hear that? 5 strikes to accomplish the effect of 100 forges? That is quite astounding. Tang Zong was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward, seizing Xingtian's collar with excitement. What did you just say? 5 strikes for 100 forges. Yes, is there a problem? Xingtian was perplexed by Tang Zong's fervor. At that moment, Shuyao forcefully tried to pull Tang Zong's hand away, but unable to, she shouted, let go of my brother. Tang Zong, startled by her outcry, quickly released his grip. Feeling embarrassed. I apologize. I was simply too astonished. I hope I didn't hurt you. Not at all, Xingtian replied. Meanwhile, Shuyao adjusted Xingtian's disheveled collar. And after tidying it up, she shot a disapproving glare at Tang Zong, clearly displeased with his earlier behavior. Upon witnessing Shuyao in such a state, Xingtian promptly reassured her, Yao, I am perfectly fine. After addressing Shuyao, he turned to Tang Zong and said, Brother Tang, we must hasten to locate the cold iron. Time is of the essence. Tang Zong nodded in agreement, and they commenced their search for the cold iron. Several hours later, guided by her innate connection to nature, Shuyao discovered an immense piece of cold iron, measuring a remarkable 5 meters in diameter. The sight left both Xingtian and Tang Zong awestruck. Yao, you truly are remarkable. You have managed to find such a colossal piece of cold iron. Xingtian praised Shuyao for her remarkable feat of lifting the cold iron with her bare hands, an accomplishment she had discovered. Tang Zong, standing nearby, could only gaze in admiration. However, upon noticing the intensity of Tang Zong's gaze, Xingtian gently set the cold iron back down and said, Brother Tang, let us share this equally. You take the first strike. Tang Zong glanced at Xingtian, a smile spreading across his face. Brother Xing, you are indeed a remarkable companion. He then produced the Haotian hammer and, with deft control over his strength, split the cold iron in 2. Lacking a storage soul guide, Tang Zong had to request Xingtian's assistance in storing the share as well. Alas, Tang Zong suddenly sighed, Brother Xing, you truly are a wealthy man, possessing every kind of soul guide. Given your dragon martial spirit, could it be that you hail from the Thunder Tyrant dragon lineage? Xingtian had never heard of this family and shook his head, declaring, No. Which family is it then? Why do you wish to know so much? What are your intentions? At this moment, Shuyao interjected, a wary expression etched upon her face. Tang Zong, feeling quite helpless, had merely been curious, yet his inquiry was met with suspicion. Forget it. Forget it. I won't ask any further. Tang Zong turned to Xingtian, urging, please resolve those matters swiftly. I will take you to Shrek Academy. I am genuinely intrigued as to how you possess such extraordinary abilities. Shuyao was well aware of this situation. She was not Xingtian, who knew nothing. In contrast, she was well informed about most affairs on the continent. Shrek Academy was a bastion of righteousness, and she harbored no concerns regarding any potential harm to her brother Xingtian. On the contrary, this could be a fortuitous opportunity. Hey, if you wish to take my brother, you must agree to one condition, Shuyao said. Her gaze fixed on Tang Zong with a cheerful smile. Tang Zong, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine under her scrutiny, responded. But your brother has already agreed to my terms. I will assist him with his academy issues in exchange for accompanying me to Shrek Academy. Indeed, my brother did agree to this, but it must be Shrek Academy, and you must ensure his admission, Shuyao asserted with conviction. That is impossible. I cannot authorize that. Shrek Academy has stringent regulations, and your brother, being only 14, is merely a level 14 soul master. He cannot gain entry. Thus, it relies upon you, doesn't it? Upon me? Yes. Shuyao nodded, elaborating. You are a 19-year-old soul emperor from the Haotian sect. You must have numerous connections. Even if you do not, the Haotian sect's influence stands behind you. Goodness. While I may belong to the Haotian sect, the sect's rules dictate that one must rely on oneself, forbidding the use of sect resources. Moreover, I merely wish to understand what ability your brother possesses. Why do you have so many demands? Upon hearing this, Shuyao immediately interjected. Allow me to explain. My brother's ability enables him to utilize your martial soul. As of now, we have yet to confirm whether he can wield other martial souls. By this alone, my brother is truly unique across the entire continent. This could be considered a monumental secret. If you wish to comprehend his abilities, we are agreeable. However, prior to this, we require you to make an introduction, showcasing my brother before those titled Douluo, so they may recognize his prowess. Lastly, let me add, my brother possesses dual martial souls. Although his soul power has been advancing slowly, once he matures, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Are you certain you wish to let such an opportunity slip away? Perhaps in the future, my brother could be of assistance to you. Tang Zong listened intently, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xingtian possessed dual martial souls. Could it be that his extraordinary ability was bestowed upon him by the other martial soul? May I see your other martial soul? Tang Zong inquired of Xingtian. Xingtian did not refuse. He extended his left hand, and in that instant, the atmosphere around him became intensely heated. A miniature phoenix materialized in his palm. The dragon and phoenix martial soul. Tang Zong's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a martial soul was unheard of, and today he had the fortune to witness it. Chapter 16. The Restoration of the Great Blade. Xingtian concealed his martial soul and turned to Tang Zong, inquiring, what do you think? Can you agree? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zong smiled wryly and replied to Xingtian, my dear brother, your sister possesses quite the silver tongue. Her words leave me no room for refusal. So, do you consent? Xingtian pressed. How could I possibly decline? Aside from your somewhat slow soul power cultivation, your other talents are truly exceptional. Very well, I, Tang Zong, shall serve as your recommender. Xingtian and Shuyao beamed at his agreement, with Shuyao affectionately wrapping her arms around Xingtian, cheerfully exclaiming, Brother Xingtian, am I not remarkable? Indeed, quite remarkable. Xingtian praised. Yet, he remained bewildered. These matters had never crossed his mind, while Shuyao seemed to have considered them thoroughly, such as the meticulousness of a girl. Let us return to Tiandou City. I still need to deliver the cold iron back to Uncle Han for forging. Xingtian addressed Shuyao and Tang Zong. All right. Shuyao replied eagerly. Tang Zong nodded in agreement, stating, there is still half a month until school starts. I am in no rush. Subsequently, the trio departed from the Sunset Forest. In the blacksmith shop, Han Shuiye stared in astonishment at the silver wrist guards before him, exclaiming, heavens, you mean this was crafted by Xingtian? The wrist guards were adorned with exquisite engravings, far surpassing his own abilities, and the iron's quality had reached the realm of 1,000 refinements. In just a mere month, he had achieved such prowess, truly a genius, Han Shuiye mused, filled with admiration. Just as he was lost in thought, Xingtian's voice resounded, Uncle Han. I've returned with the cold iron. Before Han Shuiye could respond, Han Shuiye rushed out. Brother Xingtian, you're back. However, she halted mid-sentence, her previous exuberance waning as she noticed the beautiful girl clinging to Xingtian's arm. A strange sensation stirred within her. He had returned with the girl after a mere outing. What would happen if he ventured out more frequently? With a hint of melancholy in her gaze, Han Shuiye fixed her eyes on Xingtian and inquired, Brother Xingtian, who is she? She is my sister, Shuyao. Sister? Shuyao, is she your cousin? Han Shuiye pressed immediately. No, her mother took me in back then, so we refer to each other as siblings, Xingtian clarified. Not blood-related siblings. Han Shuiye's mind became a flurry of confusion, various thoughts swirling within. Xingtian. At that moment, Han Shuiye emerged, calling out upon seeing Xingtian. Yet his expression turned puzzled as he noticed the two accompanying him. Who are they? Oh, this is my sister, Shuyao. Xingtian began to introduce Tang Zong. But Tang Zong interjected, I am Tang Zong, a blacksmith. I happened to meet Xingtian and learned that he is also a blacksmith. So I wish to engage in some exchange. Han Shuiye's apprehension dissipated upon hearing the mention of forging, and he excitedly asked, Xingtian, have you mastered the art of 1,000 refinements? 1,000 refinements? I suppose so. I'm not entirely certain. I simply hammered 100 times and stopped when I noticed the impurities in the iron had been completely eliminated, Xingtian replied nonchalantly. However, Han Shuiye's mouth dropped open in astonishment, while Tang Zong regarded Xingtian as if he were a marvel. It would be a travesty if he did not attend Shrek Academy. Alas, Han Shuiye sighed. In just a month, your forging skills have surpassed mine. You are truly a natural-born blacksmith. Brother, you are truly impressive. Shuyao exclaimed, giving Xingtian a thumbs up. Xingtian, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, oh, it's nothing. It is all thanks to Uncle Han's excellent teaching. Ah, Han Shuiye quickly interjected, waving his hand. Please do not attribute such praise to me. I cannot bear it. He promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, by the way, Did you sustain any injuries on your journey to the Sunset Forest? I sincerely apologize for sending you there. Uncle Han. There is no need for apologies. I could hardly allow you to venture into the Sunset Forest. As Xingtian spoke, he cast a glance at Shuyao, who promptly released his hand. He then retrieved a piece of cold iron from his storage soul guide, causing Han Shuiye to widen his eyes in astonishment. A storage soul guide. Xingtian was indeed no ordinary individual. However, when he beheld the towering piece of cold iron, he was utterly astonished. Uncle Han. This cold iron here weighs approximately 100 pounds, which should suffice for your needs. Xingtian effortlessly held the object, choosing not to hand it to Han Shuiye for fear that he might not be able to grasp it, and instead carried it into the blacksmith shop. The others promptly followed suit. Upon noticing the absence of the crowd, Han Shuiye, who had been lost in thought, quickly scanned his surroundings and realized they had all entered the blacksmith shop. Gulp. Han Shuiye was the first to step inside, swallowing hard as he remarked, Xingtian. The cold iron you procured is exceedingly large, isn't it? Xingtian smiled and shook his head, saying it was originally larger. But half of it was given to Brother Tang. His Han Shuiye gasped in astonishment. Half? He looked at the towering Han Tai, swallowing hard. Your forging skills have surpassed mine. I shall entrust the matter of restoring the sword to you. Is that true? Xingtian was somewhat exhilarated. Previously he had only used ordinary iron, but now he was employing cold iron to forge and repair his weapons. This was his inaugural experience. Indeed, you shall undertake the repairs. MHM. Xingtian nodded vigorously. Tang Zong stood nearby, eager to observe Xingtian's forging skills, while Shuyao's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Brother Xingtian. I shall tend to the bellows, Han Shuiye declared as she approached the bellows to elevate the temperature of the forge. Xingtian skillfully employed his tools to extract a palm-sized piece of cold iron, placing it upon the forging furnace. He grasped the hammer and commenced his rhythmic strikes. With a resounding clang, the sound reverberated through the air. Tang Zong squinted his eyes, noticing that the cold iron began to warp under the force of a single blow. Yet, the constraints of the furnace and hammer limited his might, for he could have exerted even greater power. The hammer continued its relentless dance, striking repeatedly, while Han Shuiye worked the bellows, perspiration trickling down his brow. In stark contrast, Xingtian remained devoid of any sweat. Through the process of continuous forging, the cold iron gradually diminished in size as impurities were expelled, its surface now radiating a lustrous black sheen, capable of reflecting light when illuminated. With the impurities thoroughly expelled, Xingtian placed the cold iron into the furnace for smelting. The furnace, ablaze with intense heat, took half an hour to transform the cold iron into a molten state, a testament to its formidable hardness. Xingtian extracted the liquid cold iron and placed the damaged greatsword upon the prepared mold, pouring the molten metal within. As it solidified, he commenced the forging process once more. The rhythmic sound of hammering filled the air, yet in this environment, not a single word was uttered. All eyes were fixed upon Xingtian. With a resounding strike, the final blow echoed, and he plunged the blade into water, producing a sizzle as it met the liquid. Upon retrieval, the blade appeared in inky black, and Xingtian began to polish its surface. Before long, the sword was refined, and after being washed, it gleamed with a cold radiance. He then struck a piece of iron, slicing through it effortlessly, cleaving it cleanly in two. The great sword was restored. Chapter 17, Shrek City. Han Shuiye gazed upon the magnificent blade, inhaling deeply. He surmised that he could scarcely achieve such a level of craftsmanship, cutting through iron as though it were mere mud. Were it not for the thousand-fold forging technique, reaching such proficiency would be nearly impossible. As for Tang Zong, his assessment of Xingtian was succinct. He would undoubtedly surpass himself in the future. The cold iron had only required 500 strikes to attain the thousand-fold effect. If paired with his own chaotic cloak hammering technique, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Uncle Han, I have completed it. Xingtian presented the great sword to Han Shuiye, who nodded in satisfaction, remarking that this blade was indeed crafted even better than he could have achieved himself. Xingtian said little, merely grinning foolishly. At that moment, Tang Zong approached Xingtian's side and whispered, "You've taken care of this, haven't you? It's time for you to accompany me." Xingtian was taken aback and inquired, "Did you not mention there are still half a month until school starts? Why the urgency?" Unexpectedly, Tang Zongbai shot him a glance and replied, "Though there are still 15 days until classes commence, the teachers are already present. Do you not wish to discover what abilities you truly possess? Very well. We shall set out tomorrow. The evening is upon us." Tang Zong nodded in agreement. Since the blacksmith had no extra space for him to rest, he departed for the night, planning to return the following day. That evening, Xingtian, Shuyao, and Han Shuiye were gathered around the table enjoying their dinner when Xingtian broached the subject of his impending departure. "What? You are going to Shrek Academy?" Han Shuiye exclaimed, gazing at Xingtian in astonishment. Indeed, Shuyao interjected on behalf of Xingtian. "That elder brother Tang is a student of Shrek. He intends to recommend my brother due to his exceptional abilities." His Han Shuiye gasped in surprise, realizing that Tang was a student of Shrek Academy. He turned to Xingtian and said slowly, "Shrek is the foremost academy in the world. It is fortunate that you have this opportunity. Uncle Han wishes to extend his congratulations in advance." "Uncle Han, please do not be so courteous. This past month, I owe much to your care, as well as your teachings in forging, which have allowed me to embark on this path. I merely create some ordinary weapons. If you wish to advance further on this journey, you will need to seek a capable master. Understood. Xingtian nodded. Following this exchange, silence enveloped the group, and even the usually chatty Han Shuiye fell quiet, which was somewhat unexpected. Their dinner concluded in an unceremonious manner. That night, Shuiye and Han Shuiye shared the same room, neither uttering a word. To ease the awkwardness, Han Shuiye began to cultivate her soul power. But no matter how hard she tried, her mind remained restless. Do you have feelings for my brother? Shuiye suddenly asked, startled by the abrupt question. Han Shuiye turned to Shuiye with confusion. What do you mean? Shuiye stared calmly at her and replied, we can see that you harbor feelings for him. Your gaze towards him is different. However, you do not truly know him. I advise you, we are all still young. I hope you can forget him. Han Shuiye fell into silence, lost in thought. After a long pause, she slowly responded, I do not like him. Rather, it is you who seems to have feelings for him. Indeed, I like him, Shuyao confessed directly, her gaze fixed on Han Shuiye, as if to assert, he is mine. Han Shuiye resumed her cultivation of soul power, and Shuyao, unable to feel drowsy, joined her in the practice. Upon closer observation, it seemed their soul powers were subtly intertwining. The following morning, Tangzong arrived at the blacksmith shop. At that moment, Xingtian was engaged in conversation with Han Shuiye, while Shuiye and Han Shuiye stood to the side, maintaining a noticeable distance from one another for reasons unknown. Upon catching sight of Tangzong, Xingtian approached him and whispered, Brother Tang, do you happen to have some money? I need to borrow 2,000. 2,000, Tangzong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He lowered his voice and replied, Brother Xing, despite my formidable abilities, I am but a pauper. Most of my funds have been expended on materials for crafting battle armor, and I find myself in dire financial straits. Do you not have even 2,000? I do. Then please lend it to me. With reluctance, Tangzong retrieved 2,000 federal coins from his pouch and handed them over to Xingtian. Xingtian, upon observing his demeanor, swiftly seized the opportunity, leaving Tangzong with an expression of profound grievance. It is indeed lamentable for a dignified soul emperor to find himself in such a predicament. You must remember to repay me. This is truly a meager sum for me. Tangzong reminded him earnestly. I understand. I shall repay you as soon as I am financially able, Xingtian responded, dismissively waving his hand. He then approached Han Shuiye. Uncle Han, here are 2,000 federal coins, a token of gratitude for your assistance in processing my identification and for your care. Although it may seem insufficient. My financial resources are limited, and I hope you will accept it. Upon seeing the 2,000 federal coins, Han Shuiye immediately declined, saying, This is not appropriate, Xingtian. You should keep it for yourself. Xingtian, lacking in eloquence, swiftly stuffed the money he held into Han Shuiye's pocket before turning to depart from the blacksmith shop. Not far behind, Shuyao immediately followed suit. Once they had distanced themselves from the establishment, he turned back and called out, Uncle Han, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your care once more. And to Sister Xiaoyi, farewell. With that, the trio set forth on their journey to Shrek Academy. Within the blacksmith shop, Han Shuiye stood beside Han Shuiye, and she suddenly declared, Father, I wish to enroll in Shrek Academy. The path to Shrek necessitated a journey to Shrek City, which lay quite a distance from Heavendou City. Therefore, Xingtian and his companions opted to take the soul guidance train for their travels. Upon arriving at the station in Heavendou City, Xingtian gazed in astonishment at the lengthy iron contraption before him. As Xingtian boarded the soul-guided train and touched the genuine leather seat, he exclaimed with excitement, Wow, Brother Tang, is this the soul-guided train? It's magnificent. Shuyao, observing Xingtian's demeanor, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, Brother Xingtian, please be mindful of your image. Others are watching you. Xingtian was taken aback, his gaze drifting towards the surroundings. Indeed, many people were observing him, and a small child was pointing in his direction. Mom, why does that big brother look just like when I first rode the soul guidance train? The child's mother, upon noticing Xingtian's glance, promptly scolded her child, yet awkwardly nodded at Xingtian with a forced smile. Xingtian nodded in response, yet this only served to heighten his embarrassment. Tangzong had already covered his face with his hand, pretending not to recognize Xingtian, a truly humiliating situation. Shuyao swiftly pulled Xingtian down to sit, grasping his hand as she gently said, Just sit quietly. Xingtian nodded obediently. Soon, the soul-guided train began to move, its engine roaring to life as it accelerated rapidly. As he gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery, a profound astonishment washed over him. Such incredible speed. After approximately 5 hours, they arrived at Shrek City by noon. Upon disembarking from the soul-guided train, an array of soul-guided devices caught his eye. Some individuals were manipulating a projection device in their hands, adorned with headphones, while small soul-guided surveillance drones occasionally zipped through the air. Well, what are all these? Xingtian inquired, astonished. At that moment, he realized that his once confined world had been dramatically expanded. Chapter 18. Shifeng Tangzong took the opportunity to elucidate for Xingtian. These are soul-guided phones, soul-guided headphones. and the soul-guided patrol drones that ensure our safety. Should any disturbances or emergencies arise, an enforcement team will promptly arrive to address the situation. Moreover, I must mention that the vast majority of soul-guided devices undergo preliminary testing in Shrek City before being released across the continent. Xingtian, relieved, realized why many things could only be observed here, not in the heavenly fighting city. Tang Zong retrieved his soul-guiding mobile device and dialed a number. Who is it? A resounding male voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of iron being struck. Teacher, it's me, Tang Zong replied loudly. Oh, is it you, Tang Zong? What is it? Tang Zong sighed, exasperation evident on his face as he said, Teacher, have you forgotten what I discussed with you yesterday? Yesterday? The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed, Oh, I remember now. You were referring to that person with special abilities, right? My memory fails me sometimes. Bring him to my studio. All right, we will head over right away, Tang Zong said before ending the call. He turned to Xingtian and said, Let us go now to my teacher. He is an 89th level soul Douluo, as well as an 8th level blacksmith and an 8th level soul master. Xingtian was taken aback. Could it be that blacksmiths possess levels as well? And what, pray tell, is this soul mentor? Naturally, Tang Zong observed Xingtian's ignorance regarding this hierarchical system and the role of the soul mentor, and proceeded to elucidate. Blacksmiths are categorized into 9 tiers. Levels 1 and 2 denote a blacksmith. Levels 3 and 4 signify a master blacksmith. Levels 5 and 6 represent a grandmaster blacksmith. Levels 7 and 8 are attributed to a holy craftsman, while the 9th level is that of a divine craftsman, capable of forging artifacts of immense power. As for the soul mentor, they are the creators of soul-guided devices, and their ranks, like those of blacksmiths, also consist of 9 levels. Hearing about these ranks, especially the newly discovered soul mentor, a surge of eagerness welled up within Xingtian. Let us depart. My teacher awaits, Tang Zong declared. Leading the two away from the station, they hailed a soul-guided vehicle and made their way to Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival at the esteemed institution, Tang Zong stepped out of the vehicle and inhaled deeply. There is truly something remarkable about Shrek Academy. Even the air feels significantly pure. Xingtian listened to these words, nodding in agreement, while simultaneously sensing a profound vitality, though he could not fathom the reason for this perception. Come, I shall escort you inside, Tang Zong said, displaying his student identification as he led the two into Shrek Academy. Little did they know, at the moment Xingtian stepped through the grand entrance of the academy, a magnificent statue wielding a trident, located on a small island within Shrek Academy, suddenly glimmered with a fleeting golden light that went unnoticed by all. As it was not yet the school term, Shrek Academy was remarkably tranquil, although a few students had chosen to remain on campus. They typically refrained from wandering about the grounds. Tang Zong guided Xingtian into a spacious studio, which belonged to his teacher. The studio was illuminated brightly, yet cluttered with various items strewn about, and the surroundings appeared rather unkempt, as if they had not been cleaned in quite some time. Upon witnessing this scene, Shuyao immediately frowned, seemingly displeased with such an environment. Tang Zong, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, My teacher is like this. He becomes so engrossed in his work that he forgets everything else, resulting in this disarray. Upon hearing this, Shuyao promptly addressed Xingtian, saying, Brother Xingtian, you must not become like Brother Tang's teacher. Indeed, I promise you, Xingtian replied with a smile. As Xingtian and Shuyao ventured further inside, they encountered a disheveled middle-aged man, who was currently tinkering with something at a table. Tang Zong gestured for Xingtian and Shuyao to be quiet, and they nodded in understanding. They stood there, observing their teacher, Tang Zong, diligently working. Positioned before him was an array of apparatus, and he was meticulously inserting a red wire into one of them. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, causing Xingtian and Shuyao to instinctively recoil a few steps. It appeared that Tang Zong had anticipated this outcome, as his soul power shielded the three of them. Tang Zong's expression turned grim, and a wisp of white smoke escaped his lips. Teacher, are you all right? Tang Zong inquired. Upon hearing this, the teacher turned his gaze toward him. Tang Zong, you are here. With a surge of soul power, he cleared the soot from his face. Seeing his teacher in this state reassured Tang Zong that he was unharmed. He then turned to introduce Xingtian and Shuyao, saying, This is my teacher, Shifeng. Greetings. Teacher Shi, Xingtian and Shuyao promptly acknowledged. Shifeng nodded, scrutinizing Xingtian and Shuyao before asking, which of you is capable of wielding the Tang Zong Haotian hammer? It's me, Xingtian stepped forward. Shifeng glanced at him, frowning slightly, for his soul power level indeed matched the low expectations Tang Zong had mentioned. I heard from Tang Zong that your martial soul is a dual martial soul, the dragon and phoenix, correct? Yes, indeed, Xingtian replied, nodding vigorously. Show it to me. Xingtian promptly unleashed his dragon and phoenix martial soul. As the martial soul emerged, a stifling tension and an intense heat enveloped the entire studio. Retract your martial soul, Shifeng commanded. As Xingtian retracted his martial soul, Shifeng unleashed his own. Though it initially remained unseen, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire studio. When the martial soul finally manifested, it revealed a formidable axe, approximately 80 centimeters in length, adorned in a deep crimson hue. Intricate patterns were etched around the grip and along the axe handle itself. Both Tang Zong and Shuiye felt an unsettling wave of this lethal energy, while Xingtian, in stark contrast, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He could not fathom the source of his excitement. It felt innate, as if woven into the very fabric of his being. This is my martial soul, the heaven-splitting battle axe. I have wielded it to slay countless foes and spirit beasts, forging this very aura of death, Shifeng declared, extending the heaven-splitting battle axe towards Xingtian. Here, give it a try and see if you can wield it. Observing this, Tang Zong interjected, Teacher, please do not jest. You are a soul Douluo. Moreover, your martial soul is laden with such murderous intent. Can you truly withstand it? Hearing this, Shuiye cast a worried glance at Xingtian. Xingtian shook his head at her and then said, Brother Tang, teacher sure, allow me to give it a try. As he spoke, he reached out to take the Kai Tian battle axe. The moment he grasped it, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged towards him. Shifeng fixed his gaze intently on Xingtian, ready to retract his martial soul at the slightest hint of danger. However, upon taking the axe, Xingtian did not falter. Instead, he felt the intense killing intent up close, which exhilarated him rather than intimidate him. It was as if a primal fervor surged within his very bones, urging him to roar, to unleash this exhilarating sensation. Chapter 19. The Meeting of the Sea God Pavilion, Part 1. At this moment, Shifeng realized that his connection with the Kai Tian battle axe was incredibly delicate, as if it could sever at any instant, leaving him astonished. Tang Zong, observing his teacher's expression, understood that he had experienced that disconnection from his martial soul. Kill. Xingtian suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and the Kai Tian battle axe emanated a brilliant red glow. Shifeng and Tang Zong stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. In the next moment, Xingtian raised the Kai Tian battle axe, summoning forth his dragon martial soul, channeling his soul power into the weapon. Concurrently, he unleashed a resounding dragon's roar as he swung the axe down upon the studio's wall. The wall was cleaved asunder, a gaping hole carved into it. Shifeng was left utterly flabbergasted. His studio had withstood countless explosions without a single dent, yet today, this young man had effortlessly breached it with his own Kai Tian battle axe, while he was still in a state of shock. The axe slipped from Xingtian's grasp and crashed to the floor, causing him to stagger backward. Fortunately, Shuiye was there to catch him just in time. Xingtian, are you all right? Shuyao asked, her voice laced with concern. Xingtian waved his hand dismissively and said, It's nothing, just a depletion of soul power. Shifeng sensed the strong connection to his open heaven battle axe and immediately retracted his martial soul. He gazed at the hole in the wall and then at Xingtian, his heart still shaken by the revelation. This ability was truly unprecedented, confirming that Xingtian could unrestrictedly master the martial souls of others, although the title Douluo had yet to be tested. I will contact the dean immediately, Shifeng declared. Turning to Tang Zong, he added, Please arrange for Xingtian to rest. His abilities will likely require a meeting to determine his fate. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Tang Zong looked at the meditative figure recovering their soul power and asked Shuiye, Is he going to be all right? Shuiye shook her head, replying, My brother has merely exhausted his soul power. He will recover soon. Tang Zong nodded and stood guard nearby. On Shrek God Island, in a conference hall, there were only 4 individuals present. One was Li Bai, the vice president of Shrek's inner academy, dressed in a white robe that set him apart from the others, sipping from a wine jug. Not far from him sat Shuiye, the dean of the outer academy, a striking woman with a fiery figure and long hair tied in a sleek ponytail. Clad in minimal attire that barely concealed her modesty, gently fanning herself with a white hand fan. The remaining 2 were identical twins, one clad in a black suit, the other in white. The elder brother, Long Bai, wore the black suit, while his younger brother, Long He, donned the white. Their temperaments differed, with Long Bai being composed and steady, while Long He was carefree and relaxed. Both were high-ranking members of the academy, each possessing formidable powers exceeding level 95. At that moment, Shifeng arrived. Upon entering, the gazes of the 4 fell upon him, causing him to retract his head slightly. Shifeng, with the school year still some time away, what brings you to us? If it's not something of great importance, I might just have to give you a sound thrashing. Shuiye exclaimed, her temperament as explosive as her physique. Clearing his throat, Shifeng hastily replied, I have something crucial to discuss, something that will surely astonish you. Then speak swiftly. Without delay, Shuiye urged, banging her hand on the table. Shifeng nodded, his expression turning grave. I must inform you that one of my students has brought someone back. Do you know what his martial soul is? If we already knew, we wouldn't need you to tease us, Long He languidly replied, leaning back in his chair. Shifeng forced a smile and quickly stated, He possesses a twin martial soul, the dragon and phoenix. What? Apart from the wine-drinking Li Bai, everyone gasped in unison. The dragon and phoenix were both pinnacle beast martial souls. However, he is only 14 years old and currently at level 14. How is that possible? Shuiye exclaimed. Even if cultivating a twin martial soul is challenging and slow, it shouldn't be this sluggish. I am uncertain about that, but he harbors an even more astonishing secret. Do you know what it is? Shifeng said, deliberately withholding information and observing their reactions. Shifeng, have you grown restless? Shuiwu's fan ignited with a flicker of flame as she narrowed her eyes at him like a crescent moon. Shuiwu. Long Bai's deep, resonant voice interrupted. He turned to Shifeng and said, "Speak plainly and refrain from prolonging this. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee Shuiwu won't turn you into a flower." Upon hearing this, Shifeng immediately divulged that young man can also utilize the martial souls of others. As long as he holds them, he can sever the connection between individuals' martial souls. However, I suspect the greater the disparity in strength, the lesser the effect. As he spoke, he produced a soul guide projector, displaying footage from his studio, prepared in advance. The video projected above the conference table, capturing everyone's attention, including the inebriated Li Bai, when they witnessed Xingtian wielding Shifeng's open heaven battle axe. Astonishment graced their faces, particularly when he struck with the axe. When he grasped my open heaven battle axe, I felt a certain disconnection from my martial soul. Though the impact was minimal, I attribute this to the vast difference in our strengths, Shifeng explained. After his explanation, silence enveloped the room until Li Bai finally broke it with his carefree voice. "I find this child quite remarkable. Though his soul power is low, I suspect it is due to his unique abilities. We should allow him to enter the academy for observation." I agree with Li Bai's assessment. "What say you two?" Long Bai inquired, looking toward Long He and Shuiwu. "I have no objections," Long He stated. "Neither do I," Shuiwu added. "Very well," Long Bai nodded. But suddenly recalled something and continued. "His abilities are exceedingly special. Aside from us four, no one else should be privy to his capabilities. Moreover, I believe we should designate one among us to serve as his mentor." "I'll do it," Shuiwu eagerly volunteered. "You three are all men. Without a woman's attention to detail, I should take on the task of teaching him." Long He chuckled. "With that temperament, you think you can be attentive? That's amusing." Long He, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight?" "I welcome it," Shuiwu retorted, placing a foot on the table, her long leg causing the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 20, Sea God Pavilion Meeting, Part 2, Cough, Cough. Long Bai cleared his throat. "Mind your image. We're in the Sea God Pavilion." At his words, Shuiwu lowered her leg from the table, looking at Long Bai. "Long Bai, what do you propose? Since this young man possesses a fire elemental martial soul like mine, I believe I would be the most suitable teacher. But he also shares a dragon martial soul with me, making me the more fitting choice." Long He quickly interjected. "This Long He, are you deliberately provoking me?" I was clearly the first to express interest. Shuiwu said through gritted teeth. "That young man's dragon martial soul aligns perfectly with mine. If I don't mentor him, no one else would be more suitable." "You." Shuiwu clenched her fists, an overwhelming aura radiating from her. "Long He, I have never had a disciple in my life, but I must make him my direct disciple. If you wish to contest this, it will be to the bitter end between us." Shifeng, standing nearby, began to sweat profusely, feeling the terrifying intensity of their power struggle. "Enough. Silence," Long Bai barked, slamming his hand on the table. "This individual will be entrusted to Shuiwu, but do not rush into making him your direct disciple. His martial soul is formidable, yet his soul power grows slowly, which could hinder his future potential." Long He fell silent, suddenly reminded that Xingtian indeed experienced slow soul power growth. If his soul power does not improve, what use are these abilities? He decided not to pursue this disciple too ardently, as he had plenty of students already. "All right. No need for further discussion. Every time a promising disciple appears, you all swoop in. While his soul power may develop slowly, I am confident in my ability to nurture him well. As for the matter of a direct disciple, I have made my decision," Shuiwu concluded, turning to Shifeng. "Come, take me to meet my future disciple." Shifeng nodded repeatedly. However, Blood Dance found his pace lacking and, seizing his shoulder, they vanished from the conference hall. As Blood Dance and Shifeng departed, Long Bai cast a glance at Long He and remarked with resignation, "Why did you provoke Blood Dance? Every time there is a promising disciple, she snatches them away. Now, even someone with a martial soul aptitude but lacking in soul power, you wish to claim? It is evident you are at odds with her. You haven't even taken many, have you?" Long He muttered under his breath. Long Bai fell silent, while nearby Li Bai, inebriated, mused, "I truly do not understand why you all have such a yearning for a disciple. Is one not content with the freedom of solitude?" With that, he took a swig of his drink and staggered out of the conference hall. Shifeng's studio. Xingtian's soul power had nearly fully recovered, and he noticed a subtle increase in its strength. "Brother Xingtian, has your soul power returned to normal?" Shuyao inquired eagerly, drawing closer. "Indeed," Xingtian affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings as two figures materialized before Xingtian and his companions. Upon seeing Tang Zong, the teacher was about to speak, but upon noticing the imposing presence of Blood Dance behind him, he halted, respectfully "Greetings, Director." Blood Dance responded coldly, her gaze fixed on Xingtian. "What is your name?" "I am Xingtian," he replied. "Very well, Xingtian. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, and I shall be your master." Blood Dance. Xingtian was taken aback. What was happening? "Brother Xingtian, hurry and pay your respects to the master," Shuyao urged, giving him a gentle push. Xingtian, realizing the situation, promptly knelt and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Disciple Xingtian pays homage to master." Indeed, Blood Dance replied, her satisfaction evident as a radiant smile graced her face. She turned her gaze towards Shuyao, exclaiming in awe, a 23rd level Great Soul Master. How old are you now? What is your martial soul? Shuyao promptly responded, I am 12 years old this year, and my martial soul is Ice Goddess. Ice Goddess? Blood Dance expressed her confusion and continued, please demonstrate your martial soul and soul power. Without hesitation, Shuyao complied. In an instant, a girl adorned with a crown materialized behind her, leaving Blood Dance astounded. Such a martial soul is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, she sensed the profound essence of ultimate ice within it. What is your name? Blood Dance inquired once more. My name is Shuyao, the girl replied. Would you be willing to join our Shrek Academy? Am I allowed? I am not yet at level 25. Blood Dance smiled, stating, I am the Dean of the Outer Academy. If I say you can join, then you may. Besides, you are only 12 years old. And with such a rare martial soul, reaching level 25 by 15 is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Shuyao eagerly nodded in agreement, saying, then I wish to join the academy. Turning to Xingtian, she excitedly exclaimed, hee, brother Xingtian, I have joined too. This means we one have to part ways. Xingtian affectionately ruffled Shuyao's hair, then turned his gaze towards Xuewu. Master, I am now 14 years old, yet my soul power only reaches the 14th level. Why have you chosen to accept me as your disciple? Is it not solely due to my Dragon Phoenix martial soul and that unique ability of mine? Xuewu scrutinized Xingtian closely and observed that her disciple was rather handsome. Even if his strength was lacking, his looks were undeniably sufficient. I am granting you a special exception to enter Shrek Academy, and I hope you will dedicate yourself to your studies. Yes, I will. Xingtian was exceedingly curious about Shrek and was reluctant to leave so soon. Very well, as the school has yet to commence and the dormitories are not open. You may stay with me until the semester begins. After speaking with Xingtian, Xuewu turned to Shifeng and stated, I will be taking him with me. Understood. Shifeng nodded. Xuewu then addressed Xingtian, come, let us go. And what about my sister? She shall come along as well. Xingtian nodded repeatedly. But just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. He swiftly retrieved a towering piece of cold iron from his storage soul guide and placed it before Tangzong. Brother Tang, I owe you a favor this time. I shall repay you in the future. Brother Xing, you are being too courteous. Haha, then farewell for now. Farewell. With that, Xingtian and Xueyu followed Xuewu as they departed. Xuewu possessed a designated residence in Shrek, a cozy 3-bedroom apartment that was perfectly adequate for their needs. Seated on the sofa, Xuewu addressed Xingtian and Xueyao. You may arrange the empty rooms to your liking. For dinner, feel free to order takeout. Takeout? Xingtian was momentarily perplexed, unaware of the term's meaning. Fortunately, Xueyao understood and nodded in response. Understood, Dean. Xingtian, come here for a moment. Xuewu beckoned him over. Master, is there something the matter? Release your Phoenix martial soul. Oh, Xingtian sincerely unleashed the Phoenix martial soul, and the searing temperature soared instantly. Blood Dance sensed this intense heat and discovered that the fire within her felt a sense of suppression, which caused her eyes to sparkle with realization. It was, indeed, the ultimate flame. Chapter 21. The astonished Blood Dance. Upon hearing the concept of the ultimate flame, Xingtian felt a sense of bewilderment. Master, what exactly is the ultimate flame? The response came. The ultimate flame embodies the pinnacle of fire attributes, the most formidable of flames. Possessing the ultimate flame signifies your immunity to fire attributes. Thus, fire-based martial souls of the same rank will inflict minimal damage upon you. Understanding dawned on Xingtian. Seeing his expression, Blood Dance glanced at Xueyu seated beside him and chuckled. You siblings are truly remarkable, one wielding the ultimate ice, the other the ultimate flame. That proves our strength. Xingtian replied with pride. Strength, indeed. Yet your soul power is far too low. We must devise a means for you to elevate it swiftly. What is the age of your first soul ring? 100 years. Xingtian retracted his left hand, which bore the Phoenix martial soul, and raised his right hand, from which a yellow century-old soul ring ascended beneath him. Blood Dance furrowed her brow upon witnessing this martial soul. The dual martial souls were disappointingly inferior, significantly constraining his potential. Does your Phoenix martial soul possess a soul ring? Indeed. Blood Dance sighed, realizing that the Dragon martial soul also only had a yellow century-old soul ring. It dawned on her that her disciple's soul power and soul rings were quite lacking. She couldn't help but question whether she had chosen the right person after all. Xingtian, with a visage marked by melancholy and resignation, fell into silence. A tumult of emotion stirred within him. Blood Dance had become his master, akin to a second father in his life. He grappled with the notion that there were certain truths he ought not to conceal from Blood Dance. Yet, he was uncertain of the consequences should his secrets, forged over a span of 100,000 years, come to light. After a prolonged internal struggle, he inhaled deeply and confessed, Master, the truth is, my spirit ring is not a century-old one. At that moment, Xueyao, with her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, seized Xingtian's arm and whispered urgently, Brother Xingtian, what are you planning to do? Xingtian gently patted Xueyao's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Upon witnessing their interaction, Xuewu furrowed her brow. Your soul ring is evidently yellow. It is not a century-old soul ring. What is it then? A 3,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Shuyao was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure, and in that instant, her heart felt a sense of relief. As Xingtian unleashed his martial soul, the emergence of the soul rings accompanied it, and this time, it was not the customary yellow rings, but rather a resplendent purple. He summoned his phoenix martial soul once more, and both martial souls manifested simultaneously, adorned with purple soul rings that gracefully revolved beneath him. The violet rings infused the entire chamber with an otherworldly allure, rendering the atmosphere almost enchanting, while the three individuals present remained silent, save for the sound of their breathing. After a prolonged moment, Xingtian remarked, "I can wield two martial souls at once." This proclamation reverberated in Blood Dance's mind like thunder. The notion that twin martial souls could not be utilized concurrently was a steadfast rule. Yet, Xingtian boldly claimed otherwise, and to her astonishment, both of his initial soul rings were remarkably of the Millennium grade. It was common knowledge that a soul ring of 3,000 years could only be absorbed as the fourth soul ring, and yet he possessed such potency in his first. This revelation left her utterly astounded. "I need a moment to gather my thoughts," Blood Dance murmured as she settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. Xingtian also retracted his martial soul and continued, "My dragon martial soul possesses two soul skills. One is Dragon's Roar, which can stun enemies of equal rank for 3 seconds. As for those of a higher rank, I cannot say. The other soul skill is Divine Dragon Claw." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a layer of fine scales manifested upon it. These were dragon scales. "My Divine Dragon Claw can bypass all enemy defenses, inflicting true damage. It is currently my most formidable means of attack." Heavenly. 2 soul skills from a 3,000-year soul ring. "What about your Phoenix martial soul?" Blood Dance exclaimed, her voice tinged with hoarseness. As a super Douluo, there are few things that could astonish her, yet today she encountered an abundance of extraordinary revelations. Xingtian retracted the dragon claw, and suddenly, a pair of fiery wings unfurled behind him. "This is my first soul skill. Phoenix soars to the heavens. It allows me to unleash flaming wings for a duration of 1 minute. As for my second soul skill, it is the Phoenix's true eye." His crimson left pupil glowed brightly, revealing a flicker of flame within. "This soul skill can disregard the enemy's level, causing a 1-second stun, and grants me vision akin to that of daylight even in the darkness of night." Shuyao was momentarily stunned, and she instinctively remarked, "Another 2 soul skills. Does this Phoenix's true I truly ignore levels?" Xingtian did not provide an explanation. Instead, he directly unleashed the Phoenix eye through the Blood Dance. Upon completing this soul skill, he felt a disorienting sensation in his mind and collapsed onto the sofa. Shuyao rushed over, embracing Xingtian with a face full of concern. "Brother Xingtian, what's wrong?" Blood Dance, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained her composure. Upon seeing Shuyao holding Xingtian, she immediately placed her hand upon his forehead. As she released her soul power, she was astonished to discover that Xingtian's soul power was remarkably robust, far exceeding that of a mere 14th-level soul master. Goodness, what kind of prodigy is this? Soon, she determined that Xingtian was merely exhausted mentally, which relieved her as she said, "Do not worry. He has simply depleted his mental energy and will recover with some rest." Shuyao finally felt reassured upon hearing this. As for Blood Dance, sensing the potency of Xingtian's soul skill sent a chill down her spine. Although he had fainted immediately after using it, the fact that even a super Douluo like herself was affected was nothing short of extraordinary. 1 second. If she were to assassinate someone of equal rank, she could easily eliminate them using Xingtian's soul skill within that fleeting moment. If not outright kill, certainly injure grievously. Most importantly, Xingtian was only at the 14th level. What would the results be if he were of a higher rank? The thought left her in awe. Gazing at Xingtian resting in Xuyao's embrace, she felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Truly, she had stumbled upon a treasure. She began to estimate the rapid growth of his soul power. With such exceptional talents, it was no wonder that his capacity was so vast, explaining why he was only at the 14th level at this time. Resolute, she dialed a number and commanded, "Chef Hai, prepare for me a supreme luxury meal." Just as she finished her request, a deep voice responded from the other end, "Director Blood Dance, that supreme luxury meal has already been reserved by Director Longbai." Blood Dance frowned, sensing that Longbai was deliberately opposing her today. "Deliver it to me directly. I will speak to Longbai," she stated decisively before hanging up and dialing another number. At his residence, Longbai sat on the sofa, watching television while awaiting his own supreme luxury meal. Suddenly, his soul guide phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Blood Dance, he felt puzzled and pressed to answer. "Big Brother Long, I am taking your luxury meal. You can discuss it with Chef Hai." "Wait, I reserved that meal first. Why should you take it? Will you give it or not?" "No." "Fine, just wait. And I will inform Sister Qiuyue about that matter." "Hold on," Longbai exclaimed. "I just thought about it. My appetite hasn't been great lately. You can have the meal." Chapter 22. The awakening of the glutton. A slight smile curled Blood Dance's lips as she replied, "All right, then you can discuss it with Chef Hai. I shall await at home." Longbai, having acquiesced, promptly hung up, feeling quite agitated over the loss of his dinner. "Ha ha." Blood Dance laughed heartily. Longbai, Daring to compete with me is tantamount to courting death. After her laughter subsided, she turned her gaze toward Xingtian, noticing Shuyao staring at her with wide eyes. Ahem. Blood Dance coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Director, I didn't hear anything, Shuyao stated, deepening the awkward atmosphere in the room. Shuyao, what is your soul ring? Director. Mine is a 1,000-year soul ring. 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath Shuyao's feet, causing Blood Dance's expression to turn peculiar. Both rings were absorbed by exceeding personal limits. What kind of household had produced such a marvel? You and Xingtian are not biological siblings, are you? Yes, Shuyao nodded. Brother Xingtian was taken in by my mother a few years ago. Taken in? Does that mean Xingtian is an orphan? As soon as Blood Dance spoke, Shuyao placed her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Director, please do not mention this in front of Brother Xingtian. It will sadden him. He may act indifferent. But I have seen him cry countless times. Blood Dance nodded in agreement. Approximately half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Director Blood Dance. I have brought your luxury meal. Chef Hai's robust voice resonated. Blood Dance gently beckoned, and the door opened. As the door swung wide, a portly man in a chef's robe entered, carrying an enormous platter of food. Place it on the dining table, Blood Dance instructed Chef Hai. Certainly. After setting the meal down, Chef Hai noticed Xingtian and Shuyao, perplexed. Director Blood Dance, why are there 2 children here? The boy is my personal disciple, and the girl is his sister. Chef Hai was taken aback, uncertain. Director Blood Dance, is this truly your personal disciple? Did I not mention it earlier? Blood Dance cast a sidelong glance at Chef Hai. Surprisingly, I didn't know you accepted disciples, he replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Are you seeking death? And no. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chef Hai hastily exited. At that moment, Xingtian began to awaken. Brother Xingtian. You're awake. Shuyao exclaimed joyfully. Ugh, my head feels a bit sore, Xingtian said, rubbing his temples. You used the Phoenix Eye on me, although it had an effect. The exhaustion of your mental energy led to your fainting, Blood Dance explained. Oh, Xingtian nodded. Come, you two, let us have dinner. Ah, dinner already? Xingtian was taken aback, as he had just awakened to find it was time to eat. Immediately, Shuyao supported the somewhat unsteady Xingtian to the dining table, while Blood Dance used her soul power to lift the lid off the dish, releasing a delightful aroma that filled the air. Xingtian inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring as he exclaimed, Wow, is this fish? It smells divine. This is the deep-sea demon fish, a nourishing delicacy. You two should indulge. Shuyao remarked while seated on the stool, addressing Xingtian and Shuyao. Master, you should eat first. Shuyao shook her head and replied, This will not benefit me greatly. You both should partake. Oh. Xingtian responded promptly, seizing the chopsticks from the dining table, his appetite awakened by the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. The reason for which eluded him. As he lifted a piece of fish, a delightful burst of flavor enveloped him. Wow, this is truly delectable. Yao, you must try it. Without hesitation, he offered a piece to Shuyao, who, undeterred, accepted it eagerly. It's incredibly delicious, she affirmed, nodding her head in agreement. Thus, the two indulged heartily in their feast. However, after consuming only a modest amount, Shuyao felt herself satiated, yet a warm sensation coursed through her body, her soul power beginning to circulate autonomously. Blood Dance, noticing her unusual condition, urged Shuyao, quickly channel your soul power to transform that energy. Heeding the advice, Shuyao promptly summoned her soul power. Xingtian paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at Blood Dance. Blood Dance elucidated. What you are consuming is the deep-sea demon fish, aged 50,000 years, which harbors immense energy. Once ingested, this energy will disperse within your body. Hurry, eat as much as you can. Convert this into your soul power. Oh. Xingtian continued to feast, consuming the deep-sea magic fish for over 10 minutes until it was entirely devoured. With a satisfied belch, he displayed an expression of sheer delight. How do you feel? Blood Dance inquired eagerly. Xingtian shook his head and replied, I feel nothing at all. However, my spirit has certainly improved. Blood Dance tugged at the corner of her mouth, and after a considerable pause, she finally asked, Can you still eat now? I suppose not. After Xingtian finished speaking, Blood Dance directly grasped his shoulder and vanished from the scene. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the Shrek cafeteria. Chef Hai, bring forth all your finest ingredients. Blood Dance exclaimed loudly. Chef Hai approached, trembling as he came before Blood Dance. Director Blood Dance, are you serious? Wasn't that 500,000-year-old deep-sea demon fish enough? Stop with the nonsense and bring it. The expenses are on me, Blood Dance retorted. Upon hearing this, a grin spread across Chef Hai's face. All right, since you insist, I shall fetch it. Truly, he was a man easily swayed by money. Blood Dance snorted coldly and turned to Xingtian, saying, Eat to your heart's content, as much as you can. Master, I feel like I might burst, Xingtian whispered. What are you afraid of? I won't let you die from overeating. With that, Chef Hai returned with a group carrying platters, presenting a variety of dishes before them. Eat up, Blood Dance commanded, and Xingtian immediately began to feast. He disregarded the chopsticks and simply used his hands, a sight that astonished everyone present. Chef Hai shuffled closer to Blood Dance and remarked, Director, Are you trying to silence him? Blood Dance shot him a glare but said nothing. Her gaze fixed on the ravenous Xingtian. Before long, every dish had vanished under their watchful eyes, and Xingtian merely let out a satisfied burp. Good heavens. This guy can really eat, Chef Hai commented. Blood Dance kicked him lightly and scolded. What are you standing there for? Keep bringing the dishes. Oh, right. Chef Hai quickly instructed others to bring more food, nearly 1,000 plates, all consumed by Xingtian. Master, I think I'm getting a bit full. Xingtian wiped his mouth. Blood Dance sighed. Think? Does that mean you're still not full? At that moment, she realized she had raised an insatiable gourmand. One who could not even be satisfied by high-grade ingredients. Chapter 23, Continuous Breakthrough. Blood Dance turned to Chef Hai, who shrugged and replied. We have run out of high-grade ingredients. The next shipment will arrive tomorrow. All right, Blood Dance said, tossing a golden card to Chef Hai. This will cover your expenses from now on. Feed him until he can't eat anymore. Got it. We'll get to work. Chef Hai said as he and his team began to clear the plates away. Meanwhile, Xingtian smirked and muttered, this feels like feeding a pig. Blood Dance shot him a glare and retorted, who told you to eat so much? You've consumed all that, yet Haven tea increased your soul power. I truly wonder where all that high-grade food has gone. I only feel my spirit getting better. Nothing else, Xingtian replied. Spirit power? Blood Dance was puzzled. These were all ingredients meant to enhance soul power. How could they relate to spirit power? Nonetheless, she decided to check Xingtian's spirit power just to be safe. She extended her index finger and touched his forehead, gently releasing her soul power to envelop his head. Soon, she withdrew her hand. Your spirit power has actually reached the upper tier of the spirit sea realm. How peculiar. With such low soul power and such high spirit power. Could all the energy from your food have transformed into spirit power? I don't know, but Master, what is the spirit sea realm? Xingtian asked. At this, Blood Dance began to explain. Spirit power is divided into 6 realms: spirit origin, spirit communication, spirit sea, spirit abyss, spirit domain, and divine origin. You are currently in the 3rd realm, spirit sea, and reaching this level at your stage is indeed surprising. Xingtian let out a sigh, pondering the significance of possessing formidable mental strength. Yet, my soul power has been progressing at a rather unhurried pace. Do not speak so lightly. Possessing strong mental fortitude is indeed advantageous. For instance, upon reaching level 20, you will be able to absorb more potent soul rings. At this point, Shuyao refrained from continuing, for this young man's first soul ring was of 3,000 years, rendering any assessment of absorption strength through mental prowess utterly absurd. She conjured a soundproof barrier with her soul power and then inquired of Xingtian, how did you manage to absorb this 3,000-year soul ring? It should be beyond your capacity to endure. Xingtian was uncertain about the origin of his 2 soul rings, responding, I cannot recall. All my memories from 3 years ago have vanished. It was Snow Ant who took me in. Blood Dance pondered this revelation, deducing that Snow Ant likely referred to Shuyao's mother. The loss of Xingtian's memories from 3 years prior might be connected to his soul rings, or perhaps a consequence of forcibly absorbing a 3,000-year soul ring. However, the specifics of what transpired remain a mystery. Never mind. What matters is that he is now my disciple, and the stronger he becomes, the better, Blood Dance murmured, swiftly seizing the still-dazed Xingtian and vanishing from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves beside a vast lake, surrounded by lush woods. The water was remarkably clear, and to their astonishment, the area brimmed with potent energy. Xingtian felt a subtle rise in his soul power. Master, the energy here is so abundant. I can sense an increase in my soul power, he exclaimed, pausing as he gazed into the distance, where a colossal ancient tree rose majestically. A vibrant life force emanated from it. Teacher, there is an incredibly strong energy over there. Blood Dance turned her gaze toward the ancient tree, smiling as she explained. That is the tree of eternity, which harbors immense life energy. One could say it is the very essence of life on the Douluo continent. Xingtian was astounded. He never anticipated that the distant tree he had gazed upon held such significance. From today onward, you shall remain by the sea god lake to cultivate until the commencement of the school year. Shuyao instructed Xingtian. Master, is this truly the sea god lake? Xingtian inquired, his expression one of disbelief. What else could it be? The eternal tree lies not far from here. If this is not the sea god lake, then where else could it possibly be? Xingtian inhaled sharply, recalling the tales of the sea god lake and the sea god's destiny he had heard from Han Shuiye. He had never imagined he would find himself here today. Very well, you shall cultivate here. When mealtime arrives, proceed to the dining hall. Shuyao commanded before vanishing without a trace. This left Xingtian bewildered. He had traversed here in a mere instant and had no idea of the route to the dining hall, nor did he know where Shuyao resided. However, with Shuyao having disappeared, he found himself incapable of articulating his concerns and could only sit cross-legged by the sea god lake to cultivate. As night fell, a chilling wind swept through the air, yet Xingtian, seated there, felt no chill whatsoever. During his time in the far north, he had endured the cold even in his bare state, and this slight breeze was inconsequential. Thus, the night passed. On the following day, Shuyao reappeared before Xingtian, guiding him along the path to the dining hall, as well as to the academy library. She instructed him to dedicate 2 hours each day to reading. Henceforth, Xingtian led a life marked by eating, drinking, relieving himself, reading, and cultivating. A month later, Xingtian suddenly opened his eyes, having once again achieved a breakthrough. Over the past month, his days had been filled solely with sustenance and cultivation, culminating in a remarkable ascent to the 18th level of soul power. Additionally, his mental acuity had seen a rise, reaching the mid-tier of the spirit sea realm. Suddenly, ripples stirred around him as blood dance materialized before his eyes, her presence enveloping the air with a fragrant scent of roses. Today, she adorned herself in a striking red, low-cut, form-fitting gown, her face lightly made up, and her feet graced by crimson high heels. Already tall, the heels elevated her stature further, compelling even Xingtian to lift his head to meet her gaze. "Master, you look stunning today," Xingtian remarked, captivated by Blood Dance's beauty. Her lips curled into a smile at his compliment. But it broadened even more upon sensing the surge in his soul power. Had anyone familiar with her witnessed this, they would surely have been astounded. For the infamous and fearsome female tyrant was smiling, truly an astonishing sight. "Xingtian, once you reach level 20, I shall guide you in acquiring a formidable soul ring," Blood Dance declared, though a hint of discomfort flickered within her. She pondered how many high-grade ingredients he had consumed over the past month, and how much wealth had been expended to facilitate his 4-level elevation. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. After all, challenges solvable by wealth were trivial. However, as time progressed, Xingtian's appetite had grown insatiable, leaving her to wonder if she had unwittingly nurtured a glutton. Xingtian did not respond to Blood Dance, for Shuiye had previously informed him that he needed to return to the northernmost land to achieve a breakthrough at level 20. However, he was perplexed as to why Shuiye insisted that he return to the northernmost land for this advancement. This question eluded him, and he could only await Shuiye's explanation upon reaching level 20 in the northernmost land. Chapter 24. Deterrence. Blood Dance did not linger on this matter and brought up another topic. "Xingtian, today marks the commencement of the new academic year. Although I am your master, there are certain regulations that cannot be overlooked. For instance, you must pass the newly implemented 10 examinations of the academy in order to officially become a student here." "The 10 examinations of the academy?" Xingtian queried, his mind filled with confusion. "These are 10 examinations arranged by the academy. You must achieve a passing score to be recognized as a student. The total score is 100, with a passing mark set at 90. If you fail to pass 2 of the examinations, you will be eliminated from the program." "Ah, how stringent." Blood Dance cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you think entering Shrek Academy is as easy as it seems?" Upon hearing these words, Xingtian nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Very well, I shall take you to find your sister. She has been incessantly mentioning you," Shuiye remarked with a smile. "I miss her dearly as well." Xingtian thought of Shuiye, a smile inadvertently gracing his face. Shuiye cast a glance at him but chose not to comment further, as these matters were not her concern. Before long, Shuiye led Xingtian to their residence, where Shuiye awaited. Today, she was adorned beautifully, her hair styled into playful twin ponytails, exuding a vivacious charm. With the arrival of spring, she donned a light blue collared long-sleeve shirt paired with a blue skirt that gracefully reached her knees, complemented by pristine white stockings and flat black shoes. This ensemble rendered her the embodiment of a pure schoolgirl, captivating all who beheld her. Upon spotting Xingtian, she rushed towards him, a delightful fragrance of violet flowers wafting into his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. "Well, brother Xingtian, you have finally returned," Shuiye exclaimed with exuberance, nuzzling her face against his chest, leaving him both amused and perplexed. "Yao, master is still present," he gently reminded her. "Nonsense." Shuiye playfully stuck out her tongue before extricating herself from his embrace. "Xingtian, change into your new outfit." Shuiye suddenly tossed a set of clothes and shoes towards him. Xingtian stared blankly at Shuiye, perplexed by the sudden gift of clothing. "Brother Xingtian, you have spent the past month meditating and cultivating by the sea god lake, neglecting your hygiene. We find you rather unkempt." Upon hearing Shuiye's words, Xingtian's expression froze. Was he truly that dirty? A faint whiff suggested he might be. Observing his daze, Shuiye promptly pushed him into the bathroom. "Hurry and wash up. We still need to sign up afterward." Xingtian, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped into the bathroom for a thorough wash. Once refreshed, he employed the flames of his phoenix martial spirit to evaporate the droplets of water clinging to his skin. After casually arranging his hair, he adorned himself once more with the dragon and phoenix jade pendant and storage ring, donning a new outfit before stepping outside. As he opened the door, a mist surged into the room, and Xingtian emerged from its embrace. Both Shuiye and Shuiye turned their gazes towards him simultaneously, having just bathed. Xingtian's complexion bore a rosy hue, yet he appeared remarkably invigorated. He wore a white shirt complemented by a blue jacket, paired with fitted blue trousers and a matching belt. His feet shod in black shoes. However, his collar was left unbuttoned, and with his tousled hair, he exuded an air of reckless confidence. Shuiye approached him, extending her hand to adjust his attire, her face radiating joy. "Xingtian Gidge, do you like this outfit? I personally selected it for you," she exclaimed. "I love it," Xingtian replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. "All right," Shuiye interjected, You two should go register directly. Just provide your names when the time comes. I've already taken care of the tuition. Xingtian responded affirmatively. Having spent a month in the company of Shuyao, he was well aware of his master's exuberance and thus refrained from excessive formality. He resolved to repay this kindness once his strength had grown. The two of them exited the room and made their way towards the registration office within the academy. Along the way, they observed the bustling crowd of passersby. Both possessed strikingly handsome features. Regardless of gender, onlookers couldn't help but steal glances at them, clad predominantly in blue. Their attire resembled that of a couple, and as Shuyao linked her arm with Xingtian's, pressing her body against him, the hearts of the solitary spectators shattered. With her large, expressive eyes scanning the surroundings, Shuyao remarked to Xingtian, "Brother Xingtian, there are so many people today." Indeed. With the commencement of the school year, the influx of students was only natural. As they conversed, they arrived at the registration office, where a lengthy queue had already formed, with some individuals accompanied by their parents. Xingtian escorted Shuyao to the end of the line. After waiting for several minutes, they spotted a familiar figure, Tang Zong. "Brother Tang," Xingtian called out. Upon hearing his name, Tang Zong turned with a puzzled expression, and upon recognizing Xingtian and Shuyao, his face broke into a smile. "Ah, it's you. Xingtian, are you here to register?" he inquired. "Yes," Xingtian nodded, then asked, "Brother Tang, what brings you here?" "Oh, I'm responsible for the new recruits this time, and I'll be overseeing your examinations," Tang Zong replied. At this revelation, the eyes of the new students around Xingtian lit up, eager to curry favor with Tang Zong. However, his next words extinguished their hopes for flattery. "Let us go. I will take you to register." "Wait, we're still in line. Is it proper to cut ahead?" "Cutting? What is wrong with that? Shrek Academy thrives on strength and connections. If you lack the capability, you shouldn't be here," Tang Zong remarked. Xingtian chose not to argue. Following Tang Zong along with Shuyao to the registration area, the onlookers behind them watched in envy. Upon reaching the registration desk, Tang Zong called out to the person in charge, "Zhou, register these two first." Zhou, a slender man, looked up at Tang Zong and chuckled. "Brother Tang, why are you giving them preferential treatment? Mind your own business and register them," Tang Zong replied curtly. All right, Zhou said, turning to Xingtian and Shuyao. "What are your names?" Before they could respond, a student from behind interjected, "Why do they get to register first? I've been waiting in line for so long." "Exactly. Why is that?" Others chimed in. Tang Zong let out a cold smile, his gaze fixed on the instigator. 3 purple and 3 black spirit rings rose beneath him as he spoke in a chilling tone. "What did you say?" "Spirit Emperor," the instigator stammered, instinctively retreating. "Humph." Tang Zong scoffed, unleashing a powerful aura that stirred the dust around him, causing the entire line to recoil. This display left the new recruits trembling, and even the accompanying parents felt an involuntary concern for their children's future at the academy. "I'll tell you this. At Shrek, strength is paramount. If you lack it, stay silent and keep to the sidelines," Tang Zong declared, retracting his spirit rings. Chapter 25. The agile chubby one. In the aftermath of Tang Zong's intimidation, no one dared to complain. Zhou resumed his inquiry. "What are your names?" "I am Xingtian, and this is Shuyao," Xingtian replied. Upon hearing their names, Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, you two have already paid your tuition and are exempt from admission requirements, going straight to the assessment. This must be the work of your master." Scratching his head, Xingtian responded, "Yes, I suppose so." Zhou glanced at Tang Zong, seeking clarification. But Tang Zong smacked him lightly on the head. "Don't worry about that. Just give them the registration forms and let them prepare for the assessment." Zhou nodded and handed the forms to Xingtian and Shuyao. "You two go rest over there. A collective gathering will take place shortly for the first assessment," Tang Zong instructed. They nodded and settled down in a nearby resting area. After resting for about 10 minutes, a portly young man approached them. Weighing approximately 200 pounds and adorned in lavish attire, complete with a golden necklace around his neck. Xingtian raised his head in confusion and looked at the little chubby boy, who, however, was gazing at Shuyao. "Hey," the chubby boy exclaimed with an unpleasant tone. "How about becoming my girlfriend?" Shuyao remained silent, merely leaning against Xingtian. This action rendered the chubby boy somewhat embarrassed. He glared at Xingtian and coldly declared, "You, step aside." Xingtian lifted his eyelids, a cold gleam flickering in his. He appeared somewhat displeased. The chubby boy, under Xingtian's intense gaze, felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and repeated, "I told you to get lost. Do you hear me?" Xingtian gently tapped Shuyao's hand, signaling her to release her grip. Obediently, Shuyao complied, and he rose to his feet. "Would you care to repeat that?" The little chubby boy, sensing the tone in Xingtian's voice, immediately felt a surge of displeasure. He began to speak again. "I told you." Before he could finish his sentence, Xingtian delivered a powerful kick that propelled the boy several meters away, landing with a roll that covered over 20 meters. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at this spectacle, while those unfamiliar with the situation stared at Xingtian in a daze, though they dared not voice their thoughts. Clearing his throat, the chubby boy coughed violently, spitting out blood. With a dazed expression, He raised his trembling hand to point at Xingtian, exclaiming, "You actually dared to strike me." Xingtian gazed down upon the portly figure, a palpable aura of authority emanating from him. The rotund individual scrambled to his feet, unleashing a furious roar as a shadowy dragon materialized behind him. His martial spirit was that of the dark magic dragon. At the same time, 2 violet soul rings rose beneath him, marking him as a formidable soul master. Shuyao immediately stood, but Xingtian raised a hand to halt her, declaring, "I shall take this." With that proclamation, he stepped forward, a golden soul ring ascending from beneath him. Onlookers were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight of a soul master challenging a grand soul master with such ferocity. Was this truly Shrek? Oh, ha. A mere soul master, and with a century-old soul ring at that. How pathetic to think you dare to confront me. The portly figure laughed mockingly. Xingtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he lifted his head and inquired, "Then who was it that I sent flying over 20 meters with a single kick?" The chubby boy fell silent, his expression darkening. "You are courting disaster." Xingtian shrugged and remarked, "I do not perceive it that way." The stout fellow let out a cold snort and charged out, his speed astonishing. It was beyond imagination that such a corpulent figure could achieve such swiftness. The onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his shadow. Xingtian stood motionless as a cerulean dragon rose behind him, its eyes glinting with a chilling light. A thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even the plump boy charging towards Xingtian came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place, overwhelmed by dizziness. Now at the 18th level, Xingtian's soul power had significantly surged, amplifying the potency of his soul abilities to an unprecedented degree, with the radius of his disorienting effect extending to 50 meters. After a brief interval of 3 seconds, the boy emerged from his stupor, shaking his head as he turned to face Xingtian. For reasons unbeknownst to him, that earlier dragon's roar had sent a shiver through his entire being, and he sensed an unsettling urge within his martial soul, as if it were attempting to detach from his body, an experience that filled him with dread. At this moment, Xingtian approached the chubby boy, who instinctively stepped back. However, after only a few steps, Xingtian swiftly seized the boy by the collar, effortlessly lifting his 200+ pounds. "You now stand before 2 paths. One leads to an apology, the other will leave you unrecognizable to your parents," Xingtian stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy struggled and shouted defiantly, "Impossible. An apology is out of the question. If you're going to hit me, then come on. I, a formidable soul master, am not afraid of you." "Very well." Xingtian uttered a single potent word and, with a swift motion, hurled the chubby boy to the ground, causing the very stones beneath to fracture. As a result of such a forceful impact, the boy's face turned a deep shade of purple. However, seizing the opportunity, he scrambled to his feet. His appearance was utterly disheveled, his clothes in tatters, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. "If I do not slay you today, my heart shall remain burdened by resentment," he declared, activating his first soul skill, Frenzied Claw. He shaped his hands into claws and swiftly advanced towards Xingtian, poised to strike. Xingtian swiftly dodged, yet the portly figure exhibited an inexplicable swiftness. In one instance, he failed to evade a strike and was caught by a claw upon his chest, tearing his garment and revealing his well-defined pectorals beneath. He furrowed his brow, for this was the attire chosen for him by Shuyao, now marred by the presence of this rotund adversary. His ire escalated to a new height. "Claws, you say? Very well. First soul skill, Divine Dragon Claw." As the surface of Xingtian's hands revealed a delicate layer of scales, he sprinted forward, his right hand transforming into a claw aimed at the chubby boy. Upon witnessing the ferocious swipe accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the chubby boy was so frightened that he dared not withstand it. Instead, he hurriedly evaded, causing Xingtian's claw to strike the ground. This powerful blow resulted in a massive fissure forming, with a prominent claw mark etched at the center of the chasm. The chubby boy, upon seeing this mark, exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell? Are you some kind of phony soul master? How can you wield such immense power in one strike?" Yet, Xingtian offered no explanation. Instead, he pivoted and swiped horizontally, faced with the overwhelming might of Xingtian's claw. The chubby boy had no courage to confront it and promptly fled in a state of panic. Upon witnessing his attempt to flee, Xingtian immediately activated his Phoenix True Eye. The chubby boy happened to be staring directly into Xingtian's eyes and was instantly dazed once more. With his soul power surging violently, Xingtian prepared to eliminate the boy in a single strike. Just as he was about to seize him, Tang Zong's voice rang out, "Brother Xing, stop." But it was already too late for Xingtian to halt his motion. His right hand was already lunging toward the boy's head. At that critical moment, a surge of soul energy enveloped the boy, sending Xingtian flying backward with tremendous force. "Brother Xingtian!" Shuyao cried out in alarm, rushing to his side immediately. Chapter 26. One-on-one. Shuyao helped Xingtian to his feet, her face etched with concern. "Brother Xingtian, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xingtian replied with a shake of his head, his gaze shifting toward the boy. Beside the chubby youth now stood a man, a figure in his 30s or 40s, with a powerfully built frame and a rather rugged, imposing demeanor. "Teacher son," Tang Zong greeted respectfully as he approached the man. Sun Tianyi gave a slight nod before fixing Xingtian with a stern glare. That strike of yours carried unmistakable killing intent. Why were you trying to kill him? Noticing Xingtian's bewildered expression, Tang Zong quickly explained. This is Teacher Sun Qianyi from the Martial Soul Department, an 82nd level power-type battle soul master. Upon hearing this, Xingtian immediately bowed and said, Good day, Teacher Sunday. Sun Tiandou nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Xingtian, silently urging him to provide an explanation. Xingtian, understanding the situation, promptly began to explain, just now. This rotund individual attempted to harass my sister and ordered me to leave. How could I possibly tolerate such insolence? I certainly could not, thus I resorted to striking him. In the midst of our altercation, he tore the dress that I had meticulously chosen for my sister. In a fit of rage, I intended to deliver a severe blow. Yet I bore no murderous intent. After all, I could hardly fathom that a soul master of his caliber would be so inept, failing to best even a humble soul practitioner like myself. Suddenly, Tang Zong erupted into laughter. Sun Qianyi shot him a glare and inquired, What is so amusing? Coughing slightly. Tang Zong quickly composed himself and replied, Primarily, it is rather comical that a high-ranking soul master is unable to defeat a mere soul practitioner. Sun Qianyi diverted his gaze back to the chubby individual, coldly stating, You are utterly worthless, unable to best even a soul practitioner. What a disgrace. Shrek is not suited for you. It would be best for you to pack your belongings and leave. Ah. The chubby boy gasped in alarm, pleading, Teacher, please. I can defeat him. I simply did not exert my full strength previously. If we were to fight again, I would undoubtedly prevail. He then turned to Xingtian and bellowed, You, boy, do you dare to engage me in a one-on-one duel? If you win, I shall vacate. Oh. Sun Tianyi raised an eyebrow and addressed Xingtian. Are you willing to formally challenge him to a duel? I am. Xingtian displayed no hesitation. Sun Tianyi's face remained impassive, but internally he reveled in the unfolding drama. He relished the prospect of a duel, particularly one of this nature. He announced to both contenders, Very well, you shall engage in a duel on the arena. I will serve as the referee. Thus, Sun Qianyi escorted Xingtian and the chubby boy to the arena within the academy, located in a vast hall surrounded by seating. Though at that moment it was largely vacant, save for Shuyao and Tang Zong, Xingtian and the stout boy have ascended the arena, with Sun Qianyi standing between them. This contest is but a duel, where camaraderie takes precedence over competition. Upon concluding his remarks, Sun Qianyi urged them, Reveal your martial spirits. The stout boy was the first to awaken his martial spirit, a black dragon materializing behind him, while a purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, standing tall. His martial spirit is the Dark Magic Dragon, a 25th level agility-based soul master. Xingtian paused for a moment, surprised to discover that Jiadalong was an agility-type soul master. It was no wonder he had exhibited such remarkable speed earlier. However, his corpulent physique seemed incongruous with the agility classification. Xingtian revealed his own martial soul, a blue-violet dragon, as a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. Xingtian, martial soul, dragon, an 18th level strength-type battle soul master. Xingtian's soul power was 7 levels lower than that of the towering Jiadalong. Initially, this battle seemed devoid of suspense. However, Jiadalong insisted on a one-on-one duel, making the outcome uncertain. Sun Qianyi glanced at both competitors, and upon seeing they were prepared, declared, All right. The contest begins. At the signal, Xingtian immediately took action. He understood the necessity of striking first. Jiadalong's soul power surpassed his own, and previously, he had managed to suppress Jiadalong simply by not allowing him the opportunity to counter. This time, he could not afford to grant him that chance. Sun Qianyi had already taken his place by the arena, settling down to witness the clash. Just as he got comfortable, the striking figure of Blood Dance, adorned in a crimson dress, appeared beside him. She cast a glance at the combatants, Xingtian and Jiadalong, before crossing her legs and sitting down. Sun Qianyi, captivated by her flawless, alabaster legs, found himself momentarily entranced, yet dared not gaze for too long. After all, Blood Dance was renowned throughout the academy as a formidable force, her prowess eclipsing his own by a considerable margin. Lingering too long on her might invite disaster. Director, what brings you here? Sun Qianyi inquired, attempting to charm her. Blood Dance merely shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as her attention remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Sun Qianyi forced a couple of awkward chuckles, joining her in observing the contest. At that moment, Xingtian had engaged Jiadalong in close combat, his fist raining down rapid attacks that left Jiadalong with no option but to defend. The Xingtian lad possesses remarkable strength. He can confront his opponent without exerting soul power, leaving Jiadalong with no chance to retaliate. Sun Qianyi commented. Hearing this appraisal, Blood Dance's lips curled slightly. After all, how could her disciple be lacking in any regard? Damn it! Jiadalong cursed inwardly, recognizing that Xingtian's power was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to strike back. No, I cannot remain suppressed any longer. With determination, Jiadalong activated his martial spirit, unleashing his second soul skill, Shadow Clone. Instantly, 5 replicas of Jiadalong appeared on the arena, leaving Xingtian momentarily bewildered as to which was the real one. He prepared to unleash his first soul skill, Dragon S Roar. Xingtian let out a thunderous roar, his dragon's chant resonating throughout the entire arena. The towering dragon was rendered dazed, and even its duplicates vanished, revealing its true form. Xingtian seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching his opponent and unleashing the dragon's claw technique. With a single strike, the towering dragon was sent flying, 5 deep gashes appearing upon its body. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Tianyi furrowed his brow in confusion and muttered, "How could this young man have unleashed 2 soul skills?" Suddenly, Blood Dance rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Xingtian, cease your attack." Taken aback, Xingtian turned his head to see Blood Dance in the audience, immediately halting his assault and respectfully calling out, "Master, what on earth?" Sun Tianyi stood up, bewildered, staring at Blood Dance in disbelief. Xingtian was her disciple. This is disastrous. At that moment, the towering dragon also came to a realization. Shaking its head and feeling a sharp pain emanating from its chest, glancing down, it noticed 5 shallow claw marks. "Oh dear, that hurts." Xingtian glanced back and said, "I did not exert all my strength. You shall not come to harm." Gao Dalong was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that he was still engaged in a duel, and immediately sprang up. "Come on, let us continue our fight." "Enough," Sun Tianyi interjected. "This duel ends here." "What? Who won then?" Gao Dalong asked anxiously. Sun Tianyi remained silent, her gaze directed towards Shuiye. "If this trend continues, you shall lose," Shuiye said to Gao Dalong. Chapter 27. The first assessment. Gao Dalong wore a disbelieving expression, shouting in excitement, "No, that is impossible. How could I possibly lose? I am a Grand Soul Master. He is merely a Soul Master. There is no way I could be defeated." Shuiye frowned, noting the boy's poor temperament. Just as she was about to speak, Sun Tianyi explained the wager to her. "Now I understand," Shuiye said, feeling relieved. "However, this boy's character is still lacking. He cannot even endure a little setback. Yet, his martial soul is indeed commendable. Your name is Gao Dalong, correct?" Shuiye inquired. Gao Dalong, noticing Sun Tianyi's timid demeanor beside Shuiye, promptly replied, "Yes, teacher." "Very well, I shall take charge this time. Your previous wager is null and void. You shall register and proceed to the assessment. Only after passing may you officially become a Shrek Academy student." As she spoke, Shuiye turned to Xingtian. "You have no objections to my decision, do you?" "All is at the master's discretion," Xingtian replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Gao Dalong was taken aback. "Wait, they are actually master and apprentice? Does that mean he is a student of Shrek? Incredible! To become a Shrek student at level 18 must indicate true genius." In that moment, he felt that his loss was not in vain. "You are now prepared to proceed to the assessment." This statement was directed at Xingtian and the others, while the next was aimed at Sun Tianyi. "You, come with me." Gulp. Sun Tianyi swallowed nervously, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Was he inadvertently bullying her disciple? Surely not. Yet, he remained unaware that a woman need not have a reason to seek trouble. As Xingtian descended from the platform, Shuyao rushed over, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Xingtian, you are truly remarkable. That hefty fellow was no match for you. Just average, really. I am not nearly as impressive as you," he replied modestly. "Ah, Brother Xingtian, please do not flatter me, or I shall become conceited." She giggled. "Very well." Xingtian chuckled, unable to resist playfully pinching Shuiyao's delicate nose. At that moment, Tang Zong approached them, remarking, "It seems that the time for the assessment is drawing near. Allow me to escort you." Yes, thank you, Brother Tang." Shuiye responded gratefully. "Not at all. It is a trivial matter. I am also responsible for overseeing this assessment, so it is on my way," he replied amiably. Tall Dragon also made his way down, overhearing their conversation, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you are not a student, are you?" "Who claimed that I was?" Xingtian inquired, puzzled. Tall Dragon was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that his presumption of Xingtian being a student was merely speculation, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. However, he quickly recovered, grinning. "Well then, since we are all candidates, let us proceed together." Xingtian received no response and followed Tang Zong to the assessment site alongside Shuiye. Observing this, Gao Dalong immediately trailed after them. However, throughout the journey, Gao Dalong incessantly bombarded Xingtian with a multitude of questions, to the point of exasperation, until Tang Zong finally intervened, compelling him to silence. Soon enough, Tang Zong led them to the playground of Shrek Academy, which was already teeming with a vast multitude, estimated to be over 10,000. However, it was evident that 9 out of 10 would be eliminated, underscoring the rigorous standards of Shrek Academy. "You are to proceed to the playground, shortly. A teacher will summon you for the first assessment," Tang Zong instructed Xingtian and the others. "Understood," they replied. Xingtian responded affirmatively and took Shuyao to the playground, while Gao Dalong continued to trail behind them. At this moment, Shuiye became displeased and turned to shout at Gao Dalong, "You chubby fellow. Why do you insist on following us?" "Ha ha ha. I'm just passing by, Gao Dalong replied awkwardly with a grin. "Humph. It would be best if you ceased following us. Otherwise, without my brother Xingtian needing to intervene, I shall personally turn you into a pig's head," Shuiye coldly retorted, linking her arm with Xingtian's as they sought a place to wait. This time, Gao Dalong did not follow them closely, maintaining a respectful distance instead. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a voice resonated, "All candidates, please form a line and assemble." Upon hearing this voice, Xingtian and Shuyao exchanged glances, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, they needed to align with the crowd promptly, and soon over 10,000 individuals were organized into a line on the playground. Before them stood a platform, and as they completed their assembly, 6 figures appeared on it in the blink of an eye. Xingtian cast his gaze over, momentarily taken aback. On the viewing platform stood 2 familiar figures. One was Tang Zong, and the other was Sun Tianyi, though for some inexplicable reason. The latter's face appeared somewhat swollen. On the platform, Tang Zong stood beside Sun Tianyi, stifling a chuckle as he quietly inquired, "Teacher, why does your face look somewhat different than it did earlier?" Sun Tianyi shot him a glare. "You have the audacity to ask. Tell me honestly. Do you know about the connection between Xingtian and the Dean?" "Ahem, I have a vague idea." "Then why the hell didn't you inform me? Don't you know the Dean is rather protective?" "Isn't it because you didn't give me the chance to speak? Had you done so, I would have certainly told you." Fearing that Sun Tianyi might channel his ire towards him, Tang Zong promptly shifted the topic. "Teacher, the candidates are still watching from below. Please address them." "Humph." Sun Tianyi scoffed, redirecting his attention to the candidates below. Clearing his throat, he began, "Dear candidates, welcome to Shrek Academy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Tianyi, a teacher from the Department of Martial Spirits, responsible for this admission assessment. I am aware that you are all prodigies from your previous academies. Yet upon arriving here, you must understand that talent means little in this realm. Only true monsters can genuinely establish themselves at Shrek Academy." At this proclamation, the candidates instinctively puffed out their chests, all aspiring to embody the monsters that Sun Tianyi had described. Sun Tianyi surveyed all present before continuing. "This assessment comprises 10 tasks. We shall now commence with the first. You will engage in battle with a 10,000-year soul beast in the simulation chamber. Those who fail will be eliminated directly. Now, 5 senior students will escort you to the simulation room. Over 1,000 candidates, organized into 5 groups, followed their 5 leaders to the simulation chamber. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that their senior guides had mysteriously vanished. Xingtian and Shuyao, following Tang Zong, were en route to their destination when Tang Zong's voice resonated in Xingtian's ear. "Remember, once you arrive at the simulation chamber, you and Shuyao must immediately unleash your martial spirits. Soul beasts may appear at any moment, so exercise caution." Xingtian was taken aback as he glanced around, realizing that Tang Zong's figure had vanished, and they had entered a simulation chamber. This chamber was an expansive structure capable of accommodating thousands. Suddenly, the entire space plunged into darkness, and Xingtian's alertness surged. "Yao, unleash your martial spirit." Although Shuyao was perplexed by the command, she complied with Xingtian's request, and in an instant, a girl adorned with a crown materialized behind her. Chapter 28. Profound Meditation. Xingtian unleashed his martial soul, and the soul rings followed suit, illuminating the surroundings slightly. However, it was still too dark. Thus, he decided to transform his soul rings into a radiant white, serving as a source of light. He extended his hand and firmly grasped Shuyao's, holding tight, resolutely vowing not to part ways. Shuyao obediently responded. Suddenly, anguished screams echoed around them, and Xingtian, along with Shuyao, remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Out of nowhere, a soul beast lunged toward them, but Xingtian swiftly kicked it aside. As time progressed, the harrowing cries multiplied, and they encountered numerous magical beasts. Yet, Xingtian and Shuyao managed to vanquish each threat in tandem. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the simulation chamber suddenly illuminated, revealing that everyone had remained in place, unmoving. "Candidates, the first round of assessment has concluded. 4,000 individuals have been eliminated. Those whose names do not appear on the list are to depart on their own accord." Sun Tianyi's voice resonated throughout the simulation room. Shortly thereafter, a leaderboard materialized before them, and many discovered that their names were absent from the list, leaving them disheartened as they departed. As for those who remained, they exchanged incredulous glances, some unable to fathom that this had merely been the first assessment, not the anticipated challenge of battling soul beasts for a millennium. Xingtian and Shuyao were equally astonished, as it dawned upon them that the scene they had just witnessed was merely an illusion. They had seamlessly transitioned into a simulated realm, confronting the soul beasts that represented the formidable challenge of 10,000-year-old creatures. The sheer technological prowess that enabled over 10,000 individuals to unknowingly enter this simulated world was indeed terrifying. "Now, we shall proceed to the second assessment." Sun Tian's voice resonated once more, instructing all candidates to sit in place and engage in meditation. The duration for meditation is set at 1 hour. Allow me to clarify. If one fails to enter a meditative state within 10 minutes, they shall be deemed eliminated. Xingtian and Shuyao exchanged a glance, both settling into a cross-legged position to commence their meditation. However, scarcely had a minute passed when a jarring noise erupted, only to fade away shortly after. What on earth was that? My ears. Numerous voices of discontent began to surface, as this abrupt cacophony disrupted their tranquil contemplation. Xingtian suddenly comprehended that during this hour of meditation, the Academy would employ noise to disrupt their focus, thereby preventing them from attaining a meditative state, which tested one's willpower. However, he was not concerned, having previously meditated by the sea god lake for an entire month. He had already experienced profound meditation and could enter this state at will. He closed his eyes, allowing his soul energy to circulate slowly. As he entered meditation, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant beneath his clothing began to emit a faint glow. If one were to sense closely, they would discover that the pendant was absorbing the surrounding soul energy, gathering it in this vicinity. Shuiye sat beside Xingtian, and due to the influence of the dragon and phoenix pendant, she also quickly entered a meditative state. As they both sank into meditation, a plump figure approached Xingtian and sat down beside him, astonished to find himself swiftly entering meditation as well. Noise intermittently erupted, fluctuating in intensity, with even a wave of soul energy interfering with them, causing many candidates to suffer headaches. As 10 minutes passed, several candidates left the simulation room, dejected. In a separate chamber, Xingtian and Tang Zong, along with 4 other senior students, stood observing the projection of the simulation room. Tut, tut, tut. This year's candidates are truly lacking. They cannot even enter a meditative state with such minimal distraction. They are touted as geniuses from various academies. Yet they seem less competent than mere failures, one senior student derided. The others chimed in, echoing similar sentiments. Tang Zong, amused by their banter, moved closer to Xingtian, fixating on the projection, and inquired, "Teacher, which of these candidates do you believe can complete the 10 tests?" Xingtian, standing with his hands behind his back and his eyes narrowed, surveyed the remaining candidates. Upon hearing Tang Zong's question, he paused thoughtfully. "You should have some insight into who might succeed. What we seek now is to identify the candidate with the greatest potential." Tang Zong pondered for a moment and, flashing a bright smile, declared, "Without a doubt, I believe it is Xingtian." Xingtian's gaze shifted to the meditating Xingtian, and after a moment of contemplation, he mused, "I remain perplexed. His soul energy is so low. Why would the dean accept him as a personal disciple? Who knows?" Tang Zong replied nonchalantly, unwilling to divulge that Xingtian possessed a twin martial soul of the highest caliber. "Eh?" Xingtian exclaimed, abruptly vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Xingtian, prompting Tang Zong to follow suit. Upon reaching Xingtian, Tang Zong immediately asked, "Teacher, what is it?" "You must carefully sense the surrounding soul energy," Xingtian instructed. Tang Zong complied and, astonished, exclaimed, "What is happening?" "The surrounding soul energy is actually converging towards Xingtian?" Xingtian, equally baffled, stared at Xingtian and murmured, "It seems he has entered a deep meditative state." Teacher, you cannot be joking. He is capable of deep meditation at such a young age? Do I seem like one who jokes?" Xingtian retorted, giving Tang Zong a playful slap on the head. He then turned his attention back to Xingtian, marveling, "Truly, he is worthy of being the dean's disciple, achieving deep meditation at such a tender age." "Didn't you just bemoan his low soul energy?" Tang Zong muttered under his breath. Xingtian delivered another light slap to his head. "What do you know? Low soul energy does not equate to lack of strength. Have you not seen how he can effortlessly dominate a grand soul master with his current abilities? He must possess qualities beyond the ordinary." Rubbing his head, Tang Zong internally grumbled, "I can hardly believe you, you cunning old man. If you weren't the dean's disciple, you would never bestow such praise upon him." "Achoo!" Xingtian suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and mumbling, "Which rascal is cursing me?" Tang Zong trembled at the remark and said, "Teacher, I will arrange for those eliminated candidates to leave the academy." Xingtian nodded, allowing Tang Zong to proceed while he remained by Xingtian's side. An hour later, Xingtian abruptly opened his eyes, leaping up to unleash a dragoness roar, startling Xingtian. Yet, once the roar subsided, Xingtian realized that Xingtian's soul energy had broken through. What? A single roar resulted in a breakthrough? Must you not be so disheartening? Nevertheless, reflecting on the duration of Xingtian's deep meditation, he could not help but sigh. Only an hour. What a pity. After the completion of the Xingtian dragon's chant, he suddenly noticed Xingtian before him and exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here?" Xingtian replied with a look of regret, "I came to see how you were faring in your deep meditation, but unfortunately, it seems you only meditated for an hour." Chapter 29. Forming the team. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback by Xingtian's words. How could an hour of meditation be deemed a pity? He typically engaged in meditation for at least an hour without much thought. Driven by curiosity, he inquired, "Master, why is an hour of meditation considered a loss?" As a disciple of blood dance, Xingtian patiently explained, "The duration of your first deep meditation determines the extent of your future growth. Generally, the longer the duration, the greater the potential for strength." "Oh." Xingtian understood, "But this is not my first deep meditation." "Well, that is somewhat relieving." Xingtian nodded in agreement. But then a realization struck him as he stared at Xingtian in disbelief. "You mean to say this is not your first deep meditation? When did you last engage in it, and for how long?" In response to Xingtian's barrage of questions, Xingtian clarified, "The last time I entered deep meditation was about half a month ago, and as for the duration, Master mentioned it was approximately 16 days. 16 days? Xingtian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the enormity of Xingtian's achievement. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the mystery of his low soul power lingered. Could there be something fundamentally different about him? After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it further. After all, Xingtian was a disciple of blood dance. It was not his concern, though he couldn't help but feel it was a pity that Xingtian was not his disciple. Brother Xingtian. Shuyao had already awakened from her meditation. Upon seeing Sun Tianyi conversing with Xingtian, she called out, "Hello, master." Sun Tianyi nodded slightly. The hour had elapsed, signaling it was time to prepare for the next assessment. He did not linger in conversation with Xingtian and the others but turned and departed. Brother Xingtian. Why did the master come over? Shuyao asked, somewhat perplexed. However, upon realizing that Xingtian had risen before her, a look of concern crossed her face. You didn't fail the meditation assessment, did you? What are you thinking? I passed the assessment. The master merely came over to inquire since he saw me enter deep meditation. Oh, I see. I knew my brother Xingtian would never fail. Shuyao's worry faded, replaced by a bright smile. Attention, candidates, Sun Tianyi's voice rang out suddenly. I am pleased to announce that you have all passed the second assessment. Those whose names are not on the list, please exit voluntarily. For those who have passed, please form temporary teams of at least 3 members within the next hour. Quickly organize your teams. As he finished speaking, Gao Dalong's imposing figure appeared behind Xingtian, calling out, "Do you need a team member?" Seeing the towering figure of Gao Dalong, Xingtian helplessly pressed his forehead and said, "Why have you followed us again?" With a hearty laugh, Gao Dalong, his belly protruding, responded, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Didn't the teacher mention forming a team? With a minimum of 3 members, my inclusion makes it just right. You glutton. The farther you roll away, the better. We certainly have no need for you," Shuyao interjected, dismissing him outright. Now, let us not be so hasty. I previously offended you unintentionally, so allow me to apologize," Gao Dalong said, bending slightly and bowing to the two, his voice laced with sincerity as he uttered, "I am truly sorry." Upon encountering the sincerity of the tall and robust Long, Xingtian contemplated for a moment before saying, "Very well, it is not a significant matter. Let us simply move past it." Upon hearing this, a broad smile instantly illuminated Long's face. However, due to his corpulent stature, the smile appeared rather endearing. He then threw his arm around Xingtian's shoulders and, with a wide grin, proclaimed, "Brother, there is a saying that one does not truly know another until they have clashed. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. As for me, I possess little beyond my finances. Should you require assistance with any monetary matters, do not hesitate to entrust them to me." Xingtian was taken aback. Could such brotherhood truly be forged? Do you still require additional members? A sweet, melodious voice interrupted their conversation. Before them stood a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a white jumpsuit. Her hands were delicately clasped over her abdomen, and her adorable visage, paired with sparkling eyes that blinked curiously, captivated Xingtian and his companions. Gao Dalong's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of her, and at that moment, it felt as if a ferocious wolf roared within his heart. He released Xingtian and stepped forward, closing the distance, only for the girl to instinctively take a step back. "Dear lady, our team is in need of someone as enchanting as you," Gao Dalong declared, his expression rather foolish. "Fatso, get lost." Shuyao kicked Gao Dalong aside. She approached the girl and inquired, "May I ask which department you belong to?" The girl was taken aback by the beauty before her, feeling a tinge of jealousy for being slightly outshone, yet it was but a fleeting emotion. She replied, "I am from the support department. Do you require assistance?" "We happen to be in need of a support member." Shuyao grinned and introduced herself. "I am Shuyao, a control system soul master, with the martial spirit of the ice goddess." As Xingtian approached, Shuyao promptly linked her arm with his, introducing him to the young lady. "This is my brother Xingtian, a soul master specializing in offensive abilities with a martial spirit of a dragon." The young lady's beautiful eyes turned towards Xingtian, and they sparkled with admiration. What a handsome young man. However, upon noticing Shuyao's embrace of his arm and recalling their shared surname, she instinctively averted her gaze, as if she had surmised something. "Hello, I am Gao Dalong, a soul master specializing in agility-based attacks, with a martial spirit of the dark magic dragon." Gao Dalong suddenly appeared, grinning as he introduced himself. However, his somewhat lewd smile caused the young lady to instinctively step back. "I'm Tongxi. My martial spirit is the 9-treasure glazed pagoda." As Tongxi spoke, she summoned her martial spirit, a crystal-clear pagoda that materialized in her right hand, accompanied by 2 purple soul rings. The 9-treasure glazed pagoda? Gao Dalong's expression turned slightly perplexed, as he noted the resemblance to the 9-treasure glazed tower. "Fatty, my glazed pagoda is distinctly different from the glazed tower," Tongxi asserted. Upon hearing Tongxi's playful jab, Gao Dalong felt a peculiar pang in his heart, but he brushed it off, thinking, no pain, no gain. He forced a smile and inquired, "What makes it different? Is it perhaps even more powerful than the 9-treasure glazed tower?" This time, Tongxi refrained from answering and merely retracted her martial spirit. Observing this, Gao Dalong bombarded her with numerous questions, yet she remained silent. Sensing his persistence, Shuyao interjected, instructing him to step aside and cease his pestering. She then engaged in lively conversation with Tongxi, and in no time, they were laughing and referring to each other as sisters. "Hey, do you still need more people?" A new voice resonated, strong and robust, instilling a sense of reassurance merely through its tone. Xingtian cast his gaze in that direction, where a figure clad entirely in black stood. Upon noticing Xingtian's stare, the individual also looked back, their eyes meeting in a silent collision. Chapter 30. The Starry Forest. After a moment of mutual observation, the person dressed in black approached Xingtian. Greetings, I am Dong Shuiye, a level 28 assault-type soul master. May I inquire if I could join your team? Dong Shuiye addressed Xingtian. Level 28. Xingtian briefly contemplated but quickly dismissed the thought, readily agreeing. For he was uncertain what the subsequent assessment would entail. Yet, acquiring a skilled individual was indeed a valuable asset. At this moment, Xingtian was recounting the circumstances of their team to Dong Shuiye. Just as he was nearing the conclusion of his narrative, the voice of Sun Tianyi resonated through the air. Esteemed candidates, please enter the luminous circles as teams and prepare to embark upon the simulated world assessment. As the words echoed, numerous luminous circles materialized within the simulation chamber, each sufficiently spacious to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. Xingtian glanced at the members of his team, exchanged nods of understanding, and stepped into the luminous circle. As the 5 of them entered the radiant portal, a blinding light engulfed them, compelling them to shut their eyes. Upon reopening them, they found themselves in the midst of a vast forest. Xingtian surveyed his surroundings, where towering and lush trees stood majestically, and the ground was adorned with an abundance of blue-silver grass, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scenery. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of a small soul beast, no larger than a palm, darting by. Is this truly a simulated world? The sensation feels remarkably authentic. Xingtian swung his fist, the strength unfurling as it would in the tangible realm. This place feels strikingly familiar, Gao Dalong exclaimed as he surveyed his surroundings. Incredible. We are in the Tiandou forest. You managed to recognize this? Xingtian referred to Gao Dalong in a playful manner. What is so difficult to identify? When I acquired my second spirit ring, I ventured into the simulated Tiandou forest within the spirit tower. The location where I obtained my spirit ring was quite nearby, and seeing this familiar scenery makes it nearly impossible not to recognize it. The group felt a sense of relief, realizing the reason behind their predicament. However, why have we been brought to this place? Tongxi scrutinized her surroundings with curiosity. Ding! Suddenly, a message appeared before them, stating, the team must reach the designated area within 10 hours to complete the assessment. Above the message, a timer began counting down shortly after they laid eyes on it. 10 hours? Where are we supposed to go? Gao Dalong asked anxiously. It should be over there. Dong Shuiye pointed into the distance. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and they saw a red beam of light in the direction Dong Shuiye indicated. It seemed close at first glance, yet in reality, it was quite far, and they had no idea how long the journey would take. It appears that is our destination. Let us proceed, Xingtian declared, stepping forward first. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Shuyao approached him and whispered, Xingtian Gij, you're directionally challenged, yet you're leading the way? Aren't you afraid of leading everyone astray? I'm not directionally challenged. I simply have a slight difficulty distinguishing directions. Xingtian was vehemently refuting. Yet Shuyao was undoubtedly skeptical. Therefore, she trailed closely behind him to prevent any misdirection. The towering Long, observing the cheerful banter between Xingtian and Shuyao, sought companionship and approached Tongxi. However, upon his arrival, Tongxi shifted away towards Dong Shuiye. Greetings, I am Tongxi. I look forward to your guidance later. She smiled at Dong Shuiye. Dong Shuiye, he replied, his expression devoid of emotion, continuing his forward march. This left Tongxi somewhat dissatisfied, while he was indeed handsome. His aloof demeanor was rather off-putting. She promptly followed, bombarding Dong Shuiye with an array of questions about his hometown, hobbies, favorite foods, and pastimes. Yet, Dong Shuiye merely nodded or murmured in response, resembling a wooden puppet, which greatly vexed Tongxi. Meanwhile, the solitary Gao Dalong watched this scene with envy. Feeling a pang of sadness, why are there 2 of you while I stand alone? He lamented, yearning for comfort. In the observation room, Sun Tianyi and Tang Zong stood by. Xingtian has the company of beautiful women during his assessment. How enviable, Tang Zong remarked wistfully. Your mind is filled with such sordid thoughts, Sun Tianyi retorted sternly. He scrutinized the group of Xingtian, having located their data. Overall, their team composition was exceptional. 2 powerful assault-type soul masters, alongside 1 each of control, agility, and support soul masters, significantly surpassing the lineups of other candidates. However, a stronger team required special attention. Sun Tianyi called out, Tang Zong, release a 9,000-year-old soul beast to test their capabilities. Isn't that a bit harsh? To start with a 9,000-year-old soul beast? Tang Zong questioned. Harsh? Nonsense. Besides Xingtian, the others are all at least level 25, especially that little fellow in black. A level 28 assault-type soul master. If they cannot handle a 9,000-year-old soul beast, they need not enroll. Shrek Academy cannot afford such embarrassment. Are they truly that strong? Tang Zong expressed his astonishment. Do you doubt it? Hurry up and release a 9,000-year-old soul beast to assess their strength. Understood. aware of their overall prowess. Tang Zong wasted no time and summoned a 9,000-year-old soul beast. As Xingtian and his companions ventured through the Stardow forest, all except Gao Dalong were engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, they halted in unison. Before them appeared a soul beast, a serpent, over 30 meters in length. Its body a deep purple, crowned with a diamond-like purple gem upon its head. Upon observing the serpent, Xingtian immediately identified it as a soul beast. It was the purple diamond viper, a creature endowed with lethal venom, its scales remarkably resilient. Judging by its length, it should be a soul beast of 9,000 years. Xingtian elucidated. Over the course of a month, he had devoted himself to meditation and the study of every soul beast on the continent, allowing him to recognize even the most obscure of them with ease. A soul beast of 9,000 years. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Dong Shuiye inquired. Furrowing her brow, Xingtian nodded emphatically, declaring, I am certain this is a 9,000-year soul beast. In an instant, the entire group felt a wave of anxiety. A soul beast of such an age corresponds to the formidable rank of a soul king at the 5th ring. How could they, a collective of great soul masters, possibly prevail against it? Hissed the amethyst viper, flicking its forked tongue, scrutinized the 5 individuals before it. Possessing a degree of intelligence, it refrained from acting recklessly, first needing to ascertain whether they posed any lethal threat. However, upon assessing their capabilities and realizing they were not particularly formidable, it smirked. As a delectable feast was now within reach. Chapter 31. The battle commences. Hiss. The amethyst viper emitted a sound, its colossal head advancing towards Xingtian and his companions. Everyone, disperse. Xingtian commanded without hesitation. He instantly unleashed his martial spirit, unleashing a dragon's roar. The amethyst viper was momentarily paralyzed by the resounding cry, inexplicably gripped by fear as its body came to an abrupt halt. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtian unleashed his dragon claw, striking the body of the purple diamond viper with disregard for its defenses. A scale was torn from its body. You are a soul master? Dong Shuiye's astonished voice resonated as he beheld Dong Shuiye's yellow soul ring, struggling to believe the revelation. Tong Shi wore a bewildered expression, as she had never anticipated that a soul master existed within her team. Such prowess surely could not have qualified for enrollment in Shrek Academy. Hey, do not doubt my brother, Gao Dalong interjected. Though he is merely a soul master, his strength could easily overwhelm me. As he spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, the dark dragon, with 2 purple soul rings ascending from beneath him. Dong Shuiye and Tong Shi regarded Gao Dalong's martial spirit and level, both of the highest caliber, perplexed as to why he claimed he would be easily overpowered by Xingtian. Brother Xingtian, be cautious, Shuyao suddenly called out. The purple diamond viper regained its composure, driven by an inexplicable fear of Xingtian, its immediate instinct being to eliminate him in order to dispel this terror. As Xingtian observed the approaching amethyst viper, he swiftly retreated, attempting to distance himself from the formidable creature. However, its speed was overwhelming, rendering his efforts futile. With a decisive motion, Snowyo raised her right hand and lightly tapped towards the amethyst viper, invoking her second soul skill, Frostbound. A white circle materialized beneath the serpent. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as a myriad of frost enveloped the amethyst viper. Despite Snowyo's considerable prowess, she found herself unable to fully encase the beast in ice. Her efforts merely facilitated Xingtian's escape from its lethal grasp. The amethyst viper convulsed violently, shattering the ice that clung to its scales. Caution gripped it now. Aware that it had been restrained twice, another bout of control would surely be a disgrace. Dong Shuiye turned to Tongxi and inquired about the nature of her soul skills. My first soul skill is revitalization, which can heal wounds. My second is power amplification, capable of enhancing strength by 50%. Dong Shuiye was taken aback. Such auxiliary capabilities surpassed even those of the 7 treasures, glazed tile. Yet, amid the chaos of battle, he refrained from further questioning and urgently commanded, quickly amplify my strength. Upon hearing this, Tongxi released her martial soul, a crystalline tower shimmering with clarity as a purple soul ring ascended from her feet. 9 treasure glazed tower, strength. A crimson beam shot forth from the tower, infusing Dong Shuiye with newfound vigor. In that instant, he felt his soul power surge dramatically, his strength augmented by half. Shura's sword, arise, he declared, palm facing downward, as a blood-red blade gradually materialized. The sword's body was black, with an eerie purple mist swirling along its edge, while a crimson line ran along its center. At the base of the hilt, a blood-red eye blinked open briefly before closing again. Gripping the hilt tightly, Dong Shuiye propelled himself towards the amethyst viper. As he drew near, he leapt into the air, positioning himself behind the serpent. First soul skill, Bloodthirst. The Shura sword, brimming with purple energy, pierced the amethyst viper's back, penetrating even its remarkably resilient scales. As the sword embedded itself within the serpent's flesh, the purple mist transformed into a deep crimson hue. The eye beneath the hilt abruptly opened wide, its pupil spinning wildly as if filled with exhilaration. Xingtian was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Dong Shuiye's martial spirit, realizing that it was a weapon type. The thought of wielding that sword and unleashing its potential crossed his mind. However, As soon as this idea surfaced, he swiftly shook his head to dismiss it. His master had warned him against casually revealing his special abilities, and thus, he refrained from such actions. Hiss. The purple diamond viper felt a sharp pain surging through its back, accompanied by a sensation of its soul power being siphoned away. In a frenzy, it thrashed about, violently crashing into trees and rolling across the ground, ultimately managing to shake off Dong Shuiye. Tumbling to the ground, Dong Shuiye prepared to seek another opportunity to strike. Nearby, Xingtian was also not idle, launching an attack in tandem with Dong Shuiye. His first soul skill, Divine Dragon Claw. On the arms and hands of Xingtian, delicate scales began to emerge. He approached the amethyst viper, positioning himself at its side. And with a swift motion, he struck down with his claw. Simultaneously, Tongxian intoned, 9 treasures Linglong Pagoda, strength. A beam of crimson light surged into Xingtian's being, instantly amplifying his power by 50%. With a swift motion, Xingtian, now empowered, tore a chunk of flesh from the amethyst viper, discarding the bloody morsel carelessly. The dragon claw disregarded any form of defense. However, the disparity in levels rendered this effect less significant. Now, with a 50% increase in strength, the true effect of ignoring defenses became evident. Dong Shuiye, not far from Xingtian, was taken aback by the damage inflicted upon the amethyst viper. It was astonishing that a soul master could deal such substantial damage to the creature, truly remarkable. After executing a swift attack, Xingtian immediately distanced himself from the purple diamond viper. He turned to the towering Long and commanded, Fatty. You distract the purple diamond viper while Shuiye and I initiate the assault. Yao, focus on controlling and protecting Tongxi. He glanced at Tongxi, adding, keep an eye on the support. Tongxi acknowledged, ready to unleash her soul skills at a moment's notice. The 5 of them took their positions, apart from Xingtian. The other 4 stood upon 2 purple soul rings, signifying their superior absorption capacity. Let us engage. Xingtian shouted decisively. Long charged forward, aiming to draw the attention of the purple diamond viper. Hey, you foul snake. Come and fight me. He taunted, even twisting his rear provocatively towards the viper. As a creature with 9,000 years of wisdom, could the purple diamond viper endure such provocation? Certainly not. It emitted a harsh hiss and lunged at Long, swallowing him whole in an instant. Did that fatso just get eaten? Dong Shuiye exclaimed in shock. Running beside him, Xingtian shook his head. Don't worry about Fatty. He is tougher than he looks. Although Dong Shuiye was puzzled, he chose to trust his teammates, united in their struggle. At this moment, the purple diamond viper was elated, having dispatched one adversary. Yet, in the next instant, it was left dumbfounded. Long's figure reappeared before it, shouting, Hey, you disgusting snake. Are you pleased to have killed me? The viper was bewildered. Hadn't Tia just consumed this hefty individual? Upon reflection, it realized there was no taste of blood in its mouth. Damn it, I've been tricked. Chapter 32, Phoenix soars across the 9 heavens furious. The purple diamond viper opened its maw wide, unleashing a spray of green venom. The liquid splattered across the spot where Long had stood, causing him to vanish. He reappeared next to Shuyao and the others. Be careful, that liquid is highly toxic. He warned before charging back towards the viper. In an instant, 5 Longs encircled the purple diamond viper, launching a coordinated attack. Faced with the multitude, the viper's massive form trembled, and its tail swept across, causing all 5 Longs to disappear. You foul snake. Your grandfather is here. Long suddenly materialized above the viper, landing on its head as he unleashed his first soul skill. Raging Claw. He aimed for the purple diamond to top the viper's head, but just as he was about to strike, the viper's pupils constricted, and it violently shook its head, causing Long to miss. Simultaneously, the viper raised its tail high and struck down towards him. With a resounding crash, Long was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, he gasped, clutching his chest. Damn it. I can't be dying now. Just as he uttered these words, Tongxi's voice rang out, 9 treasure glazed tower, revive all things. A radiant green light enveloped Long, swiftly healing his wounds. Relieved as the pain subsided, Long prepared to rejoin the fray. Meanwhile, Xingtian and Dong Shuiye had already engaged the purple diamond viper. They positioned themselves beneath the serpent. Dong Shuiye plunged a Shura sword into its flesh, while Xingtian clawed at its scales with his bare hands. The viper let out a piercing cry, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that sent Dong Shuiye and Xingtian reeling. Its massive head unfurled 2 grand wings, eyes glinting ominously as its colossal form began to move, snapping trees like twigs in its wake. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and expelled countless needles, each traveling at astonishing speed, embedding themselves into trees 100 meters away, leaving the surrounding area blackened. Everyone, take cover. This is the purple diamond viper's soul skill. 1,000 poison needles. It can launch over 1,000 toxic needles in mere moments. Hearing this, Shuyao promptly conjured an ice wall for protection, shielding herself and Tongxi. Long scrambled to his feet, seeking shelter with the swiftness of the wind. Xingtian and Dong Shuiye concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree. Suddenly, a barrage of poisonous needles was unleashed, striking the surrounding area. When these needles impacted the icy wall, they stained it a dark hue. Shuyao promptly conjured several additional icy barriers for protection. Meanwhile, a singular needle hurtled towards the tall dragon hidden in the grass. He hastily retreated just in time to evade the attack. However, he was left shaken, as the needle had come alarmingly close to a precious part of him. Barely a foot away. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he cautiously backed away, rolling and scrambling to distance himself from the menacing projectile. Behind the tree, Xingtian and Dong Shuiye found themselves caught in a perilous situation, a poisonous needle protruding ominously between them, exuding a sinister black aura. They swallowed hard, instinctively distancing themselves from the threat. As Xingtian emerged from his cover, the gaze of the amethyst viper immediately fell upon him. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, both man and serpent sprang into action. The amethyst viper darted forward with astonishing speed, but at that moment, Shuyao invoked her freezing confinement to slow its advance, while Dong Shuiye launched an assault with his Shura sword from the opposite side. With a powerful leap, Dong Shuiye soared 6 or 7 meters into the air, surrounded by a myriad of sword shadows. His second soul technique, 10,000 swords piercing the heart, unleashed a torrent of blades toward the viper's head. The speed leaving Xingtian and the others utterly dazed. The amethyst viper attempted to evade, yet its massive size rendered it unable to escape. The sword's shadows fell upon it like raindrops, inflicting considerable pain. In the observation room, Tang Zong marveled at Dong Shuiye's formidable second soul technique. Is this kid's second soul skill truly that impressive? He exclaimed. Sun Tianyi shook his head slowly, responding, you see his current display of prowess. But soon he may struggle to rise again. Why? Tang Zong queried. Confusion etched across his face. Look at the sheer number of sword shadows. The energy expenditure is immense. By the time he finishes this wave of techniques, he'll likely be depleted of soul power. Meanwhile, the amethyst viper has shielded its head, sustaining no fatal injuries. When it retaliates, who will stand against it? Hearing this, Tang Zong shot Sun Tianyi an exasperated look. Teacher, isn't it you who set the difficulty so high? If they fail, we could lose a promising group. If they could coordinate and find an opportunity to strike the viper's vital points, it could be a swift kill without such exertion, Tang Zong retorted, casting another incredulous glance at Sun Tianyi. For now, they could only hope Xingtian and his companions could find a way to strike the viper's weak spot. In the Stardow Forest, after unleashing 10,000 swords piercing the heart, Dong Shuiye sank to one knee, visibly drained. Are you all right? Xingtian inquired, helping him up. Dong Shuiye shook his head and replied, I can't go on. My soul power is nearly spent, and I need time to recover. Xingtian pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, very well, you may rest aside. I shall handle the remainder. Dong Shuiye was taken aback. What could a soul master accomplish? He had intended to persuade him to flee, but upon seeing Xingtian's resolute gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Just be careful. Indeed. Xingtian advanced towards the purple diamond viper, exclaiming, Fatty, if my eyes did not deceive me, when you struck the purple gem on its head, its pupils contracted. That must be its weak point. I will hold its attention. You should seize the opportunity to strike again. Suddenly, Gao Delong emerged from an unknown place, shouting, Are we really going again? I am still recovering from that last blow it dealt me. If we do not act, we shall all meet our demise together. Xingtian uttered these words and rushed out, his gaze fixed intently on the purple diamond viper. His mind raced with thoughts. The odds of him defeating the purple diamond viper with his dragon martial soul were virtually non-existent. He must resort to his phoenix martial soul. Fortunately, according to the information he had gathered, dual martial souls were not exceedingly rare in this era. Each year, a few would emerge on the Douluo continent, and these individuals would be nurtured as key talents. His current exposure could only enhance his standing within the academy. He extended his left hand, and a searing aura began to swirl around him, accompanied by the resounding cry of the phoenix. In an instant, a magnificent phoenix materialized behind him. First soul skill, Phoenix soars to the 9 heavens. As Xingtian's garments instantaneously turned to ash, fiery wings unfurled from his back. With the emergence of these wings, he soared into the air, directly ascending to the apex of the purple diamond viper. In that moment, everyone was left in utter astonishment. To their amazement, their elder brother possessed a dual martial soul, an exceptional beast martial soul, embodying both the dragon and the phoenix. The towering figure of the dragon was filled with exhilaration as he gazed up at Xingtian, who was enveloped in flames and radiated an extraordinary brilliance. As Xingtian locked eyes with the amethyst viper, those peculiar orbs emanated a radiant brilliance that rendered one hesitant to gaze directly upon them. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of a war deity, descending upon this realm. Meanwhile, Dong Shuiye, who was in the process of restoring his soul power, sensed the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. He blinked his eyes open in confusion, and upon beholding Xingtian's figure, he was momentarily taken aback. Who was this being that resembled a divine entity? Chapter 33, The Amethyst Viper, perished. In the observation room, Sun Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as he incredulously inquired, Tang Zong, I cannot have misjudged this, can I? Tang Zong sighed in resignation, shaking his head. He had not anticipated that Xingtian would directly manifest his other martial soul. Fortunately, there were many who possessed dual martial souls nowadays, and he would not face undue scrutiny. especially with a formidable master supporting him. Tang Zong, please tell me. Sun Qianni implored once more. With a helpless shake of his head, Tang Zong replied, Teacher, you have not misjudged. It is indeed a dual martial soul. Good heavens. A dual martial soul. This means our academy now boasts another dual martial soul. Sun Qianni murmured. Realization dawning upon him. No wonder the dean had chosen to take him as a disciple. This was the underlying reason. At that moment, Xingtian unleashed the phoenix true eye, instantly rendering the amethyst viper dazed. Xingtian unfurled his wings and soared towards the crown of the purple diamond viper, extending his hand to seize the shimmering gemstone. However, a fleeting second proved too brief. The serpent, instantly alert, evaded his grasp by twisting its head, while simultaneously, its colossal tail lashed towards Xingtian. Fortuitously, with wings granting him swift velocity, Xingtian sidestepped the tail, narrowly escaping its strike. The tremendous appendage struck the ground, causing fissures to appear and dust to billow into the air. Having missed its target, the purple diamond viper unleashed a barrage of venomous needles toward Xingtian. He inhaled deeply and raised his left hand, conjuring a fiery barrier before him. The poisonous projectiles collided with the flames, transforming into steam. Just as Xingtian was preoccupying the viper, Shuyao called out to Tongxi, amplify my power. Understood. Tongxi summoned the 9 treasures tower, exclaiming, 9 treasures tower, strength. A crimson radiance surged into Shuyao, causing the ice goddess behind her to grow significantly. Prison of ice. Shuyao channeled all her soul power into an assault beneath the purple diamond viper, encasing it in frost up to its neck. At that moment, the towering Long had stealthily climbed a tall tree, situated merely 5 or 6 meters from the viper's head. As Shuyao froze the serpent, he bent his legs and propelled himself forward, prompting one to wonder if he was truly a hefty figure. 9 treasures tower, strength. Tongxi employed her second soul skill on Long, depleting her own soul power in the process, causing her to collapse. Vile serpent, I just struck you. Now witness my wrath. Long unleashed his first soul skill, Raging Claw, raking fiercely at the diamond, leaving several scratches upon its surface. In that instant, he found himself momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? So unyielding, Long exclaimed incredulously. As the purple diamond viper struggled, the layer of ice began to crack, causing Long to lose his footing and tumble down. The serpent, observing Long's descent, gaped its maw wide, revealing its menacingly sharp teeth, instilling panic within him. In this critical moment, Xingtian ascended to the serpent's crown, clasping his fists together and channeling all his strength to strike the diamond atop the viper's head. With a resounding crack, the gemstone shattered, and the viper's eyes constricted, displaying a visage of profound agony. As Xingtian beheld his adversary still standing, he soared into the heavens and descended with great force, crashing his body upon the diamond's surface. The tremendous impact inflicted immense discomfort upon himself. However, this strike proved decisive, causing the amethyst diamond viper to collapse. Xingtian, step aside, roared Dong Xuelin, who ascended from the back of the amethyst diamond viper wielding the Shura sword. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Xingtian propelled himself away, while Dong Xuelin leapt high, plunging the Shura sword into the diamond core of the amethyst diamond viper, which ultimately rendered it lifeless. Upon witnessing the demise of the violet diamond viper, Xingtian let out a sigh of relief. He swiftly soared towards the fallen majestic dragon and seized it with a firm grasp. As Xingtian descended alongside the towering Douluo, mere meters from the ground, he found his soul power utterly depleted, causing the wings upon his back to vanish. Consequently, the two plummeted to the earth below. Simultaneously, the colossal form of the purple diamond viper also collapsed, its immense body crushing countless trees in its wake, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped them entirely. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. As the dust settled, Xingtian brushed the debris from his face and remarked, my friend, it is time for you to consider shedding some weight. Lying on the ground, Douluo, visibly fatigued, replied, the prospect of losing weight is but a distant dream. It is simply unattainable in this lifetime. Xingtian shook his head, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Upon catching sight of Shuyao, he let out a sigh of relief. Shuyao approached Xingtian, helping him to his feet and scrutinizing him closely. When her eyes fell upon his bare torso, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she chided, Brother Xingtian, please put on some clothes at once. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that his upper garment had been consumed by flames, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Hastily, he retrieved his spare outfit from his storage soul guide and donned it. Once he was properly dressed, Shuyao inquired, Brother Xingtian, are you injured anywhere? Have you not seen? I bear no signs of injury, he replied. Oh dear, if you continue this way, I shall ignore you, Shuyao said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right, I understand you are concerned for my well-being, Xingtian replied affectionately, gently ruffling Shuyao's hair. He then turned his gaze towards the purple diamond viper and sighed, alas, if only Aunt Bing were here, she would likely dispatch this beast with a mere slap. Considering how laborious it is for us to contend with even a 9,000-year-old soul beast. Brother Xingtian, please lower your voice, Shuye whispered. Xingtian understood the meaning behind Shuyao's words, smiled at her, and then proceeded towards the purple diamond viper. Xuelin, are you all right? I'm fine. came Dong Shuiye's deep voice as he emerged from behind the purple diamond viper. However, it appeared that his leg was injured, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp. Seeing the injury, Xingtian quickly rushed over to support him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a deep wound on Dong Shuiye's right calf, from which blood was flowing profusely. "You are grievously wounded, and yet claim to be fine," Xingtian remarked. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had nothing to dress Dong Shuiye's wound. "Wait here. I will fetch Tongxi." Upon witnessing Dong Shuiye's injury, Shuyao hurried to find Tongxi, who was currently recovering his soul power. Soon, Shuyao returned with Tongxi. "Oh my! How did you sustain such a severe injury?" Tongxi exclaimed upon seeing the wound. Immediately, he revealed his martial spirit, the 9-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda. Invoking the power of rejuvenation, a brilliant green light enveloped Dong Shuiye's calf, and the deep gash began to heal at an astonishing rate. Xingtian watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tongxi, an auxiliary soul master, possessed healing abilities as well. Chapter 34, the fourth assessment in the observation room. Sun Qianni was persistently dialing the soul-guiding phone to reach Blood Dance. At that moment, Blood Dance was overwhelmed, buried under a mountain of towering documents. Suddenly, the phone rang, aggravating her already foul mood. "Hello, Dean," she answered, recognizing Sun Qianni's voice, and snapped. "If this call isn't of paramount importance, you will regret it." Initially brimming with excitement, Sun Qianni instinctively recoiled at Blood Dance's tone. "Dean, your disciple possesses a twin martial spirit. However, his soul power is still rather low. Should we consider making an exception here?" Blood Dance was taken aback by his revelation. "A twin martial spirit? This lad has unveiled his abilities so soon. He truly cannot contain his eagerness. Tianni, please inform Xingtian about this. While twin martial spirits are no longer as rare as they once were, they remain a rare phenomenon. Advise him to exercise discretion. As for other matters, I trust you to handle them appropriately." With that, Blood Dance abruptly ended the call, leaving Sun Qianni with no opportunity to respond. Staring at the soul-guiding phone in disbelief, Sun Qianni thought, "Aren't you supposed to be his master? Why must I convey this?" Yet, those thoughts remained unspoken, for he knew Blood Dance's strength and rank eclipsed his own. "Tang Zong, keep an eye on things here. I shall return shortly," Sun Qianni declared before departing the observation room. In the Stardow Forest, Dong Shuiye's leg had healed, leaving only a scab in its wake. Tongxi retracted his martial spirit, though his complexion appeared quite pale. "Are you all right?" Shuyao inquired, supporting her. Tongxi shook her head and settled into a meditative posture. Xingtian and his companion stood vigil nearby. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the scene before Xingtian suddenly transformed, and the individuals around him vanished without a trace. He found himself in a beautifully adorned room. Although he was presently seated at a table, perplexed by the situation. "What is happening?" Xingtian wondered, his expression one of confusion. Noticing that Shuiye was nowhere to be found, he called out, "Yao Yao, Yao Yu, Brother Xingtian, I'm coming." Shuiyao's voice resonated as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of delicacies. Seeing this scene, Xingtian felt a tinge of confusion. "How did you emerge from the kitchen and start cooking?" "Oh, it is simply because you have been working too hard lately, dear Brother Xingtian. I thought I would prepare some dishes to nourish you," Shuiye replied, placing the ingredients on the table. "There are still pig kidneys in the kitchen. Let me fetch them for you." "What? Pig kidneys?" Xingtian exclaimed, utterly bewildered. In the next moment, his attention was drawn to a dish on the table, his favorite. Braised chicken drumsticks. He swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation, yet hesitated for a moment due to a lingering thought. Shuyao emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of pig kidneys. Noticing that Xingtian was still standing there, she inquired, "Brother Xingtian, why have you not yet indulged in your beloved braised chicken drumsticks?" Xingtian gazed at the vividly colored braised chicken leg, his body trembling with anticipation. He recalled how he had once declared his fondness for this dish, prompting Shuyao to rush off to learn from Aunt Shui. Yet, Aunt Shui was hardly a culinary expert. Nevertheless, out of a sense of obligation, she attempted to teach Shuyao, resulting in a dismal concoction of braised chicken leg that could only be described as dark cuisine. That scene remained etched in his memory. A near brush with culinary disaster. "Brother Xingtian, why are you still not making a move?" "Never mind, I shall feed you instead." Shuyao picked up a pair of chopsticks, delicately lifted a chicken leg, and brought it to Xingtian's lips. "Come, open your mouth." Xingtian gazed at the chicken leg before him, uncertain of how to proceed. Consuming it might lead to his demise, while abstaining would surely sadden Shuyao. How one ought to choose in such a dilemma remained a mystery. "Wait," Xingtian interjected. "Why have we suddenly found ourselves in this house? And why are you still cooking?" Upon hearing his words, Shuyao promptly placed her hand on Xingtian's forehead, her face etched with concern. "Brother Xingtian," she said, "you haven't suffered another lapse of memory, have you? We have successfully passed the Academy's assessment and are now residing in the accommodation arranged for us by the principal." Xingtian found himself in a state of bewilderment, questioning why he possessed no recollection whatsoever. Could it be that he had truly lost his memory once more? "Xingtian, dear brother, do not dwell on such thoughts," Shuyao exclaimed as she brought the braised chicken leg to his lips. Yet, just as it was about to reach him, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant resting on his chest suddenly glimmered. To his astonishment, the delectable braised chicken leg she intended to feed him transformed into a pitch-black object. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a bat. Xingtian immediately pushed Shuyao away and stepped back a few paces, exclaiming with urgency, "You are not Yao Yao." In response, Shuyao, with an expression of heartfelt sorrow, implored, "Brother Xingtian, if I am not Yao Yao, who else could I possibly be?" Xingtian did not respond. A glimmer of light illuminated his eyes. Suddenly, everything around him transformed, and he found himself back in the starry forest. Not far from him lay Shuyao, unconscious on the ground, and the others were in a similar state. Upon witnessing this, he rushed over and gently cradled Shuyao in his arms. "Yao Yao, Yao Yao, please awaken," he implored. "There is no need to call out," came the voice of Sun Tianyi. Xingtian was momentarily dazzled as the figure of Sun Tianyi materialized before him. It was currently the fourth assessment, and they were still engaged in the evaluation. Sun Tianyi, with a smile, remarked to Xingtian, "I never expected you to be the first to pass the assessment." Xingtian gently set Shuyao down and stood up, inquiring, "Master, what on earth is this fourth assessment? I find myself utterly bewildered." "Aha. The fourth assessment is designed to test your character. The simulation chamber will conjure a nurturing environment based on your latent memories. Should you become ensnared in that setting, you will face elimination." As Xingtian listened to Sun Tianyi's explanation, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Warmth? Please, that's more akin to a nightmare. By the way," Sun Tian added, "your master has asked me to remind you to maintain a low profile. Your dual martial souls are both exceptional beast martial souls. Although tales of dual martial souls can still be heard in this era, they remain a rarity, akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Therefore, refrain from utilizing your phoenix martial soul whenever possible." Upon hearing this, Xingtian nodded slightly and said, "I comprehend your concerns. However, my companions are already aware of my dual martial souls. If they were to disclose this information," Sun Tian interrupted him, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall handle the remaining matters with utmost care." Xingtian listened to Sun Tianyi's reassurances and felt little cause for concern. However, he was still puzzled by a particular matter. Why did your martial soul possess two soul skills? "Well, this." Xingtian scratched his head, explaining that his master had mentioned this phenomenon could be attributed to the mutation of the soul ring, resulting in two soul skills. "Is that so?" Sun Tianyi expressed his surprise, but since Blood Dance had also stated the same, he had no grounds for rebuttal. "You certainly have remarkable luck. Encountering a mutated soul ring that grants two soul skills is quite rare." "Hehe, I have always been fortunate," Xingtian replied awkwardly while scratching his head. Sun Tianyi chose not to inquire further, exchanging a few more words before departing. In the office of the Dean of the Outer Court at Shrek Academy, Blood Dance, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and murmured, "Who is speaking of me?" Chapter 35, the conclusion. Xingtian gazed at the motionless figures of Shuyao and the others sprawled on the ground, a wave of frustration washing over him. He was utterly perplexed by the circumstances they had encountered. "Give it to me. I can still eat. Don't take it away," suddenly shouted Gao Dalong. Xingtian turned his attention towards him, and upon witnessing his comically serene slumber, he felt a sense of incredulity. "How can you still be sleeping? You truly are remarkable," Xingtian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than Gao Dalong abruptly sat up, his eyes still clouded with drowsiness, leaving Xingtian utterly astounded by the sudden awakening prompted by a mere jest. "Fatty, how did you wake up?" Xingtian inquired. "Huh?" Gao Dalong replied, still somewhat dazed. "I think I just saw my parents. They were feeding me, but a piece of meat fell to the ground. I didn't want to waste it and was about to pick it up, but they insisted that I shouldn't. That made me lose my temper, and then I woke up." Xingtian felt a sense of shame. Is this truly permissible? What is their situation, and why are they all sprawled on the ground? Gao Dalong gradually regained his composure, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression. They were currently in the fourth assessment phase, yet it seemed they had only just begun the third. Gao Dalong was utterly perplexed. Xingtian shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Xuyao let out a soft moan, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Xingtian. With a hint of weakness, she called out, "Brother Xingtian." "Yao Yao, you're awake," Xingtian exclaimed, immediately crouching down to lift Xuyao into his arms. He inquired, "What kind of trial did you undergo?" "Trial?" Xuyao was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Casting a glance at Xingtian, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "What does it matter to you what trial I went through? How annoying." With that, Xuyao wriggled free from Xingtian's embrace and stood up, leaving him utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Before long, Dong Xuelin and Tong Shi also regained consciousness. "What happened?" Tong Shi asked, dazed, as he stood up. Dong Xuelin rose alongside him, his expression equally puzzled. "We just experienced the fourth trial," Xingtian explained. "The fourth trial? I thought we were still in the third trial." Tong Shi and Gao Dalong appeared equally confused. "I understand now," Dong Xuelin suddenly interjected. "The third trial must have involved slaying soul beasts, while the fourth trial immerses us in a unique environment. Didn't you all encounter your most desired scenarios?" Yes. I came across my most desired food, and I just kept eating and eating. If it weren't for a piece of meat falling on the ground, I'd probably still be indulging." Gao Dalong reminisced with a look of delight. Exactly. If one gets trapped in such a scenario without escaping, they are likely to be eliminated, Dong Shuiye concluded. Upon hearing Dong Shuiye's explanation, everyone except Xingtian experienced a moment of clarity. In the background, Xuyao recalled her own experience, her face flushing even deeper. She murmured softly to herself, I actually thought of that. As Xingtian observed that everyone had no further inquiries, he smiled and said, Now that the fourth assessment has concluded, let us proceed towards our destination. However, upon his utterance, all eyes turned towards him, causing Xingtian to feel somewhat awkward under their gaze. Why is everyone looking at me? He stammered, chuckling nervously. Suddenly, Gao Dalong approached Xingtian and clapped him on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Brother, how could you not inform me that you possess a twin martial soul? You truly do not regard me as one of your own. Fatty, having a twin martial soul is not an astonishing revelation in this era, albeit still a rarity, with only a few emerging each year. However, Xingtian's current strength is rather feeble. Should he attract the attention of those with sinister intentions, his life could be in grave jeopardy, Dong Shuiye remarked sternly. Is that so? Gao Dalong scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, having lived a sheltered life and thus unaware of such matters. Nonetheless, Dong Shuiye turned his gaze towards Xingtian and inquired, It seems you possess two soul skills? Cough, cough. Xingtian cleared his throat. Well, these two soul skills are the result of a mutation in my soul rings. Please do not be too surprised. What on earth is a soul ring mutation? Tong Shi interjected. Dong Shuiye, having never encountered a case of soul ring mutation either, was at a loss, while Gao Dalong seemed oblivious, preoccupied only with his appetite. Just as Xingtian pondered how to elucidate the matter, Shuyao frowned and exclaimed, Are you all quite bothersome? My brother possesses a twin martial soul. What is so extraordinary about a soul ring mutation? You are all making a mountain out of a molehill. Upon hearing Shuyao's words, the others promptly closed their mouths, refraining from further inquiries. Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward, Xingtian swiftly sought to alleviate the tension, saying, Let us not dwell on this topic any longer. We must move quickly. We need to reach the designated location of the portal within the stipulated time for our assessment to be deemed successful. As these words left his lips, the others nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the portal. However, on their journey, they remained vigilant, uncertain if another Millennium Soul beast might appear. After traversing for approximately 1 to 2 hours, they finally neared the location of the portal. Yet, as they approached, they noticed an individual standing not far from the portal. Upon getting closer, Xingtian recognized it was Tang Zong. Brother Tang, he called out, waving his hand excitedly. Do you know him? Tongxi inquired, casting a curious glance at Xingtian. At that moment, Gao Dalong swiftly flew to Xingtian's side, appearing before Tongxi. Sister Tongxi, he is our senior. As far as I know, he is also my elder brother's elder brother, making him my grand elder brother. Hearing Gao Dalong's explanation, Tongxi nodded in understanding, choosing not to comment further, which left Gao Dalong feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xingtian and his companions approached Tang Zong. Upon seeing them, Tang Zong's face broke into a smile as he remarked, Brother Xing, I never anticipated that you would be the first to arrive here. I must say, your fortune is truly remarkable. Haha, it was merely luck, Xingtian replied modestly. What luck? I witnessed your battle. Challenging a soul beast that has existed for 9,000 years is indeed an extraordinary feat, though you may have faced some difficulties throughout the skirmish, you emerged victorious, which deserves commendation. As the group listened to Tang Zong's generous praise, they felt a touch of embarrassment. Gao Dalong, ever the familiar one, responded, Big brother, please don't say that. It might make us too proud. Big brother? Tang Zong expressed confusion at Gao Dalong's address. Gao Dalong slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to explain. I have already recognized Xingtian as my elder brother, since you are his elder brother. That makes you my big brother. Upon hearing this explanation, Tang Zong chuckled and shook his head. You two are quite the pair. Before the competition, you engaged in a one-on-one duel, and now you refer to each other as brothers. Truly, it is through conflict that one finds camaraderie. Indeed. We are precisely that. It is through our battles that we have forged this brotherhood, Gao Dalong replied with a broad smile. Xingtian directly pushed him aside and inquired, Brother Tang, what brings you here? Chapter 36, an ongoing series of assessments. Upon hearing Xingtian's question, Tang Zong explained. The reason for my presence here is to present rewards to the first person who arrives. Rewards? Xingtian's face displayed a look of confusion, and the gazes of the others turned towards him as well. Indeed, the reward was the exemption from the assessments of the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. Tang Zong paused at this point, observing the expressions of Xingtian and the others, who now wore looks of excitement. Big brother, is this true? Gao Dalong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. It is indeed true, Tang Zong replied, elongating his voice for effect, before finally revealing the latter part of his statement. However, only one person may receive this reward, and there are 5 of you. Consider how it should be allocated. Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces vanished, and they exchanged hesitant glances. You may take the spot. I wish to undergo the assessment alongside Yao Yao, Xingtian declared. I, too, want to be with brother Xingtian, Shuyao quickly added. Are you certain? Tang Zong inquired, casting his gaze toward Xingtian. Your soul power is the lowest among the group. The forthcoming assessments may pose challenges for you to conserve both stamina and soul energy. I believe this reward is most suitable for you. What do you all think? As Xingtian and Shuyao prepared to respond, they were astonished to find themselves rendered speechless, their faces frozen in an unchanging expression, their bodies rigidly fixed in place. At that moment, Tang Zong cast his gaze over Tong Shi, Dong Shulin, and Gao Dalong, seemingly inquiring about their thoughts. Each of them felt a sense of hesitation, realizing that it was Xingtian's acquaintance with Tang Zong that had prompted such a statement. I concur, Gao Dalong suddenly declared. Although the boss can defeat me in battle, he certainly cannot surpass me in terms of soul power. I believe it is acceptable to waive the 3 trials. Oh, are you certain? Absolutely. And what about you two? Tang Zong's attention shifted to Tong Shi and Dong Shulin. Dong Shulin pondered for a moment, glancing at Xingtian, and after a lengthy contemplation, he finally replied. I have no objections. Tong Shi echoed. Nor do I. I will ask once more. Are you certain? Tang Zong's tone grew more emphatic. Big brother, please refrain from further questioning. We are certain. Gao Dalong waved his hand, while Dong Shulin and Tong Shi nodded in agreement. Ha! Tang Zong erupted into laughter. With that laughter, Xingtian and Shuyao discovered they could move once more. Tengu, what are you doing? Why did you prevent me and Yao Yao from speaking and moving? Xingtian inquired, somewhat irate, as he failed to comprehend Tang Zong's intentions. Indeed. Why? Shuyao chimed in. Their remarks left Tong Shi, Dong Shulin, and Gao Dalong momentarily speechless, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Calm yourselves. Tang Zong halted his laughter, explaining. In truth, the reward of waiving the 3 trials does not exist. If any of you were to accept this reward, you would be immediately eliminated. And that constitutes the 5th trial. As Xingtian and the others listened to Tang Zong's explanation, they were left bewildered. The assessments seemed to flow one into another without respite. Dear brother, how ruthless you are. You're even betraying your own people. Gao Dalong expressed his grievances toward Tang Zong. Alas, Tang Zong feigned innocence. This is not my decision. The Academy has arranged these assessments, and I must adhere to them. The others began to direct their frustrations toward Tang Zong as well, acknowledging that it was, after all, an assessment. You are wise, brother Xingtian, Tang Tian interjected. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us swiftly enter the circle, for 5 more assessments await you. With that, he stepped aside. My heavens, 5 more. Gao Dalong lamented, covering his plump face with his hands in despair. Yet, no one paid heed to his complaints. Hastening toward the luminous circle. Hey, wait for me. Gao Dalong called out, quickly following suit. Soon, the 5 of them stood upon the circle, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Tang Zong, witnessing this scene, curled his lips into a mischievous smile. Brother Xingtian, I wish you luck. With a flash, 5 beams of light surged forth, and Xingtian and his companions found themselves atop a desolate mountain peak. The landscape was barren, comprised solely of stones, devoid of even a single blade of grass, and the altitude was staggering. Gazing downwards, they confronted an abyss that concealed the ground from view. Above, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating an intense heat that soon left them parched and dry. What is this place? Tongxi inquired, beads of sweat forming on her brow. I have no idea, Xingtian replied, surveying their surroundings. Peering down into the unfathomable chasm, he speculated. I believe this is the 6th assessment, but I am uncertain what it entails. At that moment, a projection materialized before them, displaying the message, reach the base of the mountain within 5 hours. The group exchanged puzzled glances, simultaneously gazing downwards, only to find the depth of the chasm utterly inscrutable. Brother, my vision is suddenly blurry. Could you check if it says we need to descend the mountain? Gao Dalong asked Xingtian. You read it correctly. It indeed states to reach the base, Xingtian confirmed. Upon hearing this, Gao Dalong collapsed onto the rocky ground, shutting his eyes and exclaiming, I refuse to move. This mountain is so high, who knows how long it will take to descend. Moreover, the sun is so scorching that we'll be roasted in no time. Enough of your complaints, get up and start walking, came the voice of Dong Shulin. Gao Dalong opened his eyes and noticed that Xingtian and Shuyao had already discovered a path leading down the mountain. However, this path hugged the rocky cliff's edge, narrow enough for only one person to traverse at a time, and a single misstep could send one plummeting to their demise. Gao Dalong stood up, gazing incredulously at Xingtian and the others who were cautiously making their way along the precarious route. You can't be serious. One misstep here could lead to death, he exclaimed. This is the only path down. If we don't take it, there are no alternatives, Xingtian called back without turning around. At this, Gao Dalong felt his resolve begin to crumble. He looked at the path, barely a meter in width, and considered his own hefty frame. The prospect of traversing it filled him with dread. Yet, seeing Xingtian and the others manage to progress, he steeled himself and stepped onto the narrow path. As he did, his soul power surged forth, and he concentrated on keeping his body as close to the stone wall as possible. Xingtian walked at the forefront, traversing the path with an air of tranquility, unfazed by the heights below. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he noticed the pallor of Shuiyao's countenance and gently urged, Yao, hold on to my hand. Xingtian placed his left hand behind his back, and Shuiyao immediately grasped it. Upon making contact, she felt the warmth emanating from Xingtian's palm, which brought her a sense of tranquility. Chapter 37, The Man-Eating Eagle Tongxi, trailing behind. Observed this scene with a sense of helplessness. It was truly unpleasant to be in such a place while witnessing a display of affection. Her eyes darted around before coming to a halt. Dong Xuelin, who was following closely, immediately paused and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Tongxi trembled slightly, stammering, "I feel a bit scared." Dong Xuelin frowned, unsure of how to respond. Not hearing his reply, Tongxi puffed up her cheeks, wondering what kind of person he was, lacking even a modicum of emotional intelligence. But the next moment, she gasped in surprise as Dong Xuelin swept her into a princess carry. "What are you doing?" Tongxi exclaimed, flustered. "Aren't you scared? I'll carry you," Dong Xuelin replied as he continued forward. Tongxi was now quite anxious. Being carried at such a height made her feel as though her life was in someone else's hands, causing her heart to race. "My life is in your hands now. You better be careful," she said, her face a picture of panic. Seeing her in such a state, Dong Xuelin felt an inexplicable sense of mischief arise within him. "Wrap your arms around my neck, or if you fall, don't blame me," he teased. Upon hearing this, Tongxi immediately wrapped her arms around Dong Xuelin's neck. Their proximity shrinking to a breath's distance, so close that a mere inch closer would bring their lips together. At such a close range, her flawless complexion flushed a deep crimson, the blush spreading to her ears, incredibly alluring. Dong Xuelin couldn't help but chuckle. "You're actually shy." Tongxi fell silent, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Dong Xuelin, meanwhile, continued to study her intently. Upon closer inspection, he found Tongxi to be exceptionally beautiful. Her striking phoenix eyes and rosy lips, coupled with the blush on her cheeks, rendered her utterly enchanting and evoked a sense of protectiveness within him. "Why do you keep staring at me? Watch where you're going," Tongxi exclaimed, unable to contain her annoyance. Yet Dong Xuelin's gaze remained fixed on her, prompting her to touch her face and ask, "Is there something on my face?" Dong Xuelin smirked. "No." "Then why do you keep looking at my face?" "Hey, don't you think you're a bit narcissistic?" "Huh? How could I be narcissistic?" Tongxi responded, perplexed. "Because I'm clearly looking into your eyes, not at your face. If you think I'm staring at your face, isn't that a bit self-absorbed?" Tongxi was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Just as she prepared to counter, Dong Xuelin added, "Do you know why I'm looking into your eyes?" Tongxi paused, shaking her head in confusion. "Because your eyes are dazzling and beautiful. I'm afraid to look too long, lest I become entranced and unable to escape. Also, I see someone in your eyes." Hearing the earlier compliment made Tongxi blush profusely, but the latter statement left her perplexed. It looks like me. But why are you putting me in your eyes?" Dong Xuelin chuckled mischievously. "You wouldn't have feelings for me, would you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Tongxi's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her voice tinged with indignation. "Put me down. I want to walk on my own. You said you were scared. I have to think of your safety, so I'll keep carrying you. Just a reminder, don't move around too much, or we might end up as tragic lovebirds." At his words, Tongxi froze, her annoyance growing. She had initially thought Dong Xuelin was an aloof person, but she never expected such a playful side to lurk beneath. Meanwhile, the tall long behind them lamented, "Out of the 5 of us, I'm the only one without a girl. This is unbearable." Just as they cautiously descended the mountain, a sharp cry echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see a massive eagle soaring toward them, its size astonishingly immense, around 7 to 8 meters wide. The gusts from its flapping wings caused them to sway slightly. "Man-eating eagle!" Xingtian exclaimed in alarm. How could such a soul beast be here? The man-eating eagle was known for its penchant for human flesh, often invading villages and towns, leading soul masters to hunt it, thus pushing the species to the brink of extinction. He halted and shouted to the group, "Everyone, stop and stabilize yourselves. Be ready to defend against the man-eating eagle's attack." Upon hearing its name, the group became alert, each summoning their martial spirits, with Dong Xuelin gently setting Tongxi down. The man-eating eagle had locked onto Xingtian and the others, but sensed a degree of danger from them and hesitated to approach. With a shrill cry, the eagle began to circle above them. At that moment, they found themselves in a stalemate, none daring to initiate an attack. Even if they did, the disadvantage lay solely with Xingtian and his companions. In such an environment, they could hardly unleash their full potential. "Xingtian, we cannot afford to linger here. There are too many uncertainties. We must take the initiative and deal with that man-eating eagle," Dong Xuelin urged. "I understand," Xingtian replied, summoning his phoenix martial spirit. He activated his second soul skill, Phoenix ascending to the heavens, summoning fiery wings that emerged from his back. As the wings unfurled, Xingtian soared into the sky with a resounding cry. The man-eating eagle instinctively recoiled at the sound. The phoenix, as the king of birds, commanded reverence from all avian creatures. With the phoenix martial spirit unleashed, the eagle felt a sense of respect and lowered its head in submission. However, Xingtian misinterpreted its gesture and hurled a blazing fireball directly at the eagle. The creature, caught off guard by the approaching flames, failed to dodge in time. and the fire struck its wing. In an instant, flames engulfed the eagle's wing. The man-eating eagle let out a terrified cry, attempting to extinguish the fire. But Xingtian's flames were of a formidable nature, impossible to quell at will. The flames intensified, causing the eagle to flail chaotically in the air before it charged directly toward Shuyao and the others. The group was taken aback, never expecting the eagle to come barreling toward them. They quickly summoned their soul power to form barriers in front of them, while Xingtian rushed toward Shuyao. With a resounding crash, the man-eating eagle collided with the mountainside, losing consciousness and plummeting down the slope. As Xingtian observed that the man-eating eagle had not collided with Shuyao and the others, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon noticed that the path along the mountainside was developing cracks, ominously threatening to split apart. Everyone hurry! That path is about to break. Xingtian bellowed. Chapter 38, A Moment of Crisis, Part 1. Shuyao and the others cast their gazes towards the fissures in the ground, witnessing the earth crumbling beneath them. And they hastened their descent down the mountainside. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cracks in the ground were expanding rapidly, compelling them to quicken their pace. The soul energy they continuously released served to stabilize their advance, though it proved to be immensely taxing. Xingtian soared behind, his gaze fixed upon the fissured path. A look of anxiety etched across his face. Alas, the ground beneath the towering dragon abruptly fractured, causing his form to plummet. Fortunately, with swift reflexes, he grasped the still intact portion of the pathway. Help! I'm about to fall. Xingtian had already noticed and swiftly flew over to lift the towering dragon aloft. However, the weight was too immense, straining his wings beyond their capacity. My friend, he remarked, once this trial concludes, you must certainly embark on a journey of weight loss. Xingtian struggled to lift the towering Long, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He could only proceed alongside him. The two hastened their pace, relieved to find that the ground behind them no longer crumbled. However, it was not long before Shuyao and her companions came to a halt. Xingtian, perplexed, inquired, Yao, why have we suddenly stopped? Upon hearing his voice, Shuyao exclaimed, Brother Xingtian, the path ahead has vanished. Xingtian was taken aback. He swiftly unleashed the phoenix's flight to soar before Shuyao. Before them lay a path severed, devoid of any route forward, while the road behind them was equally fractured. They found themselves in a truly desperate predicament. Brother Xingtian, what shall we do now? Shuyao inquired anxiously. Xingtian remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed downward at the ground, which lay several thousand meters below. The mountain was of a type that could only be scaled by climbing. Should they descend from such a height, it would be certain death unless their soul power was sufficiently potent. Of course, there was an alternative method. He could lead them down in batches, but this approach was fraught with peril, as he was uncertain whether his soul power could endure the strain. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the sound. The ground beneath Tongxi and Dong Xuelin began to fissure ominously. Tongxi, Xuelin, do not move. Xingtian shouted urgently. He rushed forward, intent on seizing them before disaster struck, but before he could reach them, the earth beneath their feet violently split apart, and they plummeted simultaneously. Ah! Tongxi cried out in alarm. Shuyao, unable to bear the sight, shielded her eyes. When she finally dared to open them again, she discovered that Dong Xuelin had managed to grasp a rock on the cliff face with one hand, while the other hand clutched Tongxi, preventing them from falling further. Xingtian hurriedly grasped Dong Xuelin's arm, but the combined weight of the two was too much for his wings to bear, rendering him unable to take flight. The towering Long noticed Xingtian struggle and promptly crouched down, extending his hand and calling out, Elder brother, quickly grasp my hand. Xingtian grasped Dong Xuelin's arm with one hand, while his other hand reached towards the towering dragon, his wings fervently flapping behind him. Hurry! The towering dragon seized Xingtian's hand, exerting all his strength to pull them up. Just as they were about to ascend, the ground beneath the towering dragon began to fracture. Ah, brother, the ground beneath my feet is also splitting. The towering dragon exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Shuyao unleashed her martial spirit. Ice binding. Several shards of ice materialized, securing the ground beneath the towering dragon's feet. She swiftly cast multiple ice bindings, encasing the ground below them in a solid layer of ice for added stability. Chapter 39. In Times of Crisis, Part 2. The frozen ground was significantly more robust. Yet Shuyao was unaware of how long it would endure. For now, she could only maintain the current state as long as her soul power permitted. At that moment, Xingtian delivered a powerful kick against the mountainside, creating a small hole that provided him with a point of support. Though it was a minor assistance, it was certainly better than having none at all. Fatty, do not grasp my hand. Hold on to my arm instead. I need to secure myself against the ice. Xingtian's hand was firmly grasped by the towering dragon, rendering him unable to seize hold of the ice layer. Upon hearing this, the dragon immediately seized his arm. As Xingtian's hand approached the ice, he grasped it with fervor, his fingers piercing deeply into its surface. In that instant, he summoned his strength. Ha! He cried out. The muscles in his arm taut with power, propelling Dong Xuelin and Tongxi into the air. With the weight of the two removed, his fiery wings unfurled, enabling him to ascend directly. Standing atop the ice, the wings behind him vanished, and he reclined, having nearly depleted his soul energy. Now, he found himself utterly drained. He needed to meditate to restore his soul energy. With this thought, he promptly rose to commence his recuperation. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Shuyao, only to find her complexion remarkably pale, causing his heart to surge with concern. Yao, why is your face so pale? Xingtian asked, his expression filled with worry and his tone laced with urgency. Shuyao shook her head and managed a smile, saying, Brother Xingtian, I am fine. It is merely that I expended too much soul energy all at once. Upon hearing this, Xingtian could not help but inquire. How long have I been in meditation? Approximately half an hour, replied Shuyao. Xingtian gently tapped his head, pondering the sweltering heat. Even the most extreme ice would eventually melt away given enough time. It was undoubtedly Yao who had continually reinforced the ice layer, preventing its complete dissolution. He affectionately stroked Shuyao's head and said, You have worked hard. I am not weary, Shuyao replied, shaking her head. She gazed down the mountain and sighed. Now we must consider how to descend. Xingtian turned his head to gaze at Dong Shulin and the others, who were observing their surroundings, seemingly contemplating how to descend. Everyone, Xingtian began, I have a method that will enable us to make our way down, but the process will be rather gradual. Got along? With a forlorn expression, interjected, Brother, it matters not whether it is slow. The only thing that matters is that we can descend. Xingtian nodded and articulated his thoughts. I can harness the second soul skill of my phoenix martial spirit to descend and excavate an opening at a certain distance, one that can accommodate all 5 of us. As he spoke, Xingtian turned to Dong Shulin, adding, You'll be responsible for the excavation task. Is that agreeable? Dong Shulin nodded in affirmation. Very well. Let us commence our endeavor. Shulin, I shall carry you down, while the rest of you remain vigilant of your surroundings and exercise caution against the soul beasts. Shuyao and the others nodded in understanding. Xingtian then unleashed the second soul skill of his phoenix martial spirit, enveloping Dong Shulin from behind as he spread his wings and soared down the mountain with remarkable speed. Upon reaching approximately halfway down, Xingtian moderated their descent. Here, we shall carve an opening, he instructed Dong Shulin. Dong Shulin nodded and brandished his weapon, the Soul Shura sword. He immediately employed his second soul skill. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Countless blades struck the mountainside, sending debris flying as dust billowed around them. In moments, a spacious opening emerged before their eyes, ample enough to accommodate them all. Xingtian placed Dong Shulin in a secure position and began to ascend, channeling his soul power upwards. This time, he first retrieved Tong Shi, followed closely by Shuyao, and finally, Gao Dalong. When it came to Gao Dalong, Xingtian nearly lost control, almost plummeting down. In the depths of the cave, drenched in sweat, Xingtian remarked, My friend, one day your excess weight will lead to trouble. Gao Dalong chuckled awkwardly and replied, Brother, please don't say that. Once this assessment is over, I promise to shed some pounds. I hope you succeed, Xingtian responded, then continued, We can now see the ground. But there remains a considerable distance. Allow me a moment to recover my strength so we can reach the bottom in one go. With that, he settled into a meditative posture, focusing on replenishing his soul power. The recovery process was swift this time. Within approximately 20 minutes, he had fully restored his energy. He proceeded to take Dong Shulin down once more, flying several times as he grew increasingly adept at his soaring technique, Fengxiang Jiutian. Their descent was rapid. Xingtian, please slow down. Dong Shulin urged, gripping his hand tightly. Stay calm. I have it under control, he reassured her. Xingtian's speed remained undiminished. In fact, it surged even further, sending a wave of panic through Dong Shulin, whose heart raced fervently. At long last, they neared the ground, where a lush, verdant forest awaited them. As they approached, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Xingtian, you may ascend now. We shall descend on our own from this point, Dong Shulin instructed. How do you intend to descend? Simply set me down beside the cliff. I can manage the rest myself. Xingtian acquiesced, placing Dong Shulin at the edge of the cliff. Grasping the protruding rocks, Dong Shulin exhaled in relief, though a faint nausea began to stir within him, prompting a silent vow to never again allow Xingtian to carry him aloft. Soon after, Xingtian facilitated their descent once more, a process that nearly exhausted him. It was his first experience of having his soul power thoroughly drained, particularly during the descent with the imposing dragon. They fell together, and thankfully, the final stretch provided a modicum of cushioning. Otherwise, they might have landed in a rather undignified manner. Upon reaching the ground, the entire scene transformed, and they found themselves back in the simulation room. Brother Xing, welcome back, Tang Zong greeted as he appeared before Xingtian. Tang, it's you again. Surely, there are no further assessments in store? Xingtian was thoroughly intimidated by the relentless series of assessments. As he observed Tang Zong's belief that the 6th evaluation was imminent, the others remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Tang Zong, poised for the unexpected challenge ahead. Tang Zong, noticing their apprehensive demeanor, wore a resigned smile. Rest assured, the first 5 assessments have concluded. You have an hour to recuperate. Moreover, I have come primarily to inform you that there was an issue with the scenario you just experienced. The man-eating eagle was intended to obstruct your descent, but unexpectedly, The path behind you is also severed. Nonetheless, you have successfully passed. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Wait. Xingtian interrupted, his face flush with irritation. You mean to say there was a problem with the scenario? Does that imply our assessment was not as challenging as we believed? Have we exerted ourselves for naught? Chapter 40. New members Tang Zong's expression turned awkward. Fear not. The Academy is just. Shortly, the 6th evaluation will bestow upon you a privilege of choice. Xingtian, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean by a privilege of choice, Brother Tang? You will soon find out. I shall not disturb your rest any further. With that, Tang Zong turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for Xingtian to pose additional questions. Within the simulation chamber, many had already awakened from their simulated states, which left Xingtian and his companions astonished. The technology that allowed one to enter a simulated state without the need for a simulation pod was truly remarkable. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. They sought a spot to rest. While they were recuperating, 2 girls approached them. The girls differed in height. The shorter one stood approximately 150 centimeters tall, while the taller one measured around 165 centimeters. The diminutive girl, a charming lowly, carried a pink parasol, trailing behind the taller girl. She was adorned in a pink and white dress, embellished with lace, with pink accents featuring a cross and a pink swan, complemented by a large pink bow at her waist. Her legs were encased in white knee-high lace stockings, and on her feet were petite black shoes. The taller girl possessed long, slender legs and bore an air of cold aloofness, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Despite her youth, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Hello, all our team members have been eliminated. A senior informed us that we need to rejoin a team. Do you require additional members? Why are the 2 of you approaching our team? Xingtian remarked, somewhat exasperated. We are just 2 members short of being full, but we specifically need individuals skilled in defense or food abilities. Healing would also suffice. He thought to himself, judging by their appearances, they likely did not possess defensive skills. I am a healer, the lowly chimed sweetly. The taller girl, devoid of any emotion, stated, I am precisely a defender. Goodness, how fortuitous is that? Could it be that Brother Tang orchestrated this? Xingtian's mind raced with speculations. Before he could voice them, the voice of Gao Delong resounded. Welcome, beautiful ladies, to our formidable team. We assure you that we will prevail through the forthcoming assessments. Gao Delong's eyes sparkled with excitement, with 2 girls joining their ranks. He felt compelled to agree. The taller girl's icy gaze fixated on Gao Delong as she inquired, Are you the captain? Under her piercing stare, Gao Delong shivered, feeling the chill. Not my type, he thought, shifting his gaze to the lowly with a semblance of a smile, though it remained quite lecherous. The taller girl raised an eyebrow and coldly warned, If you continue to gaze at her with those filthy eyes, I shall remove them from your sockets. Gao Delong trembled, hastily diverting his gaze. Goodness, a veritable female tyrant. I cannot provoke her. Xingtian rubbed his forehead. Their faces truly lost all dignity, thanks to the towering dragon. We are a makeshift team without a captain. Since you both meet the qualifications, we warmly welcome your inclusion. Xingtian spoke gently to the 2. Yes, the tall girl nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mo, a level 25 weapon spirit master. And my martial spirit is the Holy Light Shield. I am Gu Ce. The petite girl introduced herself, a level 26 healing spirit master. And my martial spirit is the Holy Light Staff. The Holy Light Shield? The Holy Light Staff? TSK, they sound so righteous and impressive. Perhaps I should consider changing the name of my dragon, Phoenix, to something more captivating? Xingtian pondered deeply before finally making a decision. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xingtian, a level 19 beast spirit soul, and my martial spirit is the Divine Dragon, he declared. The Divine Dragon? A level 19 soul master? Gu Siyu and Lin Mo exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of such a martial spirit. However, the more pressing concern was the perplexity surrounding the level 19 designation. How had he met the most basic admission requirements? Shuyao's face was filled with confusion. Hadn't Xingtian always referred to his martial spirit as merely a dragon? Why was he now calling it the Divine Dragon? Brother Xingtian, why do you refer to your martial spirit as the Divine Dragon? All your martial spirits have such impressive names. If mine isn't equally grand, it would tarnish our team's reputation. All right then, Shuyao replied, choosing not to press the matter further. I have a question I would like to ask you, Lin Mo said, turning his gaze towards Xingtian. Xingtian found himself somewhat perplexed, pondering the questions directed at him. Feel free to inquire, he said. Why is it that you can participate in the Shrek assessments at level 19 when the minimum requirement is to be 15 years old and at level 25? May I reveal that my master is the dean of the Outer Academy? Xingtian murmured. I am unsure of the reasons. Perhaps it is mere luck or an extraordinary talent. Talent? Lin Mo and Gu Ce exchanged glances, chuckling softly. Gu Ce asked with a smile. How old are you now, young man? 14, came the reply. At 14, you are at level 19, and you speak of talent? Do not jest with us. Lin Mo shook her head. She suddenly felt that joining this group was a mistaken choice. Perhaps it was time to take Xiao Si and depart. Hey, do not insult my elder brother, Gao Delong retorted. He is quite impressive. It was thanks to him that we were able to pass the last assessment. Oh, pray tell, how did he lead you through the assessment? Lin Mo's tone turned sharp, causing the others to furrow their brows. They had not disclosed Xingtian's dual martial soul status without his permission, and Xingtian himself, reminded by Sun Tianyi, had no intention of revealing his unique ability before outsiders. If you do not wish to remain in our group, you may leave at your discretion, Dong Shuelin stated. Without lifting her gaze. Oh dear, do not be like that. Gu Si suddenly interjected, her expression apologetic as she addressed Xingtian. I apologize. My friend Mo simply has an aversion to those with hidden influences. Xingtian smirked, remarking that it was rather presumptuous to imply one possessed influential backing. Yet, it seemed to hold a grain of truth. However, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was the strength he wielded. Since the assessment has yet to commence, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Xingtian suggested. Lin Mo, undaunted, inquired, how shall we spar? Aren't you a defense-type martial spirit? Release your martial spirit and withstand my strike. If you endure it, I shall voluntarily forfeit the examination. Conversely, if you cannot withstand it, it would demonstrate my capability to participate in this assessment, and you will henceforth refer to me as Big Brother. Xingtian stated confidently. Lin Mo, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 41. The sixth assessment. Xingtian and Lin Mo stood in opposition, with Lin Mo fixating his gaze upon him. He unleashed his martial soul, which manifested as a resplendent golden shield adorned with a cross emblem. The shield emanated a subtle golden glow and hovered in the air, shielding half of Lin Mo's figure from view. Xingtian gazed at the holy light shield and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a divine dragon materialized behind him. An intricate yet sparse scales emerged upon his hand. With the dragon's appearance, an invisible aura pervaded the simulation room. Gu Si stood beside Lin Mo and whispered, Mo, observe his martial spirit. It possesses an unsettling aura. What if you were to lose? Wouldn't I have to call him brother? Although he is quite handsome, and I wouldn't mind him as my sibling, I genuinely do not wish for your defeat. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, remarking, it hasn't even begun. And yet you are already undermining my prowess? Besides, with your demeanor, it almost seems as though you wish for my loss. Little C, once the assessment concludes, ensure you are clean and prepared for the consequences. Huh. Gu Si blinked innocently, staring wide-eyed at Lin Mo. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. I need to step away for a moment. With that, Gu Si hurriedly grabbed her umbrella and fled from Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, and he then redirected his gaze towards Xingtian, his expression returning to one of indifference. Come forth swiftly. Xingtian nodded slightly, directly employing his first soul skill, the divine dragon claw. He swiftly approached Lin Mo, his fingers transforming into claws, while the divine dragon behind him extended its 5 claws to strike at Lin Mo's holy light shield. With a resounding thud, Lin Mo was sent flying backward. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she soared through the air. Her holy light shield had been shattered by a mere soul master. Xingtian halted his movements and shook his head. His dragon claw, impervious to defenses, had been unleashed upon Lin Mo. Was this not foolish? Yet, this was also a strategy derived from Lin Mo's ignorance. As Lin Mo fell to the ground, Xingtian approached to assist her, but she rejected his offer until Gu Si hurried over. Mo, are you hurt? Gu Si's face was etched with concern as she turned to reprimand Xingtian. Why did you use so much force? Don't you know how to be gentle with a girl? Xingtian internally grumbled, gentle? With your levels so far exceeding mine, I doubt I could have inflicted such damage without exerting my full strength. He gazed at Lin Mo and cautiously asked, You're not injured, are you? Lin Mo shook her head, fixing her gaze upon Xingtian, and, gritting her teeth, declared, I concede, big brother. Xingtian observed her reluctance and remarked, in truth, you need not express your unwillingness vocally. We are now comrades in the same team. It is quite normal to test each other's strengths, and I fully comprehend. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Lin Mo pouted and said, a loss is a loss. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Suddenly, Gao Delong jumped in, declaring, Xingtian is my elder brother. If you acknowledge him as your elder brother, then I shall be your second brother. Get lost. Lin Mo retorted sharply, I call him elder brother. What business is it of yours? As Gao Delong was about to respond, he was met with Lin Mo's icy gaze, causing him to swallow his words. My apologies, he muttered. Subsequently, Lin Mo and Gu Si learned about the martial spirits and strengths of the other members, discovering that their team was significantly superior in both martial spirits and soul power compared to their previous one, with the exception of Xingtian, the soul master. After approximately half an hour, everyone had rested sufficiently, and Sun Tianyi's voice resonated. Esteemed candidates, there are now 1,288 participants remaining, perfectly aligning into teams of 7. You shall engage in a team battle. Victors will pass the 6th assessment, while the defeated shall depart. Upon hearing this announcement, The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement as the entire simulation scene transformed, with each team positioned upon a platform. The platforms were suspended 1,000 meters above the ground, under a clear sky, while the 7 members of Xingtian's team stood on the platform, appearing rather bewildered. Suddenly, a luminous circle materialized, and Tang Zong appeared before them in the blink of an eye. "Hello, Brother Xing," he greeted. Upon noticing the 2 new beauties in Xingtian's team, he exclaimed, "Xingtian, you have quite a number of lovely ladies in your team. However, with the addition of 2 men, would you like me to make a swap? Just imagine being surrounded by 6 beauties to protect you." Xingtian cast a disdainful glance at Tang Zong. Upon hearing his words, Gu Siyi and Lin Mo's impression of him plummeted to 0. However, they were somewhat astonished. Did they not recognize him as one of the seniors from the stands? How could he refer to Xingtian as Brother Xing? Indeed, he seemed to be someone with connections. Lin Mo expressed her displeasure, and Gu Siyi, witnessing this, could only shake her head in resignation. She gently clasped Lin Mo's hand in hers. Lin Mo glanced down, meeting Gu Siyi's gaze, and, with a slight pout, chose to remain silent. "Brother Tang, have you come to grant us the privilege of choice?" Gu Siyi inquired. "Indeed," Tang Zong nodded, adding, at the same time, "I will be serving as your judge for this occasion." Upon hearing these words, Xingtian could not help but jest. "Brother Tang, you wouldn't be deliberately targeting our team, would you, by blowing a foul whistle?" "Goodness, Brother Xing, your words raise some concerns. What do you mean by a foul whistle?" "I am but a righteous referee," Tang Zong replied. Leaning closer to Xingtian's ear, he whispered, "Moreover, if I were to blow a foul whistle, it would be to assist your side." Xingtian's eyes widened, giving him the appearance of someone who was well-connected, especially in a place like Shrek Academy. He could not help but speak earnestly. "Brother Tang, you must not do this." Tang Zong chuckled, reassuring him, "Do not worry. You will achieve victory effortlessly in this competition without my assistance." Xingtian, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Tang Zong explained. "The assessment is randomly selected. However, since you possess the privilege of choice, you can select a team of lesser strength, ensuring an easy win." Upon hearing Tang Zong's words, Xingtian's eyes brightened momentarily. However, he was soon reminded of a particular concern. How could they ascertain which team was lacking in skill? "Brother Tang, do you possess any reference materials regarding the teams?" Xingtian inquired with a mischievous grin. "What are you thinking?" Tang replied, "There are none." Xingtian's expression darkened, and he remarked, "Are you toying with us? What if someone carelessly selects the most formidable team?" Tang Zong shrugged, indicating that it was not his concern. Gu Siyi and Lin Mo, listening to their exchange, wore perplexed expressions. "What is this selection privilege?" Gu Siyi promptly inquired. Before anyone else could respond, the imposing Long interjected, "In our previous match, we encountered some issues, and this selection privilege serves as compensation. From the conversation between our elder brother and the other, it appears that this privilege allows us to choose a designated team to engage in battle with us." Gu Siyi and Lin Mo felt relieved, realizing the reason behind it. However, Lin Mo raised a crucial point, questioning, "But this selection privilege isn't particularly useful, is it?" Chapter 42, My Name is Luffy. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone exchanged glances, as they had all listened to the dialogue between Xingtian and Tang Zong. Understanding that this selection privilege held little value for them, Xingtian turned his head. A look of helplessness etched across his face as he addressed the crowd. "Let us select a representative for the team. I shall automatically forfeit my right to participate. I hope fortune favors you, and that you draw a team of lesser strength." "I shall also forfeit," Shuyao remarked as she approached Xingtian, turning to the others. "I do not have high hopes for my own luck. It rests upon you now." The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, Gu Siyi was chosen to make the selection. Gu Siyi approached Tang Zong, who had a pile of names before him. From this stack, a name would determine their adversary. She closed her eyes and randomly pointed to a name, Luffy. Tang Zong, upon discovering the identity of this team, could not help but smile wryly. "Unfortunately, you have encountered a formidable team." Gu Siyi's expression soured, and with an apologetic look, she spoke to Xingtian and the others. "I am truly sorry. My luck is abysmal." "It is not your fault," Xingtian replied with a smile. "Our team is not lacking in strength. How formidable can they truly be? We shall surely prevail." As he spoke, 7 beams of light flashed, and 7 figures materialized before them. At the forefront stood a young boy wearing a straw hat, a scar adorning his left cheek. His large eyes wide as he surveyed the surroundings. This was Luffy. To his right was a green-haired youth with 3 earrings on his left ear, his expression one of perpetual displeasure. He was Zoro. To Luffy's left stood a blonde with slightly curled eyebrows, known as Sanji, his hands tucked into his pockets as he directed his gaze toward Xingtian and the others. Beside Sanji was a small figure clad in a pink hat adorned with an X, beaming with a simple smile. This was Chopper. Next to Zoro was an orange-haired girl with a windmill and orange tattoo on her left shoulder. She was Nami. On the far left stood a boy wearing a skull mask, known as Brook, whose dark, inscrutable gaze peered from beneath his mask, assessing Xingtian and the others. Flanking him was a boy with a sniper-esque goggles and a light brown bandana, his nose slightly elongated. This was Usopp. "Haha, is this our competition for the event? You all seem incredibly strong." Luffy exclaimed, a broad grin on his face as he introduced himself. I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. These are my companions, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, and Brook. Xingtian stood at the forefront, and upon receiving no response from the others, he spoke up. I am Xingtian, and these are my companions, Shuiye, Tongxi, Dong Xuelin, Gao Dalong, Gu Si, and Lin Imo. After a brief introduction, Tang Zong stepped forward, declaring, I shall serve as the judge for this encounter. Please arrange yourselves in formation for battle. The crew from Luffy's side was the first to spring into action, adopting a 3-2-2 formation, with Luffy and Nami positioned centrally, while Zoro, Brook, and Chopper stood at the forefront, and Sanji and Usopp took their places at the rear. Xingtian and his companions adopted the Trinity formation. Xingtian, Dong Xuelin, and Gao Dalong stood at the forefront, while Shuiye occupied the center. Tongxi, Gu Si, and Lin Imo positioned themselves at the rear. Tang Zong spoke again. May both sides reveal their martial souls. Xingtian took a step forward, and a yellow soul ring rose beneath his feet. As a level 19 soul master, his martial spirit was the divine dragon. With a resounding dragon's roar, a blue-purple dragon ascended from his back. The opposing side, upon hearing the level 19, expressed slight astonishment, yet they did not lower their guard. Instead, they heightened their vigilance. After all, only monsters or anomalies could participate in the Shrek assessments at such a level. Beneath the towering dragon, 2 purple soul rings emerged, declaring, a level 25 Great Soul Master. Martial Spirit Dark Magic Dragon. A massive black dragon materialized behind him, intentionally bowing lower than Xingtian's dragon. Dong Xuelin summoned 2 purple soul rings, proclaiming, a level 28 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Azure Sword. He raised his right hand, and the ethereal Azure Sword appeared before him. Shuiye also manifested 2 purple soul rings, stating, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Ice Fairy. A girl adorned with a crown emerged, instantly chilling the surrounding air. Tongxi invoked 2 purple soul rings, announcing, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. She lifted her right hand, revealing a crystalline tower that shone brilliantly. Gu Si conjured 2 purple soul rings, declaring, a level 26 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Holy Light Staff. A radiant golden staff descended from above, and she grasped it, causing a surge of light. Lin Imo manifested 2 purple soul rings, stating, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Holy Light Shield. Slowly, she raised her right hand, gathering golden light to form a shield that floated before her. Luffy and his companions gazed in astonishment at such a formidable array. Their martial spirits were truly exceptional, featuring the pinnacle beast martial spirit, the dragon. Furthermore, their soul rings were absorbed beyond their limits. Nevertheless, they swiftly identified the weak link in this formidable lineup, Xingtian. Luffy summoned 2 purple soul rings, declaring, a level 27 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Rubber Tree. A small rubber tree materialized in his hand. Zoro invoked 2 purple soul rings, proclaiming, a level 27 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Demon Slayer. A black, sinister katana appeared out of thin air, which he seized, releasing a burst of dark energy. Nami conjured 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, stating, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Weather Stick. A blue staff fell before her, which she grasped, spinning it in a combat stance. Usopp summoned 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, declaring, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Galaxy Slingshot. A silver slingshot appeared in his hands, flames flickering above it. Sanji invoked 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, proclaiming, a level 27 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Cake. With a snap of his fingers, a delectable cake appeared in his grasp. Chopper summoned 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, stating, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Reindeer. A reindeer leapt forth from behind him, and in an instant, Chopper grew to a towering height of 1.90 meters, sprouting a pair of enormous antlers atop his head. Brook conjured 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, declaring, a level 25 Great Soul Master, Martial Spirit Soul Reaper Sword. A sword appeared, its hilt resembling that of an umbrella, while the blade was remarkably slender. Tang Zong, observing both sides unleashing their martial spirits, soared into the air and shouted, let the battle commence. Divine Dragon Claw. As the dragon scales emerged on Xingtian's arms, he charged forward without hesitation. Zoro's eyes lit up, and he quietly exclaimed, first soul skill, 1 sword style. A vortex erupted beneath his feet, causing him to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Xingtian, his blade, Ghost Slash, aimed directly at him. First soul skill, Bloodthirst. Dong Xuelin instantaneously materialized in front of Xingtian, his garments rustling with the sound of swift movement. The clash between Ghost Slash and the Azure Sword sent an eerie aura permeating the arena. The once bright sky dimmed, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Chapter 43. Fierce Battle. Dong Xuelin restrained Zoro, allowing Xingtian to circumvent them and advance towards Nami, his right hand extending forward, propelled by a powerful gust. Just as he was about to strike Nami, Chopper appeared to intercept Xingtian's blow. However, Xingtian's dragon claw shattered Chopper's defenses. sending him stumbling backward despite his formidable fortitude as a reindeer spirit, which rendered him the tank of their team. The sheer force of Xingtian's strike left Chopper astounded. Nami, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, yet she seized the opportunity without hesitation. She unveiled her weapon spirit, brandishing her climatact, and unleashed her first soul skill, sweeping through the armies. She leapt past Chopper, her climatact sweeping through the air with astonishing speed. Xingtian, caught off guard, raised both hands to withstand the blow, unaware that at that moment, the scales on his hands had converged, absorbing the impact entirely. Nonetheless, he was still propelled backward, but upon landing, he regained his footing and stood upright, flexing his arms. For some inexplicable reason, he felt little pain. Observing Xingtian's predicament, Gusi immediately activated his first soul skill, Healing Technique. This technique could restore 50% of injuries and boost combat morale for 1 minute. A golden radiance enveloped Xingtian, spreading an indescribable sensation of comfort throughout his body. A gleam flashed in Xingtian's eyes. He now felt an overwhelming urge to challenge 10 opponents at once. The sound of a dragon's roar erupted, reverberating through the minds of all present. This was the drawback of the dragon's roar, as it would leave allied forces within its range momentarily dazed. In the midst of this disorientation, Xingtian showed no hesitation. He swiftly approached Nami and delivered a blow to her abdomen. By the time Nami regained her senses, she had already been sent flying, the pain coursing through her body causing her to wince and cry out. The might of Xingtian is truly formidable. This strike was merely restrained, for had he unleashed his full power, it could have left a grievous mark upon Nami. I have a small cake. Sanji's voice resonated as he produced a delicate confection from his hand. Hurrying to Nami's side, he expressed his concern. Nami, please, enjoy my cake. After Nami accepted the cake, Sanji rose, his countenance transformed by fury as he directed his gaze towards Xingtian. How dare you lay a hand upon such a beautiful lady? This is utterly unforgivable. With that, he swiftly propelled himself into the air, as if defying gravity itself. Was this the fabled left foot stepping on the right? Fortunately, he did not ascend. Otherwise, the onlookers would have been left in astonishment. Nevertheless, Sanji's speed was remarkable. Within mere breaths, he stood before Xingtian, raising his right foot high above his head, and brought it crashing down towards Xingtian's skull. Bang! With a swift tilt of his head, Xingtian found Sanji's foot pressing down upon his left shoulder, causing a cloud of dust to rise beneath him, a testament to the immense force behind Sanji's strike. Your strength is indeed formidable. Xingtian offered a commendation, yet in the next moment, he seized Sanji's foot, his grip tightening with ferocity. Ah! Sanji emitted a cry of pain, his eyes widening in shock. Sanji! Luffy exclaimed, extending his arms. His rubbery soul, a manifestation of mutation, transformed his form into that of elastic. With his elongated arms, he grasped Xingtian's limbs, propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed directly at him. Frozen binding. Snow Yao's melodious voice rang out, and in an instant, a white halo materialized before Xingtian. Just as Luffy was about to close in, the halo blazed to life, instantly encasing him in ice. As Xingtian witnessed the frozen form of Luffy, he swiftly evaded, simultaneously flinging his right hand, which sent Sanji hurtling away. The members of Luffy's crew were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that a mere soul master like Xingtian possessed such formidable strength. Soon enough, the ice binding Luffy melted away, and he glanced at Shuyao before turning to observe Usopp among his comrades. Usopp, understanding the cue, aimed the galaxy slingshot at Shuyao, drawing it taut as a fireball materialized in the slingshot's launcher. Releasing his grip, the fireball was launched directly at Shuyao. Unfazed, Shuyao raised her right hand, conjuring an ice wall that effortlessly absorbed the impact of the fireball. Usopp's eyes narrowed as he concentrated his soul power into the galaxy slingshot. The first soul skill, Firestar Bird. The fireball was launched once more, transforming midair into a fiery bird. The flaming avian charged fiercely at the ice wall, breaking through, though its flames waned significantly. Just as Shuyao prepared to defend herself, Lin Mo appeared before her. The first soul skill, Light Defense. Lin Mo raised her hand, summoning a radiant shield of holy light, which shimmered in golden brilliance. The firebird collided with it, creating but a ripple before dissipating. Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with a grateful smile. Thank you. It's a mere trifle. I exist to protect you, Lin Mo replied, her gaze shifting to the opposing side with vigilance, aware that she must remain on guard against imminent attacks. Meanwhile, while Usopp was preoccupied with targeting Shuyao, Xingtian had engaged Luffy in combat. Although Luffy was a plant-type soul master, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. His fists flew like a tempest towards Xingtian, forcing him into a defensive posture, unable to counterattack. On another front, Dong Xuelian and Zoro had exchanged countless blows, the ground beneath them fracturing under the strain. Their swords clashed once more, creating powerful whirlwinds at their feet as they locked gazes intently. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are formidable, thus, I shall only grow stronger. The second soul skill, two-sword style. Zoro freed his left hand, summoning another blade, the Ghost Slash, into his grasp. Dong Xuelin's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his right foot, pressing it against Zoro's chest to create distance. 2 blades, is it? He mused, a smirk curling his lips. Then allow me to demonstrate my myriad swords piercing the heart. He positioned the Azura sword before him, which levitated, its tip aimed at Zoro. With arms outstretched, countless swords manifested behind him. Go. With a flick of his hand, the swords shot forth. Zoro tightened his grip on the ghost slash, anchoring himself in place as he whirled his arms like a tempest, severing the incoming blades with sheer force. Not far off, Brook attempted to aid Zoro, but the imposing figure of Tall Dragon obstructed his path. Greetings. Your opponent is me, Tall Dragon proclaimed with a jovial expression. Before he could react further, Brook lunged forward with his Soul Reaper sword. Chapter 44, The Soul Requiem. Tall Dragon flinched as Brook's sword approached, his hefty form quivering momentarily as he activated his second soul skill, Shadow Clone. 5 replicas of Tall Dragon emerged, causing Brook's Soul Reaper sword to miss its mark, striking only the clones. Oh ho ho. Brook chuckled, amused by the comical figure, a rather intriguing rotund fellow, employing a clone technique. But no matter how many you conjure, you cannot escape my gaze. Allow me to perform a grand melody, he suddenly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Luffy's crew ceased their skirmishes and retrieved earplugs from their pockets. Brook's Soul Reaper sword emitted a peculiar sound, enchanting yet imbued with an indescribable essence akin to a magical note. Tall Dragon's original form trembled, realizing he could not move, and those around him felt similarly paralyzed by the sound. Oh ho ho. Brook laughed. This is my first soul skill, Soul Requiem. Upon hearing it, your bodies are rendered immobile. His laughter abruptly ceased as he observed that Xingtian remained unaffected, countering and striking Luffy. Impossible. Shock filled Brook's eyes, mirrored by the astonishment of his comrades. This defies logic. Luffy was sent flying by Xingtian's punch, yet his body, like rubber, rebounded effortlessly. Why aren't you immobilized? Luffy scratched his head, bewildered. Immobilized? Xingtian stood in bewilderment, suddenly realizing that his teammates had all ceased their movements. What was happening? He was utterly perplexed. But when he witnessed Zoro preparing to strike Dong Xuelin with his blade, he bellowed, "Stop this at once." His voice resonated with an intangible pressure, and at that moment, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar as rain cascaded down. Behind Xingtian, the divine dragon circled majestically, crackling with violet lightning, while a stream of water danced at its periphery. Instinctively, Zoro halted his hand, and in that instant, Xingtian surged forward, his feet propelling him like a dragon in flight. Divine Dragon's Claw. With a single strike from Xingtian, Zoro was sent flying. The blow, imbued with the power of lightning, sent Zoro crashing into the rain-soaked ground, his body convulsing. His movements were executed with such swiftness that none could react in time. At that moment, the others began to recover from their prior stalemate. Damn, to use such a tactic, Got Along exclaimed, wiping the rain from his face before leaping into action. Tongshi, grant me a boost of power. Tongshi nodded slightly, unleashing her second soul skill, 9 Treasures Tower. Strength. A crimson light surged into Gao Dalong's body, causing him to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned behind Brook. With a fierce claw, he raised his right hand and struck down hard. Brook, caught off guard, had no chance to defend, and the blow sent him rolling face first into the ground. Frozen Prison. Shuyao immediately directed her second soul skill at Brook, encasing him in ice and following up with an ice explosion. In a blink, Gao Dalong was back at Brook's side, unleashing a flurry of attacks until Brook succumbed to unconsciousness. Brook, Luffy shouted, launching himself like a cannonball into Gao Dalong, who was sent flying from the impact. Yet Luffy would not relent, clinging to him closely. First soul skill, Gum Gum Machine Gun. Luffy's fist swelled to the size of sandbags, rapidly pummeling Gao Dalong's face with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Within mere breaths, Gao Dalong was left bruised and bloodied, with blood pouring from his nose. Divine Light Envelop. Lin Mo unleashed his second soul skill, a golden radiance enveloping Gao Dalong and instantly enhancing his defenses. 9 Treasures Tower, Revival of All Things. Tongshi swiftly began to heal Gao Dalong healing technique. Gusi also cast a healing spell. With 3 soul skills directed at Gao Dalong, the damage dealt by Luffy was significantly mitigated, and even the injuries sustained were swiftly mended. However, this repetitive cycle tormented Gao Dalong, as he experienced the agony of being wounded only to be healed repeatedly. Finally, unable to endure the relentless assaults, Gao Dalong roared, "Damn it. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm not making a fuss? Brother, come save me. Tongshi, boost my power." Xingtian spoke to Tongshi, saying, "The man approaches the towering dragon." As he drew near, a crimson radiance enveloped him, instantly augmenting his strength. "Get out of my way." Xingtian seized Luffy with a firm grip, forcefully pinning him to the ground, causing the surface to fracture into a spiderweb of cracks. He showed no signs of relenting. As a rubber man, Luffy possessed remarkable resilience against blows, and it was imperative to incapacitate him. Upon witnessing this, Nami rushed over, only to be intercepted by Dong Xuelin. Although his soul power was dwindling, he could still manage to delay Nami, if not triumph over her. Meanwhile, Usopp unleashed a barrage of long-range attacks, yet they were thwarted by Shui Yao's successive ice explosions. Lin Mo charged forward to engage in combat with Chopper, while Sanji tirelessly prepared small cakes to replenish the energy of Luffy and the others. Tong Shi and Gu Ce tended to healing and augmenting their ally strength. In the sky, Tang Zong held an umbrella, observing the intensely fierce battle, aware that it would not conclude anytime soon. Rain poured down relentlessly, as everyone launched fervent assaults, and those rendered incapable of fighting were dragged to the sidelines by their teammates. Xingtian was wildly unleashing his power against Luffy, his vision obscured by the pouring rain. Suddenly, Luffy extended a hand and grasped Xingtian's head. Rubber battle axe. This was Luffy's second soul skill. With a swift motion, he transformed his other hand into the shape of an axe and struck towards Xingtian's head. Shuyao had been closely observing the situation and, upon witnessing Luffy's hand morph into an axe, immediately cried out, "Brother Xingtian, be careful." Xingtian found himself ensnared by Luffy's grip, unable to lift his head, and resorted to striking Luffy's head with his own. With a resounding thud, their heads collided, and Xingtian felt as though he had struck a mass of jelly, his head rebounding from the impact. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly pivoted to the left and turned, his right hand morphing into a claw as he lunged towards Luffy's axe-like hand. In the next moment, Xingtian was hurled away, skidding across the rain-soaked ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Although his physical strength surpassed Luffy's, he was woefully outmatched in terms of soul power. Additionally, the disparity in their levels remained evident. Luffy's soul techniques were beyond his capacity to withstand. "Oh dear," Luffy exclaimed as he steadied himself, baring his teeth. "Are you truly a soul master? How can your strikes hurt me so profoundly?" Xingtian slowly rose to his feet. Just moments ago, he had not fully unleashed the power of his soul energy with the dragon claw, yet he found himself unable to withstand the formidable surge of Luffy's soul energy, resulting in him enduring a powerful blow. Chapter 45. Conclusion. Shuyao had already arrived by Xingtian's side, supporting him with a tender expression. "Are you injured?" she inquired with concern. "Allow me to have CE provide you with treatment." Xingtian shook his head. His resilience to physical blows was remarkably robust, rendering such injuries trivial in his eyes. Nevertheless, he felt his strength was still insufficient. Xingtian gazed at his hands for a long while, then shook his head. He had the capability to directly transcend to the 20th level, yet he had been suppressing this breakthrough. He needed to return to the northernmost land to achieve it. "Everyone, let us strive for a swift resolution." Xingtian charged directly towards Lu Fei. Although his soul power was dwindling, he still possessed considerable strength and was determined to unleash a flurry of blows to incapacitate them. Lin Mo activated his second soul skill, enveloping the area in radiant light. A shield of divine illumination surged forth, casting 6 golden beams upon the 6 individuals. 3 golden mini-shields began to spin around Xingtian and his companions, a collective soul technique designed to bolster their defensive capabilities by 30%. Xingtian, endowed with defensive enhancements, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Luffy, while Dong Xuelin exerted overwhelming pressure on Nami. Meanwhile, Shuyao launched a vigorous assault on Usopp, ultimately ensnaring him in a prison of ice, which she followed with an explosive freeze, rendering Usopp unconscious. As for Sanji, he was swiftly dispatched by the towering dragon, who had risen once more. Chopper met his end at the hands of Shuyao, Lin Mo, and Dong Xuelin, leaving only Luffy on the battlefield. However, he was embroiled in an intense battle with Xingtian, who, under the continuous healing from Dong Shi and Gu Ce, rapidly recovered from his injuries. Much to Luffy's dismay, seeing his teammates fall one by one, a grave expression settled upon Luffy's face. He realized he was outmatched. Yet, even if he were to fall, he would do so standing. With arms outstretched, he ensnared Xingtian's body, akin to a rubber band. Confusion crossed Xingtian's face as he wondered about Luffy's intentions, but in the next moment, he felt himself lifted off the ground. Rubber meteor hammer. This was Luffy's unique skill. He began to spin on the spot, and Xingtian, unable to break free, was compelled to rotate along with him. Suddenly, Luffy's arm elongated, and Xingtian was flung toward the towering dragon like a meteor hammer. The dragon, sensing the impending threat, dared not retaliate and attempted to evade. But the speed at which Xingtian approached was too great, sending him soaring. Midair, the dragon could not help but exclaim, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" As Luffy retracted his arm, Xingtian followed suit. "You dare treat my brother Xingtian this way?" Shuyao's face contorted with anger as she raised her right hand and unleashed her ice prison, freezing Luffy in place. As the icy tendrils extended towards Luffy, Xingtian found himself ensnared as well. Dong Xuelin approached Luffy, swiftly subduing the frozen figure. However, at the moment of freezing, a warmth enveloped Xingtian's chest, preventing him from succumbing to the ice. Having dispelled the freezing effect, Xingtian broke free, and Shuyao rushed to support him. "Brother Xingtian, are you all right?" she inquired. "I am fine, merely exhausted my soul power," he replied. Xingtian cast his gaze towards Tang Zong in the distance. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zong appeared before him, snapping his fingers to release Luffy from his icy prison, while the others gradually awakened from their stupor. "What is happening?" Luffy, still pinned down by Dong Xuelin, wore a bewildered expression. "You have already lost," Tang Zong declared to Luffy. Upon hearing Tang Zong's pronouncement, Dong Shuiye relinquished his hold on Luffy, causing a wave of despondency to wash over Luffy's companions. However, Luffy's face remained devoid of disappointment. He approached Xingtian, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty demeanor, and proclaimed, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed an extraordinary aura within you. In the future, you shall undoubtedly radiate the most brilliant light. Thus, I am proud to call you my friend." Luffy extended his hand, and Xingtian hesitated for a moment. Yet, upon seeing the radiant smile on Luffy's face, he instinctively reached out to clasp his hand. Ha ha ha, what a fortuitous encounter. Luffy released his grip and returned to his team, waving goodbye to Xingtian before vanishing from sight. Xingtian and the others soon exited the simulation. "Congratulations on passing the 7th assessment," Tang Zong said with a smile to Xingtian and the others. "You have finally succeeded." Xingtian exhaled a sigh of relief. After this assessment, he realized that he possessed a significant disadvantage in soul power, and he needed to return to the extreme north to break through as soon as possible. Chapter 46, Astonishing Mental Strength. With the conclusion of the 7th assessment, they were granted another brief respite, though this time it was limited to merely half an hour. As the time passed, the 8th assessment was imminent. Sun Tianyi swiftly announced the details of the upcoming challenge over the intercom, but upon hearing its nature, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The 8th assessment was a mental strength evaluation, and only those who had reached the spiritual connection realm could pass. Upon learning of this assessment, excitement surged among the participants, as it essentially indicated an automatic pass. After all, everyone present was indeed at the spiritual connection level. Before long, dozens of individuals arrived at the simulation room with 10 machines specifically designed to measure mental strength. In an orderly fashion, it soon became Xingtian and his companion's turn. The first to be tested was Dong Shuiye. He took a seat on the machine, and the attendant placed a helmet on his head. After 5 seconds, a number appeared on the display, 460. He had achieved the spiritual connection realm. Dong Shuiye gazed at his mental strength with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "Shuiye, impressive." Gao Dalong clapped him on the shoulder. "Higi, you all should hurry and get tested," Dong Shuiye encouraged. "All right, I'll go next." He stepped down, and Gao Dalong took his place. Once the helmet was secured, the display revealed a number, 404. "Alas, that's rather low," Gao Dalong sighed. Around them, other candidates were undergoing tests, but none surpassed the 400 mark, though they too were at the spiritual connection level and could pass. Gao Dalong's lament caused them to feel disheartened. Next was Xingtian. He seated himself on the machine, waiting for the attendant to place the helmet upon him. "Shuiye, how much do you think my brother's mental strength will be?" Gao Dalong prodded Dong Shuiye. Dong Shuiye shook his head, indicating he did not know, unable to restrain himself. Gao Dalong exclaimed, "Just take a guess. Let's make a wager. 1,000 federal coins from me to you if I lose. And you only owe me half if you lose." He produced a stack of federal coins from his pocket. Dong Shuiye glanced at the coins, and then at the lavish gold chain around Gao Dalong's neck. Was this the extravagant display of wealth? "All right, since you're so bold, I'll join you in this wager. I estimate it will be between 460 and 480, Dong Shuiye speculated. "Higi, then I guess around 490. Count me in." "I wager over 3,000, Shuyao chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Dong Shuiye and Gao Dalong exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief filling their eyes. Over 3,000? Who would believe that someone at this level could possess such mental strength? "Shuyao, are you joking? 3,000 mental strength?" Gao Dalong chuckled dismissively. Shuyao offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Are you afraid to bet? If not, then forget it." With this declaration, Gao Dalong could hardly refuse. "Of course, I dare. But since you initiated the wager, I won't be like Shuiye. If I lose, I'll pay the full amount. Not a problem, but let us raise the stakes to 5,000. Gao Dalong's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated Shuyao's boldness. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely, but stop dawdling. The test is about to start." "Fine. 5,000 it is." Just as Gao Dalong agreed, Tongxi, Linimo, and Gusi chimed in unison, "We'll join Shuyao." After a moment's hesitation, Gao Dalong nodded in agreement. Seated on the machine, Xingtian felt utterly helpless. They were betting on his own test results. What blatant disrespect. "I'll wager like Yo-Yo," Xingtian declared promptly. Before Gao Dalong could respond, the attendant placed the helmet on Xingtian's head. 3,500. For striking digits illuminated the display screen. Gao Dalong was left dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Whoa, big brother, how could your mental strength be 3,500? Why?" Gao Dalong's voice reverberated throughout the simulation room, drawing the attention of most present. "Nanny, whoa, what a prodigy. He has already reached the spiritual sea realm with a mental strength of 3,500. Is the Shrek? How terrifying. I wish to go home," murmured several voices. 3,500. How on earth did he cultivate to that level? The remarks echoed as it became clear that Xingtian was the sole individual among them to have achieved such mental strength at the spiritual sea realm. Shuyao appeared unfazed. As long as it was Xingtian, she would not be surprised by his prowess. "Hand over the money," she said with a smile, extending her hand toward Gao Dalong. The others, realizing what had transpired, immediately turned their gaze to Gao Dalong. Brother, you've really done me in this time. You never mentioned his mental strength was this high, Gao Dalong exclaimed to Shuyao and the others. I didn't bring that much cash. After the assessment, I'll call my father to send someone with it. Upon hearing this, Shuyao and the others couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of wealth. Dear student, your mental strength is quite remarkable, spoke the attendant, a woman whose beauty was veiled by a mask, though her curvaceous figure suggested she was indeed an exquisite beauty. However, your soul power and level, she began, trailing off as she noticed the two words at the bottom, top secret. Xingtian felt puzzled as to why the woman had ceased her speech. As for Dong Xuelin and the others, except for Shuyao, their gazes towards Xingtian transformed, clearly indicating his connections. Soon after, the remaining individuals began their assessments. Shuyao possessed a mental strength of 490, nearly 10 short of breaking into the spiritual sea realm. Tongxi had a mental strength of 440, while Gu Xi's was 430. And Lin Mo's reached 450. Among the seven, it could be said that only Gao Dalong had the lowest mental strength. However, when viewed within the entire cohort of candidates, they were still among the highest, particularly Xingtian, who achieved an astonishing 3005. In the office, Sun Tianyi, upon receiving Xingtian's information form, immediately rose to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken by the numbers displayed. Damn. If only you were my disciple, Sun Tianyi lamented, withholding further comments, for Xingtian was already a disciple of blood dance, a position he dared not encroach upon. Yet, gazing at that remarkable figure of 3005, his eyes reddened. He plopped back into his chair, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Alas. When shall I have a disciple of such caliber? I would die without regrets. Soon, the 9th assessment commenced. Sun Tianyi swiftly broadcasted the announcement to all. The content of the 10th evaluation, a strength test. For those with offensive martial souls, a strength of 2,000 pounds would suffice to pass the evaluation. For supportive and healing martial souls, a mere 500 pounds would be adequate. As for other martial souls, a strength of 1,000 pounds was required to succeed. Naturally, this assessment was a boon for strength-type soul masters, 2,000 pounds? Apologies, but doubling that would pose no challenge. Before long, everyone was led into an enormous gymnasium, where 20 machines designed to test strength awaited. Their silver surfaces gleamed enticingly, capturing attention. These machines were colossal, with diameters of 5 to 6 meters. Each featured a platform capable of accommodating a person, with a round ball positioned in front. Striking this ball would generate strength data, displayed on a monitor above it. The 7 individuals, known as the 7 of Xingtian, approached a machine, beside which stood a man responsible for data collection. Upon their arrival, they exchanged glances, seemingly inquiring who would step forward first. I'll go last, Xingtian declared. Ladies first, Dong Xuelin insisted, stepping aside. Gao Dalong nodded repeatedly, also yielding his position. Thus, it was Lin Mo who first ascended to the machine, taking a deep breath. Here goes, she exclaimed as her fist struck down. The sphere was forcefully hit, and the numbers on the screen surged rapidly, reaching 1,500 in the blink of an eye. Wow, Mo, you are amazing. Gu Xi applauded enthusiastically. Gao Dalong and Dong Xuelin exchanged glances, acknowledging the formidable woman. Do not provoke her. Lin Mo, strength value 1,005. Assessment passed. The tester announced, recording the result before calling out. Next, I shall go, Gu Xi declared, handing her umbrella to Lin Mo. Lin Mo gestured with an encouraging sign, and Gu Xi nodded earnestly before leaping onto the machine. Gazing at the colossal apparatus before her, she shouted, and with a determined punch, she struck. 700 pounds of strength, the tester proclaimed. Gu Xi, strength value 700, assessment passed. Hearing the news of her success, Gu Xi leaped in excitement. She rushed to Lin Mo, joyfully embracing her and planting a kiss on her lips. Mo, I passed. MHM. Lin Mo nodded happily. Here, let me reward you. With that, Lin Mo also kissed Gu Xi's lips. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What do we call this kind of behavior? Gao Dalong inquired of Xingtian. Xingtian gazed at Gao Dalong with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, do you believe I possess any knowledge of this? Ahem. Shuyao cleared her throat softly. Gu Xi and Lin Mo turned their heads in unison, and upon realizing that everyone was fixated on them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, we are truly in love, Gu Xi said bashfully, her cheeks reddening. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had not even inquired yet, and she had already divulged such information, especially Gao Dalong, who had initially thought that the addition of 2 young ladies to the team might present him with an opportunity. It now seemed that such hopes were mere illusions. Next, the examiner suddenly called out, bringing everyone back to their senses. They did not dwell on Gu Xi and Lin Mo's situation, as it was not their concern to manage. The next to be assessed was Tongxi, who approached the machine without a hint of hesitation and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! 1006. Dong Xuelin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He had previously teased Tongxi, but now realized that such antics were akin to courting disaster. The examiner glanced at the data, a smirk playing on his lips, clearly impressed by her strength. Tongxi, strength value 1006, assessment passed. Descending from the machine, Tongxi maintained a calm demeanor, as if the earlier display of power had not originated from her. Next was Shuyao. She approached the machine and struck down with force. 2000. Dong Shuilin and Gao Dalong exchanged glances with Xingtian, their eyes filled with concern and sympathy. Hee. Shuyao beamed as she stepped down, then approached Xingtian with a cheerful smile, asking, Brother Xingtian, how is my strength? Xingtian pondered for a moment and offered an assessment. There was no issue with self-protection. Shuyao blinked a couple of times, contemplated for a while, and then shook her head like a rattle drum. I still believe there is a problem. Your strength surpasses mine. Thus it would be better if you were the one to protect me. Upon hearing this, Xingtian's face broke into a smile. Very well, I shall protect you, he declared playfully. Shuyao, filled with joy, nestled her arm around Xingtian's. The others were momentarily dazzled by this display. Unable to contain himself, Gao Dalong leapt onto the machine. He warmed up his arms, stretching them vigorously. Behold my mightiest punch. Ha! With that, he struck, and the numbers rapidly fluctuated. 1006, he exclaimed. Discovering his strength matched that of Tongxi. Gao Dalong, strength value 1006, assessment passed. His countenance fell, as the realization struck him that his power was akin to that of a woman, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Dalong, you appear to be lacking, Dong Shuilin remarked meaningfully, giving Gao Dalong a reassuring pat before stepping up to the machine himself. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The sound resonated loudly as the numbers spun until they finally settled at 4,000. Dong Shuilin, strength value 4,000, assessment passed. Upon descending, Dong Shuilin felt quite satisfied with his score, while Gao Dalong had buried his face in his ample belly, utterly embarrassed. It's my turn now, Xingtian said, glancing at Dong Shuilin as he stepped down. Go for it, brother Xingtian. Shiyu cheered him on. Xingtian smirked and said, rest assured, watch my performance. He approached the machine, fixed his gaze on the spherical object, flexed his fingers, and struck it directly. Boom. Though the punch appeared casual, the unleashed power astonishingly obliterated the machine. The inspector gaped in disbelief at the scene, murmuring, goodness, is he here to wreak havoc? Upon hearing the inspector's voice, Xingtian awkwardly scratched his head, having failed to control his strength. At that moment, apart from Shuyao, everyone else regarded Xingtian with a look of astonishment. Aware of his formidable strength but utterly unprepared for its magnitude. Brother Xingtian, you are truly remarkable, Shuyao exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy at his display of power. Xingtian, you are incredible, Dong Shuilin praised, giving him a thumbs up, and the other girls, including Tongxi, echoed the sentiment, while Gao Dalong retreated to a corner, consumed by feelings of inadequacy. It was simply a matter of nature, there was no remedy for it. Xingtian's face displayed a look of helplessness, unaware that his expression was rather infuriating. So it's you, Xingtian? The examiner, having snapped out of his astonishment, remarked. Your power level has exceeded the machine's capacity for measurement. Consequently, I have no choice but to grant you a provisional pass. A specialized individual will reassess your abilities later. All right, Xingtian replied promptly. The examiner then marked Xingtian's information with an approval sign. At that moment, they had both successfully passed the 9th assessment. Only the 10th assessment remained. Chapter 47, The Ultimate Douluo. As the 10th assessment approached, all candidates were filled with exhilaration. Once they passed this final test, they would officially become students of Shrek Academy. Anticipation buzzed in the air as they speculated whether this assessment would be as effortless as the 8th and 9th. While they were engaged in discussion, Sun Qianni arrived with Tang Zong and others at the gymnasium. Candidates, Sun Qianni declared, releasing a formidable aura of soul power that enveloped everyone in an invisible pressure. He regarded the assembly and continued, there are currently 660 of you remaining. After enduring numerous trials to pass the previous 9 assessments, you now need only to succeed in this final challenge to officially become students of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. They had finally reached this pivotal juncture. All eyes were now on Sun Qianni, eager to discover what the 10th assessment entailed. Noticing the curiosity etched on their faces, Sun Qianni revealed, I will not keep you in suspense. The final challenge is to stand before a 99th level ultimate Douluo for 1 minute. His expression turned grave as he spoke. Now, let us welcome Vice President Li Bai. As his words faded, a flash of light appeared, causing everyone to squint slightly. A man, clutching a wine jug and sipping, materialized beside Sun Qianni. Observing Li Bai's demeanor, Sun Qianni murmured, Vice President Li, perhaps it's best to refrain from drinking in front of the candidates? Please be mindful of your image. Li Bai's cheeks were flushed, and his step somewhat unsteady. It was unclear whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning it. However, those in the know understood that an ultimate Douluo could hardly be truly inebriated. It's fine. It's fine. Let the assessment commence, Li Bai replied, swaying slightly. Very well, Sun Qianni acknowledged, directing his gaze toward the candidates. Prepare yourselves, the assessment is about to begin. Upon hearing this announcement, a suffocating pressure enveloped the candidates, emanating from Li Bai, a terrifying force that belonged to a 99th level ultimate Douluo. In that instant, Xingtian felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon him. His legs buckled slightly, rendering him unable to stand upright. His soul power surged uncontrollably, attempting to counteract the overwhelming pressure, yet it proved futile. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Veins bulging on his forehead as the blood within him boiled, a manifestation of indomitable spirit. Gradually, he straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Li Bai continued to drink, while Sun Tianyi and Tang Zong, sensing the oppressive aura that, while not directed at them, was palpably terrifying, lowered their heads. Was this the essence of an ultimate Douluo? Merely the aura alone was enough to overwhelm them. That minute felt interminable. Many candidates bowed their heads, some even kneeling, while others, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. At this moment, Xingtian had completely straightened his body, yet his entire back was drenched in perspiration, and the scales on his arms had been forced to the surface. This is dire. Xingtian let out a startled cry, realizing he was utterly unable to control his soul power, on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he could not allow himself to transcend. He exerted every ounce of will to suppress the surging force within him. At that moment, his formidable mental strength of 3,500 proved its worth. Yet even with this effort, he could only buy himself 5 or 6 fleeting seconds, still struggling to rein in the restless soul energy. Just as he believed he was destined to break through, a flash of light emanated from the dragon and phoenix jade pendant at his chest, calming his turbulent soul power. And simultaneously, the terrifying pressure dissipated. What was happening? Xingtian's eyes were filled with confusion. He was utterly perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. Li Bai, who had been indulging in his libations, abruptly ceased his drinking. His gaze, slightly intoxicated, fell upon Xingtian, a flicker of surprise illuminating his expression, which soon transformed into contemplation. A minute elapsed, yet Li Bai remained ensnared in his thoughts. Observing that Li Bai had yet to retract his formidable aura, Sun Tianyi wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow and remarked, "Weisstein, the time has come." Li Bai showed no response, causing Sun Tianyi to display an awkward demeanor. He glanced at the candidates below, who, under such immense pressure, seemed on the verge of collapsing, prompting him to gently nudge Li Bai. "Weisstein, Weisstein." Startled from his reverie, Li Bai turned his inquisitive gaze towards Sun Tianyi. A minute has passed. The realization struck Li Bai instantaneously, and he promptly withdrew his imposing presence. Everyone sensed the sudden alleviation of pressure and collectively relaxed, collapsing to the ground. How terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Gao Dalong had already succumbed to the floor, his attire drenched, rendering his rotund figure seemingly diminished. The girls, including Shuyao, slumped down, their faces pallid, garments soaked with sweat, gasping for breath, their inhales and exhales uneven, clearly having reached their limits. Dong Xuelin, though not yet down, struggled to maintain his stance. But after a few breaths, he too could no longer hold himself upright and fell. Among the gathering, only Xingtian remained standing. Remarkable. This lad is still on his feet, Sun Tianyi mused. Do you know him? Li Bai inquired, perplexed. Indeed, his name is Xingtian. Sun Tianyi whispered in Li Bai's ear, glancing around cautiously. He is the disciple of the Blood Dane. Understanding dawned upon Li Bai. This was indeed the young man he had heard of. He scrutinized Xingtian closely and felt a pang of regret. He should have taken him as a disciple during their last encounter. Although he felt he had little to impart, still. Soon, he shook his head, acknowledging that some matters are perhaps preordained. With a decisive step, he approached Xingtian directly. Xingtian felt a gust of wind sweep by, and suddenly, Li Bai appeared before him. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him, mingled with astonishment. What could this vice president of the inner court possibly want with him? Young man. Become my disciple, Li Bai stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Xingtian stared in disbelief at Li Bai, his eyes wide open. What was happening? Why was he being accepted as a disciple? His earlier performance had shown no remarkable highlights. This sudden offer raised suspicions. Noticing Xingtian's silence, Li Bai snapped his fingers, and an invisible white barrier enveloped them, isolating them from the others. He continued, I am a level 99 extreme Douluo. Although my martial soul may not be suited for teaching you, few in the entire Douluo continent possess as much experience as I do. I can provide you with various rare treasures and grant you immediate entry into the inner academy. The allure of these benefits left Xingtian momentarily stunned. Yet it was Li Bai's words that left him speechless. Xingtian first bowed respectfully before saying, I apologize, Weisstein. But I am afraid I cannot agree to your request. I already have a master and cannot take you as my teacher. Furthermore, I wish to enter the inner academy through my own abilities, rather than relying on connections. Chapter 48. The assessment concludes. Li Bai was utterly unprepared for Xingtian's response, and he felt a surge of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I am acquainted with your master. She would consent to your becoming my disciple. Xingtian was not surprised by this. After all, how could a limit Douluo, especially one who served as the vice president of the inner academy, not recognize his own master? Then please speak to my master. As long as she consents, I shall not refuse. Upon hearing this, Li Bai's lips curled into a smirk. Speak with that female tyrant? Unless I have a death wish, it seems I cannot take a softer approach. He declared, you say your master will agree. So hurry up and acknowledge me as your teacher. A potent aura radiated from Li Bai, compelling Xingtian to kneel, unable to maintain his stance. Bow your head and pay your respects. Li Bai commanded. However, Xingtian clenched his teeth, striving to keep his body upright. Yet, a limit Douluo is indeed a limit Douluo. Resistance was futile. Just as he was about to bend down to pay his respects, a figure appeared before him. Li Bai, what are you doing? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, we are far from finished. The furious shout of blood dance echoed. As she had anticipated, the assessment would have concluded and came to check on Xingtian. Little did she know, she would witness Li Bai coercing Xingtian into submission. Li Bai was equally taken aback. Why is that female tyrant here? Why was I not informed beforehand? I feel a sudden wave of panic. Stand up. What does he intend to do with you? Blood Dance spoke over her shoulder to Xingtian, and the oppressive aura dissipated in an instant, allowing him to rise. Master, the vice president wishes for me to become his disciple. Xingtian spoke softly, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. No, coupled with his pitiable expression. It was nothing short of a profound sense of injustice. Shuyao merely cast a glance at Xingtian, and upon witnessing his woeful demeanor, her heart ached for him. As her soul-cherished disciple, the thought of anyone attempting to usurp him ignited a fierce anger within her. Without hesitation, she seized Li Bai by the collar and declared, "Come with me." "Hey, where are you taking me?" Li Bai inquired, his expression one of utter despondency. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving Xingtian to sit in solitude. "Brother Xingtian, are you all right?" Shuyao exclaimed as she rushed over. Earlier, she had seen Li Bai approach Xingtian and utter a few words, but thereafter, their conversation fell silent to her ears. She attempted to draw near, only to discover an impenetrable barrier preventing her from doing so. The sight of Xingtian kneeling had greatly alarmed her, and it was only when she saw Shuyao arrive and take Li Bai away that she finally exhaled in relief. Xingtian gently embraced Shuyao, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Rest assured, I am fine. It is merely that the vice principal wishes for me to become his disciple." Shuyao's eyes widened in surprise. Why would Li Bai want to take Xingtian as a pupil? Yet, seeing the weariness etched on his face, she refrained from probing further. The others, witnessing this exchange, were equally curious, but Xingtian offered no additional information, and thus, they remained silent. In a secluded artificial grove within Shrek Academy, Blood Dance led Li Bai to the location. "Li Bai, what on earth do you intend to do? Are you even attempting to snatch my disciple?" Blood Dance accused, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Li Bai playfully brushed her hand away, chuckling. "I merely noticed your disciple possesses remarkable talent and thought to take him under my wing." "Keep your hands off. He is my disciple," she retorted, clearing his throat. He added, "I understand, but a master can have multiple disciples. Once he becomes my student, we can each teach him separately. It won't conflict." "What do you mean by no conflict?" "I see plenty of conflict," Blood Dance replied, her tone laced with irritation. Li Bai sighed, recognizing the futility of arguing with an upset woman. "Fine, I won't take him. However, I must caution you. Your disciple, well, just be vigilant in your teachings. Ensure he does not stray down a dark path." Blood Dance furrowed her brow, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that?" "To speak frankly, I perceive a hazy fog surrounding him. Though obscured, I sense that this young man may create significant turmoil in the future. If you do not keep a close watch, the very realm of Douluo could be in peril." Li Bai lamented, a look of melancholy on his face. "Why have you suddenly become so cryptic?" Blood Dance questioned, though she couldn't help but inquire further. "Are you being sincere?" "The secrets of fate cannot be unveiled," Li Bai replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Blood Dance pouted. Yet concern began to creep into her heart. While she held some belief in Li Bai's words, the notion that Xingtian could pose a threat to Douluo seemed far-fetched. "I must take my leave. Teach your disciple well, and should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, provided they concern that young man." With that, Li Bai brandished a sword that soared from his back, leaping onto it and soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Blood Dance watched him depart, she suddenly slapped her forehead. That scoundrel, forcing Xingtian to become his disciple and then running off. She huffed. "Next time I see you." She too left, though she chose not to head towards Xingtian. It was not the right moment for her presence there. In the gymnasium, Sun Tian surveyed the remaining 500 candidates and proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, for successfully passing the 10 assessments of Shrek Academy. From this day forth, you are members of our outer academy. I hope you strive diligently and soon enter the inner academy. I won't say much more. You've all had a long day. Please proceed to register your enrollment and arrange for your accommodations." Upon hearing Sun Tian's words, many candidates struggled to hold back tears. It had been a challenging journey. Yet they had finally become part of Shrek. They quickly began the enrollment process and were assigned dormitories. The allocation of dormitories was swift, particularly for Xingtian, who, upon passing the assessments, was granted a single dormitory. Having a single room at Shrek Academy was a rare luxury, yet Xingtian had received such a privilege. "Dude, are you the son of some influential figure in the academy?" Gao Delong asked. His eyes filled with envy and jealousy as he glanced at the key in Xingtian's hand and the information regarding his room assignment. Despite his wealth, he could not afford a single dormitory. "Hey, Xingtian, give me your soul guide number so I can reach out to you in the future," Tongxi said with a bright smile. However, Shuyao promptly produced her own soul guide number and told Tong Shi, just keep mine, she. Tong Shi couldn't help but laugh at Shuyao's reaction. All right, but you better keep a close eye on your brother Xingtian. If you start picking flowers from other gardens, just know I'll be the first to object. She clenched her fist, striking a fierce pose. Hearing her words, Shuyao's cheeks flushed, but she merely nodded, leaving Xingtian bewildered. What are they discussing? I don't understand at all. All right, let us go find our dormitory. You're welcome to visit whenever you have the chance, Tong Shi said, along with Gu Si, Yi, and Lin Mo, who were sharing a dormitory. They waved goodbye to Shuyao and set off to find their accommodations. Meanwhile, Dong Shuelin and Gao Delong headed to their assigned dormitory as well. With everyone gone, Shuyao and Xingtian found themselves alone. Brother Xingtian, let us also head to our dormitory, Shuyao said, wrapping her arm around his. After all, a single room need not be occupied by just one person. Chapter 1. The mysterious woman Xingtian's dormitory is in close proximity to the shared accommodations. Though it is a private room, the living space is quite expansive, furnished with a solid wooden desk and a sturdy wooden chair, as well as a generously sized bed. Indeed, it is a single bed spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 3 individuals. Adjacent to the room is a bathroom, and there is also a balcony that is quite roomy. Xingtian couldn't help but express his gratitude, remarking on how benevolent the master has been in arranging such splendid lodgings for them. The dean is kind to you. I am merely reaping the benefits of your good fortune, Shuyao replied. Xingtian shook his head, but upon noticing the solitary bed, which lacked any form of partition, he furrowed his brow and remarked, there is but a single bed, and it is not divided. How are we to sleep? Together, of course. With such a large bed, what does it matter? Why concern yourself with partitions? In the past, you were unaware of my presence, Shuyao said, trailing off as her thoughts wandered to certain memories, causing her cheeks to flush. Xingtian, reminded by her, seemed to recall something as well, his face slightly reddening. Oh dear, let's tidy up the room, Shuyao exclaimed, immediately commencing the cleaning process. The dormitory was not particularly clean and required attention. The bedding and linens also needed changing. After a short while of cleaning, Shuyao frowned and said, Brother Xingtian, I believe it is time for you to earn some money. Earn money? Xingtian responded, momentarily taken aback. Shuyao shot him a glance and continued, if we do not earn, what shall we eat or use? Setting aside food for the moment. The director has already taken you under his wing. Surely, you must have some means to sustain yourself? Xingtian pondered for a moment and found that Shuyao's words held merit. However, he was at a loss as to how to earn money. Suddenly, it occurred to him that forging might be a viable option, yet the thought of it felt monotonous, leaving him uncertain if there were alternative avenues available. After much contemplation, he concluded that he would have to resort to forging for the time being. Brother Xingtian, shall we venture out to purchase bedding and daily necessities? Shuyao suggested. Xingtian was about to nod in agreement, but then he recalled something and helplessly remarked, we lack funds. I have some. Shuyao chuckled mischievously. Do you not remember the wager with Douluo? I just received 5,000 federal coins a moment ago. His Xingtian took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable sensation akin to being pampered. Strangely, he found it quite pleasant and rather enjoyed it. Ahem, Douluo is quite extravagant. I shall take advantage of him more in the future. Shuyao chuckled. Brother Xingtian, how have you become so mischievous? You were never like this before. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how he had never behaved this way before. Perhaps this transformation stemmed from his time spent with Han Shuiye. As he pondered this, a lively image of a young girl surfaced in his mind. In the impoverished smithy of Tiandou City, Han Shuiye exclaimed, Dad, I'm back. She discarded her burden, which contained a few iron pieces, despite her usual habit of returning with a full load. Today she had only managed to bring back a single piece. Han Xingtian nodded lightly, casting a glance at his daughter, who silently prepared dinner. A sigh escaped him as he recalled how, a month ago, she had expressed her desire to attend Shrek Academy. He had agreed, but an unfortunate incident had since shattered those hopes. On the night of Xingtian's departure, a tall, lean man had come to collect a sword but, to Han Xingtian's fury, refused to pay. Being merely an ordinary man, he could not contend with the soul master and had to endure the humiliation as the man walked away. Unexpectedly, Han Shuiye had witnessed this scene and rushed out to confront the man, resulting in her meridians being severely damaged. In the aftermath, Han Xingtian had taken Han Shuiye to countless hospitals, but none could mend the irreparable damage to her meridians unless treated by a titled Douluo-level healing soul master. Yet, who among the titled Douluo would extend their aid to them? Since that day, Han Shuiye had lost all hope for life, and several suicide attempts had been thwarted by Han Xingtian's intervention. An hour later, Han Shuiye called out, Dad, dinner is ready. Han Xingtian set down his forging hammer and approached the table, his heart aching at the sight of his daughter, whose eyes lacked any spark. He was filled with self-loathing, resenting his inability to be a soul master. Suddenly, Han Shuiye looked up, noticing her father's guilt-ridden expression. After a moment of silence, a smile broke across her face. Dad, hurry and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. She stood up to serve him, while she herself devoured her meal, recounting the events of the day albeit vaguely, as her persistent melancholy had dulled her memory of the specifics. However, Han Shuiye, seeing her demeanor, chose not to press her, and they shared a meal in this somber atmosphere. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Han Shuiye fell into slumber. Han Shuiye stepped out of the smithy, gazing up at the moonlit sky, tears filling her eyes. "Why must I suffer like this?" she murmured, her voice choked with emotion. "Heaven, if you grant me the ability to train again, I would do anything." "Is that so?" a sharp female voice echoed. Under the moonlight, Han Shuiye beheld a naked woman approaching her. The woman was completely bare, her long white hair shielding her modesty, and her beauty was alluring enough to stir any man's blood. A teardrop-shaped blue ornament adorned her right eye, adding to her enchanting yet pitiful allure. In the moonlight, the sight of such a naked woman was undeniably tempting. However, Han Shuiye, as a girl, felt no attraction, only confusion about why such a woman would appear before her in this state. "Who are you?" Han Shuiye questioned warily, an unshakable sense of unease creeping over her. The woman chuckled, swiftly closing the distance between them until her face was mere inches from Han Shuiye's. Her skin was smooth yet chilling, sending a shiver down Han Shuiye's spine. "What do you wish to do?" Han Shuiye's voice trembled slightly. The woman gently caressed Han Shuiye's cheek with her elongated fingers, whispering, "Did you not say you would do anything to resume your training?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuiye's heart raced. "You can help me train." The woman laughed softly. "Not only can I restore your training, but I can also make you powerful. Tidal Douluo level strength will be at your fingertips." The prospect thrilled Han Shuiye, yet a thought struck her, and she scrutinized the woman suspiciously. "You wouldn't ask me to do something unsavory, would you?" The woman was taken aback momentarily before comprehension dawned upon her, and she laughed again. "Of course not. Your beautiful body belongs to me alone. I would never allow anyone else to tarnish it." Furrowing her brow at this statement, Han Shuiye was about to inquire further when the woman suddenly locked eyes with her. Those eyes radiated a unique purple light, and Han Shuiye felt an inexplicable dizziness wash over her. "Sleep now, sleep," the woman murmured softly. Han Shuiye, lulled by her voice, gradually closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. The woman observed her collapse, a smirk playing on her lips. "What a beautiful body, perfectly fitting my desires." She bent down and kissed Han Shuiye's lips, her form merging with Han Shuiye's. Unbeknownst to the girl lying on the ground, she slipped into a deep slumber. In her dreams, a teardrop-shaped ornament appeared beneath her right eye, and a flame-shaped ornament formed between her brows. Chapter 2. The Descent of the Divine Dragon, Part 1. In the bustling city of Shrek, Xingtian and Shuyao strolled through the streets, marveling at the grandeur that surrounded them. Towering buildings and an array of fascinating sights overwhelmed them, leaving them in awe. "Brother Xingtian, I had no idea it was this vast until we explored," Shuyao exclaimed. "Indeed." Xingtian nodded slightly, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a sense of awe. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, prompting him to turn his gaze towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, an enormous figure soared through the sky. It was a mech, patrolling the city of Shrek. "What is that?" "It's colossal, and it can fly." Xingtian gazed at the mecha, inexplicably overcome with an urge to take a seat within it. Not far from them stood an older gentleman, who, upon hearing Xingtian's exclamation, responded with surprise, "Young man, are you not familiar with mechas?" "Mecha?" Xingtian gazed longingly at the departing mech, a look of infatuation gleaming in his eyes. "Brother Xingtian, I spotted a furniture store. Once we finish shopping, let us return to tidy up our room." Shuyao called out, yet Xingtian remained oblivious, his attention fixed on the vanishing mech. "Brother Xingtian, do not stare. If you are enamored with mechs, you can simply major in that field later." "Huh, there exists such a major?" Shuyao sighed, observing her brother's unmistakable infatuation with the mechs. "Indeed. If you do not believe me, peruse the available majors at the Academy. Besides cultivating spiritual energy, there is much to learn, including mechs, which are categorized into specialized and non-specialized fields." "Is that so?" Xingtian suddenly comprehended and silently resolved to pursue a specialization in mecha studies. Soon, they procured all the necessary items, which Xingtian stowed away in his storage soul guide. Upon returning to their dormitory, Xingtian and Shuyao commenced arranging the furniture, a task that took them an hour to complete. With a sigh of relief, Xingtian settled onto his bed and turned to Shuyao, saying, "Yao Yao, let us make a trip back to the far north." "Huh, why the sudden urge to return?" Shuyao, who had only just managed to escape, was reluctant to go back. "I must undergo a breakthrough. Didn't Tiandou mention that I should return for it?" At this, Shuyao recalled her mother's serious demeanor, realizing the gravity of the situation. She inquired, "When shall we return?" "I will ask my master for a leave. Let us return tonight. For I have been suppressing my soul power and feel it cannot be sustained much longer." Shuyao promptly nodded in agreement. Thereupon, the two made their way to the residence of Blood Dance. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Blood Dance was not home. "It seems our master is absent. I shall leave a note and take my leave," Xingtian remarked. Shuyao, showing no dissent, nodded in acquiescence. Xingtian retrieved a pen and paper from the soul-guiding device, inscribing a few lines before slipping it through the crack of the door. Let us depart. Xingtian departed with Shuyao. On their return journey, they boarded a soul guidance train. However, this train did not head towards the far north, necessitating a nearby disembarkation. As twilight descended, they approached the far north, the temperature steadily plummeting and the ground gradually blanketed in snow. Yet, as they tread upon the snowy expanse, they felt no chill, but rather an overwhelming sense of warmth. Now that we have arrived here, Mother must surely sense our presence. I believe she will come to fetch us shortly, Shuyao remarked, interlinking her arm with Xingtian's and resting her head upon his shoulder, relishing the intimate moments shared in each other's company. At the residence of Blood Dance in Shrek Academy, she returned home. The instant she opened the door, her keen senses immediately detected a note on the floor. A single glance allowed her to recognize it as Xingtian's handwriting, which read, Master, I believe I am on the verge of breaking through to the 20th level. I have left the academy with Yao Yao to return home for a visit and to acquire a soul ring at the Spirit Tower. Your disciple, Xingtian. Upon reading the note, Blood Dance closed the door, and the paper in her hand disintegrated into ashes. She sighed softly. Alas, that fellow Xingtian. Always taking matters into his own hands. Recalling Li Bai's words, she felt compelled to administer a proper lesson. Indeed, it is essential to discipline him appropriately. Xingtian and Shuyao had been traversing the snow-covered landscape for over half an hour when suddenly, a fierce blizzard swept through the area, and descending from the heavens was Xulinglong, clad in a pristine white fur garment. Mother, Shuyao exclaimed upon spotting her. Xulinglong responded, her icy visage softening with a hint of a smile. What brings you back? Her gaze swiftly shifted to Xingtian, concern etching her features. Xiaotian, are you about to break through? Yes, but I have been suppressing my soul power to avoid the breakthrough, Xingtian replied. Upon hearing this, Xulinglong grasped both of them and swiftly returned to the ice palace. Her speed was remarkable, and in no time, they arrived at their destination. Setting them down, she conjured two snowbirds from thin air and commanded, Bing Bing, Atai, come to me. As the snowbirds took flight, Xulinglong turned to Xingtian and said, You may commence your breakthrough now. I shall stand guard for you. Xingtian nodded and settled down in place. Though he had exerted himself throughout the day, the suppression of his soul power had proven even more exhausting. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to break through directly. As soon as he seated himself, he ceased to restrain his soul power, which surged and flowed vigorously within his body. In his abdomen, a pearl, faintly discernible, came into view, enveloped by crackling lightning and encircled by a swirling stream of water. What could this be? As Xingtian contemplated the moment, a pearl of confusion lingered in his heart. After a brief period of reflection without clarity, he decided to set aside his thoughts until he could inquire with Aunt Shui. Unbeknownst to him, at that very instant, his body was undergoing a transformation. A pair of fiery wings unfurled from his back, and a purple and blue horn began to sprout from his forehead, dragon horns. A robust crimson tail emerged from the base of his spine, while exquisite red scales adorned his body, each imbued with soul energy, dragon scales. This draconic manifestation spread until it enveloped his neck. His hands morphed, becoming thick and robust, covered with orderly red dragon scales. These were dragon claws, and notably, they were five-clawed. Beside Xulinglong, Shuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Her brother Xingtian was indeed transforming into a dragon. At that moment, the Ice Emperor and the diminished Titan Giant King appeared within the Ice Palace. Upon witnessing Xingtian's transformation, solemn expressions crossed their faces. Sister Shui, now he has grown wings and a tail, increasingly resembling that revered figure, the Ice Emperor remarked in a hushed tone, questioning whether that esteemed being would reappear. Xulinglong shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Just as they were discussing, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Xingtian. Had a tidal Daw been present, they would have recognized this force as belonging to another realm. With the emergence of this power, all soul beasts in the extreme north prostrated themselves, bowing their heads toward the Ice Palace. Those closest, including Xulinglong, felt as if a colossal weight pressed upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Mom, I feel so dizzy, Shuyao uttered before collapsing. Without hesitation, Xulinglong enveloped her with soul energy. Simultaneously, a colossal figure materialized behind Xingtian, bearing a striking resemblance to him, save for the differences in coloration. This figure was adorned with purple scales, beneath which lay sinewy muscles, with pale blue eyes that emanated boundless sorrow. Anyone who met his gaze would find themselves ensnared by that profound sadness. A magnificent golden throne appeared behind him, and without a glance, he seated himself. As he did, an imperial aura surged forth, compelling Xulinglong and the others to kneel. Their bodies trembled slightly. Dragons, eternal kings of soul beasts, instilled fear and commanded submission from all who beheld them. You again, the voice of the figure resonated deeply. He cast a fleeting glance at Xulinglong and her companions before shifting his focus to the meditating Xingtian. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as he observed. He has grown again. His power has strengthened. It seems the bloodline may awaken. With that, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from Xingtian, a wave of blood essence radiating from him. In that moment, the figure on the throne felt a profound connection to Xingtian, alleviating some of the sorrow in his gaze. Chapter 3. The Dragon's Descent, Part 2. The figure on the throne turned his attention to Xue Linglong and her companions, softly instructing, "You may rise." Instantly, the oppressive weight upon them dissipated, allowing them to stand, though their gazes remained cast downward, save for the Titan giant king, who dared to steal a glance. Suddenly, the ruler on the throne closed his eyes, and a white vapor surged forth from the dragon phoenix, jade pendant resting on Xingtian's chest, entering his brow. After a significant pause, he abruptly opened his eyes in astonishment. I did not anticipate such upheaval in this world. His gaze shifted to Xue Linglong and her companions, declaring, "You are all noble guardians. In awaiting my revival, you shall be rewarded." Yet, Xue Linglong. At his words, she instinctively trembled and knelt, respectfully inquiring, "What is your command, Lord Dragon King?" "You cannot remain by Xiaoyan's side indefinitely." He paused, prompting confusion in Xue Linglong. "What do you mean, my lord?" she asked, puzzled. "Your daughter," he continued, "I intend to bind her life to Xiaoyan's, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. In times of peril, she shall instinctively protect him, even at the cost of her life. Will you consent to this arrangement?" Stunned, Xue Linglong's gaze instinctively drifted toward Shuyao. After a long deliberation, she nodded in agreement. "I accept." Xue Linglong recognized her daughter's affection for Xingtian, understanding that, under any circumstance, Shuyao would strive to safeguard him, just as Xingtian would protect her. However, it was somewhat absurd that both their lives were bound to him. Upon her agreement, the ruler on the throne gently gestured, and Shuyao's form soared toward Xingtian. He then pricked Xingtian's finger, sending a drop of blood toward Shuyao's brow. A dragon-shaped floral mark appeared momentarily before vanishing. Observing this, the ruler felt a sense of relief and turned his gaze back to Xue Linglong, who was intently watching Shuyao. "I understand your feelings," he reassured her. "Do not worry, I am aware of their experiences. Shuyao will be safe alongside Xiaoyan, even accelerating her cultivation due to his presence." Xue Linglong was taken aback, perplexed by how the Dragon King possessed such knowledge, yet she refrained from questioning him. Suddenly, the ruler declared, "I sense a familiar aura within this extreme north. Tell Xiaoyan. He will be able to perceive it. You require that individual strength." Xue Linglong was filled with confusion, unable to discern any external presence. Yet, with the Dragon King's command, she could only comply. "Now, I must take my leave. Take good care of Xiaoyan," he said, his form beginning to waver. Just before his complete disappearance, he added, "Xiaoyan's power will gradually awaken with time. Your frequent presence will aid him during his tribulation." With that, he vanished from the ice palace, and the pervasive invisible pressure dissipated along with him. "My goodness, that was terrifying," the Ice Emperor exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow, glancing at the Titan giant king with curiosity. "Etai, why are you trembling?" "Am I?" He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect. "It must be the ground shaking." Yet, as he took a step forward, he collapsed to the floor, his legs giving way. The Ice Emperor and Xue Linglong exchanged glances, exasperated by his display of cowardice. "Such a disgrace!" the Ice Emperor scoffed. With a wry smile, the Titan giant king explained, "I caught a glimpse of the Dragon King, and it felt as though my head was struck with a hammer. My entire body felt pricked, and it seemed my strength regressed by a year, leading to this predicament." Xue Linglong and the Ice Emperor shared a knowing look, simultaneously proclaiming, "Deservedly so." In truth, when they first beheld the Dragon King, only Snow Linglong and the Ice Emperor were present. The Titan Giant Demon King was absent. Those two had committed the same transgressions as the Titan Giant Demon King, resulting in a severe depletion of their cultivation. Fortunately, the Dragon King granted them forgiveness, restoring their spiritual power and even bestowing upon them an additional century of strength. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xingtian's body as two crimson soul rings materialized around him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden edge tracing each of those scarlet rings. 200,000 year soul rings. Snow Linglong was stunned. The Ice Emperor was dumbfounded. The Titan Giant Demon King stood frozen in disbelief. Not only had breaking through to the 20th level generated a 200,000 year soul ring, but his previous soul ring had also ascended to the same formidable tier. If Xingtian were to advance to the 30th level, then, at this thought, Snow Linglong and the others dared not speculate further. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is not measured by effort alone, but by the very essence of their bloodline. Xingtian opened his eyes, one radiating a crimson hue while the other shimmered with violet brilliance, though the lights swiftly faded away. The dragon horns, tail, wings, and scales that adorned his body vanished as well. A frown creased his brow as he observed the additional crimson soul ring and the emergence of two soul skills within his mind. Puzzled as to when he had acquired such a soul ring, Yao Yao, Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Shuyao lying on the ground not far away. He hurriedly rushed over and lifted her in his arms. Linglong approached, casting a glance at Shuyao, who was merely asleep and appeared to be unharmed, which eased her worries. Xiaotian, Yao is fine, she is just asleep. Xingtian was filled with questions. Was he asleep? How long had it been since his breakthrough that it had lulled Shuyao to slumber? Linglong did not provide an explanation. Instead, she inquired, how do you feel after the breakthrough? What level has your soul power reached? Xingtian pondered for a moment and remarked, I feel stronger. My strength appears to have increased beyond my previous limits. Additionally, there seems to be something behind me. As for my soul power, it seems to be at the threshold of level 23, and I am on the verge of breaking through to level 24. Upon hearing this, Linglong and the others exchanged glances, their lips curling in disbelief. Is there such a thing as leveling up so rapidly? One either progresses slowly or experiences a meteoric rise, as if aided by a cheat. By the way, Shuiye, may I pose a question? Do you know what it signifies when something resembling a bead appears in the lower abdomen? A bead? Linglong furrowed her brow, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Something resembling a bead? Could it be the soul core that one can only possess upon becoming a titled Douluo? How could it manifest now? No wonder your soul power has surged so swiftly. It must be attributed to this soul core. However, I have never encountered a case where a soul core could be condensed at the great soul master level. Seeing this situation leaves me at a loss for words. She glanced at the Ice Emperor, who returned her gaze, their mutual look confirming their suspicions. Truly, he is the son of the Dragon King. To condense a soul core at level 20 is a remarkable disparity. Chapter 4. Side Story 1. Xingtian, accompanied by his wife and child, found themselves amidst a tempest of thunder and lightning within a cosmic passage. This was a spatial tunnel. Yet they were unfortunate enough to encounter a tumultuous distortion of time and space. Such temporal turbulence is a formidable force of the universe, one that even deities find challenging to withstand. Xingtian is currently gravely injured, his heart slowly mending within his chest. However, this process will require a considerable amount of time for complete recovery. Now, confronted by the tumultuous currents of time and space, a look of anxiety inevitably crosses his face. Xingtian, you cannot escape. The voice of the God King echoes from behind. Damn it, this fellow actually managed to follow me. Xingtian silently cursed and quickened his pace. However, he was already injured and burdened with 2 companions, which undoubtedly hindered his speed compared to the God King. Just as the God King was about to catch up, a bolt of lightning struck Xingtian, casting him and his wife and child out of the space-time tunnel. The pursuing God King halted, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the location where Xingtian had fallen, aware of the formidable presence that lingered there. Time passed, though how long, he could not discern. Xingtian gradually awoke from his stupor, his eyes fluttering open to reveal that he was reclined upon a bed. Zhe, you are awake. The melodious voice of Li Yulin resonated as she hastened to his side. Yulin, are you and Xiaotian unharmed? And where exactly are we? Xingtian inquired, his voice tinged with concern. We are all fine. However, you have sustained quite severe injuries, she replied, casting a glance at his chest. Your heart has fully healed, but the recovery process required you to remain in slumber for an entire month. A month? Xingtian exclaimed, bolting upright. What of the God King? Do not worry. He cannot cross over, she reassured him. Why not? He pressed, his curiosity piqued. Li Yulin rose to her feet, her gaze drifting toward the darkness beyond the room. Outside loomed an endless abyss, teeming with malevolent creatures, alongside grotesque beings stretching over 100 meters, voraciously devouring smaller entities. Not far from the chamber, a skeletal figure stood engulfed in flames, its hollow eye sockets radiating an inferno, as if intent on incinerating the very fabric of this world. Xingtian, upon observing Li Yulin's demeanor, rose from the bed and joined her in gazing outwards. As he beheld the scene outside, his pupils suddenly constricted. We are in the demon realm, he exclaimed. Indeed, Li Yulin nodded gently, elucidating. The lord of the demon realm, Vincent, rescued us. While that God King was repelled by him. I see. Xingtian lowered his head, his gaze seemingly lost in contemplation, when suddenly he inquired, what about Xiaotian? Xiaotian is playing with Vincent. What? Xingtian was taken aback. How could you let Xiaotian play with that individual? Are you not aware? Xingtian fell silent, merely casting an indignant glare at Li Yulin. I found myself helpless. Vincent often brought out toys to amuse Xiaotian, and over time, Xiaotian grew fond of playing with him. Li Yulin glanced at her husband, embraced him, and pressed her ear against his chest, finding solace in the rhythmic beating of his heart. In truth, Vincent was not a bad person. His actions stemmed from a desire to protect his people. How could one articulate this? Li Yulin chose not to elaborate, instead smiling as she said, let us go meet our savior. Xingtian did not refuse. Vincent had rescued their family, and despite his tarnished reputation, he felt compelled to meet him. Stepping outside, a frigid breeze enveloped them, but Xingtian summoned his divine power, repelling the cold air from encroaching upon him. Suddenly, a flame-enshrouded skeleton approached, clad in leather, its head ablaze, instilling a sense of fear in those who beheld it. He was a death knight, an enforcer of the demon realm. Are you two heading to the demon palace? He inquired. Yes, we would appreciate your guidance, Li Yulin replied. Follow me. The Death Knight gestured, and a vintage bicycle materialized before them. Xingtian and Li Yulin were utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Ahem, my apologies. I seem to have made a mistake. The Death Knight promptly retrieved the 28-barreled gun, replacing it with a sleek red sports car. What is this peculiar object? Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with a vehicle. Li Yulin, however, was already accustomed to such sights. He took his seat in the rear of the car. Despite his shock, Xingtian followed suit and sat down as well. Meanwhile, the Death Knight assumed the role of the driver, as the vehicle's rear belched forth flames that soared towards the heavens, propelling them towards the Demon Palace. Chapter 5. Epilogue 2. The Demon Palace is situated at the heart of the Demon Realm, a domain teeming with countless creatures of the abyss. Though their forms are grotesque, their combat prowess is nothing short of formidable. Xingtian and Li Yulin, under the guidance of the Death Knight, arrived before the imposing gates of the Demon Palace. Towering at a height of 100 meters, the gates bore sinister patterns that, when gazed upon, seemed to emit a whisper reminiscent of demonic incantations. Flanking the entrance stood colossal giants, their faces adorned with ghastly masks and sharp fangs, brandishing formidable swords. As the trio approached, the giants, initially fixated on the horizon, shifted their gaze toward them, their green pupils glimmering with a fierce intensity. These are the guests of the king of the underworld. Disrespect shall not be tolerated, admonished the Death Knight, prompting the two giants to redirect their attention forward once more. The couple, Xingtian, guided their way into the main hall of the Demon Palace. The atmosphere was ominously chilling. 108 pillars lined the path, each adorned with the visage of a terrifying figure. Atop it all loomed a throne of skulls, and beneath such macabre embellishments, the already desolate palace appeared even more haunting. Yet, the laughter of a child and a man infused the space with warmth, casting a gentle light upon the foreboding surroundings. Upon hearing the laughter of children, Xingtian and Li Yulin immediately recognized it as their own son, Xingtian. The other boisterous voice belonged to the king of the underworld. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, albeit with a hint of mischief, embodying a roguishly charming demeanor. His attire was casual, and his appearance was somewhat unkempt, starkly contrasting with Xingtian, who enjoyed the benefits of daily grooming courtesy of Li Yulin. At this moment, the young Xingtian was perched atop the neck of the king of the underworld, exuberantly cheering, "Giddy up, giddy up," rather than displaying anger at Xingtian's exuberant shouts. The king of the underworld wore a smile. "Hold on tight. The horse is about to move." With that proclamation, he soared into the air, maneuvering gracefully within the vast expanse of the demonic palace, while Xingtian laughed joyfully from his lofty perch. Xingtian tugged at the corner of his mouth, casting a glance at Li Yulin beside him, as if inquiring about the situation. He had heard tales of the King of Hell, a merciless reaper known for his ruthless slaughter, having once annihilated an entire planet. Yet, one fateful day, when he stood before a cerulean orb, poised to unleash destruction, a figure claiming to be the Bone King emerged, after which the King of Hell vanished without a trace. By the time his name resurfaced in conversation, he had ascended to the throne as the Lord of the Demon Realm. Ahem, the Death Knight cleared his throat, announcing, "The King of Hell. Xingtian and his spouse have arrived. Mom and Dad." Upon hearing the names of his parents, Xingtian immediately scanned his surroundings until his gaze fell upon the figures of Xingza and Li Yulin. "Uncle One, please let me down. I must seek out my father and mother." Vincent smiled, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xingza. Xingtian then leaped from his neck, exclaiming, "Father, hey!" Xingtian's previously expressionless countenance suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile as he extended his arms, enfolding Xiao Tian in his embrace. "Little Tian, have you missed your father?" he inquired. "MHM," responded Xiao Tian, his tiny hand clutching at the fabric of Xingza's chest. Raising his little head, a look of reproach adorned his face. "Every time I come to see you, you're just lying there. It truly worries me. If you get hurt again, I shall ignore you." Xingza chuckled softly, affectionately rubbing his face against Xingtian's small cheeks, and said, "Daddy promises you." Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Vincent felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He too yearned for a child. With this thought in mind, he could not help but approach the Death Knight, whispering, "Death, when will Bone King return? He cannot abandon matters here, can he?" "I am uncertain," the Death Knight replied. "I was in contact with Bone King recently, and he mentioned he would be back soon." Countless frustrations raced through the mind of the king of the underworld, for if his memory served him correctly, he had heard the very same assurance a decade prior. Xingza shared a moment of intimacy with Xingtian before entrusting him to Li Yulin, while he turned his gaze towards Vincent. "Thank you for saving my family. I owe you a debt of gratitude." Vincent casually waved his hand in response. This was all commanded by the Bone King. The Bone King? Xingza's face revealed a look of confusion. Upon noticing this, Vincent chuckled and said, Come, let us sit down and discuss the matter of the Bone King." Chapter 6. The Departed Douluo. The narrative begins below. Shui Linglong began to explain to Xingtian, "Little Tian, this orb should be the soul core, which can only be condensed by a tidal Douluo. I cannot elucidate your situation. I can only urge you that this matter must remain confidential." Do you understand? Xingtian's expression was exceedingly grave, and Xingtian immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation, nodding repeatedly in agreement. By the way, you mentioned something behind you. Can you discern what it might be? Xingtian inquired further. I shall give it a try. Xingtian removed his outer garment and gently laid Shuyao down on the ground, using his clothing as a cushion for her head. Xingtian observed this scene with a smile curving her lips. Having completed his task, Xingtian stood up and closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the sensations behind him. Suddenly, a pair of fiery red wings unfurled, their feathers exquisitely beautiful, smooth to the touch, and radiating warmth. The wings were vast, capable of enveloping his entire being when he curled his body inward. This is an external soul bone. Both Xingtian and the Ice Emperor were taken aback. Good heavens, Xingtian can generate a soul bone on his own. It is somewhat terrifying. The Ice Emperor whispered softly beside Xingtian. She concurred with his sentiment, noting that while possessing soul rings was one thing, having a soul bone as well was quite extraordinary. Reflecting on it, prior to level 20, aside from the notable soul rings, everything else seemed rather mundane. However, after reaching level 20, the soul rings advanced to 100,000 years, the soul core solidified, and soul bones manifested, evoking a sense of defiance against the heavens. Naturally, Xingtian merely mused in her heart, for the stronger Xingtian became, the better it was for everyone. Suddenly, Shuyao emitted a soft moan, rubbing her head as she sat up. Upon seeing Xingtian with his wings spread wide, she was momentarily stunned. What is this situation? How did I end up here? Hey, brother Xingtian, why are you using the phoenix soaring to the sky? I am not utilizing a soul skill. Aunt Shui mentioned this appears to be an external soul bone. With a puzzled expression, Xingtian turned to Xingtian and asked, Aunt Shui, I haven't acquired a soul ring, so how did I obtain both a soul ring and a soul bone? Xingtian wished to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. The Dragon King had once stated not to reveal his existence to Xingtian. Ahem, Xiaotian. You must understand that we are all spirit beasts, and spirit beasts do not require soul rings for acquisition. Huh, I am a spirit beast? Xingtian was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend what he could transform into. How did he become a soul beast? Shuyao gazed at her mother with equal confusion, recalling a time when her mother had insisted that Xingtian was human and that she must not develop feelings for him. Now, however, she was proclaiming him to be a soul beast. Bewilderment, confusion, and excitement cascaded through Shuyao. In the midst of her whirlwind of emotions, she grasped a pivotal realization. If Xingtian was indeed a soul beast, then feelings could blossom between them. Ha ha ha, I truly am a clever little imp. The strategy plan for brother Xingtian is now in motion. Ahem. Xingtian found this explanation rather awkward, if her memory serves her right. She has always referred to Xingtian as a human, yet in truth, he does not quite fit that definition. Little Tian, do not dwell on these questions any longer. Swiftly reveal your soul technique to Aunt Bing. At this moment, the Ice Emperor hurriedly intervened. Xingtian discreetly gave the Ice Emperor a thumbs up, her gaze directed toward Xingtian, seemingly expressing her own eagerness to witness it as well. Very well then. Xingtian retracted his wings, yet the garment upon his back was marred by 2 unsightly tears, leaving him somewhat resigned. Should he consider crafting a specially tailored outfit in the future? Perhaps it was best to set aside such thoughts for now. He first chose to unveil his divine dragon soul. My second soul ring bestowed upon me 2 soul skills. The first among them is the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. It unleashes bolts of lightning, inflicting significant damage upon foes, with a chance to induce a paralyzing effect. Xingtian extended his right hand, unleashing several arcs of purple lightning that struck the ground, creating enormous craters at each impact. His second soul skill, named Drowning in 3000, summoned a torrent of water to assault his adversaries, reducing the movement speed of those struck by 30%. With a snap of his fingers, a stream of water erupted from his index finger, directed at the ice wall of the ice palace. In an instant, the stream surged forth, growing larger with each passing moment until it culminated in a colossal water sphere. The sphere crashed into the ice wall, shattering it with ease. Upon completing the Dragon-S soul skill, his martial spirit transformed into that of a phoenix, still adorned with 2 soul rings of 200,000 years. The phoenix martial spirit also bestowed 2 soul skills upon him. The first, Starfire Scorching the Plains, possessed an intense burning effect that could not be extinguished by ordinary water. Extending his left hand, a flame shot forth, striking the ice wall of the ice palace and instantly melting a sizable hole into it. The second skill, Flame Fist, augmented his attack damage. As flames enveloped his fists, he struck the ground with a powerful punch, leaving a deep imprint in the earth. Xingtian observed the soul skills unleashed by Xingtian with a satisfied nod. The skills from his first soul ring primarily exhibited control effects, while the skills from his second soul ring were all offensive, perfectly complementing his previous shortcomings. However, as she gazed at the damage wrought by these skills, she massaged her temples, resolving that he must never again release soul skills within the confines of the ice palace. Wow, brother Xingtian, you are truly remarkable, Shuyao exclaimed, clapping and cheering. Just average, really. I feel there is still room for improvement, he modestly replied. Xingtian uttered a remark that caused both Xue Linglong and the Ice Emperor to exchange glances once more, a hint of irony lacing their expressions. So strong. If it continues to grow stronger, it won't be long before it surpasses us. Suddenly, a thought struck Xue Linglong. She turned to Xingtian and inquired, Little Tian, may I ask you something? Are you able to sense a peculiar aura in the far north? Xingtian twitched his nose and shook his head, saying, apart from your fragrance and the odor of Uncle Titan's sweat, I perceive no other scent. Xue Linglong, Ice Emperor, the Titan Troll King, lying on the ground. Little Tian, what you refer to is not a scent, but a smell. To put it differently, just as I can sense your presence from 1,000 miles away, it is the essence of your being that I have detected. Xue Linglong elucidated. Oh, I understand now. Xingtian closed his eyes, a faint ripple of soul power emanating from him. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the Dragon Phoenix jade pendant at his chest began to glow once more. After several minutes, he opened his eyes, his complexion somewhat pale, a result of the considerable expenditure of soul power. I sensed a presence that is extraordinarily potent. Even stronger than you, Xue, yet it feels almost ephemeral, as if it does not exist, Xingtian gasped. Xue Linglong furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of such a being surpassing her strength. Who could it possibly be? The Dragon King. Suddenly, memories of a century past surged within her. 2 Douluo had fallen in the far north. One was the son of the sea god, the Dragon Emperor Douluo Tangwulin, and the other was the Lord of Beasts. The Silver Scale Douluo. Chapter 7. Tornado. The Dragon Emperor Douluo Tangwulin, once a prodigy of the Douluo continent, had been involved in a tumultuous love-hate relationship with the Silver Scale Douluo, culminating in their mutual destruction. The Silver Scale Douluo Guyuna, a manifestation of the dragon god, had chosen her mission over love, a decision that made Xue Linglong yearn to unite the soul beasts of the extreme north under her leadership. However, with her demise, this ambition dissipated entirely. Both figures were among the pinnacle of existence on the Douluo continent. If there were any power they could harness, it would only be Guyuna, yet they were both deceased. Was there perhaps some hidden truth behind this? Furthermore, what was the relationship between Guyuna and the Dragon King? Xue Linglong's eyes widened in realization. Guyuna was a manifestation of the dragon god, and the Dragon King was aware of her existence. The implications sent shivers down her spine, and she hesitated to contemplate further. Xiao Tian, can you discern the approximate location of that presence? Xue Linglong inquired of Xingtian. I can, but it will take some time, he replied. That is acceptable. For now, let us rest, for you have all toiled throughout the day. Listening to Xue Linglong's words, Xingtian indeed felt the weariness in his back and waist. Having spent the entire day in assessments and returning late at night, he found himself pressed for time. He nodded in acknowledgement. However, he first needed to address the matter of dinner. Searching through his storage soul guide, he was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the snake meat from months prior remained. He had entirely forgotten about it after encountering Tang Zong in the Sunset Forest, only now recalling its existence. Fortunately, his storage soul guide had preservation capabilities, and given that soul beast meat does not spoil easily, they could enjoy snake skewers for dinner. By the time the meal was prepared, night had already deepened. After the group savored Xingtian's delectable culinary skills, they retired for the night. In the ice palace, everything was crafted from ice, including Xingtian's bed, yet he felt no chill, which was rather peculiar. To enhance his comfort, Xue Linglong gathered some celestial dream ice silkworms, allowing them to spin heavenly silks to serve as a mattress and covering. As Xingtian lay on the bed, enveloped in the warmth of the heavenly silk, he quickly drifted into slumber. However, amidst his dreams, he was greeted by a faint scent of violet, followed by the sensation of something slipping under the covers and wrapping around him, soft and fragrant. Being utterly fatigued, he felt no sense of danger and succumbed to a deep sleep. Noon of the following day, Xingtian awoke from his slumber, only to find himself immobilized, with a twinge of pain in his shoulder. As he opened his eyes, he was momentarily rendered speechless. There, entwined around him like an octopus, was Shuyao, her teeth gnawing at his shoulder. Xingtian's face bore an expression of helplessness as he meticulously recalled the events of the previous night. Suddenly realizing that it was Shuyao who had burrowed into his blankets, he shifted his shoulders slightly to examine it, revealing a set of distinct bite marks, the depth of which suggested they had been there for some time. Subsequently, he attempted to move Shuyao's limbs away, but after a brief struggle, he relinquished the effort. She clung to him too tightly for him to dislodge her without waking her. Faced with this predicament, he abandoned that notion and closed his eyes to cultivate his spiritual energy. Ever since the emergence of his soul core, he had discovered that he could cultivate while lying down or even while asleep, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of his progress. After approximately an hour, Shuyao finally stirred awake. She blinked her eyes open, glancing at the still slumbering Xingtian, and thought to herself, what a lazy pig. With a soft huff, she nestled her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and her cheeks gradually flushed with color. At that moment, Xingtian was awakened. Upon hearing Shuyao's words, felt a pang of irony. Who was the truly lazy one? Moreover, how had her head ended up resting on his chest? Eager to extricate himself from this situation, he opened his eyes and turned his head to speak, only to find that their proximity was too great. His lips inadvertently brushed against her forehead. Shuyao, feeling the warmth and softness against her skin, widened her eyes in astonishment. Her face instantly transforming into a rosy hue akin to that of a ripe apple, her disbelief evident. Xingtian quickly regained his composure and immediately distanced himself from Shuyao. Ahem, that was not my intention, he awkwardly explained. Shuyao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xingtian would awaken. However, she felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement, realizing that her brother was somewhat naive and unable to feign sleep. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. She shyly rose to her feet, clad in her nightgown, which was rather scanty, allowing Xingtian to catch fleeting glimpses of her form. Gulp. Xingtian swallowed nervously, feeling somewhat flustered, unsure of how to confront Shuyao. Upon noticing the expression on her brother's face, Shuyao couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Brother Xingtian, hurry and get up. I'm eagerly awaiting your culinary delights. With that, she gracefully leaped out of bed and padded barefoot out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Xingtian exhaled a sigh of relief, yet an unsettling sense of guilt lingered within him. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head to dispel the thoughts. Before long, he was dressed and neatly groomed, preparing a breakfast for Shuyao. Shortly after they finished eating, Xulinglong arrived. She cast a glance at Shuyao. Fully aware of what transpired the previous night, yet after much contemplation, she chose to remain silent. Some matters were beyond her control. Xiaotian, did you sleep well? She inquired. Xingtian nodded, understanding the unspoken words lingering in Xulinglong's mind. He interjected, Aunt Shui, shall we proceed now? Indeed, Xulinglong replied, though a sense of trepidation tugged at her heart. Logically, Tang Wulin and Guyu should have perished, leaving her uncertain about how to harness their powers. After a moment of reflection, she decided not to dwell on it. Following the Dragon King's orders was paramount. With that, she led Xingtian and Shuyao on their quest. Aunt Shui, it's just ahead. Xingtian and his companions have arrived at the heart of the far north, where a colossal iceberg stands, encircled by unceasing tornadoes. The origins of these tornadoes remain a mystery to Shuling, who is only aware that they emerged decades ago and have not relented since. Once, she had contemplated venturing into their midst, only to discover that she could not penetrate the swirling tempest. Xiaotian, are you certain this is the place? Shuling inquired. Her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, I am quite certain. With a sigh, Shuling lamented, if this is truly the location, then entry is beyond our reach. It seems we must await Xingtian's return. Xiaotian, remember this place. When your strength has grown, return here once more. As Xingtian listened to Xuelinglong's words, he seemed to comprehend something profound. Aunt Shui, are you unable to enter this storm? Xuelinglong revealed a bittersweet smile, yet she nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed. I attempted to venture into this storm when it first manifested, but not only did I fail to succeed, I was grievously wounded by its force. Xingtian inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer terror of the tempest before him. Chapter 8. The Astonishment of Han Shuiye. Confronted with an inaccessible domain, Xingtian and his companions had no choice but to retreat. Xingtian and Shuyao were set to return to Shrek Academy, and Xulinglong escorted them to the edge of the far north. Yao, heed Xingtian's words, Xulinglong advised Shuyao, then turned to Xingtian, saying, Xiaotian, there are certain matters I cannot refuse, but you are still young. Do not act impulsively, take good care of Yao. Xingtian wore a puzzled expression, feeling quite small in stature. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Rest assured, Aunt Shui, I will take good care of Yao, he assured her. Xuelinglong chose not to elaborate further, urging them to return to Shrek Academy swiftly. The two then proceeded towards the nearest soul-guided train station. Suddenly, midway through their journey, Xingtian remarked, I wonder how Shuiye and Uncle Han are doing. Shall we pay them a visit? Shuyao did not object, but the thought of Han Shuiye caused her some discomfort, as she was aware that Shuiye held a fondness for Xingtian. After confirming their route, they made their way to Tianshou City. In a humble blacksmith shop within Tianshou City, Han Shuiye scrutinized the teardrop-shaped floral tattoo beneath his daughter's right eye, questioning her. Daughter, when did you get this tattoo? Oh, Dad, I've told you several times. I don't even know how it appeared, she replied exasperatedly. Han Shuiye frowned, finding it hard to believe that such a thing could simply materialize. His curiosity piqued, he wished to delve deeper. Never mind that, I have good news. My meridians have healed, and my speed has significantly improved. I believe it won't be long before I reach level 20. What? Han Shuiye exclaimed in shock, astonished that his daughter's meridians had indeed recovered. How did this happen? Didn't the doctor say only a tidal Douluo of the healing system could help you? Han Shuiye smiled mysteriously. Dad, I've discovered a certain herb that facilitated my recovery. Herb? Han Shuiye was perplexed. What kind of herb could possibly heal such an injury? Wait a moment, I have some herbs to show you, she said as she dashed to her room. In a drawer, she retrieved a red herb adorned with 3 leaves. Holding it, she murmured, are you certain this 3-leaf herb can help my dad become a soul master? With a flicker of flame-like tattoos appearing on her brow, her previously cold demeanor transformed into a charming one, her voice softening. Why would I deceive you? If you consume this, You'll awaken your martial soul and soon become a soul master. As she spoke, the fiery tattoos faded, yet her eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she stepped out with the 3-leaf herb in hand. Dad, this is the herb that healed me. You should try it too. Han Shuiye smiled as she extended the herb to Han Xian. He examined it with skepticism, doubting that such a trivial item could mend his meridians. Really? This seems like something out of a fairy tale. Dad, just swallow it whole. That is how I did it. You consumed this unknown substance without hesitation? Han Xian frowned, concerned for his daughter's reckless behavior. Well, I heard it from someone else. It was worth a shot, and it proved effective, she insisted, moving behind him and gently massaging his shoulders. Come on, eat it. This could really strengthen your body. Han Xian chuckled, shaking his head as he returned the herb to her. At my age, what good would this do? Since you claim it's so miraculous, you should take it instead. Han Shuiye pouted, pretending to be upset. If you don't eat it, I want to talk to you. Oh, so you've taken to threatening your old man now? Han Xian laughed. She remained silent, sulking. He sighed, yet warmth filled his heart. All right, I'll eat it. He then placed the herb in his mouth and chewed, finding the taste somewhat bitter and unpleasant. After swallowing it with difficulty, he addressed Han Shuiye. I've eaten it now, are you satisfied? Watching her father finish, Han Shuiye's smile returned. Dad, how do you feel? Han Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't feel anything. Just as he spoke, he suddenly clutched his chest. Why is it so warm all of a sudden? Han Shuiye turned, her eyes wide with concern. What is happening? Don't worry, it's a normal reaction. Soon, you'll possess a martial soul, she reassured him in a different tone. She watched anxiously as the process unfolded over several minutes. Han Xian began to groan, and a white spear materialized in his right hand. The spear measured 190 centimeters, adorned with a white dragon whose mouth was agape at the tip. As if roaring, Han Xian sprang to his feet in astonishment. Gazing at the spear in his hand while feeling the surge of energy within him, he had become a level 3 soul master. Han Shuiye covered her mouth in disbelief, never expecting such success. Observing her father, she noticed the wrinkles around his eyes had vanished, his skin appeared taut and youthful, and his previously hunched back was now straightened, exuding vitality. Dad, congratulations on becoming a soul master, she exclaimed excitedly. Still dazed, Han Xian marveled at his transformation. Becoming a soul master was incredibly surreal, beyond anything explainable by current knowledge. Did I really become a soul master? He asked, his expression a mix of disbelief and wonder. As he glanced at the spear in his right hand, he whispered, Martial soul, white dragon spear. Recalling his martial soul, he sat down to calm himself, still reeling from the shock of it all. Fortunately, Han Shuiye was by his side, offering comfort as he adjusted to this new reality. Dad, you mustn't tell anyone about you becoming a soul master. Han Xian chuckled at his daughter's words. I'm not foolish. I understand the need for discretion. However, I need time to adjust to suddenly becoming a soul master. Take your time. I'll go prepare dinner, she chirped, skipping towards the kitchen, her spirits high. Chapter 9. The last train. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and Xingtian and Shuyao had arrived in Tianzhou City. They first enjoyed a meal together and then purchased some fruit before heading towards the blacksmith shop. Along the way, Shuyao lamented, Xingtian, we only have a little over 2,000 left. We must earn more money once we return to Shrek, or we might just starve on the streets. Xingtian felt a sense of shame. Ever since he had been nurtured into a voracious eater by his master, his appetite had grown increasingly insatiable. Just moments ago, he had spent over 1,000 federal coins on a single meal. Determined to earn money swiftly, he pondered how he might profit through the art of forging. Lost in thought, they soon arrived at the blacksmith shop. Xingtian twitched his nose and remarked, Shuai and the others are having dinner. There are roasted chicken legs. Shuyao sighed, resting her forehead on her hand, acknowledging that this gluttonous disposition had indeed been cultivated over time. The two entered the blacksmith shop, and upon spotting a familiar figure, Xingtian exclaimed, Shuai, Uncle Han. Han Shuiye, who was in the midst of her meal, momentarily paused, thinking she had misheard, but upon turning her head and seeing Xingtian's face, joy instantly illuminated her countenance. Brother Xingtian, what brings you here? She exclaimed, promptly setting down her utensils and rising to greet him, completely disregarding Shuyao standing nearby. Shuyao pursed her lips. Ever since that night when she had shared certain words with Han Shuiye, the latter had consistently shown her a frosty demeanor. Upon encountering the visage of Han Shuiye, Xingtian's gaze was drawn to the teardrop nestled at the corner of her right eye, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why had Shuiye chosen to etch such a symbol upon her skin? Yet, he refrained from voicing his inquiry, recognizing that this was a matter of personal significance to Han Shuiye, and instead chose to address her question. I happened to be passing by and decided to drop in to see how you all have been faring lately. Not particularly well, she replied, casting a brief glance at Shuyao, her expression tinged with a sense of pity. Ever since your departure, there has been no one to assist with the household chores, and I have been struggling immensely. Xingtian felt helpless. After all, he could not remain here to offer assistance indefinitely. Meanwhile, Shuyao, biting her teeth in frustration, regretted agreeing to accompany Xingtian to this place. Han Shuiye's demeanor was evidently one of competition for his attention. Observing Shuyao's displeasure, Han Shuiye felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Ever since her meridians had been severed, she realized how deeply one could ache for what was lost. She was determined not to lose Xingtian. As for Shuyao, she scoffed. What did it matter if she was closer to him? With that person's assistance, she was confident she could catch up to Xingtian. Brother Xingtian, have you been accepted into Shrek Academy? Yes, both Yao Yao and I have been accepted. As Xingtian spoke, he began to chatter incessantly. You have no idea. The entrance examination requires a soul power level of 25 and involves passing through 10 rigorous assessments. Each stage is exceedingly difficult. Han Shuiye listened patiently to Xingtian's gradual narration without a hint of annoyance, but Han Xian interrupted their conversation. Xiaoyi, why haven't you moved a stool for Xiao Tian and his sister to sit? It is quite improper to let them stand. Han Shuiye stuck out her tongue. Realizing that in her excitement to see Xingtian, she had forgotten to offer them a seat. However, Xingtian raised his hand to stop her, saying, Shuiye, it's unnecessary. We will soon catch the night's soul-guided train back to the academy. Han Shuiye cast a slight, disheartened glance at Xingtian, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon her. She murmured, is it really so late? Can't we stay the night? As Xingtian observed the expression of reluctance on Han Shuiye's face, he contemplated suggesting that they stay for one more night. However, having just passed their assessment, it was imperative for them to return to the academy without delay. At that moment, Shuyao spoke up, saying, Sister Shuai, I apologize. We have only recently cleared the assessment, and we must hurry back to the academy. Otherwise, we will face penalties. Upon hearing Shuyao's words, Han Shuai sighed inwardly. She too wished to accompany them. Yet this year, Shrek Academy had already concluded its enrollment assessments, and her soul power had not yet reached level 25. Curiously, she pondered how Xingtian had managed to pass the initial registration without being at level 25 himself. Shuai, Uncle Han, these fruits are for you to enjoy, he added. Xingtian took out the purchased fruits from the soul-guiding device and placed them on the table before approaching Shuyao. Since you all are doing well, I can rest easy. Yao Yao and I are heading to catch the evening soul-guiding train. Allow me to see you off, Han Shuai immediately replied. Xingtian shook his head and said, there is no need for you to accompany me at this late hour. It would be unwise to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals on your way back, so it is best for you to remain at home. Brother Xingtian, I have now attained the 18th level of soul power. I am capable of protecting myself. Han Shuiye replied with a cheerful smile. 18th level. Xingtian was slightly astonished. It had only been a little over a month since their last encounter. Yet Han Shuai had remarkably advanced to the 18th level, which was quite astonishing. However, he overlooked the fact that he himself had consecutively ascended 9 levels within the same time frame, and recently, he had been faintly sensing another impending breakthrough. No, it was unacceptable. Even if you were a grand soul master. Xingtian resolutely declined. In this slum, there were many individuals with ulterior motives. For instance, when he and Han Shuai first arrived, they encountered numerous thugs who had set their sights on her. Thus, it was imperative that she not venture out alone. At this moment, Han Xian also spoke up. Xiaoyi, please do not trouble Xingtian and the others. It is best that you remain at home. Han Shuai, feeling disheartened, lowered her head and nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Han Shuai's demeanor, Xingtian gently reached out to stroke her head, prompting a pout from the nearby Shuyao. Rest assured, we shall return to visit you when time permits. Han Shuai lifted her head anew, nodding earnestly, her eyes regaining their luster. You promised, you must come. Fear not, we will certainly come when the occasion arises, but for now, we must take our leave. Do take care on your journey. Xingtian nodded, placing his hand down as he departed with Shuyao. Han Shuai gazed at Xingtian's receding figure, silently resolving to make a steadfast decision. The Soul Guidance train station of Tiandou City. Xingtian and Shuyao were remarkably fortunate to catch the last train heading to Shrek City. The train was sparsely populated during the night. However, within the opulent carriage, a few affluent individuals occupied their seats, tirelessly journeying between various cities in pursuit of greater wealth. In a private compartment, the decor was exceedingly lavish, with an array of delicacies displayed. Adjacent to this was a grand bed, upon which reclined a corpulent man, flanked by 4 scantily clad young ladies. At that moment, the rotund man was engrossed in a soul-guiding phone call. Son, your father is en route to Shrek Academy. I'll treat you to a splendid feast once I arrive. Dad, I'm already famished. By the time you get here, I might be nothing but skin and bones. You should just book a hotel and send someone to fetch me. The voice on the other end expressed its grievances. Oh dear, how could you possibly be reduced to skin and bones? Don't fret, I'll secure a hotel and dispatch someone to collect you right away. A look of concern crossed the man's face. Just as he was about to conclude the call and give instructions, several gunshots rang out. Who are you? He exclaimed in shock, and the soul-guiding phone clattered to the floor. Chapter 10, Kidnapping. At Shrek Academy, Gao Dalon's face was etched with alarm. Hey Dad. Dong Shuilin, deep in meditation, opened his eyes upon hearing Gao Dalon's frantic calls. What's the matter, Dalong? I was just on the phone with my dad when I heard gunfire and his cries. The call was abruptly cut off, and I have no idea what is happening. Panic enveloped Gao Dalong's visage. His father had numerous business adversaries, many of whom harbored intentions to harm him. It was likely that he had fallen victim to an attack, and the thought of any misfortune befalling his father was too dreadful to contemplate. Dong Shuiye rose from his bed and approached Gao Dalong. Buddy, where's your dad? Have you contacted the authorities? He is on the soul guiding train, and hasn't he reported anything yet? There must be dedicated security personnel on the soul guiding train. They will certainly alert the Federation in case of danger. I believe a mech squad will come to the rescue shortly. Let us hope so, Gao Dalong silently prayed. On the soul-guided train that Xingtian was aboard, a sudden explosion reverberated, followed by a violent jolt of the train. Immediately, an urgent announcement echoed throughout the entire soul-guided train. Dear passengers, an intruder has been detected ahead. Please remain in your compartments. Accompanying law enforcement officers will ensure your safety. Before long, a law enforcement officer entered the compartment where Xingtian was situated, within the confines of the soul-guided train. These officers were typically great soul masters or of an even higher rank, and the officer who approached was indeed a great soul master. The officer, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a black uniform adorned with the federal emblem, bore a soul-guided pistol at her waist, this formidable weapon capable of slaying a great soul master with a single shot. Given that there were only the two of them in the compartment, the woman, her hand resting on the pistol at her side, alertly commanded, "Please present your identification." Xingtian and Shuyao promptly produced their identification cards. The woman approached, glanced at them to verify their identities, and exhaled a sigh of relief. After casting a brief look at their ages, she said, "Young ones, I am Officer Su Xian, assigned to the Soul Guidance Train number 9527. From this moment onward, you are not permitted to stray from my side." Xingtian and Shuyao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that amidst this uncertain situation, staying close to Su Xian was their wisest choice. "Sister, what is happening right now?" Xingtian inquired. They had heard the sound of an explosion, which was a grave matter. In a high-speed soul-guided train, any mishap could result in severe injuries, if not death. Su Xian shook her head, equally perplexed by the circumstances, only having received orders from above to protect the passengers aboard the train. The sound of gunfire echoed nearby, the sharp bursts of a soul-guided machine gun. A look of concern crossed Su Xian's face, as it seemed the calamity was close, just a carriage away. She glanced at Xingtian and Shuyao. Their presence prevented her from venturing forward to investigate. The sharp report of gunfire rang out again, intensifying her worry. "You two find a secure place to hide. I shall check the front carriage. Remember, conceal yourselves well," Su Xian stressed, offering no further words as she drew her soul-guided pistol and advanced towards the front of the train. Yao then turned to Xingtian and asked, "Brother Xingtian, what should we do now? That officer seems to possess only the strength of a great soul master." Xingtian shrugged helplessly, listening to the considerable commotion ahead, which undoubtedly signified significant danger. It was certainly unsafe for Su Xian to proceed alone. "Let us follow as well, but we must maintain our distance. First and foremost, we must ensure our own safety. If we cannot safeguard the others, we shall withdraw decisively." Shuyao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them followed suit. Within the opulent compartment, a rotund man lay sprawled on the floor, while four beautiful maidens bore multiple bullet holes in their heads, lifeless upon the bed. In addition to them were 5 men clad in black attire, their faces concealed by masks and armed with firearms. 2 of them stood guard at either exit, while 2 others sat nearby, indulging in fruits. A particularly large man had his foot placed upon the rotund man's body. He kicked the hefty man and berated, "You worthless fatso, how could you possibly manage for women at your size? Aren't you afraid of dying beneath their weight?" "I merely indulged in a fleeting whim. I had no intention of pursuing that," the rotund man replied with a pained expression. This retort only incensed the large man further. "Damn it. I lead my brothers daily on the razor's edge, with no women to entertain us, and yet you, a man with women, do nothing but squander the opportunity. You are utterly pathetic." His agitation grew, and he swung the gun menacingly towards the rotund man, causing him to tremble, even wetting himself in fear. "Good heavens. You even urinated yourself. That disgusts me." The large man kicked the rotund man aside, retrieving a knife reminiscent of a Nepali blade from his waist, before tossing a communication device and a card at him. "You fat fool. Quickly dial that number and instruct your people to send 10 million federal coins to the address on this card." The rotund man's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet upon seeing the knife brandished before him, he promptly dialed the communication device. "Ma Yun, hurry and have Ma Tung send 10 million federal coins to at this address. Quickly." The large man interjected, "It must arrive within half an hour, or I shall have your most prized possession severed." The rotund man felt a chill run down his spine, and he bellowed in anger, "Give me half an hour to deliver it. If it's not here, you're fired, and I'll deduct all your wages." The person on the other end repeatedly acknowledged his commands, and as the rotund man ended the call, he glanced towards the large man. "I have already dispatched someone. Please do not sever my prized possession." The large man let out a cold laugh, ignoring the rotund man's plea, and approached the dining table to continue eating fruits. Upon noticing the deceased maidens on the bed, he could not help but exclaim, "Damn it! Who among you fools fired so hastily and killed them all? Boss, if you're feeling frisky, you might as well take advantage of the heat of the moment." A slender man jested while munching on an apple. "What is the point of dead bodies? If you want to go ahead." The large man jested back. "Cut it out. How could you be dissatisfied?" The slender man rose from his seat, sauntered to the bed, and picked one that seemed adequate, all the while chattering. "In our line of work, living on the edge, we could meet our demise at any moment. How can we afford to be picky?" In less than a minute, the slender man had finished. Laughter erupted among all, especially from the large man. Old too, to finish in under a minute is quite pitiful. The slender man ignored his leader, wearing a satisfied grin as he returned to his seat to continue eating fruits. The large man refrained from further comments. He understood Old Two's feelings. After all, engaging in such activities would inevitably attract the Federation's wrath, and survival was impossible. They could only hope the money would reach their hands. With this thought, he too approached the bed. Chapter 11. The first kill. Su Xian stealthily made her way to the penultimate carriage, the very one where the luxurious compartment was located. Listening intently to the sounds emanating from ahead, her expression grew increasingly grim. She crouched down and quietly crept closer, reaching a corner where she cautiously peered out. Through the long corridor, she spotted an armed figure stationed at the carriage entrance, which startled her into retracting her head. Fortunately, the figure did not glance in her direction. With a guard at the entrance, she found it utterly impossible to approach, which vexed her greatly. Beep beep. A communicator at her waist suddenly emitted a sound. Reacting swiftly, she turned it off, but the commotion from the compartment abruptly ceased. The guard at the door, one of the taller and sturdier men, who was the fourth among the five, suddenly exclaimed, "There's movement." All fell silent, yet the rotund man cried out in terror, "Help!" Bang! The previously mentioned slender man, Old Two, kicked the rotund man vehemently, causing him to hunch over in pain. Old Two squatted down and pressed the Nepali knife against the rotund man's face, whispering, "If you dare to shout again, I will cut out your tongue." The rotund man promptly sealed his lips, shaking his head to indicate he would remain silent. At that moment, the leader of the five pulled up his pants, glancing at the guard by the door and giving him a signal. The guard nodded. Raising his weapon and stealthily advancing down the corridor, his footsteps nearly inaudible, Su Xian, crouched and gripping her soul-guided pistol, listened intently to the sounds in the corridor. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The guard gradually approached, their distance dwindling to 10, 9, 8, 7, and finally to 2 meters. Suddenly, a figure dashed into the corridor, and in a flash of lightning, the guard collapsed without uttering a sound. Su Xian looked on in disbelief, seeing Xingtian standing there with his right hand raised, electricity flickering around it. He blew gently on his hand, and the electricity dissipated. Observing the charred body, he felt no wave of emotion or fear. Inexplicably, he sensed exhilaration at that moment of taking a life, reminiscent of the thrill he experienced when the Ice Emperor taught him the art of slaughter. "Sister, are you all right?" Xingtian turned his head and flashed a warm smile at Su Xian, a smile so comforting that it dissolved the tension within her heart. "It's nothing," she began to say, but suddenly recalled that Xingtian was still a minor. "What are you doing here? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" Xingtian did not respond to Su Xian. His perceptive abilities were remarkably acute. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps, he swiftly retreated to Su Xian's side. "Brother Xingtian." Shuyao approached at that moment, her voice barely escaping her lips when Xingtian gestured for silence. Meanwhile, the leader shouted forth, "Respond if you can hear me." After a tense pause of several seconds, silence reigned, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance, drawing their weapons and preparing for action. The leader cautiously approached the entrance of the carriage, quickly peering outside before retracting his head just as swiftly. Once assured of the stillness, he slowly ventured forth again. "Fourth," he exclaimed, only to find the fourth member lying motionless in the corridor, shrouded in darkness. An ordinary individual. The fourth had possessed no remarkable traits aside from a slightly enhanced physique, and now, after Xingtian's devastating blow, he lay lifeless. Upon hearing their leader's voice, the others rushed to his side, their eyes instantly filling with rage as they beheld the fallen comrade. "Damn it! This must be the work of the accompanying officers." The second member bellowed, an urge to confront them with a soul-guided gun surging within him. Yet he understood that those officers were formidable soul masters, while he himself was merely an 18th-level soul master, rendering any rash action perilous. "What should we do now, leader?" "The officers have arrived," inquired the third member, a short yet muscular figure adorned with an array of weapons, including soul-guided grenades, and bearing a soul-guided artillery cannon on his back, a veritable moving armory. After a moment of contemplation, the leader sighed and replied, "Death is inevitable. The fourth has merely departed before us. Our task now is to await the delivery of the funds by that portly individual. Fifth, keep a close watch on him." The fifth member, the only grand soul master among them, nodded in acknowledgement and positioned himself near the hefty figure. Listening intently, they could discern the presence of 4 individuals, accompanied by one who was barely breathing, a likely hostage. Xingtian attentively listened to the sounds emanating from the opposite side and addressed Su Xian. After hearing his words, Su Xian stared in astonishment at Xingtian, realizing that the distance between them was at least several meters, yet he could still perceive the noises from that far away. Xingtian seemed to have anticipated Su Xian's thoughts, smiling as he explained, I am a grand soul master, endowed with heightened perceptive abilities, which allow me to listen in. Su Xian inhaled sharply, the realization dawning upon her. A grand soul master at the tender age of 14, she contemplated the direction of their train journey and his age, leading her to surmise, are you from Shrek Academy? Indeed. Xingtian nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently introducing himself and Shuyao. I am Xingtian, a 23rd level Great Soul Master, and this is my sister, Shuyao, a 25th level Great Soul Master. Su Xian turned her gaze toward Shuyao, bewildered. If she recalled correctly, Shuyao was only 12 years old. A 12-year-old at the 25th level was undoubtedly a prodigy among her peers. Hello, sister. Shuyao greeted Su Xian with a sweet smile. Su Xian responded with a smile, yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Both Xingtian and Shuyao belonged to the talented category and were remarkably young. Should any misfortune befall them, it would be dire. Alas, although you both are great soul masters, you are still merely children. In the face of such perilous circumstances, you lack experience. It would be prudent for you to hide. The federal rescue team will arrive shortly. As Su Xian spoke, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. Confronted with such predicaments, she was no different. However, her duties prevented her from retreating. Sister, why not hide with us? Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Su Xian shook her head, her expression resolute. There are hostages inside, and as the accompanying officer, I must rescue them, even if the hope is faint. Xingtian said little more, perhaps this is a form of spirit. Then we shall stay with you, rest assured. We are quite formidable. At the same time, we will safeguard ourselves, trust me. Su Xian listened to Xingtian's words and, for some reason, felt a profound sense of reassurance, especially upon hearing the final statement. She did not refuse. Chapter 12, The Mecha Squad. Hearing the silence from that direction, Xingtian turned to Su Xian and inquired, has the Federation dispatched reinforcements? Yes, they are already en route, she replied. Xingtian nodded, glancing at the time on the soul-guided train. He remarked, there is still an hour until we reach Shrek City. I will contact my master and summon her. Your master? Su Xian inquired, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, my master possesses remarkable skills. As he spoke, he retrieved his soul-guided phone to call Blood Dance. Blood Dance, engrossed in reviewing documents, was taken aback when her phone rang. A cold smile crept across her face upon seeing it was Xingtian calling. This little rascal actually remembers to call. I thought he had forgotten about me. She muttered to herself as she answered the call. Before she could speak, Xingtian's voice resonated through the line. Master, I am currently aboard the soul-guided train heading to Shrek City. The train number is 9527, and it has been hijacked. Blood Dance immediately rose to her feet, her expression tightening with concern. Are you all right? I am fine, but there are individuals being held hostage in the carriage ahead of me. Her expression softened considerably upon hearing this. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Now, stay hidden. I will be there shortly. With that, Blood Dance ended the call and exited her room. The moment she stepped outside, flames erupted around her, transforming her into a fiery figure that soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in another part of Shrek, Levi leaned against a tree, sipping wine. He noticed a streak of fire flash across the sky, shook his head, and then disappeared. Xingtian gazed at the disconnected phone and shrugged at Su Xian, saying, my master will arrive shortly. For now, we must await his arrival. How long will your master take? I cannot say. That won't do. The hostage is undeniably in peril in their hands, and I must take action to rescue them. Xingtian was left speechless. Rescue? What kind of rescue is that? Without a clear understanding of the opponent's strength, rushing in recklessly would only spell disaster. However, witnessing Su Xian's determined demeanor, he realized that he could not intervene. Alas! With a sigh, Xingtian approached the adjacent window. Though sealed, it proved feeble against the might of a soul master. With a swift motion, he clawed at the glass, shattering it effortlessly. The soul-guided train surged forward at great speed, and his action invited a gust of wind from the outside, yet it could not budge Xingtian. He leaned out, and in the darkness of night, his eyes emitted a faint glow, allowing him to see with clarity. Stay here. I shall investigate the situation, he declared. Be careful, brother Xingtian. Shuyao expressed her concern. Xingtian nodded slightly and leaped out directly. The powerful gust of wind struck against him as he relied on his spiritual energy to cling to the exterior of the swiftly moving train. However, the speed was indeed overwhelming, and this precarious position began to take its toll on him. Shuyao leaned out to gaze at Xingtian, her eyes brimming with concern. Xingtian gradually ascended to the next carriage. Approaching a window, he cautiously peered inside to survey the situation. He beheld a corpulent man sprawled on the ground, accompanied by another individual. Flanking the carriage were two guards, one slender and the other a short figure burdened with an arsenal of weaponry, while a third sat idly nearby. However, his attention was suddenly captivated by a disturbing sight, for women lay on a bed, each with a gaping wound in their heads. Most infuriatingly, their garments had been stripped away, causing Xingtian's brows to furrow in displeasure. Who is it? Bellowed the guard beside the corpulent man, prompting Xingtian to swiftly retract his head. Hearing the commotion, the leader inquired, "What's the matter, Lao Wu?" Lao Wu approached the window, his face etched with anxiety. "I just sensed a surge of spiritual energy outside the window." The revelation startled everyone present. The plump man on the ground, however, felt a surge of hope. A soul master had arrived, and salvation was at hand. "Is the individual powerful?" the leader asked. Lao Wu shook his head, responding, "They should be on par with me. A great soul master." The leader fell silent for a moment before positioning himself by the window, steadying his soul-guided machine gun aimed at the opening, ready to unleash a deadly barrage upon any intruder. The others followed suit, directing their weapons at every potential entry point to the carriage. Meanwhile, Xingtian had retreated to the carriage where Shuyao was situated. Upon entering, he plopped down, gasping, "Indeed, there are 5 individuals inside, 4 armed men. A corpulent man on the ground, and a bed containing the lifeless bodies of 4 women." Upon hearing Xingtian's account, Su Xian was immediately filled with rage. "Damn it, they have killed." She rose and proceeded to the rear carriage, activating her intercom to call out, "Calling control center, calling control center. This is the control center, please respond." A woman's voice answered, "I am Su Xian, the officer of the 9527 soul-guided train. Our train has been hijacked by unknown assailants. They have murdered 4 individuals, and only 1 hostage remains. How long until support arrives?" After a brief silence, the voice responded, "Mecha Squad 135 is en route to your carriage and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please await rescue." Understood. Su Xian switched off the intercom and returned to join Xingtian and the others. "The Mecha Squad is on their way and will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. We must remain vigilant until help arrives." Upon hearing the sound of the mechs, Xingtian felt his heart stir with anticipation. He had not expected a mech squad to arrive for rescue. However, at that moment, a voice echoed, "Is there a law enforcement officer over there? I advise you to tread carefully. We have placed numerous explosives on this train. If you act recklessly, we shall perish together." Xingtian and Su Xian exchanged a glance, and the mention of soul-guided explosives sent a chill down their spines. If detonated on the soul-guided train, it could lead to a catastrophic derailment, jeopardizing the safety of everyone aboard. For reasons unknown, Su Xian instinctively turned to Xingtian and inquired, "Do you think what that person said is true?" Xingtian pondered for a moment, recalling a previous encounter with an individual burdened with an array of weaponry, who solemnly nodded and proclaimed, "I believe it to be true. Just now, I witnessed one of them armed with heavy artillery. Damn it." Su Xian then seized the walkie-talkie and rushed to the rear carriage, exclaiming, "Calling control, calling control, calling control." The response was immediate, "Control station here. I am Su Xian, the law enforcement officer aboard the soul-guided train 9527. Those bandits have made their presence known. They claim to have planted numerous explosives on this train." "What?" A gasp resonated from the other end. "Please hold. I will connect you to the mecha squad en route." "As swiftly as possible," Su Xian replied, and after a few breaths, a deep male voice emerged, laced with urgency. "I am Su Teng, captain of the 135 mecha squad. What is the situation on your end, brother?" Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the voice of her elder brother, Su Teng. Chapter 13. Hostage Su Teng. Upon hearing his sister's voice, was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. "Xiaoxian, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." Su Xian shook her head, urgently inquiring, "Brother, when will you arrive?" "The bandits have already taken a life, and there is still 1 hostage in their grasp." "Is the hostage a rotund man?" Su Teng asked, his tone filled with concern. "How do you know?" Su Xian queried. Su Teng sighed heavily, explaining, "That rotund man is Gao Kai, the wealthiest individual in the Xinglua Empire. These bandits are undoubtedly after his fortune. Heavens! If anything were to happen to him, the entire continent's economy would be jeopardized." "Precisely, hence the higher-ups dispatched us for rescue." "Brother, how much longer until your arrival?" "Approximately 5 more minutes. The railway is currently adjusting, and soon your soul-guided train will reduce its speed, thus hastening our pursuit." Just as Su Ting finished speaking, Su Xian noticed the train's speed had indeed begun to decrease. "Brother, the speed has dropped." "Excellent. Take cover. We shall arrive shortly." Su Xian nodded, and upon ending the call, she immediately relayed this information to Xingtian and the others. In the luxurious carriage, the leader sensed the decrease in speed, his brow furrowing in concern. He glanced at his comrades, who were visibly anxious. "Boss, the soul-guided train has slowed. The Federation's forces must be approaching. What shall we do?" The second-in-command asked nervously. "What are you panicking for?" The leader lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he commanded. "You there? You must bring me 2 individuals as hostages. Otherwise, I will detonate the explosives." Coincidentally, Su Xian, returning at that moment, froze upon hearing this declaration and instinctively shouted, "No, please don't." The leader, recognizing Su Xian's voice, smirked coldly. It was evident she was a law enforcement officer and a novice at that. "Very well. You will bring 1 person over as a hostage. Otherwise, we will trigger the explosives." Su Xian glanced at Xingtian and Shuyao, swiftly replying, "That's impossible. I'm the only one here. You must be jesting. On such a lengthy train, you alone? Have the other officers perished?" The leader demanded, "Hurry and bring someone over, or I will detonate the explosives." As he began the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Su Xian listened to the countdown, her hands clenched tightly, uncertain of what to do. "Sister, let me accompany you," Xingtian suddenly offered from his seat. "Brother Xingtian," Shuyao exclaimed anxiously. Xingtian cast her a meaningful glance, signaling her not to be anxious. Upon noticing this, Shuyao could only let out a soft huff and turn her head away. "This may not be wise. Accompanying me could pose considerable danger," Su Xian remarked, and upon contemplating the perils involved, she shook her head emphatically. "No, no, it is imperative that you do not follow. Sister, you needn't worry. As long as we can delay until my master arrives, they will be powerless against us." A multitude of doubts surged within Su Xian's mind. Who exactly was Xingtian's master? However, upon further reflection, she speculated that it must be a teacher from Shrek, perhaps a formidable soul emperor or soul sage. If such a powerful being were to arrive, then there would be no cause for concern. "How much longer do you think your master will take to arrive?" Xingtian shook his head, uncertain of when Blood Dance would arrive. At that moment, the leader's voice had already counted to 3. Su Xian glanced at Xingtian, gritted her teeth, and replied, "We are on our way. Do not detonate the explosives. Hurry, and you would do well not to employ any tricks. One of the detonators is connected to my heart, and should I perish, it will explode immediately." The leader's words caused Xingtian to pause. He previously perceived these individuals as not particularly formidable and had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate them at close range. However, he did not anticipate that the speaker would resort to such measures. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He and Su Xian could only proceed towards the compartment where the robbers were situated. "Brother Xingtian," Shuyao clutched the hem of Xingtian's garment and said, "I want to accompany you." "No." Without a moment's hesitation, Xingtian firmly rejected, whispering in Shuyao's ear, "Your presence would hinder my actions. Do not worry about me. In a moment of crisis, I can escape swiftly, but bringing you along." Xingtian ceased his words, and Shuyao comprehended his meaning. A look of dejection and concern etched upon her face. "Do take care," she urged. Without delay, Xingtian and Su Xian proceeded toward the direction of the robber's vehicle. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the leader exchanged a knowing glance with the third man, signaling him to investigate the situation. The third man understood and promptly raised his weapon as he approached the vehicle's entrance, aiming it in that direction. As his head cautiously emerged, the moment he caught sight of Xingtian and Su Xian, the gun was immediately trained upon them. In response, Xingtian instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Xian. "Sister, stay behind me," he instructed, his expression betraying fear as he addressed the third man, "Big brother. Please ensure your gun doesn't misfire. I feel rather frightened." The third man, noticing Xingtian's trembling legs, let out a derisive laugh. "You coward. Hurry up and come here." As Xingtian approached slowly, he was interrupted by the third brother, who exclaimed, "Damn it, don't let your little ladies behind you see this. Big brother, my sister is even more frightened by the sight of your firearm. If you would refrain from pointing that gun at us, I will step aside." Xingtian hurriedly explained, "You little brat, if you utter another word, I swear I'll unleash a barrage on you, leaving you with no place to weep." "No, no, no." Xingtian hurriedly waved his hands. "Big brother, this is not a trivial matter. I will step aside immediately." Xingtian slightly shifted his body, allowing the third brother to catch a glimpse of Su Xian. However, when the third brother carefully beheld Su Xian's countenance, he instinctively licked his lips and murmured, "Goodness, what a stunning beauty." Xingtian possessed remarkably acute hearing, and upon hearing the words of the third man, his expression soured considerably. Soon, under the threatening aim of the third man's firearm, they found themselves inside the carriage. The leader, upon seeing the two of them, immediately commanded, "Second, bind them." "Understood." The second man promptly produced a rope he had on him and proceeded to tie up Xingtian and Su Xian, not forgetting to take a lewd touch on Su Xian's backside during the process. Su Xian's expression shifted instantly at the unwelcome advance. "Get your hands off me." The second man retracted his hand, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Your little backside is surprisingly resilient, my dear." Xingtian's expression turned cold. He harbored a strong desire to kick the second in command out into the open. However, given the current circumstances, he restrained himself. Chapter 14. The Dance of Furious Blood. Second, the leader admonished sharply, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The second in command curled his lip, securing Xingtian and Su Xian before taking position with his weapon at the entrance. At that moment, the leader approached Su Xian and inquired, "How many individuals are currently in the adjacent carriage?" "Speak swiftly." "I do not know," Su Xian replied coldly. "Humph." The leader scoffed, turning to the fifth in command. "Drag that fat one over here." Without hesitation, the fifth complied, bringing the hefty figure before Su Xian. "What are you doing? What do you want from me?" the fat man exclaimed in a panic. The leader stepped on the fat man, aiming his gun at his head. "This man is called Gao Kai. I trust you recognize him. If you do not divulge the information, I shall not hesitate to end his life." Upon hearing this, Xingtian could not help but inquire, "Is Gao Kai truly that renowned?" All eyes turned towards him, with the others regarding him with expressions akin to disbelief. "Gao Kai is the wealthiest individual in the Luo Empire," Su Xian quietly elucidated. Xingtian was suddenly enlightened, and at that moment, a thought emerged in his mind. Since he was a billionaire, he must possess considerable wealth. "That uncle, if I save you, how much could you offer me?" As these words left his mouth, everyone was taken aback, and the leader's gaze shifted from that of a fool to that of a simpleton. "Young man, you must understand that you are bound here, and we are all armed with guns directed at you. How do you intend to rescue him?" Xingtian shrugged his shoulders, refraining from responding to his superior. Instead, he turned to Gao Kai and said, "Uncle, please name your price." The young man interjected, "Do not jest, my friend." A bittersweet smile graced Gao Kai's face, yet after a moment's contemplation, he declared, "If you can indeed save me, I shall grant you 1 million. Upon hearing the mention of 1 million, Xingtian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He hastily exclaimed, "Uncle, it is settled then." As soon as he uttered these words, flames erupted from his body, swiftly severing the ropes that bound him. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed, leaving everyone momentarily dazed and bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtian swiftly rendered the leader unconscious. He then approached the third in command, hastily disarming him. However, just as he had removed half of the weaponry, the third officer groggily regained consciousness. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, gripping Xingtian's hand. Little did he know, Xingtian possessed immense strength. "Brother, loosen your grip, or you shall regret it," Xingtian stated with utmost seriousness. "How brazen. The one who will regret it is you." The third officer drew a soul-guided pistol from his waist, but before he could raise his hand, he felt an overwhelming force. Bang! The third officer was propelled through the window of the soul-guided train, his fate uncertain. Third, the second and fifth officers had awakened, and upon witnessing Xingtian hurling the third officer from the train, they gasped in unison. "You scoundrel! You have killed the third. I shall avenge him." The second officer raised his soul-guided machine gun, aiming it at the defiant Xingtian. Xingtian stood with his back turned to the second. Yet at the moment the latter raised his firearm, an acute pain throbbed at his brow, signaling imminent peril. Instinctively, he recoiled to the right just as the gunfire erupted. The space he had previously occupied was swept through mercilessly, leaving the soul-guided train carriage riddled with gaping holes, through which the wind howled fiercely. The second, realizing his shot had missed Xingtian, seethed with escalating fury. His gaze fell upon a soul-guided grenade launcher abandoned nearby, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. However, just as he was poised to retrieve it, the fifth intervened. "Do not bring the grenade launcher into the carriage. Go awaken the leader. I shall handle him." Upon uttering this, the fifth seized a soul-guided rifle and aimed it at Xingtian, who sensed the encroaching danger and swiftly evaded the attack. With the second soul skill, he unleashed a single shot into the soul. The fifth discarded the rifle, and a wooden bow materialized in his grasp, revealing his martial spirit. Drawing the bowstring taut with his right hand, a wooden arrow appeared from thin air, and as he released it, the arrow soared directly toward Xingtian. As Xingtian beheld the incoming wooden arrow, he promptly unleashed his second soul skill, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. His martial soul manifested, a divine dragon rearing its head. Emitting a resounding roar, its luminous eyes fixated upon the fifth brother. An ultimate dragon martial soul. The fifth brother exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, Su Xian was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that Xingtian's martial soul would be the supreme beast martial soul of a dragon. At that moment, Xingtian pointed his right index finger towards the approaching wooden arrow, and bolts of lightning erupted from his fingertip. Upon contact, the wooden arrow was instantly reduced to ashes. The lightning, however, did not cease. Instead, it surged towards the fifth brother. He was struck directly, convulsing and emitting crackling sounds. Observing the fifth brother's plight, the second brother realized he was no match for Xingtian, especially with their leader now unconscious. Gritting his teeth, he dashed towards the location of the soul-guided grenade launcher. Seizing the weapon, he rose and aimed it at Xingtian, bellowing, "You scoundrel! Die!" With a whoosh, the grenade launcher discharged, producing a loud report. "Watch out!" Su Xian cried, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. However, by the time Xingtian reacted, the grenade was perilously close. Just a few meters away, a small missile soared through the window and exploded with a tremendous blast. Everyone dropped to the ground, using their soul power to shield themselves from the shockwave of the explosion. The distance to Xingtian was alarmingly close. Before the soul power barrier could be activated, the explosive shockwave had already hurled him from the soul-guided train. Boom! A brilliant flash emanated from the train car, swiftly followed by a powerful explosion that caused the entire train to tremble violently. "Brother Xingtian!" Snow Yao's voice rang out. Having heard the gunfire, she rushed over, only to witness Xingtian being thrown out by the force of the blast. She yearned to save him, but it was too late. Instead, she hurried to the side of Su Xian and Gao Kai, conjuring a multitude of ice walls to shield against the shockwave. As the tumultuous wave subsided, she gazed at the gaping hole in the train car, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Brother Xingtian. Without hesitation, Snow Yao dashed toward the exterior of the car. But before she could escape, a figure enveloped her in an embrace. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Xingtian rushed into the carriage and embraced Shuyao. Beside him stood his master, Shuyao. As Shuyao inhaled the familiar scent and heard the well-known voice, she lifted her head and beheld that familiar visage. Tears streamed down her face once more. She buried her tear-streaked countenance in Xingtian's embrace, sobbing, Brother Xingtian, I am so relieved to see you safe. Xingtian gazed upon the weeping Snow Yao, his heart aching with empathy. He gently patted her back, offering comfort. I am perfectly fine. Do not cry. My master is still here. Snow Yao stifled her sobs and turned to the side where Blood Dance stood, choking out, Greetings, Director. Blood Dance nodded. Yet her countenance was filled with fury. How dare someone bombard her disciple with a grenade launcher? Such audacity was only born of a reckless heart. Had she not arrived in time, Xingtian might have been left crippled. Who dared to assault my disciple with a grenade launcher? Blood Dance bellowed. Her formidable aura as a super Douluo instantly enveloping the area for miles around, causing the soul-guided train to come to a halt. All present, save for Xingtian and Snow Yao, involuntarily shuddered under the oppressive weight of her overwhelming presence. The terrifying might of a super Douluo. Chapter 15. Vice Principal Li, are you all right? The soul-guided train had come to a standstill. Su Xian lay there, trembling, while Gao Kai fainted, being merely an ordinary person devoid of abilities beyond financial prowess. Eldest and fifth had been battered and bruised by the shockwave of the explosion, succumbing to unconsciousness. As for the eldest, he had just regained consciousness, only to sense the terrifying aura that nearly struck him dead with fear. Cough, cough. Xingtian cleared his throat and addressed his master. Master, that individual lies there. Oblivious to their fate. He gestured towards the fallen second. Blood Dance glanced over, snapped her fingers, and the second was instantly reduced to ashes. For a mere soul master to dare lay hands on her disciple, this fate was a fitting end. She retracted her imposing aura, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Xian directed her gaze towards Blood Dance, her pupils dilating in shock. She exclaimed with excitement, You are the Fire Dance Douluo. And who might you be? Blood Dance's inquiry sent waves of exhilaration through Su Xian, for a title Douluo was conversing with her. I am the officer of the esteemed soul-guided train 9527. I once saw your portrait at the Douluo Academy, and after learning of your deeds, I have admired you ever since. Su Xian's enthusiasm escalated. She had never anticipated that Xingtian's master was her idol. Master, what deeds did you undertake that garnered such admiration from Sister Su Xian? Xingtian whispered. However, Blood Dance merely cleared her throat and replied, Do not inquire into my past. Nor should you seek to know it in the future. Should I find out, I shall make you train relentlessly for an entire month. Xingtian promptly sealed his lips. Yet his heart brimmed with curiosity about the past deeds of his master. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, as 4 towering mechas descended from the heavens, landing beside the soul-guided train. These mechas, standing over 20 meters tall, gleamed in silver, their bodies streamlined in design. At the center of each mecha's chest lay a 3-meter diameter luminous ring, emanating a white radiance with golden edges. This was the source of their power. Concealed within subtle crevices on the mecha's arms were hidden weapons, while a small cannon rested on their backs, flanked by 2 oversized soul-guided pistols at their waists. Brilliant lights blazed from the shoulders of the mechas, illuminating the compartment where Xingtian and the others were situated. We are the 135th Mecha Squad. Robbers within the compartment. Raise your hands and surrender, or we shall unleash a barrage of firepower. The authoritative voice belonged to Su Teng, Su Xian's brother, whose mecha stood at the forefront of the 4. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Su Xian cried out, Brother, do not engage. Huowu Douluo is here. He has saved us. The mechas were equipped with specialized sound receptors, and as soon as Su Xian's voice rang out, Su Teng was taken aback, especially at the mention of Huowu Douluo. Moments later, Su Teng disembarked from his mecha, while the pilots of the other 3 mechas remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Xuewu, Su Teng trembled slightly. General Huowu. He saluted respectfully, quickly introducing himself. I am Su Teng, captain of the patrol mecha squad outside Tiandou City, currently engaged in the operation against the robbery of soul-guided train number 9527. Xuewu waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of impatience. Spare me the formalities. I have not held the title of general for a long time. Su Teng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing his discomfort, Xuewu stated, You handle the matters here. I shall take these 2 with me. She gestured toward Xingtian and Shuyao. General, that seems to contravene regulations. Su Teng stammered. Xuewu shot him a fierce glare. You dare speak of rules in my presence? An overwhelming aura enveloped Su Teng momentarily, only to dissipate just as swiftly, yet he found himself drenched with perspiration. Li Bai? Xuewu's gaze turned skyward. What are you doing? At that moment, Li Bai reclined atop his sword, floating in midair, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth as he yawned. Xuewu, don't be so hasty. It will lead the children astray, don't you think? The last remark was directed toward Xingtian, who looked bewildered, wondering how he was involved in this. Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Shuyao wasted no time in hurling a fan at him. As the fan soared through the air, it ignited into a blazing fire, infused with tremendous soul power. With a thunderous boom, a small mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, painting the night with shades of crimson, leaving Xingtian and the others swallowing hard in awe. How terrifying! Is this the power of a super Douluo? Xingtian couldn't help but murmur. Shuyao glanced at Xingtian and declared, "Little Tian, today I shall present you with a battle of Douluo caliber. Keep your eyes wide open." Xingtian had yet to react when Blood Dance vanished from sight. Upon her reappearance, she materialized amidst the lingering mushroom cloud. "Goodness, are you serious?" Xingtian exclaimed. Hey, don't compel me to take action. Don't come any closer." Li Bai's anguished cries echoed repeatedly, while Xingtian and the others could only perceive flickering flames, with nothing else discernible. At this moment, Xingtian finally grasped the situation, yet the chaos obscured his view of the battle, prompting him to shout, "Master, I cannot see." Su Xian and Su Tong felt a sense of embarrassment. How could this child speak so naively? Was a battle of tidal Douluo caliber something they could merely observe? Boom. As soon as Xingtian finished shouting, Li Bai plummeted from the heavens, landing face first upon the ground. "Goodness, this dinosaur has gone mad," he exclaimed as he rose from the earth, wiping the dirt from his face with a scornful remark. "Vice Deanly, are you all right?" Xingtian inquired from a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Li Bai immediately placed his hands behind his back and replied coolly, "Your master's little tricks are merely a tickle to me. What could possibly be the matter?" "Oh, what is that burning smell?" "Vice Deanly, it appears your clothing is on fire." Shuyao could not help but interject. "What?" Li Bai turned his gaze to his attire, only to find the hem of his white robe ablaze, prompting him to swiftly extinguish the flames. After doing so, he glared at the sky and furiously declared, "Blood Dance, how dare you set fire to the garment that Ali crafted for me? It's merely a dress made by a vixen. Look at how precious you seem." Blood Dance scoffed. "Say that again if you dare." Li Bai's expression darkened as he glared at Blood Dance, who, sensing the shift in his demeanor, coldly articulated, "I said it's merely a dress made by a vixen. Look at how precious you seem. Draw your sword." Li Bai bellowed, and a white sword descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of phoenix song. Hearing the melodious cry of the phoenix, Xingtian noticed the fleeting glimmer of the phoenix martial soul before it vanished, seemingly unamused. Chapter 16, The Battle of Douluo. Li Bai soared into the heavens, his sword swirling around him. This sword, his martial soul, was the Azure Lotus Sword. Ascending into the skies, he created a sonic boom as he surpassed the height of Blood Dance. Utilizing his fifth soul skill, the Void Sword Array, he spread his arms wide, tearing open innumerable rifts in the void behind him, enveloping the entire sky. From each rift, sword tips emerged slowly, glistening with deadly intent, as if poised to obliterate all below. Li Bai, atop the sword array, appeared as a divine being surveying the world. Shuyao and Su Xian, the siblings, dared not gaze upon this scene. The intense proximity of the battle rendered them unable to bear witness. As for Xingtian, his dual-colored eyes, one red and the other purple, shone with intensity as he observed the unfolding events. "Go." Li Bai uttered a single word, and the swords in the void cascaded down like torrential raindrops. Blood Dance narrowed her beautiful eyes, conjuring a bud of a flower behind her. With a step forward, the flower burst into a resplendent crimson lotus. Her martial soul, the Blood Lotus. As the Blood Lotus emerged, the moon in the night sky eerily turned crimson. Her jade foot, adorned with crystal shoes, stepped forward, causing a small lotus to bloom with each stride, each step birthing a lotus. Confronted with the sword array raining down like droplets, Blood Dance raised her right hand, palm outward, as a massive lotus shield materialized before her, emanating fierce flames. The sword struck the lotus, instantly transforming into wisps of smoke. At that moment, Li Bai treaded upon the empty air, the swords levitating around him. Blood Dance waved her hand, causing the lotus before her to dissipate, and she surged upward with a fan in hand. Their clash ignited a series of breathtaking explosions in the sky. The passengers on the soul-guided train marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming in astonishment. When the shockwaves reached the train, cries for help erupted. Su Ting, having regained his composure amidst the turmoil, turned to Su Xian and said, "Sister, go calm the passengers. I will intervene." "Brother." Su Xian grasped his arm. "This is a battle of tidal Douluo level. What can you do?" With a resigned tone, Su Ting replied, "I am not going to fight. I'm merely attempting to mediate." "Then hurry. If this escalates to the ground, this entire area will be obliterated." Su Ting nodded and promptly boarded his mecha, commanding the other three pilots, "You three protect the passengers on the soul-guided train. I will mediate." "Understood." The three mechas surged towards the train, while Su Ting soared into the sky. "General, there is another tidal Douluo. Please, cease fighting." Su Ting pleaded from a distance. Yet, would Blood Dance and Li Bai heed him? Certainly not. Their battle nearly sent shockwaves crashing into Su Ting's mecha, and had he not fled swiftly, he would have been overwhelmed by the aftermath of their conflict. However, amidst their fierce struggle, they overlooked one individual, Old One and Old Five. At this moment, Old One crawled over to Old Five and roused him, leaning against a nearby structure. From his pocket, Old One retrieved a crumpled cigarette, lit it from a nearby flame. and took a deep drag, exhaling clouds of smoke. Old Five, you must flee. I will detonate the explosives to buy you time, he said, gazing at Old Five, who sat up in a daze. Old Five, bewildered by his leader's words, stammered, but what about you, Old One? Do not concern yourself with me, just run. But before Old Five could finish, Old One barked, I told you to run. Why all this chatter? Do you wish for us all to perish? Tears welled in Old Five's eyes. He cast a lingering glance at Old One before turning to flee, while Old One's gaze shifted to his empty right foot, revealing the reason he could not leave with Old Five. Sighing, Old One looked up at the indistinct battle above, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Those of such stature would never face condemnation for their actions, whereas we, the downtrodden, merely strive to survive. With that thought, he finished his cigarette and discarded it to the ground. Hey, have you all forgotten about me? Old One shouted toward Xingtian. Xingtian turned his head sharply upon noticing the switch clasped in the hands of his superior. His gaze hardened in an instant. No, he shouted. He dashed forward. But just as he was about to make contact, his superior pressed the button without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he braced himself. Boom. The explosion erupted violently in the compartment where his superior was situated. The fierce battle between Tian Kong and Li Bai momentarily ceased as their eyes were drawn to the fiery chaos. Save them first, Li Bai exclaimed. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the front of the carriage. With arms outstretched, he enveloped the compartment in his sole force, containing the explosion's wrath. Blood Dance rushed into the fiery wreckage, and when she emerged, she held Gao Kai in her left hand and cradled Xingtian in her right. Seeing Blood Dance bring Xingtian to safety, Li Bai hurled the entire carriage into the sky, where it detonated spectacularly against the backdrop of the night. In the distance, Lao Wu gazed at the explosion with tears brimming in his eyes as he sprinted into the darkness. Cough, cough. Xingtian coughed violently. At the moment of the explosion, he had seen Gao Kai rush inside, but the speed of the blast was too swift. Just as he grasped Gao Kai, the shockwave hit them. Fortunately, Shuyao arrived just in time. Master, Xingtian called out. Shuyao nodded and inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine, Xingtian replied, standing up. Well then, let us return to the academy. It is already quite late, Shuyao stated, turning to Li Bai and adding, We will settle things when we get back. Li Bai's expression darkened. Still fighting? It's impossible to go all out against our own. Xingtian listened to the dialogue between the two and, with a hint of resignation, said, Master, Vice President Li, perhaps it would be best if you both refrained from fighting. Li Bai immediately echoed Xingtian's sentiment, stating, I believe it's wise to heed the opinions of the young. He added, This matter concerns the two of you and has nothing to do with Xiaotian. As your master, it would not harm you to occasionally listen to your disciple, so let us consider this matter settled. At that moment, Li Bai turned his gaze towards Xingtian and said, Look how irritable your master is. I believe you should acknowledge me as your mentor instead. My abilities surpass hers. And you would undoubtedly learn more from me. Li Bai, are you still intent on fighting? Li Bai merely scoffed, producing a miniature wooden sword, which he tossed to Xingtian. If you encounter any perilous situations, shatter it, and I will come to your aid. With that, Li Bai turned and vanished from sight. Shuyao glanced at the small sword Li Bai had given to Xingtian, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 17. Deity Su Tung breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Bai depart. He now needed to reassure the others aboard the soul-guided train. As for Xingtian and the rest, he decided it was best to steer clear of them, as they were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Xingtian was attempting to rouse Gao Kai, who was an invaluable ally he could not afford to lose. He patted Gao Kai's face and retrieved a bottle of water from the soul-guided storage device, taking a sip before splashing it onto Gao Kai's face. Gao Kai jolted awake, exclaiming, please don't kill me. Uncle, do not panic. You are safe now, Xingtian quickly reassured him. Gao Kai blinked in confusion, taking in the sight of Xingtian and several unfamiliar women, realizing that the bandits were nowhere to be seen, which allowed him to exhale in relief. However, he could not help but ask, Little brother, are we safe now? Yes, Xingtian confirmed, his gaze upon Gao Kai akin to that of a predator eyeing a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Yet, Gao Kai remained oblivious to the predatory glint in his eyes and instead expressed his gratitude towards Xingtian. By the way, Gao Kai suddenly smacked his forehead. Xingtian thought he was recalling the matter of compensation for his rescue, but to his surprise, Gao Kai asked, Little brother, may I borrow your soul-guided phone? Mine was damaged by the bandits. Xingtian did not refuse and willingly lent his soul-guided phone to Gao Kai, although he couldn't help but wonder if this fellow intended to shirk his financial obligations. Unbeknownst to Gao Kai, who was preoccupied with dialing, he was taken aback after entering a few digits. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xingtian's phone contained his son's number. Little brother, do you know my son? Your son? Which one? Xingtian replied, utterly bewildered. Gao Kai promptly turned the screen of the soul-guided phone towards Xingtian, pointing at the number displayed. Look. This number belongs to my son. Xingtian gazed at the screen, where the name Gao Dalong was prominently displayed. He cast a fleeting glance at Gao Kai, who was similarly corpulent and bore a striking resemblance to Gao Dalong. To his astonishment, Gao Dalong was quite affluent. It turned out he had a wealthy father. Coughing lightly, he realized it was Uncle Gao. I met Dalong at the beginning of the school year and had no idea he was your son, Xingtian chuckled. Though inwardly he lamented, had he known, he would have refrained from discussing finances. Given the current predicament, how could he possibly take advantage of him? Not to worry. Now we are acquainted, Gao Kai replied with a beaming smile. That rascal Dalong, he never mentioned what kind of friend he had. By the way, what brings you aboard this train? I had an urgent matter to attend to in Shrek City and was on my way back when I encountered this situation. Xingtian sighed. Gao Kai echoed his sigh, but suddenly a thought struck him. He had dispatched someone with money and cursed himself for it. He swiftly dialed a soul communicator, which connected promptly. Ma Yun, has Ma Teng delivered the money? He thundered. Boss, not yet, but rest assured, it will arrive shortly. Ma Yun responded, drenched in perspiration. Gao Kai exhaled a sigh of relief. I am safe now, have Ma Teng return at once. He concluded the call and immediately rang his son. Dalong, my dear boy. Oh, rest assured, Dad is fine. Xingtian observed the towering Gao Dalong as he conversed on the phone, then shook his head and approached Shui Wu. Master, when shall we return to Shrek? We shall return at once, Shui Wu replied, grasping Xingtian and Shuyao, and they vanished from the spot. After finishing his call, Gao Kai noticed that Xingtian and the others had disappeared, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. However, upon seeing Su Xian nearby, diligently calming the passengers, he relaxed once more. He approached Su Xian and inquired, Young lady, where has that young fellow gone? Young fellow? Su Xian appeared momentarily perplexed, but soon realized. You must be referring to Xingtian. He should have been taken away by his master. His master? Indeed. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she continued. His master is the legendary fire dance, who once commanded great respect. I cannot believe I have encountered the real person today. How thrilling. Gao Kai, witnessing Su Xian's adoration, could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, upon hearing the name of fire dance, he gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Shui Wu had successfully returned with Xingtian and Shuyao. As Xingtian descended to the ground, he was utterly astonished. This speed surpassed even that of Snow Ant. Recalling the battle between his master and Vice Dean Li, he began to grasp the terrifying nature of a title Douluo, yet unbeknownst to him. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, Blood Dance cast a sidelong glance at Xingtian and inquired. You should now comprehend the dread of a title Douluo, correct? Indeed. Xingtian nodded, while Shuyao beside him remained silent, listening intently. What is your assessment of the title Douluo? Powerful indeed. Suddenly, Blood Dance halted her steps and inquired again. Are you aware of the rank of title Douluo that both Vice Dean Li and I hold? Xingtian shook his head, gazing at his master, awaiting an explanation. Blood Dance continued to stride forward, with Xingtian and Shuyao trailing behind. I am a super Douluo of the 97th rank. As for Vice Dean Li, he is a limit Douluo of the 99th rank, merely a step away from divinity. Divine. Upon hearing this term, Xingtian felt an inexplicable tremor within, though this sensation swiftly dissipated, transforming instead into a surge of anger, leaving him bewildered by this irrational emotion. Blood Dance continued to elucidate. The disparity in ranks among the Douluo is profoundly significant. In truth, I am unable to contend with Vice Dean Li, and my motivations for engaging him stem solely from a sense of aversion. Xingtian and Shuyao exchanged a glance, finding the explanation utterly irrefutable. Master, you mentioned that Vice President Li stands merely a step away from divinity, yet why has he yet to cross that threshold? Blood Dance paused once more, raising her gaze to the full moon in the sky, and sighed. Becoming a deity is no simple endeavor. First, one must be chosen by a god to inherit their divinity. However, the realm of gods in Douluo continent has long since vanished, and no deities shall manifest again. The realm of gods? Xingtian found himself inexplicably envisioning a resplendent palace nestled among the clouds. The details of this ethereal structure eluded him, and despite his earnest attempts to discern its form, clarity remained just out of reach. He ultimately chose to cease his efforts. What manner of place is the divine realm? He inquired. Shui Wu shook her head and replied, only the gods possess knowledge of what the divine realm truly is. We remain in ignorance. Xingtian, feeling a sense of relief, was suddenly reminded of that magnificent palace. What could it possibly be? Shui Wu glanced at Xingtian, noticing the contemplative expression on his face. With a gentle smile, she remarked, do not dwell on it. The divine realm can only be accessed by those who have attained godhood. Focus on your cultivation now. And in the future, as a deity, you can take your master along to broaden your horizons. Xingtian listened intently to Shui Wu's words, nodding thoughtfully. Rest assured, master, I shall diligently cultivate to attain divinity, and when the time comes, I will take you to the realm of the gods. Then I shall await that day, Shui Wu replied, adding, it is getting late. You two should retire for the night. With that, Shui Wu vanished before their eyes. Chapter 18, Class Division on the following morning. Xingtian opened his eyes to find Shuyao, resembling an octopus, clinging to him. A look of helplessness crossed his face. To his surprise, Shuyao had crossed the boundary they had established the previous night. He gently patted her cheek. Do not be troublesome, Shuyao murmured, swatting his hand away, leaving Xingtian feeling even more exasperated. If this trend continued, the situation would become quite dire. Yao Yao, your mother is here, Xingtian warned. Upon hearing that her mother had arrived, Shuyao immediately regained her senses, releasing her grip, sitting upright, and exclaimed, Mom, I didn't do anything. Seeing Shuyao's flustered expression, Xingtian could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Upon hearing his laughter and glancing around the dormitory, Shuyao feigned anger and exclaimed, Brother Xingtian, you are deceiving me. Xingtian shrugged and remarked, Who told you to cling to me like an octopus? I believe we ought to remove this large bed and replace it with 2 smaller ones. Absolutely not. Shuyao interjected decisively. Why not? It's not beneficial for you to hold on to me like this all the time. Stop. Let's not discuss this matter any further. Shuyao promptly interrupted Xingtian. I'm going to freshen up. You prepare breakfast. We don't have a kitchen, Xingtian replied. Oh dear, Shuyao knelt down, grasping Xingtian's hand in a playful manner. Then you should go buy something. I'm hungry. Xingtian, unable to resist the charms of Shuyao's playful coaxing, nodded in agreement, saying, All right. I shall go and purchase it. Make haste. I shall change my clothes in the meantime. Upon hearing Shuyao's words, Xingtian became aware that she was clad in a pink, low-cut nightgown, a fleeting glance revealing the delicate pink straps beneath. One should not indulge in inappropriate gazes. He silently reminded himself, diverting his attention. Shuyao, of course, noticed Xingtian's gaze. Her face flushed slightly, yet she chose to remain silent. For reasons unknown. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat peculiar. Allow me to fetch you breakfast, he offered. Xingtian promptly donned his attire and exited the room. The moment he departed, Shuyao turned her gaze towards her rabbit, perplexed, and mused. Why didn't brother Xingtian maintain his gaze? Could it be that I am too diminutive? As she spoke, she playfully adjusted her clothing, convinced of her own ample stature. With lingering curiosity, she entered the bathroom with a set of garments, and after changing, she commenced her morning ablutions. Upon returning from her morning meal, Xingtian found that she had yet to complete her morning ablutions, which left her feeling somewhat exasperated. Though it was a rather customary occurrence. Typically, Snowyao would not emerge in less than half an hour. Brother Xingtian, I am ready now. You may go wash up, she announced as she stepped out of the bathroom. Today, she adorned herself in a low-cut, knee-length skirt, complemented by knee-high white stockings and a pair of pristine white shoes. Upon seeing this, Xingtian cast a fleeting glance at Shuyao's chest, inexplicably noticing that it appeared somewhat fuller. Pondering this, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Shuyao, reflecting on Xingtian's earlier gaze, felt a surge of joy within. Just then, her phone rang. Hello? Sister Yao Yao, is the elder brother with you? It was Gao Dalong's voice. He's in the bathroom. What is the matter? Shuyao inquired. Gao Dalong fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. Are you two living together? Shuyao rolled her eyes and replied. Is that why you called me? No. I mainly wanted to ask if you're free today. I'd like to treat you both to dinner, and my father will also be joining us. As Gao Dalong spoke, his tone grew increasingly animated. Sister Yao Yao, I truly appreciate you and the elder brother for saving my father. If anything had happened to him, I wouldn't know how to cope. Dalong, it was merely a coincidence that we encountered your father. There's no need for a dinner invitation. Unthinkable. This is non-negotiable. Gao Dalong insisted resolutely. Shuyao, who is it? Xingtian's head emerged from the bathroom. Upon hearing Xingtian's voice, Gao Dalong exclaimed, Elder brother. It's me. Why does the voice on the phone sound like Dalong's? Xingtian queried, puzzled. Yes, it's him. He wants to treat us to dinner, Shuyao clarified. Dinner, you say? Xingtian pondered briefly before nodding, then agreed to it. Seeing that Xingtian had acquiesced, Shuyao felt it appropriate to comply as well. All right, call us tonight. Sure, Gao Dalong nodded, but quickly added, no need to call. We are in the same class. After class, we can head there directly. In the same class? Shuyao paused, realizing they were unaware of the class arrangements. Oh, I forgot you and the elder brother didn't know about the class assignments. Where are you? I'll come find you now. Hearing Gao Dalong's suggestion, Shuyao relayed their address to him. All right, I'll be there shortly. With that, Gao Dalong ended the call. At that moment, Xingtian had also finished his grooming and stepped outside. He inquired, what did Dalong say? He mentioned that we have already been assigned to our respective classes and that we are still in the same class as him. Assigned to classes? Xingtian scratched his head, feeling quite unfamiliar with the school on his first day, and Snow Yao shared the same sentiment. Yao Yao, did you inquire about our classroom's location? Snow Yao shook her head and replied, Dalong has arrived. He will guide us to our classroom. That's good, Xingtian said. And soon after, he and Snow Yao began to have breakfast. However, for Xingtian, this meal was hardly substantial, providing insufficient energy for his needs. Suddenly, the phone rang again, and this time Xingtian answered. Sister Yao Yao, I have reached the dormitory. Which room are you staying in? Came the voice of the tall Dalong. Xingtian replied, Please wait a moment. I am about to join Yao Yao. It is elder brother. I thought it was Sister Yao Yao, came the awkward laughter of Gao Dalong. No worries, just wait downstairs for a while. We shall be down shortly. Xingtian hung up the phone, tidied up the room, and then walked out with Shuyao. As they approached the corridor, They spotted the towering figure of Gao Dalong and made their way downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom, Gao Dalong lunged at them, but fortunately, Xingtian extended his right hand to block him. Dalong, what are you doing? Xingtian inquired with a furrowed brow, still feeling a sense of distaste towards Gao Dalong's corpulent form. Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days and wanted to give you a hug. Gao Dalong chuckled. As Xingtian listened to his words, goosebumps instantly rose on his skin, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Enough of this nonsense. Take us to the classroom. I've never been there before, and I am rather curious. What is there to be curious about in a classroom? Gao Dalong muttered under his breath, addressing Xingtian and Shuyao. Let me inform you about the people in our class. There are a total of 10 individuals. A rather pitiful number. With you and Sister Yao, that makes 2, plus myself, 3. Then there are Shui Lin, Tong Shi, and Gu Ce, which accounts for 7 people. The remaining 3 are 3 girls. Chapter 19. The 7 Shrek monsters Xingtian and Shuyao were somewhat taken aback. The temporary team they had just formed was indeed present, particularly Shuyao, who felt an overwhelming sense of urgency upon discovering that there were still 3 girls in the class. Boss, have you all eaten? Gao Dalong suddenly inquired. We have, came the reply. Then let us proceed directly to the classroom, Gao Dalong suggested, leading Xingtian and the others towards the academic area. Along the way, he remarked, Bro, you all are quite impressive. The term has barely begun, and yet you haven't attended class. Our homeroom teacher was furious at first, but after a single phone call, her mood shifted entirely. Upon hearing Gao Dalong's words, Xingtian had a faint inkling that it was the doing of his master. Soon, they arrived at the teaching area, which was quite expansive, comprising various sections such as control, offensive, culinary, and support. Under Gao Dalong's guidance, they entered the classroom. The room was rather spacious, yet it contained only 10 seats, and at that moment, it was utterly devoid of students. Glancing at the time, he noted it was merely around 7 o'clock, which explained the absence of anyone. Boss, I wish to discuss something with you, Gao Dalong said, settling into his seat with an air of mystery. Do you know why there are so few people in this class? Xingtian shook his head. Had he known, he would not have listened to Gao Dalong's incessant chatter here. Are you familiar with the Shrek 7 monsters? Yes, I am. Xingtian had encountered tales of the Shrek 7 devils in literature, each generation of these illustrious figures representing the pinnacle of excellence on the continent. Particularly, the inaugural Shrek 7 devils, led by the legendary Tang San, became deities in their own right. As for the Tang sect, it has now been integrated into Shrek Academy. Yet Xingtian had never caught a glimpse of its presence, leaving him devoid of any opportunity to explore it. Jade Along continued, explaining that the class was structured to include 10 individuals primarily to discern 7 outstanding candidates, while the remaining 3 would be eliminated from the class. Ultimately, the selected 7 would participate as a team in the Academy's competition for the title of Shrek 7 Devils, with the victorious team being bestowed this prestigious designation. Fatty, if there are 3 eliminations, you are surely among them, teased Dong Shuiye. Jade Along rolled his eyes. Since becoming acquainted with Dong Shuiye, he had discovered that beneath the icy exterior lay a warm heart, albeit one that struggled with social interactions. The more he got to know him, the more he realized how acerbic his remarks could be. Shuiye, it is you who shall be eliminated, Jade Along retorted. Dong Shuiye refrained from further banter with Jade Along and greeted Xingtian instead. It seems we are quite fated, having been assigned to the same class. Indeed. It is quite a stroke of fate, Xingtian replied. It appears our destinies intertwine as well, chimed in Tong Shi, accompanied by the 2 girls, Gu Ce and Lin Mo. Xingtian looked at them, smiling and nodding, particularly at Lin Mo, whom he greeted with a cheerful, good morning, little sister. Upon hearing his address, Lin Mo's expression soured slightly, yet she managed to respond with, good morning, big brother. Xingtian acknowledged her, then glanced at the 5 of them. A laugh escaping his lips, who would have thought that our hastily assembled team would be assigned to the same class. To celebrate, I shall treat tonight, and Dalong will foot the bill. Dalong, hearing Xingtian's words, felt a sense of resignation but did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and said, all right. Big brother treats, I'll pay. Upon hearing this, Gu Ce immediately raised her tiny fist in exuberance, exclaiming, wow, long live the celebration. However, the others did not join in, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Upon witnessing this, Xingtian raised his hand and exclaimed, long live the celebration. The others exchanged glances and joined in with laughter, echoing, long live the celebration. This spirited camaraderie seemed to draw the 7 of them closer together. Just as they were engaged in their cheerful conversation, 3 girls entered the room. Each girl possessed her own charm, with the 2 trailing behind being quite attractive. However, their radiance was eclipsed by the girl leading the way. The foremost girl was a tall and statuesque young woman, with a captivating figure that could be described as a formidable allure. She was undeniably alluring, with a delicate nose, seductive red lips, enchanting eyes, and enviable golden waves cascading down her back. Her striking blue irises, combined with her figure, drew the attention of most men. In comparison to her, Shuyao appeared as a pure white lotus, untouched by the mire, untainted by the waters. In contrast, this girl was akin to a fiery red rose, sensual, yet armed with thorns that deterred closeness. Dong Shuiye and Gao Dalong gazed at the girl, their eyes sparkling, especially Gao Dalong, whose heart raced with excitement. His eyes glinting with a greenish hue. Internally, he fervently wished, "Heaven, grant me the emotional intelligence of a true romantic." As for Dong Shuiye, Tongxi, upon noticing his gaze, let out a soft huff and approached him, sharply stepping on his foot with her high-heeled shoe. Ouch! Dong Shuiye internally lamented. Yet he maintained an air of calmness, smiling as he shifted his gaze to Tongxi, seemingly inquiring as to the reason behind her actions. Tongxi offered no explanation, turning away to stand beside him. The leading girl observed Dong Shuiye's reaction to Tongxi's footfalls, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. This smile revealed charming dimples, captivating Dong Shuiye and Gao Dalong, who found themselves momentarily entranced. The girl's gaze abruptly shifted towards Xingtian, prompting an immediate alertness from Shuyao. Her large eyes fixated on the girl, seemingly asserting dominance. Yet, the girl disregarded Shuyao's silent challenge and approached Xingtian, extending her pristine hand. "Hello. My name is Shuiye. May I befriend you?" Shuiye's voice was sweet, rendering one's bones pleasantly weak. Before Xingtian could respond, Shuyao firmly grasped Shuiye's hand and declared, "I'm sorry, but let us first establish camaraderie as classmates." Shuiye, undeterred, inquired, "I addressed this young gentleman. Why do you answer for him?" As she spoke, her grip tightened, and Shuyao responded in kind, refusing to yield. "My words represent his sentiments, do they not, brother Xingtian?" Shuyao turned to Xingtian, her face adorned with a beaming smile, which left him feeling inexplicably flustered. "Why yes," Xingtian stammered in affirmation. Shuyao then turned back to Shuiye, her expression tinged with provocation, stating, "You heard that, did you not? In that case, we shall commence as classmates, but may I request that you release my hand now?" Shuiye replied, "You first." With a smile, Shuyao insisted, "All right." Shuiye relinquished her grip, and Shuyao followed suit. Nearby, Gusi whispered, "Mo. Did you see the fire?" Lin Mo nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it was quite grand." "Enough of that. Which team are you on?" Tongxi leaned in, asking. Gusi and Lin Mo exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Yao." Chapter 20. Physical training. The other two girls introduced themselves as well. One, with a butterfly tattoo near her right eye, was named Xiang Ai. The other girl, though passably attractive, appeared rather ordinary among the group. Her name was Chongjing. With introductions complete, the lessons soon commenced. They found their seats, with Xingtian and Shuyao occupying the front row by the door, as it was a double seat. Shuiye could not sit beside Xingtian and instead took a seat behind him, accompanied by Tongxi. The 10 students were arranged in 2 rows, with Dong Shuiye and Gao Dalong seated at the back of Xingtian's row, while Gusi and Lin Mo occupied the left row beside him, with Xiang Yuan and Chongjing seated behind them. Shortly, the sound of high heels echoed through the classroom, drawing the attention of Dong Shuiye and Gao Dalong towards the door. "If you dare look, I will have your eyes," Tongxi warned Dong Shuiye, who bristled at her remark. "My gaze is my right," he retorted angrily. "Humph, who told you to treat me that way on the cliff? You owe me. Henceforth, you belong to me. What on earth did I do to deserve that?" Dong Shuiye mentally shouted, though his eyes mischievously darted. And he leaned in to whisper to Tongxi, "Are you confessing your feelings to me?" Tongxi did not respond, but the flush creeping onto her cheeks betrayed her. "Shuilin, you're impressive," Gao Dalong whispered, giving him a thumbs up. Dong Shuiye ignored Gao Dalong, his gaze fixed on Tongxi with a smile. Before long, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door. The owner of this figure was a beautiful woman with flowing blue hair and a delicate oval face, adorned with golden-rimmed round glasses. She wore a blue office uniform that accentuated her curvaceous form. Cradling 2 books in her hands, she approached the podium, placing them down, and adjusted her glasses with elegant fingers. Her demeanor was notably aloof, and as she surveyed the students, a chill ran through them all. Her gaze settled on Xingtian and Shuyao, her penetrating stare causing both to feel a twinge of guilt. Is this the infamous gaze of a homeroom teacher? Quite intimidating, Xingtian mused internally. Her lips parted slightly, and a cold voice emerged. "So, you two are Xingtian and Shuyao?" "Yes," Xingtian replied. "I am Xingtian, and she is Shuyao." The woman nodded lightly and introduced herself. "You may not yet know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bing Ling, your homeroom teacher for the foreseeable future. Here's my contact number. Note it down, and feel free to reach out if needed." As she spoke, Bing Ling wrote her contact number on the blackboard. Just as Xingtian prepared to take note, he realized his phone was missing. "Crap. I forgot my phone is with Dalong's dad. I'll just remember it for now. You can retrieve it tonight," Shuyao noted as she jotted down Bing Ling's number. Once Bing Ling finished, she turned her attention back to Xingtian and Shuyao, asking, "Have you two taken note?" Xingtian and Shuyao nodded in agreement. But Bing Ling's next statement left them utterly bewildered. "Since you have memorized it, proceed to the playground and run 100 laps." Xingtian and Shuyao were taken aback. "Teacher, why is that?" Xingtian inquired. Bing Ling cast him a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "You shall run 150 laps." Xingtian, feeling a surge of frustration, felt as if he were bleeding internally when he noticed Shuyao attempting to retort. Swiftly, he reached out to halt her and implored, Teacher, we are unfamiliar with the location of the playground. Could we perhaps have someone guide us? What a foolish creature, relying on others for such trivial matters. Will I need to send you to a specific location on the battlefield and arrange for someone to escort you? The sharpness of Ice Spirit's double strike rendered Xingtian speechless. With a resigned expression, he led Shuyao out of the classroom in search of the playground. Not long after Xingtian and Shuyao departed, Bingling addressed the remaining students in the classroom. Today marks the commencement of our first lesson, physical training. You are to run 50 laps around the field, while that portly fellow will complete 100. Just as Gao Dalong was about to inquire about the rationale behind this, he recalled Xingtian's fate, and the words evaporated from his lips. In order to fulfill the task assigned by our instructor, I shall exert every effort, he proclaimed. Before hastily exiting the classroom, sprinting towards the field, tears streaming down his face. Given his corpulent physique, it was utterly implausible for him to complete 100 laps. After considerable time, Xingtian and Shuyao finally located the athletic field, a vast expanse they had previously visited for assembly before assessments. Though they were uncertain of the route from the educational zone, at this moment, the sun had just begun its ascent, casting a gentle warmth. And the field was devoid of any presence. As they surveyed the track, they estimated that one lap spanned approximately 3 kilometers. Thus, 100 laps would amount to 300 kilometers, while Xingtian's daunting task of 150 laps equated to 450 kilometers. Good heavens! I cannot fathom how long this would take, Xingtian lamented, gazing at the track. Brother Xingtian, how about we forego the run? After all, there is no one to supervise us, Shuyao proposed. Xingtian gently tapped her forehead with his index finger and remarked, have you considered where we are? This is Shrek Academy. The teachers allowed us to roam freely here, undoubtedly confident that we would not succumb to laziness. Shuyao playfully stuck out her tongue. Xingtian shook his head and began to run across the playground, prompting Shuyao to follow suit immediately. Gao Dalong and the others arrived at the playground. And upon witnessing Xingtian and Shuyao running under the sun, they realized they could not escape this predicament. Bingling sauntered over. And upon seeing the group still standing there, she admonished, what are you all doing just standing there? Hurry up and start running. The lesson will only conclude once you finish your laps. Upon hearing Bingling's words, everyone rushed onto the playground and commenced their run. Just as Xingtian and Shuyao completed a lap, they noticed the others and inquired with confusion, why are you all running too? It's physical training today. We are required to run 50 laps, while that guy, Dalong, has to run 100, Dong Xuelin explained. Xuelin, spare us your commentary. Gao Dalong grimaced, lamenting, I thought our teacher would be gentle and caring because she looks so beautiful, but I was mistaken. She's a real taskmaster. What a torment. Hey, keep your voice down, or the teacher might make us run 200 laps, Dong Xuelin cautioned. Gao Dalong immediately covered his mouth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, 200 laps, he might as well prepare for his own funeral. Half an hour later, Xingtian had already completed 30 laps, while the others had only managed 20. As for Gao Dalong, he had run a mere 19 laps. I can't go on any longer. Have I become thin? I can hardly feel my excess flesh anymore. Gao Dalong, with his eyes shut, swayed from side to side as he continued his forward motion, dripping with sweat. Xingtian passed by Gao Dalong and reassured him, don't worry, your extra weight is still there. Hurry up and run. With a pained expression, Gao Dalong trudged ahead. Today, there was an outing planned to observe penguins. He had heard rumors of someone harming them, and he felt compelled to see for himself. Hence, he purchased tickets this morning, estimating his return in a few days. During these pandemic times, I wish everyone good health. Chapter 21. The vigor of Xingtian. The scorching midday sun bore down upon the playground, where Xingtian and the others were drenched in sweat. Tongxi and Gusi had reached their limits, exhausted and seated on the ground. Upon seeing Tongxi collapse, Dong Xuelin rushed to her side, urging, don't stop. I can't go on. I truly can't run anymore. Tongxi replied, shaking her head. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and her lips were parched and cracked. Dong Xuelin gritted his teeth and called out to Bingling in the stands, Teacher, does it count if I carry them while running? It does. But you must consider that carrying her will be significantly more challenging. Bingling responded before she could finish her sentence. Dong Xuelin promptly lifted Tong Xi onto his back. Just as he was about to assist Gusi, Xingtian, who had caught up from behind, exclaimed, I'll carry her. You focus on getting Tong Xi to the finish. Without hesitation, he hoisted Gusi onto his back. Yao, can you hold on? Xingtian glanced at the ever-present Shuyao by his side. Shuyao nodded, indicating her readiness. All right. Then you proceed at your own pace. I'll take C and finish first. If you find it too strenuous, just wait for me. As Xingtian finished speaking, he dashed forth like the wind, swiftly surpassing Dong Xuelin in the blink of an eye. Gusi, listening to the rustling sounds of the breeze surrounding him, expressed his astonishment. Elder brother, aren't you exhausted from running so fast? Not at all, Xingtian replied casually, hold on tight, for I am about to accelerate. As Xiaotian's soul power erupted forth, he appeared on the playground like a fleeting shadow. The ice spirit in the stands expressed a look of astonishment. Xiaotian had completed over 60 laps, while the others had barely managed 30. Their soul power was nearly depleted, yet his reserves remained abundant. The ice spirit's gaze fixated on Xiaotian as he continued to circle the track, surpassing his peers lap after lap, his speed ever increasing, never once diminishing. All while carrying another person. Half an hour later, Xiaotian astonishingly finished alongside Gu Ziyi. Dong Shuilin, utterly exhausted, managed to complete the laps with Tong Shi. While the others gradually finished, the playground now held only the nearly lifeless Gao Dalong, alongside Xiaotian and Shuiyao. Yao. How many laps do you have left? Xingtian approached Shuiyao, gently wiping away a bead of sweat from his forehead. Having completed 60 laps, only 40 remained. Well then, I shall carry you, he offered. No need for that. You have already carried Ci for 20 laps. That must have tired you enough. Shuiye replied with a look of concern. It's all right. If I carry you and finish these laps, I can still manage another 20, he reassured her. As Xingtian spoke, he did not afford Shuiye the opportunity to retort, swiftly carrying her upon his back and dashing out. While running, his soul power was indeed depleting. However, the soul core within his dantian continuously generated soul power, which elucidated why he had yet to exhaust it completely. In the stands, a woman clad in white appeared, her slender waist twisting as she approached Bingling from behind, extending her fair arm to encircle Bingling's delicate waist. She pressed her crimson lips close to Bingling's ear, whispering, Ling Ling, are you teaching the students? Bingling shuddered slightly, a hint of crimson flushing her icy visage. Ali, why are you here? Her tone lacked the previous chill. Humph, Ali huffed, if you want to come to find me. Must I be forbidden from seeking you? That is not it. Li Bai, that fellow, do not mention him. I shall grow angry. Ali's face displayed irritation. Bingling turned to face Ali, her gaze piercing into her eyes. What happened? Did you two have another quarrel? No, Ali shook her head and explained. Last night, he actually went off to fight with that brainless woman, and he ruined the clothes I made for him. Just thinking about it makes me furious. How could someone of his strength allow his clothes to be torn? Is he doing it on purpose? Bingling fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 22, completion. Noting the troubled expression on Bingling's face, Ali immediately said, all right, I know you have a good relationship with him. But I truly cannot get along with her. You know well what she did back in the day. Bingling chose not to pursue the matter further, instead turning to inquire. What do you think of that boy? Which boy? That boy carrying a girl on his back. Ali glanced over and her eyes lit up upon seeing Xingtian. Oh, what a charming young lad you have taken as a student. What a pity. Bingling, exasperated by Ali's remarks, retorted, let us not indulge in trivialities. What do you truly think of him? Well, he is quite impressive, handsome, fit, though I wonder about his background. Should I inquire further? Oh, I forgot. You must have his information. Nonetheless, I could play the matchmaker for you. Ali, if you continue this way, I shall ignore you, Bingling scolded playfully. Oh dear. All right. I was merely jesting, Ali remarked, once again scrutinizing Xingtian, muttering, if only Li Bai possessed even half of his charm. Bingling remained speechless. Suddenly, Ali exclaimed, this young lad's soul power has not diminished despite the exertion. Rather, it remains stable. How peculiar. He has been running all morning. Yet his soul power remains consistent. I too find it odd. What? All morning? Ali's eyes widened in astonishment. This lad has quite the talent. What is his name? Xingtian. What? You mean to say he is Xingtian? Yes. Why? Oh dear. Ali placed a hand on her forehead, explaining. One reason Li Bai fought with that brainless woman yesterday was to claim him. Now that I see him, I understand why he was fought over. Though he appears to have already become her apprentice. Indeed, Bingling replied, he did not attend class on the first day because he was with that girl. I was quite upset, but later, Shuiwu called to clarify the situation and advised me to teach him well. Yes, he must be taught thoroughly. Although I am not on good terms with that woman, it is unjust to take out my frustrations on the child. Starting tomorrow, his training shall be doubled. What about tripled? Bingling regarded Ali with an odd expression. Are you sure that is not misdirecting your anger onto the child? Hey, what kind of look is that? I see potential in this boy, which is why I suggest such rigorous training, Ali defended herself. Very well, I understand, Bingling replied. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xingtian. With a cold smile, she declared, however, I shall arrange for him a special training regimen. Ali shivered involuntarily at Bingling's demeanor. An hour later, Xingtian completed his run with Shuiyao and was now pushing Gao Dalong as they sprinted across the field. Indeed, he was pushing. Xingtian stood behind Gao Dalong, propelling him forward with his right hand. Whenever Gao Dalong faltered, Xingtian would nudge him onward. Big brother. I can't go on. I'm going to die. Prepare my coffin. Stop making excuses. You only have 10 laps left to finish. Xingtian shouted. 10 more laps? Gao Dalong was utterly despondent, collapsing to the ground. He lamented, I can't do it anymore. I refuse to run. Xingtian gazed at the imposing Gao Dalong and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suddenly, a clever idea flickered in his mind, and he remarked, just imagine shedding all that excess weight. Think of the number of attractive girls you could captivate. How many? Gao Dalong inquired instinctively. Countless. For instance, the new classmates. They would surely be enamored by your transformation once you slim down. Brother, are you serious? Gao Dalong asked, disbelief etched on his face. More genuine than pure gold. However, the prerequisite is that you must lose weight. and given that you can hardly manage the last 10 laps of your 100, that seems a distant dream. Xingtian feigned a sigh, continuing, what is the point of discussing weight loss? The new classmates are observing. This certainly leaves a poor impression. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Gao Dalong sprang up in a flash, gritting his teeth as he forced his leaden legs to move forward. Xingtian smiled, realizing that Gao Dalong had truly lost his wits. On the playground, apart from Bingling, Shuiye, and Siliya, everyone else had departed, leaving no one else in their midst. Yet, he chose not to reveal this and continued to run alongside Gao Dalong. After more than an hour had passed, and with the afternoon drawing near, Gao Dalong finally completed his run, collapsing onto the ground. Xingtian had also finished, but he had only worked up a slight sweat. Brother Xingtian, classmate Xingtian, Shuiye, who had been waiting on the playground, rushed over with a towel and water. Meanwhile, Siliya, who had also been waiting, approached with a bowl of watermelon in hand. Shuiao furrowed her brows as she watched Siliya approach. Classmate Siliya, what are you doing? Isn't it quite obvious? Siliya glanced at the fruit in her hand and replied, I noticed that classmate Xingtian has been running alongside you and CE for quite some time, completing 150 laps. As a fellow classmate, I felt it was only right to show my concern, so I brought him some fruit. With that, she extended the bowl of watermelon towards Xingtian. Classmate Xingtian, please try this watermelon. I just bought it, and it has been chilled and cut into pieces. However, Xingtian declined, smiling at Siliya as he said, thank you very much for the fruit, classmate Siliya, but I do not require it. My apologies. He then turned to take a drink of water that Shuiye had handed him, followed by wiping his sweat with the towel. Shuiye felt quite pleased with Xingtian's response and cast a triumphant glance at Siliya, as if to say, after all, outsiders remain outsiders. Siliya did not take offense. Instead, she apologized to Xingtian, saying, I truly forgot that you shouldn't eat chilled fruit right after running. My oversight. Drinking water is indeed the right choice. Hey, classmate Siliya, if he is not eating it, then I will. Hand it over. Gao Dalong, panting heavily, stood up, although his unsteady legs raised concerns about him toppling over. Siliya offered no resistance, handing the watermelon to Gao Dalong, who eagerly began to eat. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Xingtian gazed at the towering Long, rendered speechless by his manner of eating. He then shifted his attention to the stands, where he spotted Bingling's figure and promptly inquired, Teacher, we have completed our run. Bingling nodded and replied, thus, today's lesson comes to an end. Be sure to rest well. With that, she turned and departed from the stands. Xingtian exhaled softly and said to Shuiye, let us return to the dormitory. Shuiye replied, wrapping her arm around Xingtian's as they made their way toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, Celia, who remained behind, listened to their conversation, her fists gently clenching. Returning to the dormitory? Have they started living together? Who can say for certain? However, I advise you to hasten, for this fragile vessel of yours cannot endure for long. A voice echoed in Celia's mind. She nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the towering dragon, a cold smile gracing her lips. Chapter 23. Overflowing soul power. The afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye, and night fell. At this moment, an extravagant, elongated soul-guiding carriage appeared before the gates of Shrek Academy. Xingtian and Shuiye donned a new set of garments upon their arrival here. Xingtian donned a pair of white trousers, complemented by a white t-shirt emblazoned with a prominent character Yao across the chest. On the right side of the back, a half-heart motif adorned the fabric. His footwear, also white, featured a half-heart design at the heel. Shuiye sported a single ponytail and wore a white skirt paired with a white t-shirt that showcased the character Tian on the front, while the left side of the back bore a half-heart pattern. Her legs were elegantly encased in white stockings, and she wore the same style of shoes as Xingtian. Together, the half-heart designs on their clothing and shoes formed a complete heart. Upon their arrival, a plump figure descended from a soul-guided vehicle. The rotund figure belonged to Gao Dalong, who approached Xingtian clad in a sleek black tailcoat. Xingtian and Shuiye couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Gao Dalong's attire. Xingtian chuckled, Dalong, given your size, is this outfit meant to be humorous? Sighing, Dalong replied, alas, my father insists that I dress formally, so here I am. As he surveyed the attire of the two, Dalong exclaimed, brother, sister Yao, your clothing is perpetually so flamboyant. Xingtian clarified, I am not particularly discerning when it comes to fashion. It is Yao who orchestrates my wardrobe. I simply don whatever she instructs. Listening to his words, Shuiye felt a surge of delight within her. Xingtian did not continue discussing the matter but inquired, has everyone arrived? It should be soon. Gao Dalong glanced at his watch, and indeed the time was drawing near. No sooner had he spoken than several familiar figures appeared at the school gate. Dong Xuelin, Tong Shi, Gu Si, and Lin Mo had arrived, accompanied by the three girls, Sai Liya, Xiang Yuan, and Chang Qing, all of whom were classmates and had been invited to tonight's celebration. Dong Xuelin was dressed casually in a black ensemble, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor. Though those familiar with him knew this was merely a fade. Tong Shi wore her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, donning a black slip dress adorned with lace at the hem, complemented by black stiletto heels that, while somewhat casual, radiated a unique sensuality. Her bare face, free of makeup, still possessed an innate beauty. Gu Si sported twin ponytails, each tied with blue bows, and was clad in a light blue Lolita dress. With blue and white striped sheer stockings and transparent blue cross-strap heels. Lin Mo wore a black t-shirt featuring a graphic of two colliding deer, paired with loose cargo pants and classic white dad shoes. Cai Liu was resplendent in a red evening gown, embodying the grace of a refined young lady. Xiang Yuan and Chongqing opted for simpler, casual attire. Upon spotting Xingtian and the others, they swiftly approached. Upon seeing Xingtian and Shuyao's outfits, Cai Liu clenched her fists discreetly. Everyone is here. Gao Dalong exclaimed with a smile. Come, let's get in the car. We are heading to the hotel. One by one, they boarded the vehicle, which boasted ample space with square seating arranged around a central table laden with fruits and beverages, providing plenty of room for all. Inside the car, the ride was smooth, accompanied by soothing music that created an atmosphere of leisure. Dalong, you truly are extravagant, Xingtian remarked. Relishing the comfort of the interior, Gao Dalong scratched the back of his head, responding, it's not that impressive. This car belongs to my father. We're just using it to pick us up. What exactly does your father do? Dong Shuilin asked curiously. Apart from Xingtian and Shuyao, the others also displayed curiosity. Such lavishness must indicate a wealthy background. You all know Gao Kai from the Star Luo Empire, right? He is my father, Gao Dalong revealed. The mention of the Star Luo Empire caused Gu Si and Lin Mo to exchange glances. They hailed from the Star Luo Empire as well. So your father is Gao Kai. That makes sense, Gu Si remarked. The others, though not from the Star Luo Empire, had certainly heard of Gao Kai's reputation. The foremost merchant and wealthiest individual in the Star Luo Empire. However, aside from Xiang Yuan and Chongqing, none of the others exhibited any emotional response toward Gao Dalong. Wealth was commonplace, after all. Xingtian weakly raised his hand. The vehicle swiftly arrived at a renowned hotel in Shrek City, known as the Daoxiang Hotel. The proprietor, whose surname is Zhou, possesses an enigmatic identity. There have been instances of disturbances within these walls, and the following day, the instigator met an untimely demise on the streets. The higher echelons of Shrek City remained reticent on the matter, merely stating that the streets had been cleared of refuse, with no further discourse. Henceforth, no one dared to cause a ruckus in this establishment. The Daoxiang Hotel boasts 10 stories, each floor offering distinct services. Xingtian and his companions alighted from the vehicle and made their way towards the Daoxiang Hotel, guided by an alluring waitress. They ascended to the private room on the second floor. The room was quite spacious, and within it sat a corpulent gentleman, his visage adorned with a simple, hearty smile reminiscent of Gao Dalong. Upon entering, Gao Dalong called out, Dad, we have arrived. The rotund figure of Gao Kai quivered slightly as he stood up, and the onlookers finally comprehended that Gao Dalong's stoutness was not his own fault. After rising, Gao Kai promptly approached Xingtian, his countenance beaming as he remarked, Xiaotian, it is a pleasure to see you again. You left in such haste last time that you forgot your spirit communicator. With that, he retrieved a spirit communicator from his pocket and handed it to Xingtian. Xingtian smiled as he accepted the gesture, saying, at that time, my master departed in haste and could not afford to wait. I am grateful for your trouble in delivering this. Oh, it is nothing, Gao Kai replied. Ever since he learned of Xingtian's master, he resolved to become better acquainted with him. He addressed the others, everyone, please take a seat. Waiter, you may bring out the dishes I ordered. Among the private room's attendants was a female server, who nodded in acknowledgement of Gao Kai's request before stepping out to relay the order. Xingtian took his seat, flanked on the right by Shuyao and on the left by Syria, with the two ladies gracefully enclosing him in their midst. Xingtian was rather puzzled as to why the Celia always clung to him. Before he could ponder further, Gao Kai's voice resonated. Dear friends, you are all Dalong's classmates, and I kindly ask you to take care of him. However, as an elder, I cannot arrive empty-handed. Butler, please distribute the red envelopes to the children. It was then that everyone noticed an elderly man in the corner, a balding figure with wisps of white hair encircling his head. In his hands, he held a substantial stack of red envelopes, which he placed before each individual. Observing the envelopes, the guests hesitated to accept them, exchanging glances until Xingtian finally spoke. Uncle Gao, this seems rather inappropriate. Gao Kai waved his hand dismissively and replied, there is nothing inappropriate about it. I may possess little, but wealth is one thing I have in abundance. If you refuse these red envelopes, I shall truly be at a loss as to what to offer you. Well then, thank you for your generous gesture, Uncle Gao, Xingtian said with a smile. The others quickly followed suit in expressing their gratitude. Soon, an array of delectable dishes graced the table, their enticing aromas prompting involuntary salivation, and the sight of the food elicited enthusiastic approval. However, as guests, they refrained from beginning their meal until the host did. Observing this, Gao Kai chuckled and said, children, why are you still dawdling? Please, dig in. Yes, do start eating. Dalong urged, and with that, he picked up his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. The girls ate with decorum, while the boys, particularly Xingtian, savored the feast with abandon. He had not had a proper meal in days, and was now feasting ravenously upon the scrumptious fare. Beside him, Shuyao continuously served him dishes. Yet she struggled to keep pace with his voracious appetite. Everyone watched in astonishment. Even Celia was taken aback. Having witnessed numerous grand occasions, Gao Kai quickly called out, "Waitstaff, please replenish every dish." Upon hearing Gao Kai's call, Xingtian paused, his mouth full of food. He raised his head, still chewing, and glanced at the crowd. With a loud gulp, he forcefully swallowed, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he said, "I apologize. I tend to have a hearty appetite and have not been fully satisfied lately." "It's quite all right," Gao Kai replied, gesturing dismissively. "Eat as much as you desire. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a true problem." "Indeed." Xingtian nodded emphatically, unleashing his foodie prowess as he devoured his meal with an insatiable appetite. His enjoyment was palpable, and the others, seemingly enchanted by his fervor, unconsciously quickened their own pace, with several girls indulging in additional servings. Yet, what astonished them further was the noticeable increase in the density of soul energy within the room. Following the source of this phenomenon, their gazes converged upon Xingtian. At that moment, he was voraciously consuming his food, and as he did, the core of his soul began to accelerate its operation, seemingly breaking down the energy from the food into pure soul power that invigorated him. However, the sheer abundance of energy led to an overflow of soul power, enriching the atmosphere of the room. The others, unaware of the underlying cause, were not deterred by this environment. They set aside their chopsticks and began to meditate. After more than an hour, Xingtian had consumed an entire table laden with 5 portions of food. Now, aside from Shuyao, Celia, Gao Dalong, and his father, the rest were engrossed in meditation. Gao Dalong, noticing that Xingtian had ceased eating, sparkled with curiosity. "Brother, pray tell, how is it that you indulge so much yet remain slender? What is your secret?" Hearing Gao Dalong's inquiry, Xingtian shook his head and replied, "No, I possess a naturally lean physique. However, it is evident that you do not share this trait." "Brother, your words strike a painful chord," he lamented, weeping softly. Xingtian was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Dong Xuelin and Tong Shi emerged from their meditative state. Noticing that Xingtian had ceased his consumption, he immediately inquired, "Xingtian, how is it that you exude such an abundance of soul energy?" His question prompted the others to recall the matter, and their gazes once again turned towards Xingtian. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly emitted an abundance of soul energy? However, upon a careful assessment of his surroundings, he discerned that the concentration of soul energy had indeed intensified considerably. Perhaps it was a result of overindulgence transforming into soul energy, which he had expelled without proper absorption. He casually explained, "Isn't that explanation rather forced? If so much soul energy has overflowed, how much have you actually absorbed?" "It seems implausible that your body could withstand it," Dong Xuelin remarked. "Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps this is merely the solitude that accompanies genius." Xingtian feigned a sense of lamentation. Seeing Xingtian's demeanor, Tong Shi teased, "Yao Yao, you should keep an eye on your brother Xingtian. His ego is soaring to celestial heights." Shuyao blinked her eyes twice and replied, "Brother Xingtian is already formidable. Could he possibly be mistaken in what he says?" Tong Shi sighed, clearly exasperated, as Shuyao had completely succumbed to her admiration. Chapter 24. The medicinal bath chamber. The group did not dwell excessively on the matter of Xingtian's overflowing soul energy. Each individual harbored their own secrets, and they too were no exception. After a few casual exchanges, Xingtian suddenly inquired of Gao Kai, "Uncle Gao, might you have any job recommendations for me? I wish to earn some money over the weekend." Gao Kai was somewhat surprised by Xingtian's request. He had assumed that Xingtian was not in dire need of money and wondered why he would not utilize the weekend for training instead. "Little Tian, are you in need of funds? If so, I can provide you with 1,000,000. The last time I promised you 1,000,000, I can deliver on that." Gao Kai offered. "Absolutely not." Xingtian hastily declined, astonished that Gao Kai remembered the promise. He continued, "That was merely a jest. I simply wish to earn some pocket money and acquire some additional life skills." Gao Kai, in response, playfully tapped his son's head. "Look at how high-minded little Tian is. Why can't you learn from him?" Gao Dalong, feeling wronged, looked at his father with a pained expression, bewildered as to how he had become involved in this conversation. After chastising Gao Dalong, Gao Kai addressed Xingtian, "Little Tian, I happen to have several investment opportunities in Shrek City. Tell me what you wish to pursue, and I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Uncle Gao, to be forthright, I have only acquired a bit of knowledge in forging. I am not particularly familiar with other industries, so I would appreciate your assistance in introducing me to a few forging establishments," Xingtian replied. Gao Kai had not anticipated this response from Xingtian. But after a moment of contemplation, he said, "As it happens, I have investments related to forging, primarily concerning the components of mechs. If you are interested, I can have the butler escort you there this weekend." Mechs. Upon hearing this term, Xingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He turned to Gao Kai and said, "I would be most grateful if you could arrange this for me, Uncle Gao." Gao Kai nodded with a smile, addressing the butler in the distance. "Butler, please ensure that this matter is arranged diligently for the weekend." Understood, the butler responded. After a brief interval, the group emerged from their meditative states. Their eyes alight with joy, having experienced a significant enhancement in their soul energy during the session. Lin Mo, having absorbed a considerable amount of soul energy, directed her gaze at Xingtian, exclaiming, "Big brother, you must call me when you dine. If you lack the funds for a meal, see and I will cover it." "Ah, that won't be necessary. I can still manage the cost of my meals," Xingtian replied. However, upon reflecting, he realized that it was not he who was footing the bill, rather, it was his master. Moreover, it seemed that Shuyao had also purchased his clothing. It appeared he was straying further down the path of dependence. This simply would not do. He must earn his own keep. Gao Kai interjected, "It has grown quite late. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to school." The group nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude to Gao Kai before boarding the vehicle back to their campus. The following day, Xingtian and his companions were seen racing across the playground with unbridled enthusiasm. Xingtian engaged in a weighted run. Not the kind where one carries another person, but rather utilizing a specially designed backpack crafted by Bing Ling, laden with a staggering weight of 200 pounds. He was instructed not to employ any soul power. Yet, this challenge did not daunt Xingtian. Even without the use of his soul energy, he sprinted with remarkable agility, prompting Bing Ling to ponder if she had perhaps underestimated the weight of the backpack. By midday, all participants had finally completed their run. They sprawled on the ground, their faces etched with exhaustion, while Xingtian cast the backpack to the earth with a dull thud, causing a moment of shared alarm among the onlookers. Xingtian sat on the ground, breathless, unable to harness his soul power to run, feeling the immense toll it had taken on him. However, as he ran while suppressing the use of his soul energy, he realized his power was gradually increasing. "Everyone!" Ice Spirit suddenly appeared before them, her voice commanding. "Immediately head to the medicinal bath and soak for 1 hour. You are not permitted to leave until the hour is complete." The medicinal bath was a designated area at Shrek Academy for students to refine their bodies post-training. Upon entering the medicinal bath, they were greeted by a robust aroma of herbs and a wave of heat. As summer approached, the warmth felt almost unbearable. The bath was divided into male and female sections. Xingtian and his companions entered the men's area, while Shuyao and her group proceeded to the women's. There was a changing area before entering the medicinal bath, and after shedding their garments, they stepped into the steaming chamber. The moment they crossed the threshold, the intense heat assailed them, causing discomfort, but they quickly acclimated. "My goodness, are we to be boiled alive?" Gao Dalong exclaimed, his fair, plump skin flushing crimson after a brief moment. In the medicinal bath, there was a pool filled with green water that bubbled ominously, evoking a sense of trepidation. Dong Xuelin cast a wary glance and remarked, "Why does this water look so intimidating? And the temperature? I fear we might end up cooked if we immerse ourselves." Gao Dalong covered his face and replied, "Please, don't say that. I can already envision the scene. Us three sitting in the middle, waiting to be cooked, unable to struggle. Enough talk, let us just dive in." Xingtian, without hesitation, was the first to immerse himself in the medicinal pool. The searing temperature caused his complexion to shift slightly. Yet he managed to endure it. He settled into a cross-legged position, allowing the potion to envelop him up to his neck. Dong Xuelin and Gao Dalong exchanged glances upon witnessing his composure. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Gao Dalong inquired, "Xingtian, is it not too hot?" Xingtian closed his eyes, a look of enjoyment gracing his features as he remarked, "It feels rather pleasant." "Xuelin, shall we descend together?" Gao Dalong inquired of Dong Xuelin. However, before he could receive a response, Dong Xuelin plunged directly into the medicinal pool, the scalding water causing him to grit his teeth, though he did not betray any discomfort on his face. Observing this, Gao Dalong steeled himself and jumped in as well. "Ah, this is scorching." Chapter 25. Shuyao's breakthrough within the female medicinal bathing chamber. 7 flawless bodies moved gracefully amidst the mist. Unadorned, their long hair elegantly coiled atop their heads. Their slightly flushed skin was a sight that could provoke a rush of blood in any onlooker. The water in the medicinal pool was tinted red, accompanied by a subtle yet enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. The girls tested the water's temperature with their hands, then began to pour it over their fragrant shoulders as it cascaded down. After acclimating to the warmth, they submerged their delicate feet into the water, gradually lowering themselves until fully immersed. Minutes passed, and the medicinal effects began to take hold. Their expressions shifted slightly before quickly returning to calm. At this moment, none dared to be lax, each entering a state of meditation. Approximately half an hour later, Xuyao's spiritual power surged dramatically, propelling her to a breakthrough as a level 26 soul master. She opened her eyes, her gaze alight with joy. Beside her, Tongxi also opened her eyes, sensing Xuyao's rising aura, a smile blooming on her face. "Yao Yao, congratulations on your breakthrough." Xuyao nodded, then inquired, Shi, how long until your breakthrough?" "It's still early. I've only had a little over half a month since my last one, so it won't be that soon." "All right," Xuyao replied, her attention suddenly drawn to Tong Shi's chest. "Wow, how is yours so much larger than mine?" "Huh, Tongxi was momentarily perplexed by Shuyao's comment until she followed her gaze and realized she was referring to her chest, which caused her cheeks to flush instantly. Yao, mine is just a B cup, it's nothing special. Is there a classification for chest sizes? Yes, there are A, B. C. Listening to Tongxi's words, Shuyao felt as though she had stumbled upon a new realm. When she heard that Tongxi only had an A cup, a chill ran through her. She, please tell me how I can make mine larger. It seems there is no real method for that, Tongxi said. Noticing Shuyao's expression darkening, she quickly added, but I do have a unique massage technique that can help enlarge your chest. Shuyao's face lit up with excitement. Quick, tell me. Don't be in such a rush. Let me give you a little massage first, Tongxi said with a mischievous smile. Upon seeing this, Shuyao became as red as a ripe apple, yet for the sake of a larger chest, she cast aside her shyness, presenting herself for Tongxi to work on. Tongxi, momentarily taken aback by the situation, nonetheless extended her hands to gently knead Shuyao's chest. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. 404. At that moment, in the male medicinal bathing chamber, Xingtian sat cross-legged in the center of the pool, the water swirling in a vortex around him. Dong Xuelin and Gao Dalong had already exited the pool, exchanging glances that reflected their helplessness. Xuelin, what is this operation of the elder brother? We simply cannot remain in there. Dong Xuelin shrugged, suggesting, let us report this to the teacher. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of high heels echoed, and they turned to find Bing Ling arriving. Teacher, both exclaimed, hastily covering their vital areas, fully aware of their nakedness. Yet, Bing Ling paid them no mind. Her gaze fixed on Xingtian in the pool, astonishment evident in her eyes. She could sense that Xingtian was voraciously absorbing the medicinal properties, and the once green liquid was now becoming increasingly clear. It would likely be entirely depleted within half an hour. You two needn't tea soak anymore. Go run 20 laps around the field, Bing Ling instructed Dong Xuelin and Gao Dalong. Their expressions changed at her words as they glanced at Xingtian, silently lamenting, Xingtian, you have put us through such hardship. Chapter 26. Absorption complete. Xingtian continuously absorbed the medicinal energy within the elixir pool, his soul power steadily rising and becoming increasingly robust. Ice Spirit stood vigil nearby, her gaze fixed intently upon Xingtian, ensuring that he remained unharmed while drawing in such an abundance of energy. However, her concerns were unwarranted. Xingtian's soul power was remarkably stable, showing no signs of aberration. As the water gradually clarified and the whirlpool slowly subsided, Xingtian suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He lifted his head and let out a dragoness roar. Soon, he stood upright, forcefully unleashing several punches that pierced the air with a resounding thud. His strength had indeed increased. A joyful expression adorned Xingtian's face. Xingtian had not noticed Bing Ling, yet she gazed at him in utter astonishment. Her eyes fixated below his waist. Clearing her throat, Bing Ling quickly regained her composure. Teacher, Xingtian exclaimed in bewilderment. Then, as a realization struck him, he instinctively covered himself and crouched down, only to find that the water had inexplicably turned clear. Crouching seemed futile. Teacher, what brings you here? He stammered, his face flushed. Bing Ling smirked and replied, you've absorbed all the medicinal liquid from this pool by yourself. How could I not come to see? Besides, why the embarrassment? What is so startling about that? As she spoke, an image of Xingtian's endowment drifted into her mind, and for reasons unknown, she found it quite intimidating in its enormity. This was, in fact, a consequence of Xingtian's dragon martial spirit, as dragons are inherently lustful, resulting in something extraordinary. Teacher, could you step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed, Xingtian murmured. Bing Ling did not respond but turned away and left. Seeing this, Xingtian hurriedly emerged from the water and donned his clothes. Once dressed, he made his way towards the exit of the medicinal bath. Upon spotting Xingtian, Bing Ling couldn't help but recall the earlier scene, shaking her head to dismiss it. She inquired, having absorbed an entire pool of medicinal liquid, how do you feel? Well, I feel a bit stronger, and my soul power has increased slightly. Other than that, not much else, Xingtian replied. Bing Ling nodded in understanding, explaining, the medicinal liquid is meant to enhance the body, so your experience is quite normal. However, having absorbed so much alone, do you not feel any discomfort? Not at all. Xingtian shook his head. Your physique is truly formidable. It seems there is no need to worry about exhausting you, Bing Ling remarked, glancing at the sky as noon approached. You can continue your weighted running this afternoon. For now, it's time for lunch. Upon hearing the mention of lunch, Xingtian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yet, he remained mindful of Shuyao and remarked, I shall wait for Yao to emerge before proceeding. Bing Ling nodded and departed from the scene. Xingtian then positioned himself before the medicinal bath, patiently awaiting her arrival. Before long, a familiar silhouette graced his vision. Yao, he called out eagerly. Shuyao, upon hearing Xingtian's voice, sprinted towards him with a playful grin, exclaiming, Brother Xingtian, you were specifically waiting for me. Indeed, let us dine together, he replied. Following closely behind, Gu Ce and Lin Mo chimed in. May we join you for lunch as well? Shuyao, upon hearing this, did not decline. I shall accompany you, came the voice of Saria. Upon hearing Saria's voice, Shuyao pouted slightly, contemplating a refusal. However, she found herself devoid of a valid reason to do so. Even if she had wanted to decline, Saria could easily use the excuse of heading to the cafeteria to join them. Thus, Xingtian found himself surrounded by the girls as they made their way to the dining hall. Meanwhile, in another medicinal bath, Dong Shuilin and Gao Dalong clutched their stomachs. Ravenous yet confined, as an hour had yet to pass, preventing their departure. Chapter 27. Mech Company in the cafeteria, Xingtian indulged in a fervent feast. Seated beside Shuyao, Gu Si, Lin Mo, and Saria. Gu Si and Lin Mo absorbed the spiritual energy that Xingtian could not, while Saria nibbled delicately, occasionally offering food to Xingtian. Shuyao took on the role of a caregiver, holding out her bowl to feed him. He would take a bite himself, then another from her hand, basking in sheer happiness. After an intense half-hour of this culinary engagement, Xingtian finished his lunch, and Gu Si along with Lin Mo withdrew from their meditative state, their eyes alight with joy. As the afternoon unfolded, Xingtian embarked on rigorous training. This routine continued for some time, with the group diligently attending various classes. Xingtian, with his remarkable memory and exceptional comprehension abilities, grasped the material with astonishing speed. The weekend soon approached, and the steward of Gao Kai arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Xingtian and Shuyao exited the academy, accompanied by the tall Long. Upon seeing Long, the steward immediately bowed and addressed him as young master. Long waved his hand dismissively and said, "Please take us to the mecha industry where my father has invested." "Certainly, young master, and your friends are welcome to get in the car," the steward replied. Opening the door, Long, Xingtian, and Shuyao each entered the vehicle. After a drive of approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a halt in front of a grand company. The establishment boasted 6 stories, and its entrance featured a glass door through which a life-sized mecha could be seen standing inside. As they disembarked, Xingtian looked up to behold the prominent words Supreme Mecha displayed on the building, a striking sight indeed. "This is the company invested in by the master," the steward remarked as he led them inside. Xingtian and his companions promptly followed suit. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the glass door slid open automatically, allowing them to step inside where the temperature dropped a few degrees. Proceeding further, they encountered a counter adorned with the striking characters Supreme Mech emblazoned upon the wall behind it. At the counter stood a woman clad in professional attire, who, upon spotting the steward, immediately rose and exclaimed, "Steward Gao, you have arrived." Indeed, the steward nodded and proceeded with the introductions, saying, "This is Shili, responsible for introducing you to the Supreme Mech Company." He then turned to Shili and added, "This is the esteemed son of the master, Gao Dalong." The steward gestured towards Gao Dalong, whose corpulent form left no room for doubt in Shili's demeanor as she respectfully bowed and greeted, "Young master, greetings." Gao Dalong acknowledged her with a nod. The steward continued, "This is the young master's classmate and the savior of the master, Xingtian. This girl is his sister, Shuyao." "Greetings to you both," she said warmly. Xingtian and Shuyao nodded towards Shili. Shili emerged from behind the counter and addressed the group. "Allow me to give you a tour of our company." Subsequently, several individuals followed Shili as she ascended to the second floor. Upon opening the door, the thunderous clatter of machinery resonated in their ears. Xingtian and the others beheld a multitude of machines in operation, tirelessly producing batch after batch of components. This was the large-scale production area, where an abundance of mecha parts were manufactured in such a manner. Xingtian gazed upon the array of components, noting parts that resembled hands and feet, even heads. "Has this signified the obsolescence of manual labor?" he inquired, suddenly. Shili, upon hearing his question, chuckled softly and replied, "Not at all. Certain components can only be crafted by skilled blacksmiths. This is a task that machines cannot replicate. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the extinction of human labor. Moreover, only master blacksmiths possess the expertise to forge advanced mechas, a feat beyond the capabilities of industrial production." Chapter 28. 3 Strikes Forge Hundreds. As Xingtian listened to Shili's words, a sense of relief washed over him. However, he inquired, "Are there any blacksmiths here?" Shili smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. The blacksmiths are located on the 5th floor. Allow me to escort you there." Soon after, Shili led Xingtian and his companions to the 5th floor via the elevator. The 5th floor resembled a vast smithing chamber, housing numerous forging stations and over 30 skilled blacksmiths, each diligently engaged in their respective tasks. These craftsmen were all of the 4th-tier master level, accompanied by a 6th-tier master blacksmith responsible for forging crucial components of mechas. Moreover, this master blacksmith possessed the ability to forge the prestigious white-level one-word battle armor, as Shili elaborated. Upon hearing of a master-level blacksmith capable of forging the formidable word battle armor, Xingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I believe I can undertake this task, as I have acquired some knowledge in forging. Working here will undoubtedly enhance my skills," he remarked to Shili. The steward, upon hearing this, cast a knowing glance at Shili, who understood the unspoken communication. "You come highly recommended by Lord Gao, and we undoubtedly place our trust in you. However, this work is arduous. Are you certain you can endure it?" Xingtian nodded and said, I have mentioned that I have learned the art of forging. To me, forging is a passion, devoid of any toil. Very well, I shall take care of the formalities, and you can become our forge master as early as this afternoon. Indeed. As Xingtian listened to the resounding sounds of forging, he could not help but exclaim, "May I try my hand at forging now?" "Certainly, please follow me." Shili led Xingtian and the others to the side of a seasoned forge master. This forge master was impressively robust, though somewhat advanced in years. Likely in his 40s or 50s. He stood bare-chested, his powerful right arm wielding a massive hammer to strike the iron. The clanging sound echoed in their ears. And while Shuiye and the others found the noise overwhelming, Xingtian remained transfixed by the iron. What was once an unrefined lump of iron had been transformed under the forge master's skilled strikes. The impurities had been nearly eliminated, and it now resembled a finely crafted piece of iron. Under the master's peculiar techniques, the iron gradually morphed. And Xingtian sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, distinctly formidable. After a span of several minutes, a component resembling an axis was forged. Xingtian was deeply astonished, for this was his first encounter with such a mold-free forging technique. The blacksmith, having completed his work, set down the forging hammer and glanced at Shili, disregarding Xingtian and the others. "Shili, what brings you and these individuals here?" A slight cough from Shili preceded her introduction. "This is Master Chao Yehua, a 6th-level master blacksmith, whom we affectionately refer to as Master Chao." She then introduced him to Chao Yehua, saying, "This is the son of Lord Gao Kai, Gao Dalong, along with his butler and 2 of his classmates." "Oh?" Master Chao Yehua's gaze scrutinized Xingtian and his companions, ultimately resting upon Xingtian. "You must be the one seeking a part-time position at our company, correct?" "Yes," Xingtian promptly replied. Shili interjected, "He wishes to become a blacksmith." "Indeed. Here one can only learn genuine skills as a blacksmith," Master Chao Yehua remarked, pausing before adding, "However, prior to that, you must demonstrate your forging abilities." Xingtian initially sought to engage in some forging, and upon hearing Chao Yehua's words, he promptly nodded in agreement. Chao Yehua then procured a piece of iron and cast it onto the forging table, before retrieving a silver forging hammer and presenting it to Xingtian. Xingtian stepped forward as Chao Yehua vacated his position, taking his place before the forge. "Begin with 100 temperings," Chao Yehua instructed. Xingtian nodded slightly, his right hand gripping the forging hammer tightly. Taking a deep breath, he brought the hammer down with tremendous force. The resounding clang echoed through the air as the iron block morphed under the impact. Chao Yehua, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. The sheer strength exhibited was truly formidable. Another strike resonated, and the iron block nearly flattened, its sheen intensifying as the impurities were forged out. Remarkably, in just 2 strikes, a considerable amount of impurities had been expelled. Such prowess was nothing short of terrifying. With the 3rd strike, the impurities were entirely eliminated, and though the iron block remained black, it radiated a brilliant luster. My goodness! To achieve 100 forges in merely 3 strikes was astonishing. I have lived for over half a century and have never encountered such a prodigy. Chao Yehua exclaimed in awe. Xingtian was taken aback by Chao Yehua's words, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this truly the essence of the 100-fold forging?" No. Chao Yehua immediately shook his head, his voice brimming with excitement. "The 100-fold forging requires 100 strikes to purify all impurities within the iron block. Yet, astonishingly, you have achieved the effects of the 100-fold forging with merely 3 strikes. I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps only a divine craftsman could accomplish such a feat. However, your forging technique still falls short, merely relying on sheer strength. Yet, for a soul master, as long as your soul power is elevated and you master exquisite forging skills, becoming a divine craftsman is not merely a dream." Chapter 29, The Requirements of Forging. Upon hearing Chao Yehua's appraisal of him, Xingtian was filled with excitement. However, Chao Yehua swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. The iron block forged by Xingtian's 3 strikes has essentially transformed into a flattened shape. Chao Yehua gazed at this scene and sighed. "It is a pity that with just a few strikes, you are unable to control the shape of the iron block. If you could master this aspect, I am confident that your skills could advance to a higher level. Furthermore, regarding the 1,000 forges, with your strength, it suffices to maintain a flawless form to achieve success." Upon hearing this, Xingtian immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I humbly request Master Chao to impart his wisdom to me." Chao Yehua, upon hearing his words, burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Rest assured. Since you have already become one of us, it is my duty as a senior to guide you, a junior." Upon hearing Chao Yehua's words, Xingtian naturally understood that he had acknowledged his presence, which brought him immense joy. Seeing this, Shili hastened to say, "I will proceed to handle the necessary formalities for you right away. As per the requirements, you are to come here every weekend. Is that acceptable?" "Indeed. That poses no issue," Xingtian replied with a nod. After agreeing, Xingtian proceeded to observe the forging techniques of each blacksmith. Jade along, finding little interest in this, departed with the steward, while Shuyao chose to stay by Xingtian's side. As lunchtime arrived, the steward took Xingtian and Shuyao for their meal. By the afternoon, Xingtian officially commenced his position at the Changmecha Company. "Brother, this blacksmithing is rather dull. I shall return to school now. I will have the steward come to fetch you later," Jade along remarked with a yawn. All right, Xingtian acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Shuiye and inquired, Yao Yao, would you like to return? Shuiye shook her head, responding, no need, I will stay here with you. Xingtian said little more, merely offering a smile to Shuiye. Upon witnessing this, Gao Long instructed the steward to escort him away. Shortly after their departure, Xingtian took Shuiye to seek out Cao Yihua, who was seated, sipping tea, surrounded by several burly men of considerable girth. Master Cao, Xingtian called out. Cao Yihua nodded slightly, setting down his teacup as he gestured towards the forging station. Over there lies your forge, he indicated a corner in the southeast, where a forge awaited. You are to proceed there with 2 requirements. First, eliminate the impurities within the iron block. Second, shape the iron into a spherical form. Do you understand? Xingtian strode directly toward the forge nestled in the corner, a relic that had long fallen into disuse, its surface cloaked in a veil of dust. Observing this, Shuiye furrowed her brow and murmured in discontent, these people, truly, could they not have prepared a clean forge for brother Xingtian? Yao Yao, he replied. I am here to work, not to indulge. The cleanliness of this forge is of little consequence to me. I shall simply tidy it up. As Xingtian spoke, a torrent of water surged forth from his hand. Harnessing his formidable mental prowess, he meticulously directed the water to cleanse every nook and cranny of the forging platform. In an instant, the platform was rendered immaculate, devoid of even a single droplet. Brother Xingtian, you are truly remarkable, Shuiye exclaimed in admiration. Xingtian cracked a grin and began to stoke the flames. The forge merely required the addition of coal, with a fan inside to regulate the heat. Those surrounding Cao Yihua gazed in astonishment at Xingtian's prowess, rendered momentarily speechless. Their intention in providing such a forge was primarily to observe whether Xingtian possessed the temperament typical of young aristocrats. However, from the current circumstances, it appeared he lacked such airs. Instead, he exhibited a keen intellect, adeptly applying his capabilities. The temperature of the forge escalated rapidly. Xingtian selected a palm-sized chunk of iron and placed it on the anvil, casually seizing a nearby forging hammer to bring it down with force. Clang! The iron block was flattened somewhat, and after several more strikes, while it was not entirely flattened, it bore protruding angles rather than a smooth contour. After working through a dozen or so pieces of iron, there was some improvement, yet it remained far from a circular form. Nonetheless, he did not succumb to frustration but sought methods to rectify his mistakes, striving to forge the iron into a round shape. Chapter 30, 100 Strikes. 1,000 strikes. Several hours later, Xingtian surveyed the iron block on the anvil. It was oval, still a few steps away from being circular. Beside him, Shuiye noticed the sweat beading on his forehead and offered a handkerchief to wipe it away. Thank you, Yao Yao, Xingtian said courteously. Yet, Shuiye's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure as she replied, Brother Xingtian, do we still need to distinguish between you and me? Why say thank you? Xingtian hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Then I retract my previous words. That's much better, Shuiye said, lifting her head to look at him. From now on, you mustn't say thank you. We are one and the same, and I will always belong to you. Now, I shall go wash the handkerchief. With that, she turned away to attend to her task, leaving Xingtian in a state of bewilderment. Always will belong to me, he murmured to himself until Cao Yihua's voice broke through, snapping him back to reality. Kid, what are you pondering? Nothing much. Xingtian quickly shook his head, resuming his forging with the hammer. Observing his technique, Cao Yihua shook his head disapprovingly. This won't suffice. A blacksmith does not solely rely on brute strength. One must possess exquisite forging skills and formidable power, known as soul force. He extended his hand, allowing his soul force to surge forth, causing the oval iron block to undergo subtle transformations, rotating, compressing, and reshaping. See, even iron can deform under the pressure of soul force. As blacksmiths, we forge products through the synergy of soul force and our refined techniques. You, on the other hand, have relied solely on brute strength without integrating soul force. Of course, one must also possess a strong mental fortitude. What is the current strength of your mental power? The Spirit Sea Realm. What level are you? Level 23. Cao Yihua's eyes widened in astonishment. To reach the Spirit Sea Realm at level 23 as a great spirit master was indeed remarkable. He regarded Xingtian as if he were a rare treasure. A thought flickered in Cao Yihua's mind, yet upon considering his own academy, he shook his head inwardly. Such talent surely had already caught the eye of a minor, leaving him with no chance. Since you possess such a remarkable gift, do not squander it. Begin forging now. I shall supervise your progress. Xingtian, heeding the counsel of Cao Yihua, nodded and commenced the forging process. This time, as he raised the forging hammer, a surge of soul energy accompanied his rhythmic strikes. And soon the iron block began to take on a smooth, rounded form. Observing this scene, Cao Yihua couldn't help but marvel internally, with just a little guidance. Xingtian demonstrated such remarkable skill, truly a prodigy. After several dozen minutes, Xingtian completed the 100-fold forging. Although his strength was sufficient to forego this step, Cao Yihua insisted on its necessity for the foundation. A little while later, Xingtian achieved the 1,000-fold forging, elevating himself to the rank of a level 3 master blacksmith. Xingtian exhaled deeply, pausing in his forging. Cao Yihua scrutinized the finely crafted iron, inquiring, the impurities have been completely eliminated. What follows is the spiritual forging. Imbuing the iron with the soul. Have you studied spiritual forging? Spiritual forging? Xingtian shook his head. This is my first experience with fine forging. I have yet to encounter spiritual forging. Xiaoyehua was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that this was Xingtian's inaugural attempt at fine forging. Observing the modest piece of iron in his hand, he noted that it was merely an ordinary chunk, initially substantial in size. However, through the meticulous process of eliminating impurities, it had been reduced to such a small form. Remarkably, this was the result of Xingtian's first fine forging, yielding a quality far superior to that of those who had undergone the process countless times. After a moment's contemplation, he departed, only to return shortly, now holding a piece of red metal. This crimson metal, roughly the size of a head, bore an uneven surface. This is red agate metal. After your fine forging, let us see if you can breathe life into it. With that, he placed the red agate metal upon the forge. Xingtian grasped the forging hammer. Inhaling deeply as he commenced his craft, the resonant clang of metal echoed in a continuous symphony. 100 strikes completed, 1,000 strikes accomplished, yet the forging persisted, unwavering. Chapter 31. The youngest master in Douluo history. A vortex of soul power began to swirl around Xingtian, centering upon him. At that moment, his eyes emitted a faint glow as he entered a delicate state, one wherein his learning capacity soared to an extraordinary 200% efficiency. The soul power was absorbed, infusing the hammer, and with each strike, it permeated the crimson agate metal. As the forging of 1,000 strikes commenced, a subtle wave of life emanated from the red agate, growing increasingly stable with the influx of soul power. From this point forward, Xingtian officially ascended to the level of master, a fact that left Xiaoyehua in a state of resignation. After years of arduous training, he had only reached the 6th level of master, while Xingtian had effortlessly attained the 5th level. Were he to integrate forging with soul forging now, he would undoubtedly transcend into a sacred artisan. However, such a feat was unattainable, regardless of Xingtian's prior diligence. His current prowess could not seamlessly breach that threshold due to inherent limitations in strength. Transform. With a sudden roar, Xingtian unleashed a torrent of flames from his left hand, an instinctive reaction. As the fire made contact with the red agate metal, the incredibly hard substance began to melt away. What the hell? Xiaoyehua could find no words to describe the spectacle, only managing an exclamation of disbelief. The process of forging involves reshaping metal, yet without sufficient technique, it is impossible to melt it for such purposes. However, Xingtian's display was nothing short of extraordinary, effortlessly releasing flames that caused the metal to liquefy. His martial soul, being of the fire element, clearly possessed a rare and formidable quality, as evidenced by the ease with which it melted the red agate. The method of achieving such liquefaction was truly unexpected. As Xiaoyehua pondered these thoughts, Xingtian had already transformed the red agate metal into a molten state. He promptly instructed, imagine a weapon, and mold the red agate into the shape you envision. Xingtian heard the voice of Xiaoyehua and began to ponder deeply. Suddenly, his mind was jolted, and his spiritual essence transformed into a miniature version of himself. Entering a peculiar realm, this space was vast and boundless, teeming with 4 surging forces. He floated in the air. Beneath him roiled a tumultuous sea, its waters churning perilously. Above, the sky crackled with thunder and lightning, a tempestuous realm of storms. Each energy from the heavens and earth surged into his diminutive form. Not far from this stormy domain lay an endless realm of flames, where fire engulfed the entirety of existence. Adjacent to the fiery domain was a region shrouded in darkness, which drew his gaze and evoked a profound unease within his soul. This darkness appeared to yearn to envelop the world, yet the fiery realm stood as a barrier, preventing it from advancing any further. Xingtian gazed at the expanse of the sky, contemplating his own appearance, and a certain place came to mind, the Sea of Spirit. This was his inaugural visit to his own Sea of Spirit, and he was taken aback by the nature of this realm. He endeavored to take a few steps forward, only to discover a barrier surrounding him, impeding his progress. What was this predicament? As he pressed his hand against the barrier, a luminous wall materialized. And despite his utmost effort, he could not extend his hand beyond this obstruction. Yet, not far away, a colossal golden hammer abruptly manifested, its head measuring several dozen meters in size, and its handle equally lengthy. Upon the hammer's surface, several 5-clawed golden dragons roamed, their heads directed toward the apex of the hammer where a luminous orb resided. They appeared to be fiercely vying for possession of this orb. The handle was entwined by a robust 5-clawed golden dragon, its body adorned with distinctly patterned scales. It coiled around the handle, leaving a space at its center, which marked the point of grasp for the hammer. Xingtian gazed intently at the hammer, his eyes momentarily flickering before he returned to reality. He stared blankly at his surroundings. When his gaze met the piercing eyes of Xiaoyehua, fixated on the object in his hand, he shifted his attention. The red agate metal had astonishingly coalesced into the hammer he had witnessed in the Sea of Souls, albeit in a diminished form. Simultaneously, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant emanated an invisible radiance, infusing the hammer with its essence. At that moment, the hammer glowed a mesmerizing crimson, radiating an otherworldly light that captivated the attention of everyone in the forge. Xingtian, quickly, drip your blood onto it. Xiaoyehua suddenly bellowed. Xingtian promptly complied. biting his index finger to extract a single drop of blood onto the hammer. Once his blood touched the hammer, it began to tremble violently, emanating a brilliant crimson light that enveloped the entire forge. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, except for Xingtian, who remained steadfastly focused on the hammer. He observed as the dragon etched upon its surface appeared to come to life, swirling gracefully in the air. Most astonishingly, the dragon bowed its head before him. After a brief moment, the radiant glow diminished, and everything returned to normalcy. Xingtian withdrew his soul power, and the hammer landed upon the forging furnace with a resonant thud. Regaining his composure, he submerged the hammer into the water, which sizzled and hissed in response. When he retrieved it once more, the hammer no longer radiated the brilliance of its initial formation. Instead, it emanated a faint crimson glow, its body as translucent as crystal. Shuyao rubbed his hands together, gazing at the crystalline hammer in Xingtian's grasp, his eyes sparkling with a fervent light. Upon witnessing the scene, Xingtian smiled and handed the crystal hammer to Shuyao. With a sheepish grin, Xiao did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it and examined it closely. TSK, refined forging, at the 6th tier master level. The quality of your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, Shuyao remarked, casting a glance at Xingtian. How old are you this year? 14, came the reply. Shuyao felt as though he had been struck speechless. He fixed his gaze intently on Xingtian and inquired, "Are you certain this is your first time forging?" "Indeed. But how is it that you can directly perform refined forging?" "Although the method differs slightly, it still falls under the category of refined forging." "I cannot say. I simply hammered away, and before I knew it, I instinctively unleashed the flames of my martial soul to conduct the refinement." Shuyao was left utterly at a loss for words upon hearing Xingtian's explanation. Perhaps this was the essence of genius, with this thought. An inexplicable pang of envy stirred within him. A 14-year-old forging master is undoubtedly a prodigy on the Douluo continent, arguably the foremost among them. However, forging also requires a certain temperament, and he did not display shock or excessive emotion. "Young man, you have shattered a record. In the future, your name may very well be etched in the annals of Douluo history." Xingtian, bewildered, gazed at Shuyao, unable to comprehend his meaning. Observing his confusion, Shuyao replied, "You, at the tender age of 14, have achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a forging master, undoubtedly the first in the annals of Douluo. Your name shall forever be etched in the history of Douluo." Xingtian, having achieved a sense of enlightenment, did not allow himself to feel any excitement. It seemed to him a matter of course. In fact, a subconscious thought lingered in his mind, suggesting that as long as he possessed sufficient strength, becoming a divine craftsman would be effortlessly attainable. Chapter 32, The Blood Dragon Hammer. Xingtian reclaimed the hammer, feeling an intrinsic connection to it as if it were an extension of himself, effortlessly maneuvering it with grace. Shuyao spoke. "Now that you have shed blood upon this hammer, it rightfully belongs to you. It shall serve as a forging hammer, and in the future, after you refine your soul, you can imbue it with additional essence, enhancing its attributes. Now, let us bestow a name upon it." Xingtian nodded lightly, contemplating the hammer in his grasp. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with inspiration as he exclaimed, "This hammer is adorned in crimson, embellished with dragon motifs. Let us name it Blood Dragon Hammer." "Blood Dragon Hammer, a splendid name indeed," Shuyao concurred. At that moment, Shuyao's voice chimed in, "Brother Xingtian." She approached after washing her handkerchief, and upon noticing the Blood Dragon Hammer in Xingtian's hand, a flicker of curiosity crossed her gaze, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The hour had grown somewhat late, and the steward had just arrived. Upon seeing Shuyao engaged in conversation with Xingtian, he chose to stand at a distance in silence. Xingtian turned his gaze towards Shuyao and then noticed the butler. He addressed Shuyao, saying, "Master Qiao, it is getting late. I shall return to school now." Shuyao smiled and nodded, but remarked, "There is no need to call me master. We are both masters in our own right, so let us refer to one another by our names." However, Xingtian shook his head and replied, "You are my senior. I am merely a junior. To address you by your name would be disrespectful, so I shall continue to call you Master Qiao." Shuyao sighed with a wry smile. Yet he did not refuse and nodded in agreement. "Then we shall take our leave." After Xingtian finished speaking, he departed from the place with Shuyao and the butler. After the butler returned them to the school, night had fallen. Following their dinner, Xingtian and Shuyao retired to their dormitory for slumber. In the ensuing period, they immersed themselves in study and training, while Xingtian dedicated his weekends to forging at the Jichang Mecha Company, witnessing a remarkable enhancement in his skills. 2 months later, Xingtian sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed, his arms encircling in meditation. Suddenly, a vortex of soul power materialized around him, surging into his lower abdomen. At that moment, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant began to glow, and a unique energy coursed through his limbs. With a sudden burst, a barrier within him shattered, and he successfully ascended to the rank of a level 26 Great Soul Master. Xingtian opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. After 2 months of arduous effort, he had successfully ascended to the 26th level. The sound of a door unlocking echoed, followed by the soft patter of footsteps. "Xingtian, brother." Shuyao appeared before him, her voice ringing with clarity. Sensing Xingtian's aura, she exclaimed joyfully, "You have made a breakthrough." Indeed, Xingtian nodded as he rose from his bed, clenching his fist and declaring, The Shrek 7 Monsters competition is about to commence. If I do not advance, I fear I may hinder our class. Not at all. Although your soul power may be low, your strength is formidable. How could you possibly hold the class back? Yet there exists a disparity in soul power. If I cannot suppress my opponent, he may deplete my soul power and strike me down in a single blow. Oh, Xingtian, brother. You are so powerful that such a scenario is improbable. Xingtian, realizing that whatever he said would undoubtedly be perceived as exceptional in Shuyao's eyes, decided to remain silent. With the class about to commence, they made their way to the classroom. Upon their arrival, they found that all the students had already gathered. Not long after they took their seats, Bing Ling entered, her heels clicking gracefully against the floor. Chapter 33, Departure and Retention. Bing Ling approached the podium and surveyed the classroom, ensuring that everyone was present before she spoke. Today, except for Tongxi, Gu Xie, and Linimo, the rest of you will participate in a competition. This contest will result in the elimination of 3 individuals, who will then be reassigned to other classes and barred from participating in the Shrek 7 Devils competition. The announcement did not elicit surprise from the students, rather. It was within their expectations, save for Tongxi, Gu Xie, and Linimo. Teacher, why are we not required to compete? Tongxi inquired. Bing Ling turned her enchanting gaze towards Tongxi and explained, the 3 of you do not occupy conflicting roles within the team. Hence there is no necessity for your elimination. As for the others, their positions do conflict, which necessitates the elimination of 3 participants. Teacher, what will the elimination process entail? Xingtian asked. Upon hearing Xingtian's question, Bing Ling's lips curved into a subtle smile as she replied, Shuiye, Xia, Changqing, Xiong Yuan, Dong Shuilin, and Gao Dalong will engage in a series of one-on-one duels. From these 6, 3 victors will emerge. You must then defeat 2 of these 3 winners. Failure to do so will result in your elimination. The 3 who lose will compete again until a final victor fills the last remaining position. Xingtian's expression shifted slightly. He pondered why he needed to defeat 2 individuals, finding it rather targeted. Shuiye, dissatisfied with Bing Ling's remarks, stood up to question, Teacher, why must we engage in one-on-one duels while Xingtian Gu must conquer 2 among the victors? Bing Ling replied, it is due to his superior strength. If you require further explanation, I can only state that should he emerge victorious, he will undoubtedly assume the role of team captain. Thus, raising the stakes serves as a test of his capabilities, as the position of captain is not one to be taken lightly. As Shuiye attempted to voice more, a single glance from Xingtian silenced her. He assured Bing Ling, Teacher, I shall give it my all. Pleased with his response, Bing Ling directed, now, proceed to the simulation chamber for combat training. Inside the simulation chamber, several 3-meter-long simulation pods were arranged. Bing Ling led her students into the room. The first pair, Gao Dalong and Xiong Nuan, would compete. The second pair, Dong Shuilin and Changqing, and the third, Shuiye and Xia. After her instructions, Bing Ling surveyed the 6 before her and sternly declared, remember, this competition is not a mere practice session. It will determine your continuation in this class. The loser will be expelled and will forfeit their chance to contend for the title of Shrek 7 Monsters. The atmosphere grew tense. Each individual consumed by a singular thought, victory. Now, enter the simulation pods for your duel, Bing Ling instructed. The 6 promptly activated their pods. And as Shuiye stepped inside, Xingtian offered her an encouraging gesture, to which she responded with a smile. Once inside their pods, they felt an immense force drawing them in, and when they reappeared, they found themselves on a stage. Gao Dalong gazed at Xiang Nuan conflicted. He had finally won her affection, and now, just one final step remained, yet the current situation left him torn. Chapter 34, The Fierce Battle of 6. Xiong Nuan, noticing Gao Dalong's turmoil, displayed a pitiful expression. Dalong, why don't we leave this class for another? Gao Dalong, swayed by her words and her forlorn visage, felt his resolve weaken. But that means we would forfeit our chance to compete for Shrek 7 Monsters. Are you willing to accept that? Xiong Nuan nodded. Inching closer to Gao Dalong, her hands clasped behind her back as she began to gather her soul power. Watching from outside, Xingtian and the others frowned at Xiong Nuan's actions, particularly Bing Ling, who had little faith in the student. As Xiong Nuan approached Gao Dalong, she suddenly struck, summoning dozens of ghostly vines from the ground. A 26th-level control-type soul master, her spirit was the ghost vine. Gao Dalong, having also attained the 26th level, found their soul powers evenly matched, though his dark dragon spirit held the advantage. Caught off guard by Xiong Nuan's sudden attack, Gao Dalong stared at her in disbelief. He attempted to voice his thoughts but found himself at a loss for words. Xiong Nuan, maintaining her pitiful guise, said, Dalong, please don't blame me. I must participate in this competition, or my family will hold me accountable. Accountable? It's merely a competition. What could your family possibly blame you for? Gao Dalong retorted. Even if they do, if you explain it to me, I would willingly relinquish my chance for you. Yet, how can I trust you after this? Xiong Nuan's expression hardened, her earlier pity replaced with indifference. Without further explanation, she assumed a combat stance. The two sprang into action. Gao Dalong's figure flickered as countless ghostly vines erupted from the ground. He evaded them effortlessly, his bulk belied by surprising agility. Quickly, he closed the distance to Xiong Nuan, unleashing his first soul skill, the claw frenzy, as he swiped at her. Prison, Xiangyuan murmured, summoning a circle of ghostly vines to ensnare her, thwarting Gao Dalong's assault. Unyielding, he attacked the vines, eventually creating an opening. With a powerful strike, he shattered the vines, yet Xiangyuan adeptly retreated, avoiding further damage, and prepared to counterattack. In the simulation world where Shuyao and Xingtian faced off, Shuyao, a 26th-level soul master wielding the Ice Snow Maiden spirit, confronted Xingtian, a 25th-level soul master with the Phantom Cat spirit. A fierce, intangible fire ignited behind them. Shuyao, I have longed for a chance to duel you. Today, let us engage in a proper battle, Xingtian proclaimed. Shuyao responded with a frosty smile. Unleashing her spirit, 2 violet soul rings rising from beneath her. Xingtian's spirit manifested a cat, with yellow and purple rings emerging from her feet. Observing Xingtian's spirit, Xingtian felt a strange familiarity, though he could not pinpoint the source. Within the simulation, Shuyao released her first soul skill, Ice Explosion, targeting Xingtian's feet. As a swift attacker, Xingtian evaded the strike and activated her first soul skill, Phantom, enhancing her speed by 30%. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Shuyao. Realizing the danger, Shuyao swiftly turned and launched another ice explosion. Xingtian dodged and sought to close the distance. But as a control-type soul master, Shuyao was not easily overwhelmed. As Xingtian approached, Shuyao raised a hand, conjuring a binding ice spell before her. Had Xingtian not reacted swiftly, she would have been frozen in place, granting Shuyao the upper hand. Xingtian relentlessly sought openings to strike. But Shuyao skillfully maintained control, keeping her opponent at bay while launching her own attacks, leaving Xingtian momentarily at a disadvantage. In the simulation world of Dong Xuelin and Chang Qing, Dong Xuelin, a 28th-level soul master wielding the Azura sword, faced Chang Qing, a 27th-level soul master with the Windfire gun. Both had summoned their spirits, Dong Xuelin's feet adorned with 2 violet rings, while Chang Qing bore yellow and purple rings. I will not show mercy simply because you are a woman, Dong Xuelin declared. Chang Qing, her expression icy, retorted. I do not expect you to show mercy, but you may not necessarily best me. Then let us see who prevails, he replied. Dong Xuelin departed from his position, thrusting the Shura sword directly towards Chang Qing. As he advanced, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from him, imparting an almost palpable sense of pressure. Chang Qing raised her Windfire gun without hesitation, piercing the air towards Dong Xuelin. Their weapons collided, sparking a fierce exchange of soul power at the tips of the sword and gun. Dong Xuelin deflected the Windfire gun and unleashed his first soul skill, Bloodthirst. The eyes of the Shura sword opened wide, releasing a torrent of blood energy as he swung towards Chang Qing, unleashing a crimson blade of energy. In response, Chang Qing activated her first soul skill, Flame Gun. This skill augmented the Windfire gun's power by 20% and was accompanied by fierce flames that ignited upon impact. The flames enveloped the entirety of her weapon, and she thrust forward to counter the sword's energy. However, the might of the sword was formidable, and she was soon overwhelmed, sent hurtling backward. With a cough, Chang Qing spat blood. The power of the Shura sword had inflicted a grievous wound upon her. Dong Xuelin stood just a short distance away, coldly declaring, You cannot defeat me. It would be wise to surrender. Humph. Chang Qing scoffed, quickly rising to her feet. With a swift motion, she summoned the Windfire gun back into her grasp. Today, either you perish, or I shall. With those fierce words, she charged forward, gripping her weapon tightly. Dong Xuelin shook his head, vanishing from sight. In the simulated world, only a blood-red figure and a crimson silhouette intertwined, their collision resonating with astounding power. Observing from the outside, Xingtian and the others, save for Ice Spirit, grew increasingly tense as they watched the 3 battles unfold. Tongshi's gaze remained fixed on Dong Xuelin's simulated realm, and upon witnessing him maintain the upper hand over Chang Qing, she felt a surge of relief wash over her. Xingtian observed the fierce battle between Shuyao and Xingtian, their equal prowess causing him profound concern. Yao Yu, do your best. Chapter 35, the conclusion in the simulated realm where Gao Dalong and Xiangyuan resided. Their combat had escalated to an intense fervor. Shadow Clone. 5 avatars of Gao Dalong emerged, their claw-like hands lunging towards Xiangyuan. Heavenly Net. Xiangyuan softly intoned, summoning a multitude of ghostly vines from the ground that ensnared the 5 Gao Dalongs, simultaneously releasing a paralyzing toxin. The ghostly vines possessed a paralyzing effect, and with the enhancement of the Heavenly Net, the paralysis was amplified by 10% while resilience increased by 40%. The 5 Gao Dalongs found themselves unable to break free. However, from behind Xiangyuan, a figure emerged. This figure was none other than Gao Dalong himself, who struck down with a claw, leaving a gash on Xiangyuan's back, causing her to lurch forward and collapse onto the ground. The ghostly vines, deprived of Xiangyuan's spiritual support, shattered, and the 5 Gao Dalongs fell to the ground, advancing towards Xiangyuan. Yet, due to the paralyzing effect, their speed was significantly reduced, but this would not hinder them greatly. With 5 clones in the original, all 6 unleashed their ferocious claws. Xiangyuan, defeat. In the simulated world where Shuyao and Xingtian battled, the two were also reaching the climax of their confrontation, standing 10 meters apart, both panting heavily. Their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After a brief pause to catch their breath, they surged into action once more. Shuyao fixed her gaze on Xingtian, acutely aware that her victory hinged upon this moment. With this thought, her focus intensified, and the ice princess behind her radiated with brilliant light. The storm of snow began to descend. A blue ice staff materialized in Shuyao's hand, measuring 180 centimeters in length. Topped with a floating white gem encircled by 2 radiant rings. A white crown adorned her head, embellished with crystal-clear jewels. Her attire transformed into a stunning, low-cut white gown, where a tranquil blue gem nestled gracefully upon her alluring collarbone. As she underwent this metamorphosis, the blue gem emanated a dazzling brilliance. Her azure eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to penetrate all. Snow blanketed the area, the temperature plummeting by several degrees. She levitated slightly above the ground, her gown billowing without a breeze. In this moment, she resembled the queen of the realm, wielding her ice staff, her gaze surveying the world. "True martial soul!" exclaimed the ice spirit in astonishment. "How can this be? How could a grand soul master possibly manifest their true martial soul?" The ice spirit's eyes reflected disbelief, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before her. Xingtian observed the unfolding events without a hint of surprise. He understood that this was not the true embodiment of a martial soul, but rather the innate domain possessed by Shuyao, the domain of snow. "Master, this is Yao Yao's domain, not her martial soul's true form." "Domain?" Bingling gasped, suddenly grappling with the notion that Shuyao could possess a martial soul's true embodiment, yet the idea of her wielding a domain was difficult to fathom. Who would believe that a grand soul master could command such a domain? A domain is an immensely powerful skill. Those who possess a domain experience a formidable enhancement to their abilities. For instance, Shuyao's domain of snow grants her the power to reduce the speed of those within it by 50% while simultaneously augmenting her own soul power by 50%. An increase that scales with her level, enhancing all attributes by the same proportion. Within this realm, everything belongs to her, showcasing the terrifying nature of a domain. With a breath exhaled that was chilling to the bone, Shuyao fixed her gaze upon Celia, an invisible pressure emanating from her. Celia's countenance shifted, filled with disbelief. "Damn it! It cannot be. This is impossible. How could she possess a domain at such strength?" A voice roared within Celia's mind, realizing she was trapped within the domain. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Unless she was immensely powerful or possessed a domain herself, she stood no chance. Upon witnessing Shuyao unleash her domain, Celia recognized her fate was sealed, yet she was not one to concede easily. Second soul skill, Shadow of Enchantment. The Shadow of Enchantment was a high-damage soul skill that rendered the struck individual incapable of gathering soul power for 5 seconds, a truly formidable ability. However, with her speed reduced by 50%, Celia was unable to execute her skill before Shuyao had already ensnared her with binding ice. Celia found herself immobilized by ice, unable to move as Shuyao unleashed a barrage of ice projectiles, leaving her to endure the assault with no means of retaliation. This infuriated her greatly. "You have lost," Shuyao declared coldly, channeling her ice staff to conjure a luminous orb that she hurled directly at Celia. Celia, defeated. In a separate simulated world, Dong Xuelin and Chang Qing's battle had ravaged the surrounding terrain, leaving it pockmarked and uneven. Chang Qing bore numerous wounds, her grip on the windfire gun trembling. Yet she stood resolutely, refusing to yield. "Ha!" Chang Qing yelled, charging toward Dong Xuelin with her windfire gun, though her steps were unsteady. Dong Xuelin shook his head, stating, "I shall ensure your defeat is dignified." With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. He leapt into the air, wielding the Shura's sword, which radiated overwhelming might, casting a shadow of blades behind him. Exhaling forcefully, Dong Xuelin released the 10,000 swords, the blade shadows raining down upon Chang Qing. Seeing this, she halted, gritting her teeth as she spun her windfire gun in front of her to deflect the incoming blade shadows. Yet, there were too many for her to withstand. Boom. The blade shadows struck the ground with explosive force. Unable to withstand such terrifying power, Chang Qing fell, but fortunately, Bing Ling swiftly withdrew her from the simulation chamber just in time to spare her from the agony of defeat. As everyone emerged from the simulation chamber, the victors wore expressions of joy while the vanquished exhibited signs of distress. The moment Shuyao stepped out, she rushed towards Xingtian, exclaiming, "Brother Xingtian, I have won." Xingtian embraced Shuyao, his face adorned with a joyful expression. He said, "Congratulations." With a playful giggle, Shuyao smiled and whispered in Xingtian's ear, "I will request to be the first to take the stage. At that moment, I shall grant you a favor." Upon hearing this, Xingtian was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Shuyao harbored such thoughts. However, Bingling suddenly interjected, saying, "Shuyao, considering your relationship with Xingtian, you shall be the last to take action." Shuyao's face displayed a look of bewilderment. Observing her expression, Bingling inquired, "What, do you have any objections?" Shuyao, meeting Bingling's gaze, immediately shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "No, no, no, I shall leave it to the teacher's arrangement." She then turned to Xingtian, offering him an encouraging glance, fully confident in his ability to prevail, with no dissent expressed. The first match between Gao Long and Xingtian was set to commence in half an hour. After announcing this, Bingling proceeded to prepare the equipment for the simulation chamber. At that moment, Gao Dalong approached Xiang Yuan and coldly stated, "From now on, we shall have no further ties." Xiang Yuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. In her mind, she had envisioned herself triumphing over Gao Dalong, considering his habitual laziness and lack of ambition. Yet, she found herself unable to defeat such a person. Gao Dalong, not wishing to linger on the matter with Xiang Yuan, moved in front of Xingtian and, with a bitter expression, confessed, "Brother, I cannot compete with you. You must go easy on me during the match." Xingtian chuckled heartily, giving the broad-shouldered Long a reassuring pat, and said, "Let us do our utmost." Dear readers, after 2 months of arduous effort, Douluo, God-slaying Douluo has finally been launched. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. To be candid, penning a fanfiction within the Douluo universe necessitated extensive research. I have been an ardent follower for quite some time, yet many details have slipped my mind. Nonetheless, this work embodies a cherished piece of my childhood, and embarking on this writing journey has been profoundly fulfilling. This narrative is set in the realm of Douluo 3. 5. I must acknowledge a fellow reader for this insightful observation. The story unfolds after the events of Douluo 3, with a transformed worldview. Regarding the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, it is crucial to note that only one exists, thus, there is no need for excessive deliberation, as it serves the purpose of narrative progression. I would like to clarify that the initial release is on the Chuangshi Chinese Network, QQ Reading, and platforms such as Pupu Reading and Qiduan Reading under the Yuedu umbrella are legitimate. Any other platform outside of Yuedu is pirated. The creative process is fraught with challenges. Please support the official version. We have established a discussion group, 194788664 for readers. Subsequently, we will create a VIP group for subscribers, which will offer exclusive benefits. I kindly request your support through collections, recommendation votes, and monthly tickets, and if any affluent readers are inclined, your generous rewards would be greatly appreciated. Without further ado, let us delve into the main chapters. Chapter 36, Xingtian vs. Shuyao. The brief intermission swiftly elapsed, and Xing and Long entered the simulation chamber. Arriving at a mountainous terrain, the two appeared on the stage. Xing Dalong, you must exert your utmost effort. I shall fulfill your request. Gao Dalong took a deep breath, and 2 purple soul rings emerged beneath his feet. Faced with Xing, he dared not let down his guard, for it was well known that Xing possessed 2 martial souls. Due to this matter, he had also received a summons for a discussion from the academy. A smile grazed Xing's face as 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath his feet. The emergence of these rings radiated an aura of intimidation. Simultaneously, Gao Dalong felt an inexplicable inability to harness his soul power, accompanied by a profound sense of weakness, leaving him bewildered as to the cause of this reaction. However, Xing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Gao Dalong, will you strike first, or shall I? Gao Dalong smirked slightly, feeling that his elder brother was rather disrespectful. I shall go first. Just so you know. As soon as the words left his lips, Gao Dalong activated his second soul skill, Shadow Clone, and 5 replicas of himself appeared before Xing. Xing's lips curled into a faint smile as he closed his eyes, only to abruptly open them again. A crimson glow emanated from his left eye, granting him the uncanny ability to perceive all that lay before him. The towering dragon's doppelganger stood before him as if rendered entirely ineffective. Casting a sweeping glance around, Xing discerned the whereabouts of the colossal dragon. Its form vanished from sight as he dashed towards the second towering dragon on his left, unhesitatingly unleashing the divine dragon claw. As the dragon's claw descended, an intangible force surged from Xing, leaving the colossal dragon momentarily paralyzed. Confusion enveloped it, for it could not fathom why it was immobilized. It seemed as though its very martial spirit rendered it unable to move. No, the truth lay in the fact that its martial spirit was gripped by fear, terror, and reverence. With a resounding crash, the colossal dragon was sent sprawling, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Xing observed this spectacle with considerable bewilderment. Given the dragon's speed, it should have been capable of evading his assault. Yet, it had not. Ice Spirit, a spectator of the unfolding events, furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had meticulously studied each student, and the earlier scene had indicated that the colossal dragon possessed the ability to evade. However, it had remained stationary, which left her perplexed. Xing did not hesitate. He swiftly charged forward, his fist clenched as he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the towering Long. The latter could only defend himself. Within Long's heart, a sense of despair lingered. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to summon his soul power during this confrontation, and his martial spirit refused to manifest, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Long, why are you not countering? Xing inquired amidst his relentless assault. Long's face reflected a bitter expression as he replied, I wish I could. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, my soul power eludes me. Xing ceased his actions, gazing at Gao Dalong with confusion. Why is it that your soul power remains stagnant? I am at a loss as well. Gao Dalong's face was etched with anxiety. The match could only be halted due to the circumstances. Once they exited the simulation chamber, the two conveyed the situation to Ice Spirit, who was taken aback by the occurrence. After a moment of contemplation, Ice Spirit suddenly said, Big Dragon, unleash a soul skill upon me. Very well. The tall big dragon summoned the dark dragon, which let out a fearsome roar and unleashed its claws towards Ice Spirit. In an instant, his soul power surged. However, Ice Spirit's strength was inscrutable, and with a mere wave of her hand, Big Dragon was sent flying. Has your soul power increased? Big Dragon lay on the ground and replied, indeed, it has. Good. Ice Spirit nodded slightly and instructed, now, direct another soul skill at X. Rising from the ground, Big Dragon conjured the dark dragon once more. This time, however, as he faced X, the dark dragon refrained from even roaring, seemingly intimidated. While Big Dragon sensed a decline in the speed of his soul power. Teacher, my soul power has slowed again, Big Dragon lamented, his face contorted with concern. It appears to be the case, Ice Spirit responded with an understanding expression. What is happening? Big Dragon asked anxiously, as this directly affected his martial spirit. Rather than rushing to explain, Ice Spirit sought to further confirm her hypothesis and instructed, you both should combine your attacks against me. Xing and Gao Dalong were instantly bewildered. They could not comprehend why Bing Ling had instructed them to act in such a manner. Nevertheless, despite their confusion, both of them simultaneously launched an attack towards Bing Ling. The dragon unleashed a resounding roar, while the majestic beast brandished its ferocious claws. The roar of the dragon's cry resounded. And the towering dragon felt an immense surge of excitement from his martial spirit, resonating in harmony with the dragon's roar. His soul power appeared to have intensified significantly, compelling the icy spirit to harness its own soul energy in a desperate effort to withstand their combined assault. Xing and Gao Dalong were pushed back a few steps by the force of the ice spirit, yet their eyes were filled with astonishment. When Gao Dalong unleashed his fierce claws, Xing harnessed a surge of soul power to assist him. A support that not only did not diminish his own soul power but also granted him a feedback of energy from Gao Dalong's martial spirit. Xing directly expressed his feelings to Bing Ling, who nodded in agreement as he shared the same sentiment. The onlookers, including Shuyao, were inexplicably reminded of the concept of martial soul fusion techniques. Teacher, could they possibly be utilizing a martial soul fusion technique? Shuyao inquired. Bing Ling shook her head, clarifying, Xing's dragon martial soul must belong to the elite echelon. Although I am unfamiliar with this specific martial soul, Xing refers to it as the divine dragon martial soul, which is surely an exceedingly rare and superior dragon martial soul. Such a martial soul exerts a formidable suppressive force over similar martial souls. As an adversary, it would impose restraint, while as an ally, it would enhance the capabilities of teammates. Then why did we not experience any augmentation during our previous combat? Xing questioned. I am uncertain about that. However, given the circumstances, it seems that Douluo cannot engage in battle with you, as you possess a certain suppressive effect over him. Bing Ling remarked, shifting her gaze to Shuyao. You shall battle against Xing, but do not hold back. If you do, I will declare Xing the victor. Rest assured. Teacher, Shuyao responded, turning to Xing. Brother Xing, since the teacher has stated this, you must also give it your all. Otherwise, if you lose, we will be unable to be together. With that, she promptly entered her simulation chamber, and Xing, smiling, followed suit. They found themselves in a lush forest, standing in a spacious clearing surrounded by dense trees. The two faced each other in silence, their gazes locked. Beneath their feet, a yellow and a purple soul ring emerged. As the divine dragon martial spirit surged forth from behind, the dragon brandished its claws, accompanied by a chorus of thunder, as rain began to pour. Meanwhile, two purple soul rings materialized under Shuyao's feet, and the figure of the ice and snow maiden materialized behind her. With a mere flick of her hand, snow and ice descended, causing the temperature to plummet instantaneously. The scene was a striking juxtaposition of tempestuous thunder and rain on one side, and the serene descent of ice and snow on the other, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chapter 37, The outcome. Xingtian moved with determination, directly unleashing the divine dragon claw to strike at Shuyao. Yet, Shuyao remained utterly composed, standing there without a hint of alarm. Just as Xingtian was about to approach her, a luminous circle materialized beneath his feet. Ice of confinement. As Xingtian found himself ensnared within the luminous circle, he swiftly retreated to evade the soul technique. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to escape the icy shackles that sought to bind him. A cunning smile graced Shuyao's face, as if she were warning Xingtian not to underestimate the situation. Xingtian shook his head in resignation, yet his expression grew serious. Although Shuyao possessed similar control abilities, once ensnared by her grasp, he would be left defenseless against her assaults, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Yao, be cautious. With a decisive utterance, Xingtian unleashed a resounding dragon's roar, which instantly left Shuyao in a state of stupor. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xingtian surged forward. Just as he approached Shuyao, she regained her senses, yet found herself unable to summon the icy restraints. In light of this predicament, Shuyao promptly unleashed an ice explosion to fend off Xingtian. Xingtian was struck, yet he remained undeterred. With his formidable physique, he resolutely withstood the injury. Dragon's Claw. With a swift strike of his claw, Xingtian sent Shuyao flying through the air. He meticulously controlled his strength, ensuring she remained unharmed. After being propelled away, Shuyao rolled on the ground, soiling her garments. Xingtian immediately halted his actions, exclaiming, Yao, are you all right? However, Shuyao remained silent, rising from the ground without a moment's hesitation. She unleashed a binding ice spell at Xingtian's feet, catching him off guard and freezing him in place. Subsequently, she cast an ice explosion, sending Xingtian hurtling backward, where he tumbled several times before finally coming to a stop. Xingtian rose to his feet, a bitter smile spreading across his face as he regarded the icy shards that adorned his form. Brother Xingtian, this is merely a simulated world. Unleash your full potential in battle. I promise, I shall not go easy on you, Shuyao declared, conjuring a soul technique. Observing this, Xingtian swiftly evaded the attack. Outside the arena, Tongxi and the others stifled their laughter. Shuyao shows no mercy, exploiting Xingtian's reluctance to strike her with full force. Tongxi remarked with a chuckle. Dusi added with a grin, after all, our teacher instructed us not to hold back. So Shuyao has no choice but act this way. Gao Dalong and Dong Shui, overhearing the girls' banter, could only sigh quietly. Shuyao had reached the formidable level of 27, while Xingtian remained at 26, a mere level apart. Yet, for Xingtian, this level disparity was insignificant. But their relationship likely prevented him from unleashing his full strength. At that moment, Xingtian was evading Shuyao's first soul technique, Ice Explosion. The instant he spotted an opportunity to close the distance and attack, Shuyao's exceptional control over the battlefield manifested as a binding ice trap beneath his feet, thwarting his advance. Brother Xingtian, I am a control-type soul master. Getting close to me is no simple feat. Shuyao teased playfully. Is that so? Xingtian paused, responding, what if I manage to get close and capture you? Shuyao feigned contemplation before replying, in that case, I shall have you wash my clothes for a month. Conversely, should you fail to catch me, you will owe me a month of laundry. Xingtian smiled and agreed to Shuyao's request. Be careful, Yao Yao. Xingtian uttered these words, and the dragon behind him suddenly roared, lightning crackling around his form. With his right hand, he pointed at Shuyao, summoning several bolts of lightning that struck downwards, while simultaneously, his left hand directed a torrent of water towards her. The spectators exchanged glances of astonishment. I had always believed that Xingtian possessed only the lightning attribute of the dragon martial spirit. Little did I know he wielded a dual attribute of lightning and water, which was truly remarkable. Tongxi murmured. The others nodded in agreement, as it was indeed their first realization of this fact. Bingling narrowed her eyes, equally taken aback. During the 2 months of training, there had been no actual combat. And had it not been for this competition, she would have remained oblivious. In the simulated world, the combined assault of lightning and water left Shuyao struggling to cope. The water was manageable, as she could freeze it directly, but the lightning required her to evade. Boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck near Shuyao. If she ventured within mere centimeters, she would be hit, yet Xingtian deliberately aimed away. Recognizing the precarious situation, Shuyao swiftly unleashed her domain of snow. Instantly, the realm erupted forth, blanketing a vast area in ice and snow, transforming the surrounding verdant trees into a ghostly white, while rain from the sky turned into icy shards plummeting down. This caused Xingtian to frown, for he could not control the ice, while Shuyao could. This was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Domain. Frozen confinement. Shuyao called out softly, creating a luminous circle with a diameter of 20 meters centered around her, with Xingtian caught within its grasp. As he noticed this, he quickly attempted to retreat from the circle, but just as he was about to escape, Shuyao spoke once more. Explode. Ice spikes erupted from within the circle. Anyone trapped inside would be impaled and rendered immobile, with severe consequences potentially leading to death. The ice spikes jutted 5 meters high, yet Shuyao's soul power could not sustain a domain-level soul skill for long, and after approximately 5 seconds, the spikes retracted. Once the ice spikes withdrew, Shuyao's gaze swept the surroundings. Not seeing any trace of Xingtian, an anxious feeling washed over her. This was her first use of the frozen confinement domain, and she was uncertain of its actual potency. The sudden disappearance of Xingtian made her heart race. Just as she was desperately searching, a teasing voice rang out. Yao Yao, are you looking for me? It was Xingtian's voice, and upon hearing it, Shuyao instantly tensed, realizing she had no idea when he had appeared behind her. Xingtian suddenly embraced her from behind, chuckling. Remember to do my laundry for a month. Shuyao felt her cheeks flush slightly at Xingtian's touch. Yet she did not forget that they were still engaged in battle, retaliating with a swift strike. Xingtian, struck by such force, clutched his chest and lamented, Yao Yao. Why must you be so forceful? My heart aches. Upon witnessing the anguish etched upon Xingtian's face, Shuyao hurried to his side and inquired with concern. Brother Xingtian, are you all right? With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Xingtian unleashed the dragon claw to strike Shuyao. The assault caught her off guard, disrupting even the realm of snow. Shuyao was sent hurtling backward, and Xingtian swiftly pursued, wrapping his left arm around her waist while his right hand, claw-like, rested upon her flawless neck. Yao Yao, will you concede? He inquired. Brother Xingtian, do you truly believe I still have a chance to counterattack in this state? Shuyao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Xingtian smiled awkwardly as the two of them simultaneously exited the simulated world and stepped out of the simulation pod. Their eyes immediately turned to Bingling. Chapter 38. Xingtian versus Dong Shui. Lin Bingling observed the gazes of Xingtian and Shuyao and remarked, neither of you has exerted your full strength. Yet neither is held back. In this match, Xingtian emerges victorious. Upon hearing Bing Ling's words, Xingtian felt a surge of joy within. As long as he triumphed over Dong Shuiye, he could secure his place here. With this thought in mind, he fixed his intense gaze upon Dong Shuiye, who, under his scrutiny, shuddered in silence. Soon, Bing Ling orchestrated a battle between Xingtian and Dong Shuiye, scheduled for half an hour later. During this interval, Xingtian began to meditate, replenishing the soul energy he had expended in his previous fight against Shuyao. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he swiftly regained his energy. Thanks to his soul core, however, to maintain appearances, he opted to engage in a more profound meditative practice. While he was engrossed in meditation, Shuiye approached Shuyao. Eyeing Shuiye warily, Shuyao inquired, "What do you intend to do?" With a smile adorning her face, Shuiye whispered in a tone audible only to Shuyao, "I shall not concede so easily. Xingtian will eventually be mine. I will defeat you shortly and reclaim him." Humph. Shuyao scoffed coldly, her expression hardening at Shuiye's words. Xingtian is not an object. It is his prerogative to choose whom he likes. Please refrain from speaking of reclaiming him. Very well. I shall make him favor me. As for you, take care of yourself. Shuiye retorted before turning away towards Bing Ling. Teacher, since I have already failed, I request to be transferred to another class. Bing Ling paused momentarily, responding, the competition involving Xingtian has not yet concluded. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Shuiye affirmed with a firm nod. Very well, return to the classroom for now. I will make arrangements for you shortly. Understood, Shuiye replied before departing the simulation room. Casting a lingering glance at Shuyao as she exited, Xingtian emerged from his meditation, exhaling deeply as he sensed a gradual enhancement of his soul power. Filling his heart with joy. Xingtian, have you fully recovered? Bing Ling inquired. I am restored, master, Xingtian replied to Bing Ling. Bing Ling nodded and turned to Dong Shuiye, saying, you shall engage in a duel with Xingtian. Understood, master, Dong Shuiye responded. Casting a glance at Xingtian, please be gentle during the match. Xingtian shrugged and remarked, we haven't even begun to fight yet. How can you assume that I could possibly defeat you? You are a formidable level 28 soul master, and I would prefer that you go easy on me. Dong Shuiye smiled wryly, fully aware that if Xingtian unleashed his full potential, he would stand no chance. Without further ado, the two of them entered the simulation chamber. Arriving at a mountaintop where a circular battlefield, measuring 30 meters in diameter, awaited them. A single misstep could lead to certain demise. Xingtian and Dong Shuiye appeared here. Xingtian stood on the right, while Dong Shuiye positioned herself on the left. The two exchanged no idle words, immediately unleashing their respective martial spirits. Underneath Xingtian's feet, a yellow and a purple soul ring emerged, while a divine dragon roared behind him. Beneath Dong Shuiye's feet, two purple soul rings manifested, and the azure sword materialized out of thin air. The two individuals assumed their battle stances. Xingtian fixed his gaze upon Dong Shuiye, wielding his Shura sword. Renowned for its formidable lethality, yet demanding a significant toll on his soul power. He realized that he must prolong the battle until Dong Shuiye's soul energy was entirely depleted to secure victory. Conversely, Dong Shuiye scrutinized Xingtian. Aware that the first soul skill of Xingtian's divine dragon martial soul could induce a 3-second stun effect. Should he be frequently incapacitated, it would pose a considerable challenge. His primary offensive capability lay in the divine dragon claw, alongside the concealed phoenix martial soul, which he understood Xingtian would refrain from utilizing. In this moment, both combatants remained stationary, each releasing their martial souls while seeking vulnerabilities in the other. Observing from the sidelines, Gusi inquired, why aren't they engaging? They're just standing there motionless. They are searching for each other's weaknesses, Bing Ling elucidated. Although Xingtian has a deficit in soul power, the synergy between his first soul skill's control and the potent attack of his second skill is impeccable, rendering Dong Shuiye hesitant to strike recklessly. Meanwhile, Xingtian is wary of the Shura sword's overwhelming damage. A single opening would allow Dong Shuiye to relentlessly suppress him, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Listening to Bing Ling's explanation, Gusi displayed a perplexed expression, murmuring, this feels rather troublesome. Observing her demeanor, Bing Ling shook her head, realizing that further training in this area was necessary. Within the simulated realm, Xingtian and Dong Shuiye remained locked in their stalemate. Xingtian, we cannot continue like this, Dong Shuiye remarked. Xingtian immediately interjected, what do you propose? Shall I count to 3, and we strike simultaneously? After a moment of contemplation, Xingtian nodded in agreement to Dong Shuiye's proposal. Immediately, Dong Shuiye initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the sound of the final count, both individuals launched into action. Xingtian dashed swiftly towards Dong Shuiye, gripping the azure sword tightly. Dong Shuiye charged at Xingtian. Clang! The azure sword collided with Xingtian's right arm. On Xingtian's right arm, a delicate layer of dragon scales had emerged. Though he was uncertain of their hardness, the situation suggested that these scales could withstand significant damage. Dong Shuiye was astounded to see Xingtian effortlessly block his azure sword with his arm. His azure sword, renowned for its ability to slice through iron like mud, had been so easily thwarted. Such an occurrence would be met with disbelief if spoken of. With a sudden thrust of his right arm, Xingtian propelled Dong Shuiye back several steps with immense force. Goodness, your brute strength is astounding, Dong Shuiye remarked. This is not mere brute strength. It is innate divine power. Xingtian replied with a grin before launching another offensive. He employed the dragon scales on his arm to deflect Dong Shuelin's azure sword attacks, while his other fist struck Dong Shuelin's body with such force that it caused him to grimace in pain. Could you not be so rough? That hurts immensely. Dong Shuelin exclaimed. I've already held back quite a bit. You shouldn't complain. If you have the ability, why not retaliate? Faced with Xingtian's provocation, Dong Shuelin could not contain himself and immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Bloodthirst. The azure sword became enveloped in a crimson aura as Dong Shuelin forcefully slashed towards Xingtian. Xingtian extended his arms to shield himself, this time using both limbs for defense. After employing the soul technique, the power of the Shura sword surged severalfold, if it were to intensify even slightly more. Xingtian feared he might not withstand it. However, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that his soul power was being siphoned away by the Shura sword, and the rate of extraction was alarmingly swift. If this continued, his soul power would be completely drained. Chapter 39. The astonished ice spirit. In a moment of desperation, Xing's heart raced. However, he found himself ensnared by the azure sword, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Realizing the futility of his struggle, he relinquished his efforts and instead channeled his own soul energy into the sword. A torrent of soul power surged into the azure sword, causing Dong Shuelin's expression to darken slightly. This influx of energy did not belong to him. Absorbing such a vast quantity was beyond his capacity. Yet, he was astounded by the seemingly endless stream of soul energy emanating from Xing. The recovery speed of the soul power is remarkably swift. Dong Shuelin has absorbed approximately 30% of his soul power. Yet the soul core has already replenished 15% for him. Unable to absorb any more, Dong Shuelin retracts the Shura sword. However, will Xing allow him to succeed? The answer is a resounding no. Xing seizes the Shura sword, channeling his soul power into it. Instantly, Dong Shuelin's complexion shifts to one of distress. The excessive absorption of foreign soul power threatens to overwhelm him. Dong Shuelin cries out, relinquishing his grip on the Shura sword and retreating. Xing deftly takes hold of the Shura sword and spins it around, striking towards Dong Shuelin with a swift slash. Dong Shuelin gazes, bewildered, as Xing unleashes a wave of sword energy using his own Shura sword. His expression is one of sheer astonishment. What is happening? I spirit too widens her beautiful eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend this scene. How could Xing wield Dong Shuelin's Shura sword? After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly closes the visual of the battle while others remain unresponsive, then turns to retrieve her soul communicator to call someone. This is impossible. How can you wield my martial soul? Dong Shuelin evades Xing's attack, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He feels his martial soul slipping from his control. A delicate connection now severed, rendering him utterly helpless in reclaiming the Shura sword. It leaves him dumbfounded. I cannot explain why this is possible. Perhaps it is a latent ability. Xing replies to Dong Shuelin. I return your sword. Let us continue. Xing cast the azure sword towards Dong Shuelin. Upon catching the azure sword, Dong Shuelin was instantly enveloped by the familiar sensation of wielding it, a feeling that brought him profound relief. Now, let the battle commence. Xing abruptly dashed out, his hand contorting into a dragon's claw as he launched an assault towards Dong Shuelin. This time, Dong Shuelin refrained from engaging in close combat and instead unleashed the technique known as 10,000 swords piercing the heart. A myriad of sword shadows manifested behind him. Slicing through the air and hurtling towards Xingting remained steadfast, his hands swiftly fending off the onslaught of sword shadows. His speed was remarkable, and he exhibited no signs of fatigue. With a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon, Dong Shuelin felt a sudden jolt to his head, leaving him momentarily dazed, causing the myriad of swords piercing his heart to come to an abrupt halt. Seizing a fleeting 3-second opportunity, Xing swiftly darted to Dong Shuelin's side. His dragon claw aimed menacingly at his abdomen. With a muted thud, 5 deep gashes appeared on Dong Shuelin's belly, blood gushing forth from the wounds. Regaining consciousness, he felt the searing pain emanating from his injuries, involuntarily gritting his teeth and letting out a cry of anguish. You truly strike with ferocity, Dong Shuelin remarked. As the Shura sword in his grasp emanated an aura of terror, he was determined to unleash his most formidable blow to conclude this battle. The criminal's expression shifted to one of vigilance. 1,000 swords pierced the heart. Dong Shuelin unleashed his power once more, but this time after a brief moment of concentration. Countless sword shadows materialized behind him, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Go. This time, the sword shadows were accompanied by an overwhelming surge of soul energy. Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, extending his arms as waves of soul power surged forth, forming a barrier to shield himself. Thud, thud, thud. The shadows of swords struck against Xing's soul power barrier. The contest now hinged on soul power. Whoever could endure until the end would emerge victorious. Let us go. Dong Shuelin unleashed a frenzied assault, his swords raining down like droplets of rain. Sweat beaded on Xing's forehead as he gritted his teeth, bracing against the onslaught. The arena around them was pockmarked with massive craters, dust swirling upwards. After several minutes, Dong Shuelin could no longer sustain himself and collapsed. Xing's complexion was somewhat pale. Despite the rapid recovery of his soul core, he struggled against the immense strain. Watching Dong Shuelin fall, he summoned his remaining soul power to unleash the divine dragon claw. delivering the final blow. The simulation chamber opened, and Xing crawled out, where Shuyao immediately rushed over to support him. Meanwhile, Dong Xuelin emerged, his face drained of color. A clear sign of depleted soul power. Tongxi quickly approached to assist him. What happened? Why do you look like this? Tongxi expressed her concern. As soon as Xing grasped Dong Xuelin's sword, the viewing screen was shut off by Bing Ling, leaving them unaware of the ongoing situation. Dong Xuelin chuckled bitterly. Shaking his head, he had never anticipated that his soul power as a level 28 Great Soul Master would be outmatched by Xing, a mere level 26 Great Soul Master. He feared he would become the subject of ridicule upon exiting. At this moment, Xing also felt unwell. Having been pushed to the brink of exhausting his soul power by Dong Xuelin, the sensation of being devoid of soul power was truly uncomfortable. He found a spot to sit down and began meditating to restore his energy, and Dong Xuelin did the same. After a moment, Bing Ling entered the room. Upon seeing Xing and Dong Xuelin meditating, she furrowed her brow. She approached the simulation chamber, quickly reviewing the footage, and upon realizing that Xing had emerged victorious, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This young man is rather impressive. His soul power has surpassed that of a level 28 Great Soul Master. Bing Ling mused to herself. Teacher, Shuyao's voice suddenly broke the silence as she anxiously inquired, who won the duel between Xinggu and Xueli? Xing. Bing Ling replied succinctly. Xuyao was instantly filled with excitement, leaping into the air. Yay, I want to have to be separated from Xinggu. Seeing her exuberance, Bing Ling shook her head with a smile, then turned her attention to Xiang Yuan and Chang Qing, leading them away to arrange new classes. Before long, both Xing and Dong Xuelin had recovered their soul power, opening their eyes and standing up. They exchanged glances and smiled at one another. Dong Xuelin laughed and scolded, You. My friend, I had no idea you were this strong until we fought. Likewise, Xing chuckled in response. Realizing that Xing was offering him an out, Dong Xuelin continued. Let us duel again next time. This victory was merely by chance. Sure. Xing readily agreed. Shuyao and the others, who had been watching their banter, chimed in. Xingge, let me and Xuelin fight next time. You don't need to intervene. Shuyao said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Dong Xuelin's face displayed a wry smile. All right, no more fighting. The group erupted into laughter, feeling a newfound camaraderie. None of them would be eliminated, and they would stand together in battle. Chapter 40. Tang Sect. After arranging for Celia, Chang Qing, and Xiang Yuan, Bing Ling entered the simulation room. Upon witnessing the excitement of the seven, she cleared her throat, prompting an immediate hush. All eyes turned to Bing Ling. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo military training for a month. After that, you will represent Class 521 in the competition for the title of the Shrek 7 Monsters. My expectations are not high. Just secure that title for the school. Bing Ling's words left everyone speechless. Was her expectation truly so modest? Teacher, the academy is filled with experts. That demand is quite lofty. Gao Dalong remarked with a wry smile. Bing Ling shot a glance at Gao Dalong and replied, You will run 100 laps on the playground. No way. Teacher. Gao Dalong protested dramatically. However, Bing Ling ignored him, dispersing the others on the spot. Xing, come with me. She turned and departed. While Xuyao cast a worried glance at Xing, Xing bestowed upon her a reassuring glance before following closely behind. Upon exiting the simulation room, Xing accompanied Bing Ling to a secluded area. Bing Ling halted, turning to fix her gaze upon Xing and stated, I have gleaned some information about your circumstances from your master. Your abilities are indeed quite extraordinary, particularly your capacity to wield other spirit weapons, which is exceptionally rare. This skill must remain concealed from others, do you understand? After listening to Bing Ling's words, Xing was momentarily taken aback, then he managed a wry smile. Teacher, I did not intend to cause trouble. It was simply that I couldn't help myself when wielding the Shura sword of Xuelin. I am equally at a loss. I will exercise more caution next time. Rest assured. I have already deleted the video of your competition. Very well. By the way, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the captain of the class team. And I will provide you with some specialized training. Understood. Oh, there is one more thing. I hear you have a keen interest in forging and have been working part-time at the Xingtian Mecha Company. What is your current level of expertise in forging? Level 6 Forging Master. Oh, that's quite impressive. Bing Ling acknowledged, but suddenly her expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. She stared at Xing in disbelief. What did you say? Level 6 Forging Master. Indeed, I have achieved that level. Naturally, I am a level 6 Forging Master. And I have even been taken for certification. Xing flipped his hand, revealing a booklet. Bing Ling took the booklet and examined it, confirming it was indeed a certification for a level 6 Forging Master. You truly are a hidden gem. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Come. I shall take you to a place. What place? You will know when you arrive. In a certain loft within Shrek Academy. For large characters were inscribed above the entrance. Tang Sect. As Bing Ling led Xing to this location, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing these two characters. Teacher. Is this the renowned Tang Sect of the Douluo continent? Did you not read the sign? Bing Ling shot him a glance before stepping inside. And Xing promptly followed suit. Shortly after entering the Tang Sect, they encountered an individual. Upon seeing the individual, Xing immediately called out, Brother Tang. Tang Zong turned his head in confusion and, upon recognizing Xing, exclaimed in surprise, "Xing, my dear brother, what brings you here?" "Of course, I brought him," Bing Ling interjected. It was only then that Tang Zong noticed Bing Ling. "What? Teacher Bing, you are here as well?" "Naturally, I brought him to see the Tang sect." "So, are you two acquainted?" "Indeed, we are. Brother Xing is the one I recommended to Shailik. It seems you possess some intellect after all." "Teacher Bing." "That remark is rather hurtful," Xing replied. "I never realized you had a heart," Bing Ling coldly remarked. Tang Zong fell into a contemplative silence. Curiosity piqued within him as he observed the two engaged in their playful banter. He yearned to inquire about the situation from Tang Zong, yet hesitated to do so with Bing Ling present. Suddenly, Bing Ling turned to X and remarked, "In the future, avoid associating with such individuals, do you understand? The law is obscure and perplexing. Nonetheless, one must respond. I have heard." "Very well, let us proceed." Ice Spirit led Xing Jijing inside, while Tang Zong, with a resigned shrug, followed suit. After walking a short distance, Ice Spirit halted and turned to Tang Zong, inquiring, "What brings you along with us?" Tang Zong wore a wry smile as he explained, "I have matters to discuss with Master Li." It turned out he was referring to the notorious lecher, Li Jiahao. Ahem. "Ice Teacher, is it entirely appropriate to address Master Li in such a manner? What is inappropriate about it?" "I am merely speaking the truth," Ice Spirit replied candidly. No, it's nothing," Tang Zong hastily interjected. "Humph." Ice Spirit scoffed before continuing on her way. Xing, who trailed behind, was filled with curiosity. He discreetly opened his soul communicator and sent a message to Tang Zong. "Brother Tang, do you have a conflict with teacher? Why does she seem so irate?" After sending the message, he subtly gestured for Tang Zong to check it. Understanding the cue, Tang Zong retrieved his soul communicator and typed back, "This matter is quite intricate. But to put it simply, earlier, we were discussing Master Li Jiahao, who had once taken me to a spring. However, unbeknownst to us, Ice Teacher's friend was bathing there. Ahem. As a result, we witnessed certain events that, once Ice Teacher became aware, she took offense on behalf of her friend, tarnishing our impression in her eyes." At that moment, Xingtian felt a sense of relief, so this was the reason behind the teacher's unfavorable attitude towards Brother Tang. Upon this realization, he replied, "Brother Tang, for the sake of my reputation, I shall maintain my distance from you in front of the teacher." Upon seeing this message, Tang Zong's face displayed a look of displeasure. Was he doubting him? "Bing Ling, what brings you here at this hour?" A melodious voice resonated. Xing turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a graceful woman swaying her hips as she approached, clad in a black qipao. Her elongated legs were exposed to the air, accentuated by striking red high heels. This was the esteemed leader of the Outer Santang, Su Liqiao. "You may simply address her as Master Su." Bing Ling looked towards Xing. Xing nodded, indicating his understanding. "Oh, why did you bring such a handsome gentleman? Could he possibly be your boyfriend?" Su Liqiao teased without reservation. Bing Ling shot her a sidelong glance, reproaching, "This is my student. Don't be ridiculous." "Alas, all the handsome boys are your students. I seem to have none of merit here," Su Liqiao lamented, a look of solitude crossing her face. Bing Ling cast her another glance. Having grown accustomed to her friend's antics, "Tang Zong, what are you doing here?" Su Liqiao's tone turned icy as she suddenly noticed Tang Zong not far behind Xing. Tang Zong's face revealed an awkward expression as he stammered, "I came to find Master Li." Su Liqiao replied coldly, "He is already dead. You needn't seek him." "Liqiao, what are you saying? How could I be dead?" An irate voice interrupted. A man, over 170 centimeters tall, emerged from the Tang sect. With a buzz cut and square-framed glasses, his slender frame clad in black only accentuated his gaunt appearance, evoking a sense of malnourishment. Su Liqiao's anger flared upon seeing Li Jiahao. "I have already prepared your coffin. Why are you not lying in it?" "Su Liqiao, do not go too far." Li Jiahao retorted sharply. "Too far? What about your actions back then? You brought Tang Zong along to spy. I practiced the phantom shadow step with him. And who could have known you were bathing there? You deserve to be seen." "Li Jiahao, go to hell." Su Liqiao's soul energy surged forth, startling Li Jiahao, who promptly turned to flee. Tang Zong, recognizing the urgency, hurried after him. "Don't run from me. I will kill you today," Su Liqiao bellowed. At that moment, Bing Ling grasped her arm, saying, Chiao, you cannot defeat Jiahao. It's best not to pursue him." Su Liqiao breathed heavily, her anger boiling. "But I cannot rest easy without killing him. Ling, will you come with me?" Bing Ling, feeling embarrassed, replied helplessly, "Even together, we would not stand a chance against him. Curse it. I should have trained harder back then. I wouldn't be at a disadvantage today." Hearing Su Liqiao's words, Bing Ling instinctively glanced at Xing and suddenly exclaimed, "Xing, in the future, may your strength be sufficient to assist Su Tangs in dealing with Li Jiahao." Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bing Ling, seemingly questioning why he had been summoned. This young man was quite handsome, but did he possess the necessary strength? Before Xing could respond, Su Liqiao spoke up. Xiang was questioned by Su Liqiao and immediately felt displeased. "Why can't I do it? Just give me some time. I am certain I can surpass that guy." "All right. I shall grant you a few years. When your strength is sufficient, you must help me give that fellow a good beating. Preferably one that leaves him unable to rise from bed for 4 or 5 months." After Su Liqiu finished speaking, she exchanged a glance with Bing Ling, both of their eyes gleaming with amusement, though they refrained from laughing. At this moment, Xing came to a realization and murmured, "Why do I feel as though I have been ensnared?" Suddenly, Bing Ling playfully delivered a light smack to his head and retorted, "This is hardly a scheme. It merely reflects your remarkable potential. In the future, you shall undoubtedly surpass Li Jiahao, that miser." Xing Bian pursed his lips, feeling a sense of injustice akin to that of a child, yet he remained silent. "Ling Ling, did you bring him here to have him join the Tang sect?" Su Liqiu suddenly inquired. Bing Ling shook her head and clarified, "I merely brought him here for a visit. Whether he wishes to join the Tang sect will ultimately depend on his own decision." As he listened to the conversation between the two, a spark ignited in his eyes. He had heard much about the Tang sect and held it in high esteem, particularly revering its founder, Tang San. "Teacher, if it is the Tang sect, I am willing to join." With a light-hearted chuckle, Su Liqiu responded, "You are quite commendable, willing to join the Tang sect without even a glance. I wholeheartedly support your choice." My spirit seemed to anticipate this response and, not at all surprised, remarked, "While I do not oppose your desire to join the Tang sect, I would first like you to understand what it entails." She cast a glance at Su Liqiu, who understood the cue and replied in a serious tone. The Tang sect was established 30,000 years ago by the thousand-handed Douluo, Tang San, and it flourished during that era. However, it began to decline over 20,000 years ago with the advent of advanced soul engineering devices. It was only revitalized through the efforts of the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters, led by the spirit Ice Douluo, Wuyuhao. 8,000 years ago, it suffered significant losses due to an assault by the spirit hall. But through the relentless efforts of the Dragon Emperor Douluo, Tang Wulin, and others, it restored its strength, eventually achieving a prominent position within the Federation. The journey of the Tang sect has been one of tremendous ups and downs, and its reputation is, indeed, not inferior to that of Shrek. However, let me clarify, as a prestigious and orthodox sect, we bear the responsibility of maintaining peace on the Douluo continent. Should you choose to join, you will inevitably face perilous situations, with death lurking at every corner. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this decision? Xing attentively listened to Su Liqiu's words. His head bowed in contemplation, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze with fervor. "I am willing to join the Tang sect." His voice resonated with strength, devoid of any hesitation, brimming with determination. Su Liqiu turned to exchange a glance with Bing Ling, both of them nodding in agreement. "Excellent," Su Liqiu affirmed. "In my capacity as the leader of the Tang sect's Min Hall, I hereby consent to Xing's admission into the Tang sect. Remember, as a member of the Tang sect, you must uphold righteousness and cannot act recklessly. Should any member of the Tang sect discover your misdeeds, we will deal with you personally." "Understood," Xing replied, standing tall. Observing Xing's serious demeanor, Su Liqiu chuckled and patted his shoulder. "The formalities are complete. There's no need to maintain such a stern expression. Soon, I shall provide you with an identity token as a disciple of the Tang sect." The expression of Xing relaxed as he nodded and said, "I appreciate your assistance." Master Min. Su Liqiu waved her hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. By the way, what level are you currently at?" "I am a level 26 soul master." "Oh, and your age?" 14. "Ah, that is quite impressive." At this moment, Bing Ling interjected, "He is also a level 6 forging master." "What?" Su Liqiu looked at Bing Ling in bewilderment, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Bing Ling smiled wryly. "I couldn't believe it either when I first heard it, but he possesses the certification of a level 6 forging master." "Xing, please show your master certificate to Master Su." "Oh." Xing Ji took out his master certificate from the soul guide storage ring. After Su Liqiu examined it, her gaze towards Xing shifted dramatically. At merely 14 years of age, he was a 26th rank soul master and, astonishingly, a 6th rank forging master. This was truly beyond comprehension. "Your name is Xing, is it not? A master at such a young age, you were destined to be immortalized in history." Cough, cough. "Su Hall master, please do not say such things. It makes me rather embarrassed," Xing replied modestly. "Embarrassed? You should take pride in this. It is your capital for making an impression. Alas, if the people from the Power Hall were to learn of you, they would undoubtedly vie for you as a disciple with envy in their eyes," she remarked. Bing Ling chimed in, "Xingtian's master is blood dance." Upon hearing Bing Ling's words, Su Liqiu's gaze towards Xingtian became even more peculiar. Chapter 42. The phantom shadow step. Xingtian felt a sense of unease under Su Liqiu's unwavering gaze and inquired, "Master Su, is there something on your mind?" "Not at all. I am merely perplexed. How could the bloodthirsty Wu, that tyrannical dragon, possibly take on disciples? Has she mistreated you in any way?" "My master treats me exceptionally well. There has been no mistreatment." "How peculiar," Su mused, "given Wu's temperament. It is indeed surprising that she has not subjected you to any abuse." Xingtian tugged at the corner of his mouth, perplexed by Su Liqiu's remarks. He had often heard others claim that his master was a violent tyrant, yet he had never perceived any inclination toward brutality in her demeanor. Xiao, please do not frighten Xingtian," Bing Ling interjected. "That is all in the past. If your master exhibits any violence towards you, do not be astonished. It is merely a normal occurrence." "No, not at all. My master possesses no violent tendencies whatsoever. In fact, she treats me exceptionally well." She even provided me with a card to dine at the school cafeteria. Goodness, blood dance, so frugal, yet she gives you money for meals. My heavens! Su Liqiao exclaimed. And Bing Ling shared her astonishment. Meanwhile, in her office, Blood Dance suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose and murmuring, "Who is speaking of me?" Upon witnessing the countenance of Bing Ling and Su Liqiao, Xingtian found himself pondering, could they truly embody the traits of my master? With their blend of aggression and uncertainty? Xiao, let us cease this discussion, Bing Ling remarked to Su Liqiao. Quickly impart your Wan Pai Feng hammer technique to Xingtian. The Wan Pai Feng hammer technique pertains to Li Tang, if you seek my assistance. I can only offer him the ghostly shadow stepping technique at most. After a moment of contemplation, Bing Ling addressed Xingtian, in a while. You should seek out Tang Zong, who will guide you to Li Tang, a place with which he is well acquainted. Li Tang? Xingtian inquired, somewhat bewildered. This place is Min Tang, of which I am the master. Not far from here lies Li Tang, and adjacent to that is Yu Tang, Su Liqiao elucidated. Xingtian was suddenly enlightened, yet he felt a tinge of confusion as to why his mentor did not accompany him. Bing Ling seemed to perceive Xingtian's thoughts and elucidated. Although the outer three halls all belong to the Tang sect, they have a penchant for rivalry amongst themselves. I suspect that the members of the Strength Hall might not welcome you warmly, so it is best for Tang Zong to escort you. Upon realizing this, Xingtian felt a wave of understanding wash over him. Xingtian, follow me, Su Liqiao beckoned as she made her way towards the sensitivity hall, prompting Xingtian to hastily follow. The sensitivity hall was a spacious chamber, and upon entering, Xingtian noticed that Su Liqiao had already vanished. When he saw her again, she held a book in her hands. The tome was not thick and appeared to be brand new, emblazoned with 5 prominent characters. Ghost Shadow Stealthy Steps. This is the Ghost Shadow Stealthy Steps, which typically requires one to complete tasks to earn points for redemption. However, in light of my regard for Bing Ling, I am granting you an exception. Just remember to keep my involvement a secret, understood? Yes, I understand. Xingtian nodded emphatically. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the ghostly shadow stealth technique in Su Liqiao's hands. He had read about this extraordinary skill, which was imparted by the founder of the Tang sect, the thousand-hand Douluo Tang San. To his astonishment, he found himself in a position to acquire and learn it today. The mere thought of this filled his heart with exhilaration. Observing that Xingtian was utterly captivated by the ghostly shadow stealth technique, Su Liqiao smiled gently and extended the book towards him. Xingtian carefully took it in both hands and turned it over. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. How extraordinary it was to discover such an enigmatic step. Truly marvelous. Xingtian, for now, put it away and save the study for later. Let Tang Zong lead you to the strength hall first, Bing Ling gently advised. Xingtian promptly nodded, retracting the ghostly shadow stealth technique into his soul-guided storage ring. He then took out his soul-guided phone and sent a message to Tang Zong. Before long, Tang Zong responded with a brief note. Min Hall's main entrance awaits my arrival. Xingtian and Bing Ling, upon hearing Su Liqiao's call, proceeded to the entrance of Min Tang. After a brief wait, Xingtian caught sight of Tang Zong approaching. I anticipated they would send you to me, Tang Zong remarked, casting a glance towards Min Tang. Let us be on our way, should Su Tangzu emerge. I fear she may confront me once more. Upon hearing Tang Zong's words, Xingtian could not help but chuckle, recalling how he had initially practiced the ghostly shadow steps with Master Li by the spring. Tang Zong's expression darkened as he retorted, do not mention it. I saw nothing yet have borne this burden for so long. What a loss. What else do you wish to see? Came Su Liqiao's cold voice from the Min Hall. Startled, Tang Zong quickly replied, I dare not. Without further ado, he hurriedly led Xingtian away. The Li Hall was indeed not far from the Min Hall. After about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived. Inside the Li Hall, several individuals were bustling about, each cradling rare metals in their arms. Xingtian's eyes sparkled at the sight of these metals. Why are there so many rare metals here? He could not help but inquire. Because most of the members here belong to our Haotian sect, each having learned the art of forging, which necessitates metals. Thus, we frequently venture out to gather various rare metals. From the current situation, it seems someone is engaged in forging. Tang Zong elucidated. Forging? May I observe? Xingtian asked eagerly. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Zong replied, wait here a moment while I inquire. All right, Xingtian responded. A few minutes later, Tang Zong returned, saying, you are quite fortunate. A level 8 master craftsman from our Haotian sect is currently forging a 2-character battle armor, and the individuals in the Li Hall have the privilege to observe and learn. That is splendid. Brother Tang, please take me to see it. Tang Zong chuckled at Xingtian's eagerness and said, follow me. The Li Hall comprised 5 floors, and Tang Zong led Xingtian to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found it already bustling with numerous individuals, all of whom were craftsmen. At the center of the gathering stood an elderly man with a white beard, who emanated a formidable aura despite his age. Ah, Tang Zong. A voice rang out, prompting both Xingtian and Tang Zong to turn. They beheld a handsome young man in white, elegantly wielding a fan, approaching them. Although he was quite striking, he paled in comparison to Xingtian. As he reached Tang Zong, he closed his fan and inquired, have you come to observe Master Wang's forging? Master Wang, known as Wang Peng, was the esteemed craftsman responsible for this forging, holding a prominent position within both Shrek Academy and the Tang sect. I was just assisting Master Li from the Yu Hall with some matters when I encountered my younger brother here, who has just joined the Tang sect and happens to be a craftsman himself. I thought it fitting to bring him to the Li Hall, Tang Zong explained. The young man turned his gaze toward Xingtian, scrutinizing him with a smile, and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Wu Xiong. Chapter 43. The two-character battle armor. As Xingtian listened to Wu Xiong's self-introduction, he promptly responded, Greetings, I am Xingtian. Wu Xiong nodded and inquired, Have you just joined the Tang sect? Being a newcomer this year? Indeed, Xingtian affirmed. May I ask your current age and the level of your martial spirit? I am 14 years old and a 26th level soul master. That is quite commendable. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hold a certain degree of esteem within the academy. Just as Wu Xiong concluded his statement, the sound of forging began, as Elder Wang commenced his work. Let us converse further once he has completed his task. With that, he turned to observe Wang Peng's forging, and Xingtian, along with Tang Zong, directed their gaze towards him. Wang Peng was fervently wielding his forging hammer, striking with remarkable speed. He possessed the capability to perform a spiritual forge with a single blow. Yet he refrained from doing so in order to impart knowledge to those present. Xingtian gazed at his forging with growing fascination. As Wang Peng commenced the process, he completed the initial strikes with remarkable swiftness, followed by the melding phase where the metal began to take shape, ultimately forming the breastplate. Wang Peng did not cease his efforts. He proceeded to craft the remaining components of the battle armor. The floor echoed with the rhythmic clang of the forging hammer, enveloped in a profound silence. After approximately 2 hours, 11 segments of the armor were meticulously forged: the headpiece, breastplate, left shoulder and arm guards, right shoulder and arm guards, gauntlets for both hands, waist protector, and battle skirt, as well as the thigh and calf armor for both legs, culminating in combat boots. A purple-gray battle armor materialized, hovering before Wang Peng, radiating a resplendent violet glow. With a satisfied stroke of his beard, Wang Peng's eyes sparkled with contentment. With a mere wave of his hand, the armor vanished from sight. The onlookers snapped back to reality, offering their congratulations to Wang Peng, who exchanged a few pleasantries before they dispersed, returning to their respective tasks. Only Xingtian remained, his mind replaying every movement of Wang Peng, dissecting each action and pondering the intricacies involved. Suddenly, he found himself immersed in his mental realm, where his sea of consciousness surged tumultuously. The heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, and the fiery expanse beside him ignited with fierce flames. 3 distinct forces converged into a singular power, penetrating the dark veil that constrained him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the shroud had receded slightly, granting him a broader range of movement and enhancing his mental fortitude. This revelation filled Xingtian with delight, yet also concern. It became evident that the dark curtain was the source of his limitations, while the 3 forces represented the attributes of his martial spirit. Gazing intently at the obscuring veil, he furrowed his brow, realizing that he must eradicate this barrier. To achieve that, he needed to bolster his mental power. In the midst of his contemplation, a series of golden characters materialized before him, an unfamiliar script that he could nonetheless comprehend. What is this? He murmured, leaning in for a closer look. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he finished reading, his excitement surging to the point where he nearly leapt up in jubilation. The unknown script revealed a cultivation technique named Dragon and Phoenix Art, seemingly tailor-made for his martial spirit. This technique would facilitate the augmentation of his soul power and enhance the purity of his attributes. What the pinnacle of his already exceptional attributes would entail remained a mystery, yet he felt that the answer would reveal itself in due time. Eagerly, he settled into a meditative posture, ready to embark on the practice of the Dragon and Phoenix Art. Whoosh! Xingtian suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his unusual pupils. Have you comprehended it, young one? A voice, aged yet vigorous, resonated. Xingtian paused for a moment, abruptly lifting his head to find Wang Peng gazing at him with a cheerful smile, while Tang Zong and Wu Xiong stood by his side. Young brother Xing, should you not greet Elder Wang? Tang Zong prompted. Xingtian suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed, Old Wang, I was momentarily distracted and failed to notice your presence. With a hearty laugh, Wang Peng stroked his beard and cheerfully remarked, No harm done, no harm done. But tell me, how much have you grasped from my forging this time? Xingtian pondered for a moment and replied, Just a little. Just a little? Yet I sense it is far more than that. Wang Peng continued to smile as he gazed at Xingtian. Xingtian offered an awkward smile, yet chose not to elaborate further. Wang Peng, unfazed by this, shifted the conversation to the topic of forging. He inquired about the insights I had gleaned from my forging experience. Well, it is formidable, devoid of any flaws. I believe that as long as one possesses the desire, the act of forging can be accomplished with ease, even bypassing such a cumbersome process, I remarked with a chuckle. Wang Peng erupted into laughter once more, stating, I am, after all, a master craftsman. The creation of dual armored gear is inherently simple for me. To what level have you ascended in your forging endeavors? Xingtian did not conceal his status, a level 6 forging master. Quite impressive, indeed, to achieve such mastery at such a tender age. However, beside him, Tang Zong was rendered speechless, staring at Xingtian in astonishment, even exclaiming, "You claim to be a level 6 forging master." "Indeed," Xingtian affirmed with a nod. "My goodness. In just a few months, you have ascended to the rank of a level 6 forging master. Simply extraordinary." Wang Peng, intrigued by Tang Zong's words, inquired, "Little Zong, what is the story behind this young man? Do enlighten me." Tang Zong, with a wry smile, recounted, "A few months ago, I ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of soul beasts and encountered Xingtian, who at that time was merely a soul master, just embarking on his forging journey." Upon hearing this, both Wang Ping and Wu Xiang were filled with astonishment. Had Xiao Yehua been present, the news would have undoubtedly shaken him. Much like it did Wang Peng and Wu Xiang, who would believe that one could leap from a novice to a level 6 forging master in merely a few months. "Xingtian, how old are you?" Wang Ping asked, his voice trembling. "I am 14 years old," Xingtian replied. Gasped. Wang Ping inhaled sharply, then asked, "Would you consider becoming my disciple?" "Huh? I already have a master," Xingtian responded. "You have a master? Who is it? I shall deal with him." No. Xingtian quickly shook his head. Hearing Wang Ping's words, Tang Zong leaned in to whisper, "Old Wang, his master is Shuiye, the head of the Blood Academy." Coughing abruptly, Wang Ping shot an incredulous glance at Tang Zong and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? You spoke so rapidly, I had no chance to interject." Tang Zong retorted. Wang Peng, uninterested in further banter, turned to Xingtian and said, "Your master is not a forging specialist. She only instructs you in soul power. You can still seek a mentor in forging, such as myself. I am a dedicated professional, and I assure you, my teachings will surpass those of anyone else." Xingtian shook his head resolutely and declared, "I must consult my master." Chapter 44. The Acceptance of a Disciple by Elder Wang Peng. Upon hearing Xingtian's intention to speak with his master, promptly interjected, "There is no need to involve your master in such matters. The one who benefits from the apprenticeship is you, not your master." No, Xingtian insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. With a determined expression, he asserted, "If my master does not consent, I will not take you as my mentor." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Ping pondered the situation and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, then please call your master." Xingtian promptly retrieved his soul communicator and dialed Blood Dance. The call connected swiftly, and her voice resonated. "Xiaodian, what is the matter?" "Master, someone wishes for me to become his disciple, and I seek your counsel." Blood Dance, seated in her office chair, abruptly rose to her feet. Realizing the desirability of her apprentice, with so many vying for his tutelage. Who is this individual? Wang Lao from Tame Inlet Ong. Wang Lao? Blood Dance pondered, quickly discerning his identity. However, she was somewhat perplexed. Was not Wang Lao wholly devoted to forging? How could he suddenly wish to take Xingtian as a disciple? "Please put me in contact with Wang Lao." "Oh, right." Xingtian handed the communicator to Wang Ping. "Wang Lao, my master wishes to speak with you." Wang Peng directly took the communicator, and before he could utter a word, Blood Dance interjected. "Craft for me a set of 3-character battle armor, and for Xingtian, a set of 4-character battle armor. If you have no objections, I shall permit him to become your disciple." By heavens! Wang Peng's tone heightened, and upon noticing the gazes of those around him, he quickly turned away, murmuring, "This is blatant extortion." "Humph!" Blood Dance scoffed. "You have no idea how many wish to take him as an apprentice. Allowing him to become your disciple is already a considerable favor. Furthermore, I shall provide the materials for the 3-character battle armor myself. As for Xingtian, he will manage his own. Permit me a moment to contemplate." "Wang Lao, what is there to deliberate? Xingtian's talent is evident. He may very well ascend to the level of a divine craftsman. You have never had a direct disciple in your lifetime. Do you not desire to pass on your legacy?" Upon hearing Blood Dance's words, Wang Peng's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a few breaths, he resolutely replied, "Very well. I agree." Upon hearing Wang Peng's acquiescence, Blood Dance felt a surge of joy in her heart, though her demeanor remained composed. "Then, I would appreciate it if you could hand the communicator back to Xingtian. I wish to speak with him." Wang Ping promptly tossed the communicator back to Xingtian, who immediately inquired, "Master, what do you wish for me to do?" "What to do? Simply agree to him." Xingtian, having received his master's consent, ceased to insist further and nodded in understanding. "I comprehend," he replied. "Very well, once you have concluded your tasks, come find me. I shall be in the dean's office." With that, Shuiye terminated the call. She settled into her office chair, stretching her alluring figure, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. Her disciple proved to be of some utility. The forging of her 3-character battle armor had long awaited assistance. And now this matter was resolved, alleviating a burden from her heart. At that moment, Xingtian knelt before Wang Ping, bowing 3 times in reverence. Disciple pays respects to master. Good. Rise, Wang Peng urged, helping Xingtian to his feet. He scrutinized his disciple with increasing approval. "Xiaotian, what is your current level of soul power?" "Master, it has reached the rank of 26th level Great Soul Master." "Oh, and what of your martial soul?" "Divine Dragon Martial Soul." "Divine Dragon? A name of divinity, indeed. It appears your martial soul is no ordinary one," Wang Ping remarked. casting a glance at Tang Zong and Wu Xiong. Why are you two still here? Do you not see that we are engaged in conversation? I still need to take Xingtian to the power hall. He has yet to receive his chaotic wind hammering technique, Tang Zong replied. Do you truly require assistance with such matters? Wang Ping questioned. Tang Zong forced a chuckle and said to Wu Xiong, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. Wu Xiong, observing Tang Zong's hasty retreat, addressed Wang Ping. Old Wang, I too have matters to attend to, so I will depart. With that, he hurriedly followed after Tang Zong. Once the two had exited, Wang Peng stroked his beard thoughtfully. Have you yet acquired the Xingtian skill? Not yet, came the reply. Very well, follow me. Wang Peng led Xingtian to a quiet chamber within the power hall, furnished with a table and several chairs. Wang Peng seated himself and placed a tome upon the table. Xingtian glanced at the book, which bore the title Xingtian skill. Now let's practice the Xingtian skill, he mused. Xingtian nodded earnestly, picking up the Xingtian gong from the table. The more he scrutinized it, the more astonished he became. For he discerned that the Xingtian gong bore a striking resemblance to his own Dragon Phoenix gong. If there were any distinctions, it would be that the Dragon Phoenix gong was tailored specifically for him, while the Xingtian gong was designed for the benefit of all practitioners. However, he could not allow others, not even his master, to be privy to his Dragon Phoenix gong. Thus, he seated himself and commenced the practice of the Xingtian gong. The cultivation of the Xingtian gong would not conflict with the Dragon Phoenix gong. Rather, it would facilitate its advancement. As the practice of the Xingtian gong required the unblocking of his meridians, thereby accelerating the flow of his soul energy, Xingtian sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes as the surrounding soul energy converged at his dantian. Wang Peng observed this scene and, with a casual wave of his hand, further enriched the soul energy within the tranquil chamber. Xingtian began to absorb soul energy, filtering it as it coursed through his meridians in an endless cycle. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, one of his governor meridians unexpectedly became unblocked. With this newfound openness, the velocity of his soul energy's circulation surged instantaneously, accumulating within him to the point of hinting at a potential breakthrough. Realizing the significance of this moment, he remained vigilant, transitioning his cultivation from Xingtian Gong to Longfeng Gong. The practice of Longfeng Gong accelerated the flow of his soul energy, while simultaneously honing his mental acuity. Within the ocean of his consciousness, the waters roiled tumultuously, exhibiting instability. As thunder rumbled ominously in the sky above, flames raged upon the nearby sea, creating an inferno that appeared perilous, yet paradoxically amplified Xingtian's mental prowess. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, he sat cross-legged, with the soul core in his dantian voraciously absorbing this potent energy. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted forth, and a pained expression crossed his face, an unmistakable sign of an impending breakthrough. Xingtian embraced the sphere with both hands, channeling his soul power to assail the barrier. With a soft thud, the barrier shattered. Xingtian has ascended to the rank of a 27th level soul master. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Wang Peng, having risen from his seat unbeknownst to him, approached Xingtian's side. Master, Xingtian intended to stand, but Wang Peng pressed him down, saying, First, stabilize your soul power. Xingtian nodded, channeling the dragon and phoenix technique to stabilize his soul power. As for the Xingtian technique, I am not well versed in it. Let us not become entangled in the minutiae. Chapter 45, The Chaotic Wind Bludgeoning Technique. After consolidating his soul power, Xingtian rose to his feet, clenching his fists and relishing the surge of strength that coursed through him, lifting his spirits considerably. A 27th level Grand Soul Master, quite impressive. Wang Peng addressed Xingtian, stating, Forging requires formidable prowess. Your current inability to transcend to the next realm is a limitation of strength. Moreover, to become a divine craftsman, one must ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Why is this so? Because the weapons crafted by divine artisans are deemed divine artifacts, entities that defy the heavens. When you forge such an item, it will attract divine lightning. As a forger, you must channel this divine lightning into the weapon to truly create a divine artifact. However, during this process, you will also be struck by the divine lightning. If you cannot withstand it, you will surely perish. Xingtian swallowed his saliva, astonished that there were such matters in the art of forging. Master, what is your current realm? He inquired. I am a level 91 title Douluo. Alas, due to my advanced age, further progress is arduous. As for becoming a divine craftsman, if I am destined to reach that realm in this lifetime, I shall depart without regrets. Master, I am certain you can achieve it. Let us hope, Wang Peng replied, gazing at Xingtian. Come, I shall personally teach you the chaotic cloak hammering technique. Mastering this technique will significantly enhance your forging efficiency. Indeed, soon, Wang Peng led Xingtian to a private forging chamber, where an array of rare metals was stored. Upon seeing these precious materials, Xingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Ping selected a piece of metal as large as a head and placed it on the forging table. The furnace roared to life, the temperature soaring instantaneously, and a forging hammer materialized in his hand. Disciple, watch closely. Wang Peng commanded, raising the hammer high before bringing it down with force. The hammer struck, then rebounded swiftly. However, unbeknownst to Xingtian, Wang Ping executed a maneuver that sent the hammer spinning in midair before it struck the metal again, igniting sparks. And the third blow followed closely behind. Xingtian observed the scene before him and recalled a profound idiom, utilizing strength against strength. Below, he witnessed Wang Ping's hammer relentlessly striking the metal, the rhythmic clangs resonating ever closer, each blow gaining in intensity. After approximately 30 strikes, the metal had been transformed into a mass the size of a fist. Upon seeing this, Wang Ping delivered one final blow, allowing the hammer to rest upon the metal. Disciple, he said, having observed my forging technique, do you grasp the essence of the chaotic cloak hammering method? Indeed, it is the principle of utilizing strength against strength. By harnessing the rebounding force of the metal with each strike, one can deliver an even mightier blow in succession. The power will amplify with each iteration. With a hearty laugh, Wang Ping encouraged, precisely. Now, give it a try, and I shall guide you. Xingtian approached the forging platform, retrieving the blood dragon hammer from his storage soul guide. Upon seeing the hammer, Wang Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This hammer is quite remarkable. Who crafted it for you? He inquired. I forged it myself, Xingtian replied. Ah, indeed, quite impressive, Wang Ping exclaimed, offering his admiration before gesturing for Xingtian to commence the forging process. With a powerful swing, Xingtian brought down the hammer, causing the metal to contort instantaneously. In his mind, he recalled Wang Ping's movements and mirrored them with his own body. The hammer spun gracefully through the air before descending with great force. The resonant sound echoed, causing Wang Ping's eyelids to twitch. Such immense strength. As the third hammer of Xingtian descended, the metal had utterly warped, leaving Wang Ping momentarily stunned. The sheer force was truly terrifying. However, upon closely observing Xingtian's movements, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, Disciple, your point of exertion is incorrect. Xingtian immediately halted, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Ping. Wang Ping fixed his gaze on Xingtian and inquired, Your point of exertion relies solely on your arms. While there remains considerable strength, it does not fully manifest your complete power. Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. He pondered the notion that harnessing strength from one's arms was simply a matter of using arm power. How could one possibly utilize strength from other regions? He found himself at a loss and said, I humbly seek your guidance, master. Wang Ping nodded slightly and inquired, Are you aware of how many hearts a person possesses? Upon hearing this question, a phrase surged into Xingtian's mind, and he instinctively replied, 3 hearts. The muscles in a person's calves serve as the first and second hearts. To unleash one's full potential, one must simultaneously engage the strength of all 3 hearts. Is that so? Wang Ping responded, astonished. Xingtian scratched his head, remarking, I am uncertain, yet your inquiry conjures a particular phrase in my mind for reasons unbeknownst to me. Astonished by such an occurrence, Wang Ping murmured to himself. Could it be that you are indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent for forging? This time, rather than posing a direct question, he articulated, Indeed. When your heart races fervently within your chest, you must initiate your strength from your calves, transmitting the force upward through your thighs, traversing your waist and back, and finally extending through your arms, culminating in a powerful strike. The heart generates the energy, with the waist serving as the axis. Do you comprehend? Note, the excerpt draws inspiration from a segment of the original work, Douluo. Xingtian nodded earnestly and said, I understand. Very well, then you may give it a try. Xingtian nodded, gripping the blood dragon hammer as he stood before the forging platform. Taking a deep breath, he anchored his feet firmly to the ground. Channeling power from his calves to his waist, back, arms, and finally, he swung the hammer down. The resounding clang echoed through the air as the forging hammer rebounded forcefully. Yet, leveraging the momentum, Xingtian struck the hammer down once more. Another thunderous sound reverberated. Wang Ping had unleashed his soul power to muffle the noise. Yet his gaze remained intently fixed on the forging platform, gripped by a profound fear that it might suddenly collapse. Xingtian swiftly wielded the 18 hammers. And at this moment, their power had increased several-fold. With each strike, the metallic impurities were completely eliminated. However, seeing that he seemed to be addicted to hammering, Wang Ping immediately called out, Disciple, disciple, the impurities have been forged out. You may cease your efforts now. Hearing the voice of Xingtian, he paused his actions, still savoring the exhilarating sensation of the chaotic wind fist technique. The thrill of leveraging force against force was truly delightful. If such prowess could be harnessed in combat, his fighting capabilities would surely multiply several-fold. At this moment, Wang Ping glanced at the metal on the forging platform, noting that the impurities had been thoroughly eliminated. Disciple, how is it that you possess such immense strength? He inquired. I'm not sure. I have always been naturally strong. Each time I break through a realm, my strength seems to increase, but the reason eludes me, Xingtian replied. Goodness, at this rate, I can only imagine the heights your strength may reach in the future. Wang Ping chose not to delve further into this topic. You are already familiar with the chaotic wind fist technique. From now on, come to me each evening for forging training. Understood, master, Xingtian affirmed. Very well, you may now attend to your own matters. In a few days, I shall procure a token for you from the strength hall. Why another token? Xingtian murmured softly. Another? Is there someone else providing you with a token? Indeed. Hall Master Su from the Sensitivity Hall also mentioned he would grant me a token. Goodness. It seems they are quite intent on poaching you. Wang Peng jested, then added. However, it matters little. They are all part of the Tang sect. Having 2 tokens will facilitate your movements within both the Strength and Sensitivity Halls. Indeed. Xingtian exchanged a few words with Wang Peng before departing from the Li Hall. His condition today was not ideal, thus a brief update. Chapter 46, Rank 100 Douluo. After departing from the Li Hall, Xingtian made his way to the Min Hall in search of his teacher. Huh, the teacher has left? He inquired, perplexed. Su Liqiao cast a disapproving glance at Xingtian, saying, You have been gone for so long. Do you really expect your teacher to remain here waiting for you? Oh, did she not convey any messages? He asked. She did mention that you should prepare for military training tomorrow. As the captain, you need to ensure everything is in order. She replied. Feeling somewhat resigned, Xingtian thought to himself that he never really wished to take on the role of captain. Well, that's all right then. I'll take my leave, he said. Su Liqiao nodded. However, just as Xingtian had taken a few steps, she called out to him, Wait. Xingtian, perplexed, turned his head and asked, Su Tangzhu, what is the matter? I have yet to give you the Xingtian skill, have I? Oh, my master has already taught me that. Your master? Yes. Elder Wang from the Li Tang accepted me as his disciple. What? Su Liqiao's voice rose exponentially as she exclaimed, You mean Elder Wang? The saint artisan, Elder Wang. Indeed. Su Liqiao was momentarily stunned, but soon her realization dawned upon her. This makes sense, at such a young age. You have already become a forging master. How could Elder Wang not take you as his disciple? All right, you may leave now. Oh. Xingtian turned to leave once more when Su Liqiao suddenly called out to him. Master Su, is there anything else? She inquired. This is for you. Su Liqiao tossed a token to Xingtian. Xingtian took the badge and examined it. The emblem was silver, prominently inscribed with the character for Min. This is the insignia of our Min Hall. Henceforth, our Min Hall shall assign you certain tasks. Whenever you encounter a member of the Min Hall, simply present this badge. As for the Tang sect emblem, it is a personalized item that will require some time to be crafted for you. Xingtian listened attentively to Su Liqiao's explanation, expressing his understanding as he stored the command token within his soul-guiding device. Shall I take my leave now? He inquired. Yes, came the reply. Are you certain there are no issues? He asked once more. Everything is fine, was the assurance given. Xingtian turned and walked away, but after taking a few steps, he glanced back at Su Liqiao, ensuring she was unharmed before finally departing. After leaving the Tang sect, he hurried towards his master's location. At the entrance of the dean's office, Xingtian knocked on the door. It's not locked. Come in, echoed the voice of Shuiao. Xingtian pushed the door open and observed Blood Dance engrossed in reviewing documents. He chose not to disturb her, and it was only after she had finished her work that she set down her pen and raised her gaze towards him. You rascal, it hasn't been long. Yet you've already attracted another mentor, she remarked. However, when it comes to forging, aside from his close friend, Old Wang is virtually unmatched on the Douluo continent. Being his disciple is indeed a privilege. Is Master Wang truly that formidable? Xingtian inquired, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Blood Dance cast Xingtian an exasperated glance. What do you think? Your Master Wang is utterly consumed by his passion for forging. If he were to channel that fervor into his cultivation, I dare say the Tang sect would boast another rank 100 Douluo, and our Shrek Academy would also see a significant boost in strength. A rank 100 Douluo? What is that? A look of confusion crossed Xingtian's face. Blood Dance paused momentarily, mentally reprimanding herself for the slip of the tongue. Yet, she maintained a smile as she replied. These matters are beyond your current understanding. We shall revisit them when your strength has grown. Xingtian, sensing his master's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. Shuiao shifted the topic, inquiring, Will you not begin military training tomorrow? Xingtian nodded affirmatively. A look of concern crossed Shuiao's face. Her apprentice was somewhat naive, and she wondered if he could withstand such rigorous training. However, as the saying goes, one cannot behold a rainbow without enduring the storm. All right, put forth your utmost effort in the training. Now, return and rest well. Master, you must also take care to rest, Xingtian remarked, casting a glance at the stack of documents towering over him as a gentle reminder. Shuiao chuckled softly, replying, Do you really need to worry about my affairs? After a long day, I wager you haven't even had lunch. The cafeteria is about to close, eat something, and then rest. Will you not join me? He asked. Not this time. Someone will be bringing me my meal shortly. Very well, he acquiesced. Xingtian uttered a few words to remind Blood Dance to take a break before departing. After his exit, Blood Dance retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer, prominently labeled with the words military training. Beneath this title lay another document inscribed with S-Class mission. She glanced at the roster for military training, placed it on the table, and then opened the file regarding the S-Class mission to examine its contents. Upon finishing, she let out a long sigh, reflecting, Xiaodian, it is not that master is unkind, but rather that without some trials, you cannot truly grow. Yao, yes. I am currently on my way to the cafeteria. Xingtian responded to a call from Shuyao, exchanging a few words before making his way toward the dining hall. Upon his arrival, Shuyao was already waiting at the entrance. "Brother Xingtian," she exclaimed, rushing towards him and effortlessly linking her arm with his right. Xingtian, accustomed to the mundane, inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything will suffice," came the casual response. Xingtian listened to Shuyao's words with a wry smile. The most challenging thing in the world is to be nonchalant. Seeing his reaction, Shuyao couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Well, you've practically ordered every dish on the menu. Isn't it simply a matter of what I desire?" Xingtian found himself in an awkward predicament, realizing that some things are better left unsaid, for they only serve to embarrass. "What is the matter? Being able to eat is a blessing," Shuyao said cheerfully, pulling Xingtian towards the cafeteria. As they walked, they soon placed their orders and began to enjoy their meal. However, their dining experience was soon interrupted by an irksome voice. "Well, I never thought someone could eat so much. It's truly pig-like." A young man, dressed in opulent attire that suggested great wealth and sporting a spiky hairstyle, paused as he passed by Xingtian. He was accompanied by a rather unattractive male and a moderately attractive female. Upon hearing the young man's remarks, Shuyao sprang to her feet, glaring fiercely at him. "What did you just say?" The young man, upon noticing Shuyao, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Greetings, beautiful. I am Saiban." He introduced himself with a flourish. He continued, "I believe you are far too exquisite to be dining with someone like him. I sincerely invite you to join me for a meal." "What did you just say?" Shuyao's anger intensified. Saiban, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and flashed a bright smile. "Please, don't be upset. I merely spoke the truth. Look at how this person devours his food. It's akin to a pig, wouldn't you agree?" He glanced back at his companions, who nodded in agreement. "Saiban is right." They chimed in unison. Saiban turned back to Shuyao, ready to speak again, but before he could, Shuyao swiftly launched her fist directly into his face. Bang! Saiban crumpled to the ground, clutching his face and groaning in pain. "You dare hit me?" Around them, students turned their attention to the spectacle, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. "Saiban!" his lackey exclaimed in shock. The female companion rushed to help him, while the male, pointing an accusatory finger at Shuyao, shouted, "How dare you strike!" Xingtian stood before the man and delivered a fierce kick to his body, resulting in a resounding thud as he crashed against the wall, losing consciousness. "What did you just say?" Xingtian crouched down, fixing a cold gaze upon Saiban. The woman, witnessing Xingtian's ruthless tactics, instinctively recoiled in fear, while Saiban, though somewhat intimidated, quickly remembered his status as a soul master and dismissed his trepidation. He swiftly rose from the ground, glaring at Xingtian as he began to speak. "I said you," before Saiban could finish his sentence. Xingtian's fist struck his face with terrifying force, sending him hurtling back against the wall in a most disheveled manner. "Saiban!" The woman rushed over, pulling him down from the wall. With a cold huff, Xingtian turned his head gently towards Shuyao and said, "Let us depart. Pay no heed to these bothersome individuals." Shuyao obediently nodded. However, things did not unfold as they wished. A plate flew towards the back of Xingtian's head. He swiftly turned, unleashing his soul power, causing the plate to be forcefully deflected. After the plate was sent flying, his gaze turned icy as he fixated on Saiban. "Are you provoking me?" Saiban offered no reply. Instead, he summoned his yellow and 2 purple soul rings, and a golden iron rod materialized in his grasp. This golden iron rod was Saiban's martial soul, the sky stick, clearly signifying his intent to engage in combat with Xingtian. Would Xingtian ever show weakness before a soul master? Certainly not. As a yellow and purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, the divine dragon martial soul erupted from behind him, emitting a resounding dragon's roar. This roar caused the expressions of the dragon martial soul students present to shift dramatically, as they were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sensation. The pressure of the martial soul. All the dragon martial soul students simultaneously recognized this. Haha. Upon witnessing Xingtian's status as a great soul master, Saiban could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A mere great soul master dares to challenge me? Truly, he must be weary of life." Ignoring Saiban's words, Xingtian turned to Shuyao beside him and said, "Yao Yao, please step aside." "All right," Shuyao nodded, not forgetting to remind him, "Brother Xingtian, please be careful." Xingtian nodded slightly, and then extended his right hand, beckoning Saiban from a distance to come closer. This gesture ignited a deep fury within Saiban. He was determined to teach this insolent individual a severe lesson. First soul skill, Whirlwind Staff Technique. The Whirlwind Staff Technique is a control soul skill that rapidly spins the staff upwards, creating a whirlwind effect to unleash an attack. At this moment, Saiban had already set the staff into a swift rotation, a fierce gust of wind hurtling towards Xingtian's face. Yet, Xingtian remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Saiban. As Saiban approached, the staff spun with alarming speed, but Xingtian stood motionless, waiting until the staff was merely a few centimeters from him before he acted. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand to counter the rapidly rotating staff. Witnessing this audacious act, Saiban regarded Xingtian as if he were a fool, internally concluding that Xingtian's hand would surely be rendered useless. However, in the next moment, both Saiban and all present were left utterly astonished. Xingtian astonishingly halted the rotation of the staff with his bare hands, a relaxed expression gracing his face. No, it cannot be. Saiban could hardly believe his eyes. This strike contained immense power. How could it be stopped so effortlessly? He attempted to retract the staff. Yet he lacked the formidable strength of Xingtian, unable, no matter how hard he tried, to pull back his weapon. Frustrated by his inability to reclaim the staff, he could not help but shout, "Release your grip." "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Xingtian released his grip, while Saiban exerted force. As a result, the moment Xingtian let go, the opposing force vanished, causing him to tumble backwards and fall heavily. The onlookers erupted in uncontrollable laughter. My heavens! A soul sovereign cannot possibly defeat a great soul master. This is utterly hilarious. Someone exclaimed. Saiban's expression twisted with fury as he bellowed to the crowd, "Silence! All of you, be quiet." The surrounding individuals paid him no heed, which only fueled his rage as he glared intensely at Xingtian, blaming him for the entire situation. Third soul skill, Songfeng's 10 consecutive sticks. A gust of wind arose around Saiban, toppling nearby tables. Those closest to him manifested soul power barriers for protection, while Saiban raised his staff skyward and struck at Xingtian. Xingtian effortlessly blocked the blow with his bare hands, yet the force still stung painfully. Following this, Saiban unleashed his second, third, and fourth strikes. Xingtian endured 9 consecutive strikes, his arms barely withstanding the relentless assault. On the final blow, Saiban leaped into the air, channeling his spiritual energy into the skyward staff. As the energy coalesced, the surrounding winds grew fiercer, and the staff itself expanded in size. "I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike." Saiban roared as he brought the staff crashing down. Xingtian let out a deep breath, his gaze radiating brilliance. The dragon claw. Dragon scales swiftly enveloped his arms as he transformed his hands into claws, colliding them with the heaven-reaching staff. The clash of the staff and claws unleashed a tempest of soul energy from both combatants. Boom! The soul energy erupted, causing both to stagger back a step. Xingtian clutched his chest, a mouthful of fresh blood escaping his lips, while Saiban retreated a few paces, using the heaven-reaching staff to steady himself. His expression was somewhat pained. Had it not been for his slightly superior soul energy, he would likely have been the one injured. "Brother Xingtian." Shuyao rushed over to support him, her eyes brimming with concern. Xingtian shook his head and said, "I am fine." Although he claimed to be unscathed, Shuyao remained deeply concerned. She glared at Saiban, her voice laced with anger. "How dare you injure my brother Xingtian? You shall not leave today without shedding several liters of blood." As she prepared to unleash her martial spirit upon Saiban, Xingtian intervened. "Yao Yao, do not engage with him." Shuyao opened her mouth to protest, but upon meeting Xingtian's gaze, she refrained and replied, "I understand." "That's better." Xingtian smiled, his expression softening. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed his gaze upon Saiban, as if challenging him to continue the fight. Yet, before Saiban could make his move, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "What are you all doing?" Dressed in black, Sun Tianyi entered from outside the cafeteria, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the chaotic scene within. "Who did this?" "Step forward." Xingtian hesitated not a moment, decisively stepping outside, while Saiban lingered for a brief moment before following suit. Upon spotting Xingtian, Sun Tianyi's brow furrowed slightly, but his expression turned to fury upon seeing Saiban. He had taught Saiban for a semester and was well aware of his character. "Saiban, have you been bullying the new students again?" "Teacher's son, I wish to deny it," Saiban stammered, but upon reflecting on the multitude of witnesses to the scene, he could hardly refute it, and thus averted his gaze from Sun Tianyi. The latter, witnessing Saiban's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. "Damn it, that female dinosaur's disciple dares to act out, truly audacious." He glanced at Xingtian and noticed a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His heart sinking, Saiban had actually injured Xingtian. If Xingtian were to report this, given the female dinosaur's protective nature, Saiban would surely face a severe punishment. "Xingtian, are you all right? Do you need to visit the infirmary?" Sun Tianyi's tone softened slightly. "I'm fine," Xingtian replied. Sun Tianyi nodded lightly and turned to Saiban, his voice icy. "Come with me to the academic affairs office." Saiban, realizing he was to go alone, immediately bristled. "Teacher, they were the ones who started the fight, and he even knocked out one of my friends. Why am I the only one being punished?" Sun Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. Could Saiban's claims be true? Before Xingtian could respond, Shuyao interjected, "Teacher son, let me explain how it all transpired." After Shuyao recounted the events, Sun Tianyi raised an eyebrow. "Saiban, you were the one who provoked him first. As for Xingtian, he merely acted in self-defense." "Teacher, does self-defense warrant knocking out my friend?" Saiban pointed accusingly at the boy who had been sent flying by Xingtian's kick. "Are you suggesting I should punish Xingtian as well?" "Indeed." "Humph." Sun Tianyi snorted coldly, an aura reminiscent of a soul master enveloping the cafeteria, instilling an invisible pressure upon all present. "Saiban, remember this. We are at Shrek Academy. Here, we are monsters. and the battles among monsters are either to the death or survival. You instigated the altercation if your strength was insufficient to withstand the counterattack. You cannot blame the one who was provoked. You bring shame upon Shrek Academy. I suggest you leave at once to avoid tarnishing our reputation upon graduation. At these words, Saiban immediately knelt. Since joining Shrek Academy, his family had harbored high expectations for him. If expelled, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from his kin, punishments he could scarcely endure. Teacher, I was wrong. Please don't expel me, I beg you. Saiban cried. Panic etched across his face. Seeing his cowardly demeanor only fueled Sun Tianyi's fury. How had such a coward made it into Shrek? It was utterly humiliating. With a wave of his hand, Saiban was sent tumbling to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Damn it. Why are you such a coward? It's utterly embarrassing. I once taught you, and now I feel ashamed to admit it. Sun Tianyi berated him. Saiban dared not retort, gripped by fear of expulsion. Teacher, let us consider this matter concluded. Senior Saiban truly did not act excessively. Xingtian interjected suddenly. Sun Tianyi, still fuming at Saiban, was caught off guard by Xingtian's words. Are you instructing me on how to handle matters? Indeed, he is teaching you how to manage situations. Blood Dance suddenly appeared beside Xingtian. Uncertain of the circumstances, she had come to the cafeteria, feeling a sense of loss from the absence of dinner. As a titled Douluo, she could forego meals, yet something felt amiss. Upon her arrival, she was met with this tumultuous scene. Sun Tianyi, momentarily taken aback, turned to reprimand the interloper but faltered when he beheld Blood Dance's one expression. Ahem, Sun Tianyi cleared his throat, forcing a smile. Director, what brings you here? It seems the winds of your establishment have guided me here, Blood Dance replied, casting a glance at her disciple and noticing the unclean bloodstains. Her gaze turned frigid. What transpired here? I would appreciate a thorough explanation from you. Teacher Sunday feeling a chill run down his spine at Blood Dance's words. Sun Tianyi glanced at the gathered crowd, awkwardly suggesting, Director, this may not be the best place for discussion. Let us move outside. Very well. Blood Dance turned to leave, instructing Xingtian, go to the infirmary for a checkup. I will find you shortly. Understood. Xingtian nodded obediently and departed the cafeteria with Shuyao, making their way towards the infirmary. Upon witnessing this, Sun Tian followed behind Shuyao with a wry smile, ensuring to take Saiban along. In a secluded area not far from the cafeteria, after listening to Sun Tian's explanation, Shuyao directed her gaze towards Saiban. Being a titled Douluo, Shuyao's mere presence caused Saiban to tremble, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Retracting her gaze, Shuyao coldly stated, next time, keep your mouth clean. For a soul master to engage in such disgraceful conduct deserves to be punished. Why yes, yes. Saiban nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Enough. You may leave, Shuyao instructed Saiban. Upon hearing this, Saiban felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed deeply to Shuyao, his voice quivering. Thank you, Dean. After speaking, he turned to depart, but as soon as he took a step, he fell to the ground, his legs having gone weak from fear of Shuyao. Truly a coward. Sun Tian couldn't help but mutter softly. Upon hearing Sun Tian's remark, Saiban scrambled to his feet, suppressing his trembling legs as he exited the premises. Once he had left, Shuyao turned to Sun Tian and remarked, it seems that the external academy's education regarding decorum needs to be more stringent. I leave this matter in your hands. Understood, Sun Tian replied. With a nod, Shuyao turned and vanished from Sun Tian's sight. Inside the infirmary, Shuyao looked at the female doctor with concern. Doctor, is my brother all right? The doctor smiled reassuringly. Your brother is fine. In fact, he is in excellent condition. But he just coughed up blood, given that he engaged in a battle with a soul venerable. Such a level of combat often results in injuries like that. Yet your brother is quite formidable, even in a fight beyond his level. He merely spat some blood without his opponent gaining the upper hand. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Shuyao raised her head proudly. Indeed, my brother is very impressive. The doctor chuckled, but her expression shifted as she noticed someone entering the infirmary, prompting her to call out, Dean, this chapter is 4,000 words long. I kindly request your support in the form of recommendations. Chapter 48, The Seven Holy Abyss. Shuyao nodded, her gaze settling on the figure of Xingtian lying on the bed. Is everything all right? The doctor said I am fine, Xingtian replied. Shuyao nodded, then turned to the female doctor. I have something to discuss with him. The doctor promptly understood and exited the infirmary. Teacher, Xingtian rose from the sickbed. Did you gain any insights from your battle with that individual today? Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and responded, his cultivation level surpasses mine, which grants him a stronger soul force. If my level were comparable to his, I am confident I could defeat him. Do you understand where your disparity lies? Indeed, it is the gap between our cultivation levels. Correct. That individual is a 34th level soul master, having entered the academy a year earlier, and he is now 15 years old. However, as my student, I expect you to surpass him within 6 months. Can you achieve this? Yes. Xingtian gazed at Blood Dance without the slightest hesitation, his eyes brimming with resolve. Very well. After your military training concludes, I shall assign you a task. You must be prepared for it, he declared. With that, he took his leave, urging her to rest well. Blood Dance turned and departed. Xingtian immediately said, "Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Dean." Shuyao followed suit. Xingtian rose from his bed, and alongside Shuyao, they departed from the infirmary, returning to their abode. The following day in class 521, Xingtian and his companions sat in anticipation for Bing Ling to speak. This military training would span 25 days, after which they would emerge to compete for the title of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bing Ling paused momentarily, raised her right hand to glance at her watch, and declared, "Follow me now." Stepping out of the classroom, everyone promptly followed her. They arrived at the western side of the Sea God Lake, where they encountered a few individuals, notably Sun Tianyi, who stood beside a luminous circle. "This is class 521. Correct?" Sun Tianyi inquired. "Indeed," came the response. Sun Tianyi retrieved a pen and paper from his storage soul guide, meticulously jotting down the details before nodding and stating, "Let your students enter." Bing Ling lightly nodded in agreement, turning to address Xingtian and the others. "Now, everyone, step into the 7 sacred abyss." Upon hearing 7 sacred abyss, a collective breath was drawn. Most had already surmised the location of the military training, as it had been mentioned by their families. Entering this realm was said to facilitate one's transformation. However, Xingtian remained unaware. His curiosity about the 7 sacred abyss piqued. Xingtian led the way, guiding the team into the luminous portal. In an instant, the light enveloped him, and the others followed suit. As they vanished, Bing Ling cast a puzzled glance at Sun Tianyi. "Teacher Sun, isn't it only the inner court disciples who can enter the 7 sacred abyss? Why can they enter now?" Sun Tianyi regarded the portal and explained, "The Academy recognizes their potential, believing they could become members of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, a more significant reason lies with Xingtian himself. Although each generation holds a competition for the title of Shrek 7 monsters, if the finalists do not satisfy the Academy's expectations, their selection is rendered void, and only the champion may receive some training." Listening to Sun Tianyi's explanation, Bing Ling smiled wryly, shaking her head. Her students were merely great soul masters. Despite their potential, they could not possibly surpass the previous generation of Shrek 7 monsters. Within the 7 sacred abyss, Xingtian found himself amidst a gray expanse, sensing a peculiar energy. Suddenly, a dark gas brushed against his skin, only to be devoured instantaneously. A voice echoed in the mist, "This lad can absorb our energy." Another voice responded, uncertain, "But the energy we just released was indeed consumed by him." A third voice questioned, "Will there be any repercussions?" "Who is speaking?" Xingtian shouted abruptly. The 3 voices fell silent. After a prolonged pause, a solitary voice emerged. "Youngster, can you hear our words?" "I can," he replied. "Strange, we clearly shielded you. How can you hear us?" "Shielded? What nonsense! Who are you? Show yourselves!" Xingtian exclaimed, bewildered. With a swirl of black mist, an elder materialized before him. Upon the elder's arrival, instead of shock, Xingtian felt a pang of pity. The lonely elder gazed at Xingtian, surprised. "Boy, are you not afraid of me? Why should I fear you?" Xingtian replied, somewhat perplexed. The lonely elder was equally baffled, but upon sensing the fluctuations of Xingtian's soul power, he was taken aback. "You are merely a great soul master." "Indeed. What of it?" Xingtian responded. "What trickery is Shrek playing, sending a great soul master here?" Another elder appeared. He was the Desire Elder, who, upon seeing Xingtian, waved his hand. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into an unknown realm, engulfed in darkness. Yet soon after, the area illuminated, revealing countless stars that erupted in dazzling brilliance. As he beheld the celestial bodies, his ignited, stirring 3 forces within his spiritual sea. "Ah!" the Desire Elder cried out, stumbling backwards, while the lonely elder rushed to support him, leaving Xingtian to collapse onto the ground. Lying beside the lonely elder, the Desire Elder gasped, "That boy's desires are terrifying. Truly terrifying." "Desire? What could instill such fear in you?" The lonely elder inquired anxiously. "I cannot articulate it, but it is an exceedingly formidable force. More fearsome than this destructive aura, beyond measure. This boy's desire is an indescribable power, utterly terrifying." Upon hearing the Desire Elder's words, the lonely elder furrowed his brow, casting a contemplative gaze towards Xingtian. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Shuyao, she arrived at a beach. "Brother Xingtian," she exclaimed as she spotted him clad in swim trunks, revealing his slender yet well-defined physique. "Yao Yao." Xingtian waved at her. "Come, let's go swimming." Hearing his words, Shuyao joyfully dashed towards him, but suddenly halted midway, her brow furrowed. She recalled entering the 7 sacred abyss. How could she possibly find herself on a beach? Moreover, how could Xingtian have brought swimwear? With this troubling thought, she stopped, eyeing him warily. "Who are you?" Xingtian was momentarily taken aback by Shuyao's inquiry. Expressing his confusion, "Yao Yao, do you not recognize me? I am your brother Xingtian." "Ridiculous. Brother Xingtian is nothing but a clumsy fool. How could he possibly take me swimming?" Xingtian awkwardly chuckled. "I have been secretly learning. I wanted to surprise you." Chapter 49, Memories upon hearing Xingtian's words. Shuyao grew increasingly cautious. Although she had deceived this impostor, she sensed a connection with the true Xingtian that was absent here. The audacity of pretending to be her brother was utterly unforgivable. Shuyao muttered to herself, releasing her martial spirit. The ice goddess appeared, instantly transforming their surroundings into a frosty realm, chilling the air. However, upon witnessing this, Xingtian erupted in laughter, and the scene around them shifted to a gray haze, causing Xingtian to vanish from sight. Having unleashed her martial spirit, Shuiye was momentarily stunned, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, an elder appeared before her. You are quite the remarkable girl, unaffected by my greed. Henceforth, I shall be the one to train you during this military exercise. What? Shuiye was bewildered. The greedy old demon rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Do you not realize you are here for military training? I am your examiner. Examiner? Shuiye pondered briefly before asking, what about the others? What about my brother Xingtian? And why have you taken on his appearance? Her tone escalated noticeably, revealing her displeasure regarding the matter. The greedy old demon smiled faintly, though the expression on his aged face was somewhat unsettling. I am the greedy old demon, here to awaken the greed within your heart. The boy you wish to possess forever embodies your greed. My greed? Shuiye fell silent. At that moment, Xingtian had regained consciousness, propping himself up with a pained expression etched on his face. Awake, are you? An elder, approximately 180 centimeters tall, stood before Xingtian. He stooped slightly, his disheveled white hair cascading down, and his face was lined with wrinkles, resembling parchment. He gripped a cane, yet his eyes remained clear and vibrant. Who are you? I am the Annihilation Old Demon. Annihilation Old Demon? What a peculiar name, Xingtian murmured, then inquired, where exactly am I? The Annihilation Old Demon laughed heartily. Do you not recall your teacher instructing you to come here? Are you suggesting that this is the Seven Sacred Abyss? Xingtian's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in a gray haze. Yet, in the distance, there shimmered a purplish-red orb of light. Upon glimpsing that orb, the dark curtain within his mental sea stirred. I want that thing. Xingtian's eyes abruptly transformed into a deep black, and he instinctively shouted. The Destruction Old Demon was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He followed Xingtian's gaze, his expression sharpening with focus. You desire that object? Xingtian paused momentarily, the peculiar darkness of his heterochromatic eyes fading as they returned to their normal hue. He shook his head, somewhat bewildered, and inquired of the Destruction Elder, my good sir. What was it you just said? Have you forgotten what you just uttered? Did I say anything noteworthy? The Destruction Elder gazed intently at Xingtian, recalling the moment when his eyes had turned an ominous black, which offered him a vague understanding, yet many questions lingered in his mind. Listen closely, young one. That object is something you must absolutely refrain from touching. Do you comprehend? The elder gestured towards a distant cluster of crimson light. Understood, Xingtian affirmed. Now, let the training commence. Military training? He regarded the Destruction Elder with curiosity. Are you implying that you are my instructor? What? Do you perhaps find me too aged and incapable? Nay, Xingtian hastily waved his hands. I simply did not anticipate that the instructor would be you. It diverges from my expectations. Allow me to guess. You envisioned a tall, youthful instructor, perhaps a commanding figure or a striking female officer, rather than an old codger such as myself. Xingtian awkwardly touched his nose. He had indeed contemplated this matter. The demonic old one did not elaborate further, stating, originally, you would need to rely on your own physical form to withstand this destructive force. However, due to certain peculiarities of your body, you shall not need to absorb it. I will place you in a unique location for your training. Upon hearing this, Xingtian immediately inquired about his companions, asking, what of them? The response was that they too would undergo specialized training, and for the next 25 days, they would not cross paths. Enough of this chatter. Your training commences now. With a final flourish of his hand, the ancient demon shattered the air, causing Xingtian to vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a radiant realm, teeming with vibrant life force. However, before he could fully appreciate his surroundings, a surge of spiritual energy assailed him. Xingtian swiftly summoned his martial spirit for defense. But before he could fully manifest it, he was struck and sent flying, a searing pain coursing through his entire being. An ancient figure materialized before him. The loathsome elder demon. Casting a disdainful glance at the groaning Xingtian, the elder demon sneered, you worthless fool, how can you be so inept at enduring punishment? Xingtian opened his eyes, gazing at the loathsome old demon before him, pondering silently how yet another adversary had emerged. However, despite his musings, he sprang to his feet. Yet, would the vile old demon permit him such an easy rise? Certainly not. In an instant, the demon unleashed a powerful punch to Xingtian's chest, sending him sprawling backward, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. At that moment, his dragon and phoenix technique activated autonomously, drawing in a torrent of vital life energy from the surroundings, which alleviated his pain to some extent. The loathsome old demon, sensing the shift in life energy around him, was taken aback by the astonishing speed at which it was being absorbed. In the blink of an eye, Xingtian felt his injuries mend, and he stood up once more. Yet, the next moment, the demon's foot struck his face, sending him into a dizzying spin of 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. Given that Xingtian absorbed life energy at such an astonishing rate, the old demon saw no need to temper his strength. he could unleash his full might. Boy, if you can touch me with your hand today, then this training shall conclude, declared the loathsome old demon, delivering a swift kick to Xingtian's hand. Crack. Ah. Xingtian's hand was brutally crushed beneath the foot of the malevolent old demon. Deep within, the destruction old demon listened to Xingtian's anguished cries. A smile creeping across his face. Beside him stood the solitary old demon, who inquired, Destruction, will this training render him useless? How could he possibly become useless? The destruction old demon replied, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. His form was rather peculiar. He could not utilize the essence of destruction to temper his body. Yet he could harness external means. The severity of our treatment now is a boon for his future. That makes sense, but who exactly is this young man? Why do I sense a power within him that does not belong to this world, yet cannot pinpoint its source? Even his memories seem sealed, impervious to even nightmares. The destruction old demon shook his head. I do not know. All I am aware of is that he was sent by Shrek. Our duty is merely to train him. As for what the future holds, that is beyond our concern. Hearing this, the solitary old demon sighed, gazing at the beleaguered Xingtian, who was being mercilessly pummeled by the malevolent old demon. I hope this young man remembers the academy that nurtured him in the days to come. Chubby boy, run. Why don't you run? At the precipice of a cliff, the towering Gao Douluo was pursued by an elderly figure, the devourer old demon, who had cornered him against the edge. For heaven's sake, don't come any closer. If you do, Gao Douluo, will jump. He glanced at the abyss below, swallowing hard. The devourer old demon regarded him with mockery. Are you considering a leap? Yet I wager you lack the courage. Who says I'm afraid? Gao Douluo bellowed defiantly. If you step any closer, I will leap without a second thought. The devourer old demon reclined, crossing his legs, gesturing as if to invite him. Gao Douluo's face darkened. The cliff loomed hundreds of meters high. A fall from such heights would leave nothing behind. See? I told you, you wouldn't dare. The devourer old demon grinned malevolently. So, you might as well resign yourself to being my slave, serving me tea and water. Upon entering, Gao Douluo had encountered the devourer old demon, who immediately demanded he become his servant. Naturally, Gao Douluo resisted and fled, but fate led him to this cursed cliff. Now, with gritted teeth, he faced the advancing devourer old demon, eyes blazing with fury. Old man, you forced my hand. If I perish, I swear I'll haunt you for eternity. He then looked skyward, shouting, Father, your unfilial son cannot inherit your legacy. If you hear of my demise, ensure that half of my inheritance is donated. With that, he resolutely turned and leaped from the cliff. The devourer old demon smirked at the spectacle. No, no, no. Dong Xuelin cried out, his heart wrenched. He found himself trapped within a cage, witnessing a horrific scene before him, his childhood friend murdered by his own kin, surrounded by a sea of blood. The boy responsible for the murder, merely 10 years old, wielded a small knife and laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards Dong Xuelin. The bloodied knife now aimed at him. Instinctively, Dong Xuelin recoiled, only to stumble over an unseen obstacle, losing his balance and falling backward. Thud. He landed amidst the crimson pool, the dampness sending chills through him. Raising his hands, he stared at the blood that stained them. His pupils dilating as tremors as the words fell, countless skeletons emerged around Dong Xuelin, while the nightmare old demon vanished into thin air. She found herself on an eerily deserted street, one that seemed strangely familiar. Gazing at the pathway, she murmured to herself, gradually walking forward until she reached the base of an immense staircase. Lifting her gaze to the myriad of steps, her mind suddenly froze in astonishment. This was the foot of the Sex Mountain, She exclaimed. At that moment, she noticed a figure clad in a flowing red robe, the face obscured, ascending the mountain. As she beheld the silhouette, a sudden realization struck her. Oh no, she gasped and immediately pursued, but her form hesitated, her vision blurring. In an instant, the scene shifted, and she found herself before a grand entrance, 2 towering doors, each 4 meters high, emblazoned with the name Tong Sect. Surrounding her were stone walls that enclosed this place. Just then, she spotted the red-robed figure approaching, yet she could not discern his features. Who are you? She boldly inquired. To her astonishment, the figure passed right through her, delivering a single punch that shattered the grand doors. The force of this strike alarmed those within the Tong Sect, for figures swiftly emerging. Who dares to breach our gates? A resonant voice boomed. Upon hearing this, Tongxi froze, her eyes instantly reddening. She slowly turned to reveal a familiar figure, an imposing middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes. Not far off, a little girl was peeking from behind a stone pillar, watching the unfolding scene. A dying man questioned so much, the figure in the red robe uttered in a voice that betrayed age. Such arrogance, the middle-aged man thundered. For purple and 3 black spirit rings manifesting beneath him. 7 spirit rings. He was a spirit sage. The others beside him summoned their own rings, most adorned with 6. While one wielded a tower, each of them a spirit emperor. A gathering of support spirit masters, mere ants, the red-robed figure mocked. Waving his hand as 8 black spirit rings and 1 red spirit ring appeared beneath him. A scythe materialized in his grasp. Douluo. All present were momentarily stunned, and attacking Douluo with such formidable rings, their sect could hardly withstand such power. The middle-aged man's throat constricted as he retracted his martial spirit and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Might I inquire, Douluo, What transgression have we committed to warrant your presence? Transgression? If I must provide a reason, it lies within your martial spirits. The middle-aged man's expression hardened. It was evident he sought trouble. He swiftly turned to signal another, who nodded in understanding and began to depart. Attempting to flee, the red-robed man extended his hand. An invisible force ensnaring the departing figure, who was swiftly crushed into a puddle of blood. Scoundrel, you dare harm my kin, even if you are a titled Douluo. I shall ensure you return not, the middle-aged man declared, charging forward with a hammer appearing in his hand, crackling with electric energy. The red-robed man raised an eyebrow upon seeing the hammer. Ah, your martial spirit is the Xingtian hammer. I find it perplexing how one from the Xingtian sect finds himself here, claiming kinship. Yet, none of this matters. Our realms differ vastly. Today, you shall accompany your sect to annihilation. Humph. I am not alone, the middle-aged man retorted, and 3 beams of light illuminated him. Hiya. With the 3 auxiliary boosts, his strength soared to the realm of spirit Douluo. Let you taste my chaotic hammering technique. He bellowed, swinging the Xingtian hammer towards the red-robed figure. The red-robed man, wary of the first-rate martial spirit, lifted his scythe to meet the attack. The 2 became streaks of light, rapidly clashing. As the number of hammer strikes increased, the power grew, and only the might of the titled Douluo allowed the red-robed figure to withstand the onslaught. Their battle attracted a crowd, including the little girl, who was embraced by a woman. Tongxi, witnessing the woman, was flooded with memories. Mother, Tongxi murmured, moving toward the woman. Yet, as she drew near, she realized the woman could not see her. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and Tongxi turned to see the middle-aged man hurled backward, his Xingtian hammer crashing to the ground. Coughing up blood, he gasped. Father, Tongxi cried, rushing forward to assist the middle-aged man, but she merely passed through him. Why? Why can't I touch them? Tears streamed down her face. At that moment, the red-robed man severed the middle-aged man's head with his scythe, the corpse falling lifelessly apart. No. Tongxi's vision blurred with rage, clutching her head in agony. Nightmare. Stop this. The girl cannot endure. A voice echoed, and the environment around Tongxi began to fade. In the final moments of her consciousness, she glimpsed a flame-like mark between the red-robed man's brows before succumbing to darkness. After Tongxi fainted, the destruction old demon and the nightmare old demon materialized beside her. Her parents are likely deceased. If she recalls this again, it may shatter her completely. The nightmare old demon remarked. This batch of students is indeed peculiar, first a family of assassins, a sect massacre, and particularly one named Xingtian, who seeks to absorb destructive power. I perceive that it is not his own will, but rather some force deep within his consciousness that compels him. The nightmare old demon listened intently, his eyes widening in surprise. Is that so? I assumed the child merely bore a memory seal. But could there be another soul residing within his spiritual sea? The destruction old demon shook his head. I do not believe so. I simply sensed a potent force. The specifics elude me. Only the unlocking of his memory may reveal the truth. The nightmare old demon nodded. Very well, I shall proceed with my duties. This girl is in your hands. With that, the nightmare old demon vanished. At this moment, Gu Siyu found herself in an opulent mansion, her home. Eh? How did I return home? Gu Siyu stood in her garden, gazing at the familiar fountain, her expression one of perplexity. Miss. A startled voice called out. A girl in a maid's outfit rushed towards Gu Siyu, her excitement palpable. Miss, you finally returned. The master and mistress have missed you dearly. Upon hearing her maid's words, Gu Siyu replied, They miss me? That cannot be. They were glad to see me gone. Miss, the master and mistress truly do miss you. I would not deceive you. Humph. They must accept MOMO for me to return. The maid hesitated, then said, Miss, you do not know? Lin Mo has had her martial spirit destroyed by her father and has been expelled. Upon hearing this news, Gu Si felt as if her head had exploded, leaving her in a state of shock. Instinctively, she grasped the maid's arm, gasping, Is this truly real? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, the maid replied. Enduring the pain, Gu Si released her grip, nearly stumbling to the ground, but was steadied by the maid. She murmured, Why would Uncle Lin do this? Why? It seems it's because you have feelings for Lin Mo, the maid responded. Gu Si's complexion paled as she turned to the maid, demanding, Where are my parents? I must see them. No, I need to find Lin Mo first. Do you know where she is? The maid shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Gu Si pushed past the maid and sprinted towards the mansion, calling out, Father, Mother. Her voice echoed through the grand halls, and upon entering the main chamber, she beheld a stern figure seated at the head of the table, beside him a beautiful woman. These two were none other than Gu Si's parents. See, her mother exclaimed, rushing toward her with excitement, but Gu Si took a step back, coldly retorting, Was it your idea to have Uncle Lin ruin Lin Mo's martial spirit and cast her out? How dare you? Her father thundered. Is this how you speak to your parents? I am compelled by your actions. Gu Si's emotions surged. Her father regarded her with a cold glare, asserting loudly, We do this for your own good. As a woman, how can you harbor feelings for another woman? It brings us disgrace. Disgrace? If you consider this shameful, then do not recognize me as your daughter. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you, so you need not bear the shame. With a resounding crash, Her father slammed his palm onto the nearby table, shattering it into splinters. He bellowed, "Get out." The force of his soul power struck Gusi, causing her to cough up blood. With tearful eyes, she gazed at her father, recalling how he once cherished her, now transformed into this. "See." Her mother cried out in shock. Yet Gusi turned and fled, disappearing before her mother could catch up. She ran, falling to the ground, her knees scraped and bleeding. But she felt no pain, for the ache in her heart overshadowed all. Suddenly, the scene before her shifted, revealing a familiar girl lying there, blood trickling from her lips, her hair cascading untamed. Mo. Gusi trembled as she reached out, her hand brushing against Lin Mo's cold face, a jolt coursing through her, leaving her frozen in place. In another scene, Lin Mo stared at the unconscious Gusi, bewildered, with Gusi's blood staining her hands. "No, don't die. Please. Don't die." Lin Mo pleaded, desperately trying to stanch the flow of blood, but to no avail. Nearby, a middle-aged man observed coldly, "I warned you not to be together. Yet you ignored my counsel. Now your sister lies dying because of you. Are you pleased?" "No. I never intended to harm her," Lin Mo cried, cradling Gusi in her arms. "I would rather die than see C perish." It was all irretrievable now. The man turned and departed, leaving Lin Mo crumpled on the ground, weeping. Suddenly, she drew a sharp blade, a desolate smile gracing her lips. "See, if we cannot be together in this life, may we reunite in the next." With those words, she plunged the blade into her chest, blood flowing from the wound as she slowly collapsed beside Gusi, facing her. She grasped Gusi's hand, gazing into her familiar face, her eyelids gradually closing. "See, I'll see you in the next life. Mo. I'll see you in the next life." Two scenes, identical actions. The nightmare specter observed this tableau, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that two souls of the same gender could share such love? I hope you find your path together, but for now, endure the agony." 20 years later, Xing shouted into the air, "Wretched old demon, I am ready. Come forth." Suddenly, a fireball hurtled towards him, but Xing swiftly evaded it, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Did you miss? Ha ha ha." Yet, another fireball came soaring towards him, striking him directly and sending him flying several meters away. "Child, do you not realize the importance of vigilance?" The malevolent old demon appeared before Xing's mind, scolding him with irritation. Xing, having received no response, abruptly rose from the ground and seized the loathsome old demon. With his martial soul unleashed and soul ring shimmering, he struck with his dragon claw, leaving 3 marks upon the vile creature's body, though these marks vanished in an instant. "Ha ha ha. I have wounded you," Xing exclaimed joyfully. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Now proceed to fulfill the tasks assigned to you by the other old demons," the loathsome old demon retorted before vanishing from sight. Xing is the most unique among the 7, for he has been taught by the 7 ancient demons, each imparting their skills to him. "Desire demon," Xing exclaimed, "today I vow to relinquish all forms of desire." Before X's eyes, the scene transformed into one of alluring splendor. However, he remained unfazed, and after a brief moment, the enchanting sight vanished. The desire old demon appeared, observing X with a mocking grin. "Ah, my dear, the tents are all set up below. Shall I find someone for you?" X spat on the ground with disdain. "You old scoundrel, you are the worst among the ancient demons. And yet you dare to speak of such matters with me. Fine, I shall consider this a reluctant concession on your part," the desire old demon replied, a lewd smile creeping across his face. "To try to exercise some restraint tonight. There is no place here for you to bathe or change your attire. Away with you. I am not like you, you lecherous old fool." X retorted, "How hypocritical you are, acting so proper while engaging in other activities at night. I have encountered many people of your ilk." Xing shook his head in resignation. The desire old demon ought not to be called the desire old demon, but rather the old demon. After exchanging a few barbs with Xing, the desire old demon waved his hand dismissively and declared, "This is pointless. Conversing with you holds no interest. I'm leaving." With a swift turn, he vanished without a trace. Xing exhaled in relief and prepared to tackle the next task assigned by another old demon. Volume 3 concluded. Chapter 1. Xing's loss of control upon descent. Xing massaged his aching shoulders. The training from the 7 old demons had been exceedingly rigorous, leaving his body somewhat overwhelmed. "What's wrong? Are you unable to endure the training we've provided?" The obliteration old demon suddenly materialized, grinning widely as he addressed Xing. Xing immediately shook his head and said, "I find your training to be rather simplistic for my capabilities." "Humph. Since that is the case, I shall increase your training regimen starting tomorrow." The expression on Xing's face immediately fell. An increase in training volume was akin to a death sentence for him. The old demon, seeing his dismay, felt a sense of satisfaction. After exchanging a few casual words, he took his leave. Once the old demon departed, Xing sat down to cultivate the dragon and phoenix technique, regarding the mysterious arts as merely supplementary. This time, he aimed to break through the Ren Meridian. After 20 arduous training sessions, he had endured various torments from 7 old demons and had suffered countless beatings. Now, he stood on the brink of a breakthrough. Soul energy coursed through his body, gathering in abundance at the Ren Meridian, ready for a decisive surge. Initially, the soul energy attempted to penetrate the Ren Meridian, yet it remained unyielding. This struggle persisted for a while, until the soul energy launched a full-scale assault, charging towards the Ren Meridian. At his neck, the The dragon and phoenix jade pendant emitted a faint glow, which seeped into his body, safeguarding the delicate meridians. Sweat beads glistened on Xing's forehead as the perilous endeavor of unblocking his meridians unfolded. Yet, the rewards of such a transformation were immense. This arduous process lasted for several minutes until he bellowed, "Breakthrough." Two martial spirits manifested, their harmonious melodies resonating as the meridians were unblocked, and an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded through him, cleansing the pathways. As the meridians opened, ripples stirred in Xing's sea of consciousness, drawing him into a vivid yet unfamiliar memory. He found himself on an island, where a couple stood, their features obscured. In the air, a child and a figure cloaked in black were present. The child wept, reaching out towards the couple on the island, yearning to bridge the distance. However, the black-clad figure grasped the child firmly, rendering escape impossible. A luminous circle materialized beside the figure, and he whisked away the struggling child. Moments later, an explosion reverberated, and the child witnessed the couple on the beam being obliterated by a blinding light. Xing suddenly clutched his head, his heterochromatic eyes darkening. "I crave power. I demand power. Bestow upon me strength. I shall vanquish them, and their blood shall serve as my tribute." In the tumultuous sea of his mind, the entity known as Xing roared in madness as a shroud of darkness began to engulf him. Thunder, ocean waves, and flames clashed in a frenzied struggle, momentarily halting his advance. Yet, a stream of black energy still surged into his being, leading him into a deep slumber. In the realm of reality, Xing had risen to his feet, though his once vibrant eyes had transformed into a deep, foreboding black. Power, power, I sensed the presence of power. Wobbling unsteadily in a singular direction, he suddenly caught sight of a fleeting figure, arriving at a previously desolate expanse. The surroundings were devoid of life, save for a purplish-red orb of light. Such feeble destructive power, he murmured to himself, then pressed onward, extending his right hand towards the purplish-red orb, just as he was about to seize it. A gnarled hand clasped around his own. "Demon, what are you doing?" came the voice of the ancient sorcerer of obliteration. Xing turned to face the destruction elder. Upon seeing Xing's obsidian eyes, the elder was taken aback, feeling a sudden jolt of alarm. "Old man, do you intend to thwart my quest for power?" The voice of the executioner gradually transformed, resonating with a sense of profound weariness yet imbued with sorrow. Even the ancient demon of annihilation, who had lived for over a millennium, could feel the weight of time. "No, this force is beyond your capacity. You must not attempt to grasp it." Yet, it seemed the executioner paid no heed to his warning, muttering to himself, "Those who obstruct my pursuit of power are my foes. I shall vanquish you." As he spoke, an overwhelming divine power erupted forth. The dragon and phoenix martial souls manifested simultaneously, devoid of color, shrouded only in darkness. The demon of annihilation was forcefully cast aside, gazing in astonishment at the dual martial souls behind the executioner, exclaiming, "Two martial souls, and they are released simultaneously, truly unfathomable. You shall perish." With a swift motion of his right hand, a dragon's claw, spanning several dozen meters, materialized from thin air, descending upon the destruction demon. Boom! 6 formidable forces surged forth, revealing the devouring demon, the malevolent demon, the nightmare demon, the desire demon, and the solitude demon, who stood before the destruction demon to withstand the blow. Astonishingly, their combined effort merely succeeded in neutralizing a single strike from Xing. "What is the meaning of this? How has his strength suddenly surged?" inquired the devouring demon. The destruction demon replied promptly, "His pupils have darkened. It seems another force within him has manifested." "What kind of force could reside within him that is so formidable?" questioned the desire demon. "I am uncertain, but it is undeniably formidable. Furthermore, have you all noticed that he possesses 2 martial souls, which he can unleash simultaneously?" the destruction demon pointed out. Upon his remark, the 6 demons finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces painted with shock. This revelation shattered their worldview. "There exists another being, yet all shall perish at my hands." With a swift flick of his left hand, the criminal snapped his fingers, and the ground was suddenly engulfed in crimson hues. The 7 elder demons gazed in astonishment at the earth beneath them when, all at once, flames erupted violently, propelling the 7 elder demons into the air. Xing raised his right hand, his fingers pointing towards the sky, and then swept downwards. A dozen bolts of lightning descended, creating a tempest of thunder. The lightning struck at the very essence of the soul, causing the 7 ancient demons, beings of pure mental energy, to emit anguished cries. This marked the first occasion on which Xing unleashed his second soul skill. In truth, the consumption of this skill was considerable, and in the past, he had refrained from employing it. However, now, with a continuous flow of power at his disposal, he found it more than ample to invoke this soul skill. How feeble! With a disdainful scoff, Xing shook his head and approached the crimson-hued orb. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated, and Xing had already vacated his previous position, where now stood a colossal sword. Meanwhile, in the air, Li Bai soared gracefully upon his blade, waving his hand to liberate 7 ancient demons. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Bai inquired. Over a decade ago, Li Bai had arrived at the 7 Saints' Abyss to assess the well-being of his disciples. He had lingered upon hearing of the emergence of the demonic executioner, but just as he had stepped away momentarily, the situation had spiraled into chaos. The pupils of this entity darkened once more, seeking the formidable power of the destruction core. The demonic executioner clutched his chest and added, "The current Xing is no longer the Xing of before. You must awaken him to rescue him." Understood. The sword beneath Li Bai glided to his side, and he fixed his gaze upon Xing, declaring, "No matter what you are, depart from his body." Xing was momentarily taken aback, his obsidian eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. Suddenly, he erupted into a loud, yet desolate, laughter. "Do you know that I and he were once one? Time has passed for far too long, so long that I myself have lost track of it, leading to the existence of the current him. If he were to recall everything, he would surely react the same way." Li Bai furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Have you lived for an extended period? Then why do you appear as you do now?" "Humph. Why should I explain anything to you?" Xing scoffed, hurling a fireball directly at Li Bai. With a jolt of his soul power, the fireball vanished before it could even approach him. A smile graced his face, a hint of approval evident in his expression. "Not bad. You possess some skill. Very well, I shall indulge you in a delightful challenge." With that, he ascended into the air, and a cascade of water materialized around him, swirling and flowing with purpose. "Now, go." The executioner directed his attention towards Li Bai. As the water surged forth with unimpeded velocity, Li Bai gestured subtly, and his sword soared into the air. However, the flowing water ensnared his blade, leaving him momentarily stunned. The 7 ancient fiends, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astounded. "Return," the executioner commanded. In an instant, the water obeyed, returning with Li Bai's sword in tow. The executioner received it, scrutinizing it intently, and remarked, "Your weapon is quite remarkable." Li Bai's expression darkened. That sword was his sole weapon, and now, in the hands of the executioner, his connection to it had grown faint, evoking a profound sense of loss, as if his sole weapon had been wrenched away. Xing wielded the Xingtian sword and struck towards Li Bai, unleashing a formidable sword aura that cleaved through the air, extending approximately 100 meters. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Bai was taken aback. However, just as the sword aura was about to reach him, it dissipated into nothingness. "Quite perplexing, isn't it?" Xing suddenly inquired. "Indeed." Li Bai replied with a slight nod. The sword aura had been imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill, yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. This level of mastery was something he believed he could not attain. Gazing at the sword in his hand, he lifted his eyes to the sky. "Once, there was a master who taught me the art of the sword. He possessed no such martial soul, yet wielding a singular blade and his own formidable strength. He ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, crafting techniques that transcended the ordinary. I see you two are a wielder of the sword, hence I shall spare your life." With that, he cast the sword back to Li Bai, and as the Xingtian sword drew near, a profound connection surged forth, reuniting the blade with its rightful owner. "How is it that you can wield my martial soul?" Li Bai inquired suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous smile crept across Xing's face. "Why should I divulge that to you?" Li Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response. "I shall no longer engage in this conversation. I must seek power," Xing declared as he advanced towards the crimson-hued orb. However, a swift surge of sword energy assailed him, prompting Xing to halt in his tracks. He turned his head and coldly declared, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you?" Li Bai offered no reply to Xing but instead charged into the void. Fifth soul technique, void sword formation. Countless swords materialized from the ether, all hurtling towards Xing. "The power of Miran dares to oppose me." Xing snapped his fingers, causing the ground before him to fracture, from which flames erupted, forming a formidable wall of fire. The sword, upon making contact with this fiery barrier, vanished in an instant. Just as Xing reveled in his triumph, the wall of fire unexpectedly dissipated. "Damn it! That flicker of power has been exhausted." He cursed vehemently. Suddenly, a sword plunged into his chest, catching Li Bai midair by surprise. He had not anticipated the disappearance of the firewall before Xing. The 7 old demons fixed their gazes upon Xing, the blade piercing the very position of his heart. Without hesitation, Li Bai retracted his soul technique and teleported directly in front of Xing. Xing glanced at Li Bai and, with a slight smirk, remarked, "What misfortune! My minuscule strength has been entirely depleted. Please assist me in extracting the sword. My body will not perish. As for that child, he will soon seize control of this form, merely causing him a brief moment of anguish." Upon finishing his words, the darkness in his pupils faded, revealing his unique irises. "Vice Deanly, what brings you here?" Xing murmured, gazing at the figure before him. "Why does my chest ache so painfully?" Li Bai cast a glance at Xing's chest and swiftly withdrew the sword. His Xing drew a sharp breath, falling unconscious. Li Bai gazed at Xing's wound, his pupils contracting. He could see the heart within, marked by a sword scar, which, with each heartbeat, seemed to fade away. The 7 old demons approached, exchanging glances. For in their long existence, they had never witnessed such a scene. "This one's physique is extraordinary," the destruction demon remarked with awe. Li Bai nodded lightly. Turning to the 7 old demons and speaking softly, "I kindly ask you, esteemed elders, to keep this matter confidential. This individual is too enigmatic. I require time to investigate thoroughly." "Agreed," the 7 old demons replied in unison. "I shall take him away. As for the others, I leave them in your capable hands." "Rest assured, we shall keep a vigilant watch over them," they assured him. "Thank you for your assistance," Li Bai said, departing with Xing in tow. At that moment, Shuyao was reclining in a lounge chair, sipping coffee. Sensing a disturbance in the surrounding soul energy, she fumed, Li Bai, how dare you enter my room without permission? Do you wish for death? Li Bai appeared, cradling Xing. Upon seeing him, Shuiwu sprang from her chair, her face paling as she beheld the wound on Xing's chest. A surge of uncontainable fury igniting within her. What happened? Why didn't you take him to Ollie for healing? Calm down. His wound possesses the ability to heal itself. Just observe, Li Bai replied, gently placing Xing on the sofa. Shuiwu quickly approached, her gaze fixed on Xing's chest, where the pulsating heart radiated with vibrant life, and the surrounding wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. What on earth is happening? She inquired, brows furrowed. Li Bai took a deep breath, recounting the events that transpired. After hearing his explanation, Shuiwu seized Li Bai by his collar, her anger palpable. Why did you employ such a potent soul technique? He is merely a great soul master. Li Bai sighed in resignation. You cannot fathom the terror he exhibited at that moment. Though he appeared as a great soul master, his power was formidable. He even usurped control of my martial soul, unleashing a sword aura that I could scarcely comprehend. I fear he may be a deity. Do you recall the Dragon Emperor Douluo? Chapter 2. Awakening after Li Bai shared his suspicions with Shuiwu, she fell into deep contemplation. Is he a child of a deity, cast upon the Douluo continent? I believe so. Do you know why I wish to take him as my disciple? No, I cannot see through him. Yet I sense he may one day commit acts that will shake the very foundations of this world. Is it solely based on that uncertain feeling? Indeed. It seems I was correct. Let him be my disciple. While I may not be able to teach him much, I can refine his spirit, instilling within him a sword heart so that he will not be swayed by his darker side. Shuiwu hesitated, prompting Li Bai to add, most importantly, this will provide me with a suitable reason to protect him in the future. Why are you so intent on this? Li Bai remained silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is due to his innate talents. I have high hopes for him. Regardless of whether he turns out good or evil, I shall always benefit from his reputation. Is that all? Indeed. Very well, you may take him as your disciple. However, Wang Ping may also take him under his wing. You shall both share in the materials for his battle armor in the future. I regret that decision suddenly. What should I do? Do not regret. I am uncertain of the particulars. Should any issues arise, I cannot shoulder the burden alone. Having you alongside me alleviates much of the pressure. Li Bai chuckled wryly. Then added, I am preparing to break through to that realm. Let us discuss the apprenticeship once I emerge from my seclusion, but please speak with him beforehand. Otherwise, he may not agree without your consent. Fine, fine, Shuiwu waved her hand dismissively, though her curiosity was piqued. Did you not express a desire to avoid breaking through? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Alas, it is because of this child, Li Bai replied, glancing at Xing. Do you know what he uttered while unconscious? What did he say? Shuiwu asked, her expression one of confusion. That was merely a fraction of his immense power. Shuiwu fell silent for a long while, then turned to Xing, exclaiming, You wretched child. Though I know not what resides within you, mark my words. Should you dare to wrong the Shrek, I shall personally see to your demise. Li Bai was taken aback by Shuiwu's sudden outburst but soon found himself laughing. Now, that is the Shuiwu I know. On the first day, Shuiwu moved Xing to her own bed, relieved to witness his wounds healing rapidly. On the second day, the wounds had already scabbed over. Observing this miraculous recovery, Shuiwu was astonished. Such injuries healed in just 2 days, truly remarkable. She intended to offer Xing some water, but before she could, he grasped her hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. Shuiwu thought he had awakened, only to see tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Mommy, mommy. Please don't leave me, Xing murmured softly. At that moment, his voice was filled with a childlike vulnerability. Seeing him in such a state, Shuiwu couldn't help but embrace him. As she held him, Xing ceased his murmuring, his hands gripping hers, his expression settling into tranquility. Indeed, he is still just a child, Shuiwu remarked fondly. Though she had not always been by his side, she had already come to regard him as her own child. And he, in turn, relied on her, often seeking her out in times of great need. With Xing holding her tightly, Shuiwu found herself unable to leave, thus removing her shoes and resting at the edge of the bed, while Xing nestled beside her. Unbeknownst to her, Shuiwu soon succumbed to sleep. The following day, Xing awoke, fully healed, yet he felt a peculiar softness in his head, a sensation of comfort. Instinctively lifting his gaze, he was greeted by a blinding white expanse. What on earth? Xing was startled, but when he saw Shuiwu so close by, his shock deepened. Wasn't I in the 7th sacred abyss? How did I end up sleeping beside Master? Suddenly, he realized he was clutching his master's arm, which made him release it in alarm. As a super Douluo, Shuiwu remained acutely aware of her surroundings even in slumber. Noticing Xing's flustered awakening, she secretly smiled to herself. Then, seized by a mischievous impulse, she opened her eyes and spoke with feigned sternness. Disciple, what is the meaning of this? How dare you climb into your master's bed? Upon completing his sentence, he appeared dazed and, in a state of panic, stammered, I am not quite sure how I ended up here. I distinctly remember being at the 7th Saint's Abyss. No. Wait, I think I saw Vice Deanly behind me. Master, I truly did nothing. I am utterly bewildered as to why I am in this place. Blood dance. Observing his demeanor, could no longer contain her laughter and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, I'm not teasing you anymore. It was Master who brought you here. As for you, in your distress, you were crying for your mother and clung to me. Thus, I had no choice but to play the role of your mother and lull you to sleep. Ah. Xing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as he had never anticipated engaging in such actions. However, Master, I distinctly recall being in the seven sacred abyss, he asserted. You became entranced during your breakthrough. And it was Vice Deanly who rescued you and subsequently brought you to me, said Shuiye, her expression unfaltering and her heart unwavering. Is that so? I fell into a trance? Xing pondered, his curiosity piqued. I remember attempting to penetrate the Ren meridian, and upon succeeding, it seemed as though a surge of memories flooded my mind. At this moment, he suddenly clutched his head, wincing in pain. Why did a sharp ache strike me so suddenly? Observing this, Blood Dance promptly unleashed her soul energy to soothe him, urging him not to dwell on such matters. As per Blood Dance's instructions, he ceased his contemplation, and the throbbing in his head gradually subsided. How are you feeling now? Does your head still ache? Xing shook his head, yet he was enveloped in a profound sense of perplexity. Why did the mere thought of that memory cause such a throbbing pain in his head? He vaguely sensed that event held great significance in his life. He resolved to cease pondering such matters. After the blood dance, Shuiye adeptly shifted the conversation. There is something I must convey to you. Your master has gained another disciple, namely Vice Deanly Bai. Ah? Why is that? During your recent rescue, you owe him a debt of gratitude. He has long wished to take you under his wing. And I have taken the liberty of agreeing on your behalf, Shuiye replied, her demeanor unwavering and composed. Well, if that is the case, then I shall heed my master's wishes. Suddenly, a thought struck Xing, and he inquired, Master, how long have I been unconscious? Has the military training concluded? Chapter 3. The Flame Sanctuary. Shuiye, understanding Xing's unspoken concerns, replied, You have been in a coma for 3 days. The military training still has 2 days remaining. You should take this time to rest. Master, I feel quite well and see no need for rest. Oh dear, as the trial concluded. A sudden pang of pain gripped his chest. Upon glancing down, he discovered a tear in his shirt, revealing a scabbed wound beneath. He was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Seeing his astonishment, Shuiye cleared her throat and remarked, Ahem, this was inflicted by Vice Deanly. When he saw you succumbing to madness, he delivered a precise strike to your chest, drawing blood to halt your descent into chaos. Xing was utterly bewildered as he listened to these words. Was there really such a method? He had never heard of it before, and it felt almost surreal. Sensing that Xing was overthinking, Shuiye quickly interjected, All right. You haven't eaten or drunk anything. Let me take you to have a meal. With a sigh, he realized his clothes were torn, necessitating a change. Fortunately, he had an ample supply of garments in his storage soul guide. Master, I shall change my attire first. Indeed, go ahead, Blood Dance replied, showing no intention of leaving, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Master, I need to change my clothes. Then do so. Why the hesitation? Are you perhaps feeling shy? Indeed, Blood Dance was correct. He was indeed feeling bashful. However, he thought to himself that it was just his own master, so what did it matter? Resolving this, he boldly removed his upper garment and began to change. Ah, disciple, your physique is quite impressive, Blood Dance remarked, appraising his form slender yet toned, with defined abdominal muscles and strong arms. Xing's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a reaction from his master. Hastily, he donned his attire. Shuiye chuckled softly, primarily concerned with checking if there were any other injuries on Xing, but it appeared he was unscathed. Come, my disciple. I shall take you to dine, she said, leading him to the cafeteria. Watching him indulge in his meal stirred an appetite within Shuiye, prompting her to partake in a bit more food herself. Halfway through their repast, Shuiye's gaze remained fixed upon Xing. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the watchful gaze of her master, Xing halted and inquired, Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Blood Dance shook her head, but then nodded slightly, leaving Xing in a state of confusion. Her master, perplexed, asked, Huh? Oh. It was only then that Blood Dance regained her focus. She had been contemplating whether or not to assign tasks to Xing, and concerns about his recent injury surfaced, leading her to ponder the potential dangers of him getting hurt while on a mission. A myriad of thoughts clouded her mind, resulting in the current situation. Sighing softly, Blood Dance remarked, Do you recall our conversation before your journey to the Seven Saints Abyss? Upon reflection, I suddenly realized that upon my return, you would assign me a task. Indeed, Blood Dance nodded and said, In fact, I am to assign you a mission, however. This endeavor carries a certain degree of peril and cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. The minimum duration required will be at least 2 years. Xingtian was taken aback. What task could possibly require such an extensive amount of time? With a swift motion, Blood Dance revealed a folder that materialized in her hand, prominently marked with large letters. Xing received the document that Blood Dance had handed over and began to examine its contents. It contained but a single directive. Enter the Flame Temple. Have you read it? Blood Dance inquired. Yes, Xing nodded in affirmation, with a snap of her fingers. Blood Dance ignited the document in Xing's hands, startling him into dropping it, whereupon it was consumed entirely by the flames. Blood Dance then unleashed her soul power, creating a barrier that isolated them from the outside world, and continued. The Flame Temple is a newly emerged force in recent years, boasting formidable strength and a penchant for inviting fire element soul masters to join their ranks. Master, do you mean they will likely extend an invitation to me? Not likely. But certainly. What exactly must I do? Simply accept the invitation and enter the flame temple. If possible, elevate your status within. And why is that? You need not concern yourself with the details. Your task is merely to infiltrate. However, I must caution you, this flame temple is not to be underestimated. Proceed with utmost caution. Xing nodded in acknowledgement, yet his mind was awash with myriad speculations. By the way, what realm do you currently inhabit? Upon hearing Xuewu's inquiry, Xing felt a sudden jolt, and then stared in astonishment at Xuewu. Master, I have reached level 29. How peculiar. Before my unconsciousness, I was merely at level 27. And now I have ascended to 29. Xuewu grasped some of the situation, yet chose to remain silent. It is not necessarily a bad thing to have broken through. Why ponder too much? Quickly, focus on nourishment and cultivation. Once you attain level 30, I shall take you to the Spirit Transmission Tower to acquire a soul spirit. With the assistance of a soul spirit, your overall strength will significantly enhance. Xing murmured about the soul spirit, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Observing Xing's murmuring, Xuewu inquired, is there an issue? No. Xing hastily waved his hand. Xuewu, not pressing further, muttered to himself, I suddenly forgot. You possess 2 martial souls, thus you must obtain 2 soul spirits. This matter requires a strategy to conceal from the Spirit Transmission Tower, otherwise. If they discover you possess 2 martial souls of such caliber, they will undoubtedly seek to seize them. Xing gazed at his master, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart as he noticed her deep concern for his well-being. Master, when will I be able to wield my other martial soul? He inquired. Blood Dance paused momentarily at this question, but soon offered an explanation. You can use it at any time, however. Your martial soul is not an ordinary twin martial soul. If powerful factions become aware of it, they will undoubtedly seek to claim you. Therefore, it is wise to keep it concealed. Then, may I use it during the competition? Xing asked, referring to the title contest of the Shrek 7 monsters. Indeed, she replied. But I advise you to treat your other martial soul as a trump card. After all, your dual martial soul is well guarded in secrecy, known to very few. When you finally reveal it, it is sure to astonish your opponents. Great. Following their meal, Blood Dance left Xing beneath the Tree of Life, a place brimming with vibrant life energy. At that moment, Xing's chest bore scabs, and being placed here would undoubtedly expedite his healing process. Xingpan sat beneath the Tree of Life, commencing his cultivation of the Dragon and Phoenix technique. Before long, he felt an itch in his chest, a sign that his skin was undergoing transformation. You must release them. Their power is essential. A voice suddenly echoed in Xing's mind, startling him and causing him to abruptly abandon his meditation. He glanced around, but found himself utterly alone. Who are you? Xing demanded, yet no response came. Only the gentle whisper of the breeze. Chapter 4. Thunderstrike. Xing furrowed his brows slightly, ensuring that no one was around. He surveyed the Tree of Life, which stood not far from him. It was his first time approaching it at such a close distance. Could it be that you were speaking to me? No one responded. And with a self-deprecating smile, Xing realized that the Tree of Life would not converse with someone of his feeble strength. With this thought, he resumed his meditation practice. As he delved deeper into meditation, a surge of soul energy suddenly enveloped him, and beneath the Tree of Life, he effortlessly absorbed this potent force. Suddenly, the Tree of Life radiated a golden light, and a wave of vitality surged directly into Xing's body. The expression on Xing's face subtly shifted as a surge of potent vitality coursed through his body, inadvertently stirring his soul power and prompting a breakthrough. He dared not be careless, meticulously controlling his soul power as he endeavored to advance. However, circumstances rarely unfold as one desires. His soul power surged against the 30-level threshold like a tidal wave battering a dam. This ordeal was excruciating, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead. Beside him, a flash of light heralded the arrival of Blood Dance. She had sensed the sudden release of life force from the Tree of Life from a distance and had hastened to his side. How did this breakthrough occur? Blood Dance inquired, her lovely brows furrowing in concern. The trial had just resumed, and such an anxious breakthrough seemed difficult to achieve. Upon witnessing the anguish on Xing's face, she too felt a surge of tension. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Dark clouds gathered above, and thunder roared ominously. Blood Dance observed the shifting sky, her brows furrowing deeper. And she turned her gaze towards Xing, offering a wry smile. Disciple, I hope this is not your doing. However, scarcely had she spoken when a deafening crack of thunder struck down upon Xing, hurling Blood Dance away with the force of the lightning. She was left in a daze, utterly bewildered. Blood Dance, she exclaimed, but upon closer inspection, she saw that electric currents surrounded Xing, who remained in meditation. This was a situation Blood Dance had never encountered before. As ripples formed in the space around her, Long Bai materialized at her side. Blood Dance, what is happening? He inquired urgently. I do not know, Blood Dance replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning descended, prompting both Blood Dance and Long Bai to summon their soul power in defense. By the heavens! Long Bai gasped. What has this child done to provoke such wrath? Attracting lightning upon himself? Enough of your nonsense. It is merely a breakthrough, summoning the thunder, Blood Dance retorted, her irritation evident. Long Bai scratched his head awkwardly. Yet he pondered aloud, but why would he attract lightning? From his soul power fluctuations, he appears to be merely a grand soul master. Ask me? Who should I ask? Blood Dance snapped back. All right. Regardless of the situation, we cannot allow him to be struck by lightning indefinitely. Although I cannot comprehend how he withstood that last blow. It seems that if this continues, he may not survive much longer. Do not jinx it. Blood Dance shot a glare at Long Bai. Her eyes were filled with urgency as she gazed at Xing, uncertain of what to do. Thunder rumbled again, and this time, Long Bai prepared to counter the lightning strike. Yet, as he moved to intervene, he was astounded to find a mysterious force restraining him. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck Xing once more. After a brief contemplation, a look of shock crossed Long Bai's face. It's the power of the world. The world's force is holding me back. What? Blood Dance exclaimed in disbelief. Why would the world's power stop you? I'm not certain. But it is clear that the core of the world perceives this child as a threat and seeks to annihilate him. Blood Dance gasped in horror at this revelation. Destroy Xing? Absolutely not. What can you do? We are utterly powerless to assist him. Go on. Try if you dare, Long Bai challenged. Blood Dance gritted her teeth. Attempting to approach Xing, but an unknown force prevented her from getting closer. Why? She sighed. Long Bai gently patted her shoulder, saying, now. It is solely up to him. If he can endure, it merely proves his resilience. Hearing this, Blood Dance nodded, her gaze fixated on Xing. As several bolts of lightning struck down, Xing's clothes were tattered, yet he remained unharmed. His expression darkened, seemingly displeased with this outcome. In an instant, dozens of lightning strikes descended simultaneously. Upon witnessing this scene, Blood Dance felt as though her breath had been stolen away. At Shrek Academy, everyone watched in bewilderment, unclear about what was transpiring. In Shrek City, several individuals raised their heads in astonishment, swiftly making their way towards Shrek Academy. Boom. Amidst the tempest of his spiritual sea, Xing endured the relentless bombardment of lightning, his agonized groans echoing through the void. The furious arcs of electricity illuminated the terrifying expanse, casting eerie shadows upon his scorched and blackened form. Yet, despite the ceaseless onslaught, life stubbornly clung to his battered body. Gradually, the storm clouds above began to dissipate. As if conceding defeat, his resilience is monstrous. To withstand such divine punishment unscathed, Long Bai murmured in awe. Noticing the shift in the heavens, Shuiye rushed to Xing's side, relieved to find his pulse still steady. Without hesitation, she channeled her soul power into him, her expression unreadable. Long Bai observed silently, his gaze piercing. Who is he? Shuiye's reply was icy. My disciple. You saw what happened. The world itself rejects him. Do you understand the implications? I neither know nor care. With a sigh, Long Bai warned, the elders of Shrek City approach. You'll have to explain this. Shuiye remained silent, focusing solely on sustaining Xing's life force. Suddenly, two ancient yet vigorous figures materialized, one clad in gray, the other in white. Their presence was paradoxically unassuming yet profound. Long Bai bowed slightly. Elder Jing, Elder Yu, Elder Jing. The gray-robed sage surveyed the scene. Report. Shuiye placed Xing gently on the ground before rising. This disciple's breakthrough triggered the celestial anomaly. My apologies for alarming you. The elders exchanged glances. A mere cultivation breakthrough causing such upheaval? Elder Jing's eyes narrowed at Xing's charred form. Struck by lightning? Shuiye nodded. To their astonishment, Xing's life force burned fiercely beneath the damage, his soul power unmistakably that of a newly ascended soul elder. How can a mere soul elder endure heavenly wrath? Elder Jing pressed a palm to Xing's forehead, probing with gentle energy before withdrawing, baffled. Human. Yet why would the heavens target him? Long Bai interjected. The world will bar our intervention. Elder Yu's voice turned sharp. You dare claim such a thing? I swear it. Shuiye, Elder Jing demanded. What is his origin? She shook her head. His memories were lost before I took him in. Elder Yu scoffed. An unknown entity rejected by the world? He cannot be of this realm. If not Douluo, then where? The divine realm? Shuiye shot back. A heavy silence fell until space itself split open, revealing a regal figure in violet robes. Pavilion Master. Shuiye and Long Bai bowed. Fengyang, Master of the Sea Goddess Pavilion, greeted the elders with a smile. Leave this matter to me. Elder Jing hesitated. His origins are uncertain. What if consult the Tree of Life? Fengyang suggested smoothly. After a silent communion with the ancient entity, the elders relented. Very well. He is yours. As they vanished, Shuiye and Long Bai stood bewildered. Fengyang exhaled. From the moment he entered the academy, the sea goddess statue reacted. I investigated but found no records of his existence. He is of the divine realm. Shuiye's breath hitched. The divine realm, gone from their world, yet here lay its remnant in her care. What will you do with him? Fengyang's lips curved. Nothing happened today. You saw nothing. I was never here. He tossed her a jade pendant engraved with his name. If that incident recurs, crush this immediately. With that, he stepped through a spatial rift and disappeared. Long Bai blinked. What incident? Shuiye ignored him, lifting Xing into her arms. We're leaving. Deep within the seven sacred abyss, Shuiye clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Brother Xing, I must find him. Upon uttering these words, a terrifyingly cold aura emanated from her, enveloping everything within her gaze. In the far north, Shuiye Long directed her beautiful eyes towards the direction of Shrek City. Suddenly, her brows knit together as she coldly inquired, who goes there? The fabric of space tore apart, and Fengyang, who had been in Shrek Academy, appeared before her. Esteemed Lady Snow, greetings, Feng Yang said with an air of elegance. I am the Lord of Sea God Island in Shrek Academy, Feng Yang. Xue Long scrutinized Feng Yang with a watchful demeanor, sensing the formidable power radiating from him. What is your purpose? She demanded. It concerns Xingtian, he replied. After a moment of silence, Xue Long responded, I am not acquainted with anyone by that name. And what of Shuyao? Xue Long's body trembled slightly as she retorted angrily. What exactly do you intend to do? Lady Snow, please remain calm, Feng Yang spoke softly. I harbor no intentions of harming them. In fact, I seek to protect them. Xue Long's brow furrowed slightly as she queried. What do you mean by that? Quite literally. He replied. Why? I cannot divulge that at this moment. I can only say that, in the future, only Xingtian possesses the ability to save Douluo continent. I must proceed in this manner. There is no other path. On what grounds should I trust you? On the basis of my strength. 3 resplendent purple golden rings emerged beneath Feng Yang's feet, radiating an overwhelming aura, rendering Xue Long breathless in his presence. Do you believe me now? Yes. Chapter 6. Dragon Spirit, Phoenix Feather. In the residence of Blood Dance, she placed Xingtian on the bed, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. It was scarcely long since he had awakened, yet here he lay again. She was at a loss for words. Sighing softly, she sat at the bedside, a handkerchief materializing in her hand as she gently wiped Xingtian's face. You have only just awakened, and already you are lying down again. Truly. You give me much to worry about. The bloodstains on Xing's face had been mostly wiped away, and Xue Wu proceeded to clean the handkerchief. As soon as she departed, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant on Xing's chest began to emit a radiant glow, enveloping him in its brilliance for several breaths before gradually dissipating. Xue Wu returned shortly. But upon entering the room, she was taken aback. There stood Xing, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window with a look of perplexity in his eyes. When he noticed the sound, he collected himself and turned around. Master, Xing called respectfully. You are awake. Is your body all right? Xue Wu hurried to Xing's side, placing her hand on his forehead to assess his condition with her spiritual energy. Master, I am fine, but I did not expect this breakthrough to be so perilous. Causing you concern, Xing said, his face filled with remorse. Xue Wu was momentarily taken aback by his words. It suddenly seemed that he had changed. Upon closer inspection, he appeared taller, now standing at approximately 1 meter 85, significantly taller than she was. As long as you are well, that's all that matters. Are you hungry? Hearing her concern, Xing felt warmth in his heart and replied, Master, I am not a pig. How could I be hungry after a breakthrough? Xue Wu was caught off guard by his response. Master, I have now advanced to Soul Master and need to go to the Spirit Tower to acquire my Spirit Ring. What time is it now? It is nearly noon. Then I shall go to the Spirit Tower this afternoon. Very well, I will accompany you. No need, Master. I can go by myself. Absolutely not. I must accompany you. Xing's eyes carried a hint of helplessness. I am not a child. I do not require your company. You have already exhausted yourself. You should rest well. As he spoke, Xing placed both hands on Xue Wu's shoulders. Given his already tall stature, Xue Wu only reached his chest, and in such close proximity, she could detect the delicate fragrance of violet flowers emanating from him. Master, please do not struggle. The punishment was gentle, and with just a single phrase from him, Xue Wu found herself offering no resistance as she was pressed down onto the bed. Shortly thereafter, he instructed her to lie down, removing her high-heeled shoes and placing them atop the bed. Master, he said, even the most formidable of powers require rest. You have undoubtedly concerned yourself with my affairs these past few days. Please take a good rest. I shall return in the evening with dinner for you. Xing approached the window and drew the curtains closed, then turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. After completing these actions, Xue Wu, lying on the bed, felt bewildered. What was happening? Why was she compelled to obey his words? Yet, it seemed that he appeared somewhat fatigued. With a yawn, Xue Wu truly succumbed to slumber. Xing stood at the doorway, listening to the steady rhythm of breaths emanating from within, a faint smile gracing his visage as he stepped outside. Along the way, his hand brushed against the dragon and phoenix jade pendant at his chest, and he murmured softly, Thank you, Mom and Dad. This afternoon, he chose not to visit the Spirit Tower, instead returning to his abode, firmly closing the door and drawing the curtains shut. 3 crimson soul rings ascended from beneath him. With the first 2 rings adorned with golden stripes, the first ring now bore 2 golden stripes, the second 3, while the third ring was embellished with 4 golden stripes. Subsequently, he unleashed the divine phoenix wild soul ring, akin to his divine dragon martial spirit. Come forth, dragon spirit, phoenix feather, he called softly. And from the golden red soul rings emerged 2 diminutive girls clad only in belly bands. One girl donned a purple belly band, revealing her form. She was the dragon spirit. The other wore a red belly band, equally revealing. She was Phoenix Feather. The 2 girls were exceedingly adorable, resembling porcelain dolls, and upon seeing Xing, their faces lit up with exuberance. They darted towards him, nuzzling their cheeks against his face, prompting Xing to chuckle at their antics. However, after a brief moment, the 2 cheeky spirits unexpectedly struck him playfully with their fists. Though the blows were harmless, he expressed his bewilderment. What was that for? With a chorus of playful protests, the girls waved their hands in discontent. Their sounds conveyed a sense of grievance, which Xing understood clearly. Have I abandoned you? Impossible. I have merely regained my memories and reached the rank of Soul Master. Otherwise, I would not have been able to summon you both. The two spirits exchanged glances before erupting into another round of animated protests. What? I don't provide you with clothing? What do you think the belly bands you wear are? In response, the dragon spirit delivered a swift kick to Xing's face, the force of which sent him tumbling backward. Goodness! Dragon spirit, are you attempting murder? Xing exclaimed, clutching his face as he rose. The dragon spirit crossed her arms defiantly, seemingly irked, and witnessing this, Phoenix Feather mirrored her gesture in solidarity. Xing shook his head with a bitter smile. Upon his breakthrough, fragments of unfamiliar memories surfaced, among them, an image of the dragon phoenix jade pendant resting upon his chest. A keepsake from his parents. As for the two beings before him, he only recalled that they had always accompanied him, inseparable despite the hazy origins. Now, they existed as his soul-bound spirits. Eek. Eek. The dragon spirit, noticing Xing lost in thought, piped up. We'll be exposed if we wear this. Hurry. Get us some proper clothes. Xing felt a sense of helplessness and remarked, isn't your clothing formed from soul power? Why not simply conjure a new outfit? Upon hearing Xing's words, Longling and Fingyu exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, a radiant glow emanated from their bodies, transforming their traditional attire into short skirts, complete with undergarments. The two delightedly admired their newly conjured garments, giggling as they showcased their creations before Xing, eagerly requesting his opinion on who looked better, which left him in a quandary. Both of your outfits are quite lovely, Xing chuckled at the pair. However, they insisted on determining a winner, rapidly changing outfits for his evaluation, prompting Xing to resolutely retreat into meditation, feigning ignorance. Not daring to interrupt him, the two plunged into his mind, entering the sea of consciousness to engage in their spirited contest. As they vanished, Xing emerged from his meditative state, drew back the curtains, and gazed pensively at the sky. Lost in thought for a considerable time. What truly transpired in the past? Must I surpass my current abilities to regain my memories? He muttered, before returning to his bed to commence meditation. From this moment forth, he resolved to devote himself fervently to his training. Chapter 7. Deception upon arriving at the cafeteria. Xing merely consumed a modest meal before packing a portion for his master. After his departure, several chefs in the kitchen appeared disheartened, exchanging glances as if pondering a shared concern. Do you think the food we prepared today was particularly unpalatable? One chef inquired of his colleague. The other chef, holding a dish, sampled it himself and shook his head, responding, I believe it is quite satisfactory. Then why did the young lad not indulge as he usually does? Perhaps his appetite is lacking today. Let us hope that is indeed the case. The chefs consoled one another in their uncertainty. As he arrived at Shui Wu's abode, he opened the door to find Shui Wu languidly reclining on the sofa. Upon witnessing the scene, Xing exclaimed, Master, dinner is ready. Blood Dance stretched languidly from the sofa. Her sultry figure revealed before Xing cast a fleeting glance before promptly averting his gaze. Master, dinner features the fish you adore. Do come and savor it. As he arranged the dishes on the table, there were a total of 4 dishes and a soup. Have you eaten? Shui Wu inquired. I have, Xing replied casually. Then took his seat at the table, accepting the chopsticks and rice handed to him by Xing. The attention from Xing felt somewhat peculiar to her. Is there something you wish to discuss? She asked. No, but why is it that you haven't accompanied me, Shui Wu? Xing chuckled and explained. It is only natural for a disciple to care for their master. Shui Wu fell silent, merely focusing on her meal. After a while, she suddenly asked, have you acquired your soul rings? Indeed, I have. The divine dragon martial soul has granted me a 10,000-year ancient giant python, while the divine phoenix martial soul has bestowed upon me a 10,000-year Qianji bird. Xing's eyes remained unwavering. A giant python and a Qianji bird. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. I could have helped you obtain an even better one. Master, these 2 soul rings have endowed me with 2 soul skills each. There are no significant issues. Please do not dwell on the fact that you did not accompany me. Oh? Then please, elucidate your soul skills. The dragon spirit's 3rd soul skill comprises 2 abilities. The first, known as True Dragon Transformation, enhances all of my attributes by 50%. The second, Thunder Collapse, functions as an area attack, striking all individuals within its radius with lightning. The Phoenix Spirit's 3rd soul skill also features 2 abilities. The first, Sound of the Phoenix, diminishes the overall attributes of those within its range by 30%. The second, Phoenix Flame, inflicts substantial damage upon all within the area. Indeed, these soul skills are quite remarkable. Currently, you possess a total of 12 soul skills, all of which demand considerable soul power. Henceforth, you must temper your soul power, rendering it more refined and robust. Do you comprehend? Understood. Very well. Blood Dance continues to dine. Xing gazed at her as she ate, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Master, I forgot to mention that these soul beasts have also yielded soul bones for me. Coughing, Blood Dance nearly choked on the food she was swallowing upon hearing Xing's words. What did you say? Xing poured a cup of water for Blood Dance and repeated, these spirit beasts have bestowed upon me soul bones. Blood Dance, regaining her composure, inquired, from which locations do these soul bones originate? The trunk bone and the skull bone. Suddenly, Blood Dance spat out the water she had just sipped, splattering it across Xing's face. Master Xing wiped the water from his face, a touch of helplessness evident. My apologies, he said. Blood Dance, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, what luck you have to receive these 2 soul bones. How was I to know? They simply manifested, he replied. Blood Dance was momentarily speechless. Although soul bones are no longer as rare as they were thousands of years ago, and even artificial soul bones exist, the probability of obtaining 2 soul bones from hunting spirit beasts, as Xing did, remains quite low. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Allow me to see your soul bones. Xing emitted a sound as a magnificent, fiery red wing unfurled behind him, its beauty accentuated by the exquisitely crafted feathers. Blood Dance gazed at the wings behind Xing, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Is this the soul bone that emerged from the Tianji bird? The judgment is also aware of the Tianji bird, which is white in color, yet it has acquired this striking crimson wings, appearing somewhat peculiar. Indeed, it is the Tianji bird that has emerged, but the one I observed was red, hence my soul bone wings are also red. A forceful explanation ensued. Could it be that the red Tianji bird is a mutation? It is quite possible that it is indeed a mutation. Ah, how fortunate you are. A mutated Tianji bird can still be absorbed, and you have even obtained a trunk bone. Even the master envies your fortune. Xing Han chuckled sheepishly as he scratched his head, yet his mind was preoccupied with how to elucidate the significance of the skull. The skull was a manifestation of his recent breakthrough. What abilities does this skeletal structure bestow upon you? Flight and the augmentation of my fiery prowess, as well as the ability to incinerate. Wherever my flames make contact, they cannot be extinguished. As she prepared to showcase her abilities, she was promptly interrupted by Blood Dance, who had no desire to see her abode engulfed in flames. And what of your skull? The enhancement of my mental prowess ensures that I can elevate my mental strength without the need for deliberate cultivation. This ability is indeed remarkable. However, how did your skull manifest? If memory serves me right, the ancient giant python is not a spirit beast associated with the realm of the mind. Master, you are not mistaken. However, I encountered a spirit beast of the mental type, though I am unaware of its name. All I know is it resembled a large worm. At that time, the ancient giant python was preying upon it, and I happened upon the scene, ultimately vanquishing both. To my surprise, that large worm yielded the soul bone. A large worm? What was its appearance? Well, it was quite sizable, long and white, adorned with golden patterns. Blood Dance pondered for a moment before murmuring. Could it be the dream-eye silkworm? With a piercing gaze, Xing questioned whether he had indeed fabricated such tales. The entity he encountered must have been a dream-eye silkworm of spiritual attributes, but how he managed to come across it remained a mystery even to him. Feeling wronged, Xing lamented, I merely entered the spirit tower as one normally would, seeking soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Observing his distressed demeanor, Blood Dance waved his hand dismissively, saying, Never mind. What matters is that you have obtained the soul ring and soul bone. Return and devote yourself to diligent training to solidify your foundation. Indeed. Xing nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well, you should return and rest, Blood Dance instructed. Yes, master. You two should retire early, Xing replied. With that, he departed from Blood Dance's abode. As Blood Dance sensed his departure, he set down his chopsticks. Do I truly believe in the mutated Thousand Extremes bird dream-eye silkworm? What secrets are you concealing from me, my disciple? He murmured, shaking his head and choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Chapter 8. The conclusion of military training at dawn. Xing rose early. For this day marked the conclusion of military training. He intended to head to the Sea God Lake to await the arrival of Shuyao and the others. Shortly after his arrival at the Sea God Lake, he spotted Bing Ling. Upon seeing Xing, Bing Ling exclaimed, Xing, how is it that you emerged so swiftly? Xing was taken aback by Bing Ling's words. Could it be that no one had informed him of the situation? I was injured during my cultivation and was sent out. It has only just healed, he explained to Bing Ling. Injured during cultivation? Are you all right now? She inquired. I am fine now, he reassured her. That's good to hear. But how on earth did you get injured while cultivating? Xing wore a wry smile, likely a consequence of his eagerness to break through. Upon hearing this, Bing Ling reached out and grasped Xing's hand, and a moment later, her gaze widened in astonishment as she fixated on him. You have ascended to Soul Sovereign. Indeed. But how did you achieve such a rapid breakthrough? That's precisely why trouble has arisen, Bing Ling replied. One must not be hasty in the pursuit of cultivation. Haste makes waste. Calm your mind and practice diligently, and you shall inevitably reach the realm you aspire to. Do you understand? Teacher, I understand, he replied. Very well. Subsequently, the two remained in place, awaiting the unfolding events. After a while, a luminous circle appeared not far off, from which emerged several familiar figures to Xing. The first to step out was the tall Long, though he now appeared somewhat gaunt, a change mirrored in those who followed him. Yao Yu. Upon spotting Shuyao, Xing rushed over without hesitation. Shuyao, upon seeing him approach, displayed a look of excitement on her face and immediately ran into his embrace, burying her face against his chest. Brother Xing, it is truly wonderful to see you. Shuyao's tone carried a hint of grievance, which left Xing somewhat perplexed. Yao, what is the matter? He inquired. It's nothing, she replied softly, yet she did not release her hold on him, remaining enveloped in his warmth. Xing was also bewildered by Shuyao's actions. However, sensing the unease emanating from her, he reached out and gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, There. I have always been here for you. As the situation unfolded, Shuyao clung to him even more tightly. The others, witnessing this scene, chose not to intrude upon them. The military training, a nightmare for the rest, was particularly grueling, and aside from Douluo, they exchanged glances with one another, their eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. Bingling observed the tableau but refrained from interrupting, only speaking after several minutes had passed. Now, all of you should proceed to the infirmary for a checkup. Once completed, you may take your rest. Thus, everyone made their way to the infirmary for their examinations. After X escorted X to the infirmary and listened attentively to the doctor's advice, he learned that her recent and persistent consumption of soul power had been substantial, necessitating a period of rest. Rest assured, the depletion would not inflict harm upon her body. It merely induced fatigue. This condition is rather detrimental for a soul master and requires timely adjustment. Is there anything else I should be mindful of? X inquired. Just ensure you replenish your energy. There is nothing more, the doctor replied. Thank you so much, sister. X expressed his gratitude, leading X towards the dining hall. You must have eaten very little during military training. Look at how much weight you've lost, X remarked as he served her some dishes. X gazed at the mountain of food before her, exclaiming helplessly, X, I cannot possibly eat this much. After a moment of contemplation, X quietly returned some of the food to the serving dish. As they began to eat, X paused and looked at X, curiously asking, X, why are you eating so little? X was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Ever since I ascended to Soul Master, my appetite has inexplicably diminished. Really? Is that even possible? X expressed her astonishment, but soon added, well, that might be for the best. Otherwise, you might struggle to sustain yourself with such a large appetite. Shuyao gazed at her brother Xing with a bemused expression, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. As her laughter faded, her countenance turned serious. She reached out to grasp Xing's hand and said, Brother Xing, I seem to have sensed your peril. Could you enlighten me on what transpired? Did you truly sense that? Upon hearing his words, Shuyao's anxiety deepened. You are genuinely in danger. It's nothing of great consequence. There were just some complications during my breakthrough. Everything is fine now, he reassured her. Shuyao bit her lip, pondering for a moment before declaring, From now on, we shall not be apart. Without you by my side, I feel so frightened. Foolish girl, Xing replied gently. Then we shall remain together from now on. Shuyao nodded emphatically. Xing smiled gently and then said, Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. Upon hearing this, Shuyao obediently began to eat. Soon, the two of them finished their meal and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, a man clad in a chef's uniform appeared before them. This chef was quite imposing. With a somewhat fierce appearance, his arms crossed as he gazed intently at Xing. Xing furrowed his brow and inquired, Uncle, is there something amiss? Indeed, the chef exclaimed. Pointing at the meal on the table, is there something wrong with the food I have prepared? Xing paused for a moment, but soon regained his composure. Uncle, your cooking is exquisite, however. Before he could finish his sentence, the chef interrupted him, saying, If it is so delicious, why are you not eating it? Usually you would feast upon an entire table's worth. At that time, my body had certain peculiarities that required me to absorb a vast amount of culinary energy. Now that I have transcended, it is no longer necessary, he replied. Upon hearing this, the chef appeared utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at him, articulating each word with precision. Are you certain that this is the reason? Am I not aware of my own condition? He retorted. The chef, now deflated like a punctured balloon, sighed, Alas. I never imagined that was the reason. We have been troubled for quite some time, thinking that our dishes were simply unpalatable. Feeling embarrassed, he never anticipated that his modest appetite would lead to such a misunderstanding. It truly was a source of great awkwardness. Well, I shall not disturb you any longer. The chef departed, and with the clarification of this matter, his spirits lifted somewhat. Now, he is ready to return to his culinary endeavors. Xing and Shuyao exchanged a glance, and both erupted in laughter. This brief interlude swiftly faded into the background. Xing and Shuyao arrived at their residence. Shuyao reclined on the bed, stretching her body and letting out a soft sigh of contentment. How delightful. Xing listened to her moans with a sense of helplessness. Yao, please refrain from making such sounds. What's wrong with making this sound? Shuyao gazed at Xing with her large, expressive eyes, feeling somewhat awkward under the intense scrutiny. Xing casually sought an excuse to meditate. Upon witnessing this, Shuyao couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 9, The Spirit Transmission Tower After 3 Days of Respite. Xing and his companions returned to the classroom once more. Xing and Shuyao entered the classroom, gazing at their 5 companions, and cheerfully inquired, How did everyone spend the break? It was quite refreshing, replied Dong Xuelin. We had a good time as well, echoed the others in unison. The brief respite allowed them to release the tension accumulated during their rigorous military training. Throughout this period, they had endured various trials and tribulations, experiencing a spectrum of emotions along the way. The punishment has also been experienced, but later it transformed into being beaten by 7 old demons. Before long, the 7 began to converse amongst themselves, discussing the benefits of the recent military training. Gao Dalong, with a proud expression, proclaimed, during this military training, I have broken through 3 realms and reached the rank of a level 29 Soul Master. What does that even matter? Dong Shuiye retorted, I am already at level 30. Once I obtain a soul ring, I can directly advance to level 31. Just level 30? I will reach that in a few days, Gao Dalong scoffed. Yet you are still below me for now, so perhaps you should wait until you reach level 30 before engaging in such banter, Dong Shuiye taunted. Those nearby watched the exchange with smiles. They preferred this environment over the one in the 7 Holy Abyss. I have also reached level 30. Who among you is willing to accompany me to the Spirit Tower to obtain a soul ring? Tongxi suddenly chimed in. Hee, is that even a question? Of course. I will accompany you, Dong Shuiye responded readily. Ahem, I too have reached level 30, though I have yet to acquire a soul ring, Gu Si added. You all have broken through. Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment, quickly adding, I have also made a breakthrough. Let us go together. Hearing their words, Gao Dalong's expression fell. He turned to Shuiye and Xing, saying, You two haven't. Shuiye nodded in acknowledgement. Both my brother Xing and I have already broken through and obtained soul rings. Gao Dalong slumped back into his seat, feeling utterly useless. The others couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor. After some discussion, they decided to head to the Spirit Tower to obtain their soul rings. And all 7 agreed to go. Just then, Bingling entered the classroom. She approached the podium and surveyed the 7, stating, The reason I called you here is to clarify the upcoming competition. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. This competition is exclusively for freshmen. With a total of 35 teams this year, of which you are one. To claim victory, you must defeat the other 34 teams. I will provide the competition details shortly. For now, make sure to rest well so you can compete in optimal condition. After Bing Ling finished speaking, everyone nodded in understanding. After a moment's thought, she added, By the way, Xing, as the class captain, I trust you have no objections? No one rebutted her. Good, you may now return to rest, Bing Ling concluded. Preparing to leave when Xing called out to her. Is there something wrong? Bing Ling turned around, puzzled. The moment of execution approached. Teacher, Shuiye, Tongxi, Si, and Lin Ma have all surpassed level 30. We are now preparing to venture to the Spirit Tower to acquire our soul rings. Oh? Upon hearing this, Bingling pondered for a moment and replied, I shall accompany you all. Upon hearing these words, Xing displayed a smile upon his face, confident that with the teacher present, they would surely acquire a splendid soul ring. Dong Shuiye, Tongxi, Gu Si, and Lin Mo gazed at Bingling with eyes alight, seemingly imploring their teacher to assist them. Unfortunately, Bingling responded, stating, My purpose in joining you is merely to observe the synergy amongst you. I shall not intervene. Haha, if we find ourselves in peril, you will surely step in, won't you, teacher? Xing chuckled. If the 7 of you cannot handle a few soul beasts, then you are unworthy of being my students, she retorted. The Spirit Tower in Shrek City loomed high and majestic, under the guidance of Bing Ling. They advanced into the transmission tower. In front of the hall's window, Bing Ling addressed the woman behind it, stating, We wish to access the Ascension platform. 8 individuals. Is it? The cost is 800,000 federal coins. Upon hearing this price, everyone gasped in astonishment. It was indeed exorbitant. Without further ado, Bing Ling handed a card to the woman, who returned shortly with a golden card. After receiving the card, Bing Ling led them to the Ling ladder. Ascending to the 10th floor. Teacher, we will reimburse you for the money later. Tongxi spoke up first. There's no need for that. It's merely money. Bing Ling replied nonchalantly. The group fell silent, realizing that their teacher was quite affluent. They reached the 10th floor in no time, with Bing Ling expertly guiding them to the entrance of the Ascension platform. A staff member, upon seeing them, promptly exclaimed, Welcome, esteemed soul masters. Bing Ling, without hesitation, presented the golden card to the staff member, who scanned it with a machine. A smile instantly illuminated their face. Esteemed Soul Douluo, we are honored by your presence. We have prepared the machine for you. Upon hearing the staff refer to Ice Spirit, Xing and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had been unaware of their teacher's prowess, and now, upon hearing the title of Soul Douluo, they were momentarily taken aback. Let us proceed to the machines. Ice Spirit instructed them, before approaching a device resembling a nutrient chamber. As the machine opened, she effortlessly reclined within. The others soon followed suit. And once everyone had settled inside, the staff pressed a button, transporting them into a remarkable realm. This world was vast, surrounded by towering trees, with lush green grass underfoot. The air was remarkably pure, devoid of the clamor found in the city. Suddenly, Xing materialized, accompanied by Shuiye, followed closely by the others. Yet Ice Spirit was conspicuously absent. Where's the teacher? Shuiye inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The teacher is not coming. He won't intervene. Hence he will certainly not walk alongside us, Xing replied with a shrug. Alas, if only the teacher were willing to take action. We could save ourselves a great deal of effort, Dong Shuiye lamented. Enough of that, Xing retorted. Let's remain vigilant. We are not in the city, and soul beasts may appear at any moment. If we are ambushed by a soul beast, it would be disastrous. Instantly, everyone heightened their alertness, scanning their surroundings as they advanced. To acquire soul rings, they needed to locate appropriate soul beasts, but such creatures would not present themselves willingly. They had to be sought out. Chapter 10. Discovery of prey in the depths of the forest. Various soul beasts darted swiftly through the underbrush, Xing walked at the forefront of the procession, accompanied by Shuyao, while Dong Xuelin brought up the rear. In the midst were Tong Shi and Gu Si, with the towering Long on the left and Lin Mo on the right. This arrangement was devised to safeguard Tong Shi and Gu Si, for they were support and healing soul masters, and only by positioning them in the center could their safety be assured. Xing's gaze swept across the surroundings, his unique vision allowing him to perceive several low-level spirit beasts lurking in the distance, watching them intently. He knew that given the opportunity, these creatures would surely approach to launch an attack. Sensing the imminent threat, he unleashed his soul power to instill fear. As his energy radiated outward, the surrounding spirit beasts instantly retreated from their presence. Xing possessed a supreme martial soul, emanating a soul force with a certain oppressive quality, making it entirely normal for lower-tier spirit beasts to retreat upon sensing his presence. After traversing for quite some time, it struck Gao Long as peculiar that they had yet to encounter a single spirit beast. Spirit beasts? There are plenty of them, but they dare not approach us as long as we travel in a group, Xing remarked, turning his head to tease. How about you act as bait and lure one out? Upon hearing this, Gao Long immediately shook his head, exclaiming, No, no, no. I certainly do not want to take on that role. The group erupted in laughter at his words. However, just as their amusement filled the air, a roar echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze southward, where several trees had been felled. What could have transpired over there? They exchanged puzzled glances. Their curiosity piqued. Shall we investigate? Xing inquired, glancing back at the group. Why not take a look? Called out Dong Xuelin from the back. There might be a spirit beast suitable for us there, and if there is any danger, our teacher will surely protect us. The others nodded in agreement. Inspired by Dong Xuelin's words, Xing nodded in agreement and said, Then let us depart. Immediately, the group sprinted towards the source of the roaring sounds in the south. As soon as they left, Bingling appeared at the spot they had just vacated, sensing the distant fluctuations of the soul beast's aura, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Ah, just the perfect opportunity for a lesson, she chuckled. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the area, and before them stood a colossal azure soul beast, its massive form towering at approximately 30 meters in length. Adorning its head was a singular horn, and from its back sprouted a pair of grand wings. The horned wind beast. Xing gazed at the formidable creature and addressed Dong Xuelin, who stood not far away, saying, This soul beast possesses wind attributes, judging by its horn. It is likely a 10,000-year-old beast, perfectly suited for you. Dong Xuelin nodded slightly, his thoughts already fixated on the horned wind beast. Opposite the horned wind beast stood a majestic white steed, equally impressive at over 20 meters in height, radiating an aura of white flames. This was the Radiant Iron Cavalry, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Gazing at the radiant iron steed, Xing remarked with a smirk to Lin Mo. This majestic creature appears to be a soul beast of 10,000 years, quite fitting for you. Lin Mo fixated on the imposing radiant iron steed. Xingza rubbed his hands and instructed, Let us wait until both soul beasts are mutually injured before we intervene. Everyone nodded in agreement and then concealed themselves within the grass. The two soul beasts stood facing each other, embroiled in a territorial dispute, unaware that others had set their sights on them. With a resounding roar, the unicorn wind beast bellowed at the Radiant Iron Cavalry, demanding its departure. The Radiant Iron Cavalry paid no heed, responding instead with a guttural sound. Neither side was willing to yield, resulting in a tense stalemate between the two beasts. Why haven't they begun fighting yet? The towering Longxing inquired of Dong Xuelin, who stood nearby. I'm not a soul beast, how would I know? Dong Xuelin retorted, her gaze fixed on the two creatures. Not far away. Xing listened intently to their exchange, his eyes darting with cunning. He approached the Radiant Iron Cavalry, positioning himself at the blind spot of the unicorn wind beast before hurling a stone. The stone struck the unicorn wind beast squarely in the face, momentarily stunning the Radiant Iron Cavalry. However, the unicorn wind beast erupted in fury, believing it had been attacked by the Radiant Iron Cavalry. The latter, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, had witnessed the stone's trajectory but could not ascertain its origin. With a thunderous crash, the unicorn wind beast charged at the dazed Radiant Iron Cavalry, inflicting pain and snapping it out of its stupor. Enraged, the Radiant Iron Cavalry glared at the unicorn wind beast and launched a counterattack. It opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of light, its ability known as the Radiant Flame. The unicorn wind beast, seeing the approaching radiant flame, illuminated its horn, and with a powerful flap of its wings, summoned a tempest that clashed with the radiant fire. A tremendous explosion erupted between the two soul beasts, followed by a fierce skirmish. The cacophony of their battle reverberated, leaving Xing and his companions feeling as though the ground itself were shaking. Boom. Both soul beasts were simultaneously launched into the air but quickly regained their footing. The unicorn wind beast soared into the sky, its glowing horn releasing a laser beam aimed directly at the Radiant Iron Cavalry. The latter exhaled hot air, conjuring 3 shields that effectively absorbed the unicorn wind beast assault. Infuriated by the failure of its attack, the unicorn wind beast unleashed a frenzied onslaught, while the Radiant Iron Cavalry focused solely on its formidable defense, as befits its name. Brother Xing, they have been fighting for nearly half an hour. How long are we expected to wait? Must we continue in this manner? Shuyao asked, turning to Xing. Upon hearing her question, all eyes turned toward them. After a moment of contemplation, Xing commanded, "Let them fight for a while longer. When the time is right, Snowy Lin, DeLong. And I will launch an assault on the Unicorn Gale Beast. As for you, keep the Radiant Iron Cavalry occupied." Everyone nodded earnestly. Their gazes fixated on the two soul beasts. The colossal forms clashed, unleashing a torrent of soul power that sent several sturdy trees crashing down, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity when the Radiant Iron Cavalry was caught off guard, the Unicorn Gale Beast soared behind them to mount a surprise attack. The horn atop its head emitted a piercing laser. "Ah!" cried the Radiant Iron Cavalry in agony. "Now!" Xing shouted, propelling himself forward in an instant. His divine dragon martial soul erupted forth, revealing 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. He unleashed his first soul skill, Dragon S-Roar, followed swiftly by his third soul skill, True Dragon Transformation. In an instant, numerous fine dragon scales manifested upon his body. Though they were subtle enough to be overlooked, only the scales on his arms were distinctly visible. Chapter 11. A Glimpse of Brilliance. At present, Xing experienced a remarkable 50% enhancement across all attributes, feeling an unceasing surge of power within him. Dong Xuelin and the towering DeLong burst forth from the underbrush. Yet by the time they emerged, Xing had already initiated his attack. He unleashed his second soul skill, Thunder Strike, targeting the airborne Unicorn Gale Beast. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed as the lightning struck the beast's wings, instantly scorching them. "Brother! Incredible!" DeLong exclaimed in awe. Xing's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly approached the Unicorn Wind Beast. He unleashed his first soul skill, the Divine Dragon Claw, striking the beast with an attack that disregarded all defenses. The Unicorn Wind Beast emitted a pained groan from the impact. Hearing this sound, Xing chuckled softly. "Is it too much to bear already, and we have merely begun?" The Unicorn Wind Beast, seemingly understanding his words, let out a furious roar. "Oh, are you still dissatisfied? Then rise and engage me in battle." Xing turned to Dong Xuelin and the towering dragon nearby, commanding, "You two should confront that soul beast, if this one is defiant. I shall handle it alone. Is that truly feasible for you?" Dong Xuelin couldn't help but inquire. Xing cast a sidelong glance at him. "Xuelin, a man must not falter. Do you understand?" With a sense of resignation, Dong Xuelin replied, "Very well, take care of yourself." With that, he and Jie DeLong joined the fray on the opposite side. As for Xing, he observed the eager Unicorn Wind Beast before him. The notion of a one-on-one confrontation had struck him after he temporarily unleashed his true dragon form. He sought to test the full extent of his capabilities. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze sharpened with determination. "Come," he bellowed, his voice resonating with formidable authority. The sound was so powerful that it drew the attention of Shuiye and the others engaged in battle on the other side. "Isn't he just incredible? He dares to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast," Gu Siyu remarked, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. "Ah, how things have changed when I first encountered him. His realm was beneath ours, yet his combat prowess surpassed ours. Now, with a higher realm and formidable strength, it is only natural," Lin Mo mused. At that moment, the Unicorn Wind Beast had commenced its assault on Xing, its horn-emitting beams of light aimed directly at him. Xing swiftly evaded while unleashing thunder crash upon the Unicorn Wind Beast, multiple bolts of lightning striking its form, emitting a sizzling sound. "Your speed must be impressive. Shall we compare?" Xing suddenly proposed. The Unicorn Wind Beast paused, momentarily bewildered by his words, gazing at him with an expression of incredulity, as if questioning his sanity for suggesting a race. However, in the next instant, it was left astounded. 2 enormous crimson wings unfurled from Xing's back, enveloping him completely. The temperature in the vicinity soared instantly. Among trustworthy companions, he felt no need to conceal his abilities, directly employing the techniques of the trunk bones and the wings of the phoenix. Externally, he presented this as a soul skill. The Unicorn Wind Beast sensed a primal pressure emanating from him, a manifestation of the divine phoenix's dominion over all flying soul beasts. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "All right, my friend, today you shall be my practice partner. I hope you refrain from weeping later." He then unleashed his second soul skill, Starfire blazing the prairie. Countless fiery phoenixes surged forth towards the Unicorn Wind Beast. The beast, upon witnessing this, frantically flapped its wings in an attempt to disperse the fiery onslaught. Yet to its dismay, the phoenixes proved impervious to its efforts, instilling a sense of dread within it. With a thunderous roar, it bellowed in rage, but the phoenixes had already made contact, igniting flames upon its form. "My flames are the essence of fire. They cannot be extinguished," he uttered, swiftly closing the distance to the Unicorn Wind Beast, commanding, "Flame Fist." His fist ignited with fire as he relentlessly assaulted the beast, the sheer force of his strikes causing a dramatic transformation in the creature's expression. How excruciating! In the distance, the 6 members of Snow Yao, who had been engaged in combat with the Radiant Iron Cavalry, halted in their tracks, dumbfounded by the ferocity of his assault, which sent shivers down their spines. Third soul skill, Phoenix Flame. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted instantaneously, fissures forming as countless columns of fire surged forth. In that moment, all that remained was the side of the Unicorn Wind Beast being thrust upwards, only to plummet down once more, before crashing violently to the earth with a resounding thud, stirring up a dense cloud of dust. The consumption of the soul power had nearly reached its limit. He placed a foot upon the face of the unicorn wind beast and remarked coldly, "What use is your size if you are still beneath my heel?" The unicorn wind beast lacked the strength to resist, utterly astonished by the prowess of the human before it. All it desired was for the flames enveloping its body to extinguish, for they burned with excruciating intensity. "Xuelin," he shouted, and Dong Xuelin promptly rushed over, inquiring. "What is it?" "I have absorbed it," he replied. "All right." Dong Xuelin smiled at the imposing unicorn wind beast and asked, "Mighty creature, would you consider becoming my spirit?" Upon hearing Dong Xuelin's words, the unicorn wind beast nodded vigorously, eager to comply. It was desperate for relief from the relentless flames that seared its flesh. It would do anything to escape this torment. Dong Xuelin was taken aback by the beast's obedience. Observing this, the man beside him, Xing, smirked and remarked, "It seems my extreme fire has left a lasting impression." At this, Dong Xuelin instinctively glanced at the unicorn wind beast, noticing its body was marred with wounds, with patches still ablaze, while the air carried the scent of roasted flesh. "So that is the case," he mused, shaking his head with a smile. "Then I shall absorb this unicorn wind beast and break through. I will need your assistance in guarding it." "Yes, rest assured, I shall protect you as you break through." As the battle concluded, Xing turned his gaze towards Shuyao, who had already triumphed. The bright iron cavalry lay defeated on the ground, while Lin Emo was engaged in absorbing the soul rings. Upon noticing Xing's glance, Shuyao hurried over. "Brother Xing, are you all right?" "I am fine. I merely tested my soul skill. It turned out to be quite formidable," he replied. "Indeed, Brother Xing, you are the strongest." Shuyao praised him earnestly. As X listened to the praises of X, he refrained from retorting, "Why contest when it was so pleasant to hear?" At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, and he turned to see materialize beside him. "Old teacher," he thought, taken aback by his sudden appearance. "What was that about your martial soul earlier?" "Oh, I possess dual martial souls. That was my divine phoenix martial soul." Upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment. The divine phoenix and the divine dragon, two of the most revered martial souls, coexisting within this individual without any rejection. "X, you have concealed your abilities quite adeptly." S tone shifted abruptly, addressing him with an ethereal quality. Chapter 12. The aggrieved dragon spirit Xing listened to Bingling's words and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Teacher, I don't hide my strength easily and often become a target. Therefore, it is necessary to conceal my abilities well." Upon hearing Xing's explanation, Bingling shot him a disapproving glance. "Let's not dwell on that for now. First, tell me about your other martial soul and soul skills." "My other martial soul is the divine phoenix," he replied. "The first soul skill consists of two abilities. The first is the Eye of the True Phoenix, which disregards the enemy's level and induces a 1-second stun. The second is the Phoenix's Flight, allowing me to unleash flaming wings for 1 minute. The second soul skill also comprises two abilities. The first is the Starfire Conflagration, which possesses an intense burning effect that ordinary water cannot extinguish. The second is the Flame Fist, which enhances my attack damage. As for the third soul skill, it again consists of two abilities. The first is the Song of the Phoenix, which reduces all attributes of those within range by 30%. The second is the Phoenix Flame, which inflicts immense damage upon all within its vicinity." Xing further elaborated, "Just now, my wings were the first soul skill, Phoenix Soaring." Upon hearing this, Bingling was utterly astonished, realizing that each soul skill possesses two variations, much like his divine dragon martial spirit. "This is truly remarkable." Bingling could not help but exclaim. "Hee," Xing said sheepishly, scratching his head. "Teacher, please don't say that. It will make me proud." Without hesitation, Bingling playfully delivered a light smack to his head, saying, "I'll only praise you a little, but once the competition concludes, I shall ensure to give you a thorough training session." The expression on Xing's face instantly fell, realizing he had spoken too freely. Bingling cast a glance at the nearby Dong Xuelin, who had already begun to absorb the soul ring, and then at Lin Emo in the distance, who was likewise engaged in the absorption. "This time, your arrangement was quite commendable. The battle between the two soul beasts had expended a considerable amount of soul power. If they were at their peak condition, dealing with them would have posed a significant challenge for you." Xing listened intently, lifting his head high, asserting that as the captain, he could not act foolishly. "Indeed," nodded Shuyao beside him, "Xinggu is the best." Bingling sighed, finding the duo amusing. One dared to boast, while the other dared to praise. Yet, Xing truly possessed the capability to be proud. After 2 hours, the soul power surrounding Dong Xuelin was absorbed into his being. He exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Not far away, Lin Emo was experiencing a similar transformation. Once the two had completed their absorption, everyone turned their gaze toward them. "Xuelin, how did it go?" Bingling inquired eagerly. "Ah, teacher, you are here too." Dong Xuelin exclaimed upon seeing Bingling. "You look fine." Having absorbed the abilities of the unicorn wind beast, what soul skill did you acquire? Upon hearing this, Dong Xuelin's face broke into a proud smile. He snapped his fingers and called out, "Wind, come out and show everyone your prowess." With that, he raised his right hand, and a purple and black soul ring appeared. Soon, a miniature unicorn wind beast flew forth from his third soul ring. "All right, boss." The unicorn wind beast acknowledged Dong Xuelin with a nod. It unleashed a beam from the horn atop its head, striking down a nearby tree over 30 meters tall with a resounding crash. This is the power inherited from the unicorn wind beast, unicorn beam. It is now my third soul skill, which, when utilized with my martial soul, manifests as a blade of light. Impressive power, Bingling remarked. How did you manage to make it your soul spirit? Xing asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he gazed at the unicorn wind beast. Well, it was because you burned it, Dong Shuiye explained, unable to withstand the intense heat. It chose to become my soul spirit. As he listened to this explanation, a wave of embarrassment washed over Xing. Just as he was feeling this way, a voice echoed in his mind. Brother Zhang, I want to eat that. It was Long Ling. Without waiting for Xing's response, she emerged from between his brows and swiftly darted towards the unicorn wind beast. Upon seeing Long Ling, the beast was inexplicably overwhelmed by an intense sense of dread, causing its entire body to tremble. Everyone else remained oblivious to the situation, but Xing reacted immediately, shouting, Long Ling, stop this at once. The sudden exclamation startled Long Ling, causing her to halt abruptly and turn around with a look of pitiful innocence directed at Xingtian. Long Ling emitted a sound, conveying her remorse and pleading for her brother's forgiveness. Upon witnessing her pitiful expression, he found himself unable to feel anger for reasons he could not discern. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, enough, enough, such actions must not be repeated. Long Ling responded, understanding his words, and promptly flew to perch upon Xing's left shoulder. Resembling an obedient child, Shuyao, Bingling, and Dong Zilin gazed at this scene in astonishment. Brother Xing, what is this? So adorable, Shuyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she fixated on Long Ling, who reciprocated with an equally curious gaze. This is my soul spirit, Long Ling. The humanoid soul spirit, Bingling, cast a glance at Long Ling and could not suppress her curiosity, asking Xing, what type of martial spirit did you absorb to possess a humanoid soul spirit? At a loss for how to articulate his answer, Xing hesitated and replied vaguely, I am not entirely sure. I just hunted an ancient giant python, and it happened. Bingling, upon hearing this explanation, was left speechless. Do you truly expect me to believe such a tale? However, she chose not to pursue the matter further. For everyone harbors their own secrets. As the tension eased with the absence of the frost spirit, Xia let out a sigh of relief. However, Dong Shuiye suddenly exclaimed, Wind. What is wrong with you? The gaze of the crowd shifted, revealing Dong Shuiye's soul power lying limply in his hand, as if lifeless. Boss, don't talk to me. That thing on your shoulder is terrifying. I must feign death, the unicorn wind beast replied. Upon hearing this, Dong Shuiye was left utterly perplexed. What on earth? That is my friend S soul spirit. What is so frightening about it? The unicorn wind beast quickly regained its composure, its eyes wide as it stared at Dong Shuiye. Do you not realize? That creature just attempted to devour me. No, this place is too perilous. I must return. With that, the unicorn wind beast vanished into Dong Shuiye's soul ring. Shuiye, why does your soul ring seem to have died and then revived? Xia inquired. Wind. Your soul spirit is quite fearsome. It wanted to eat it, Dong Shuiye replied. Xia turned his gaze toward the dragon spirit, which immediately shook its head vigorously, waving its hands in protest. Eek, eek, eek. Brother Xia, what does the dragon spirit mean? Shuyao asked, having abandoned any thoughts of consuming Shuiye's soul spirit. Listening to Xia's words, Shuyao and the others exchanged peculiar glances, pondering the implication. What does that mean? Did it genuinely wish to consume Shuiye's soul spirit? Xia, keep your soul spirit away from mine, Dong Shuiye warned, fixating on the seemingly adorable yet ravenous dragon spirit. Chapter 13. The flood dragon. Xing shook his head with a bitter smile, glancing helplessly at Long Ling, unable to meet his gaze. Lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, her expression one of deep grievance. Upon witnessing Long Ling's demeanor, Shuyao and Bingling could not help but interject. Brother Xing, please do not blame Long Ling. She has done nothing wrong. Xing, your soul spirit has also committed no misdeed, so do not reproach her. Xing listened to the conversation between the two women, feeling quite helpless. Upon hearing his words, the dragon spirit perched on his shoulder suddenly sprang to life, her large, shimmering eyes wide with curiosity as she emitted a series of delightful sounds. Was the dragon spirit truly expressing her enthusiasm? Xing observed her actions and smiled, nodding, truly. I no longer hold you accountable. Upon receiving Xing's assurance, Long Ling joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek and happily returned to the depths of his spiritual sea. Zheng and Shuyao, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment. That soul spirit had actually kissed Brother Xing. How infuriating. She had even spoken kindly to her. Bingling cast a glance at Xing, opting not to inquire further, and walked towards Lin Mo teacher. Tongshi called out upon seeing Bingling approaching. Bingling nodded, then inquired of Lin Mo, how did it go? Any gains? Lin Mo's face lit up with an excited smile as she replied, Teacher, I made significant gains this time, acquiring a soul spirit and a formidable soul skill. Hearing this, Bingling smiled and said, do share. Lin Mo unleashed her 3 soul rings, and a 2-meter-tall radiant iron steed emerged from her 3rd soul ring. The radiant iron steed had undergone a transformation, adorned with resplendent white armor, exuding an imposing presence. Why does your soul spirit now wear armor? Gu Si asked, puzzled. Hiki. This is one of my gains, Lin Mo explained, Because my martial soul, the holy light shield, greatly benefits the radiant iron steed, allowing it to advance. Dong Shuiye approached Xing and the others, and upon hearing Lin Mo's words and witnessing her soul spirit, he was nearly speechless in disbelief. Suddenly, he no longer desired the unicorn wind beast. Get lost. Do you think I want you? If it weren't for my body being unbearably scorched, who would want to be your soul spirit? The unicorn wind beast protested vehemently. Dong Shuiye chose to ignore it. Mo, what about your soul skill? Du Si inquired curiously. My third soul skill is called Holy Light Golden Body. As long as I do not exceed my own 3 realms, I can be invincible for 3 seconds. However, it can only be unleashed twice, Lin Mo explained. A collective gasp echoed among the group. Lin Mo, your luck is astonishingly good. This soul skill is simply divine, Bing Ling remarked. Hee, thus my gains are immense, Lin Mo beamed with joy. However, Dong Shuiye lamented about the unicorn wind beast. First, congratulations on acquiring such an excellent soul skill. However, we must now hasten to secure soul rings for Tongxi and Ce, Xing stated. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Bing Ling discreetly vanished when no one was paying attention. Upon witnessing this, Xing felt quite helpless, resigning himself to the situation. The group then commenced their search for soul beasts, and it wasn't long before they spotted their target. They arrived at the edge of a lake, where they beheld a 3-meter-long deer. The Holy Light Elk, a 10,000-year beast, Xing exclaimed, turning to Gu Ce, this is perfect for your 3rd soul ring. Gu Ce was aware of the Holy Light Elk's low attack power, but recognized its potent healing abilities. Noting that several members of her family had hunted Holy Light Elks. What incredible luck to encounter a Holy Light Elk, Lin Mo said. Licking her lips as she addressed Gu Ce, I will take this Holy Light Elk down for you. Stay safe. All right, Gu Ce replied promptly. However, before she could set off, Xing stopped her. What is it? Do you doubt my ability to handle a Holy Light Elk with such low combat prowess? Xing shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the lake. Soon, a grave expression overtook his features. Lin Mo, initially lost in her thoughts, became alert upon witnessing his demeanor. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, the lake surged with colossal waves, revealing a soul beast exceeding 40 meters in length before them. This creature, measuring 100 meters from head to tail, commanded their gaze upward. Its body was adorned in a vivid crimson hue, covered in glistening blood-red scales that radiated an almost blinding brilliance. As they followed its form upward, they beheld a colossal serpentine head, complete with a prominent bulge atop its skull. The fierce red eyes of the serpent turned toward the Holy Light deer, exhaling a torrent of heated air. As it opened its maw, a tremendous force of suction manifested beside the Holy Light deer, drawing it inexorably into the serpent's gaping jaws. Upon witnessing this scene, a tremor surged through them. Gulp. The towering Long swallowed hard, muttering under his breath, they cannot see us. They cannot see us. Do not make a sound. Dong Shuiye admonished sharply, prompting Long to immediately seal his lips. In that moment, all remained motionless, standing frozen in place. Yet beads of perspiration began to form on their foreheads. However, fortune did not favor them. The dragon's gaze shifted toward them. Upon spotting Xing, its pupils abruptly contracted, and in the next instant, it threw back its head and let out a deafening roar. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as Bing Ling materialized before Xing and the others, an aura of formidable power emanating from her. 3 purple and 5 black soul rings ascended beneath her feet as she unleashed her 7th soul skill, the true form of her martial spirit. Behind her, 6 white wings unfurled majestically, while a layer of flames flickered around her. Blazing Spirit. Everyone immediately associated the wings with the martial spirit of Blazing Spirit. You must leave this place at once, Bing Ling commanded from her aerial position, addressing Xing and the others. Realizing that their presence was merely a burden, Xing turned to Ice Spirit and said, Teacher, please take care of yourself. We must depart quickly. The group began to retreat, with Xing bringing up the rear. Upon witnessing Xing's departure, Jiao stirred, and so did Ice Spirit. A colossal fireball manifested in her hand, hurling directly towards Jiao. However, to Jiao, it appeared to be a feeble flame. It expelled a jet of water from its mouth, effortlessly extinguishing the fireball. Ice Spirit's expression darkened. Her blazing flames were of the utmost intensity, yet they had been easily snuffed out by the creature before her. How could such a being exist here? She remarked with disdain. The aura emanating from Jiao was terrifying, undoubtedly a soul beast of over 100,000 years. She herself was uncertain of her ability to triumph in battle, so she could only aim to buy time. Today, I have taken a leave of absence due to my birthday tomorrow. I have prepared the leave request early, thus today's update will be postponed until tomorrow, allowing me to rest on my special day. Chapter 14. Lu Jingjiao now glared at Ice Spirit with intense fury, unleashing a torrent of water in her direction. Ice Spirit gazed at the thick column of water and softly intoned, 4th soul skill, Blazing Fire. Extending her right hand, a fierce blaze erupted forth. The collision of water and fire produced a sizzling sound and generated copious steam. As Ice Spirit and Jiao became enveloped in the vapor, when visibility returned, an explosive force dispersed the steam. Ice Spirit was hurled backward, stabilizing herself with rapid wing beats. In contrast, Jiao merely swayed slightly, seemingly unaffected. Oath of Fire, Ice Spirit whispered. And a massive luminous ring materialized in the air, filled with an intricate array of unintelligible characters. The ring hovered above Zhao's head and began to rotate. While Zhao looked up in confusion, boom! From within the ring, a powerful column of fire erupted, engulfing Zhao in an instant. The retreating Xing and the others turned back to witness this astonishing spectacle. Xing gazed at the column of fire, murmuring, "Is this the extent of my teacher's power?" The fiery spectacle persisted for a full minute before dissipating. The lake's waters had evaporated entirely, leaving the colossal body of the Jiao fully exposed before the ice spirit. In that moment, the ice spirit was taken aback. The Jiao's actual length exceeded 200 meters, a mere measurement that attested to its formidable strength. As for the ice spirit's earlier strike, it had inflicted no harm whatsoever. As the flame-wreathed Jiao opened its eyes, the immense orbs fixated intently on the ice spirit. Clearly displeased by her prior assault. "Human, you shall perish." The Jiao spoke in human tongue, yet its voice was distinctly feminine, resonating across 100 meters. Upon hearing this, Xing and the others halted in their tracks. The soul beast could articulate human speech. This posed a grave threat to their teacher. Xing exclaimed in alarm. "What should we do now?" "Retreating would only hinder our teacher," Dong Shuelin replied anxiously. You. The towering figure of Gao Dalong panted as he interjected. "This is not the real world. In the face of danger, we can simply send a distress signal to be transported out. Why are we running?" At his words, the group fell silent, realizing the truth in his statement. As for Xing and Shuyao, it was their first time in this realm, leaving them unaware of such protocols. Especially since the staff had not briefed them upon entry. Enough. Soon, if our teacher cannot prevail, she will depart. Let us proceed with the distress signal, Gao Dalong suggested. The others nodded in agreement and retrieved a device from their pockets. This apparatus was meant for sending a distress signal. However, when they activated it, they discovered it was ineffective. In the control room of the transmission tower, staff members gasped in shock, one of them seizing the communicator to exclaim. "An unknown energy has entered the ascension platform. The individuals inside are unable to exit." "What?" came the astonished response from the opposite side. "What is happening? We must resolve this promptly. The safety of those within the ascension platform must be ensured." As commands were issued, the personnel within the transmission tower sprang into action. "Damn it!" Gao Dalong hurled the distress signal device to the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "What a useless contraption. Are we trapped? What do we do now?" Gu Si cried out in panic. The gaze of Xing turned towards the distance, the air thick with the essence of battle, hinting at the ferocity of the conflict. "You all stay here. I shall go and see what is happening with the teacher," he declared. "Xing, wait." Shuyao immediately grasped his arm. "It is too perilous over there. You cannot go." The others nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall not venture too close. I merely wish to ascertain the situation," Xing replied, not pausing for their response as he swiftly made his way towards the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between Bingling and Zhao raged on fiercely, yet at that moment, Bingling found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to fend off Zhao's relentless assaults. Suddenly, she retrieved a distress signal device and pressed it, but to no avail. "Damn it. What kind of nonsense is this transmission tower? Its quality is utterly unreliable." Bingling vented her frustration. "Die, woman." Zhao bellowed in fury, the very ground shifting beneath them. Its colossal tail lashed against the earth, causing the ground to fracture around them. Suspended in the air, Bingling suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, forcing her to crash to the ground, struggling to rise. "Humph. To challenge me with such feeble strength is akin to striking a stone with an egg. I have no time to play with you now, perish." Zhao roared, its gaping maw aimed directly at Bingling. As Bingling beheld the monstrous maw, realization dawned that there was no escaping this fate. Yet, instead of fear, she felt a strange sense of acceptance. After all, in this realm, death was but an experience, a mere taste of true suffering. She closed her eyes, awaiting the embrace of Zhao, but after a long moment, she felt no sensation of doom. Instead, the oppressive weight lifted. Bingling blinked in confusion, and upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find Zhao had vanished. Were it not for the remnants of battle surrounding her, she might have believed it was nothing but a figment of her imagination. Unbeknownst to her, several kilometers away, Xing stood facing a girl clad in red. The girl, approximately 170 centimeters tall, was considerably shorter than Lord Xing. "At last, I have found you," she exclaimed with exuberance. Xing was taken aback by the words of the girl in red. "What did you call me? Master?" "Yes, indeed," the girl in red exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in delight. "You are the most formidable Master Xing in the world. Am I really that impressive?" "I had no idea," Xing replied, feeling a bit awkward. "But who are you?" The girl in red, who had been dancing with happiness, suddenly froze, her smile fading. In the next moment, she wrapped her arms around Xing's legs, crying out, "Master Xing, what did Xing do wrong to make you forget her?" "I truly do not remember you," Xing said, filled with helplessness. The girl in red ceased her sobbing, standing up, and, to Xing's astonishment, pressed her forehead against his. After a long moment, she withdrew her head, a sorrowful expression gracing her features as she spoke in a heartfelt tone. "Master Xing, it is Xingtian who failed to protect you." Xing gazed at her appearance, and for reasons unknown, a girl who had once trailed behind him emerged in his mind. Yet, he could not recall her visage, causing him to furrow his brow in deep concentration as he endeavored to conjure her image. Lu Jing? He exclaimed impulsively, upon hearing her name called. The girl in the red dress became instantly animated and exclaimed, Lord Xing, have you remembered? Xing shook his head and said, I only remember a girl who kept following me. I cannot recall her appearance, but I remember her name is El Jing. Chapter 15. The personal bodyguard. Upon hearing Xing's words, El Jing promptly shook her head and reassured him, It's all right. It's all right. As long as you remember me, my lord. In the days to come, I will undoubtedly protect you, and I shall never allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. A resolute expression graced El Jing's face. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but inquire, what kind of person was I back then? And what was your status? Naturally, my status is that of a noble. As for mine, I serve as the personal bodyguard to the noble, never leaving their side for a moment, even at the hour of 24. Xing's eyes widened. Feeling as though he were being monitored, yet his identity felt as inconsequential as ever. You are my personal bodyguard, so why are you here? I have no recollection of past memories. That's something I cannot disclose at the moment. Why? Because, in the future, we are destined to meet again. And when that time comes, regardless of how much you may change, we must not speak of the past. I was taken aback by such words. Xing fell silent, gazing intently at LV Jing, and inquired once more, was that creature from earlier yours? As the conversation drew to a close, Lu Jing smiled cheerfully and said, My lord, that is my true form. However, I am a flood dragon, not merely a serpent. You can see that I have yet to grow my dragon horns atop my head. Lu Jing pointed to her own head, yet Xing saw no horns there. There are no dragon horns, he remarked. Oh. Lu Jing suddenly slapped her forehead and stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, My lord, in my human form, I naturally lack the dragon horns. Allow me to transform for you now. Xing Wenin immediately halted, saying, Do not transform. Your physique is too grand. And I fear that a change will attract the attention of others. Lu Jing stuck out her tongue and obediently complied. Xing, reflecting on others, suddenly remembered that he was still within the virtual realm. He inquired, What brings you to this virtual world? I am uncertain, the doppelganger replied. This form is merely a projection, sent to seek great mercy. As for my true self, it seems to be in slumber, only to be awakened by the direct intervention of my master. The doppelganger fell silent. Goodness, if this mere projection is so formidable, how powerful must my true self be? Jing, just how strong are you? Huh? Lu Jing was taken aback by Xing's question, pondering with her finger resting on her lower lip before responding, I can't recall, but I assure you, I am exceptionally strong. Then, where do you intend to go now? Naturally, I will accompany my master. I am waiting for him to awaken my true self. But if you follow me, how can I explain your identity? That's simple. I shall transform into a small dragon and hide on your shoulder. As Lu Jing spoke, she radiated a brilliant light and instantly transformed into a miniature dragon. Soaring in the air before addressing Xing, Master, may I perch upon your shoulder? All right. Xing nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his consent, Lu Jing flew directly to perch on Xing's shoulder. However, as she approached, the dragon phoenix jade pendant on Xing's chest emitted a powerful aura, startling Lu Jing, causing her to soar back into the air. Divine Dragon Lord, Divine Phoenix Lord, Lu Jing murmured in fear. What is the matter? Xing asked, unable to contain his curiosity regarding Lu Jing's reaction. Nothing, Lu Jing hastily replied, and this time she swiftly nestled into Xing's pocket. Xing glanced at Lu Jing, ensuring she was well hidden before striding purposefully toward Bingling. Upon reaching her, he exclaimed, Teacher. Upon hearing his voice, Bingling turned her gaze in his direction. What brings you here? Where are the others? Oh, I noticed a commotion over here and came to investigate. The others are hiding at a distance, Xing replied, producing a distress signal device. Teacher, this thing is useless. That is to be expected. Mine is likewise non-functional. The items from the transmission tower are notoriously unreliable. We shall remain here until they rectify the issues, and then we can depart. Teacher, why are you so calm? What if we can't get out? Then we must simply accept our fate. Teacher, yes? Your mindset is truly admirable. Indeed. Bingling silently nodded, yet internally she was cursing vehemently, thinking, damn. This wretched transmission tower. I vow never to enter again. Once we escape, I shall demand substantial compensation. If not, I shall write my name backward. Come. Take me to find the others. Bingling instructed Xing, accompanied by Bingling, sought out others. In the spirit tower of Shrek City, a man arrived, surveying the bustling staff with a furrowed brow. What is the situation here? He inquired. Beside him stood a woman who replied. A peculiar force unexpectedly manifested within the ascension platform. This force was immensely powerful, surpassing the platform's capacity. However, it has now dissipated, and the platform has returned to normal. Very well, we shall investigate this matter thoroughly later. For now, awaken everyone within the ascension platform, he commanded. Understood. Just then, as Xing and Bingling walked side by side, their bodies suddenly became ethereal. Xing gazed at his own appearance in astonishment and exclaimed, Teacher, what has happened to me? Remain calm, replied Bingling. It is merely the individuals within the spirit tower who are awakening us. Soon, we shall be able to depart from this place. With that, Bingling vanished from sight. Xing remained stationary, and after listening to Bingling's words, he promptly inquired of Lu Jing, as I am merely a soul entity at present. Can you accompany me back to the realm of reality? The elder replied, previously, I lacked absolute certainty. However, upon seeing the jade pendant at your chest, I became confident. As long as you infuse it with your spiritual energy and grasp hold of me, I shall be able to depart alongside you. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the dragon and phoenix jade pendant truly possess such powers? However, he had no time for further contemplation. Grasping Lu Jing with his left hand, he extracted the pendant with his right, channeling his soul energy into it. The moment he infused the pendant with his essence, his soul energy was instantly siphoned away, leaving him powerless to resist. The depletion of his soul energy rendered him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he felt his head resting against something soft, a sensation so delightful that it made him reluctant to open his eyes. Yet, a thought struck him, compelling him to awaken. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Shuyao's face, and it dawned on him that he was resting on her lap. Yao, how did I end up sleeping on your lap? He inquired, but before he could finish his sentence, Shuyao enveloped him in an embrace, her bosom surrounding his face. Brother Xing, you're finally awake. Please, let us never part again. I truly cannot bear to be separated from you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I was so frightened while you were unconscious, Shuyao choked out, her voice filled with emotion. Chapter 16, The Blood Dance Inquiry. Hearing Shuyao's cries, Xing was utterly perplexed. Yao, what is the matter? Shuyao offered no reply, merely burying her face in Xing's embrace and weeping. Soon, understanding dawned upon Xing, and he softly spoke, Yao, I am sorry. Immediately, Shuyao rose and covered Xing's mouth, exclaiming, No, brother Xing, you have nothing to apologize for. I simply wish for us to never part again, regardless of what happens, all right? Xing hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the pleading look in Shuyao's eyes, his heart softened, and he responded, All right, I promise you. With that, Shuyao ceased her weeping and simply embraced Xing, witnessing her distress, embraced her tenderly. After a while, Shuyao ceased her tears and said, Brother Xing, I am all right now. Xing found himself in a state of bewilderment. The transformation of the female lead was indeed sudden, yet he felt relieved that all was well. Yao, what transpired while I was unconscious? Why have I returned to our residence? So much has happened. For instance, the teacher sought compensation from the Chuanling Tower, reimbursing 2 soul spirits to Tongxi and Ci. As for your unconsciousness, it was determined that your soul power had been completely depleted. The teacher also secured a complimentary opportunity for you to enter the intermediate ascension platform, but since you remained in a state of unconsciousness, the teacher had Xuelin and the others carry you back. Oh. Xing nodded in comprehension, yet a question lingered in his mind. But why did the teacher seek compensation for me? Due to your soul rings. Your soul rings have a rather low age, and the teacher believes it would be beneficial for you to absorb more soul rings in the ascension platform to enhance your own. At this point, Shuyao couldn't help but smile. However, the teacher is unaware that your soul rings are actually all 100,000 years old. If he knew, he would surely be astonished. Is that so? Xing mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, my soul rings are somewhat inadequate. It would certainly be disadvantageous to overpower others in the future. What if I were to upgrade them all to 10,000 year rings? Brother Xing, you may do as you wish. I shall support you regardless. Then let us elevate them all to 10,000 year rings. With that, Xing beamed at Shuyao and said, Allow me to introduce you to someone. Who is it? Xing did not respond immediately. Instead, he felt around his body and swiftly retrieved Lu Jing from his pocket. In Xing's grasp, Lu Jing surveyed her surroundings, and upon spotting Shuyao, a hint of wariness flickered in her eyes. Look, it's her. Shuyao's eyes brightened with surprise. Isn't this the same creature from before? Indeed, her name is Lu Jing. I knew her before my memory loss, Xing explained to Shuyao. Turning to Lu Jing, he added, Lu Jing, this is Shuyao. You should transform into your human form and introduce yourself. However, Lu Jing showed no signs of transformation and merely curled up in Xing's hand, preparing to sleep. This situation is rather awkward. He scratched the back of his head and inquired, Jing, what is the matter with you? LV Jing remained silent, merely resting her head on Xing's hand, lost in slumber. Clearing his throat, Xing coughed softly and addressed Shuyao. I am uncertain what might be troubling her. Perhaps she is simply asleep. It's all right. Shuyao replied with a smile directed at Xing, though her gaze was fixed intently on the sleeping LV Jing in his palm. A vague sense of unease lingered within her, as if LV Jing had been watching her all along. The executioner placed Lu Jing into his pocket and rose from the bed. What time is it now? It is noon, and tomorrow marks the day of the competition. Xing listened to Shuyao's words, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the revelation that he had been unconscious for nearly an entire day. During this time, had the teacher done anything to awaken him? Very well, I shall go now. Aren't you going to have a meal first? No, I shall eat upon my return. Xing gently patted Shuyao's head, his tone tender as he reassured her, Do not worry, I will be back shortly. I will await your return. Xing swiftly departed. And along the way, she sent a message to Bingling inquiring about her whereabouts. Bingling's response was simply the dean's office. Knock, knock. Xing knocked on the door of the dean's office, and the sound of a blood dance echoed from within. Come in. He pushed open the door and beheld Blood Dance and Ice Spirit seated gracefully upon the sofa in the dean's office. Xing approached the two and exclaimed, "Master, teacher." Bing Ling, aware that Xing's master was Blood Dance, displayed no surprise. Blood Dance inquired, "When you emerged from the transmission spirit tower, how did your soul power become depleted?" Xing replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. It just suddenly drained, and I fainted. I've never encountered such a phenomenon in the transmission spirit tower." Blood Dance remarked to Xing, "However, according to the records from the transmission spirit tower, a peculiar energy manifested at the time of your exit. This energy was remarkably potent. And shortly after you left, the ascension platform ceased to function properly. Is this related to you?" "Impossible," Xing retorted. "How could I possess such immense energy? It must be an issue with the transmission spirit tower." "Indeed, I believe it is a fault of the tower," Bing Ling interjected promptly. Yet, Blood Dance narrowed her eyes. Scrutinizing Xing, while others might accept this explanation, she remained skeptical, albeit unable to express her doubt. "If it is a problem with the transmission spirit tower, I shall address it personally," she declared. "No need," Bing Ling replied to Blood Dance. "I have already sought compensation. Xing has been granted a complimentary entry to the intermediate ascension platform. How can that suffice?" Blood Dance retorted, exasperated. "My disciple has encountered such perilous circumstances, and merely being given free access to the tower is a dismissive gesture. They clearly do not regard me with the respect I deserve." Bing Ling felt a pang of embarrassment. Having known Blood Dance for many years, she understood that there would be no favorable outcome from the tower. Regarding Xing, "The competition for the 7 Shrek monsters is about to commence. I will send you the details shortly." "All right, Master," Xing acknowledged. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Bing Ling said as she rose to depart, leaving Xing behind. Blood Dance stood up, poured herself a glass of water, and slowly stated, "Now, take out that item from your pocket." Startled, he scratched the back of his head, feeling a twinge of guilt as he questioned, "Master, is there something in my pocket?" "Humph." With a disdainful snort, Blood Dance unleashed an invisible pressure around him, causing his legs to bend under the weight. "Do not presume that I am unaware. Show it to me." Before he could retrieve it, Jing erupted from his pocket, her expression fierce as she glared at Blood Dance. With a roar that reverberated throughout the room, she unleashed her fury. Blood Dance's expression shifted slightly. He quickly enveloped the room in his spiritual energy to contain the tremors, simultaneously alleviating the pressure on him. As the weight upon his shoulders lifted, he exhaled in relief and promptly exclaimed, "Xingtian, do not harm Master." Chapter 17. The competition commences. As the words of punishment were uttered, Jing cast a disdainful glance at Shuiye before turning back to Xingtian. Shuiye, witnessing this scene, felt a profound shock within her. She could sense the terrifying power emanating from this individual, whose true strength, when unleashed, would undoubtedly surpass her own. "Is this the person you brought out from the ascension platform?" she inquired. "Indeed. Her name is Jing. She has known me since the time I lost my memories," Xingtian revealed without reservation. However, Shuiye was once again taken aback by this revelation, her curiosity regarding Xingtian's identity intensifying. "Do you realize? This individual possesses formidable strength." "I am aware," he replied. "If she was acquainted with you during your amnesia, what do you speculate your identity might be?" Shuiye asked, probing for answers. Xing shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Shuiye smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by his response, remarking that by the time he discovers the truth, he may very well be astonished himself. Xing shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting that they would address matters when the time came. "For now, I shall focus on perfecting myself." Blood Dance was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Xing's response. "What are your plans moving forward?" "To secure the championship and fulfill the tasks assigned by my master. Winning the championship is imperative, as you are my direct disciple. Any failure to do so would reflect poorly on me. As for the tasks, there is no need for haste. The Flame Temple will inevitably seek you out in due course." Xing, intrigued by the Flame Temple, felt a surge of curiosity within him. However, Shuiye refrained from discussing the temple further, and he opted not to inquire. "All right," Shuiye gestured dismissively, "from the looks of this creature in your grasp, it poses no threat to you, which puts my mind at ease. Return and rest well. You shall face a battle in tomorrow's preliminary match." "Indeed. Tomorrow, I shall lead my team to victory," Xing declared with unwavering determination. Should victory elude you, be prepared to face my retribution," Shuiye replied with a chuckle. "I shall not receive punishment," Xing retorted with a grin, "for I will earn the reward you promised me, Master." With that, Xing exited the dean's office. As for Shuiye, she merely shook her head and smiled, thinking to herself that in order to earn a reward from her, one must at least secure the championship. Upon returning to his residence, Xing received the materials from Bing Ling. This competition involved 35 classes, and in order to secure victory, they must triumph over the other 34. Throughout the afternoon, Xing immersed himself in the study of the extensive information, while Shuiye kept him company, and as for Jing, she lay in bed, peacefully asleep. The following morning, Xing emerged from his meditative state. After rousing Shuiye from her slumber, they completed their morning routines and donned the green school uniforms they had been reluctant to wear. Once attired, they proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast before heading to their classroom. Upon arrival, they found that everyone had already gathered. "Good morning, everyone," they greeted. Xing greeted the crowd, And after everyone responded in kind, the 7 individuals began to wait in the classroom for Bingling's arrival. After several minutes, Bingling entered the classroom, adorned in a long, dark green gown. Her captivating gaze swept across the assembly as she spoke. In a moment, we shall proceed to the arena. Following a brief opening ceremony, Xing will immediately draw lots to determine our opponents. Xing nodded in understanding. All right, I shall not waste further words. Let us proceed to the arena. Bingling made her way towards the class, with Xing and the others following closely behind. The Shrek Academy arena was expansive, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, and the viewing stands were filled to capacity with students from both the outer and inner courtyards of Shrek Academy. At the very top of the stands, there was a row of seats designated for the dean and vice dean of the academy. They arrived at the rest area of their class and waited for approximately half an hour, until the deans and vice deans from both the inner and outer academies made their entrance. After taking their seats, a captivating woman descended gracefully, landing at the center of the competition stage. Her pale blue eyes swept over the crowd as her crimson lips parted. Good morning, everyone. I am the judge for this competition, Shuiye. Her voice was enchanting, leaving all the male attendees somewhat entranced. The annual contest for the title of Shrek's 7 Monsters has commenced once again. And I trust that all of you are quite curious whether this year's newcomers will have the honor of inheriting the title of Shrek's 7 Monsters. Naturally, I am also intrigued, as it has been many years since we last witnessed the emergence of Shrek's 7 Monsters. Shuiye continued speaking, and as she concluded, she declared, I now announce the official commencement of the contest for the title of Shrek's 7 Monsters. I invite the captains of the 35 classes to approach the stage and draw lots to determine the competing teams. With a flourish of her hand, a table appeared before her, upon which rested a box. Rising from his seat, Xing made his way toward the competition stage. The 35 classes, represented by their respective captains, approached one by one, and when Xing stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted into a chorus of excitement. Well, who is that handsome guy? He is incredibly attractive. Ah, so handsome. This year's newcomers have such a striking individual. The enthusiastic voices of the girls filled the air, unabashed and loud. A young man strode ahead, his striking red hair contrasting vividly with his school uniform. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, he towered over those around him. Oh, the senior girls are all gazing in my direction. Could it be that they find me handsome? As he noticed the girls in the viewing area directing their attention towards him, he could not resist waving at them. However, to his surprise, his gesture was met with scorn. Who is that red-haired fellow? He's obstructing our view of the handsome guy. Move aside, a woman exclaimed, rising in agitation. The young man before the trial was momentarily taken aback. He glanced around, noticing the absence of anyone with red hair, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Where's the person with red hair? My friend, have you not realized that you yourself possess red hair? Remarked Xing, who was trailing behind. Indeed, I am the one with red hair. The young man in front suddenly understood. The situation was somewhat exasperating. This person could not possibly be so naive. Red-haired boy, please step aside. Do not obstruct my view of the handsome guy. The female voice resonated once again, prompting the boy in front of Xing to instinctively yield his position. Oh my, so handsome. Handsome guy, would you be my boyfriend? As the boy moved aside, the girls' exclamations echoed, with some even boldly seeking a relationship on the spot. In the resting area, Shuyao clenched her fists, glaring at the girls on the viewing platform, her heart seething with resentment. A bunch of wicked people. If I ever cross paths with you, I shall make you pay dearly. Chapter 18, Class 440 versus Class 441 at this moment. The boy in front of Xing turned his gaze towards him and said with an endearing naivety, You are indeed a tad more handsome than I. Xing was once again at a loss for words. This fellow was not only naive but also rather self-absorbed. Brother, it's your turn to draw lots. Don't keep the others waiting, Xing remarked. Oh. The boy hurriedly approached Shuiye, placing his hand into the box. He quickly retrieved a slip of paper, unfolded it, and discovered it bore the number 5. Classmate, once you've drawn, please step aside and wait, Shuiye said with a cheerful smile. The boy stepped aside, and Xing moved to the box to draw his lot. Upon seeing Xing, Shuiye's eyes lit up. He was quite a handsome young man, and the earlier cheers had been directed at him. Handsome, I wish you draw number 1, Shuiye continued to smile brightly. Why wish me number 1? Xing inquired, puzzled. This time, there are 35 teams, and one will be exempt. Thus, the Academy has decided that the person who draws number 1 will be excused. After all, luck is also a form of strength. After his release, he did not immediately withdraw his hand from the cardboard box, instead silently praying to draw number 1. After a moment of supplication, he finally pulled his hand out, revealing a slip of paper. He hoped it would be number 1. Murmuring softly, he unfolded the note. 17. Fox Yaya, with her keen eyes, caught sight of his slip and feigned a sigh, exclaiming, What a pity, you did not draw number 1. Xing Wenin chuckled and replied, It doesn't matter whether it's the first place or not. I have faith that my class will successfully advance. Such confidence. I wish you the best of luck. As the sound of the bell echoed, Xing stepped aside, while Shuiye took note of the proceedings. Soon, all teams had completed their draws, and Class 438, having drawn the first number, was granted a bye in the first round. upon realizing that drawing the first number meant skipping the first round. The others silently cursed their bad luck. Everyone returned to their designated resting areas, and Yaya announced, all teams have now drawn their lots. And the first round of the competition officially begins. Now, I invite the 2 classes that drew number 2 to the competition stage. As she spoke, the screen above the stage projected the 2 classes, 440 and 441. The participants from both sides made their way to the stage. Class 440 featured 3 females and 4 males, while Class 441 had 2 females and 5 males. Yaya looked at the competitors and said, please introduce yourselves. The first to introduce was Class 440, led by a rather handsome young man who stepped forward and proclaimed, I am Zhao Chenghua, the captain of Class 440. A level 34 assault system battle soul master with the beast martial soul, Black Tiger. Beneath him appeared 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. Following him was a tall girl who swayed her hips as she introduced herself. I am Qiao Shui from Class 440. A level 30 control system battle soul master with the plant martial soul, Ghost Vine. Her 3 soul rings mirrored Zhao's, and she conjured a ghost vine in her hand. Next came a deep voice, Class 440 member, Kuang Bao, level 32 defense system soul master with the martial soul, Iron Shield. He stepped to Zhao Chenhua's side. His own soul rings materializing beneath him as he brandished a shield towering over him. A light, feminine voice followed, Class 440 member, Li Xining. Level 29 support system soul master with the martial soul, Life Staff. A beautiful girl stepped forward. Her 2 purple soul rings illuminating as she held a blue staff over a meter long. Then, a sultry voice declared, Class 440 member, LV Douluo. Level 33 agility system soul master with the beast martial soul, Nightcat. A girl stepped forward. Her 2 purple and 1 black soul rings glowing as a massive cat materialized behind her, its eyes gleaming. Finally, a somewhat shorter boy stepped up, saying, Class 440 member. Zhang Liming, level 33 assault system battle soul master with the martial soul, Light Spear. He held a spear taller than himself, and his 3 soul rings appeared beneath him. The last to introduce himself was a burly young man who shouted, Class 440 member, Lu Zifa, level 32 assault system battle soul master with the beast martial soul, Titan. His 3 soul rings manifested as a colossal titan appeared behind him. After Class 440 finished their introductions, Yaya remarked, we see that Class 440 has a significant number of assault system soul masters, including one at level 34. This class possesses formidable strength. Now, let us turn our attention to Class 441. The captain of Class 441 stepped forward, saying, I am Xiao Liping, the captain of Class 441. A level 35 agility system soul master with the beast martial soul, Demon Eagle. His 3 soul rings appeared, and a massive eagle materialized behind him, letting out a piercing cry. Class 441 member, Zhu Fangshi, level 30 assault system battle soul master with the martial soul, Dark Sword. His own soul rings appeared as he brandished a sword exuding dark energy. Class 441 member, Wang Kai, level 32 control system soul master with the martial soul, Demon Flute. He held a green flute as his soul rings manifested. Class 441 member, Lu Li, level 31 defense system soul master with the beast martial soul, Diamond. He stepped forward, revealing a colossal diamond that pounded its chest behind him, accompanied by his soul rings. Class 441 member, Xiong Wei, level 28 control system soul master with the martial soul, Ice Staff. She advanced, revealing her 2 purple soul rings and a white ice staff. Class 441 member, Huang Shuiye, level 33 support system soul master with the martial soul, Heartfelt Lute. Her soul rings glimmered as she held a brown lute. After listening to the introductions, Yaya stated, Class 441 has 2 control system members, 1 assault and 1 agility soul master. Although Captain Xiao Liping boasts the highest soul power level in the team, their output is limited. It remains to be seen if they can emerge victorious against the formidable output of Class 440. Without further ado, I declare the match to begin. With her command, she unfurled her enormous white wings and soared into the sky. The 2 classes exchanged glances, igniting a fierce determination. Amplify my strength. Xiao Liping called to Huang Shuiye. She immediately began to strum her lute. First soul technique, lute melody. Upon hearing the music, Xiao Liping's soul power surged forth, and black wings unfurled from his back as he ascended into the air. Second soul technique, eagle wind spin. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed 3 azure whirlwinds that surged towards Zhao Chenghua's team. Kuang Bao rushed forward, shouting, second soul technique, indestructible shield. He spread his arms wide, presenting the iron shield before him to absorb the incoming attack. The 3 whirlwinds collided with the shield, creating sparks as Kuang Bao strained to hold his ground. But the enhanced power of the eagle wind spin pushed him backward. Zifa, launch me. Zhao Chenghua commanded Lu Zifa. Understood. Lu Zifa approached Zhao Chenghua and hurled him toward Xiao Liping. First soul technique, Tiger's Roar. Zhao Chenghua unleashed a deafening roar, causing Xiao Liping to cover his ears. As Zhao Chenghua closed in, he activated his second soul technique, Fatal Strike. He reached out with both hands toward Xiao Liping. Xiao Liping reacted swiftly, bracing himself as their soul powers collided, resulting in a violent wave of energy. Xiao Liping was sent flying, a gash appearing on his shoulder, while Zhao Chenghua plummeted but was caught by Lu Zifa. Second soul technique, Healing Melody. Huang Shuiye directed her power toward Xiao Liping, and in an instant, the wound on his shoulder healed. Well, the battle between the two classes erupted, beginning with an intense clash between the two captains. The outcome of the ensuing battle remained uncertain, so let us observe further, Hu Yaya proclaimed from the air. Quickly resolve this, Zhao Chenghua urged, and he dashed forward. Followed closely by his teammates. Class 441 also surged forward, and in that moment, the clash between the two classes erupted into a cacophony of soul power and explosive sounds. Mountain crushing down. Luzifa's body swelled as he leaped into the fray, delivering a powerful blow that shook the ground and scattered the members of Class 441. Third Soul Technique, Hell Prison. As the autumn snow ascended, countless ghostly vines emerged beneath Class 441, swiftly forming a prison that ensnared them. The individuals of Class 441 found themselves trapped within this infernal cage, unable to escape for the time being. Xiao Liping struck the hellish enclosure with great force. Yet it remained unyielding. Just as he was gripped by anxiety, the sound of a flute resonated. Upon hearing it, he instinctively covered his ears. The third soul skill, Hypnosis. Wang Kai raised the enchanted flute to his lips, infusing it with soul power, causing its melody to infiltrate the ears of those in Class 440. For reasons unknown, they suddenly felt drowsy. In the audience, many were yawning as they listened to the flute's tune. Those with considerable strength recognized the soul skill at play and immediately released their soul power to mute the sound. In the resting area of Class 521, Xing listened to the flute and yawned. This soul skill proved quite effective for inducing slumber. Beside him, Shuiye stifled a laugh, teasingly suggesting that they should capture the flutist to lull them to sleep. Xing waved his hand dismissively, stating that while the skill had a hypnotic effect, it was ineffective against those with strong mental fortitude. Indeed, Bing Ling interjected, noting that their mental strength was substantial, especially his, rendering the hypnosis largely ineffective. However, they could not afford to be complacent. If they encountered such a soul master, it would be prudent to block their hearing. Yet, losing hearing in a team scenario could hinder communication, thereby testing their cohesion. In the future, should they face such adversaries, it was imperative that the 7 of them exhibit seamless teamwork. Nodding in agreement, Xing and the others redirected their attention to the competition stage, where the members of Class 440 appeared lethargic. Thankfully, Zhao Chenghua quickly reacted, infusing his voice with soul power as he bellowed, "Everyone, awaken. Temporarily block your hearing." His commanding shout roused them from their near slumber, leaving them momentarily stunned, having almost succumbed to sleep. Realizing this, they promptly followed Zhao Chenghua's instruction to seal their hearing. Luo, eliminate their control soul master, Zhao Chenghua commanded. Just as he finished giving the order, he remembered that they had already blocked their hearing and turned his gaze toward Luo. She looked back at him, her eyes reflecting confusion, as she failed to grasp his intention. Noticing her bewilderment, Zhao Chenghua mouthed the words, "Eliminate their control soul master." It took Luo a moment to comprehend. But by the time she did, Class 441 had already shattered the cage of Linyu. The third soul skill, Winter's Arrival. Xiang Wenmei raised his ice staff, summoning a flurry of snow and wind, manifesting a colossal white circle beneath Class 440. Zhao Chenghua's eyes widened as he shouted, "Everyone, take cover." However, the others could not hear him. Apart from Zhao Chenghua and Luo, the rest remained frozen in place. Damn it! Zhao Chenghua cursed under his breath. He swiftly unsealed his hearing, but as Wang Kai continued to play the flute, the moment he re-established his hearing, the melody weighed heavily upon him, prompting him to seal his hearing once more. "Everyone, now!" Xiao Liping called out, and the 7 of them sprang into action. The third soul skill, Gale's Wrath. Xiao Liping surged into the air, unleashing a massive tornado that swept toward Zhao Chenghua. The third soul skill, Judgment. Zhu Fangshi raised his dark sword, swiftly darting through the frozen members of Class 440, striking each one, breaking the ice's hold, and causing them to collapse. With a melodious tune, Huang Shuiye utilized her first soul skill on Xiang Wenmei, amplifying his power. Immediately, Xiang Wenmei raised his ice staff. The second soul skill, Ice Spear. He lifted his hand, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes directed at Luo. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice spikes relentlessly assaulted Luo. She dodged swiftly, but ultimately was struck. As the first spike hit, her speed diminished, resulting in numerous ice spikes making contact. At that moment, Zhao Chenghua valiantly resisted Xiao Liping's third soul skill, being drawn into the tornado, exerting soul power to withstand it. However, as he observed his teammates falling one by one, he sighed, realizing they had faltered in teamwork. "We surrender," Zhao Chenghua declared, prompting Xiao Liping and his team to cease their actions immediately. Concurrently, in the air, Hu Yaya announced, "Due to Class 440 surrender, I declare Class 441 the victor, advancing to the next round." "Well played," Xiao Liping remarked to Zhao Chenghua before leading his team off the stage. As for Xiao Liping's team, they were carried off the stage by the Academy's medical personnel. The next match would commence in half an hour. Teams assigned to number 2 were advised to prepare. Upon concluding her statement, Hu Yaya soared away from the competition stage toward the resting area. Soon, the second match began, pitting Class 445 against Class 466. However, the match ended swiftly, with Class 445 decisively overpowering Class 466. Class 455 successfully advanced. Chapter 20, The Unyielding Defense Before Long. It was time for the 16th match, after which Xing and his team would take the stage. The 16th match featured Class 498 versus Class 513. Class 498 consisted of pure defensive specialists, while Class 513 presented a balanced lineup. As the two classes took the stage, Huyaya cleared her throat and remarked, "May the representatives of both classes introduce themselves. Class 498, Kaishuku, Level 36 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kaiyaqian. Level 31 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kai Jiayo, Level 31 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kaisen. Level 32 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kai Kaijian, Level 34 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kai Weigua. Level 35 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. Class 498, Kai Foam, Level 33 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Steel Armored Tortoise. These 7 individuals were brothers, all remarkably robust, each towering at nearly 2 meters. Their martial soul was the identical Steel Armored Tortoise, famed for its formidable defense. Stepping forward in unison, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rose beneath them, while 7 colossal Steel Armored Tortoises appeared behind them, causing the very ground to tremble with their stride. Witnessing this spectacle, Class 513 swallowed hard. Class 513, Feng Jiangang, Level 35 Agile Attack Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Hydra. Feng Jiangang took a step forward, and 2 purple and 1 black soul rings materialized beneath him, as a massive Hydra emerged behind him, flicking its forked tongue. Class 513. Jiangbo, Level 34 Defensive Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul, Golden Toad. Jiangbo stepped forward, and 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rose beneath him. A gigantic golden toad appearing behind, its cheeks puffed up as it stared intently at the opposing team. Class 513, Yangzhua, Level 33 Powerful Attack Soul Master. Weapon Martial Soul, Gale Axe. Yangzhua's soul rings materialized, and he wielded a golden axe. Class 513, Lu Tai, Level 33 Agile Attack Soul Master. Beast Martial Soul, Golden Eagle. A colossal golden eagle unfurled its wings behind Lu Tai, exuding an imposing presence. In Class 513, Zhu Yong. A 32nd level control system soul master wielding the fiery weapon Spirit of the Flame Tower, raised his hand, summoning a tower engulfed in flames, from which 2 purple and 1 black soul rings ascended. Lu Bai, a striking young lady from Class 513, stepped forward, her melodious voice announcing herself as a 34th level support system soul master with the plant weapon Spirit, 9-turn Lotus. She raised her hand, and the 9-turn Lotus appeared, surrounded by 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Next, Xing, a girl with fair skin, emerged, her sweet voice declaring, "I'm a 31st level healing system soul master with the elemental weapon Spirit, 9 profound waters." 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rose from beneath her feet, encircled by streams of water. The participants in this match were all soul masters of the soul respect level, and Class 498 consisted entirely of defense-type weapon spirits, leaving one to ponder how Class 513 would strategize against such a formidable lineup. Huyaya soared through the air, landing in the center, and declared, without further ado, "I announce the commencement of the match." At her command, both teams sprang into action. The first soul skill, Iron Wall. The 7 members of Class 498 aligned side by side, their muscles bulging as the tortoise spirit armor radiated a green glow. A green shield manifested before them as they advanced. Simultaneously, Feng Jiangang, the captain of Class 513, unleashed his soul skill. The first soul skill, Poison Mist. He released a murky green gas that approached Class 498, only to be thwarted by their green shield. Haha, Kaishuku laughed. "Our first soul skill defends against both physical damage and gas. Your Poison Mist is futile against us." Feng Jiangang ignored him, and his companions Yangzhua and Zhu Yong struck simultaneously. The second soul skill, Earth Shatter. Yangzhua charged towards Kaishuku and his team, channeling his soul power into the wind-cleaving axe, which he swung down with great force. Boom. The axe collided with their defenses, sending Yangzhua flying. The third soul skill, Flame Dungeon. Zhu Yong hurled the flame tower into the sky, unleashing flames that enveloped and separated the 7 opponents. "Now let us see how you move," Feng Jiangang sneered. Kaishuku observed Feng Jiangang smirk and smirked back. While the flames hindered their advance, it was merely a matter of extinguishing them. The second soul skill, Flawless. Kaishuku commanded, as the 7 focused their soul power into a single force, rearranging themselves into a circle, enveloped in a layer of green luminescence. "Advance," he ordered, and the 7 moved forward, extinguishing the flames beneath their feet. Class 513 stood in astonishment at this display. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. At the highest point of the viewing platform, Long Bai, Long He, and Shui Wu sat as judges, the 4th judge, Li Bai, having departed to pursue a breakthrough. "Goodness. This class's defense is truly monstrous," Long He remarked. "Indeed," Long Bai nodded, "as they are of the same family, their weapon spirits share a unique bond. ensuring their soul powers harmonize perfectly. Their techniques are identical, rendering them nearly invulnerable unless faced with an explosive weapon spirit like the Hammer of Dawn. This match lacks excitement. Class 513 stands no chance of breaching their defenses, Shuiye expressed with boredom. That may be true, but what if they manage to break through? Longhe countered. Shall we wager? Very well, what shall we wager? 1 million federal coins. Agreed. The two made their bet, prompting Longbai to smile wryly. It was clear this battle would favor Shuiye, yet his brother thrived on contrarianism. On the battlefield, Class 513 launched an all-out assault. Yet Class 498 pressed forward without hesitation. Damn, what kind of defense is this? How can we not break through? Feng Jiangang fumed. Captain, do not fret. Yang Zhuo replied. Turning to Lu Bai, grant me your third soul skill. Understood. Lu Bai nodded, her 9-turn lotus radiating a white glow as she softly proclaimed, third soul skill. Rise of all things. The light surged into Yang Zhuo, unleashing a torrent of soul power from within him. The rise of all things temporarily heightened his attack power by 30%, though with the drawback of leaving him weakened for 10 minutes. Chapter 21, The Fiery Arena. Empowered by the rise of all things, Yang Zhuo let out a fierce roar and charged towards Class 498. Third soul skill, Cataclysm. His axe expanded in size as he swung it down, creating a massive whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. The arena trembled as waves of force rippled through. And everyone felt the gust of wind. Come on, you can do it. You must break their defense. Longhe silently cheered. On the stage, Yang Zhuo gripped the axe handle tightly, the immense soul power coursing through him causing his body to tremble, while Class 498 remained unfazed, relentlessly channeling their soul power. Break for me. Yang Zhuo bellowed, veins bulging in his arms, his forehead covered in sweat. The third soul skill, Whirlwind Slash. Lu Tai leaped into the air, sweeping his hand towards Class 498, unleashing two massive whirlwinds that sliced through the air. Sizzle. The Whirlwind Slash struck the defensive shield of Class 498, sparking briefly before being repelled, along with Yang Zhuo, who was thrown back, spitting blood. Sighing, Longhe realized they were about to lose this wager. The defense of Class 498 was simply too formidable. The soul power spin in the attack had created a resonance that injured Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo, are you all right? Feng Jiangang rushed to his side to support him. Yang Zhuo shook his head, his face filled with regret. Captain, I am sorry. I could not breach their defense. It is all right, Feng Jiangang reassured him, turning to Xingtian, heal Yang Zhuo. Xingtian nodded, her 9 profound waters enveloping him. Feng Jiangang launched another attack, sending his Hydra towards Class 498's defensive shield, yet its power was negligible. At that moment, Jiang Bo attempted to counter their advance. But the combined strength of the 7 was overwhelming, pushing Class 513 into a corner of the arena. Third soul skill, Fearless Charge. Kaishuku shouted as they lined up, sharp spikes emerging from their shield. Boom, boom, boom. Transitioning from walking to running, each step resonated powerfully, shaking the ground. Class 513 gazed in fear at the 7 charging towards them. We concede. We concede. Feng Jiangang shouted loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the 7 individuals gradually slowed their pace, ultimately coming to a halt before the 7 members of Class 513. In that decisive moment, they stamped their feet forcefully on the ground, producing a resonant boom that was truly awe-inspiring. I declare, Class 498 is victorious, Huyaya announced from above. Upon hearing this, the members of Class 498 broke into smiles. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the viewing platform, Long Haihei, with a grim expression, handed over 1 million federal coins to Blood Dance. Receiving the money, Blood Dance felt an immense sense of joy, for such earnings were effortlessly acquired. Half an hour later, in the resting area of Class 521, they stood up, finally prepared to take action. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, I was eager to unleash my frustrations on the opposing team, declared Gao Dalong, stretching his limbs. Beside him, Dong Xuelin, amused by his complaints, replied, if we don't take the initiative, you can have the chance to win alone. Gao Dalong's expression turned serious as he awkwardly chuckled. This is a team competition. It wouldn't be proper for me to act alone. We should all engage together. I am confident that our momentum alone will intimidate them. Dalong, do not overestimate yourself. The members of the opposing team are among the finest in the Douluo continent. Far superior to someone like you, joked Tongxi. On the contrary, Dalong may indeed be correct. I Spirit approached them, holding a folder, and stated, based on the current situation, you will be facing Class 500. I reviewed their information, and I believe you should be able to dominate them. However, to preserve your strength, you must finish the match swiftly. Do you understand? Understood. The group responded in unison. Now, stretch a bit and prepare for your turn, I Spirit concluded. As they made their way to the waiting area, on the competition stage, Huyaya announced, today's competition has reached its final match, featuring Class 521 against Class 500. Blood Dance, who had been feeling bored, perked up upon hearing Class 521's name. She straightened in her seat and focused her gaze on the entrance, spotting Xing, who strode confidently at the forefront, exuding an air of authority. I hope he doesn't embarrass me, she thought. On the competition platform, most of the female seniors gasped upon seeing Xing. Wow, it's that handsome guy. So, he is from Class 521. I love Class 521. What a meaningful class name. The atmosphere grew fervent, filled with the cheers of girls. Brother, you've really made quite the entrance for us. Gao Dalong gave Xing a thumbs up from behind. Xing, with a bitter smile, gazed at the crowd in the viewing area, ultimately fixating on the enchanting figure of Shuiye at the pinnacle. A smile graced his lips, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the arena. Ah, that handsome fellow's smile is utterly captivating. I am enraptured. Brother, be my boyfriend. I am willing to bear your children. Ignore her, brother. Spend just one night with me, and I assure you, no strings attached. These voices erupted, filled with envy as the male spectators harbored a desire to tear Xing apart. Listening to their words, Xing felt a twinge of disbelief. Do you truly admire me? Bah, you are merely drawn to my looks and physique. Just then, Shuyao intertwined her arm with Xing's in an intimate manner, plunging the entire arena into silence. Who is that girl? I demand a full campus manhunt for her. How dare she touch my idol? A chorus of irate female voices rang out, yet Shuyao remained unfazed. Drawing even closer to Xing, asserting her claim. Shuiye, your disciple is indeed a magnet for attention, remarked Long He, hearing the praise for her disciple. Shuiye's face lit up with satisfaction. Of course, consider whose disciple she is. She retorted. Though perhaps she possesses beauty, she lacks strength, Long He added. Shuiye's expression soured instantly, and she coldly challenged Long He. Are you seeking a duel? Long He, upon hearing her words, promptly fell silent. Banter was one thing, but he had no desire to engage in combat with this formidable woman. Humph. Should I hear any further slander against my disciple, prepare for my wrath. Shuiye warned fiercely. Long He remained taciturn. On the competition stage, two classes had assembled, sizing each other up. Among Class 500, 3 girls were not merely observing, but were starry-eyed, transfixed by Xing. So handsome. Absolutely stunning. Chapter 22, Class 521 versus Class 500. Huiye stepped between the two teams, outlining the competition rules before announcing, let both sides introduce themselves. Class 500 commenced their introductions. I am Zhu Weming, the captain of Class 500, a level 30 aggressive attack spirit master, wielding the martial spirit, Tiandou beast. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings erupted beneath him, revealing a colossal red centipede behind him. This creature, with its multitude of legs, embodied his martial spirit. The Tiandou beast. Yang Chuan from Class 500, a level 31 agile attack spirit master, with the beast martial spirit, grasshopper wings. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings emerged, and a massive green insect with elongated wings and large red eyes appeared behind him, an exceedingly grotesque sight. Tianqiang, a level 32 agile attack spirit master from Class 500, with the beast martial spirit, black bat. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings formed as a formidable bat-like creature emerged, its menacing appearance causing brows to furrow among the onlookers. Wang Shuiye, a level 32 control system spirit master, with the plant martial spirit, man-eating tree. He leapt into the air, and numerous blood-red vines surged beneath him, accompanied by 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Hu Ming, a level 31 agile attack spirit master from Class 500, with the beast martial spirit, poison bee. A girl clad in dark green school uniform and fitted black leather, adorned with a bee hat, had soul rings of 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black rising beneath her. Zhao Li, a level 31 support system spirit master, with the equipment martial spirit, heart of light. Another girl, her martial spirit manifesting as a protective mirror, saw 2 purple and 1 black soul rings emerge from beneath her. Su Xiaofeng, a level 31 agile attack spirit master with the beast martial spirit, night demon wolf. Her voice was chilling as a massive wolf materialized behind her, with 2 purple and 1 black soul ring rising beneath her. Class 500 consisted predominantly of beast martial spirits, with only 1 equipment martial spirit and 1 plant martial spirit among them. After listening to the introduction of Class 500, Xing took a step forward. A soul ring of yellow, purple, and black gradually ascended from beneath his feet, followed by a resonant dragon's roar that instilled an unsettling sensation in the hearts of all present. The roar intensified, and a blue-purple dragon emerged, surrounded by flickering lightning, its eyes radiating a violet glow. It soared into the air, circling before hovering beside Xing, its shimmering violet eyes fixed upon the members of Class 500, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Xing, a 31st level assault-type battle soul master, wielded the spirit of the divine dragon. With a slow and deliberate demeanor, Xing exuded an overwhelming aura, unknowingly imposing a sense of pressure upon Class 500. Suddenly, a crimson sword descended from above, piercing the ground at the center of the arena, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring the vision between the two classes. As the haze cleared, Dong Xuelin was seen standing to Xing's left, adorned with 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Dong Xuelin from Class 521, a level 31 assault system soul master, wielding the martial spirit of the azure sword. With a flick of his wrist, the central sword was drawn from the earth, soaring into the air before gracefully hovering in front of him. Roar. Another dragon's roar echoed as the imposing figure of Gao Dalong stepped forward, positioning himself to Xing's right. Beneath him rose 2 purple soul rings, while a dark dragon manifested behind him. Acknowledging Xing's divine presence, it emitted a triumphant roar, a manifestation of exhilaration. Gao Dalong from Class 521, a level 29 agility system soul master, wielding the martial spirit of the dark magic dragon. The release of their martial spirits instantly eclipsed the momentum of Class 500. At that moment, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the arena. The sound of stiletto heels clicked sharply against the floor as Shuyao approached, her expression cold and aloof, as if warding off intruders from a great distance. She radiated a unique aura, reminiscent of a queen ruling over her domain, compelling all to gaze up in reverence. Unable to meet her eyes, with a delicate gesture of her finger, Gao Dalong was pushed aside, drawing closer to Xing, as the ice snow maiden materialized behind her, further intensifying the cold in the arena. Shuyao from Class 521, a level 31 control system soul master, wielding the martial spirit of the ice snow maiden. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rose from beneath her. All male spectators were captivated by Shuyao, their faces betraying their infatuation. As she was introduced, a radiant light illuminated the area, revealing Tongxi gliding gracefully to Dong Xuelin's side, her right hand cradling a resplendent golden tower, flanked by 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Tongxi from Class 521, a level 31 support system soul master, wielding the martial spirit of the 9 Treasures Tower. Among the audience were members of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Tongxi's martial spirit. Gu Siyu from Class 521, a level 31 healing system soul master, approached Tongxi while donning a charming dress and cradling her golden staff. Wow, so adorable. A chorus of voices chimed from the audience. Lin Mo from Class 521, a level 31 defense system soul master, joined Gu Siyu, brandishing a golden shield and rising with 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. This girl is mine. Let anyone dare to entertain thoughts otherwise, and I shall ensure they never see the light of day. Lin Mo declared fiercely, sending a chill down the spines of the male spectators, who were both intimidated and exhilarated by this revelation. Goodness, is that a Yuri situation? Came the excited murmurs. If I could date one of them, my life would be complete, another exclaimed. The cacophony of voices filled the air, while Lin Mo's expression darkened dangerously. Had Gu Siyu not restrained her, she might have rushed to confront the gossips. Class 521 possesses formidable martial spirits, Fox Yaya remarked, noting their strategic composition, suggesting that Class 500 was about to face a formidable challenge. Upon hearing her words, Class 500's members bristled with indignation. How can you belittle us? Our levels are equal, they retorted. Yet, as they sensed the surging soul power emanating from Xing and his companions, they swallowed their pride in silence. Are both sides prepared? Fox Yaya inquired. Standing at the center of the arena. We are ready, Xing responded without hesitation. Class 500's captain, Zhu Huoming, glanced at his teammates, receiving nods of affirmation before declaring. We are also prepared. Very well, Fox Yaya nodded lightly. I hereby announce that the match begins. With that, she ascended into the air to observe the unfolding battle. Chapter 23, Thunder Crash. The 2 classes remained motionless, evaluating one another from their respective positions. Brother, what now? Gao Dalong inquired of Xing. Xing pondered for a moment and said, Dalong, Xuelin, let the 3 of us proceed first, while the rest adapt to the situation. The others nodded in agreement. Xing led Dong Xuelin and Gao Dalong in an assault. The first soul skill, Dragon's Roar. With a fierce roar, the figure unleashed a powerful attack, leaving Class 500 momentarily stunned. The second soul technique, 10,000 swords piercing the heart, was executed as Dong Xuelin leapt into the air, summoning countless swords that soared toward Class 500 with a whistling sound. At that moment, Class 500 regained their composure, but upon witnessing the multitude of swords, panic spread across their faces as they frantically sought refuge in every direction. The second soul technique, Shadow Clone, was then activated as the towering dragon split into 5 clones, each blocking the paths of Yu Xiaofeng, Zhaoli, Huming, Wang Shouyin, and Tian Changge. This sudden obstruction caused them to hesitate, yet in the next instant, they were met with a barrage of sword attacks. The swift projectiles zipped toward them, prompting immediate use of their soul power for defense. The second soul technique, Power Amplification, was then employed. In the aftermath of the punishment, the exquisite 9 Treasures Pagoda in Tongxi's hand radiated a brilliant light, which coursed into the body of Xing. He lifted his head and unleashed a furious roar. Second soul skill, 9 Divine Thunder, extending his finger towards the members of Class 500. Numerous bolts of lightning erupted from his hand, striking forth with unrestrained ferocity. The 7 individuals, caught entirely off guard by this assault, were unable to defend themselves, succumbing to the onslaught. A chorus of anguished cries pierced the air, and those observing from the stands displayed expressions of sympathy upon hearing their tormented wails. Third soul skill, Thunder Collapse. As the word punishment escaped his lips, the atmosphere suddenly darkened. In an instant, he appeared among the 7 individuals, and dozens of bolts of lightning descended with ferocious intensity. The lightning flashed like a fleeting spark, leaving everyone bewildered. The 7 members of Class 500 collapsed, their heads charred, while a massive pit formed on the ground, with only the figure of the one known as Xing standing within it. At this moment, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Ding Ling, observing from the sidelines, fixed her gaze on Xing, her expression laden with gravity. The power of that recent strike, although amplified, was undeniably terrifying in its original form. Huye looked on in astonishment, having witnessed Xing's actions clearly while flying in the air. Just moments ago, Xing had unleashed an immensely frightening surge of lightning, which, upon contact with the 7 individuals, caused them to foam at the mouth and lose consciousness. Although the soul rings were merely a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years old, their power was indeed formidable. Huiye murmured softly before descending to the ground, her voice steady as she declared, "I hereby announce that Class 521 has successfully advanced. Medical personnel, please hurry and provide assistance to Class 500. Xing stared in astonishment at the scene before him. It was his first time unleashing his third soul skill, and he was taken aback by its overwhelming power. Not far away, Shuyao immediately turned to Gusi and urged, "See. Quickly administer healing to the members of Class 500. Gusi promptly nodded and raised his holy light staff to cast the spell of Holy Light Bath. The members of Class 500 were enveloped in a golden radiance, and their injuries began to heal slowly. Meanwhile, Tongxi, witnessing this, invoked the revival of all things. The two worked in concert for several minutes, and at last, the wounds of Class 500 healed, yet there were no signs of consciousness returning. Soon, medical personnel arrived, and a doctor examined Zhu Huoming, declaring, "Their souls have been harmed. Immediate treatment is imperative." With that, the doctor led the medical team to carry the members of Class 500 away. Those present were all soul masters, and their keen hearing allowed them to catch the doctor's words, eliciting expressions of shock from those nearby. That single strike had indeed compromised the souls of Class 500. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he was taken aback by the unexpected effect of his third soul skill, which left him hesitant to employ it again. "Brother Xing." Xuyao approached him, entwining her arm with his. "Shall we proceed to the next match?" As the match concluded, with the outcome tilting in favor of Shuyao, the others swiftly followed suit. On the elevated platform, Long Bai remarked to Shuiye, "Your disciple exhibits considerable strength. I have discerned this. Please advise him to exercise caution, lest he inadvertently causes harm." "Is that really necessary?" Shuiye shot Long Bai a glance before departing. As X arrived at the rest area, B immediately sought him out. The competition had concluded, and she instructed, "You may return to rest, but X and X should remain." The others exchanged glances, contemplating whether to speak to B. But her stern demeanor quelled their intentions, and they quietly departed. X, come with me," B commanded, leading the two towards the seating in the lounge. Upon settling into a chair, she gestured for them to take a seat as well. Xing and Shuyao sat before Bingling. "Teacher, I apologize. I was too forceful just now," Xing admitted as soon as he took his seat. "No, you have done nothing wrong. It is merely that they lack the skill. However, this is not a life and death competition. Next time, please temper your strength." "I understand," Xing replied earnestly. Bingling nodded slightly. Suddenly, she sensed something and said to Xing, "Your master has arrived." Xing was momentarily taken aback, wondering what his master was doing there. In the next instant, Shuiye appeared before him and delivered a sharp rap on his head. "You rascal, what is the meaning of all this commotion?" Shuiye glared at Xing, reprimanding him. Xing held his head, feeling wronged as he lamented. "This is my first time using the new soul technique. I never anticipated its overwhelming power. You actually directed it towards a person on your very first attempt. Do you not possess any awareness of the situation?" Shuiye delivered another playful flick to Xing's head. Despite Xing shielding himself, he could not escape the reality of the disparity in their strengths. "Master, please refrain from striking me. It truly hurts," Xing exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Beside him, Shuyao looked at Xing with concern, yet felt powerless to intervene. "You also know pain. In tomorrow's competition, control your strength. Do not create such commotion again. Do you understand?" Yes. The executioner's head was struck as if pecked by a chicken. "Lingling, I entrust my disciple to you. I must now go and check on the student who has been rendered unconscious by him." Shuiye addressed Bingling very well. Bingling replied, and in an instant, Shuiye vanished from their sight. With Shuiye's departure, Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon meeting Bingling's penetrating gaze, he could not help but inquire, "Teacher, you do not intend to strike me as well, do you? What are you thinking?" Bingling retorted with a hint of irritation. "Your master has already dealt with what was necessary. You both should return and rest in preparation for tomorrow's competition." "Understood." With a sense of urgency, Xing swiftly departed with Shuiye. Chapter 24. The individual competition. On the following day, Xing and his companions arrived at the competition area within Shrek Academy. The previous day had been dedicated solely to the preliminary team battles, while today encompassed both individual and team competitions. However, the duration of these contests was notably extended, comprising 5 matches in total, 2 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. As for the advancement mechanism, each participant in the individual competition was awarded 1 point, with a cumulative total of 7 points available. Additionally, a unique provision allowed for one contestant to challenge 7 opponents. If successful, they would earn an extra 3 points, culminating in a total of 4 points for a successful challenge. In the team battles, the total score was 5 points, and the highest scoring class would progress based on their accumulated points. 18 classes were drawn to determine the sequence of matches, and to their surprise, Xing's class, which had previously competed in the last match of the day before, was now slated to be the first match of the day. "Teacher, how should we proceed with the arrangements?" After informing everyone about the first match, Xing turned to Ice Spirit and inquired, "As the captain, you should take charge." Ice Spirit promptly relinquished authority to Xing. Xing hadn't anticipated Bingling would react this way. Gazing into her trusting eyes, he took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Addressing the group with measured composure, he articulated, "Our first opponent shall be Class 498, renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities. Their martial souls all manifest as steel-clad mystic turtles. In team battles we shall face tremendous difficulty, yet in individual duels the advantage shifts to our favor. This is my strategic assessment." After Jing shared his thoughts with everyone, he glanced around at the crowd and inquired, "Does anyone have any opinions on my ideas?" Han Shuiye was the first to respond, followed closely by the others, none of whom expressed any dissent. "Well then, it is settled. We shall proceed according to our plan." As the referee extended his hand, the others promptly placed their hands atop one another, exchanging glances before collectively exclaiming, "Victory!" On the competition stage, Han Shuiye donned a vibrant and energetic casual outfit, devoid of any semblance of a referee. "Greetings, everyone. I am once again your referee, Han Shuiye." Her sweet voice resonated throughout the arena. The male competitors enthusiastically called out her name, but those with girlfriends quickly found themselves silenced as their partners pinched them, prompting an immediate hush. "Why is this referee stealing the spotlight?" The tall dragon in the waiting area grumbled. Nearby, Ice Spirit overheard his comment and retorted, "You'd best hope she doesn't hear that. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a world of trouble." Why is that?" The tall dragon questioned, confusion clouding his mind. Ice Spirit offered no explanation, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Back on the arena, Han Shuiye had gathered her thoughts and finally got to the point. "I wonder how everyone feels about yesterday's Class 521 Xing, the handsome and powerful young man," she announced. Today, the first match features their class battling against Class 498. The spectators, particularly the women, were captivated, their eyes sparkling with interest in Xing, the soul master adorned with one yellow, one purple, and one black soul ring, whose formidable strength was a source of fascination. "Xing, you've become quite popular," Tongxi teased playfully. The rules of the competition were laid out succinctly. In the individual matches, each class would send forth one representative, with the victor remaining on stage and the defeated stepping down. A class would be declared defeated when all its members had been eliminated, and the contrary would signify victory. Following the individual contests, a team competition would ensue, where 7 members from each class would face off, with the side that incapacitated the opposing team emerging triumphant. After announcing the rules, Han Shuiye proclaimed, "Let the first individual match commence. I invite both classes to send forth their representatives." In the preparation area, Xing cast a glance at Gu Xie, who nodded slightly and gracefully stepped onto the arena. The representative for Class 498 was Xingtian, a towering figure at 2 meters. His expression stoic as he entered the stage. Once both Gu Xie and Xingtian had introduced themselves, Gu Xie stated, "I am Gu Xie, a level 31 soul master, with the martial soul of the Holy Light Staff." Xingtian responded with a booming voice, "I am Xingtian, also a level 31 soul master, with the martial soul of the steel-armored tortoise." He added, "I do not wish to fight against a girl, but I must win today." Gu Xie, upon hearing his words, smiled sweetly and replied, "All right." Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping her meaning. Meanwhile, Han Shuiye confirmed once more that both sides were prepared. Once assured, she declared, "Let the match begin." At her command, Xingtian activated his martial soul, gearing up for an attack, while Han Shuiye prepared to ascend into the air to observe. Yet, neither moved as Gu Xie raised her hand and called out, "I concede." Han Shuiye was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. "Are you certain?" she asked. "Yes," Gu Xie nodded affirmatively. "Very well," Han Shuiye announced loudly. "I declare Class 498 the victors of the first individual match." As Gu Xie stepped down, Xingtian remained standing, his brow furrowed in confusion, pondering why his opponent had surrendered without exhausting even a fraction of his soul power. Little did he know that if he were aware of the underlying reason, he would surely be taken aback. Xing had advised a low-profile approach to temper their popularity, lest they become targets in the subsequent matches. Next to enter the arena was Tongxi, who, after briefly exhausting Xingtian's soul power, also chose to concede. Han Shuiye observed Tongxi's descent and remarked, "Class 498 has now secured 2 consecutive victories. If they continue to win, it may prove detrimental for Class 521. As he listened to these words, Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned to the nearby Dong Xuelin and said, 1 against 7? No problem. Dong Xuelin replied casually. But weren't you the one who wanted us to keep a low profile? Why are you asking me to take on 7 opponents now? Just win 3 matches. And I'll handle the rest, he replied. With that, Dong Xuelin took to the stage. Upon seeing Dong Xuelin enter the arena, Han Shuiye exclaimed, Class 521 has previously sent out support and healing spirit masters, and now they have dispatched a powerful offense spirit master. It appears that Class 521 is preparing to counterattack. I wonder if they will emerge victorious. Let us wait and see. As Dong Xuelin stepped forward, he heard her words, and a hint of a mocking smile crossed his otherwise indifferent face. Victory? A trivial matter. Arriving at the center of the arena, he declared. I am Dong Xuelin from Class 521, a level 31 spirit grandmaster, wielding the Azure sword. I seek your guidance. Xingtian did not respond but merely gazed at Hu Yaya. Without delay, she announced, both sides, prepare. I declare the match to commence. Soaring into the air. Hu Yaya watched as a sword materialized in Dong Xuelin's hand. The outcome was already predetermined. With a low murmur, Dong Xuelin surged forward with incredible speed. Vanishing in an instant to appear behind Xingtian, his sword poised against his opponent's neck, the cold blade eliciting beads of sweat from Xingtian. Do you concede? Chapter 25, Dong Xuelin's provocation. Do you concede? The frigid words echoed in Xingtian's ears. He dared not nod, swallowing hard before hurriedly exclaiming, I concede. I concede. Dong Xuelin turned to Hu Yaya in the air. She promptly announced, I declare class 521 the victors. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a sense of astonishment. It was a swift defeat of the opponent. Class 521's strength was undeniably formidable. Shin gazed at Dong Xuelin, pressing his forehead, having forgotten to let him conserve some strength. This instant annihilation of his opponent was rather ostentatious. Next, Dong Xuelin spoke coldly. Boom. After Xingtian exited the arena, a large figure approached. Each of his steps resonating with a heavy thud. Kaisen from class 498, 32 rank Soul Master, Wuhuan, Steel Armored Tortoise. Kaisen was a rank higher than Dong Xuelin, yet in Dong Xuelin's eyes, this was inconsequential. Are both sides ready? Hu Yaya inquired. Dong Xuelin and Kaisen nodded in unison. Good, let the match begin. Hu Yaya soared into the air. With a flash, Kaisen unleashed his second soul skill. Impenetrable shield. A shield materialized before him. Dong Xuelin regarded the shield with a disdainful smile. First soul skill, Bloodthirst. He charged forward. The tip of his sword striking the shield with immense force, pushing Kaisen back a step, though he quickly regained his footing. Suddenly, Dong Xuelin altered his footwork. Kaisen, unable to discern his movements, found Dong Xuelin behind him in an instant. Dong Xuelin's sword thrust downwards. Without hesitation, Kaisen activated Copper Wall, Iron Bastion, emanating a golden glow that rendered him impervious to the strike. However, the next moment, Kaisen's expression shifted as he realized his soul power was being siphoned away. Dong Xuelin smirked coldly. His first soul skill not only absorbed blood but also a portion of soul power. Kneel before me. Dong Xuelin bellowed, raising his sword to deliver a fierce blow to Kaisen's shoulder. Kaisen managed to block the strike, but the force was overwhelming, bending his right knee. Ugh. Kaisen grunted, struggling as Dong Xuelin retracted his Shura sword, gathering soul power in his palm to strike Kaisen's back, sending him hurtling away. Rolling several times before coming to a stop. Coughing, Kaisen spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, Dong Xuelin swiftly closed the distance. The Shura sword returning to his grasp, poised against Kaisen's neck. Do you concede? Kaisen's face contorted with rage, but ultimately, resignation prevailed. I concede. I declare class 521 the victor. Hu Yaya announced as Kaisen surrendered. Dong Xuelin sheathed his Shura sword, shouting towards class 498's resting area, please send someone stronger. Even enduring a few more strikes would suffice. In the resting area of class 498, his words ignited fury. This is intolerable. Truly outrageous. Kai Wakewood of class 498 shouted. Brother, let me take the stage and teach him a lesson. Kai Shuku nodded affirmatively. Go. Kai Wakewood's face burned with indignation as he strode towards the arena. Catching sight of Xingtian. Second brother. Kaisen lowered his head, looking at Kai Wakewood. Fifth brother, do not worry. I will restore our honor, he assured. Patting Kaisen's shoulder before advancing to the arena. In the center of the stage, Dong Xuelin awaited, his expression tightening upon seeing Kai Wakewood. Sensing the powerful fluctuations of his soul energy from afar. It seems he is formidable, Dong Xuelin muttered. Kai Wakewood arrived center stage, proclaiming, Kai Wakewood from class 498. 35 rank Soul Master, Wuhuan, Steel Armored Tortoise. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the arena. A 35 rank Soul Master against a 31 rank, a clear disparity of 4 ranks. Child, you should scurry away with your tail between your legs, Kai Wakewood coldly remarked. Dong Xuelin could not help but chuckle. Brother, that would be you. Indeed. You might be the only one to act in such a cowardly manner. As for me, I will only relish watching you leave. You seek death. Kai Wakewood seethed at Dong Xuelin. Yet, Dong Xuelin merely dug into his ear, dismissively stating, I have always danced on the brink of death, thus far. I have only witnessed others perish, but never myself. Then today, you shall die. Kai Wakewood retorted. Well then, let us see, Dong Xuelin replied, turning to Hu Yaya, Judge. May we commence? Hu Yaya nodded lightly, declaring, I announce, the match begins. First soul skill, Copper Wall, Iron Bastion. Kai Wakewood unleashed his first soul skill, charging at Dong Xuelin like a mountain. Dong Xuelin, undeterred, released his second soul skill, 10,000 swords pierced the heart. Countless swords shot towards Kai Wakewood. Yet all were thwarted by his robust form. Damn. Truly tough skin and brawn, Dong Xuelin scoffed, grasping his Shura sword to employ his agility. As a member of an assassin clan, he had been unable to become an exceptional assassin due to his incompatible Wuhuan. However, he had mastered all the skills of an assassin and believed he could excel with the sword. His footwork was enigmatic, enabling him to reach Kai Wakewood in mere steps. Swinging his Shura sword, only to be intercepted. Humph. Kai Weiwa grasped the sword's hilt barehanded, a mocking expression on his face. Your footwork is peculiar. Yet I am not as clumsy as you envision. He lifted his foot and kicked Dong Shuiye in the abdomen, sending him flying. Unexpectedly, after consecutively defeating two. Dong Shuiye found himself suppressed by Kai Weiwa. Was he to be punished? Hu Yaya pondered aloud. Dong Shuiye's face darkened. What punishment? He had merely been kicked away. Though your defense is formidable, I refuse to believe you lack weaknesses, he muttered, scrambling to his feet. He chose not to engage in close combat with Kai Weiwa. The disparity in soul power rendered his attacks ineffective. He needed to locate Kai Weiwa's weakness and strike decisively. Child, why are you keeping your distance? Whatever happened to that momentum from before? I am no fool. Your skin is tougher than a pig's. And engaging you in close combat would only afford you the chance to retaliate. If you dare, come and seize me. Dong Shuiye taunted. Damn, you are forcing my hand. Kai Weiwa roared, activating his third soul skill, Fearless Charge. He charged at Dong Shuiye with impressive speed, fast enough that Dong Shuiye barely managed to react. Dodging at the last moment. Chapter 26. The sound of cracking eggs after evading, Dong Shuiye jumped a few times in place, provocatively beckoning Kai Weiwa with a finger. Could Kai Weiwa tolerate such taunts? Certainly not. He sprinted towards Dong Shuiye at breakneck speed, coming dangerously close to landing a hit. Child, if you have the guts. Do not run. Kai Weiwa bellowed. Dong Shuiye chuckled, adjusting his hairstyle as he stood his ground. All right, I shall remain right here. The audience, upon hearing Dong Shuiye's words, furrowed their brows. With such a vast disparity in soul power, his arrogance would surely invite retribution. Haha. Kai Weiwa laughed heartily. You have some backbone. I shall reserve a measure of my strength for you. Kai Weiwa suddenly charged towards Dong Shuiye. Narrowing his eyes, Dong Shuiye observed the approaching Kai Weiwa. A cold smirk gracing his lips. The sight of that chilling smile instilled an inexplicable fear in Kai Weiwa, making him wish to halt his advance. Yet it was already too late. When Kai Weiwa was less than 3 meters away, Dong Shuiye abruptly bent his body, delivering a powerful punch directly to Kai Weiwa's most vulnerable area. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a broken egg. Kai Weiwa grimaced in agony, clutching his groin. Second brother! Second brother! Cries of astonishment erupted from Class 498, as they doubled over, faces paling in shock. You bastard! I will kill you! Kai Tajiang roared in fury. Meanwhile, Kai Shuku's expression turned icy, his fist clenched tightly, and he venomously declared, How dare you resort to such underhanded tactics, Dong Shuiye? I will see you dead. The spectators in the arena, witnessing the scene, reacted instinctively. Women covered their mouths in shock while men instinctively shielded their groins. Hu Yaya, observing the unfolding drama, felt at a loss for words. She had heard the unmistakable sound of that shattered egg and pondered the consequences of such brutality. Thus, she opted for silence. In the resting area of Class 521, Gao Dalong shivered, remarking, Shuiye is truly ruthless, striking at another's most sensitive spot. That's because this guy has exceptionally high physical defense. The only vulnerability lies there, Xingsu explained, unable to stifle a cough before continuing. Thus, Shuiye resorted to such a despicable tactic, though it is somewhat treacherous. Dong Shuiye, towering over Kai Weiwa, listened to the heart-wrenching groans of pain and felt a twinge of embarrassment, questioning whether he had exerted too much force. Brother, should I come down and check on you? Dong Shuiye tentatively inquired. Look at you. Kai Weiwa glared at Dong Shuiye with bloodshot eyes, his tone brimming with rage. I will make you pay for this. With great effort, he managed to stand, albeit with bent knees and a hand still clutching his groin. Dong Shuiye couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Upon hearing the laughter, Kai Weiwa charged at Dong Shuiye in anger, shouting, Die, die, die. The repetition of the word die underscored Kai Weiwa's intense hatred. Yet, would Dong Shuiye simply stand there and allow Kai Weiwa to strike him? Certainly not. Alas. If the egg is not promptly rescued after shattering, dire consequences may ensue. Therefore, I have decided to lend you a hand. With the swift motion of his sure sword, Dong Shuiye sliced through Kai Weiwa's leg, causing blood to spurt forth, and the latter lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Dong Shuiye did not relent. He approached Kai Weiwa, seized him, and hurled his hefty body off the stage. Due to the injury, Kai Weiwa was unable to summon his soul power in time and was cast down. With a thud, his massive form fell beneath the competition stage, unconscious. With Kai Weiwa leaving the arena, I hereby declare the victory of Class 521. Hu Yaya promptly determined the outcome upon witnessing Kai Weiwa's fall. Hearing the announcement, Dong Shuiye called out to Class 498. Hey, hurry and attend to your brother. If you miss the chance to rescue him, it may be too late. The members of Class 498 glared at Dong Shuiye, but they hurriedly descended to carry Kai Weiwa away. As they departed, Kai Tajiang shot Dong Shuiye a venomous glare, vowing, You bastard, I will be up there to deal with you soon. Unfortunately, my soul power has been depleted, and I must withdraw. Dong Shuiye shrugged nonchalantly at Kai Tajiang before turning to Hu Yaya and stating, Referee, I forfeit this match due to exhaustion of my soul power. Upon hearing this, Hu Yaya promptly announced, Dong Shuiye from Class 521 has chosen to forfeit the match, resulting in a victory for Class 498. Please send forth the next contestant from class 521. As Dong Shuiye made his way down, he returned to the resting area and patted Xing Su on the shoulder. The rest is in your hands. Good luck. Xing smiled and strode confidently towards the arena. His entrance ignited a fervor throughout the venue. Ah, Xing brother. We are cheering for you. Go, go. The air was filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the female spectators. As he listened to the cacophony around him, a smile spread across Xing's face. He surveyed the crowd before him, and, in a gesture of gratitude, he bowed deeply. This act only incited the fervor of the spectators, their cheers growing ever more passionate, with some even threatening to teach him a lesson after the match. The next contestant from class 498 was Kai Jiang. Upon hearing the uproar, his expression darkened ominously. You, get off the stage immediately. Bring forth Dong Shuiye. I intend to crush him into oblivion. Kai Jiang spoke in a cold voice. Xing Wenin shrugged his shoulders, expressing his inability to meet the demand. Humph. Kai Jiang coldly snorted. Then I shall reduce you to ashes. I shall accompany you to the end. Xing responded with a smile. Kai Jiang fixed his piercing gaze on Xing and declared, I am Kai Jiang from class 498, a level 34 soul master, with the martial spirit of the steel armor black tortoise. I am Xing from class 521. A level 31 soul master, with the martial spirit of the divine dragon. Xing introduced himself. Foxyaya gracefully floated between them, stating, Please prepare for the match. Let the competition commence. As the match began, Foxyaya soared into the sky once more. Kai Jiang launched an immediate assault. He refrained from using his soul abilities initially and charged at Xing with a colossal fist raised high, aiming directly at him. With a resounding thud, a vortex erupted around Xing as he stood firm, his left hand resting behind him while his right hand intercepted Kai Jiang's powerful strike. Is that all you've got? Xing inquired. Kai Jiang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his formidable punch would be so effortlessly blocked by Xing. To think you possess such strength? I underestimated you. But you shall still meet your demise at my hands. Kai Jiang declared, extending his other hand towards Xing. Xing shook his head. And with a sudden exertion of strength from his right hand, he stepped back, sending Kai directly into the air before forcefully slamming him back down onto Lin. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive thuds, Kai felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 27. Wait. I surrender. Is this it? Xing Song released his grip and uttered another sentence. Kai shook his head and stood up, fixing his gaze on Xing. He said, I was careless just now. Shall we continue? Instead of responding, Kai launched a powerful punch. Xing slightly tilted his body to evade his attack. Kai, realizing his strike had missed, launched a rapid series of attacks. Yet Xing deftly dodged each blow. The distance between Xing and Kai was less than a meter, and he sighed, At least you are 3 levels higher than me. Yet this is your prowess? In the face of Xing's relentless provocations, Kai was consumed by fury. He unleashed his second soul skill, Impeccable, followed by his third soul skill, Fearless Charge. As he activated these abilities, a radiant golden light emanated from him, resembling a mountain surging towards Xing. Xing did not evade. Instead, he twisted his right arm slightly and then swung it, his fist colliding with Kai Jiang's face. In an instant, Kai Jiang was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt just shy of the edge of the competition stage. Wow! Huyaya exclaimed in astonishment. Xing actually managed to send a defensive soul master flying so far with a single punch. What tremendous strength it must take. Huyaya's exclamation prompted everyone to re-evaluate Xing. Now regarding him as immensely powerful, Kai Jiang gradually rose, incredulously staring at Xing, clearly unable to comprehend the scene before him. How could you breach my defenses? Xing pondered for a moment before smilingly elucidating. In the face of absolute power, any form of defense is utterly futile. Unfortunately, my fist embodies that absolute power. No. Impossible. Kai Jiang could scarcely believe it as he recklessly charged towards Xing. With a sigh, Xing's tone grew increasingly grave. A defensive spirit possesses no offensive capability. You may excel in team battles, but in individual contests, no matter how resilient you are, you shall succumb before me. Drawing a deep breath, his heterochromatic eyes glimmered with intensity as his right fist surged forth toward Kai Jiang. The blow struck Kai Jiang squarely in the abdomen. He halted abruptly, and an explosive force erupted from his midsection, propelling him off the arena. In this match, Xing triumphed without the use of soul power, transcending into a higher tier of combat. Up in the air, Huyaya was taken aback, astonished by the extent of Xing's strength. I declare, Class 521 emerges victorious. Xing listened to the sound of victory, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stood tall at the center of the arena, awaiting the next challenger. The upcoming contestant was Kai Feng, a 33rd rank soul master from Class 498, wielding the formidable martial spirit of the steel-armored Xian turtle. Once Kai Feng had introduced himself, the match commenced. However, before he could make a move, Xing swiftly approached him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending Kai Feng hurtling off the competition stage, utterly defeated. Too easy, Xing murmured as he returned to the center of the arena, exuding an aura of invincibility. Anyone standing before him felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. Among Class 498, Kai Jiao was preparing to enter the fray, but he was intercepted by Kai Shuku. Brother? Kai Jiao asked, puzzled by Kai Shuku's intervention. I will take this match myself. Should I lose, you need not step in. Kaishuku declared as he strode confidently towards the arena. Upon seeing Kaishuku, Huyaya remarked, the captain of Class 498, Kaishuku, is now entering the arena. It is worth noting that he is a 36th rank Soul Master, 5 ranks above Xing. I wonder how Xing will respond to this challenge. As Xing listened to Huyaya's words, he smiled. Even in the face of the Soul Sect, he harbored confidence. Why would he fear the Soul Master? The captain of Class 498, Kaishuku, a 36th level Soul Master wielding the martial spirit of the steel-armored Xian Turtle, coldly stated, if I lose this match, our class will concede in the individual competition. Understood, Xing replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Huyaya promptly announced, both sides prepare, the match begins. The competition commenced, yet both combatants remained motionless. Aren't you going to make the first move? Xing inquired. Kaishuku shook his head and replied, I am a defense-type Soul Master. You may strike first. Very well, I shall oblige. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward in an instant. The first soul skill unleashed, Dragon Claw. The criminal's hands manifested dragon scales, transforming into claw-like appendages as they reached towards Kaishuku. Upon witnessing this, Kaishuku promptly invoked his impenetrable defense. His skin gleamed with a golden hue, and the spirit of the steel-armored Xian Gui materialized behind him. With a resounding clang, the claw of punishment struck Kaishuku, leaving him utterly unscathed. Truly, he was as formidable as a bastion of bronze and iron, his body seemingly forged of metal. Punishment marveled at this, then declared, prepare yourself. With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, 9 Divine Thunder. Multiple bolts of lightning erupted from his hand. Upon witnessing this, Kaishuku immediately executed his flawless defense. The lightning struck him, producing a sizzling sound, yet he remained unfazed. The second soul skill, Drowning in 3000. Xing raised his right hand, and a colossal water orb began to take shape. Upon seeing the water orb, Huyaya exclaimed, I never anticipated that Xing possesses dual attributes of thunder and water. It is well known that the combination of thunder and water amplifies their power exponentially. I wonder if Kaishuku can withstand this. Kaishuku's expression darkened. He had not expected Xing to wield both thunder and water attributes. Furthermore, he was unaware that Drowning 3000 was merely Xing's second soul skill. Go. As the ball of water was hurled forth, Kaishuku had no time to evade and was struck. The drowning effect, which reduced the speed of the afflicted by 30%, became immediately apparent to him as he felt his pace diminish. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. As a defensive Soul Master, his speed was already lacking, and now, with this further reduction, it felt akin to standing still and allowing his opponent to strike. True dragon transformation. With a low murmur, the attributes surged by 50% in an instant. However, the others remained oblivious. A series of soul techniques were unleashed, consuming a substantial portion of his soul power. He aimed for a swift resolution. In a heartbeat, he charged forward, his fists crackling with electricity as they struck rapidly against Kaishuku. Kaishuku could only defend, unable to mount a counterattack. Damn it, how frustrating. Kaishuku thought to himself. Yet, the ferocity of Xing's assault left him with no choice but to focus solely on defense. 9 Divine Thunder. As the distance between them widened, numerous bolts of lightning struck Kaishuku, rendering him paralyzed. Damn it. Kaishuku cursed vehemently. Taken aback by the unexpected paralysis effect of Xing's soul skill, even his impeccable defenses proved futile against it, leaving him utterly frustrated. Were it not for his superior level and his status as a defensive Soul Master, he would have likely been reduced to a pitiful state. You stand no chance of counterattacking under my command. Will you surrender? He scoffed. Even if it means my demise, I shall never yield. Kaishuku declared with unwavering resolve. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Lightning erupted from his body, casting a dark shadow over the moment. The thunderous roar echoed ominously, as if it were about to strike. Kaishuku, witnessing this transformation, swallowed hard. Wait. I surrender. Chapter 28. The trump card. Hearing Kaishuku's surrender, Xing ceased his attacks. This is how it should be. If I were in your position, I would have surrendered much earlier to avoid further punishment. Your combat prowess is rather lacking. Yet you insist on enduring blows. This behavior borders on the absurd. Kaishuku, with a grim expression, thought to himself that if it weren't for the need to conserve strength for the team competition, he would certainly have fought Xing to the bitter end. Referee. He has surrendered. Please declare the result. Xing called out to Huyaya. Naturally, Huyaya heard Kaishuku's declaration of surrender. She landed gracefully and announced, Class 498. Kaishuku has surrendered. Class 521 emerges victorious. Referee, we concede in the individual competition, Kaishuku added. Are you certain? Huyaya inquired. Kaishuku clenched his teeth and affirmed, absolutely. Very well, Huyaya responded, adding, Class 498 concedes in the individual competition. The current score stands at 3-7. With Class 521 advancing to the team competition with a 4-point lead. For Class 498 to progress, they must secure victory in the team match. Now, both teams will take a brief respite before entering the team competition. With time of the essence, both teams needed to use this short break to attain their optimal state. Failure to do so would leave them no choice but to accept the outcome. During the intermission, Xing returned to the resting area. Brother Xing, are you injured? Shuyao immediately inquired. Xing shook his head and replied, I am not injured. I merely expended some soul energy. A moment of meditation will suffice. Shuyao nodded gently. Xing cast a glance at the others and immediately exclaimed, "Everyone, in 1 hour, it will be the team competition. This time, Class 498 is determined to secure victory at all costs. Even if they exert themselves, they cannot triumph over us," Gao Dalong declared with arrogance. "Dalong, we must not underestimate them," Xing cautioned. "All 7 of them possess the same martial soul, with an exceptionally high compatibility. I believe they have yet to employ their united martial soul fusion technique. If they do, we could be in significant trouble. The likelihood of them executing their united martial soul fusion technique is indeed quite substantial," Bing Ling interjected. "Should they succeed, their power may elevate to that of a soul sage, and even without combat prowess, they could overwhelm you with sheer soul power." Upon hearing Xing and Bing Ling's remarks, Gao Dalong shrank back, saying, "This martial soul fusion technique is so formidable. How should we respond?" "Naturally, we must disrupt their fusion," Xing stated resolutely. "My divine dragon claw can bypass all defenses and shatter their barriers. However, your damage output alone cannot affect them," Dong Xuelin remarked. "Do we not have Tongxi? When the time comes, amplify all power to me. If I can incapacitate even one of them, they will be unable to fuse," Xing asserted. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes brightened with hope, as the members of Class 498 remained oblivious to Xing's ability to ignore defenses. Meanwhile, in the resting area of Class 498, under the care of healing soul masters, the injured members were nearly restored, currently recuperating their soul power. "Second brother, how are you holding up?" Kai Shuku inquired of Kai Weigua. Kai Weigua's face darkened with indignation as he replied, "It is already fortunate that I can still participate in battle. As for the injuries, only a super Douluo from the healing category could mend those." Bang! Kai Shuku slammed his fist on the nearby table, his face contorted with fury. "Second brother, rest assured, I will ensure that the one named Dong Xuelin pays dearly." "Indeed." Kai Weigua nodded solemnly before asking, "Elder brother, how shall we secure victory against Class 521? Though Class 521 appears to consist of individuals who have just broken through to Soul Elder, their individual strengths are formidable, especially that Xing. When I endured his attack, had it not been for my soul power, I would have crumbled under the pressure," Kai Shuku stated, his gaze steely. "Thus, we must employ that tactic. Elder brother, revealing our trump card so soon may not be wise," Kai Weigua expressed anxiously. "Fool," Kai Shuku reprimanded sharply. "If we cannot win this match, what use is there in preserving our card?" Kai Weigua, chastised, dared not retort and merely nodded in agreement. Moments later, on the competition stage, the intermission had concluded. Hu Yaya stood on the arena, announcing, "Both classes should have finished their rest. Please have both sides take the stage to prepare for the team battle." Upon hearing the sound, Xing immediately exited his meditation, opening his eyes and directing his gaze towards the competition stage. "We shall take the stage and overpower them," he declared with a smile as he left the resting area, followed closely by Shuiye and the others. They entered through the entrance and arrived at the center of the competition arena. Opposite them stood Class 498, with Kai Shuku at the forefront. His eyes ablaze with fury directed at Xing, unaware that Xing regarded him with indifference. "Both teams, please prepare yourselves," Hu Yaya announced. "The countdown to the start of the match begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin." Hu Yaya soared into the air. Class 498 immediately closed ranks, their soul powers intertwining. First soul skill, Iron Wall. Kai Shuku shouted loudly as they advanced. "I shall test the waters first." Dong Xuelin stepped forward, the Azura sword manifesting in his hand, his soul power surging forth. Second soul skill, Heart-Piercing Thousand Swords. A multitude of swords appeared behind Dong Xuelin, slicing towards Class 498. However, before they could reach their target, the swords were halted by the soul power barrier conjured by the 7 members of Class 498. A look of astonishment crossed Dong Xuelin's face. He had not anticipated that his attack would be entirely thwarted. Their defensive capabilities are indeed formidable. "I doubt my third soul skill could breach it," Dong Xuelin remarked, turning to Xing and stating, "Now it's your turn." Xing lightly nodded, turning her head to Tongxi and said, "Amplify my strength." Tongxi nodded, and the 9 treasures Linglong Pagoda materialized in her hand. 9 treasures Linglong Pagoda, enhance power. 9 treasures Linglong Pagoda, accelerate speed. A crimson and emerald glow surged into Xing's body, granting her a 50% augmentation. In an instant, Xing felt an overwhelming surge of power. Third soul skill, True Dragon Transformation. With a low growl, a faint layer of dragon scales emerged upon his body, and he let out a roar, his radiating an alluring brilliance. Tongxi augmented his speed and strength by 50%, and now, utilizing his third soul skill, he enhanced all attributes by an additional 50%. Thus, his total attributes surged by 100%, granting him the formidable capability to contend with a soul master. His first soul skill, Divine Dragon Claw. With a swift exhalation, Xing dashed out, effortlessly breaching the soul power barrier surrounding Class 498, and stood before Kai Weigua. Chapter 29. The fusion of 6 souls. Kai Weigua gazed in astonishment at the proximity of Xing, his face reflecting sheer disbelief as he attempted to comprehend how Xing had managed to surmount their 7-fold soul power barrier. However, before he could ponder further, Xing's claw struck Kai Weigua's abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth as he was sent hurtling backward. As Kai Wei-guo was propelled away, the fusion of their 7 soul powers was instantly disrupted. Grasping his bleeding abdomen, he let out a groan of agony, inwardly lamenting why he was always the one to suffer. Second brother, Kai Kadiang rushed to Kai Wei-guo's side. Are you all right? Forget about me. Avenge me? Kai Wei-guo grimaced through the pain. Kai Saijiang's eyes instantly filled with crimson fury as he glanced towards Kai Shuku, and they both nodded in unison. Brothers, let us unite in the fusion of our 6 souls. Kai Shuku took the lead, with Kai Kajiang, Kai Feng, Kai Sen, Kai Yao Qian, and Kai Jiao following closely behind, each channeling their own soul power into Kai Shuku's being. Xing swiftly retreated, astonished that they could still execute a 6-spirited martial soul fusion. As the soul power entered Kai Shuku's body, a colossal armored black tortoise materialized directly above them, its menacing jaws fixated on Xing. Prepare to meet your demise. Fearless charge. Kai Shuku bellowed, as the soul-formed armored tortoise charged towards Xing. Just as the tortoise was about to reach him, Linimo appeared in front. Third soul skill, rock solid. A massive light shield manifested before them, and the armored tortoise collided with the shield, producing a deep, resonant sound. Linimo staggered backward, struggling against the immense force of the tortoise. 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, strength. Tongshi's 9 Treasures Glazed Tower emitted a crimson glow, infusing Linimo with an instantaneous 50% increase in power. 2 figures flashed by. The towering Long and Dong Shuelin released their soul power to assist Linimo. Yu Si also approached the armored tortoise, unleashing his soul power. Behind Shuyao, an ice snow maiden emerged, instantly lowering the temperature across the arena, causing frost to form on the ground. Third soul skill, blizzard. With her right index finger raised, Shuyao summoned a tornado accompanied by ice and snow. As a bone-chilling cold enveloped everyone, rendering their attempts to resist futile. Want to harm Brother Xing? You seek death. With a flick of her wrist, the blizzard surged towards the armored tortoise. Bang! The tornado collided with the tortoise, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. However, as the armored tortoise was a culmination of 6 soul sovereigns' power, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. As he gazed at this scene, he took a deep breath, and a flicker of electricity danced in his eyes, while currents surged rapidly around him. On the high platform, Blood Dance raised an eyebrow, and immediately she directed a line of sound towards Fox Yaya, who trembled upon hearing it. The third soul skill, Thunder Crash, as X surged forth. An immense surge of lightning power erupted from his being. His amplification period was still in effect, and the release of thunder collapse generated a colossal force of electricity that collided with the armored dark tortoise, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The sheer power of this blast threatened to burst beyond the confines of the arena. However, at that moment, Hu Yaya activated the protective barrier, preventing the explosion from escaping the venue. Observing the magnitude of the explosion, Hu Yaya couldn't help but express her astonishment. Had it not been for Shui Wu's timely warning, the force of the blast might have indeed breached the arena's limits. This one truly lives up to being Shui Wu's disciple, Hu Yaya remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Through the veil of smoke, she discerned the situation within, and, upon confirming that no lives were in peril, she chose to allow the competition to continue. Ahem. X cleared his throat, taken aback by the sheer intensity of the power he had unleashed, which had nearly resulted in his own demise. Is everyone all right? He inquired. We're fine, came the unanimous response. See, for the sake of safety, please administer treatment to everyone, X suggested, waving away the lingering dust before him. Certainly. Yu Si replied, promptly invoking his second soul technique, Sacred Light Shower. A golden radiance enveloped X and his companions, imparting a comforting warmth that coursed through their bodies. Soon, as the dust settled, they were able to see each other clearly once more. Xing stands at the forefront, with Shuyao not far beside him, while Guxin remains at the rear, healing them. As for Class 498, they are all sprawled on the ground, with only Kai Shuku kneeling there. Xing approached him, and upon seeing Xing's figure, Kai Shuku revealed a bitter smile. He glanced at his brothers and sighed. We have lost, utterly lost. However, I shall not spare you. This is merely a competition. You are aware that it is a contest, yet I must inform you that your team has severely injured my second brother's vital essence. He is rendered useless. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? He was taken aback, never anticipating that Dong Shuelin's punch would be so severe. Allow me to express my apologies on behalf of my companion for injuring your brother's most vital area. Is there any method of treatment available? We shall cover all expenses. Humph. This is not merely a matter of money. It requires the expertise of a super Douluo skilled in healing. Can you summon one? Indeed. With unwavering resolve, Xing replied that he intended to seek assistance from his master, who, with his extensive connections, would likely be able to enlist the help of a formidable healing soul Douluo. Can you truly do that? Kai Shuku inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Well, when I attempt to communicate with Xing, I find myself at a loss for words, he added. This time, consider it a favor owed to me. The voice of Hu Yaya resonated, and almost immediately, Xing beheld her presence beside him. I shall heal your brother, she proclaimed. With a graceful gesture, she raised her hand, enveloping Kai Weigu's lower body in a radiant green light. After about a minute, she withdrew her hand and stated, your brother has been restored. Kai Shuku stared at Hu Yaya in astonishment, soon realizing, you are a super Douluo. Hu Yaya offered no reply but instead announced, Class 521 has triumphed in this team competition, securing advancement with a score of 12-3. Congratulations on moving forward to the next round. The members of Class 521 erupted in exuberance. Hooray! Gu Si and Lin Mo cheered joyfully. Dong Xuelin stood beside Tongxi, both adorned with smiles. Shuyao approached Xing and linked her arm with his. I never anticipated that the referee would be a super Douluo, Xing mused quietly. Gazing at Hu Yaya in the distance, Xing, Kai Shuku's voice jolted him from his thoughts, and he turned to regard him with a look of curiosity. I believe the referee healed my second brother because of your influence. Regardless, I wish to express my gratitude. Kai Shuku concluded with a respectful bow to Xing. Xingji promptly supported him, saying, there is no need for such formality. This is a matter my companion has undertaken, and I shall bear the responsibility for it. Upon hearing this, Kai Shuku's face broke into a smile. I am glad to have you as a friend. And I, too, am pleased to count you as a friend. The two shared a hearty laugh together. Chapter 30, Class 441 versus Class 455. With the conclusion of Xing's match, the next confrontation was between Class 441 and Class 455. Class 441 excelled in control, while Class 455 was known for its aggressive tactics, comprising 5 offensive specialists, 1 support specialist, and 1 healer. Hu Yaya stepped into the center of the arena. Please prepare for the individual match between Class 441 and Class 455, and designate 1 participant to engage in a duel. As Hu Yaya's voice echoed, 2 figures emerged from the entrance. On the left, Class 455, and on the right, Class 441. A girl stepped forth from Class 455, and a boy from Class 441, as they strode confidently to the center of the arena. From Class 441, we have Wang Kai. A level 32 soul master with the martial soul of a magic flute, Wang Kai declared. And from Class 455, Shou Jianmei. A level 39 soul master with the martial soul of a crystal tower, Shou Jianmei replied, her expression devoid of emotion, icy, and impassive. Upon hearing that Shou Jianmei was a level 39 soul master, Wang Kai was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Hu Yaya's voice rang out. Well? It is quite unexpected that Class 455 would field a level 39 soul master. However, it is widely known that Shou Jianmei is a support-type soul master, lacking in combat prowess. One wonders how this match will unfold. Wang Kai's countenance darkened at her words. He had not anticipated facing a level 39 support-type soul master. What was the meaning of this? Are both sides ready? Hu Yaya inquired. Wang Kai and Shou Jianmei nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Hu Yaya proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of the individual match between Class 441 and Class 455. With that, Shou Jianmei summoned a golden crystal tower, while Wang Kai unleashed his martial soul, the magic flute. Just as he prepared to activate his soul skill, Shou Jianmei retracted her martial soul and called out to Hu Yaya, Referee, I concede. Understood, Hu Yaya quickly declared. Shou Jianmei from Class 455 concedes, resulting in victory for Class 441. The audience was not surprised by the outcome, as support-type soul masters typically lacked combat strength. With Shou Jianmei leaving the arena, Class 455 replaced her with a male contender, Hua Wuqiang from Class 455, a level 36 soul master with the martial soul of a wolf fawn. Hua Wuqiang was of average height, yet his physique was robust and muscular. Both sides took their positions. The match begins. Whoosh! Hua Wuqiang vanished from sight. And when Wang Kai finally discerned his presence, he found him standing not far away. Startled, Wang Kai immediately raised his magic flute to his lips. Third soul skill, hypnosis. The sound resonated, but Hua Wuqiang, rapidly approaching, remained unaffected by the third soul skill. What is happening? Wang Kai was momentarily stunned, observing his dazed expression. Hua Wuqiang smirked and unleashed his second soul skill, Fang Blade. A wolf-like weapon manifested in his hand, its sharp edges extending by several centimeters. Thud. Wang Kai was struck and sent flying, several punctures appearing on his right arm as blood flowed from the wounds. The captain of Class 441, Xiao Liping, immediately shouted, We concede! We concede! Hua Wuqiang paid no heed to Xiao Liping's cries, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he advanced toward Wang Kai. However, just as he was about to strike, an overwhelming surge of soul power sent him hurtling away. Who dares? Hua Wuqiang quickly regained his footing, scanning the surroundings, only to find Hu Yaya standing at the center of the arena, causing him to fall silent. Did you not hear that Class 441 has conceded? Why do you still seek to attack? Hu Yaya questioned sternly. Hua Wuqiang promptly removed the earplugs from his ears and replied, Referee. I had my earplugs in and did not hear your words. In the rest area of Class 521, Xing Shiran remarked, so he was wearing earplugs. No wonder he was unaffected by that fellow's soul skill. That is quite typical. They are aware that there is a sound control type soul master in Class 441 and would surely take appropriate countermeasures, Shuyao commented. Indeed. Xing let out a sound of acknowledgement, shifting his gaze back to the arena. At this moment, Wang had already been carried off the stage, and Class 441 sent another competitor to face the challenge. Luli from Class 411, a 31st level soul master with the martial spirit of a diamond, spoke in a deep voice. A defensive soul master? Hu Wuqiang chuckled. Even if you are a defensive type, you cannot withstand my wolf Fang. How can you know you won't withstand it if you haven't tried? Luli retorted, somewhat annoyed. Ha ha ha, my Wolfang has the ability to break defenses. Can your diamond withstand it? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Luli chose to ignore Hu Guiqiang's taunts and stood patiently, awaiting the commencement of the match. Soon, Hu Yaya announced the start of the competition. A cold glint flashed in Hu Guiqiang's eyes as he charged forward. Luli, however, released his martial spirit at a measured pace, a colossal diamond manifesting behind him, thundering its chest in a roar. First soul skill, indestructible diamond body. A golden radiance enveloped Luli, illuminating every inch of him. Hu Guiqiang approached Luli, swinging his wolf fang directly at him. Clang. The wolf fang struck with the sound of metal against metal. Well, your body is quite sturdy, Hu Guiqiang remarked, stepping back a few paces. Luli did not respond, instead charging at him with a massive fist aimed at Hu Guiqiang. Hu Guiqiang swung his wolf fang, but Luli deftly deflected it with his other hand, leaving Hu Guiqiang's expression filled with astonishment, which quickly morphed into exhilaration. How interesting, truly interesting. Hu Guiqiang tightened his grip on the wolf fang, murmuring. First soul skill, Rage of the Fangs. The wolf fang in his hand transformed into a crimson hue. Luli felt an inexplicable aversion to the red weapon. As if an instinct urged him to avoid it, yet Hu Guiqiang swung it without giving him a chance to evade. Thud. The sharp edge of the wolf fang pierced Luli's hand. Ah. Luli let out a low growl. You fool. My wolf fang has the ability to break defenses. And you still dared to come forward, Hu Guiqiang sneered. He had intended to strike Luli's arm, but Luli had foolishly chosen to block the attack with his hand. Luli withdrew his hand from the wolf fang, blood pouring forth as beads of sweat gathered on his brow, his eyes betraying his pain. Second soul skill, Power of the Diamond. Ignoring the agony in his hand, Luli seized Hu Guiqiang, shouting, Get out of here. He propelled Hu Guiqiang towards the edge of the arena, while the latter frantically retaliated against Luli. Let go. Release me. But Luli remained unyielding, hurtling him towards the arena's outskirts. Class 441's Luli and Class 455's Hu Guiqiang exited the arena, resulting in a draw. Declared Hu Yaya. Damn it. Hu Guiqiang cursed fiercely as he returned to his resting area, while Luli collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 31. Surrender. Xiao Liping rushed over, concern etched on his face. Luli, are you all right? Luli shook his head, managing a smile. Captain, I know I likely couldn't win this match, but I couldn't let us lose face. Though it ended in a draw, at least I took one of them down. Xiao Liping felt a pang in his heart at Luli's words, turning his gaze towards Class 455 with newfound determination. In the subsequent matches, the battles between Class 441 and Class 455 were ferocious. In one instance, Zhu Fangshi from Class 441 severely injured Yang Xuanqing from Class 455 at great personal cost. Class 441 earned 2 points, while Class 455 secured 6, leading into the team battle after a brief respite. Hu Yaya announced the conclusion of the individual matches, and the arena began to clear. In the resting area of Class 521, Xing observed the ongoing battle, his expression grave. Yao. Class 455 will be our greatest obstacle to victory. I may have to employ another martial spirit to have a chance, he confided to Shuyao beside him. Shuyao leaned her head on Xing's shoulder, asking, Brother Xing, are they really that formidable? If it weren't for the suppression of levels, perhaps I wouldn't need to use another martial spirit. However, with that pressure, I might have to resort to it. All right, regardless of the situation, I will stand by your side, Shuyao declared. Indeed, in no time, the time had elapsed, and the number of spectators had dwindled by half. As the outcome of the match became apparent, the team battle between Class 441 and Class 455 was about to commence, and Hu Yaya called for both teams to present themselves at the center of the arena. Shortly, 2 groups emerged at the entrance. Class 441 stood on the left, while Class 455 occupied the right, both classes converging at the center of the arena. The captain of Class 455, Wang Guangyi, a 41st level soul lord with the martial spirit of a halberd, stepped forward. Class 455 Xingtian, a 37th level soul master with the martial spirit of a meteor hammer, followed. Hu Guiqiang, a 36th level soul master with the wolf fang, followed suit. Jinheng, a 38th level soul master wielding the martial spirit of a blood moon scythe, was next. Yang Xuanqing, another 37th level soul master with a beast martial spirit, followed. Zhou Jianmei, a 39th level soul master possessing the martial spirit of a glazed tower, stepped forward. Finally, Fu Hua, a 36th level soul master with the martial spirit of a radiant heart, completed their introductions. Once Class 455 had concluded their self-introductions, Hu Yaya remarked. Class 455 comprises mostly 35th level soul masters, with even one at the 40th level. They dominated their opponents during the preliminary matches. Let us now turn our attention to Class 441. Xiao Liping stepped forward, declaring, Captain of Class 441, Xiao Liping, 35th level soul master with the beast martial spirit of the demon eagle. After all members of Class 441 introduced themselves, Wang Guangyi approached Xiao Liping. I can't believe we are rivals, Wang Guangyi remarked, his handsome features and confident demeanor evident. I also did not expect my opponent to be you, Xiao Liping replied. But I must admit your talent is remarkable. You have risen to Soul Lord in such a short time. However, today you shall fall to me. Hearing this, Wang Guangyi smirked, exuding confidence as he replied, you stand no chance against our class. Prepare yourself. The championship will be ours. Even after all this time. You remain so arrogant. You should understand why everyone distanced themselves from you. Xiao Liping retorted with a sharp jab. Humph. Wang Guangyi scoffed, releasing his soul power, causing Xiao Liping to feel a faint pressure. So what? I have the ability to be arrogant. You are merely a burden to me. It would be better for you to leave. Xiao Liping harnessed his soul power to resist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Look at you. You will regret this arrogance soon enough. Wang Guangyi fell silent, retreating back to his team, casting a cold glare at Xiao Liping. At this moment, Hu Yaya spoke. Both teams, please prepare yourselves. The countdown to the start of the match begins. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown progressed, Wang Guangyi and Xiao Liping locked eyes, each intent on defeating the other. With the final second of the countdown, both surged into action. Eagle wind spin. Xiao Liping's martial soul manifested, unleashing his second soul skill, which sent a whirlwind hurtling towards Wang Guangyi. Opposite him, Wang Guangyi brandished a spear nearly 2 meters long, slashing horizontally to meet the oncoming tempest. With a resounding crash, the whirlwind was cleaved apart as Wang Guangyi surged forward, gripping the spear tightly. His first soul skill, horizontal slash. With a swift motion, this strike transcended an ordinary blow. Infused with soul power and accompanied by a powerful gust, Xiao Liping dared not confront this assault. He instantly retreated, yet Wang Guangyi pursued relentlessly. The edge of the spear grazed Xiao Liping, and the sharp wind carved a gash into his abdomen. Blood erupted forth. And Xiao Liping hastily summoned his soul power to staunch the flow, but to his dismay, he found himself unable to halt the bleeding. His complexion turned ashen. Haha. Wang Guangyi laughed heartily. Have you realized your blood cannot be contained? This is the new effect of my horizontal slash. Those struck cannot recover from their wounds for a minute. Xiao Liping clenched his fists as his comrades from class 441 encircled him, concern etched on their faces. Captain, are you all right? Xiang Wenmei inquired anxiously. Xiao Liping pressed a hand to his abdomen, shaking his head with a pallid visage. It's merely a bit of blood. I shan't perish. However, I believe we should forfeit this match. Why? Lu Li questioned immediately. Do you truly think your rank surpasses theirs? Xiao Liping retorted sharply. Wang Guangyi has merely utilized his first soul skill yet has gained a new enhancement. Who knows what else he possesses? Furthermore, his teammates are undoubtedly formidable. And Fang Shi is wounded and competing now. Do you genuinely believe we can triumph? Lu Li lowered his head, and Xiao Liping sighed before calling out to Hu Yaya. We concede. Upon hearing Xiao Liping's admission of defeat, Hu Yaya promptly declared, Class 441 surrenders, leading Class 455 to victory. As Xiao Liping absorbed the finality of the verdict, he closed his eyes. The conclusion of the match required a half-hour pause before the next round commenced. At that moment, Xing departed the arena with Shuyao. Fatty. What is going on? As they exited the venue, Xing immediately inquired into the soul communicator. Cough, cough. Gao Dalong cleared his throat. I believe I can break through to Soul Master now. I just need a soul ring. Brother, will you accompany me to the Spirit Tower? I'll cover the expenses. Without hesitation, Xing replied, sure. When shall we go? Tomorrow. Chapter 32. An unexpected encounter with Su Xian the following day. The competition for titles among the Shrek 7 monsters was still in the second round, and they were required to be present for the third round at least by tomorrow. In the meantime, Xing took Shuyao to assist Gao Dalong in acquiring a soul ring at the Spirit Tower. They had arranged to meet at the school gate. And as they arrived, they spotted Gao Dalong accompanied by his butler. Well done, my friend. You're on the verge of breaking through to Soul Master. With a bit more effort, you might just catch up to me, Xing remarked as he approached Gao Dalong, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Hearing this, Gao Dalong chuckled wryly. Brother, please don't flatter me. Back when you were at my level, I was still below you. Now you've surpassed me. It's impossible for me to catch up. Haha. Xing burst into laughter. That's just how it is. It's merely that sometimes it doesn't show. Brother, I've noticed you've changed recently. Have I? Indeed. What kind of change? You've become quite the rascal. Coughing lightly, Xing replied, let us get in the car. Soon after, the three of them boarded the vehicle, and the butler drove them to the Spirit Tower. Upon arrival, they exited the car and made their way inside. Young master, would you like me to accompany you inside? The butler inquired of Gao Dalong. No need. Gao Dalong promptly declined. With that, the butler remained in the car. While Xing and the others entered the Spirit Tower, Gao Dalong approached the window to make the payment, while Xing and Shuyao found a spot to wait. As they were passing the time, a voice suddenly called out, Xing, Shuyao. Xing and Shuyao heard someone calling them and turned their gaze in the direction of the voice. Upon recognizing the owner of the voice, they were taken aback. Sister Su Xian, Xing exclaimed. Indeed, it was Su Xian from the train, walking towards them. You two left without saying a word last time and didn't leave any contact information. Su Xian immediately began to reproach them upon reaching their side. Xing and Shuyao exchanged an awkward laugh. Sister Xushuan, what brings you here? Shuyao inquired. Oh. I am about to make a breakthrough to Soul Master and require a soul ring. Xing and Shuyao exchanged glances, astonished to discover that Su Xian had also come to acquire a soul ring. What an extraordinary coincidence. We are just accompanying a friend to obtain a soul ring. Su Xian, would you care to join us? Xing invited. Is that true? How wonderful. Su Xian's face illuminated with joy. Originally, my brother was supposed to accompany me. But he had an unexpected commitment. Now that you all can join me, I feel much less frightened. Su Xian, you fear not even the villains. How could you possibly be afraid of soul beasts? Xing teased. Villains are one thing, but soul beasts are entirely different. Those creatures are terrifyingly grotesque. How could I not be afraid? Hearing this, Xing and Shuyao exchanged smiles. At that moment, Gao Dalong approached, gazing at Su Xian with a look of curiosity. Ah, who might this be? He inquired, to which Su Xian was introduced. This is Sister Su Xian, the officer who was on the train during your father's kidnapping. And she assisted me in rescuing him. Xing continued, and this is my friend Gao Dalong. His father is Gao Kai. Wow, so your father is Gao Kai. It's no wonder you both share such a striking resemblance, Su Xian remarked, referring to Gao Dalong's physique, though she remained unaware of his thoughts. Gao Dalong, feeling grateful upon learning that Su Xian had also played a role in saving his father, expressed, thank you for rescuing my dad last time. Su Xian waved her hand dismissively. It was merely my duty. No need for gratitude. Enough of this. Let us hasten to the ascension platform. Xing urged Gao Dalong and the others. Is Sister Su Xian going too? Gao Dalong asked, perplexed. Indeed, Su Xian nodded. I am on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sovereign and require a soul ring. Haha, how fortuitous. I am also about to break through to Soul Sovereign. We can go together, Gao Dalong exclaimed cheerfully. However, Su Xian felt a pang of envy at his words. They were so young to reach Soul Sovereign while she was nearing her 30s and had only just achieved that status. Yet, she dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on becoming stronger to better protect others. Along the way, Xing inquired, Sister Su Xian, what is your martial soul? My martial soul is a plant type. Blue silvergrass, Su Xian replied, her spirits dampening slightly. This is also the reason my realm has only just reached Soul Sovereign. Blue silvergrass. I recall that the sea god Tang San also wielded blue silvergrass, Xing remarked. Su Xian rolled her eyes at him. The sea god Tang San is a blue silver emperor, mind you. The blue silver emperor is the sovereign of blue silvergrass. It cannot be compared to ordinary blue silvergrass. Ah, I see, Xing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had not delved deeply into such knowledge. It was not that he lacked the desire to learn, rather, the mere mention of divine matters stirred an inexplicable unease within him, leading to his limited understanding. Before long, they arrived at the ascension platform, where the person in charge, a woman clad in uniform, approached them in her high heels. Hello, everyone. Her voice was sweet as she greeted them. I am the person in charge here, Luo Yi. How may I assist you? We wish to enter the ascension platform, Gao Dalong said, handing a gold card to the woman. Very well, she replied, taking the gold card to scan it aside. Greetings, everyone. Please proceed this way for identity verification. The four individuals approached the machine, which promptly scanned them. The woman observed their information. And upon seeing the details of the man named Xing, a look of perplexity crossed her face. Sir, she said, stepping in front of Xing. You currently possess an opportunity to enter the intermediate spirit transmission tower. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the woman's words, Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. With a smile, he replied, I am currently assisting my friends in acquiring soul rings. I shall join you shortly. Very well, the woman responded. As for Xing and the others, they sequentially entered the shackles of the ascension platform. Once inside, the four of them found themselves amidst the verdant embrace of the forest. Xing arrived at this place and took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Brother Xing, the air here is truly delightful, Shuyao suddenly remarked. He turned his head towards Shuyao and said, how about we settle down in a place like this in the future? Shuyao was initially puzzled, but soon after, she nodded with excitement. Yes. Xing gazed at Shuyao and couldn't help but gently stroke her head, a gesture that Shuyao thoroughly relished. Beside them, the tall Long and Su Xian exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of helplessness. The abundance of affection was palpable. Chapter 33, the withered tree serpent having indulged in their fair share of affection, Long and Su Xian interrupted them and began their quest for soul beasts. Along their journey, they encountered numerous soul beasts, yet none were deemed suitable. Xingtian, seizing the opportunity to absorb the energy of the soul rings, elevated his own soul rings. After absorbing 3 or 4 soul rings, he transformed the color of his first soul ring to that of a millennium soul ring. This enhancement would allow him to better showcase his abilities. Gazing at the now purple soul ring, a smile graced his lips. Brother, congratulations, exclaimed the tall dragon suddenly. Yes. Now let us swiftly seek out your martial spirits. Xingtian and his companions commenced their search, yet after an extensive period, they found themselves without results. Alas. Why is it so arduous to locate a suitable dragon-type soul? The towering Long lamented. Beside him, Su Xian, with a smile, remarked, Big dragon, exercise a bit of patience. You are bound to encounter an appropriate soul. Su Xian, your words ring true. But we have searched for several hours and have yet to find even a soul that suits you, replied Long. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingtian interjected. Who says we haven't found a suitable soul beast for Su Xian? Really? Long's interest was instantly piqued. Brother, what have you discovered? Do you see that tree over there? Xingtian pointed to a tree not far from them. Long and Su Xian turned their gaze to the tree, where a millennium-old withered tree snake was coiled, exuding potent venom. If Su Xian's blue silver grass inherits this toxin, its power could multiply several times over. They all looked closely. Indeed, a 5-meter-long snake was entwined around the tree. Su Xian, allow me to immobilize that withered tree snake. You can deliver the final blow. Su Xian declared to Su Xian. Understood. Su Xian aimed carefully at the withered tree snake and unleashed an ice explosion. The snake, sensing the impending danger, swiftly evaded the blast. Damn it. Su Xian continued to cast ice explosions, but the agility of the withered tree snake was remarkable, making it nearly impossible for her to land a hit. Let me take over, Xingtian announced, charging towards the withered tree snake and unleashing a dragon's roar. The resounding cry sent nearby soul beasts fleeing in terror. While the withered tree snake stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the terrifying dragon aura emanating from Xingtian. Witnessing this, Su Xian quickly cast a binding ice spell to ensnare the withered tree snake, urging Su Xian, swiftly eliminated. Su Xian nodded gently and immediately activated her second soul skill, Entanglement. Dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, wrapping around the withered tree snake. As the pressure mounted, the snake ceased to breathe, and a purple soul ring ascended from its form. Upon seeing the soul ring, smiles spread across the faces of the group. Su Xian, quickly absorb it. We will guard you, Xingtian instructed. Yes, yes. Su Xian swiftly approached the withered tree snake to begin absorbing the soul ring. Xingtian and the others stood vigil by Su Xian's side. Just as they were maintaining their watch, Lu Jing emerged from Xingtian's pocket. Oh, Jing, how did you get out? Xingtian inquired with a hint of confusion. During this period, Lu Jing had been in slumber, thus remaining concealed. Upon seeing Xingtian, Lu Jing affectionately nuzzled his hand and remarked, I sensed your arrival here. So I decided to come out. Master, please procure some soul beasts for me. I wish to absorb their essence. Xingtian's expression bore a shade of displeasure as he pondered how to procure a soul beast for Lu Jing. Suddenly, he heard the melodic voice of Shuyao whispering in his ear, Brother Xingtian, it has been quite a while since I last saw this little creature. Upon noticing Shuyao, Lu Jing flicked her tail and turned her back on her, leaving Xingtian feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Jing, why are you presenting your backside to Yao Yao? Xingtian inquired. I dislike her, Lu Jing succinctly replied. She wishes to compete with me for the adult. However, upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Shuyao was initially taken aback, only to be quickly amused by the latter part of the statement. Little one, how could I possibly be competing with you for an adult? She retorted. Humph. Lu Jing scoffed. You have a contract with the adult. Which means you are indeed vying with me for him. A contract? Xingtian was momentarily stunned. When did I enter into a contract with Yao Yao? I cannot say for certain, she replied playfully. But fret not, dear adult. This contract is solely beneficial and poses no harm to you. Seeing Lu Jing, Xingtian felt a sense of helplessness, yet his mind was awash with various speculations about who could have arranged the contract for him and Shuyao. Could it possibly be Aunt Shui? Brother Xingtian, don't overthink it. Didn't Jing say that this contract poses no harm to you? Shuyao suddenly grasped Xingtian's hand and said, Indeed, but Jing mentioned that this contract is between the two of us. Xingtian inquired of Lu Jing. Does this contract pose any danger to Yao Yao? I'm not certain, Lu Jing replied. You know I am fine, so why are you unaware of her situation? Oh dear, I really don't know. Please stop asking me. Lu Jing swiftly retreated into Xingtian's pocket to evade the question. Beside them, Shuyao pressed her lips together. In truth, Shui Linglong had informed her about the contract, but she had no intention of disclosing it to Xingtian. Brother Xingtian, since Jing is unsure, there is no need to press further. Besides, if I'm unaffected, I assure you I will be just fine. As Xingtian listened to Shuyao's words, he found some merit in her reasoning and refrained from further questioning Lu Jing. What are you discussing? Suddenly inquired the tall and imposing Gao Dalong, who had been left in the lurch. Nothing much, Xingtian replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. A silence enveloped the three of them until, after several minutes, a radiant glow emanated from Su Xian, shattering the stillness. This aura. Sister Su Xian must have successfully made a breakthrough. Shuyao immediately inquired. Xingtian sensed the aura of Su Xian and nodded, saying, It is the aura of a soul master. Sister Su Xian has successfully broken through. At that moment, Su Xian opened her eyes, gazing at Xingtian and the others. Her expression brimming with excitement. I have become a soul master. Haha. Congratulations, congratulations. Xingtian and the others immediately expressed their joy. Su Xian was lost in the exhilaration of her breakthrough. Sister Su Xian, what soul power has the withered tree serpent bestowed upon you? Please show us. Xingtian urged eagerly. Su Xian smiled and raised her right hand, summoning her blue silver grass. However, this blue silver grass was not blue, but a striking red. The withered tree serpent has altered my blue silver grass. This red hue signifies poison, which possesses a potent paralyzing effect. Once touched, it can incapacitate for several minutes. Additionally, I have been granted a soul skill, Withered Leaf Poison. Chapter 34. The Devil Dragon. Su Xian extended the blue silver grass towards a tree. It coiled around the trunk. And in an instant, the tree darkened, a deep mark etched upon its surface. This is Su Xian's third soul skill, withered leaf poison, which has a corrosive effect. Upon witnessing this scene, they were all slightly taken aback. If this corrosive effect were to come into contact with Ruo, wouldn't her skin be stripped away? Xingtian gazed at the manifestation of her soul skill, feeling a surge of joy within. Only by possessing formidable power could she better safeguard others. Thank you for assisting me in acquiring such a splendid soul ring. I am truly grateful. Xingtian expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Xingtian, you need not be so formal. Aiding you in obtaining a soul ring is a privilege in itself, Xing replied to Xingtian. Beside him, the towering Long immediately concurred, saying, Xingtian, it's merely the acquisition of a soul ring. There is no need for such courtesy. You're being overly polite. Indeed. Shuyao approached Xingtian, linking her arm with hers. Why be so courteous with us? Hearing their words, a smile graced Xingtian's face. In that case, I shall not be polite any longer. Let us hasten to assist Long in acquiring his soul ring. We must not squander time here. With that, they resumed their quest for soul beasts. However, dragon-type soul beasts proved elusive, and those they encountered were of such advanced age that the towering Long could not absorb them, causing him considerable distress. Just as their patience began to wane, Xing suddenly recalled someone. Lu Jing. Jing, come forth. He called out, walking behind the group. Master, what is it? Lu Jing emerged from Xing's pocket. Please help me determine if there are any dragon-type soul beasts nearby, ideally around 10,000 years old, Xing requested. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing promptly replied, Master, please wait a moment. With that, she closed her eyes, and a faint ripple of soul power emanated from her. This wave of energy was imperceptible to ordinary individuals, but Xing could sense it. Before long, Lu Jing opened her eyes and informed Xing, Master. Approximately 10 kilometers to the south, there rests an inferior dragon-type soul beast, likely around 10,000 years old. 10 kilometers to the south, Xing mused, momentarily lost in thought. Seeing his bewildered expression, Lu Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you remain as directionally challenged as ever. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and, under Lu Jing's guidance, he recognized the route. Follow me, everyone. I know where to find the dragon-type soul beasts. As Xing opened his mouth, Shuyao and the others immediately turned their gazes toward him. Brother Xing, I haven't sensed any fluctuations from soul beasts nearby. How did you perceive them? Shuyao inquired. Long and Xingtian also looked at Xing with perplexed expressions, as they too had failed to detect the presence of any soul beasts. Clearing his throat, Xing awkwardly explained, my martial soul is a divine dragon, which grants me a unique sensitivity to dragon-type soul beasts. That must be the reason. Observing Xing's demeanor, Shuyao seemed to comprehend the situation and promptly said, so that's it. Let us hurry along. Xing led them to a location 10 kilometers south. Along the way, Shuyao, with a playful smile, whispered in Xing's ear, Brother Xing, it must have been Jing who told you where to find the soul beasts. Xing, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, how did you know? Well, Jing seems to be akin to a dragon, and you, my dear brother, are somewhat directionally challenged. Even if you sense the whereabouts of the soul beasts, it would be improbable for you to navigate us with such precision. Thus, it is evident that Jing is assisting you. Ahem. Xing coughed. Yao, must you expose my shortcomings? Higi, that is precisely why I am here. Sneaking around with you. Very well. Xing responded with a hint of resignation. Before long, they arrived at the designated spot of the soul beasts. After a thorough search, they indeed encountered a dragon-type soul beast. It was a devil dragon, entirely shrouded in black, with enormous skeletal wings that rendered it quite grotesque. A dark aura emanated from its body, enveloping it in a protective shroud. Wow, the devil dragon, Long exclaimed, but was quickly silenced by Xing's hand over his mouth. Lower your voice. Can't you see that the devil dragon is sleeping? Disturbing it would not bode well for our hunt, Xing admonished sternly. Long offered an awkward smile and said in a hushed tone to Xing, I couldn't help but be excited upon seeing such a suitable soul beast. Brother, this one is likely around 10,000 years old. I implore you to assist me. Do not worry, it is merely a 10,000-year soul beast, Xing replied casually. Xing cast a glance at Shuyao, and in a brief exchange of glances, they comprehended each other's intentions. Shuyao immediately unleashed her first soul skill, the Binding Ice, directed at the devil dragon, caught in a state of repose. The devil dragon was ensnared by the Binding Ice before it could fully sense the impending danger. At that moment, Xing summoned the 9 divine thunder, unleashing a barrage of lightning upon the devil dragon's form. The creature let out a furious roar, tilting its head back in defiance. Brother Xing, quickly distance yourself from it. The effect of the Binding Ice is about to expire, Shuyao cautioned. Xing Wenin swiftly distanced himself from the devil dragon. As the confinement of icy time came to an end, the devil dragon abruptly turned its head and roared furiously at Shuyao and her companions. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire forest, causing a multitude of avian spirit beasts to take flight from the surrounding trees. It then soared into the air, charging directly towards Shuyao. Xing approached Shuyao, poised for an intense confrontation. However, the devil dragon halted abruptly upon seeing him, circling in the air for a moment before shifting its gaze towards the imposing dragon and Xingtian in the distance. With a powerful roar, it unleashed a gust of wind, causing both the imposing dragon and Xingtian to stagger back a few steps. Xing, standing protectively in front of Shuyao, was momentarily puzzled. Just moments ago, the devil dragon had charged towards her, yet now its focus had shifted. My lord, you possess the noble bloodline of a divine dragon. How could such a lesser dragon dare to launch an attack against you? Lu Jing's voice resonated in Xing's ear. Xing was momentarily taken aback. The dragon bloodline? When did I ever possess such a lineage? Alas, this matter cannot be succinctly elucidated in just a few sentences. However, you must understand that on this continent, there are virtually no dragon-type spirit beasts that would dare to confront you. Is that so? If you doubt it, approach this dragon, and I assure you it will obediently lie before you. Xing Wenyin took a deep breath and approached the devil dragon. Brother Xing, what are you doing? Shuyao exclaimed immediately. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, as Xing moved closer to the devil dragon, the creature actually recoiled, its eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Master, extend your hand and command it to sit, LV Jing advised. Xing responded with a sound, raising his right hand and commanding. Sit down. Chapter 35, The Pressure of Xingtian. Sit down. The command echoed into the ears of the devil dragon, who surprisingly descended from the sky and seated itself before Xing Shuiye was astonished. The towering dragon was taken aback. Su Xian was shocked. Xing gazed at the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. This creature truly exhibited behavior akin to that of Lu Jing, responding to commands. As he extended his hand, the devil dragon nuzzled its massive head against his palm. Shuyao and the others were once again taken aback. Gao Dalong, swallowing hard, cautiously inquired, Brother, has this devil dragon lost its mind? Upon hearing Gao Dalong's words, the devil dragon bared its teeth and roared in response. However, Xing quickly calmed it down. Gao Dalong took a few steps back, refraining from further comment. Xing gently stroked the head of the devil dragon and softly inquired, Are you willing to become this soul of mercy? Xing pointed at Gao Dalong. The devil dragon glanced at Gao Dalong and immediately shook its head in refusal. Very well. Xing sighed. It seems I'll have to beat you to death then. Upon hearing this, the devil dragon's enormous eyes widened. It let out a low, rumbling growl before approaching Gao Dalong, who tensed up in nervousness. Then, to his surprise, the dragon licked his entire body with its massive tongue, as if declaring, I consent. Observing the devil dragon's demeanor, one cannot help but feel a sense of incredulity. It appears as though the dragon is excessively fearful of its own existence. Yet, this is perhaps for the best, as it spares them the arduous effort. Quickly, become his soul spirit, Xing commanded the devil dragon. The dragon lowered its head, displaying a look of utter dejection, but out of fear of Xing, it complied. It nestled beside the imposing dragon, exhaling a warm gust of air, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction, albeit in a muted manner. Closing its eyes, a sudden radiance emanated from its body, and after several minutes, a black soul ring emerged from it. Great dragon, hasten to absorb it, Xing urged promptly. Oh. The towering dragon promptly settled into a meditative posture, releasing its soul power, which drew the soul ring upward toward its crown. The process of absorption was lengthy, and Xing and the others sat nearby, vigilantly guarding. During the wait, Su Xian could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Xing, how is it that this dragon heeds your commands? Momentarily at a loss for words, Xing contemplated for a considerable time before finally articulating, it may be attributed to my martial soul. My martial soul is the divine dragon, a formidable entity. Hence it likely exerts a certain suppressive influence over dragon-type martial souls. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face illuminated with understanding. As for Shuyao, she fixated on Xing's countenance, a subtle smile playing upon her lips, cognizant of her elder brother's remarkable prowess. After all, dragon-type spirit beasts could be tamed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Xing found himself deep in thought regarding his divine dragon lineage, pondering the origins of his bloodline and the identities of his parents. The strength of his genes suggested that they must possess even greater power, yet he wondered why they had not sought him out. A multitude of questions arose within him. After a moment of silence, he stepped aside and spoke. What is it, my lady? Jing promptly responded, I wish to inquire about something. You have been by my side for quite some time. Do you know who my parents are? Upon hearing this question, Jing hesitated before eventually replying, I do know. But given your current strength, it may be best for you to remain uninformed. Upon hearing these words, Xing's eyes instantly sharpened, and he inquired, Why? My lord, do you understand the reason behind your memory loss? Xing expressed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why Lu Jing posed such a question. Observing the perplexed expression on Xing's face, Lu Jing continued, In the past, you possessed immense strength, even surpassing that of your parents. However, you had a formidable enemy, and in your battle against him, you were defeated. It was after this failure that you lost your memories, resulting in the person you are today. If you wish to regain your memories, it is imperative that you surpass your former strength. Only then will the truth about your parents become clear to you. But what does this have to do with my parents? I merely seek to uncover their stories. That enemy is also an adversary of your parents. Unless you can muster the strength to defeat him, it would be best not to delve into those memories. I do not wish for you to endure the anguish associated with that past. Silence enveloped him for a considerable time before he inquired. How formidable was my strength back then? Stronger than the mightiest person in this world. Xing fell silent once more. Damn, I was so formidable back then, yet I failed. Just how powerful can this enemy be? I am aware now, and I shall strive to grow stronger. After concluding his thoughts, he sat cross-legged on the ground. From this moment forth, he would engage in fervent cultivation. He began practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, supplemented by the Xingtian technique. The amalgamation of these two powerful methods allowed him to voraciously absorb the soul energy surrounding him. This action precipitated a substantial accumulation of soul power, enveloping him in a cocoon of energy, enhancing his absorption rate. At this moment, Shuyao noticed Xing's actions and observed the vast amounts of soul energy coalescing around him, instantly raising her vigilance. Such dense soul energy could attract a multitude of soul beasts, which would spell disaster. Sister Su Xian, Shuyao called softly. We might be in some trouble soon. Su Xian swiftly approached Shuyao, her gaze fixed on Xing's state, pondering, this is not just trouble. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a wry smile. Roar. The sound of a soul beast echoed, prompting Shuyao to look toward the source. A 2-meter-long diamond wolf was staring intently at them from a short distance away. Get away from me, Shuyao shouted, infused with a robust wave of soul power. The diamond wolf, sensing her energy, instinctively retreated a few steps. Yet, the intense soul energy surrounding Xing tantalized it, igniting a desire within to consume him and thus enhance its own strength. Driven by its desires, the diamond wolf discarded its fear and lunged directly at Xing, seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Shuyao's eyes. To dare provoke Xing meant certain death. An ice explosion struck the diamond wolf, and dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, ensnaring it and instantly inducing paralysis. Withered leaf poison. The blue-silver grasses turned scarlet, injecting potent toxins into the diamond wolf, causing its skin to rot instantaneously. Oh whoa! The diamond wolf howled, summoning its kin. This is bad. Su Xian's face displayed urgency. The wolves are social creatures. Its howl surely called for reinforcements. If a pack of diamond wolves arrived, we would struggle to withstand them. Shuyao pressed her lips together, casting a determined glance at Xing. No matter how many diamond wolves come, I will hold them off. Sister Su Xian, you should keep your distance. Su Xian shook her head in response. What are you saying? I am a law enforcement officer. How could I allow you to face danger alone? Though it may be challenging to fend them off, I will not give up. Chapter 36. The Great Dragon breaks through. Su Xian stood guard beside the Great Dragon, while Shuyao positioned herself near Xing, both resolutely unyielding. However, as the number of diamond wolves steadily increased, their expressions turned grave. Frozen binding. Su Xian employed the blue-silver grass to halt the diamond wolves' advance, while Shuyao utilized frozen binding to control them, simultaneously launching ice explosions to eliminate the foes. One by one, the diamond wolves fell under their assault, causing the pack to hesitate. At that moment, a 5-meter-long diamond wolf emerged, its silver fur gleaming, with its piercing eyes fixed on Shuyao and Su Xian. Oh woo! It howled, and the entire pack joined in its cries. The Diamond Wolf King. Shuyao furrowed her brow. The Diamond Wolf King, the leader of the pack, had now appeared. Unless it was dealt with, the pack would continue to swarm. Observing the king's formidable aura, which hinted at over 10,000 years of cultivation, Shuyao and Su Xian realized they might not withstand such an assault. Oh woo! The Diamond Wolf King howled again, and dozens of diamond wolves, their eyes reddened with frenzy, charged toward them. Frozen binding, Shuyao murmured, summoning several magic arrays beneath the diamond wolf's feet. Boom! The arrays erupted with light, instantly freezing them in place. As the approaching diamond wolves stumbled over their fallen comrades, an abundance of blue-silver grass burst forth from the bodies, ensnaring the incoming foes. One by one, the diamond wolves fell in the face of this interception. As Shuyao and Su Xian gasped for breath, the continuous release of soul techniques rapidly drained their energy, leaving them with less than half of their soul power. Sister Su Xian, perhaps you should withdraw? If you see a sudden, fierce roar interrupted them, and the Wolverine King fixed its menacing gaze upon them. In an instant, the Wolverine King lunged forward, its speed astonishing as it approached the towering dragon in the blink of an eye. Startled, the great dragon forgot to retaliate, but fortunately, the devil dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Yet, the Wolverine King leapt high, effortlessly surpassing the height of the dragon's breath. Both the great dragon and the devil dragon were momentarily stunned. With a fierce growl, the Wolverine King pounced onto the great dragon, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground. The great dragon grasped the jaws of the Wolverine King, trying to keep it at bay, while the Wolverine King frantically attempted to bite back. Help! Help! Cried the great dragon. Shuiyan was the first to act, summoning a mass of blue-silver grass that erupted from the ground to ensnare the Wolverine King. Shuiyu followed up with an ice explosion that sent the Wolverine King reeling. Snorting with fury, the injured Wolverine King expelled a burst of hot air from its nostrils. Where's my brother? The great dragon inquired anxiously, only to see Xing sitting calmly nearby. What on earth? Why is he still meditating at a time like this? Stop complaining. Let us join forces to deal with the Wolverine King, Shuyao urged the great dragon. Although the great dragon yearned to protest that victory was impossible, Shuyao had already charged forward, compelling him to follow suit. Together, Shuyao, Su Xian, and the great dragon concentrated their soul power to attack the Wolverine King. But after several minutes, they realized that its formidable body resisted their efforts with ease. What the heck? Why is it so difficult to defeat? The great dragon lamented. Panting heavily, the Wolverine King suddenly turned its gaze towards Xing, drool cascading from its mouth. Sensing danger, Shuyao rushed towards Xing, but her speed could not match that of the Wolverine King, which bounded swiftly in Xing's direction. No, Shuyao shouted in alarm. Just as the Wolverine King was about to bite down, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xing chapter 37, the might of the dragon spirit in an instant. The terrifying aura engulfed the Wolverine King, which was overtaken by fear and attempted to retreat, but found itself unable to do so, with a deafening crash. The Wolverine King was sent flying back. Emerging from between Xing's brows was a dragon spirit clad in a purple gown, hovering in the air and exuding an aura of fury with her hands on her hips. Wow, what a charming creature. How adorable, the great dragon exclaimed, captivated by the dragon spirit. Truly delightful, Xingtian echoed. Having encountered the dragon spirit before, Shuyao recognized it as Xing's soul spirit. The Wolverine King gazed at the dragon spirit, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over it, prompting its attention to shift back to Shuyao and the others. With a fearsome roar, the Wolverine King charged at them once again. It's coming back, the great dragon shouted, urging, Devil Dragon, quickly. However, the Devil Dragon emitted a low growl in response, indicating that it had transformed into a soul spirit and no longer possessed its former strength. It was now unable to contend with the Wolverine King. What's wrong? Shuyao asked, noticing the great dragon's troubled expression. The Devil Dragon can't defeat the Wolverine King, the great dragon replied, a grimace on his face. Hearing this, both Shuyao and Xingtian felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Their soul power was nearly depleted, and with the great dragon unable to face the Wolverine King, they were at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Shuyao's eyes lit up as she pointed at the Wolverine King and called out to the dragon spirit. Dragon spirit, that creature intends to harm Xing. The dragon spirit looked at the Wolverine King, confusion crossing her face upon hearing Shuyao's words. Seeing this, Shuyao continued. Just moments ago, it wanted to devour Xing, leaving no bones behind. It treats Xing like worthless trash. Furious at this, the dragon spirit's expression turned stormy. Shuyao seized the moment to add, it's all because of this wolf. Once it's finished with us, it will feast upon Xing. The dragon spirit immediately directed her gaze toward the Wolverine King, pointing at it as a bolt of lightning shot forth from her finger, striking down upon the beast. With a howl of pain, the Wolverine King was struck by the lightning. Facing the dragon spirit with a growl, it had hesitated to launch an attack. The dragon spirit, displeased with the wolf's audacity, decided it was time to retaliate. With a fierce cry, she brought her hands down, darkening the air around them. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning descended, startling everyone, but they quickly turned their attention back to the Wolverine King. At that moment, it lay in a pit, disheveled and singed. Its once silver fur now blackened and frayed. The great dragon swallowed hard, muttering, alas, my limited education leaves me only with an exclamation of shock. Xingtian stood agape, equally astonished. Shuyao was taken aback, never having anticipated the extraordinary power of Xing's soul spirit. With a sweeping motion, the dragon spirit summoned 3 more bolts of lightning, and the only sound that remained was the lament of the Wolverine King. Shuyao, do you know what that being is? The great dragon inquired. Xingtian cast a puzzled glance in her direction. That, Shuyao replied, looking at Xing, is brother Xing's soul spirit. A collective gasp escaped the great dragon and Xingtian as they absorbed this revelation. The spirit of punishment is terrifying indeed. Ah. The dragon spirit beside them emitted an enraged sound, while the towering figure of Long and Xingtian trembled with fear, dreading that this spirit might unleash its wrath upon them with a mere twitch of its hand. At that moment, the dragon spirit ceased its actions, turning to face Xia, a joyful smile gracing her features. Xia opened his eyes, absorbing the surrounding soul power into his being, and in an instant, his soul power surged. Breaking through 2 levels, he had now ascended to the rank of a 33rd level soul master. Dragon spirit? Why have you emerged? Xia inquired, gazing at the dragon spirit before him with curiosity. The dragon spirit did not respond. Instead, she flew to Xia's face, embracing him and affectionately nuzzling against him. As the second male in attendance, the imposing Long felt a pang of jealousy. He cast a glance at his devilish dragon, feeling inexplicably envious. Xing felt somewhat bewildered. But upon noticing the surrounding pack of wolverines and a charred wolf in the deep pit, he sprang into action. He approached Shuyao and inquired with concern, Yao, what has happened? Are you unscathed? Shuyao, observing the worry etched on Xing's face, smiled gently and shook her head, assuring him, I am fine. As for this place, your surge of profound soul energy during your breakthrough attracted them. Xing felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing those words, as he had not anticipated that the blame would fall upon him. Glancing around, he noticed several wolverines nearby and promptly commanded, Dragon Spirit, eliminate the surrounding wolverines. Upon receiving Xing's instruction, Dragon Spirit raised a hand and hurled a lightning orb towards them. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted into the air. Xing felt a twitch in his eyelids, particularly intense, as he had not anticipated Long Ling's formidable prowess. With a mere flick of her wrist, she conjured a thunderball that erupted into a mushroom cloud. Cough, cough, how could one wield such immense power? Xing remarked softly. Little did he know. Long Ling responded with a few playful sounds, indicating that this was merely a fraction of her true strength should she unleash her full might. Xing would be rendered unconscious from the depletion of his soul energy. Upon hearing these words, Xing felt a profound shock. If such power was not even the full extent of one's abilities, how formidable must the entirety be? However, he dared not allow Long Ling to experiment, as it would undoubtedly deplete his soul energy. Great dragon, have you successfully absorbed your soul ring? Xing inquired. Indeed. The imposing dragon nodded. Very well. Let us depart at once. As Xing was about to depart, Long Ling immediately emitted a series of peculiar sounds. What was she doing? Su Xian observed Long Ling waving her hands and producing the sounds, feeling somewhat perplexed. She seemed eager to absorb the wolf. Xing cast a glance at Long Ling and said, Go ahead, with Xing's permission. Long Ling's face brightened with joy as she soared directly to the pit where the Diamond Wolf King lay, raising her hand to reveal a swirling black soul ring. Upon witnessing the soul ring, they exhibited expressions of perplexity, their curiosity piqued by how the dragon spirit would absorb it. However, in the ensuing moment, they were left utterly astounded. The dragon spirit simply seized the soul ring and, with a swift motion, began to gnash its teeth, devouring it in mere moments. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Brother, your soul spirit is truly remarkable, the towering dragon remarked with admiration. After scratching his head, Xing summoned the satisfied dragon spirit back. As the dragon spirit dove into the ocean of his soul, it promptly declared, All right, let us proceed. Chapter 38, Devour. After Xing and the others ascended to the linked eye, Su Xian immediately sought them out. Let us exchange contact numbers. In due time, I shall treat you all to a meal, Su Xian said to Xing's sister Su Xian. You were too gracious. We have exchanged numbers, and a meal is unnecessary, Xing replied hastily as they exchanged contact information. That will not do. This matter is settled. I have other commitments, so I shall not linger. I will treat you all to a meal in the near future. With that, Su Xian turned and departed. Xing shook his head in resignation. Brother, are we returning to school now? Gao Dalong inquired. You and Shuyao may head back first. I need to enter the intermediate ascension platform, Xing replied. What do you intend to do in the intermediate ascension platform? Gao Dalong asked, somewhat perplexed. To enhance my own strength, Xing smiled as he explained. This process may take some time, so it would be best if you both return to school. No, Shuyao interjected. I will wait for you here. Yao Gao, it could take a considerable amount of time. Then I shall wait. Upon hearing this, Xing let out a sigh. Not wishing to let Shuyao languish in boredom while waiting, he suggested, Shall we return to the school then? Are we not going to the intermediate ascension platform? Xing gently pinched Xuyao's nose, affectionately stating, I cannot bear to have you wait here. There is plenty of time, and I shall return again. Shuyao wrinkled her nose in displeasure at the gesture, but a joyful smile spread across her face upon hearing his words, which confirmed her significance in Xing's heart. Brother Xing, you should go. It's quite all right, Shuyao said, grasping his hand. If you stay here, won't it be rather dull? Not at all. I can practice here and perhaps achieve a breakthrough shortly, Shuyao replied earnestly, managing to persuade Xing. Well then, I shall remain here to wait for you. Gao Dalong remarked to Xing, without much hesitation, directly addressed the staff of the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform, stating his intention to enter. The staff glanced at Xing's information, noting that he had one opportunity to access the platform, and swiftly guided him into the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform. The process of entering was somewhat gradual, and upon his arrival, Xing was taken aback by the scene before him. Towering trees soared to a height of 10 meters, while luminous insects floated about, illuminating the surroundings. The air was remarkably fresh, a stark contrast to the considerably less invigorating atmosphere of the previous lower-level platform. Suddenly, a series of roars interrupted Xing's astonishment. Master, there is an abundance of energy here. I must consume it. Lu Jing abruptly leaped from Xing's pocket, transforming into a young girl. How did you take on human form? Xing inquired, puzzled as he gazed at Lu Jing. There is no one around, so of course, I can assume human form. However, Master, there is indeed a plethora of energy here. Once I absorb it, I will undoubtedly become stronger. Do as you please. If you can absorb it, then go ahead. Xing replied. Yay! Lu Jing exclaimed, leaping with joy. She twitched her nose slightly and directed her gaze toward Xing, saying, Master, there is so much over there. Let us head in that direction. Without further ado, Lu Jing seized Xing's hand and dashed towards a particular spot. Soon, several gigantic figures loomed before them. Gudu. Swallowing saliva with a sense of urgency, Xing's gaze fell upon Lu Jing, who was surrounded by dragons. The Earth Dragon, the Wind Dragon, and the Dark Sacred Dragon, each possessing a history of over 50,000 years. Lu Jing, you must be jesting with me. Xing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fear not, my lord. Lu Jing declared with an air of dominance. These mere insects pose no threat to you. They will merely serve as your sustenance. Her tone was imbued with confidence and authority. I would prefer some peace and quiet, Xing replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. However, to his surprise, Lu Jing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly responded, My lord, why would you wish to distance yourself from me? Xing, I wish to be alone for a while. Jing understood Xing's intention. She offered no further explanation but stepped forward, addressing the three dragons, Earth Dragon, Wind Dragon, and Dark Sacred Dragon, with a commanding tone. You three wretched creatures, do not kneel before my master. As soon as these words were uttered, an invisible pressure erupted within a 10-kilometer radius, compelling the three dragons to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The three thunderous sounds left Xing utterly bewildered. What is happening? He gazed at the three colossal dragons, perplexed. My lord, as the newly appointed leader of the 10,000 dragons, these insignificant beings must bow before you. Should you wish to consume them, they would consider it an unparalleled honor to be devoured by you. Jing explained solemnly. Such a thing exists? Xing chuckled wryly. Glancing at the massive dragons, he lamented, I wish to eat them, but I cannot possibly do so. My lord, do you not possess the dragon spirit and the phoenix feather? They would surely relish a meal. Is that true? If you doubt it, summon them and see for yourself. Thus, Xing called forth the dragon spirit and phoenix feather. As they appeared, they immediately began to chirp in delight. Upon seeing the two, Jing exclaimed, Dragon spirit. Phoenix feather, it has been so long. However, the two did not acknowledge her and instead hid behind Xing, continuing their excited chirping. What is this? Jing glared with wide eyes. Do I look like a villain? In what way do I resemble a villain? Do not think that just because your memories are lost you can speak to me so casually. Let me tell you, you have provoked my wrath. I can easily bring you down. Chirp, chirp. The dragon spirit raised a tiny fist toward Jing, then looked at Xing with pleading eyes. Chirp. How shameful to act cute. Jing clenched her fist, angrily addressing the dragon spirit. Chirp, chirp. The dragon spirit stuck out its tongue at Jing, with the phoenix feather following suit. With a hint of resignation, Xing waved his hand and said, You three, cease your squabbling. Longling, Fengyu, can you consume these three? Upon hearing this, Longling and Fengyu directed their gazes towards the Earth Dragon, Wind Dragon, and the Dark Holy Dragon. Eek, eek, Longling exclaimed with palpable excitement, while Fengyu exhibited a more subdued enthusiasm. Both of them could indeed devour the dragons, yet Fengyu inquired, Will you not partake, Xing? To which he replied, I shall abstain. If you wish to eat, then proceed. Upon uttering these words, Longling and Fengyu soared directly towards the Earth Dragon, Wind Dragon, and Dark Sacred Dragon. The three dragons, sensing the presence of Longling and Fengyu, trembled in their entirety. This was followed by a resounding roar that startled Xing. Longling. Fengyu! Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Jing promptly reassured, My lord, there is no need for concern. They are merely absorbing the power of the three dragons. As he gazed into the past, he observed that the three dragons were gradually becoming ethereal, each emanating a unique energy that was devoured by the dragon spirit and the phoenix feather. Witnessing this spectacle, he was profoundly astonished. They truly could consume three dragons. Chapter 39, the third round of competition. After a period of time, the dragon spirit and the phoenix feather patted their bellies, their faces radiating satisfaction. While the three colossal dragons had been completely consumed by the two of them, although the two creatures were satiated, a look of weariness was evident upon their faces. Xing cast a glance at the gluttonous Jing, who had devoured an unknown quantity of dragons, and inquired, What is their condition? Jing let out a satisfied belch and replied, They have consumed an excessive amount of energy and require slumber to digest it. Simply allow them to enter the vast ocean of your life. Upon hearing the words, Xing Wanyin promptly complied. Having completed all that was necessary, he prepared to depart. There was no alternative. The majority of the dragon soul beasts had already been consumed by Jing in a single sitting. Upon the emergence of the intermediate ascension platform, Shuyao and Gao Long promptly approached. Brother Xing, how is your harvest? Shuyao inquired eagerly. Quite satisfactory, replied Xing. Hearing this, Gao Long quickly asked, Elder brother, what exactly did you obtain? Please do share with us. Oh, nothing much, just a slight enhancement in the color of the soul rings, Xing responded nonchalantly. How slight is slight? Gao Long questioned, puzzled. There was no punishment, only the lingering words, you guess, along with the Shuyao Academy. Soon after, Xing and his companions departed from the Tower of Transmission and returned to Shrek Academy. There, the towering Long began to consolidate his realm, while Xing immersed himself in fervent cultivation with Shuyao by his side.